The host said we had to French kiss in public, and I had to hold Luo Qinghan so that her feet didn't touch the ground. We froze on the spot. Our minds went blank. A chill ran down my spine, and I was terribly panicked. This wasn't a competition, it was a public execution. I didn't even want to think about it. I quickly advised Luo Qinghan not to make this money, and she nodded frantically. We both thought about running away immediately, and a French kiss was absolutely out of the question. That's something you can only do after confessing your feelings. To hug and kiss in public is just too outrageous. What kind of decent person would do that? Absolutely not. The host came down and invited us to the stage. I quickly said I didn't want to compete anymore and wanted to leave, but she rolled her eyes and said it was just an interview, and we could leave after we finished. I was half believing her and wondered if she really meant it. She patted her chest and said that Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people, and without further ado, she pulled us both onto the stage. When she opened her mouth, she immediately called us a couple participating in a kissing contest. I was instantly stunned. She had clearly tricked me. The host first interviewed Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, asking him about the happiest day of his life. The petite woman gave him a threatening look, which made me laugh. Johnson, quick to respond, said the happiest day would be the day he marries the petite woman. The audience immediately cheered, and the petite woman blushed. When it was the petite girl's turn, she laughed and said that her happiest moment was yesterday when Dwayne "The Rock" rode her like a horse on the hotel floor, which drew laughter from the audience. Then the host handed the microphone to me and asked what the happiest day of my life was, and everyone stared at me. I'm handsome and a perfect match for Luo Qinghan, and the girls in the audience were all looking on with anticipation, but I froze, my mind filled with thoughts of a public French kiss. Some people in the audience began to feel disappointed, thinking that I was just all show and no substance. The host also sighed and asked me again loudly. I snapped out of my daze and looked at Luo Qinghan. Memories of our time together flooded my mind, each one precious. I blurted out instinctively that the happiest day of my life was every day I spent with her, eliciting screams from the girls in the audience. The host breathed a sigh of relief and then asked Luo Qinghan what her happiest moment was. Her cheeks flushed, and she stared at me blankly. Luo Qinghan was silent for a moment, her eyes filled with deep affection, and said softly, "No amount of experience is enough. It's everything about me." Many girls in the audience had tears in their eyes. Bai Zhou and Chu Qingmei held hands, and even I was touched by her words. The host smiled and announced the start of the kissing contest, but I quickly interrupted, saying we wouldn't participate, and the audience instantly erupted in cheers. Some hot-tempered guys were yelling that they were going to throw a tantrum, and some girls were shouting that they wanted to see us kiss. The whole place was shouting for a French kiss, and Luo Qinghan and I were completely dumbfounded. The host sighed, looked at us, and said that the public's voice had been heard. It would be difficult to end things without a competition after going on stage. I hurriedly tried to explain, saying that we had clearly agreed it was just an interview, but she smiled slyly and said that she didn't have the final say now. Now everyone wants us to French kiss. She shrugged and said helplessly, "Then there's nothing we can do." On stage, Luo Qinghan and I watched as giant rock brother hugged little sister in an indecent posture, and the audience kept cheering. Luo Qinghan and I were sweating profusely and feeling terrified. Bai Zhou and Chu Qingmei were still giving me bad advice, telling me to support my waist and have Qinghan kiss me, and mentioning the 3,000 yuan bonus. I was so frustrated that I wanted to pay someone else to escape the scene. The host kept urging me to hug Luo Qinghan, so I had to negotiate with her, promising to just give in for a bit. Luo Qinghan immediately nodded. We both just wanted to end this awkward situation as quickly as possible. I squatted down and hugged Luo Qinghan, and she hugged my neck tightly and pressed herself against me. The audience instantly gasped. I didn't understand. Dwayne "The Rock" did the same thing, so why was it different for us? Luo Qinghan was wearing a two-piece lace swimsuit with an incredible waist-to-hip ratio. When I hugged her, her legs parted slightly, and the audience went crazy. Even the female host couldn't help but envy me. The host suddenly reminded me that the competition required a French kiss to count, and that I couldn't just bluff. He then announced the start of the competition. My heart skipped a beat. I knew I couldn't just go through the motions anymore. The petite girl couldn't wait to kiss the giant, but because she was too short, she couldn't reach him. The two awkwardly adjusted themselves, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Their pairing was at a significant disadvantage at that moment. I was even more embarrassed. Luo Qinghan's face was flushed red, and she absolutely refused to kiss me. The host even mocked me for not being good enough, which ignited my competitive spirit. I couldn't resist and leaned down to kiss her. Luo Qinghan froze instantly, then returned my kiss passionately. We completely forgot about intentionally losing the game and just wanted to immerse ourselves in this moment. Moonlight spilled onto the sea, and the sea breeze blew gently. Luo Qinghan and I closed our eyes and kissed passionately, listening to each other's heartbeats. I was certain that she had feelings for me. Some people in the audience were moved and believed in love again, while others cried. Everyone could see that we weren't competing. We truly loved each other deeply. The Rock and the petite girl were completely locked in a stalemate. The petite girl couldn't reach him and was getting impatient. The two almost fell off the stage. In the end, the petite girl jumped down and blamed The Rock for being too tall. The host announced that Luo Qinghan and I were the champions and told me to put her down to receive the award, but I couldn't stop. My mind was filled with the feeling of holding her and kissing her. I heard Li Fian cursing at us from below the stage and peeking at us. Feng Wanxiao walked away calmly, but then I heard her furious cursing from afar, and I felt a little uneasy. An hour later, we returned to Vabin Faru Island. After seeing Chu Qingmei off, Luo Qinghan and I strolled back to our dormitory. Unlike usual, I didn't make excuses to cover it up. I had made up my mind. I impulsively grabbed her hand and said I wanted to go back to Yunzhou, help her win the gloves battle, and then confess my feelings. I said I no longer wanted to be her brother. I had always wanted to be her boyfriend. Luo Qinghan lowered her head and said that she would leave after the Yun family finished discussing the division of responsibilities. She also wanted to go back and confess her feelings after celebrating my birthday, wanting to be my girlfriend openly and honestly. I hesitated before apologizing to her, saying that I knew I had taken advantage of her a lot today. But the words were on the tip of my tongue, and I was too embarrassed to say that I wanted to kiss her one last time. Luo Qinghan suddenly stopped, her face hardening as she questioned me, asking if I knew I had gone too far and if I didn't treat her like a brother. I panicked instantly and tried to explain, but she interrupted me. She stepped forward angrily, pointed to her lips, and demanded that I kiss her one last time, saying it was the last time, and after that, everything would return to normal. I was completely stunned. I swallowed hard and awkwardly asked her if we should kiss now. She nodded seriously and told me to put my hands on her waist, not to be perfunctory, but to French kiss her forcefully. 4 days later, Li Fian and I, along with the other three, were at the Yumala restaurant on Vabin Faru Island, staring at Luo Qinghan's back as she took a group photo with the last batch of circus members. The circus was Qinghan's undercover operation in Yunzhou. After Lao Qian's betrayal, it was reorganized by Lao Lu. When Cosmo attacked, Qinghan called them to come to the rescue, but by the time they arrived, the crisis had already been resolved. Qinghan turned the rescue into a team-building activity, giving everyone 100,000 yuan and personally meeting them in batches, shaking hands, thanking them, and taking photos together. This kind of treatment is something that even many meritorious zooks did not receive. Many circus members were moved to tears on the spot, swearing allegiance to Qinghan. I watched as someone held Qinghan's hand for almost a minute, and I couldn't help but frown, feeling a surge of jealousy. Li Fian rolled her eyes at me and said that he was someone who had made great contributions and was about to board the plane. She also teased me about my good complexion and moist lips. I hurriedly made up the excuse that the climate at the seaside was humid to smooth things over. Feng Wanxiao suddenly said something was wrong, and I panicked, thinking she had discovered something. But then she said it was Wukini, and we realized that Wukini hadn't shown up for 2 days. Just a few days ago, Vucinic was fawning over us like a shadow, giving us the best treatment in everything. I guess he was probably discussing details with Yun's people, but Feng Wanxiao denied it. Feng Wanxiao said that Vucini was not on Vabin Faru Island at all. I frowned. Vucini's main source of money was Seban Island. Appeasing Qinghan was the top priority. There was no reason for him to suddenly disappear. Li Fian opened her laptop with a wicked grin and said she had installed a locator for Vicinio. I immediately remembered her habit of installing locators, always a dense, overwhelming number, covering every nook and cranny. A bunch of bright dots popped up on the screen, making Feng Wanxia and Wu De Biao's scalps tingle, but Li Fian's face was grim. She said that the 3 locators she had installed were all on the island, but the person was nowhere to be found. Li Fian said that the dots on the screen were all Vucini's subordinates, some on this island and others on Diwa Island. We looked at each other, feeling that things were not simple. Just then, Qinghan came over after saying goodbye to the circus members. She asked us in confusion what was wrong. I shrugged and told her that we might be going to check out this new attraction, Diwa Island. 3 hours later, in the evening, we arrived at Diwa Island. The island is very underdeveloped, with only a few buildings, a hotel, and a restaurant, all owned by Vucini and not open to the public. After we got ashore, we unexpectedly heard the voice of a familiar person. It was Brother Pao, who used to live next to our staff dormitory. He was leading a group of people carrying food delivery boxes to an apartment building. We hid in the woods and observed that the 3-story apartment building was full of people, but they never went out to eat or play, only ordering takeout. Li Fian complained that there were no such homebuddies on tour. I also felt something was off. The apartment was dilapidated and didn't look like it belonged to people who were well off. But there was a super luxurious Maserati parked downstairs. It was definitely not the setup for budget travel. Qinghan frowned and said that Wachini was definitely up to something, but we couldn't understand it. He had already witnessed our strength and had fallen out with Huel, so there was no reason for him to turn against us again. Suddenly, Li Fian's expression changed. She pointed at a tall, thin man who came out of the apartment and was smoking, saying that was Yu Laosi, and that Wukini was secretly contacting Qinghan's father, Luo Wanqing. Li Fian speculated that Luo Wanqing must have offered conditions that we couldn't meet, and that Vucini planned to sell us off as a package deal. The 70-odd people in that apartment building were all assassins sent by Luo Wanqing. We quietly retreated into the woods. Under the moonlight, everyone's face looked grim. Qinghan whispered 3 options. Either leave immediately, hide and wait for the circus to return, or take a gamble and launch a surprise attack. I asked Qinghan what the 3rd option was, and she said it was to take advantage of the enemy's concealment while the 5 of us went to retrieve weapons and equipment, then launch a surprise attack at nightfall to eliminate all 70 men. After saying this, Qinghan's gaze swept over each of us solemnly, finally landing on me, and she asked me seriously which option we should choose. In the dense forest in front of apartment building number 3 on Diwa Island late at night, Wu De Biao carefully inspected his full set of equipment. Li Fian rolled her eyes and complained that he was a gearhead, saying that she could do more than him even wearing only a bulletproof vest. I looked at the 2 of them, extremely anxious. There were 70 enemies in one building, and they were the only 2 who went in to attack. That was outrageous. I originally thought the 5 of us would go in fully armed together. Qinghan explained that the corridor had a special layout, so the enemies couldn't rush in all at once. Fian and the other 2 only had to face 2 or 3 enemies at a time. The real trump card was Feng Wanxia, who was in charge of sniping. Only then did I feel a little relieved. Li Fian bluntly pointed out that I was the most troublesome one, because Qinghan's command could not be disturbed, while I was a novice with firearms and was using tranquilizer darts. She was afraid that I would mess things up and cause the whole team to be wiped out. I was unconvinced. I had practiced my marksmanship these past few days and thought I had quite a talent for it. But Wu De Biao handed me a dagger and reminded me that moving enemies are different from targets. If I couldn't hit them, I would have to fight them hand to hand. I nodded, but in my heart I thought, it's too stupid to miss after 3 or 4 shots. I definitely won't do that. But my palms still couldn't help but sweat, and my heart started beating faster. The waning moonlight spilled onto the sea, casting eerie shadows of the coconut trees. Feng Wanxia's voice came through the earphones, saying that she was in position and had located the transformer box on the roof of the apartment building. Fei Yin and De Biao quickly put on night vision goggles, and more than a dozen microdrones took off to conduct reconnaissance. Qinghan walked to the laptop, switched the screen, and whispered the order into the headset. The Vermilion Bird Squad was officially launched. Fei Yin and De Biao darted out like Black Panthers. I pulled out my 92B pistol and stood guard beside Ching Han. I originally wanted to use the electric rifle, but De Biao reminded me that the recoil was too strong and would ruin my face, so I had to give up. They crept behind a coconut tree in front of the apartment, made an OK sign, and Ching Han ordered the sniper to move. After a gunshot, the transformer box on the top floor exploded, plunging the entire apartment building into darkness. Ching Han gave precise commands to Fian and De Biao. Gunshots and their counts kept coming through the headset. Fian excitedly boasted about her achievements and later used a flying grenade to take down several enemies. The flying grenade is a new type of weapon that can automatically seek targets with a 100% hit rate. It's non-smoking and increasingly addictive, causing screams to erupt throughout the apartment building and throwing the enemy into complete disarray. Feng Wanxia also began to take action, her sniper rifle relentlessly reaping the enemies who rushed into the central hall. Most of the members of the Qinglong Society were gangsters who had never experienced real combat. After their teammates fell one after another, they completely collapsed and fled. As I listened to the 3 people counting in my earphones, I was overjoyed. What I had been worried about, 2 against 70, had turned into a one-sided crushing victory. But as soon as this thought crossed my mind, my smile vanished. A young man in a floral shirt with dreadlocks ran straight towards the direction where Ching Han and I were hiding. I hurriedly pulled out my gun and fired, but I missed with the first shot. The guy with dreadlocks also spotted us. I gritted my teeth in desperation and fired 2 more shots, but still missed. Dreadlocks charged at us with a machete, only a few steps away. My mind went blank, and I almost forgot what De Biao had said about switching to a knife and fighting hand-to-hand. Just as I reached for my dagger, the dreadlocks kicked it away and swung a machete at my face. Ching Han hurriedly reached for her gun, but I knew it was too late. But I didn't dodge. Instead, I rushed forward and punched the dreadlocks in the face. The sound of a broken nose rang out, and he fell backward on the spot. I went up and kicked his knife away, then beat him up. I got angrier and angrier as the fight went on. I wasn't angry that he charged at me, but that I missed all 3 shots. I practice every day, so why am I so bad in real combat? I even forced him to admit that he used an S-shaped movement. Finally, I knocked the dreadlocks unconscious. Ching Han stared at me blankly, probably not expecting me to be such a good fighter. At that moment, I picked up the gun and shot him in the chest, then counted into the earpiece. Xinyu won. 2 hours later, Yu Laosi knelt on the ground and begged Fei Yin for mercy. Fei Yin was too lazy to pay attention to him. It was I who suggested that everyone choose tranquilizer darts in the first place, because we could sell the prisoners to Luo Wanqing for 1 million each. De Biao brought Vicini over, and I was so angry that I kicked him in the face. That old bastard has betrayed us time and time again. He's really shameless. But Ching Han was unusually calm, and even asked him if he liked the sea and fish. Vicini thought Ching Han was soft-hearted, so he quickly begged for mercy and offered to make concessions. But Ching Han smiled and said that he would send him to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean to live with the fish. Fian immediately dragged him down to get a property certificate. In the late summer, I handed over the list of candidates for Siban Island. I randomly pointed to someone named Lan Yu, simply because she had a Chinese name. Ching Han immediately decided on her without hesitation and even said that he would talk to her on Vabanferu Island. Just as Wanxiao was about to contact Lan Yu, I saw a message on my phone and panicked completely. Jiang Chao said that the economic law exam had been moved up and would be held the day after tomorrow afternoon. De Biao and I had to return to Yunzhou immediately. All 5 of us panicked. Ching Han had to deal with Vicini's businesses, sell prisoners, and negotiate cooperation, so she couldn't leave at all. Looking at her panicked eyes, I realized that my birthday was in 2 days. I know she's been deliberately acting cold lately to surprise me on my birthday, but now I have to leave early. Seeing her disappointed look makes me feel bad too. I'm afraid her surprise was all for nothing. In the exam room of the Yunnan University Comprehensive Building, I hastily checked the economic law exam paper, threw down my pen, and handed it in. I was extremely annoyed. I barely passed with the required score, but I couldn't be happy at all. Han is still in the Maldives. Without her, I feel so empty. Tomorrow is my real birthday, and no one knows except my parents. I really wanted to spend it with her. I wanted to order a cake, even if she didn't know, so we could blow out the candles together. but she can't come back, and I'm too embarrassed to bring it up, so I can only pretend I don't care. As soon as I stepped out of the exam hall, Jiang Chao and the other two caught up with me, asking how the exam went and what I should treat them to for my birthday tomorrow. I was stunned. I didn't expect them to remember my hidden birthday. Jiang Chao mentioned that last year he treated them to Pizza Hut, and Hu Dachuan even added a durian pizza. This year, Hu Dachuan said he wanted to eat at Haidaleo, and Zhao Xiaochen immediately agreed. The three of them then decided on their plans for the evening. Looking at these three rebellious sons, who only brought their mouths, I felt helpless and amused. Anyway, I couldn't see Brother Han, so it was good to have some fun. It was better than spending my birthday alone. Meanwhile, on Vabin Faroe Island, Lan Yu, dressed in a white suit, nervously reported the price quote to Ching Han. She assumed Ching Han was dissatisfied, but failed to notice that Ching Han was completely distracted. Ching Han's mind was filled with thoughts of me. Tomorrow was my birthday, yet she was stuck here dealing with trivial matters, feeling frustrated and resentful that she had missed my birthday because of a small amount of money. Ching Han didn't hear Lan Yu's quote clearly, so she turned to ask Feng Wanxiao for her opinion. Feng Wanxiao felt helpless. Ever since I left, Ching Han has been distracted and I have to make all the decisions for her. Feng Wanxiao offered Lan Yu a 30% share, which surprised and delighted Lan Yu. Ching Han agreed without hesitation, as she had no time to think about such things and was only focused on how to get back. At 7 p.m., Jiang Chao, Wu Debiao, and I went to Haidaleo listlessly. Jiang Chao and the others dressed up carefully, actually hoping to bump into a girl and ask for her WeChat. I could only silently wish them well. Wu Debiao suddenly told us to take the longer route on the bridge and mysteriously said there would be a surprise. Jiang Chao, and I were all very confused, not understanding why we would take the long way instead of the perfectly good shortcut. At 2 in the morning, I lay on my big bed at home, unable to fall asleep. Without Han Ge there, the double bed felt especially empty, and my mind was filled with the image of her sleeping soundly. I couldn't resist sending a message to Han Ge. I deleted and revised it several times, but in the end I still typed Han Ge, I miss you, and sent it. After sending it, I regretted it because I felt too embarrassed. To my surprise, Han replied immediately, saying that she missed me too, and asked why I wasn't asleep. My heart was instantly filled with happiness. It turned out that she hadn't slept either, and was thinking of me too. Han said she wanted to smell my scent. I was curious about what I smelled like. She said it was behind my ears. I tried to smell it, but couldn't smell anything. I couldn't help but say I wanted to smell her too. I meant to type smell your whole body, but my input method made a mistake and I typed kiss your whole body instead. After sending it, I couldn't take it back, so I could only hurriedly explain that I made a mistake. Han Ge was silent for a while, then said she knew, and told me to go to sleep early, saying she would be back soon. But she also mistyped, saying, go back to sleep, and then hurriedly corrected herself to go home. The next evening, Jiang Chao and I strolled on the bridge outside Yunnan University. I prayed they wouldn't let the Haidaleo staff throw noodles and sing happy birthday. It was just too embarrassing. Jiang Chao and his two companions each had their own agendas. Some wanted to film videos to put on a show, while others wanted to flirt with girls. Jiang Chao even stubbornly claimed that filming the videos was for the sake of father-son affection, but I didn't believe him at all. Wu Debiao suddenly told us to stop, saying he wanted to see the scenery along the way. I looked at the dark river surface, full of doubt, never expecting him to have such an artistic side. Wu Debiao told us to wait 10 more seconds. I was wondering what was going on when I heard a buzzing sound. A black dot appeared in the distance, slowly approaching and flashing multicolored lights. The drones formed the words, Happy Birthday Xiaoyu. I was instantly stunned. Only Han Ge in the whole world would call me that. She actually knew my birthday. My eyes welled up with tears as I watched the drones form shapes resembling an electric scooter, a man and a woman embracing, and the words, meeting you was the most beautiful accident of my life. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. Jiang Chao and the others quickly took out their phones to record videos, and I also hurriedly took out my phone. Just then, the phone rang. It was Han Ge calling, and she gently asked me if I liked the surprise. I pretended not to care and said that brothers don't need to be so formal, but I was actually incredibly touched and proud. The whole of Yinzhou could see how much Brother Han cared about me. I heard hurried footsteps and panting on the phone. Han Good gently told me that she wouldn't miss my birthday and asked me to turn around. My heart skipped a beat, and I slowly turned around. Height dress bloomed like a white magnolia in the night. Her radiant beauty was far more vivid than in Shun Yu's dream last night. Step. Another step. She slowly stopped in front of him, revealing a smile as beautiful as a spring breeze across a lake. Happy birthday, Xiaoyu. Ah, thank you. Shin Yu suddenly panicked, and her mouth started to tremble. Actually, that wasn't what he really wanted to say. He had so much to say. He wanted to say thank you, Brother Han. Thank you for caring about me so much. Thank you for flying all the way back to be there for me. Thank you for allowing me to stumble and fall into your life. But the words, when he looked at the face he had longed for day and night, inexplicably turned into a single sentence. This is too much trouble for you. Hey, Brother Han, you're such a good friend. Luo Qinghan looked at him with her eyelashes trembling slightly. No, it's okay. Actually, she didn't want to say that. She wanted to say, it's okay. That way there will be no trouble. I'm willing to do anything for you, as long as it makes you happy. How could it be troublesome? The biggest trouble in the world is that you're not by my side. Now, I have overcome this problem. Suddenly, the two people facing each other fell silent. Neither of them spoke, they just stared at each other blankly. A gentle night breeze playfully slipped between the two of them. Without warning, Xinyu grabbed Luo Qinghan's hand. He almost blurted out, I like you. But his lips moved again and again. However, upon export, it became, Brother Han, you look beautiful today. However, this still made Luo Qinghan blush. Her lips moved again and again. She wanted to say, really? Then why don't you kiss me? However, upon export, it became, thanks. The two of them fell silent again. No way. Are you two out of your minds? Li Fian walked over from behind, hands in her pockets, looking annoyed. Brother and sister, this is a military drone. This is a no-fly zone. Do you know how much effort I went through today to coordinate with civil aviation authorities to adjust flight schedules and apply for changes? After all that I did, you two just sit here chatting like old friends? Are you playing around? Yeah, Jiang Chao and the others had also been watching for a while. Lao Yu, at least hug the school beauty. Xin Yu's face immediately turned red with embarrassment at their words. He thought to himself, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you guys, I would have done more than just hug. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to make excuses, a warm, soft body suddenly nestled into his arms. Luo Qinghan hugged him tightly. Don't talk about him anymore. She was afraid he would be blamed by his friends. Aren't we hugging now? Lost in ecstasy, Luo Qinghan embraced Xin Yu tenderly, inhaling his unique, fresh scent. I miss him so much. It was only 2 days. It had only been a little over 40 hours since we last saw each other, but it felt like 3 centuries had passed. She looked up at Xin Yu's handsome profile. I'm hopeless, she thought. I'm just like a little dog wagging its tail like crazy when it sees its owner. That's so embarrassing. That won't do. I need to be a little more reserved. I can't let him see how much I like him. I can't just open my mouth and fawn over him like that. Xiaoyu, what do you want to eat? I've booked all the good restaurants in Yinzhou today, and we can get a table at every single one of them. Also, I bought you all the colorways of the entire Air Jordan series, and I've already packed them up at home. Also, you said the blue Maserati looked nice last time, so I got one for you too. If you don't like what you see and want a different brand of new car, that's fine too. I've already made appointments with all the luxury car dealerships in Yinzhou, and they'll all be extending their opening hours today. Li Fian, standing to the side, covered her forehead speechlessly. It's so cheap. It's really cheap. Why don't you just ask him if he wants to see you dance in a maid outfit? Jiang Chao and the other two, standing nearby, were almost in tears as they listened. This smells amazing. What sleeping position should I adopt to have this kind of dream? Xinyu was also stunned. He felt weak all over. So this is what it feels like to celebrate a birthday? From then on, I celebrated 2 birthdays every year, one in the morning and one in the evening, and I celebrated both. He was also filled with emotion from childhood to adulthood. When had he ever been so pampered? Shin Tingfei and Su Hongmei would pretend to be poor. When Xun Yu was little, if he asked for a cake, they would slap their thighs and say, Son, Our family is poor. Only with Brother Han could he receive such treatment. Shin Yu felt that Brother Han treated him almost like King Yu of Zhou treated Bao Si. What, my beauty, you want to see a fool? Okay. Let's go play the beacon fire game with the feudal lords. Such extravagance. Brother Han, there's a place I want to go to even more than luxury car dealerships and Michelin-starred restaurants. Can you come with me? Luo Qinghan nodded. Where? Shin Yu whispered in her ear, Golden Domain, Eastern Prefecture. The place where we first met. We haven't been back to the family compound for a long time since we moved there. I kind of miss that second bedroom. And that kitchen, I miss it too. Shin Yu scratched his head. I still want to cook there, so the two of us can eat together. Okay, Luo Qinghan nodded seriously. Then let's make fish, the kind that doesn't require a rolling pin. The two of them held hands and laughed together. Shin Yu waved to Jiang Chao and the other two, a little embarrassed. Sons, you've seen how your father is. I won't be with you today, but please eat as much hot pot as you like. I'm going to eat something even tastier now. Jiang Chao and the other two quickly said, Father, please go ahead. Don't worry, we won't skimp on your money, you heartless bastard. You don't deserve it. Shin Yu thought to herself, you're just jealous. Do you think it's easy for me? There is no such thing as happiness that comes easily. You only see me enjoying my life as a kept man on the surface, but little do you know. I secretly enjoyed my food even more. So he waved goodbye to the three of them, and then turned around with Luo Qinghan, Li Fian, and Wu Debiao, and walked back the way they came. Brother Chao, why did you quietly stop me from taking out the gift? Zhao Xiaochen asked, puzzled. We've been preparing for this for so long. You still have the nerve to ask? Jiang Chao rolled his eyes. Others are giving away drone shows, all colorways of the Air Jordan series, and Maseratis, and you really have the nerve to give away those clearance sale figurines that are only buy one get one free. No, Brother Chao, that's a Hatsune Miku figure, Zhao Xiaochen said anxiously. The boss picked it out from under the cabinet for me. Isn't that a hidden item? And it's not just figurines. I also specially bundled in a few expired World of Warcraft game cards. Do you think everyone has something with such archaeological value? At the same time, at the bridgehead on this side, Wu Dabiao suddenly grabbed Li Fian, looking at the ground, and said, Fian, now that you're back and they have bodyguards, can I skip work for one night to take care of some things? Oh, Li Fian stared at him scrutinizingly. Where are you going? Going to find a girl? Wu Debiao shook his head frantically at the ground. How? How is this possible? Li Fian thought to herself. You're talking to me, but you keep staring at the ground. Do you think I'm an ant? It's understandable that you're shy when you don't know people well, but it's been so long and you're still like this. Besides, I've noticed you talking to the boss and Feng Wanxia quite normally lately. So why do you become so clumsy when you talk to me? She frowned in annoyance. Biaozi, look up at me and talk to me. Wu Debiao's face immediately turned red. He stared straight at Li Fian, his lips twitching. Finally, I pulled out an A4 sheet of paper, wrote on it, and held it up. I can't say. Li Fian got even angrier. Why can't you say it? You can say it to Boss Feng Wanxia, but you can't say it to me. Wu Debiao panicked even more, picked up his pen and wrote furiously, holding it up to reveal 5 large characters. You are different. TCH. Li Fian was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned to leave. She caught up with Shun Yu and Luo Qinghan with her hands in her pockets, then couldn't help but turn back and look at Wu Debiao with a puzzled expression. Am I different? What makes me different? Isn't that just a pure excuse? Trash. Chapter 169. I've been waiting for so long. In a large convenience market near Jinyu Dongjun. These cucumbers were just picked, with the blossoms and thorns still on top. They're delicious and useful. Fresh oysters, a beauty salon for women and a fuel station for men, on special offer. Stock up now. This farmer's market attracts a huge number of customers because of its affordable prices. Although it was already night, the area was still bustling with people. The vegetable vendors were loudly hawking their fresh and cheap produce, and many stalls were surrounded by crowds. As everyone knows, the last batch of goods at the market before it closes for the day is the cheapest. Meanwhile, in front of a large delicatessen, the enticing aroma of roast duck wafted through the air. The owner, Old Zheng, skillfully sliced pig's ears while glancing with surprise at Shun Yu standing beside him. Little Shun, it's been so long since you've been to Uncle Zheng's stall. Uncle Zheng, my family has moved. We won't be living in this area anymore. Shun Yu smiled helplessly. He used to come to old Zheng's cooked food stall whenever he was too lazy to cook, just to have something nice to eat. He hadn't come for a while recently, and when they met just now, old Zheng looked so resentful, he almost wanted to yell at him. You little ingrate. Upon hearing that Shun Yu had moved, old Zheng sighed deeply. He thought to himself, what a wonderful child he is. He loves eating pork liver and braised chicken, and he also likes to buy edamame and peanuts. This kind of promising young man is bound to achieve great things in the future. Danielle, why did he suddenly move away? Is it because the housing prices in this area are too high that you can't afford to live here? Shun Yu, who had just picked up her light blue Maserati Gran Turismo sports car, nodded bitterly. More or less. Uncle Zheng, I really want to live here, but the current housing prices in this area are really not commensurate with my current status. Uncle Zheng understood. He couldn't help but feel sad for Shun Yu, and was just about to say a few words of comfort when suddenly his eyelids twitched, and he saw a stunningly beautiful young woman walking gracefully towards him. Goodness, this girl's figure is amazing. She looks like she stepped out of a comic book. Her eyes were so beautiful that it was almost embarrassing to look directly at her. Her skin was so fair it was like snow, and her legs were incredibly long. Uncle Zheng's hand trembled as he watched him cut the pig's ear, and he almost chopped himself. He had just steadied his Dao heart and the knife in his hand when he saw the stunningly beautiful girl walk up to Shun Yu and say with a smile, Xiao Yu, I've bought the spinach and radishes. That lady just gave me a bunch of scallions. As she spoke, she naturally moved closer to Shun Yu, and the two stood very close together. Uncle Zheng was immediately shocked. He looked at their hands touching, their little fingers almost hooked together, and the way they were stealing glances at each other. He said with a look of surprise, Xiaoshen, is this your girlfriend? So beautiful? Goodness, I thought you were eating well just because you eat cooked food, but I didn't expect you to be eating even better in private. Shun Yu was embarrassed by his two questions. Is this my girlfriend? He thought to himself, Uncle Zheng, I appreciate your kind words, but the problem is, not yet. At least not on the surface. On the surface, she's my brother. But if I were to explain it to you in this way, it seems too abstract. Or should I say she's my sister? He turned his head, but Luo Qinghan clearly looked younger than her. He's struggling with this. Suddenly, Luo Qinghan nodded generously to Uncle Zheng and said with a smile, Thanks. This, thank you, seems to be thanking the other person for exaggerating your beauty, but it inevitably makes the other person feel confused, as if they've already answered the first question, Are you my girlfriend? Therefore, in order to avoid misunderstandings, Luo Qinghan quickly took Shun Yu's arm. Shun Yu felt a mix of comfort, embarrassment, and pride, so she quickly asked, Uncle Zheng, how much are these pig ears and braised beef? Uncle Zheng waved his hand casually. 98. Just give me 90. The remaining 8 yuan is my gift to you too. Shun Yu. Picking up the cooked food, Shun Yu quickly scanned the code, thanked Uncle Zheng with Luo Qinghan, and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard someone call out behind him. Xiaoshen, come back here for a second. Shun Yu walked back with a puzzled look, only to see Uncle Zheng take a large piece of braised beef kidney from the cutting board, wrap it up, and quietly hand it to him, whispering, Take it. From now on, you should eat as much of this as possible, understand? Shun Yu accepted it with surprise, thanking her while asking in confusion, Why should we eat more? Why? Uncle Zheng rolled his eyes at him, then looked at Luo Qinghan, who was standing sideways not far away, wearing a long dress. With a curvaceous figure, she's the kind of woman who could have as many children as she wanted and never go hungry. The last time Uncle Zheng saw such a curvaceous girl was on a Photoshop cover at the magazine, Stand by the Door. Xiaoshen, I won't explain it now. You'll understand when you've figured it out. After saying that, Uncle Zheng sighed heavily and lowered his voice. Shun Yu, take it easy. As the old saying goes, good fire, good waste charcoal. A good woman and a useless man. Later, in the old house of Shun Yu's family, in Jinyu Dongjun, Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan were washing fruit side by side at the kitchen sink when their fingers accidentally touched. The cake has been bought, and the two of them wanted to make a fruit salad, but why can't I ever finish washing all this fruit? I washed my hands and then, quite accidentally, touched the other person's finger. Wash it again, touch it again. Ugh, this is so annoying. I can never finish washing them. These apples, pears, bananas, and kiwis are so dirty. Apple and pear. Am I dirty? Bananas and kiwis. Do we need to be washed? Shinyu couldn't help but look at Luo Qinghan's beautiful profile. She was looking down, her lips slightly pouting, like two delicate rose petals. A few strands of hair playfully fell near her lips. She raised her hand to brush them aside, her fingers inadvertently touching her lips, savoring the soft sensation. Hiss. Shinyu couldn't help but swallow. He really wanted to kiss her. Can we just give each other a friendly, polite kiss? Brother Han, Shinyu asked casually, what happened last night? Did you sleep well? Last night. Luo Qinghan slightly raised her slender neck, revealing her straight and beautiful collarbone. Last night was fine. What's so great about that? She wasn't asleep at all. Actually, after leaving Xiaoyu, let alone whether she could sleep or not, she'd be lucky if her bipolar disorder didn't flare up. She had dark circles under her eyes when she woke up this morning, and she applied eye masks for a long time so that Xiaoyu wouldn't laugh at her. And you? Me? Shinyu shrugged. I'm fine too. Good my ass. This was the first time in so many days that you had slept alone. Sleeping alone is too tiring. Last night he tossed and turned, thinking about only one thing. Does melatonin really work? I took it, but I still can't fall asleep no matter what. He couldn't sleep all night. It's too bitter. He secretly glanced at Luo Qinghan's pink lips. She's suffered so much. Shouldn't she get some compensation? Brother Han, I have a question for you. Shinyu accidentally hooked Luo Qinghan's little finger. I rarely ate cake growing up. I heard that if you close your eyes and make a wish while looking at a cake on your birthday, your wish will come true. As she spoke, Shinyu turned around, clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes in front of Luo Qinghan. God, if only I could receive a polite kiss from a loved one right now. I'm satisfied. A blush immediately rose on Luo Qinghan's cheeks. Ugh, Xiaoyu, you really are something. Isn't that asking for a kiss? I already told you, stop doing this. That day was the last time before you confessed your feelings. Why did you still do it? Even if you asked, I wouldn't give it to you. We can't let ourselves be like this. I'm a person of principle, and I'll stand here firmly. You can just rush over and kiss me yourself. I'm not stopping you anyway. Anyway, my stance is super firm, and I have a clear conscience, but I'm not strong enough, and you insist on kissing me, a delicate and frail girl. What other options are there? That's all. She slowly closed her eyes. I guess I just have to close my eyes and bear it, but I'm really unwilling. Shinyu, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. Has Brother Han closed his eyes? Then she won't be able to see. Seeing is believing. If you can't see it, it's the same as not having a relative at all. Got it. Shinyu suddenly pulled closer, wrapping his arm around Luo Qinghan's slender waist, just as he was about to taste her. Are you done washing? So slow. Are you two taking a shower? Come out and eat some cake. Li Fian rushed into the kitchen, yelling, and saw the two of them looking flustered and flushed. Well, what are you two doing? No, I didn't do anything. Didn't you do anything? Li Fian looked at the pool with suspicion, then her face lit up with shock. The two of them. They are both so clean. Even the kiwis have been washed until all the fuzz is gone. Inside the living room. Happy birthday. Li Fian hugged Shinyu Luo Qinghan and said to the front-facing camera of Shinyu's camera, cheese. Snap. Yeah. Shinyu makes a wish. Shinyu had no choice but to close his eyes in compliance, but in reality, he had no wishes left, as all his wishes had been fulfilled beyond expectations today. Celebrating my birthday with Hangul, cooking with Hangul, and giving Hangul a purely polite kiss. If I had to say what other wishes I had. God, could you please ask Li Fian not to stay here tonight? She's such a third wheel. She's in the way. All right, let's cut the cake. Li Fian picked up the knife and fork with great enthusiasm. It's a pity that Sun Se and Biaozi can't eat any. By the way, Brother Han, Shinyu suddenly remembered something. You suddenly came back, So what about all those unresolved matters, like those things you discussed with Lanyu? Luo Qinghan blushed. What to do? Then it's up to Mori to decide. Luo Qinghan imagined the image of the voluptuous Feng Wanxia stomping her feet and cursing in the Maldives. She felt so ashamed, but there was nothing she could do. In short, isn't it enough to buy her a luxury car and jewelry as compensation when Sun-se comes back? It will definitely work. Sun is the most reasonable person, right? I must say, this cake is really delicious. Shinyu took a bite of the cake, her eyes shining. He took a really big bite, and cream ended up on the corner of his lips, making him look a little comical. That won't do. Luo Qinghan stretched out her slender fingers and gently wiped the cream from the corner of his lips. Then, she brought her finger, which was covered in cream from Shunyu's lips, to her own lips. It began to suck gently. Li Fiyin was stunned. She frowned as she watched Luo Qinghan's alluring tongue sweep across her fingertips. She also took a big bite of the cake. Then she pointed to the corner of her lips and said, "Boss, I have cream on my lips too." Whoosh. Luo Qinghan pulled out a tissue. "Clean it up properly yourself." Li Fiyin. Just then, Shinyu's phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a video of Feng Wanxia. The three of them quickly clicked on it, and Feng Wanxia glanced at them, then asked in surprise, "Fiyin, why do you have so much cream on your lips?" Li Fiyin rolled her eyes and said, "Because I have no status at home." "Never mind that. Tell me what you're talking about. You didn't come here specifically to video chat just to see your master, did you?" Feng Wanxia gave Shinyu a resentful look. "There are more important things than this." Insider information. Xia Senti may start its third competition tomorrow. "No way," Shinyu's lips twitched. "After the advanced calculus exam tomorrow, we're going to have a Xia Senti competition again? It really is Black Friday." Luo Qinghan and Li Fiyin's expressions also tightened. This was indeed Xia Senti's style. They never prepare for it. They just start the competition suddenly, catching you completely off guard. But a barely perceptible smile appeared on Luo Qinghan's lips. "However, I've been waiting for this competition for a long time. I've wanted to compete for ages. If I win this match, I can get what's rightfully mine and do what I truly want to do." She couldn't help but turn to look at Shinyu, only to find that Shinyu was also looking at her. Shinyu looked at Luo Qinghan's face, a face so beautiful it made his heart race. "Very good. The third match is finally here. He's been waiting for this for a long time. Win, confess your feelings, and become Luo Qinghan's boyfriend openly and honestly." He couldn't wait any longer. He wasn't worried about the outcome of this match. In terms of fighting strength, his group of Li Fiyin and Wu Debiao had no rivals. When it comes to brains, neither Han Gu nor Wan Xia fears anyone. By playing the role of a jack of all trades in the middle, I can definitely defeat Kunpei and his group without any problem. Then, he quickly said to the team's strategist and key player, "Wanxia, come back quickly." "Master, I've already bought the plane tickets, and I should arrive by noon tomorrow." "Oh right." Feng Wanxia glanced at Shunyu and the other two, then frowned in confusion. "Why are there only 3 of you? Where is Debiao? Where did he go?" Chapter 170. Where is Wu Debiao? Yinzhou, a small orphanage located on the outskirts of the city. The hall was filled with an old, worn-out atmosphere. The white paint on the walls had peeled off in patches, revealing the gray cement walls underneath. Several old benches were placed to one side, their surfaces badly worn. In the children's activity room, Wu Debiao glanced with difficulty at the limping boy with crutches in the corner. Elder brother. The big-eyed boy was standing with his arms outstretched, looking at him expectantly, wanting to hug him. Silently saying, "I'm sorry," in his heart, Wu Debiao avoided his gaze, hardened his heart, and silently walked out of the children's activity room. In the corridor, Wu Debiao let out a long sigh. The boy's name is Xiaojing. He is 6 years old and suffers from congenital hip dislocation. He has been in this orphanage for 4 years after being abandoned by his parents. Every time I come, Xiaojing looks at me with those pleading eyes, begging me to hug him. But Wu Debiao never hugged her, because he knew that wouldn't work. In most novels or TV series, orphanages are depicted as places that specifically produce protagonists. Every time the protagonist returns to the orphanage, he is warmly welcomed by his friends. Generally speaking, There will be a kind-hearted headmaster, a cute and beautiful little sister with big eyes, and some mischievous but obedient brothers who like to cause trouble. But reality is not like that at all. If you've ever volunteered or worked at orphanages in big cities, you'll know some real data. An orphanage with 400 children may have 2,000 families waiting to adopt, some of whom have been on the waiting list for more than 10 years. Yes, there is a shortage of orphans, and there are far too many families who want to adopt them. The current situation in orphanages in China is that countless people are lining up to adopt children. As soon as a healthy child arrives at the orphanage, they are admitted the very first second, and the very next second everyone is scrambling to adopt them. What about the remaining children, those for whom everyone would rather wait in line for 10 years than anyone would adopt? They are all like Xiaojiang. All of them have disabilities or congenital diseases. This is the current situation in most welfare homes in China. As soon as you go inside, you'll see people with serious disabilities that are clearly visible to the naked eye. Such children crave your hugs. They are very emotional and will remember anyone who treats them well. Then, he'll wait for you to come and hug him again. But you're just a volunteer. How many times can you come? 10 or 8 times is already a lot. You can't keep coming. That's too good to them. It's actually hurting them and causing serious psychological harm. They will feel like they've been abandoned a second time. This is why when volunteers arrive at the orphanage, the staff always remind them not to hug the orphans. Mr. Wu, I am very grateful that you did not hug him. Outside the corridor, the gaunt Dean Lu pushed up his glasses and looked at Wu Debiao with a look of relief. What bothers him most is that after many people come to visit, they can't help but hug the children despite their advice to stop them. But what these people didn't know was that after they left, the child would wait for them to come again, and their casual promise would be remembered by the child forever. Then they would wait anxiously, because the children really wanted to be hugged by that stranger again, to be reassured once more. They even secretly called that stranger Dad and Mom. But in reality, most of those people won't come back. At most, they might come 5 or 6 times, but the maximum is around 10 times, and that's it. So we always ask everyone to calm down and follow the rules and regulations, but we can never persuade them otherwise. Many people even think that our rules are rather inhumane. Well, Dean Lu clasped his hands together and sighed heavily. Wu Debiao also lowered his head in silence. He knew this was an unsolvable problem. Everyone is kind. However, kindness often requires perspective. Mr. Wu, I admire you very much. You are the person I have met who has persisted in visiting for the longest time. Over the years, I have seen that you come here once a month, except when you are abroad, and you donate money each time. You donated another 250,000 this time. Looking at Wu Debiao's young, angular face, Dean Lu couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Wu, although I have just taken over this orphanage and am not familiar with you, I truly believe that you are one of the kindest people I have ever met. Wu Debiao shook his head, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Am I kind? Am I, a ruthless killer, kind-hearted? He felt that he had absolutely nothing to do with kindness. I am actually a very selfish person, and I don't consider people or things that have nothing to do with me at all. Over the years, Wu Debiao has been able to persist in donating money for just one reason. He himself was adopted from this orphanage. But now, he doesn't want to tell the newly appointed Dean Lu about this. Then, after exchanging a few polite words with a smile, Wu Debiao glanced at the time on his phone. He knew it was time for him to leave. However, to his surprise, Dean Lu actually smiled and reached out to stop him. The old man told Wu Debiao that he was now the second highest donor in the orphanage. But coincidentally, the philanthropist who donated the most money today also happens to be in the conference room, and just now he expressed his desire to meet Wu Debiao in person. Mr. Wu, you are both kind-hearted people. Although there is an age gap, I believe you will have many things in common. So, the enthusiastic Dean Lu led the way, guiding the suspicious Wu Debiao to the conference room on the second floor of the orphanage. He opened the door and pointed to the distinguished-looking middle-aged man sitting upright on the brown sofa. Look, this is Mr. Luo. That instant, Wu Debiao suddenly took a step back and swiftly placed his hand on the pistol at his lower back. His cold eyes narrowed slightly. He knew this handsome middle-aged man all too well. Luowan City. Chapter 171. Beautiful and kind-hearted Luo Wancheng. On the sofa, Luo Wancheng was dressed in a well-tailored suit, his tie was tied meticulously, and his leather shoes were shiny. All right, Dean Lu, thank you for your introduction. Please close the door for us. Luo Wancheng gently adjusted the delicate cufflinks on his sleeve, revealing a refined and humble smile. He stretched out his hand, gestured affectionately towards the sofa next to him, and said happily, "De Biao, sit down." An awkward silence fell over the room. A long time. Wu De Biao walked over expressionlessly, stopping coldly just one step away from Luo Wancheng. However, the other party did not react at all. Luo Wancheng still had a smile on his face, like a university professor looking at his reckless student who had failed the course. "De Biao, don't be so nervous. At this distance, you're confident you can take down anyone on Earth, right?" Luo Wancheng spread his hands in a relaxed manner. "So, I pose absolutely no threat to you right now. Relax. Look around. Where are we? This is an orphanage. We are not enemies now. We are just two like-minded philanthropists. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk?" Wu De Biao suddenly found it amusing. "So, this orphanage is really pitiful. The top two donors were a ruthless killer and a scumbag who had killed even more people. So scumbag that he even killed his own wife." Wu De Biao tilted his head and looked at Luo Wancheng. He knew perfectly well what he was up to Sao Discord. This old man is using the same old tricks. Last time he chose Feng Wanxia, and this time he's taken a liking to me. But this fool has no idea about his relationship with Shenyu. Slowly slipping his hands into his pockets, Wu De Biao glanced mockingly at Luo Wancheng, who was smiling. "So, what conditions are you planning to offer to get me to kill your daughter Luo Qinghan in order to help you get the glove? Could it be that they're promising me the Myanmar-Thailand region? I only know how to kill, not how to manage the underworld." As he spoke, Wu De Biao paused for a moment. "However, I'm afraid I don't actually need to know how. I'll kill Luo Qinghan first, and then you'll silence me right after. Why am I thinking so much? There's no need, right?" He chuckled, and Luo Wancheng across from him laughed along. "De Biao, you have misunderstood me." Luo Wancheng shook his head and spread his hands helplessly. "I'm just bad. I'm not stupid. How could I possibly ask you to do something detrimental to Shenyu? Back then, it was Shun Tingfei who handed you over to Wu Guahao and his wife for adoption. And after you learned the truth when you were 15, you always regarded Shenyu as your own brother. You'd give your life for him. So how could you possibly help me harm his beloved Luo Qinghan? Of course you wouldn't." Wu De Biao's expression immediately changed. Looking at Luo Wancheng's confident expression, a chill inexplicably swept down his back. He knew everything about her past. In fact, this matter was almost a top secret. Apart from his own parents and Shun Tingfei's parents, even Shun Yu didn't know about it. Yet Luo Wancheng had found out everything. "I not only know these things, I even know some things that Shun Tungfei doesn't know." Luo Wancheng leisurely took out a Havana cigar, carefully cut it with a cigar cutter, and slowly lit it with a Paris DuPont lighter. He took a drag and exhaled a puff of smoke with satisfaction. "I also know that you had a younger sister before you were sent to the orphanage. Your biological father sold her to human traffickers in Southeast Asia to pay off gambling debts, and now she is in the Philippines." Wu De Biao's expression changed completely, and he roared like an enraged lion. "Luo Wancheng, you're talking nonsense." Luo Wancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, his face expressionless. "You know I don't." Wu De Biao's face had turned ashen. He was too young when he was adopted, and his memory is practically non-existent. Before he was 15, he always believed that he was Wu Guahao's son. But he always had the same dream since he was a child, and in that dream, there was always a pair of child's eyes watching him. After learning the truth on his 15th birthday, he went to look for his biological parents, but they had been dead for a long time. Eventually, he found the village where his family lived. He learned from his old neighbors that before his parents left the village for the city, his mother was pregnant with another child besides him. She left while heavily pregnant. Wu De Biao didn't expect to find the child. His only impression of this younger brother or sister was a pair of eyes. There were no other clues. Searching like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack, too hopeless. He could only find some psychological comfort by constantly donating money to the orphanage. But today, Luo Wanqing actually told him he knew where the child was. How did you know? Wu Debiao suddenly flew into a rage. He pressed the gun directly against Luo Wanqing's head and roared. Luo Wanqing remained silent, calmly taking a puff of his cigar. Debiao. Population movement requires networks, and it's the internet itself. You ask me how I know? I'll tell you, there's nothing I don't know. In the last match, I took your hair and did a DNA test with her. Congratulations, a perfect match. Now, if you intend to see your sister instead of acting like a madman. Raising his eyes, Luo Wanqing coldly looked at Wu Debiao. Put your gun away. Sit down and listen carefully to what I have to say. The room was deathly silent, with only the slight trembling of Wu Debiao's gun barrel. A long time. He slowly lowered his pistol and slumped down. Luo Wanqing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. You and I both know that my situation is very bad right now. Currently, I have no way to stop Luo Qinghan from taking over Saiban Island. And what's even more critical is that Luo Qinghan has already won 2 matches against Xia Sinti. Everyone knows that if she wins the next match, Xia Sinti will have no reason not to give her the glove position. She's good at fighting, has money, and can expand her territory. She won 3 games in a row, plus that bastard Shin Tingfei is constantly helping her behind the scenes. It would be completely unreasonable for Xia Sinti not to give her gloves. So, I absolutely cannot lose this 3rd match. Wu Debiao interrupted him directly, shaking his head. If you expect me to betray Xinyu, then I suggest you just kill my sister instead. Luo Wanqing simply shrugged. Of course you wouldn't betray the Shin family. I'm not that stupid. Debiao, what I want is not your betrayal. That's unrealistic. All I want is for the water to be released. As long as you don't go all out in the game, just deliberately let Kuan Pei and his team win. It's just releasing water. No one could tell, so it wasn't a betrayal. And even if you lose a game, it won't be a serious loss. The advantage is still on your side, and no one will be hurt. So do you see? The only result of your leniency was that I gained a brief respite. The cost is so small. Release the water, and then you can reunite with your younger sister. Luo Wanqing slowly sat up straight, sighed, and abruptly stubbed out the unfinished cigar. Debiao, all these years you have tried so hard to treat everyone as family, but in the end, it was all fake. Xinyu is not your brother. True relatives are those who are related by blood. And the girl you're related to by blood is in the Philippines, desperately waiting for you to rescue her. He gave Wu Debiao a scrutinizing look and smiled. You won't let her down. Is it right? Chapter 172 is all in this one scene. In an office decorated in a traditional Chinese style, typical of government offices. With a fawning smile, Xia Santi secretly glanced at the calligraphy and painting on the wall that read, "The highest virtue is like water." It is well known that the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the leader's wall often contain a wealth of information. Leaders who use phrases like "heaven rewards diligence" are the most likely to boss people around, since "heaven rewards diligence" translates to PUA, pickup artist, in English. Leaders who preach simplicity is the ultimate sophistication often have the smallest vision, like to make grand promises but never deliver. Those who claim to have tranquility leads to far-reaching goals are often the most troublesome and will drive you crazy. Xia Santi has the phrase, "tranquility leads to far-reaching influence," hanging in his office. Those who sell goods labeled, "willing to part with money," are all people who love money more than life itself. They're using this willingness to give to teach you a lesson: you have to give to receive, so you have to give first. Those who advertise integrity are nothing but middlemen spouting lies. If you believe them, you'll lose everything. Those who hang up the slogan, "only by striving can you win," are generally timid as mice. Whether they can win or not is unknown, but they certainly don't like to strive. And those that hang the inscription, "the highest virtue is like water." Xia Santi looked at his direct superior, Bei Mingjun, and subconsciously shrank back. The most troublesome thing is hanging up a sign that says "the highest virtue is like water." This kind of person is observant, adept at navigating social situations, and as cunning as a former construction foreman who's also a hoodlum. Xia. Bei Mingjun picked up his thermos and took a sip of the Wui de Hong Pao tea he had brewed. I heard you're going to get involved in that competition again. That's what I find strange. Hasn't Luo Qinghan already won 2 matches? Why do you still want to compete? Xia Santi quickly smiled apologetically. Boss, you don't know this, but the number of games in this match was already set. It's a best-of-5 series. Bei Mingjun smacked his lips and frowned. Xia, I appreciate that you young people have ideas and creativity, but sometimes, shouldn't there be a limit? I've heard some opinions from my comrades below, and I think what they said makes a lot of sense. The purpose of a competition is to solve problems, not to create them. But the situation you've created is confusing everyone. Xia Santi chuckled dryly, but inwardly he was cursing. Some comrades? How ridiculous. Isn't it just Shun Tingfei who's been feeding you nonsense every day? Who doesn't know he's one of your men? However, Lord Biming, please don't try to suppress me. I certainly can't afford to offend you, but I also have powerful backers, my partner. You can't afford to mess with either. Boss, I don't necessarily want to have a competition, but I told everyone about this competition a long time ago. It was set as a best-of-5 series. If it's changed halfway through, everyone will definitely be unhappy. When we get things done, shouldn't we win people over with virtue? Xia Santi stiffened his neck and retorted with a neither soft nor hard retort. Boss, actually I also hope to finish the competition as soon as possible. So please rest assured, sir, as long as Luo Qinghan can win the 3rd match, I will immediately grant her the position of Southeast Asian gloves. What do you think of this? Bei Mingjun remained silent. He picked up his teacup, took another sip of tea, and shook his head in dissatisfaction. Pooh, what lousy tea leaves. I'll replace it next time. Xia Santi's face immediately turned green. Goodness, are you talking about tea leaves? Isn't this threat a bit too obvious? Not daring to confront him directly, Xia Santi quickly tried to smile apologetically and say something to make amends, but Bei Mingjun simply waved his hand dismissively. All right, Xia, you can go ahead and get back to work. Anyway, you young people have a lot of ideas. I can't keep up. You can make your own decisions. Go ahead, go ahead. They've seen the guest out. Xia Santi had no choice but to get up sheepishly and, with his secretary Yu Wuchen, walk out of Bei Mingjun's office with a sullen and dejected expression. Once outside, he let out a bitter sigh. He knew it wouldn't be good when he was called here today, and sure enough, it seems that bastard Shen Tengfei has been putting in a lot of effort lately. Is Bei Mingjun planning to turn against him? He had already promised to give Luo Qinghan the gloves if she won the 3rd match, but Bei Mingjun was still not satisfied. What? Did he have to give them to her directly? Xia Santi kept rubbing his teeth. He had originally wanted to play a balancing hand, but Luo Wanqing was really disappointing. If he loses this match again, I won't be able to help him. Once Luo Qinghan truly takes over, she and Shun Tingfei will definitely be in cahoots. With another force outside his control added to the Department of Foreign Expansion, his position as minister became even more precarious. Frowning, Xia Santi pondered for a moment, then waved to one of his followers and said, Yu Wuchen, go to Yunnan University. We've set the competition in a direction that Luo Qinghan and the others are least skilled at, but what if Kuan Pei and the others are just too stupid? So, based on the principles of openness, fairness, and impartiality, you should subtly give them a hint so that they can prepare for the direction of the competition. Remember to subtly reveal the news of tomorrow's match to Kuan Pei and the others. But don't be too obvious. Don't let Xin Yu Luo Qinghan and the others find any fault with you. This Xiahou Lin is no good. Inside the office, Bei Mingjun frowned in displeasure. Not only did he mess things up, but he also strained relationships between colleagues. Shen Tingfei, what a genuine person he is. Be honest and conscientious. They use their own department's money and technology to support the entire external expansion department, and now even someone as good-tempered as him has been angered by Xia Santi. Shen Tingfei cut off the ministry's funding. These past 2 days, the gloves that have been complaining about being poor to Bei Mingjun have been lined up almost like crazy, all because of that unlucky Xia Santi. What's particularly annoying about this person is that he has absolutely no respect for tech giants like Shen Tingfei. Back in the day, when Bei Mingjun was the head of the external expansion department, he would fawn over all the tech gurus. On rainy days, he would rush over to hold an umbrella for the big shots, addressing them as Engineer Zhang or Engineer Wang, thus positioning himself as an errand runner. Now Xia Senti is really something, acting like an official, taking advantage of Shun Tingfei's position. Was he riding on Shun Tingfei's neck? He's riding on my face. Bang! Bei Mingjun slammed the cup down on the table. I'm angry. If it weren't for that old hag blocking the way, I should have let Shun Tingfei take this ministerial position long ago. The ministry is in such a mess right now. I wanted to help Shun Tingfei go up and bring Xia Senti down, but that old witch still won't agree. They even said that younger cadres is a trend. Pooh. The secretary, Yu Dongqi, quickly said, Boss, please calm down. Tingfei is definitely not going to be promoted now. But, doesn't that old fox always use rejuvenating cadres as an excuse? I have a little crooked trick up my sleeve. Why don't we just send some people younger than Xia Santi into the department to gain experience? Let him gain some experience, and at the same time, we can trip up Xia Santi. When the time is right, we'll find a way to secretly take over his position. What do you think? Bei Mingjun pondered for a moment, then nodded. I must say, Yu Dongqi's words are insightful. But choosing the right person is a bit difficult. First, the person must be young and have a sharp mind. You also need practical experience in the underworld. Theoretical knowledge alone won't cut it. At the same time, you need to maintain good relationships with most people in their department, especially Shun Tingfei and Luo Qinghan. Most importantly, he must be one of my own. But are there such young people? He told Yu Dongqi about these conditions, and after thinking for a moment, she said, Boss, you know what? We actually have a young man like that. Bei Mingjun was taken aback. It really is. Yes, but he has a problem. Yu Dongqi scratched her head. This young man is just too young. He's only a sophomore in college. Yu Dongqi couldn't help but frown. However, this kid's intelligence and ability are not a problem. You can see that from Xia Santi's first 2 matches. He is simply the pillar of Luo Qinghan's team. If he could help Luo Qinghan win this 3rd match, it would prove that he truly has the ability. It's not something we can't consider? Didn't that old fox say he wanted to rejuvenate the cadre ranks? Sophomores, you're young enough, right? Chapter 173 Publicly announcing their relationship? Making a plan? Friday, Yunnan University, Building 3. Professor Luo, with his gray hair, was speaking eloquently at the podium. Meanwhile, the entire second-year law students in the audience listened absent-mindedly, their eyes involuntarily drifting towards a specific spot at the back of the classroom. Because there sat a girl there who was exceptionally beautiful. Luo Qinghan. Everyone was both shocked and saddened. Oh my god. The rumors are true, the school beauty is no longer hiding it. She's even started attending classes with that bastard Shinyu. Wah. This is the official announcement. They're really together now. Wrong. An official announcement wouldn't be made with this kind of expression. Look at Shun Yu and Luo Qinghan. They're both buried in their heads, looking very serious. What are they doing? Sitting in the front row, Su Fangfang couldn't help but frown and ask the 3 people in her dormitory. She thought the 2 of them were really strange. If they were taking classes together, they should be trying to publicly announce their relationship, right? However, the 2 did not communicate at all throughout the entire process. They just sat there silently, heads down, faces serious, looking at something. What can we do? We just study together. And Yu Tian said, looking unconvinced. Isn't it obvious? What official announcement? Luo Qinghan must be a bad student. She's been pestering Xinyu to tutor her for the final exams. And Yu Tian twirled the pen in her hand, feeling extremely sorry for Xinyu. Xinyu, you're too naive. She's just taking advantage of you. If you insist on tutoring others, well, my English is terrible too. Do you like students who are academically weak? I can try to be one. And have you forgotten that I beat Luo Qinghan in basketball? Meanwhile, in the row of seats behind Xinyu, Liang Jing nudged Jiang Chao quietly, pointed at Xinyu Luo's aloof figure, and whispered, What's going on? What are they doing? Jiang Chao, Hu Dachuan, and Zhao Shaochen immediately looked utterly hopeless. What's going on? They know what's going on, but they don't want to say. The situation is that, thanks to Xinyu, each person in their dorm now has an average of over 10 million in assets, 100 or so pairs of sneakers, and dozens of girls who have a crush on them. Well, If they hadn't eaten their fill at Hadaleo yesterday, they would all be cursing today, you debauched and tyrannical dog of a ruler. Pooh. You asked what they're doing? Jiang Chao muttered dejectedly. What else could two people be doing? They're definitely researching luxury cars, mansions, yachts, horse racing, and private jets. You agree, right, Biaozi? Wu Debiao, standing behind Xinyu, remained silent. He seemed preoccupied today. Beside him, Li Fian frowned. Xinyu's roommates are really silly. The eldest brother and sister, you don't have time to study such boring things. The match is this afternoon. They must be trying to figure out how to break Xia San Ti's strategy. Otherwise, look at how furrowed their brows are. They're clearly thinking. But, Li Fian wondered curiously. They've been drawing diagrams for ages. Have they figured anything out yet? So she craned her neck to look from behind. 5 pieces chess? On a graph paper, Xinyu drew circles, and Luo Qinghan drew crosses, one after the other. Holy crap. Li Fian almost cursed it out loud. You two look so serious. So you were secretly doing this? Despicable. But why did the eldest brother's face turn red when it was just a game of Gamoku? Li Fian thought to herself. This is strange. Xinyu held a pen in her left hand. Luo Qinghan held a pen in her right hand. And there was a graph paper between them. It all seemed normal. Why are the boss's ears all red, and he's biting his lower lip so hard? Since she couldn't tell from the table, Li Fian pretended to pick up a pen and look down from under the table. Oh, under the table, she was astonished to see. Luo Qinghan's left hand was trembling slightly. Because Xinyu's right index finger was on her left palm. It kept drawing circles. Goodness. You two are really playing with real tricks. No wonder the boss was biting his lip with a smug look on his face. Why don't you just touch their thighs directly? Why don't you? Never mind. This is a classroom. You guys are really shameless. Li Fian was furious. The boss ate Xinyu's cream, but not his, and Xinyu played with the boss's hand, but not hers. Are we really a couple of young lovers? Snap. She took out her phone and took 2 pictures of their shameful behavior. Just then, a message popped up in the Crown Prince's residence group. Phone Wanxia. I've gotten off the plane and am on my way to school. How's the situation? Li Fian, how is the situation? Things are going very well. Send a picture of someone drawing circles on their palm. Morise, take a look at this situation yourself. Phone Wanxia. Extremely angry to Jif. Phone Wanxia. Damn it. How's it going? Having fun, huh? Should I leave? Can I just fly back to the Maldives right now? Meanwhile, in a corner of the campus, in front of a very inconspicuous flower bed, Yu Wuchen looked at the 5 people from Kunpei in front of him with a troubled expression. Revealing exam questions is a skill. You need to make things clear to them, but you can't make it too clear. Who knows if they have any listening devices from Luo Qinghan on them? And who can be sure their phone cameras haven't been hacked? It's said that Li Fian over there is very skilled at electronic warfare. The information must be transmitted, but there must be no evidence. This is just like what Natsum Soseki said. You can't just say, I love you directly. You have to say, the moon is so beautiful tonight. Ahem. Yu Wuchen cleared his throat. You all have a lot of exams coming up lately, especially the 3rd one. Some of which are really imminent. They're having one tonight. Do you even realize that? Kunpei and Ivy-san exchanged a glance, and a sudden realization flashed in their eyes. Sir, are you saying that some exams are imminent? They're all fake students. Are they really going to take exams on Deng Xiaoping theory, Mao Zedong thought, and calculus? Their exam only has a 3rd session. Apart from young Master Lu, all 4 of them tensed up. The decisive battle was finally about to begin. Yes, Yu Wuchen nodded inwardly. These people are quite capable. But you have to be careful what you say next. It has to be very natural. He pondered his words, deliberately casting his gaze into the distance, watching several girls walking towards him with laughter. One of them was wearing an extremely thick down jacket on top, but stockings on the bottom, and her voice was cute, sounding like Ri Kugamiya. Actually, Yu Wuchen is also speechless about this way of dressing among girls nowadays. You say she's afraid of the cold, yet she wears stockings in the dead of winter. You say she's not afraid of the cold, yet in Yunzhou's year-round spring-like weather, she wears such a thick down jacket? Basically, it's like fresh milk needs to be kept warm, and ham needs to be refrigerated, right? Kuan-pei, observing the situation, quickly asked, "Sir, do you know this girl?" "Ah, no, no, no." Yu Wuchen snapped back to reality. "But some girls in my department also like to dress like this." "We've gone off topic. Let's get back to the main point." Yu Wuchen's thoughts raced for a moment before he spoke. "I really miss it. Looking at you all now reminds me of my college days. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely walk around this school more and take in more of this beautiful scenery." Because this competition is related to the location and layout of Yunnan University's buildings. These beautiful views, regardless of which campus, are all very beneficial for improving academic performance. You guys definitely need to go out and familiarize yourselves with the map today, especially the West Campus, which you don't go to often. Then, he turned his head and gave the 5 people a meaningful look. "It just so happens that you have this condition. Because you're not real students, what's the point of taking a test? You should all go find a map." "Yes, that's it." After saying that, he stood up from the flower bed and clapped his hands. "All right, I'm leaving. You all do well on your exams, and remember what I said." "I've already said all this. Surely you don't understand." Watching him leave, Kuan-pei and the other 3 were completely dumbfounded. Why not take a good look at this beautiful scenery? What does that mean? He must be trying to tell us something, but what is it? This is definitely a way of leaking the questions to us, but... You mean, he was just giving us the answers? The previously confused young Master Lu suddenly looked enlightened. "I told you so. I understand." Everyone stared at him in astonishment. "You understand?" "Understood." Young Master Lu waved his hand. "Isn't it obvious?" Chapter 174, The Crown Prince's Deduction. Does young Master Lu understand? Kuan-pei and the other 2 looked at him in surprise. This guy actually noticed something first? Ramahan quickly asked, "Young Master Lu, what hint did you discover?" "Isn't it obvious?" Young Master Lu clapped his hands. What was he looking at just now? Everyone was stunned. "What?" "Hey girl." Lu Outyin pointed to the row of girls who had just walked past. "Did you see the look in his eyes just now?" He stared intently at the girl who was wearing a down jacket on top and flesh-colored stockings on the bottom, and said that there were many girls like that in their department. Then they said it was a beautiful view. Isn't he basically saying that girls wearing down jackets and stockings are the most beautiful sight at Yunnan University? So, what he said was an implication. No, he's making it explicit. He explicitly told us to look for girls who dressed like that, because some of them were from his department. Is that so? Kuan-pei's eyes widened in shock. That makes sense. Yu Wuchen is an employee of the system. He couldn't possibly tell them the truth directly. That would be against discipline. But he might have planted someone else to leak clues. This person appears to be a girl, as evidenced by her wearing a down jacket on top and stockings on the bottom. So the secret lies in how you wear it. Oh my god. Young Master Lu's analysis makes perfect sense. Kuan-pei immediately looked at young Master Lu with new respect. Actually, he usually looked down on this kid. Unexpectedly, he solved the puzzle. No wonder after the last competition, Xia Sani said during his training session that this team can do without anyone else. But they absolutely must have Lu Outyin. Why did he add, "It just so happens that you have this condition"? Finally displaying his intellectual superiority, young Master Lu's eyes gleamed, and he pointed at Kim Min-jun. "Because we have Min-jun as our trump card. He's a professional simp, and he's the best at flirting with strange girls." Upon hearing this, Kuan-pei, Avizan, Ramahan, and Jean Minmin all perked up immediately. Yes, you happen to have the opportunity to go see the beautiful scenery of Yunnan University. Thinking about it this way, doesn't it create a logical loop? As expected of the one who defeated Li Fian, although Lu Outyin usually seems like an idiot, he's surprisingly capable in crucial moments. He is truly reliable. Gentlemen, I don't need to say how much pressure we've been under lately. You all know perfectly well. His gaze swept over everyone, and Kuan-pei solemnly raised his delicate willow leaf eyebrows, saying gravely, "This is a matter of life and death, a matter of life and death. Everyone knows our boss Luo's personality if he really falls because of us. Do you think we can just walk away unscathed and live a good life? That's absolutely unbelievable." All 3 nodded in unison. Given boss Luo's personality, if we lose, he'll only make sure we suffer a worse fate than him. Only Lu Outyin disagreed. It couldn't be that serious, could it? I think Uncle Luo Wansheng has always been quite kind. Thanks to Outyin's reasoning ability, we have the key to victory in our hands. Kuan-pei clenched his fist tightly. Every second counts. Starting with this girl, any girl wearing a down jacket on top and stockings on the bottom. We'll go and talk to them one by one, as Minjun instructed. We must find that colleague and get his information out of him before tonight. Good. Everyone agreed in unison. Several people ran out of the secluded garden and onto the bustling street outside. They looked around and saw a girl wearing a down jacket on top and stockings on the bottom. There are so many, especially those coming from over there. It looks like a dance troupe. More than 50 people all dressed like that? Kuan-pei's lips twitched. We need to hurry. We must get a clue before dark. So the 5 of them put their palms together and shouted, "Fighting!" The girls from the dance troupe on the street all looked at them strangely. At this moment, the group leader, Chung Lin, expressed her dissatisfaction. Stop looking at others. This is the last performance of the semester. Everyone please be mindful of discipline. From now on, you're not allowed to play with crickets with anyone. You all need to be serious. If anyone continues to chat endlessly with someone who tries to strike up a conversation with them, I will definitely punish them. Remember, don't say a word no matter what anyone asks. 2 hours later, on another tree-lined path at Yunnan University, Feng Wanxia, wearing a beige trench coat, took off her sunglasses and sighed deeply. I've worked so hard for this family, running around everywhere. From the Maldives to Yunzhou, without stopping. So you two were just drawing circles on my palm, huh? Are you bullying honest people? No. Xinyu quickly waved her hands. Wanxia, let me explain. No, let me explain. I've thought about it seriously. He put on a serious face and began to analyze. We now know the time is confirmed tonight, but we can't find out anything about the competition itself, only that it's quite large. Because they deployed a particularly large number of staff this time, right? Feng Wan frowned and nodded. Xinyu then said, but I'm certain that Xia Santi will absolutely not arrange any combat-related activities, because we are absolutely dominant in that area. So it must be an intellectual competition. Everyone nodded, except for Wu Debiao, who was still unsettled. That's right, and only in this way can Kuan-pei and his team have a chance to win. However, no matter what he plans to compete in, there is one thing that is absolutely certain. Xinyu thought for a moment, then said with certainty. That means the competition venue must be at Yunnan University. And Yunnan University has a huge campus. We hadn't even noticed that the water room for the first game existed. So, I have an idea. Xinyu rested her chin on her hand and looked at everyone. Since there's going to be a competition, those staff members must be quietly setting up the venue right now. While there's still time before evening, let's quickly familiarize ourselves with the layout of Yun University and explore every corner, especially the West Campus, which we don't usually go to. Everyone should pay special attention to those places we don't usually notice. You might just find some clues there. Chapter 175, Scene 3 begins. At 8 p.m., in a meeting room for academic affairs staff in the number 1 main building of Yunnan University. At the head of the conference table, Xia Santi smiled warmly as he looked at Xinyu beside him. Hey Xin, how's your studies and life lately? I heard you went to the Maldives. How was your trip? Glancing at Luo Wanqing's unpleasant expression across from her, Xinyu picked up the teacup containing Longjing tea and gently blew on it. He didn't say anything. The reason why Xia Santi's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn from arrogance to obsequiousness is actually quite clear. Just before Xia Santi called them to the competition, Xinyu had already received a message from his father, Xin Tingfei. Son, be tough in the competition tonight. If you need to talk back to that idiot, then talk back. Xinyu knew from the message that her father had definitely pulled some strings, and Xia Santian must have something to ask of her. As expected, when this gathering started, Xia Santi was nothing like he was at the basketball court last time, giving a lecture and mocking people. He actually invited Xinyu to the conference room in a very polite manner, and served him a cup of tea with a big smile on his face. This old fellow completely ignored Luo Qinghan and Luo Wansheng, and didn't mention the competition. In front of everyone, he started chatting with Xinyu, calling him brother. The more attentive he was, the calmer Shinyu remained. Under the desk, he calmly placed his fingers on Han Ji's leg beside him, gently tracing their paths. So soft, so delicate. As he felt the touch on his fingertips, he looked at Xia, Senti. Some people couldn't hold on any longer. Is she trying to smooth things over with my dad? You want me to pass on a message? Old Xia, I'm young and impatient, and I don't like listening to those roundabout ways. Shinyu slowly put the cup down with her right hand, while her left hand continued to trace the outside of Luo Qinghan's thigh. He pursed his lips and crossed his legs. So boss, just say what you want to say. I just finished my math exam, and my brain is really not working. Yes, Xia Santi chuckled. Probability theory is indeed difficult, really difficult. Xiao Shun, your father's African division is a mainstay of our foreign expansion department, but I heard that he seems to have encountered some financial difficulties recently and hasn't been able to hand over profits to the department? Shinyu laughed. He picked up the remote control from the conference table with his right hand, turned on the large hanging TV, and started changing channels continuously. Everyone was taken aback what's going on. Shinyu kept pressing the next channel button until she switched to a variety show on Mango TV. Inside, Mr. He, dressed in a white suit, smiled and read from the cue cards. Welcome to I Am a Singer, exclusively sponsored by Jindian Organic Milk. Old Xia. Shinyu pointed to the big TV. What do you think is the biggest difference between their serious variety shows and our amateur variety shows? Xia Senti was taken aback. More professional camera work? More popular hosts? Shinyu waved her hand. No serious variety shows always make a point of thanking their sponsors at the beginning, because they know very well who gave them food to survive. They know who their father is. These people are not subservient at all. Don't you think so? Xia Santi almost fainted from exhaustion. Okay. If they're not grandsons, then I'm the grandson? You're being rather vague. Why don't you just point your finger at me and start yelling at me? Damn it. You think I won't dare to get angry with you, huh? However, he really didn't dare to do it today. Just now, this afternoon, the glove supplier in South America had a video call with him, which was quite a mess. All they ever talked about was the same thing. Where's the money? What about funding? If you're broke, what are you doing as a minister, just sitting there like a mascot all day? Xia Senti was so frustrated by his sarcastic remarks that his teeth ached. Actually, he had come up with many plans to deal with Shun Tengfei's weaning tactics, but so far, none of them were effective. The Department of External Expansion is so poor it's practically urinating blood. Xia Santi clenched his molars tightly. Judging from Shun Yu's words, Shun Tengfei was implying that as long as she didn't back down and bowed down to call him dad, she would get nothing. Xia Senti felt a deep hatred. If you don't have money, at least give me some high-tech gadgets or something to appease the people below. He chuckled dryly, picked up the remote control from the table, and switched to a news channel, where the host was speaking eloquently. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Science and technology are indeed the primary productive forces. Xia Santi straightened his collar and said to Shun Yu with a smile. Speaking of technology, I heard that Tengfei's drone robot 760 has been making waves lately. I heard the military placed a large order, and many departments are already equipped with them, but our department doesn't have a single one. Shinyu, don't you think that's a bit unreasonable? By the way, Qinghan, why don't you tell us too? After he finished speaking, he looked at Luo Qinghan, only to find that Luo Qinghan kept her mouth tightly shut, not saying a word, but with a strange blush on her face. It's impossible for her not to become famous, because my fingers had accidentally wandered onto the inside of my thigh. Shinyu glanced at Xia Santi, then pointed to the tea in her cup. It's cold. The narrator rushed forward, replaced the tea, and quickly brewed a new cup. Shinyu kept using her left hand, picked up the cup with her right hand, took a sip, put it down, and sighed. Old Xia, do you have any relatives who want to borrow money from you? Xia Santi was taken aback. Borrow money? That's true. Shinyu nodded. So you're going to borrow them all? Xia Santi thought for a moment and said, I'll see how things go. Shinyu chuckled. My family is the same. It depends on the specific circumstances. My dad says that if we encounter someone who is sensible and knows when to back down, we'll lend them the money. But if we encounter someone who is unruly and doesn't know how to be polite, we'd rather let the money rot in the warehouse than give him a single penny. After he finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence. Xinyu's words were really harsh. This is basically a direct insult to Xia Santi. You idiot. My dad has plenty of 760s, but he won't give you one. Go ahead and hit me. Xia Santi's forehead veins bulged. This kid's a bastard. He had hoped to convey a message of reconciliation through him and Shun Tingfei, but he never expected that Shun Tingfei would be even more venomous than his father. Hold it in. Xia Santi's eyelids were twitching. I'm fucking holding it in. He forced another smile. Xinyu, you're already a sophomore. It's time to think about your future. Look how great the atmosphere is in our external expansion department. How high the pay is. Would you like to do an internship here in your junior year? I need to give him a little something to sweeten things up first, then find a chance to teach him a lesson later. I don't want to. Xinyu put down her teacup. Our department has too many rules, and we're not allowed to date other department members. I can't do this job. Hey, that's all negotiable. Xia Santi waved his hand. Little Shun, rules are rules, but people are flexible. As long as you're willing to come, we can discuss anything. Xinyu stopped using his left hand, and he subconsciously exchanged a glance with Luo Qinghan. We've got the gloves, and now you're saying we can discuss it? We are clearly college students. Are you trying to fool us like we're elementary school students? Xinyu looked up at the ceiling. Old Xia, how about we talk about today's match? I noticed that Mr. Luo Wanqing over there looks like he's constipated. Maybe he's not interested in what we're talking about. Xia Santi was immediately choked with chokes. Damn it. He's completely stubborn, just going to take a hard line. He felt he had talked enough with Xinyu today. I originally thought Luo Qinghan would be difficult to deal with, but compared to Xinyu, Luo Qinghan is simply an obedient child. Look at her. She just sat there without saying a word the whole time. Her face was all red, and she looked so obedient. On the other hand, what about Xinyu? They're being incredibly ungrateful. Fine, I'll give you a good beating, then you'll know what's good for you. He looked confidently at Kuan Pei and the others behind Luo Wanqing. This is an intellectual competition specially designed for you, and Yu Wuchen was sent to give you the questions. You're sure to win this time, right? After all, in this kind of competition, familiarity with the terrain of Yunnan University, especially the West Campus, has a huge impact. All right then, Xia Santi said to the narrator with a gloomy face. Let the competition officially begin. The narrator quickly perked up, forcing a professional smile as he announced. Welcome to the recording site of the third episode of the large-scale survival variety show Flip It, Yunnan University. This round of competitions is a treasure hunt-style competition. As he spoke, he took out a thick gold necklace, and everyone looked at it and noticed that the pendant on the chain was a huge rich. It was the exaggerated style often worn by hip-hop artists, and Lu Gongzi's eyes lit up. We've hidden 3 of these hip-hop necklaces in Yunnan University. Your 2 teams need to find them based on the clues we provide. The side with the most chains at the end of the allotted time is the winner of the game. Note that each of these chains must be worn by a team member. A person may wear more than one, and stealing one from another is permitted. Starting at 9:30 p.m., we will send someone to collect the necklaces in the parking lot of the West Campus, but you will have to find the person collecting the necklaces yourself. The team that successfully submits 3 necklaces first is the winner. After he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The rule isn't hard to understand. It's basically that everyone finds treasure and then tries to steal it from each other. The problem is, this scope covers the entire cloud computing industry. Yunnan University is huge, with 2 campuses and the surrounding area. You can't possibly find it all in one night. It would take 2 days to find them all. So, this kind of competition is all about the ability to analyze clues. Ladies and gentlemen, from the moment you were born, you were destined to participate in this competition. The narrator smiled and looked at the 2 teams, then clenched his fist and said, Please rouse your spirits, unleash your fighting spirit, and let the competition begin. No, don't talk like that. Li Fian picked at her ear. Say something useful. Where are the clues? Everyone nodded, thinking to themselves, why aren't you saying the most important thing? What are you trying to persuade people to do? Where are the clues? A clue? The narrator chuckled. I've already given you all the clues. You can set off now. Timer begins. Chapter 176. The answer lies within the riddle itself. A cool night breeze blows, and the bright moon rises. Outside the main building number 1, the 5 members of Kunpei's team looked at each other blankly. All the clues have been given. Rami Khan looked bewildered. What did the narrator say that all the clues were given? Kunpei was also dumbfounded. Everyone was waiting intently for the narrator to reveal the clues, but he suddenly started a countdown and said, "Sorry, all the clues have been given." Are you kidding me? Kunpei's first reaction was to rummage around his chair for the note. Then he looked for something amiss in the meeting room, and then his entire team started working on it with him. But after all that effort, they got nothing. Finally, the group had no choice but to bite the bullet and stand there. Damn, that's incredible. Yunnan University has such a large area, with 2 campuses, one in the east and one in the west. Where are they going to find 3 necklaces? Kim Min-jun's face twitched slightly this afternoon. Yu Wuchen's speech was already incomprehensible, and this time, the narrator was completely incomprehensible, as if he were sick. Yes, your Dragon Kingdom does value subtlety and restraint, keeping things hidden, but let's be honest. Has anyone noticed? We are all foreigners, aren't we? We don't understand what you're saying. No, I'm just saying a few words. Is that going to kill me? At this moment, Iverson, who had been silent all along, spoke up. If the clue isn't on any of the items inside, then there's only one possibility: the clue lies in what the narrator just said. This Iverson is usually very quiet, but when he speaks, everyone on the team will prick up their ears and listen carefully. Because this guy always gets to the point. Kunpei frowned and pondered. You mean, we need to find a sentence in the narrator's words that was obviously unusual? Iverson nodded and said, "That's good. I just thought about it carefully, and the clue must be in that sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, from the moment you were born, you were destined to participate in this competition." We took this as cheap motivational talk at the time, but looking back now, it's incoherent and definitely problematic. Kim Min-jun couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Destined from the moment of birth. Seemingly remembering something, he opened the navigation on his phone and began to check the map. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He pointed to a point on the map and whispered, "Look." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. It turned out to be a small hospital located right between the east and west campuses of Yunnan University. Kim Min-jun was referring to the name of the hospital, Anchi Maternity Hospital. Maternity hospital? The 3 of them suddenly realized, was it destined from the moment they were born? Yes. Isn't a maternity hospital the place where people are born? And this hospital is conveniently located between the east and west campuses. The clue is definitely right here. Kim Min-jun is not a professional sycophant. He provides comprehensive customer service, even paying attention to maternity hospitals. Kunpei glanced at Shen Yu's team, who were equally clueless not far away, and whispered, "Let's get out of here. They have no sense of direction at all." Young Master Lu interrupted him, saying, wait a minute. I don't think that's necessarily true. This maternity hospital is off campus. It definitely doesn't belong to Yunnan University. What university would build a maternity hospital? After all, students don't have a need to have children. So, this maternity hospital is neither in the East District nor the West District. And our variety show is called Roll Over Yunnan University, which, judging from the name, should take place inside the university, right? How about we look for something on campus, like the library? Everyone rolled their eyes. Does the phrase roll over Yunnan University necessarily mean it happened at Yunnan University? According to you, if we call each other Running Man, then we're really brothers? Everyone was thinking that young Master Lu was such a big idiot. I didn't even want to talk about him. I must have lost my mind this afternoon, actually believing his bullshit theory, and as a result, the dance troupe stood me up for the entire afternoon. Those girls were something else. No matter how you asked them, they wouldn't say a word. If you pressed them, they would just look at the girl in the lead who had a particularly innocent-looking face, and then continue to remain silent. Kim Min-jun was furious. This was the first time in his career that he had been rejected so many times in a row when he tried to pick someone up. The problem is, the more these people refuse, the more Kunpei and his group feel there is something wrong. It's reasonable for Kim Min-jun to refuse if 1 or 2 people refuse, but how could everyone refuse? So everyone pressured Kim Min-jun to keep striking up conversations, until finally, in the end, Kim Min-jun was rejected more than 200 times. He was in despair. He decided to quit the profession of a professional simp. The mental pressure was too much, and he just couldn't take it anymore. In short, they wasted an entire afternoon without getting any information and even drove one of their team members crazy. And all of this is thanks to that idiot Lu Gongzi's reasoning. Everyone thought to themselves, we must have been out of our minds to believe this guy. At this moment, this guy still dares to come out and give some nonsense suggestion about finding a library. Kuan Pei and the others thought to themselves, go to hell. Only a fool would believe you. The group glared at young Master Lu and headed straight for the hospital outside the school, following the navigation. And under the shade of a tree not far from them. Something that is predetermined from the moment of birth. I think this statement might be related to something related to the date of birth. Feng Wanxia nodded, frowning in thought, and said, and the most likely place for things related to dates should be library. Luo Qinghan nodded in agreement. Yunnan University has 2 libraries, one of which is in our East District, the one we usually go to. And the other one, which we discovered by chance this afternoon while surveying the terrain, is the old library in the West Wing. Everyone looked thoughtful. The East Campus is now the main campus of Yunnan University. Students and major facilities are located in the East Campus, which is also the area they are most familiar with. However, after Shin Yu made the suggestion this afternoon, everyone took a special trip on shared electric bikes to the old Western Campus of Yunnan University. This is the original site of Yunnan University, which is now mainly used by vocational colleges and some small school-run enterprises, as well as faculty and staff housing. On this campus, they saw an old, 3-story library covered in green vines, which looked very old. To be honest, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have had no idea that there was such a nearly abandoned building on campus. Then let's do it this way. Xinyu thought for a moment and suggested, we'll split into 2 groups. Biaozi and I, 2 boys, went to the old library in the West District, which was far away. And Hangu, Wan Xiaofei Yin, you 3 girls, go to the new library in the East District that we're familiar with, it's closer. Everyone nodded in agreement and prepared to scan the shared bikes themselves when Xunyu suddenly called out to Luo Qinghan. Brother Han, come over here with me for a moment. I need to tell you some details to pay attention to later. Luo Qinghan was a little surprised. Details? Why not say it in front of everyone so that everyone could hear it? However, she still followed Xinyu and took a detour to a secluded corner behind the bushes. There was no sign of Wu Debiao and the others from here. Just as Luo Qinghan stood still, Xinyu suddenly leaned close to her ear, rubbing his hands together and whispering, Brother Han, give me a tap. Luo Qinghan was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she confirmed incredulously. Xiaoyu, can I take a picture of you? Right. Xinyu said impatiently. Hurry up, find that spot with lots of meat. Chapter 177. You tap me. Should I tap him? Luo Qinghan's fair and delicate face immediately turned red. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Why make such a shy request at a time like this? We're supposed to be competing. No, stop messing around. Xiaoyu, don't do this, We're in a hurry. Xinyu said with a serious expression. It's precisely because I'm in a hurry that I asked you to take a picture of me, Brother Han. Let me tell you, I have a secret that I've never told anyone. When I was a kid, before every exam, as long as my mom would spank me, my mind would be exceptionally clear. I wouldn't be careless or miss any questions. My grades would definitely skyrocket. Xinyu's face was full of righteous indignation. In short, this is like a blue potion that gives me +10 intelligence. But my mom isn't here today, so you're putting me in such a difficult position, Hanji. Xinyu paused for a moment, her eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing in the direction of Feng Wanxia and Li Fian. Luo Qinghan was immediately startled. No. I'll do it. We can't let it fall into Xiaoxiao's hands. I'll do it myself. My little Yu doesn't need anyone else to lift a finger. 10 seconds later, Luo Qinghan's voice trembled with regret. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Isn't it too heavy? Shall I rub it for you? Rub it. Xinyu, who was already feeling blissfully ecstatic, was suddenly stunned. Still want to rub? No. He thought to himself that if he rubbed it any longer, something would go wrong. How would he ever get out of this woods? Why would I bother looking for clues? I just met someone who loves photography, and I went straight to the Yunda forum. Shinyu broke out in a sweat just thinking about that scene. Do not need. I don't have time to rub it anymore. Shinyu solemnly said, let's do it tonight. Anyway, I feel like my intelligence has improved now, let's go. Luo Qinghan felt even more guilty now. Xiaoyu is really in pain. Look, he's sweating profusely. Why did I hit so hard? Her heart was now filled with regret, a complete mess, and she couldn't help but blurt out. Or, why don't you take a picture of me too? Shinyu, who had already started to walk out, suddenly froze in her tracks. Huh? He turned his head in disbelief. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke, word by word. Really? Luo Qinghan nodded blankly. Her mind was actually a complete mess right now, filled with regret and confusion. She just felt that maybe if she let Xiaoyu vent his anger, it wouldn't hurt so much and she would feel a little better. Hello? Are you all done yet? Li Fian's impatient voice came from outside. How long has it been? They've disappeared without a trace. We need to hurry. Shinyu rushed to Luo Qinghan's side and grabbed her breathtakingly slender waist. He swallowed hard. He gently pressed his lips to Luo Qinghan's ear, his throat bobbing as he spoke. I won't stand on ceremony. Half an hour later. We've arrived at our library, but there's nothing special here, at least not yet. It's exactly the same as usual. Li Fian's voice came through the phone. Could there be a problem with our reasoning? I don't think Kuan-pei and the others were in the library. Also, the boss's face is really red. Shinyu, do you think she might have caught a chill? While listening to Li Fian's voice message in the group chat, Shinyu and Wu Dabiao slowly looked around the library in front of them. This building is indeed quite old, surrounded by ivy on the outside, and the interior decoration is full of the style of the 1980s and 90s. And in the lobby on the first floor, there were still large red slogans that are rarely seen nowadays. Study hard and make progress every day. Shinyu and Wu Dabiao had been searching the first floor for quite a while, but apart from being dilapidated, there was nothing strange about it, and there were absolutely no clues. What puzzled Wu Dabiao even more was that Shinyu was clearly not wearing thick clothes, yet he still took off his coat and held it to his lower abdomen the whole way. That's strange. How can it withstand the cold so well? At this moment, Shinyu went to the water dispenser to get a cup of water, bent down, and sat on the chair to take a sip. Then, his gaze instinctively fell on the most conspicuous thing in the room. Looking at the large, vintage-looking slogan overhead. Study hard and make progress every day. Suddenly, his gaze froze. There's something wrong with the song in Tan Ten Shang Song. Shinyu was taken aback. The top of the vertical stroke of the character, song, has been changed into an upward arrow. The arrow was so small that it was almost invisible unless you looked closely. Upon seeing the arrow, Shinyu suddenly understood. Their approach is absolutely spot on. This is clearly a direct instruction to take you up to the second floor. So Shinyu and Wu Dabiao rushed up to the second floor of the old library in the West District and saw the slogan, "Long live the great unity of the people of the world" again. As expected, the top of the vertical stroke of the character, year, has been changed into an upward arrow. Next up, upon reaching the third floor, the two discovered that the horizontal stroke in the character for "Knowledge is Power" contained a hidden arrow pointing to the reading room on the left. Shinyu and the other person quickly went into the reading room. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to something that seemed to belong to a bygone era. Suggestion box. In the past, many public areas had these things where you could write down your opinions and stuff them in. And usually, these public institutions would humbly accept them, but then stubbornly refuse to correct them. Later, this thing was replaced by scanning QR codes to leave negative reviews and call your manager out. These things are now rarely found anywhere. The reason why Shinyu and Wu Dabiao noticed it at a glance was because there was a big exclamation mark on the suggestion box made of red tape. It seems the clue lies here. Shinyu pulled on the lock on the suggestion box and realized that getting the key was probably a difficult task arranged by Xia Senti. I'm out of ideas. I'll go ask the library staff where the key is. Need not. Wu Dabiao said he grabbed the lock. Snap. The lock broke. Xia Senti, watching from the monitor. Chapter 178, Unstoppable Momentum. At this moment, in the monitoring room of the main building, Xia Sani watched the live video feed from the old library, and his lips twitched. Originally, the next part was supposed to be an extremely complex puzzle designed for the key, but Xia Senti couldn't help but point at the surveillance screen and say, "Is this Wu Debiao really that great? That much strength?" The narrator couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. "Sir, although Wu Debiao is very young, he is actually a top soldier in a certain paratrooper unit of our army. Actually, great strength isn't his main characteristic. According to the data, his greatest skill is heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and pinpoint demolitions." Xia Santi's eyelids twitched as he listened. Fortunately, he designed a battle of wits. If it were a gunfight, Wu Debiao alone could probably wipe out the entire Kunpei squad. The more he looked, the more anxious he became. How could he outsmart Xin Yu and the others and still be ahead? Is this kid really that smart? Did he take some kind of intelligence-enhancing drug? In the library at this moment, Xin Yu took a photo from the suggestion box, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. The photo shows an area filled with bookshelves, with a large sign prominently displayed that reads, "Archives Area." The design of the door indicates that this archive area is not in the old library in the West Wing where they are now located, but in the new library in the East Wing. That is, at Han Ji's place. Xin Yu couldn't help but think, "Xia Senti, you're really mean." Luckily, our team split into two groups. If all five of us had gone to the new library together, we would have been busy searching and then lost our way back to the old library. After finally finding a clue in the old library, we went back to the new library. Holy crap, that time would be wasted on the road. "Xia Senti, you bastard, you're just here to torment us, aren't you?" He picked up the phone and called Luo Qinghan directly, saying, "Brother Han, lead everyone to the archives." In the archives of the new library. Ladies and gentlemen, from the moment you were born, you were destined to participate in this competition. Feng Wanxiao read this sentence aloud, then frowned and said, "In other words, what we are looking for is something related to everyone's birth date." "It's a newspaper," Luo Qinghan said with certainty. "The archives are most related to birth dates, which is the newspaper, so we need to find a newspaper with the same birth date as us." Feng Wanxiao nodded. "In other words, we should first look for the newspaper from the day we were born. For me, it's the newspaper from October 28th, 1999. "Huh?" Li Fian exclaimed in shock. "Son, you're a 90s kid? Are you that old? Don't you feel a generation gap when you're hanging out with us Gen Z kids every day?" "Pa!" Feng Wanxiao flew into a rage. Pointing at Li Fian, she shouted in a high-pitched voice, "I'm a 95-er, not a 90-er. And Li Fian, you're someone who watches Journey to the West 1986, The Legend of the White Snake, Princess Pearl, I Love My Family, and My Own Swordsman every day, so stop showing off your youth to me. You don't even know who Riko Tenatsu is." Feng Wanxiao became increasingly angry as she spoke. "You don't even watch Jujutsu Kaisen? How dare you call yourself a Gen Z?" "Who's a Gen Z?" Li Fian retorted. "I was born after 2005. 20 minutes later, Luo Qinghan and her two companions will find 5 photo fragments from 5 newspapers and piece them together. The image above is a large world map on the west wall of the 3rd floor of the new library." Li Fian immediately ran to the 3rd floor and pulled out the first necklace with the rich pendant from behind the large map. "Woohoo! Let's take the first city." Li Fian excitedly hung the gold chain around her neck, while waving a photo she had pulled out from behind the map. "We've got the next lead too. It seems to be in the West District where Shun Yu and the others are." Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxiao went over together and looked at the clue photo, both showing puzzled expressions. This is a very dilapidated place, full of signs of temporary construction, and it seems to be the backstage area of a stage. Because at the far end of the scene, on the wooden door, there is an iron sign with 3 words written on it: changing room. Locker room. Xin Yu looked at the photos Luo Qinghan sent with suspicion. Judging from the extent of the damage to the wooden door in the photo, it is most likely from the old campus in the west area. But the old campus is so big, where are we going to find a changing room? There's definitely no time to search them one by one. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Shinyu stopped several passers-by to ask about it, but everyone shook their heads after seeing the photo. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, Xiaosani shook his head smugly. Sure enough, not many people know about this place. Even if Shinyu is very familiar with the school, it will still take him a long time to find it. But what are those guys in Kunpei doing? They've already left the school. The narrator glanced at Luo Wancheng, whose face was ashen, and said awkwardly, "Our competition was held only within Yunnan University, and there were no surveillance cameras set up off campus, so I don't know where they went, but they must have gone to the wrong place." At the same time, outside Yunnan University, inside Anshi Maternity Hospital, where are the clues? Kunpei looked furious. They've been searching in this private maternity hospital for almost 2 hours. They even searched 2 trash cans, but couldn't find a single thing. Now everyone is questioning one question: is the approach of using maternity hospitals really correct? Has it gone off track again? Should we do as that idiot Lu Outyin suggested and go to the school library, or something similar? The 5 people looked at each other in bewilderment. At that moment, a nurse at the end of the corridor looked at them, her expression unconsciously revealing a hesitant look. However, seeing Kunpei's anxious expression, she finally gritted her teeth and waved. "Little girl, come here for a moment. I wasn't talking about you guys, I was talking about this little girl. Come here yourself." The nurse sternly stopped Ivy-san and the others who wanted to come along, and then she pulled the bewildered Kunpei aside. She whispered, "Young lady, I've seen the 5 of you searching this building for ages, haven't you? Actually, I know where what you're looking for is." Kunpei's eyes lit up immediately. "You know where I'm looking for?" The nurse glanced at her stomach instinctively and nodded with a heavy expression. "It's on the 2nd floor. Come with me, you can come alone." Kunpei's eyes lit up immediately. "Oh my god, I finally found it. I thought the clue was an object. It turns out that Xia Senti added an NPC here. This is a live person setting up to guide us with clues. Who would have thought of this? But it's alright. Shinyu and the others must still be completely clueless, right?" He excitedly followed the nurse up to the 3rd floor, where she led him to a large door. "This is it." Kunpei looked up. She was astonished to see 3 large characters written above the gate. "People Flow Room." Sigh. The nurse sighed. "You've been looking for this place for 2 hours, haven't you? Actually, you don't need to be embarrassed. There are plenty of people your age who are doing this project. However, this is the first time I've seen such an extreme case as yours." Kunpei was stunned. He pointed to himself and said, "My situation is so extreme?" The nurse nodded. "Yes. Here, usually a boy accompanies a girl. The most eye-opening thing I've ever seen was 2 boys accompanying a girl. They grabbed each other by the collar, yelling, 'It's yours. It's yours.' But I've never seen anyone like you, carrying 4 people at once, in all my years in this business." As she spoke, she stepped forward, looked down at Kunpei's belly with a frown. It's quite flat. It seems like it was just diagnosed, and the patient is still vomiting." The nurse sighed, then whispered with a gossipy look on her face, "Talk to your aunt. Whose child is this, among the 4 of them? A tall guy? Pretty boy? Could it be that Indian guy? Could it be that idiot who always makes that hip-hop gesture? No, no, no." Kunpei panicked and waved his hands frantically, saying incoherently, "Auntie, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. It doesn't belong to anyone. The 5 of us always go together." The nurse was completely stunned. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened like a koi fish. 5 people always together? Oh my god. This is truly eye-opening. Chapter 179, Do You Want to Be a Tyrant? It's already 8:30. Shinyu and Wu Debiao realized with dismay that they were stuck on that photo of the changing room. Actually, Shinyu had already asked about this photo in the class group chat. Unsurprisingly, no one had ever seen this place before. After all, they usually lived in the East District and rarely ventured into the West District. Just as Shinyu was about to ask some more passers-by, Liang Jing in the group suddenly spoke up. "Prince Yu, I have an idea. This place is a dressing room. I think it must be related to the performance, right? The person who performs the most at Yunnan University should be Chung Lin, the captain of our Pink Chicks team, the head of the Yunnan University dance troupe, and the most innocent person in history." Which performance venue hasn't she been to? Why don't you ask her? Liang Jing's words made Xinyu realize something was wrong. Yes. After finding Cheng Lin's name on WeChat, Xinyu quickly sent the photo to Boss Cheng. Just as he was editing the text, explaining why he posted this photo. Bite. Cheng Lin had already replied. She first sent a dumbfounded emoji, then immediately sent a voice message filled with surprise. Yuko, how did you know I was performing here? Xinyu was stunned. Are you performing right here? Cheng Lin. Yes, we're performing at the old auditorium in the West District this time. We're doing a traditional Chinese group dance called Rainbow Skirt and Feathered Robe. I'm playing Yang Yuhuan. 15 minutes later. The backstage area of the old auditorium in the West District. Little Yuko. Xinyu saw Cheng Lin running towards him from afar, dressed in a scarlet Tang Dynasty palace gown. Her skirt spread out in layers like a blooming peony, and her water sleeves swayed gently with her steps. Her long, black hair was now styled into an elegant updo. Her dark eyes were bright and clear, her cherry-red lips were naturally rosy, and a floral decoration between her brows added to her endless charm. From afar, Cheng Lin, dressed in her finest attire, looked like a fairy who had stepped out of an ancient painting. Xinyu was admiring what she saw when Cheng Lin walked over with graceful steps, knelt down, lowered her eyes, and whispered, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Long live the Emperor." Xinyu was immediately amused by her. "No, Mr. Cheng, stop joking, rise." Cheng Lin then stood up solemnly, straightened the thin veil at her chest, and smiled sweetly. "I wonder why your Majesty has summoned me." Xinyu couldn't help but cover her face and say, "Boss Cheng, can you please be normal?" Cheng Lin finally stuck out her tongue. "You rascal, what do you want from me?" "It's back to normal." Xinyu quickly pointed to the photo on his phone. He didn't explain why, but simply said that he wanted to go to that changing room and was in a real hurry. Cheng Lin listened and a strange expression appeared on her face, but she still asked him to come with her. Just as the two were about to leave, Xinyu pulled Wu Debiao over and pointed to the doorway. "Biaozi, hold the line. Don't let a single one of them get over here. 10 million, 10 million. Then he turned around and whispered to Cheng Lin. "Boss Cheng, let's go to the locker room and have some fun." Shin Yoshin thought to herself, "It's really too easy. I didn't expect that Cheng Lin's dance troupe would be performing here, and this dressing room is a women's only dressing room." Actually, the dance troupe has already finished their performance, and there's no one in the dressing room now, so Shinyu can go in and find them herself. However, he dared not be so reckless. What if I go into the women's changing room, and someone sees me and thinks I'm a pervert? So Shinyu specifically asked Wu Debiao to block the doorway to prevent anyone from rushing in, and pulled Cheng Lin along to help with the search. That way, if something goes wrong, at least there's someone who can defend you, right? However, he didn't notice that Cheng Lin's face turned bright red the moment he said, "Let's go play in the locker room." How could he do this? Cheng Lin's pretty face flushed crimson. She bit her lower lip tightly, and her chest heaved nervously. "Little Yuko, you want to go to the locker room and play with me? Are you planning to come directly?" Cheng Lin's heart was pounding wildly. In fact, during Xinyu's trip to the Maldives, she kept thinking about one thing. Should I get a breast implant? Because she has now discovered that the girls surrounding Xinyu, and who are very close to him, all seem to have one thing in common. They are all stunning beauties. Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxia need no introduction. These two could barely lie down comfortably. It was obvious their child wouldn't go hungry. Even if it's Li Fian, she still has a C cup. But in the camp where Xinyu has low contact frequency, I am at peace and tranquil. What are the common characteristics between us? It's a flat plane, my friend. Actually, today is the school dance troupe's last performance of the semester. Cheng Lin was originally thinking that she should take advantage of the free time during the holidays to get some cosmetic procedures done. So, after the start of the school year, I will be able to embrace learning, life, and Xinyu with a broader and more open mind. How about it? However, she never expected that Xinyu would actually follow her to her performance venue today, immediately asking Wu Debiao to guard the door, and then he insisted on going into that empty locker room with him. Cheng Lin felt her heart pounding uncontrollably, and her face burning red. She looked at Xinyu uneasily, his impatient expression, his constantly rubbing hands. and is anxiously licking his lips. Could it be him? Could it be that he got tired of the big meals in the Maldives and finally wanted to come here to try some small dishes? Chung Lin's eyes sparkled, and a blush quickly spread from her cheeks to her neck. Even her ears turned red. This won't do. I'm a girl with principles. Shinyu, even if I like you, that's on the premise that you also have to respect me. You can't put your arm around Luo Qinghan's waist while trying to secretly put your arm around my shoulder at the same time. You want the white moonlight, and you also want the cinnabar mole. With women on both sides, are you really that much of a scumbag? Moreover, if I were to actually agree to your request, wouldn't that make me a third party in a relationship? Absolutely not. I, Chung Lin, am a girl with backbone. Then, Chung Lin stepped forward and said to Shinyu in a righteous and stern voice, Shinyu, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be like this. I'll tell you, I know a safer place. The locker room is too crowded and dangerous. Why don't we find a less crowded place? Shinyu was taken aback. Boss Chung, I don't have time to explain to you, but I just want to get in here. Would you come in with me? Chung Lin was stunned. Is this where we're supposed to go? Do you just enjoy the excitement of people coming and going? Is it that wild? She instinctively glanced into the changing room, and when her eyes fell on the bathroom, a look of realization dawned on her eyes. Is there a bathroom? Is it easy to clean up after getting dirty? He even thought of that. Chung Lin felt a tingling sensation all over her body. But if I agree to all his unreasonable demands, he'll definitely take advantage of me even more and make all sorts of demands. At that time, I would lose all dignity and be despised and ridiculed by everyone. Where's my personality then? Chung Lin couldn't help but clench her fists. Shinyu, can I go change out of this palace dress? It's so complicated and cluttered, it's really inconvenient to do. Shinyu panicked. Why are you changing your clothes? In this competition, every second counts. No need. No need. This is fine. Is this all? Chung Lin finally understood he wanted to experience what it was like to be a tyrannical ruler. There's nothing we can do about that. Okay, I'll go in with you. Chung Lin gritted her teeth and dragged Shinyu into the dressing room. Once inside, she locked the door. Then, leaning against the locker, she bit her lower lip, resignedly closed her eyes. Little Yuko, do as you please. Anything is fine. Although I have absolutely no experience with this, but I am, after all, the head of the dance troupe and the most flexible dancer in Yunnan University. There's no pose I can't pull off. It doesn't matter if it gets dirty. There's a bathroom right behind me. A quick rinse will clean it up. Then, let's go then. Chapter 180. Park the car, open the door. However, even after keeping her eyes closed for a long time, Chung Lin only heard a rustling sound. Chung Lin opened her eyes in confusion, but they found Shinyu constantly touching herself along the wall, her eyes darting around. He doesn't touch me, but touches the wall instead? Chung Lin couldn't believe it and reached out to touch the wall. It wasn't as slippery as mine. She stared wide-eyed, bewildered, as Shinyu touched the walls, then the cabinets, thoroughly examining every nook and cranny of the room. He seems to be looking for something. Chung Lin suddenly realized Shinyu was afraid that a camera had been secretly installed in the house. That won't work. Yes, this is very important. Excitement is great, but safety comes first. So Chung Lin quickly helped him touch it too. We have to find this thing. Otherwise, who can have peace of mind? We didn't have much fun. The two searched the entire locker room, but found nothing. Finally, Shinyu turned her gaze to the bathroom inside. As soon as he entered the room, Shinyu's gaze froze. He saw a small black metal box sitting on the water pipe above the shower head in the bathroom. This is it. Shinyu immediately became excited. She found it. The water pipe was too high. He couldn't reach it with his hand. He should have brought a stool to stand on. But Shinyu was good at jumping, so he was too lazy to go and get one. He took a running start, jumped, and reached out. Bang! The metal box has arrived. However, he pulled too hard, and the old, dilapidated water pipe snapped in two. A stream of water suddenly gushed out, drenching him completely. I'm so pissed. Shinyu was instantly soaked. He quickly called Wu Debiao in to help turn off the main water supply valve, and only then did he have time to take off his soaked clothes. But he didn't have a towel, so he had to use his own clothes. After wiping for a while, it was finally clean. Then he opened the black box and found that it indeed contained the rich necklace. I've got the second one too, only one left. The box also contained a photograph of a parking lot. This should be the third clue they've found. If they get this one, they'll win. Xinyu excitedly told Wu Debiao to hurry up and buy him a wearable coat, and at the same time take a picture with his phone and send it to the Prince's Mansion group. After doing all this, he raised his head. He was stunned to find that Chung Lin across from him was staring intently at his abs. Is she swallowing hard? Now, Chung Lin was pressing her hand to her chest. Her face flushed as she looked at Xinyu, who was shirtless. He had broad shoulders, water droplets trickling down the lines of his muscles, and his abs were defined like chocolate. Chung Lin really wanted to taste this chocolate. For the first time in her life, she had such a strong urge. She felt waves of heat. Boss Chung, what's wrong? Xinyu was startled. I didn't have a chance to tell you earlier, but we're playing a murder mystery game where we have to find a treasure hunt. I came here to find this box, and I'm so grateful to you. Thank you so much, Boss Chung. You've been a great help this time. I'll treat your entire dance troupe to a big meal another day. Chung Lin's face immediately fell in disappointment. After all that effort. Zyro Yuzi, is this the box you came looking for? No. Since you're already here, why not do something else while you're at it? Stop thinking about Luo Qinghan all the time whether you're herding one sheep or two. It's still the same thing, isn't it? Besides, stop talking about big meals all the time. Don't you get tired of eating that stuff all the time? Sometimes. You should try this kind of side dish from time to time. Outside the old auditorium in the West District. Xinyu looked at the parking lot in the third photo. This was definitely the parking lot in the East District. He recognized it at a glance. After all, Li Fian had parked here before, and he still had some impression of this facility in place. The parking lot is located outside the East Campus. At this moment, Luo Qinghan, Feng Wanxia, and Li Fian were in the East District Library, while Xinyu and Wu Debiao were in the West District Old Auditorium. For them, the distance to this parking lot was almost the same. So, after discussing it in the group chat for a while, the 5 people unanimously decided. Meet. 30 minutes later. After being separated for 3 hours, the 5 members of the Suzuku squad finally reunited in the parking lot of the East District. When Xinyu saw Luo Qinghan walking towards her from afar, her heart started racing. Today she was wearing a black running suit, and the tight-fitting yoga pants accentuated her long, straight legs even more perfectly. The zipper of her running suit was pulled down just below her chest, revealing a small patch of fair skin that rose and fell slightly with her breathing. Hiss. Xinyu suddenly felt that her fleshy areas were itchy again. Xiaoyu, you've worked hard. Luo Qinghan lowered her head and looked at Xinyu's hand. No way, Brother Han. You're the one who's worked so hard. Xinyu lowered her head and looked at Luo Qinghan's hand. Thank you both. Li Fian rolled her eyes as she looked at the two of them, their fingers intertwined and drawing circles in their palms. Can we stop holding hands and being all lovey-dovey? We're still looking for the third necklace. And you two have only been apart for 3 hours. Let's get to work. If I win, you two can go home and have a kissing contest, okay? Her words startled both of them at the same time. No way, really? How did she know that there was such an absurd thing as a kissing contest? Is it from Baidu? Feeling guilty, the two immediately let go of each other's hands. Feng Wanxia, who was not far away, glanced at it and said admiringly, "Pooh, the parking lot in the East Wing is huge. The 5 of us wandered around for a long time, but didn't find any directional arrows or similar signs like those in the old library in the West Wing. After searching for a long time, everyone finally found the location where the photo was taken. However, the cars parked in the parking lot at this time of day are completely different from those in the photos. Therefore, the clues are not in these cars in the photos that could drive away at any time." Feng Wanxiao thought for a moment and analyzed. Then it should be on those things in this photo that don't move. That should be the place. Luo Qinghan suddenly pointed to a blue sign in the photo. Everyone looked closely and saw an arrow pointing to the right with the word exit written below it. The photo shows a place where the word exit should clearly be written in English, but instead it has the letters A2F0 written on it. A2F0. Has this sign been changed? Everyone looked up and saw that the sign in the photo clearly said exit, not A2F0. So, A2F0 was deliberately modified during filming, and the clue for this scene is Feng Wanxia tapped her forehead with her finger. The car with A2F0 in its license plate. In other words, what we are looking for is most likely a car that starts with Yuna and the last three digits are 2F0. Everyone suddenly realized. Then I looked around and saw cars lined up one after another, densely packed together. That's too much, isn't it? What can we do then? We'll have to search them one by one. The group divided the area into sections, and each went to investigate. Just then, Shinyu arrived at the area near the parking lot exit and was about to start searching when he suddenly saw a bus slowly driving out of a parking space. He glanced casually at the bus's license plate. Yun A2F0G7. Wait a minute. Shinyu dashed to the middle of the road and blocked the car with her hand. The driver had just started moving when he slammed on the brakes, and he started cursing. Are you crazy? Which department are you in? What? Are you planning to die here so your roommate can get a guaranteed spot in graduate school? Shinyu didn't care about any of that. He pointed at the master and said, Shut up. If you don't want to lose your job, open the door now. The driver's imposing manner immediately faltered. He suddenly sensed that the student in front of him was probably not simple. He had heard that many students at Yin University had powerful connections, some even from dark forces, and there was even a gang leader called something like Prince. He followed his heart. Open the hydraulic door immediately. Shinyu got into the car in a few steps, putting on a serious expression. I'm from the political education department. We just received a report that 2 students cheated on the advanced mathematics exam. These 2 people's online forum IDs are Interstellar Messenger and Kai Lai, who loves coconut milk cereal. That's right, the 2 of them are on this bus right now. Chapter 181, The Last Card. The bus was full of students, and everyone was startled when Shinyu shouted. Nonsense, right? Someone had barely uttered a word when the student next to him immediately elbowed him. Shut up. That's Prince Yu. Upon hearing this title, everyone immediately fell silent, lowering their heads with guilty expressions. Is this the Yutai Z I always brag about being very close to? The driver understood the situation even better. This student definitely has an extraordinary background. Look how scared everyone is. He, who hated evil as much as he could, quickly forced a smile. Then you investigate. Then you investigate. So Shinyu walked back, glancing around at every corner, and then pretended to look at everyone, asking, What's your ID, Yinda? The one with the red hair. My name is Lone Flame 3. And you? The girl with the ponytail. My name is Chu Yong Yuxia. You? The one with the guitar. Your Highness, my name is Mai Ning. Shinyu had been asking random questions along the way, and finally stopped in her tracks as she passed a seat. He found the black box under the seat of the student with the ID cow, horse, corporate slave, dog. Is this yours? The oxen, horses, corporate slaves, and dogs shook their heads frantically. No. That's mine now. Shinyu opened the box, and inside was indeed the 3rd rich necklace. Yes. Shinyu excitedly put the chain around her neck, then picked up another small card from the box. It read, Teams that have collected all 3 necklaces, please head to the old parking lot in the West District to find the final NPC, narrator. He will randomly appear in any corner of the parking lot at 9:30 a.m. The team that first hands over all 3 necklaces will be the winner of this competition. Please note that during the search, both sides may steal each other's necklaces. In the conference room, Xia Sani stared at the monitor and sighed deeply. Who would have thought? The Vermilion Bird Squad was advancing with unstoppable momentum. None of the elaborate traps I had set for them could stop them. Feng Wanxia, Luo Qinghan, and Shinyu are all incredibly smart. His original plan was for an intelligence-based team, consisting of 5 people, including Kunpei. Well, Xia Senti no longer wants to talk about them. However, these 5 people weren't completely foolish. Xia Senti looked at the surveillance camera in the old parking lot in the West District Kunpei, and his 5 men were lying in ambush there. Okay, they seem to have come to a realization. Since they can't find it, why not just let Shinyu and the others look for it? They can just steal it directly. Xia Sandy practically wanted to clasp his hands together in prayer. He genuinely hoped these guys could manage to snatch it. If they can't snatch it, then Luo Qinghan is definitely going to keep this glove for herself. Frowning, he glanced impatiently at Luo Wancheng beside him, only to find that the guy wasn't particularly agitated. Xia Senti thought to himself, "You're really something. Your daughter is about to win. If she wins, you'll be removed from your post, and I won't be able to protect you anymore. Your best outcome then will be to defect to the United States and be placed on the Interpol Red Notice. But you're not nervous at all. Do you still have a game in your hand?" Xia Santi couldn't help but follow Luo Wancheng's gaze. He was staring intently at the upper right corner of the projection screen. The display there showed the whereabouts of the Vermilion Bird Squad, and the person Luo Wancheng was staring at was Wu Debiao. 925, old parking lot in the west area. Xin Yu and his 4 companions gathered in this vast space, their brows furrowed. Everything in the west section is smaller than in the east section, except for the parking lot. To be precise, it should be called a parking garage. This parking lot has 3 levels, and each level is incredibly large. Actually, this parking lot doesn't belong to Yunnan University. It's shared with an outlet mall next door, so you can imagine how big it is. Who knows which floor the narrator will appear on? Xinyu shook his head. And this time there were no hints, so we'll probably have to split up and search. Li Fian couldn't help but frown. Do you think Kuan-Pei and the other 4 are in this parking lot right now? It's hard to say. We don't know exactly how many necklaces Xia Sani prepared. If they only have these 3, then they have 0. Feng Wanxia glanced around. Then they must be lying in ambush here. That's all right. Li Fian waved her hand dismissively. Are we afraid of those few idiots? I think we should split into 3 groups. Me, Biaozi, and Shun Yu and Boss San, and search 3 floors each. As soon as we found a clue, we sent a voice message to everyone, and then we all rushed over together. The 3 of you combined should be able to put up a fight, right? Biaozi and I are even more capable. Even if all 5 of them come at us together, we might not be able to beat them, but at least we can run away. Shin Yuluo and Qinghan both nodded. This makes sense. Fei Yin and De Biao are both incredibly powerful, so it's reasonable for them to carry the entire route on their own. Our team has 3 people, so we can win by sheer numbers, and it's very stable. Feng Wanxia glanced at Wu De Biao subconsciously. Then, how should we divide these 3 necklaces? Xinyu said, then 1 on each floor? Why bother with all that trouble? Li Fian waved her hand impatiently. Think about it. What if I find out that the narrator is on my floor and ask you to come up to deliver the necklace, but you happen to be held up by Kuan-Pei? What then? Why not just give all 3 necklaces to 1 insurance agent? That way, no matter which floor the narrator is found on, the 3 necklaces can arrive immediately. So, just give all 3 necklaces to the strongest person, and that's it. As she spoke, she pointed at Wu Debiao. Give it all to him. Wu Debiao, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly paused and subconsciously repeated, "Give it all to me. Is this okay?" A hint of panic flashed across his face, and he instinctively looked at his boss, Xinyu. Feng Wanxia, standing to the side, raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt appearing on her beautiful face. That's too risky. If Wu Debiao happens to be ambushed on the same route he takes, no matter how skilled he is, being surrounded by 5 people by himself would inevitably lead to his defeat. If the other side manages to snatch all 3 chains and hand them over to the narrator, then our side will have lost everything. And Feng Wanxia smoothed her wavy blonde hair and looked at Wu Debiao with suspicion in her blue eyes. To be honest, ever since she came back, she'd felt that this person was acting a little strange. Wu Debiao used to be very quiet, but despite his silence, he is listening to what you say. He just doesn't speak or offer his opinion. But he's different today. Feng Wanxiao felt that Wu Debiao was completely absent-minded today, the kind of person who would easily get distracted. Xinyu, Feng Wanxiao was about to speak. I agree with the non-smoking suggestion. Xinyu waved her hand and patted Wu Debiao's shoulder trustingly. Just leave all 3 necklaces with Biaozi. Don't worry, everyone. Biaozi is definitely fine. In the monitoring room, they watched as Wu Debiao received 3 necklaces from everyone and hung them around his neck. Luo Wancheng, who had been intently staring at the screen, finally smiled with a hint of relief. He leaned back gently in his chair, relaxed and stretched, and straightened his tie. Yes, Wu Debiao is definitely no problem. Luo Wancheng pointed to his knee, looked mockingly at Xinyu on the screen, and muttered to himself. However, young man, you'll find out soon enough. Ah, life. There's always an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 182 Wu Debiao. You choose one. Wu Debiao walked in the passageway on the third floor of the garage, the 3 necklaces around his neck jingling. He is a man of immense strength. But at that moment, he suddenly felt that the things on his neck were a little heavy. Many things kept flashing through his mind. When he was 9 years old, Xinyu brought 2 boxes of instant noodles to his house. The 2 of them happily squeezed the noodles together, making a cracking sound, and then stuffed handfuls into their mouths, getting crumbs all over themselves. One evening when he was 15, his parents called him into the house with serious expressions, but remained silent for a long time. After drinking half a bottle of Erguo Tu, a type of Chinese liquor, Dad patted him on the shoulder and said, "Actually, you were adopted by us." A few days ago, in the orphanage, Luo Wanqing told himself with a smile that he knew where his younger sister was, and that he would soon be able to reunite with her. However, water needs to be released. We must deliberately lose this game. I remember every word Luo Wanqing said back then. Debiao, all these years you have tried so hard to treat everyone as family, but in the end, it was all fake. Xinyu is not your brother. True relatives are those who are related by blood. And the girl you're related to by blood is in the Philippines, desperately waiting for you to rescue her. The chain was still rattling, and Wu Debiao's fist was slowly clenching. Li Fian's carefree voice came through the earphones. There's nothing on my second floor right now, not even a couple having sex in the open. The target wasn't found on the first floor either. That was Feng Wanxia's voice. And just then, a figure suddenly flashed by in the emergency exit on the left. Wu Debiao suddenly saw a tall, thin man dart into a passageway next to the emergency exit. Narrator? Wu Debiao took off after him. The 3 necklaces jingled around his neck. He darted over, turned a corner, and then he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Before me was the back view of a tall, thin man. He was wearing a navy blue suit and white sneakers, looking as handsome as if he had stepped out of a Korean drama. The man in the suit slowly turned his head, revealing a handsome face. Kim Minjun. Wu Debiao was startled, and then saw Kuan Pei, dressed in a JK uniform, blinking her charming eyes, and gracefully emerge from behind Ji Minjun. Next up was Ramahan, moving his neck. That's great. All 3 necklaces are with him. Then I'm relieved. A hoarse, sinister laugh came from behind. Turning his head, Wu Debiao saw the tall, scarred man, Ivy-san. He was dressed in a black combat uniform. His muscles were bulging, and a sinister smile hung at the corner of his mouth. You're dead. Behind Ivy-san, young Master Lu, looking smug, arrogantly gave a thumbs-down gesture. Mr. Wu, as you can see, you are surrounded. Kuan Pei smiled, crossed her arms, and strolled over to him. She smoothed her long, black hair and gave a charming smile. Let me give you a friendly reminder. Before he killed 3 Israeli Mossad officers and was forced to flee the Middle East, Evazan was the chief bodyguard of Saudi General al-Awasa. After retiring from the Black Cat Special Forces, Rami Khan started his own no-holds-barred fighting club. And me, if you know anything about the underground Muay Thai world, you might have heard of Confai the Peacock King. Kuan Pei slowly clenched his fist. Wu Debiao, now you have to decide whether you'll throw the necklace over here, or we'll knock you down and you can take it yourself. And if you choose the latter, I can't guarantee you'll leave this parking lot unscathed. Make a decision quickly. At this moment, in the conference room of the main building, staring at the image on the projection screen, Xia Santi smiled happily for the first time. AUV, you guys really pulled a fast one. All right, now they can finally turn the tables. Xia Santi let out a relaxed breath. Although Wu Debiao is a top soldier, he's a bit simple-minded. But, although Kuan Pei and his group consist of 5 people, and 3 of them are ruthless, Wu Debiao would definitely die if he fought them. But what if he chose to run away? Thinking about this, Xia Santi couldn't help but furrow his thick, straight eyebrows, becoming anxious. Wu Debiao was, after all, a member of the Paratrooper Reconnaissance Company. Paratroopers are a branch of the military that are naturally designed to be surrounded by the enemy, so they are all very good at escaping. Given the current situation, if Wu Debiao manages to escape with a necklace, the advantage will likely return to Xun Yu and his group in the long run. That's strange. Yu Wuchen frowned in surprise. Why didn't Wu Debiao warn Xun Yu and the others immediately? When he said that, Xia Sanni also found it strange. Wu Debiao didn't seem to have picked up his phone since he was surrounded. Shouldn't he have notified his teammates immediately? He won't inform them. Looking at the screen, Luo Wanqing suddenly revealed an unprecedentedly relaxed smile, and he chuckled. Wu Debiao will not inform Xun Yu. He won't run away. He only fights these people in a very tough guy way, and then unfortunately loses. Then, he would feign remorse, and Xun Yu, unaware of the truth, would comfort him. It's okay, Biaozi, you did your best. Ha! Luo Wanqing laughed mockingly to himself. Wu Debiao did his best. How could he not do his best for his sister? All right, Debiao. Hurry up and turn on the water. It's not a big deal. It's just the first step you take down into the abyss. After straightening his plaid suit, Luo Wanqing crossed his legs and looked with great interest at Wu Debiao on the screen, whose brows were furrowing more and more tightly. His gaze was as if he were looking at a gambler who was entering a casino for the first time and swore that he would only play a small game and would never get carried away. Tisk tisk tisk. Interesting. I love watching these so-called justice, family ties, loyalty, and all sorts of things that sound glamorous. They were trampled underfoot by interests, reduced to dust. Inside the three-story garage, caught between two attackers, Wu Debiao suddenly heard Xun Yu's joyful shout through his earpiece. We've spotted the narrator, he's on the first floor, everyone come down quickly. Li Fian screamed, great. I'll be right down. Xun Yu called out, Biaozi, come down quickly too. If you hand over the necklace, we'll win. Wu Debiao glanced at Ivy-san, who was getting closer and closer. A questioning voice came through the earpiece. Biaozi? Wu Debiao still did not answer. Xun Yu finally couldn't hold back any longer. Biaozi? What are you doing? Hold on. Wu Debiao finally spoke. He said in a deep voice, I'll be there as soon as I finish what I'm doing. You won't make it. Ivy-san gave a cold laugh. His murderous aura could no longer be concealed. With a swift movement of his long legs, he rushed to Wu Debiao's side in an instant. Die! He roared and threw a powerful punch. Chapter 183 is all. Ivy-san truly lives up to his reputation as the key player in the Kunpei squad. His punch aimed at Wu Debiao's face was so fast that it even created a whistling sound. However, faced with this lightning-fast punch, Wu Debiao only slightly dodged his neck. The movement was very small, like an elderly man taking a walk who had neck pain and suddenly moved his neck slightly. But with such a slight movement, Ivy-san's punch grazed Wu Debiao's face and missed. That's it. A disdainful smile bloomed on Wu Debiao's face. Then, a lightning-fast knee strike landed squarely on Iversan's abdomen. Ivy-san suddenly felt a knife-like pain in his abdomen, and he staggered and collapsed with a scream. However, before he could even kneel down, Wu Debiao suddenly lifted him above his head. Take down 3 Mossad agents, including the chief bodyguard? He sneered and threw Ivy-san like a chair, hitting the howling young Master Lu squarely on the spot. Ouch! Young Master Lu was hit so hard he nearly fell over, and the two men's heads collided, causing them to almost both pass out. However, at this moment, Ramahan rushed up behind Wu Debiao and tightly wrapped his arms around Wu Debiao's waist. Rami Khan had thought it through very clearly. Wu Debiao's punches and kicks are too fierce, and he has no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. He will use his special skill wrestling. Bring it on. Rami Khan thought to himself. I'll send you on your way with a bridge fall. I'm going to fall. Rami Khan's face turned bright red from holding it in. Why can't I fall? Turning his head, Wu Debiao looked at him as if he were a fool. Black Cat Special Forces? Bang! He slammed his iron elbow hard into the back of Rami Khan's head. Rami Khan fainted without saying a word. Damn it! Kim Min-jun rushed over and kicked Wu Debiao in the head. This is a standard Taekwondo hook kick. However, Wu Debiao twisted his waist and easily dodged Jin Minjun's kick. He then hugged Kim Minjun's leg. A basketball player like him dares to show off. He swung Kim Minjun and flung him away. Clang! Kim Minjun crashed into the wall and lost consciousness. In an instant, only Kuan-pei remained standing. Squeak! He had been screaming and charging towards them, intending to deliver a Muay Thai whip kick, but suddenly came to an abrupt halt. You wouldn't actually harm a girl, would you? Kuan-pei broke out in a cold sweat, but managed to force a cute smile. Wu Debiao looked at her with a sinister grin. Kuan-pei the Peacock King? Smack! Wu Debiao slapped Kuan-pei hard across the back, knocking him to the ground, and then kicked him in the back. Oh, spare me. I broke my bone. Amid screams, the entire Kuan-pei squad collapsed to the ground. Biaozi! Shin Yu's voice came through the earpiece. What are you doing? You said you needed to get something done. What kind of thing? It's nothing, Wu Debiao said, taking out his phone and pressing the voice call button. It's already taken care of. He walked slowly to the camera in mid-air, stepping on the 5 people on the ground without a care. Looking at the microphone next to the camera, Wu Debiao stretched his neck. He gave a mocking smile to the camera. Lowen City. You told me to release the water, and I did. But it's a pity. Your people are so incompetent. 1 hour later, in the conference room, Luo Wanqing's usual nonchalant demeanor was finally gone. His face was ashen, and even his lips began to tremble slightly. Behind him, Kuan-pei and his 5 men, whose faces were bruised and swollen from being beaten by Wu Debiao alone, didn't even dare to raise their heads. Meanwhile, Xia Sanni stood up from the main seat, forced a fake smile, and reluctantly walked to the projection screen. He frowned, but a slight smile played on his lips as he announced, feigning happiness but actually looking listless. Thank you all for your continued cooperation. After 3 rounds of competition, our competition has finally come to a successful conclusion. Having said that, he picked up a square jewelry box and walked up to Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan, given your excellent 3-0 record in 3 matches, I hereby formally appoint you to the position of glove for the Southeast Asia region of the Dragon Kingdom's External Expansion Department. Long live. Big Brother is awesome. We won. We won. We won. Amid cheers, Shin Yoli, Fei Yin, Feng Wanxia, and Wu Debiao screamed and hugged each other. Luo Qinghan's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. With trembling hands, she took the glove-shaped gold brooch from the jewelry box and put it on her clothes. She had finally waited for this day. After all this time, I finally defeated my scumbag father with my own hands and took back what belonged to my mother. An unprecedented sense of majesty slowly emerged from her eyes. From this day forward, she is no longer one of the only 2 powerful figures in Southeast Asia, nor is she the Miss Suzaku. She is the glove of the Dragon Kingdom, the controller of the underground order in Southeast Asia, and the new mistress of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Luo Qinghan. Opposite her, Luo Wanqing's face was ashen. He looked at his daughter with a face full of resentment, and walked affectionately to the cunning Shin Yu. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Luo Qinghan hugged Shin Yu tightly, oblivious to everyone else. Shin Yu gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Then, in front of everyone, he actually gave Luo Qinghan a light kiss on the cheek. Okay. Xia Santi's eyelids twitched as he read this. As soon as you got your hands on it, you stopped acting altogether, didn't you? Xiao Yu. I'm so happy, Luo Qinghan whispered in Shin Yu's ear. But I want to be even happier tomorrow, she said to herself. She had waited too long for this day. She has many titles now, but the one she cares about most hasn't been obtained yet. That is Shin Yu's girlfriend. She's going to be Shin Yu's girlfriend tomorrow. That's great, Brother Han. We can finally relax. Shin Yu gently patted her back. Actually, I can finally confess my feelings with peace of mind. He thought to himself, I've been holding it in for too long. I don't want to play brothers with you at all. I want you to be my wife. It's due tomorrow. Boss, I know you 2 are anxious, but don't rush. Li Fian pulled them apart and pointed at Luo Wanqing over there. We have important business to attend to. You 2 can hug later. Shall we deal with this filthy thing first? Luo Qinghan nodded. She turned and saluted Xia Sanni. Sir, may I now issue my first order for the Southeast Asia region since taking office? Xia Santi shrugged helplessly and unwillingly. Sure. Good. Luo Qinghan looked at Luo Wansheng, her eyes as cold as ice. Lovan City, I am relieving you of your position as the head of the Philippine government. From this day forward, your operations will be jointly managed by my special envoy, Yes, and Yellow Spider. A savage glint flashed in Luo Wansheng's eyes. Yellow Spider? Luo Qinghan nodded. Yes, he reported a series of charges against you to us. Therefore, I am now arresting and detaining you on multiple charges, including conspiracy to assassinate, treason, and embezzlement of state-owned assets. Luo Wansheng gritted his teeth and said, anyone can throw mud, but you have no evidence. It will happen. Luo Qinghan smiled faintly. Then, she said something that Luo Wansheng would never have dreamed she would say. The evidence will be here soon, so you can just wash your ass and squat in the brothel and wait. Luo Wansheng was stunned. How could she say such vulgar things? What exactly does Xinyu teach her every day? Could they have really arranged something for me in prison? His face immediately turned very ugly. Luo Qinghan, do you wish you could kill me tomorrow? Tomorrow? Luo Qinghan glanced at him disdainfully. Tomorrow won't work. Tomorrow, I have much more important things to deal with than you. Luo Qinghan glanced at Xinyu subconsciously, and a faint blush suddenly appeared on her face. Tomorrow is a good day, a big day. I would never waste such a bright future on you, old man. Chapter 184. Do it my way. Night falls, in the 3 bedrooms of Shun Yu's house in Dongli. Boss, could you please stop walking around in front of me? You've been gone for 20 minutes. I'm about to faint. Li Fian saw stars. She thought she would definitely be having a wild celebration with the circus people today, but Luo Qinghan said the celebration would be postponed for a day and she should go home immediately. She said this very seriously, and Li Fian immediately felt a chill and quickly followed her home obediently. But as soon as she got home, Luo Qinghan went into her room and started pacing back and forth until her eyes were blurry, but she still didn't say a word. Li Fian was puzzled. The boss is usually decisive and ruthless, never hesitant to act. What's wrong with him today? Could it be? Li Fian was secretly alarmed. Could it be that she's overly compassionate and hesitant about Luo Wansheng's matter? Non-smoking. Luo Qinghan finally stopped. Biting her lower lip, she said with a solemn expression, from childhood to adulthood, the person I trust the most is you. Certainly. Li Fian's expression immediately turned serious, and she solemnly said, Boss, just tell me what's on your mind. She already knew what was going on. This is absolutely incredibly difficult, otherwise the boss wouldn't be so troubled. It seems that only her best friend and loyal confidant can share her burdens. Boss, you can speak freely. What exactly do you want to do? Luo Qinghan gritted her teeth and said, I'm going to confess my feelings to Xinyu. Li Fian was stunned. That's it. No. Why are you two still confessing your feelings? You two have been kissing all day and sleeping all night, and now you're telling me you haven't confessed your feelings to each other yet? My goodness, you two are really capable of great things. You two are so calm and collected. Why don't you just wait a little longer, boss? Why don't you confess your feelings to Xinyu after the baby is born? Then Xinyu must have died unexpectedly? What? Luo Qinghan, I only had a child with you, and you actually secretly like me? Li Fian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you two sick? This is the first time I've ever heard of someone who's already kissed and slept together, but hasn't confessed their feelings yet. She's not sisterly. This is so rare. If I were you, I would definitely apply to UNESCO for World Heritage status. But there's one problem: I haven't figured out where to confess my feelings yet. Luo Qinghan grabbed her long hair with both hands and began to go berserk. I've been thinking of going to the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain in Lijiang, the Arai Lake in Dali, or the Pudakyo National Park in Shangri-La. These are places I can visit tomorrow, but I always felt it was too deliberate and lacked surprise. Are there any good ideas that can be solved in Yinzhou City? Li Fian's eyelids twitched as she listened. Lijiang again. Why would someone make a special trip to Lijiang just to confess their feelings? Boss, you're so solemn. Does Jade Dragon Snow Mountain even know? Oh my god, this is really worrying me. Li Fian thought to herself. With Xunyu's lewdness, if you just sat down on a curb and told him, Dude, I like you, He'd be laughing so hard he'd burst out laughing. Goodness, if you really want to add a touch of ceremony, why don't you find a private hot spring? Once you put on your pajamas, they sway gently in the water. Once the pajamas are off, a long and happy marriage is assured. Isn't that enough? Does it have to be this complicated? Boss, do you really have to go all the way? Li Fian had a bad feeling. You don't mean to think of doing it all the way from dinner onwards, do you? What cinemas, aquariums, amusement parks, etc. Luo Qinghan, who was deep in thought, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Amusement park. Fian, your idea is brilliant. Li Fian was stunned again. She pointed uncertainly to herself. My thoughts. What are my thoughts? Luo Qinghan slammed his hand down. That's right, an amusement park. It's an amusement park. Fian, go and buy an amusement park for us. Go now. Tomorrow, this amusement park will be closed to the public. Find a group of extras to dress up as tourists. I've decided. Just after nightfall, when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, I'm going to confess my feelings to Xiaoyu. Li Fian was dumbfounded. What a terrible thing to do. Acquire an amusement park, and then use extras to put on a carnival? And it was overnight? No. Can we reconsider Lijiang and Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? Fian, don't sleep tonight, get to work on this right now, and make sure it's done flawlessly. As she spoke, Luo Qinghan stood up earnestly, put her arm around Li Fian's shoulder, and patted her on the shoulder with an appreciative look. Non-smoking. Over the years. You are the person I trust the most. Keep it up. 30 minutes later, Li Fian came out of the room with a look on her face that said she wanted to die. It's tough being a working person. This boss's ideas keep coming one after another, reaching for the heavens and plunging to the depths, taking Guo Jingming and insisting on using Yao Ming's style. She really trusts me. She really treats me like a transformer. Li Fian shook her head silently. Actually, the ideas Luo Qinghan mentioned weren't entirely impossible to implement. We absolutely need to get Optimus Prime here. Holy crap, how could I possibly handle something this big in just one night? With a long face, I went to the kitchen to get a cup of coffee. Just as she was lamenting that life was even harder than an iced Americano, a voice came from the other end. Master, I've been looking for you. Li Fian turned her head and saw that it was her traitorous disciple, Shen Yu. She was instantly furious. You bitch. It's all your fault. Why did you bewitch the boss like that? She frowned. Spit it out. I'm busy tonight. Shen Yu stepped forward. Master, your tattoos are so beautiful, your abs are so gorgeous, and your silver hair is just so sexy. And that wheat-colored skin, it's breathtakingly beautiful. Although I've seen countless beautiful women, this is just. Without a doubt, you are the most unique and energetic one among us. Li Fian thought to herself, Pa, you look so unreliable. Surprisingly, it's quite objective. Speak, what is it? Shen Yu cautiously leaned close to Li Fian's ear. Master, I have an important matter to entrust to you tomorrow. I want to confess my feelings to Brother Han. Holy crap! Li Fian was completely petrified. What? Is tomorrow an auspicious day according to the Chinese almanac? Or is it some kind of statutory holiday? International Day for Confessing Love? Shen Yu will also confess his feelings tomorrow. But the most important thing is, why are you looking for me? What right do you have to come to me? Are you bullying honest people? Li Fian was furious. Shen Yu quickly put her hands together in prayer. Although I have a few men under me, none of them can compare to you in terms of ability. He's been pondering this for ages. Wu Debiao was busy with his sister's affairs the day Luo Wanqing saw him at the orphanage. He told him about it as soon as he got back. Shen Yu immediately contacted Luo Qinghan and Shen Tingfei. Luo Qinghan gave Yes the highest priority order. Meanwhile, Shen Tingfei also mobilized the undercover agents he had planted under Luo Wanqing, and both sides are now intensifying their investigations. Therefore, Wu Debiao definitely doesn't have time. And Feng Wanxia. Feng Wanxia is absolutely a first-rate expert at handling this kind of thing, but the problem is, she likes herself. Although he was called the master, Shen Yu couldn't be so shameless as to say, You, my blonde servant, go and arrange a ceremony for me to confess my love to Luo Qinghan. Is this something a human being should say? So, all that's left is Li Fian, who's always making mistakes in her work. We'll just have to make do with it. That's more like it. Li Fian snorted, then sighed. It's true that the greater the ability, the higher the KPI. Being excellent often leaves me exhausted. So what are you planning to do? Li Fian snorted coldly. You're not going to rent out an amusement park and replace the tourists with extras, are you? Shinyu was stunned. His mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. Wonderful. Li Fian's idea is brilliant. He was thinking of finding some scenic spots to confess his feelings, like snow-capped mountains, lakes, or forests. But it just felt very unnatural. An amusement park would be perfect. Spend a happy day playing with Han Go, and as the city lights come on, the Ferris wheel slowly rises to its highest point. Surprise. Perfect. Shin Yi grasped Li Fian's hand. Brother Yin, you're a genius. Let's do it your way. Li Fian was stunned again. What the heck? She pointed to herself. My thoughts. It's my idea again. Chapter 185, I want a surprise. Don't talk to me about money. The second bedroom is by the bedside. Shinyu adjusted the room's lighting control panel, leaving only a dim bedside lamp on. Turning his head, he saw Luo Qinghan beside him, tilting her head slightly, a few strands of hair falling down her cheeks, adding to her gentle and soft beauty. Although the light was dim, it reflected shimmering halos in her eyes, making her lost in thought even more captivating. Shinyu's heart raced as she watched. Actually, he was quite surprised today. He originally thought that after today's victory, Luo Qinghan would open champagne and hold a big celebration, or even hold some kind of sacrificial ceremony, or burn incense. Don't gangsters always love doing these kinds of things? But unexpectedly, she did nothing and chose to go home immediately. Brother Han, you must be very excited right now, right? Shinyu smiled and sat down next to her, resting her shoulder against hers. Heaven has eyes. Today you've finally gotten the glove job back. Luo Qinghan nodded, then shook her head. Her expression was somewhat blank. Actually, she didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Of course I'm happy. They took back what belonged to their mother, defeated that scumbag, and got justice for her. But I'm also very sad. In fact, Luo Qinghan wished none of this had ever happened. The gloves were still Mom's, Luo Wancheng was still Dad's, and she was still that pampered young lady who never lifted a finger. Xiaoyu, actually I don't know how to say it. If I said, I'm feeling a little sad right now, do you think I'm being dramatic? Luo Qinghan couldn't help but sigh. I know I'm lucky enough I've become the youngest glove in the history of the Dragon Kingdom with a smooth and successful career, and my net worth has doubled again. With such good luck, it would be really too much for me to feel that the world owes me anything. There are so many unfortunate people in this world. My self-pity is simply laughable. Brother Han. Shinyu suddenly reached out his hand, signaling her to stop talking. I don't agree with what you just said. Luo Qinghan was taken aback. Xiaoyu doesn't agree with me? You say you're already lucky enough. There are so many unfortunate people in the world. You have no reason to be sad. I disagree with that statement. After a moment of silence, Shinyu looked into Luo Qinghan's eyes and said softly, I think joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are humans' factory settings. People are bound to feel sad, and sadness doesn't have to be compared to something before it can be considered acceptable. It's like when someone says I'm tired, a troll immediately comes up and criticizes me, saying there are plenty of people who are more tired than you. So why are you complaining? Then this person started comparing their misery. So Courier works 20 hours a day. Isn't he more tired than you? I think this statement is quite absurd. Gently taking Luo Qinghan's hand, Shinyu leaned on her shoulder and said sincerely, just because someone else is having a harder time than you doesn't mean you shouldn't feel bad. Feeling bad is your right. My rights. Luo Qinghan was stunned. No one had ever said anything like that to her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Is it my right to feel bad? In other people's eyes, Luo Qinghan was a lucky girl who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She is incredibly rich, incredibly beautiful, and has everything at her fingertips. But in truth, most of the time from childhood to adulthood, Luo Qinghan really felt. I've had a tough time. I developed social anxiety and bipolar disorder after being isolated by my classmates when I was a child. Having no other choice after growing up, they were forced into the underworld. Then, another tragic family tragedy occurred. The father killed the mother. But she dared not confide in anyone. Because she can imagine what others will say about her, so what? Tell me what happened to her. I'm willing to switch. Are you still not satisfied, even with a fortune? Not satisfied with having the power to command the wind and rain? Did Luo Qinghan know that children in Africa still can't afford to drink clean water? Does she know that because of global warming, polar bears can't find a piece of ice to stand on and are drowning in the sea? Does she know how many disabled people around the world go hungry? Which one isn't more miserable than Luo Qinghan? How dare she be sad? What gives her the right? Does she have no shame? So dramatic. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath and subconsciously turned to look at Shunyu beside her. He was looking at me tenderly. He said he could be sad. You have the right to be sad. Even with immense wealth and power, he easily defeated the cunning and ruthless Luo Wancheng, won the coveted gloves, and seized control of the entire Southeast Asian underworld empire. She can also be naturally sad. Suddenly, Luo Qinghan really wanted to kiss Xinyu. She really wanted to pin him down on the bed and kiss him passionately, then not let him resist. But she held back. She held Xinyu's hand, a smug yet slightly mischievous smile spreading across her face. Wait until tomorrow. I will never let you go tomorrow. Seeing her smile, Xinyu smiled too. He laughed and bumped foreheads with Luo Qinghan. This action is incredibly childish and childish. But after he nudged her, Luo Qinghan wasn't upset at all. Ugh, I agree with you too. She pressed her head close to Xinyu, her nose filled with his fresh scent. Ah, he smells so good. Xiaoyu is simply my only cure. When I'm feeling manic, his scent can soothe me. When I'm feeling sad, a few words from him can calm me down. Before I met him, I didn't even have the courage to live. After meeting him, everything started to go smoothly, and she regained everything. Xiaoyu is just too good, so I must get involved with him as soon as possible. Staring at Shun Yu's angular face, Luo Qinghan clenched her fists tightly. Hurry. Such a wonderful Xiaoyu. We absolutely cannot let him remain unclaimed forever. A pack of wolves is surrounding us. We must take him down tomorrow. Xiaoyu. Luo Qinghan slowly leaned against his shoulder, her usually cold voice now carrying an unprecedented softness. Now that I've got the gloves, let's celebrate tomorrow. Shall we go out and have some fun? Okay, how about we go to the amusement park? Oh, how did you know I'd wanted to go to the amusement park for a while? Should I have Fei Yin place the order? Okay. The two quickly reached an agreement, happily lay down together, and couldn't wait to turn off the lights. Time for bed. Tomorrow at the amusement park. As for the details of the amusement park tomorrow, who cares? Give it to Li Fian. Turning to the side, Luo Qinghan stared brightly at Shunyu and quietly leaned closer to him. I really want to taste his lips. Xiaoyu, if everything goes well tomorrow. Today is my last day being your brother. Tomorrow night, I don't want to just call you Xiaoyu anymore. At that time, I'd like to replace the small with the old, and also replace leisurely with another character. The bedroom was quiet. There was a sweet fragrance in the air. Luo Qinghan lay on her side on the bed, her eyes shining brighter than the moon outside as she looked at Xiaoyu. If the lights hadn't been turned off, Xinyu would have easily seen the blush rising on her cheeks and the shy charm in her eyes. But Xinyu didn't. His mind is completely occupied with plans for tomorrow. If everything goes smoothly, Hangu won't be my brother anymore tomorrow. Then I can hug and kiss her without any problem. Given time, it might even be possible to. Xinyu suddenly felt a surge of heat, and her hand instinctively reached towards Luo Qinghan. He then grabbed Luo Qinghan's hand, which was also stealthily reaching out. The two of them were immediately embarrassed. Luo Qinghan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, Xiaoyu, how did you know I needed you to help me fix it? I've been tossing and turning so much these past few days. As she spoke, she grabbed his hand. It pressed firmly onto his leg. That's really too serious. Let's just treat it for today and wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow will completely eradicate it. Gulp. In the darkness, Xinyu swallowed hard. It's so slippery. Will it be even slipperier tomorrow? Good night, Xiaoyu. Good night, Brother Han. Tomorrow at the amusement park? Tomorrow's the amusement park. Meanwhile, in the 3 bedrooms. Yes, I want to buy the entire amusement park. You heard me right now. No. How about doubling the price? At the computer desk. Looking at the 3 phones in front of her, Li Fian angrily shouted into one of the video calls. No, 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 I can't meet with you to talk. I don't have the time. I need to contact Hengyan to hire extras and book planes. Sign it or not, it's up to you. I'll just go find another company. As she spoke, she pressed the call-in button and shoved her face towards another phone. Yes, fireworks. Can you find a reliable fireworks supplier who has experience hosting large-scale celebrations? And flowers. I want more flowers, lots and lots of flowers, enough to cover the whole amusement park, an ocean of flowers. What? It's expensive. Li Fian rolled her eyes and gave a cold laugh. Look at my current mental state. Do I look like someone who cares about money? Chapter 186. Such high quality, as high as a dozen stories high. Saturday, at the famous Fanta amusement world in Yunzhou. No way. Looking at the amusement park covered in flowers, Wu Debiao was filled with disbelief. Roses are vibrant and beautiful, daisies are small and lovely, and daffodils are pure white and noble. Flowers bloom in profusion on both sides of the road, their colors vying for attention, and colorful balloons float everywhere in the air, filling the air with an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance. The entire amusement park is like a fairyland from a fairy tale. However, this was not the reason for Wu Debiao's surprise. Such a large amusement park, yet there aren't many people? But today is Saturday. Wu Debiao was full of suspicion. This large, trendy amusement park, which recently opened in Yunzhou, is known for being overcrowded and having extremely long queues. But today, the entire amusement park was decorated like a dream, but it was completely empty. That's strange. His expression was noticed by Shunyu, who was standing next to him, and she immediately looked embarrassed. Since last night, Wu Debiao has been busy inquiring about his sister. So Shunyu was too embarrassed to bother him with her confession at the amusement park. However, unexpectedly, after learning that Shunyu Luo Qinghan was going to the amusement park and that Li Fian could not accompany her for some reason, Biaozi, without hesitation, dropped what he was doing and came without saying a word. In his own words, finding his sister was not something that could be done in a day or two. His most important identity is not that of an older brother, but rather that of Shunyu's bodyguard. He had to ensure Shunyu's safety. Shunyu was naturally very moved. The problem is, Wu Debiao is still unaware that he is about to confess his feelings. When he arrived, Shunyu and Luo Qinghan were already holding hands and starting their amusement park trip. In front of Luo Qinghan, he didn't have a chance to explain the whole story to Wu Debiao. Shin Yoxin originally thought that even if she didn't say anything, Li Fian would definitely be able to explain it to Wu Debiao. But it turned out that she seemed completely oblivious to this. So this guy is still completely in the dark. He keeps saying things like, "No way, why are there so few people? Could there be an ambush?" Shinyu's lips twitched as she listened. He thought to himself, "Biaozi, stop talking now, or Brother Han will become suspicious. Right now, in this entire amusement park, only you and Brother Han don't know the truth. You ask why there are so few people today? That's quite a lot. All the extras from Yunzhou are here. Saturdays aren't necessarily crowded." Shinyu scratched his head, glanced at Luo Qinghan worriedly, and forced an explanation. Maybe it's because Star Rail is having a promotion and everyone's topping up their accounts at home, so they can't come to the amusement park? Really? Wu Debiao asked doubtfully. Xingtia is already this famous? He turned his head and scanned the amusement park. The more I looked at him, the more suspicious I became. Actually, the fact that there are few people is not the strangest thing. The key issue is that all the tourists are dressed too uniformly. Everything is pink. Throughout the entire amusement park, only Shunyu and Luo Qinghan were dressed in black and white, respectively. Is pink the color of the year? That's ridiculous. Even stranger is, the tourists today were exceptionally well behaved. There were no unruly children, no queue cutters, no elderly people rummaging through trash cans for bottles, and not even staff members maintaining order in the queue. Everything was orderly, and everyone's face was filled with a heartwarming smile. Wu Debiao stood in the middle of the venue and looked around. Everyone was bowing slightly when they spoke, and when they smiled they showed 8 teeth, and they kept saying, "You, please, and thank you." They were so polite, it was as if they had stepped right out of an elementary school Chinese textbook. Isn't this a bit odd? Wu Debiao stared blankly, mouth agape. Have we Chinese people become so 5 stresses and 4 beauties now? Qinghan, shall we take a picture here? Shen Yu excitedly pointed to the front door. He thought to himself that he should quickly shift his attention. Great. The scenery here is beautiful. Luo Qinghan quickly smiled and leaned against him. She thought to herself, Wu Debiao, can you please stop playing Conan? If you keep going like this, Xiao Yu will see through you sooner or later. The two struck a pose and were just about to call Wu Debiao over to take a picture. Whoosh! A large group of cartoon characters swarmed towards them. Big Bear, Little Bear, and Bald Chong. Pleasant Goat, Ah Fei, and Big Bad Wolf. They all made various cute gestures, lined up in formation, and surrounded Shen Yuluo Qinghan in the middle, instantly forming a super cute backdrop. Wu Debiao's eyelids twitched wildly as he watched. So enthusiastic? So thoughtful. Is this a scam? He became suspicious and was about to take the phone Shen Yu handed him. Whoosh! A bearded man wearing a baseball cap and carrying a large set of professional photography equipment rushed up to them from the roadside. Are you going to take a picture? What a coincidence. As a professional photographer, I just happened to be passing by. Let me use my professional equipment to take a picture of you for free. Don't ask why, it's just that I'm in a strangely good mood today. Snap, snap. The bearded man took a series of photos. Then he quickly selected the best photos, promptly sent them to Shun Yu via Bluetooth, and swiftly packed up the tripod. Whoosh! He's gone. Vanished like a gust of wind, leaving behind only a powerful and resounding statement. You're welcome. I'm just an ordinary tourist. Wu Debiao thought to himself, this place is really not right. Everyone's quality is as high as that of the Westerners in the Readers and Yilin magazines, reaching the height of a dozen stories. When did Earthlings become so united? Aliens haven't invaded yet. He couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Yu, don't you think this place is weird? Shin Yu said awkwardly. No, I don't think so. Luo Qinghan nodded vigorously beside him. I don't think so either. Wu Debiao pointed to the bearded photographer from earlier. That guy is past the age of wearing a red scarf. He's been helping us so much. Is his surname Lei and his given name Foam? Shin Yu forced a smile and waved his hand. You didn't expect that, did you? People from China are so well-mannered. We've seen something even more outrageous in the Maldives. They took a whole set of wedding photos for us for free. Luo Qinghan. Yes. People from China are just so well-mannered. Wu Debiao. Surrounded by highly qualified Chinese people, the three arrived at the first attraction behind the gate, the carousel. There weren't many people queuing for this project. Coincidentally, as soon as Shun Yu and Luo Qinghan arrived at the end of the line, the staff started letting people in. But just as they were about to be let in, the seats are full. Shun Yu Luo Qinghan didn't show any expression. It's just a carousel. Waiting for one round won't take much time, right? However, the staff member panicked. He looked at the tourists on the carousel with a cold sweat on his face, frantically trying to signal them with his eyes. On 2 adjacent wooden horses, a man and a woman jumped up like springs. The carousel is too scary. I don't want to ride it anymore. Then I won't play either. I'm scared too. I'm so scared. Let's go quickly. The 2 men suddenly stood up, clutching their chests, and fled. Clutching his chest, the staff member let out a heavy sigh of relief. Then, he pointed to the 2 empty seats and smiled at Luo Qinghan and Shun Yu. Hello. The carousel is indeed a terrifying ride. Many people get on it and then regret it and run away. This is a very common occurrence. There are currently 2 spots available. Sir, madam, please. So, Shin Yu Luo Qinghan happily sat down. Carousel, me? Scary. This happened for several projects in a row afterward. People are released as soon as they arrive, and seats are provided in every row. True kindness exists in the world. When they lined up for a jungle train, a staff member even came over and gave Shin Yu Luo Qinghan a pink heart-shaped cotton candy. Wu Debiao thought to himself, even this is free? Give me one too. As a result, the girl who handed out the cotton candy turned around and glared at him fiercely. Please stop making things worse, okay? After smoothly experiencing over a dozen rides, they finally arrived at the highlight of their trip to the amusement park. Haunted House. Chapter 187 Haunted House Horror. The sky was cloudless. The Fanta amusement park is like a castle from a fairy tale. The pillars on both sides of the gate are like giant lollipops, and even the spiraling colorful stripes exude a sweet atmosphere. Countless white and purple rose vines are entwined around the fences of every road. The flowers are so beautiful and delicate, swaying gently in the breeze, like a sea of flowers rippling with tender waves. In the middle of the amusement park, in the control room of the towering castle tower. Attention, all departments. Attention, all departments. With dark circles under her eyes and 2 silver tufts of hair sticking out of her hair, Li Fian spoke into the microphone in a hoarse, strained voice. We've arrived at the most crucial stage of this project. Everyone already knows. To make Xin Yu and the other person hug because they are scared, and to warm up for the final Ferris wheel confession, we specially added 10 professional horror movie actors to the haunted house project. I'll emphasize it again. We absolutely must make sure they hug each other inside, and we absolutely must make sure they hold hands after they come out. As she spoke, Li Fian gulped down 2 cans of Red Bull in quick succession, moistening her throat, which was already burning. Embrace and hold hands. If either of these 2 performance targets is achieved, each person will receive a bonus of 2,000. If both are achieved, each person will receive 5,000. Instantly. The haunted house is teeming with werewolves, vampires, Frankenstein's monster, zombies, mummies, and ghost dolls. All the ghosts and monsters revealed a terrifying and greedy light in their eyes. Xinyu, Luo Qinghan. You 2 will definitely hold hands, hug each other again and again, inseparable. Hee. In front of the haunted house. The rusty gate was carved with all sorts of twisted and bizarre ghost faces, their expressions painful and ferocious. Dry vines were wrapped around the door frame, like withered hands, clinging tightly to it and refusing to let go. A low, guttural bite echoed faintly from within the haunted house. Touching his chin, Xinyu stared speechlessly at the rotten wooden plank above the door. The words "Gate of the Ghost Realm" were crookedly carved on it, and most of the red paint had long since peeled off, leaving only traces that resembled dried blood. It's so fake, he thought to himself. Even I find myself laughing when I see this. Xinyu has been inexplicably bold since childhood, and his track record at various amusement parks is well documented. When he was only 7 years old, he dressed up as a ghost doll, scaring the staff of 2 haunted houses to tears and causing one of them to call the police. At that moment, seeing the staff member crying uncontrollably, 7-year-old Shun Yu had only one thought in her mind. Is it really necessary? Is it really that scary? Xinyu never understood what was so scary about haunted houses. The terror should stem from the unknown. You already know this haunted house is fake, so what are you afraid of? But today, Li Fian had told him beforehand that this place was of utmost importance. In front of the Ferris wheel, this is the quickest place to warm up your relationship. Whether you're afraid or not is unimportant. He had to pretend to be scared. Otherwise, how could he hug Brother Han? Did you expect Han Gu to be so scared that he would hug you? Xinyu glanced quietly at Luo Qinghan, who was staring blankly at the haunted house beside her. Well, that's probably unlikely. Xinyu noticed this when she watched a horror movie last time. Brother Han is too thick-skinned. She burst out laughing when the zombie appeared, and she yawned when the female ghost screamed. She was even more oblivious than I was to the fact that she was afraid of ghosts. There's nothing we can do about that then. I can only be afraid of myself. Xinyu frowned. He needed to start preparing. Luo Qinghan, standing to the side, also stared at the extravagant gate. She wanted to laugh. Are you kidding me? From childhood to adulthood, she watched Li Fian frequently sling people onto poles and then happily take pictures. Now you give her a bunch of extras who can be taken down with one kick. How can you expect her to be afraid? Ugh. Hee. Listening to the fake music coming from the room, she couldn't help but press her forehead. No way. She really needs to be scared today? Fei Yin said that this part requires her to quickly develop a relationship with Xiaoyu. Because the climax of the Ferris wheel ride is coming up, so we have to lay the groundwork here. But relying on Xiaoyu. Luo Qinghan secretly glanced at Xinyu, who was frantically preparing herself beside her. It's unrealistic to expect him to do it. She noticed it when she watched the horror movie last time. Xiaoyu's breasts were too thick. I mean, you're crazy. Xiaoyu is even less afraid of ghosts than I am. When the doll opened its eyes during the climax of the movie, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then I'll have to do it myself. It's decided. Luo Qinghan clenched her fists secretly. As soon as one of those staff members dressed as a ghost comes out, I scream and rush into Xiaoyu's arms. Xiaoyu, I'm a little scared. She timidly leaned closer, pressing herself tightly against Xunyu. It's okay. I'm a little scared too. Let's get closer. Xunyu looked like her scalp was tingling. He grabbed Luo Qinghan's hand immediately. Behind the two men, Wu Debiao frowned. This is strange. The haunted house is such a popular attraction, but only 3 people in the entire amusement park went on it. It's obvious. There's something fishy going on here. But it's okay. Wu Debiao gave a cold laugh. I'm here for you. He clenched his fist tightly. In the control room, Li Fian beamed with joy as she watched the real-time monitoring. Great, they've made a deal. Maintain this momentum. Stunt performers, get ready. At this moment, behind a winding corridor covered in claw marks and bloodstains, a zombie, wearing a talisman on its head and sticking out a long tongue, rubbed its hands together with a sinister grin. The disheveled Sadako beside them asked worriedly, Brother Wong, are you confident about being the first one? I heard those two are the kind of reckless fools. Do you think you can scare them? Zombie King Brother gave a cold laugh. Will it scare them? I'm afraid I'll scare them so badly they'll become ill and never be able to leave this passage. I'm afraid I'll scare them into paralysis. Brother Wong has worked as an extra in ghost movies for many years, doing part-time jobs in various haunted houses. He knows exactly how to scare people. That's his livelihood. Over the years, Zombie King has seen far too many stubborn people. How many grown men pat their chests and say they are not afraid of ghosts at all, only to be scared out of their wits by one of them? How many boys who swore to protect their girlfriends were so frightened by him that they turned and ran away? Brother Wong sneered. Xunyu, tremble, for you are about to experience true terror. I could hear footsteps getting closer and closer. Brother Wong slowly crouched down by the door, making a pouncing motion. And at this time, unaware of the situation, Xunyu was pulling Luo Qinghan along as they were about to pass through the door. Brother Han, watch your head. Xunyu pretended to remind her, and took the opportunity to put her arm around Luo Qinghan's shoulder. However, at this very moment, a dark figure suddenly lunged out without warning. Oh, Xunyu mentally punched himself. Good thing. It's time to hug Han Gu. Right now? Luo Qinghan was secretly delighted the time had come. She was about to scream. After I finished screaming, I rushed into Xiaoyu's arms and took the opportunity to kiss him, just to give myself a little pleasure first. Then, the two of them trembled at the same time. Then a grotesque zombie wearing a talisman on its head and with a long tongue sticking out of its mouth came to a stop in front of them. Those sharp claws were about to land on Xunyu. Ah! Luo Qinghan's scream was about to burst out. However, at that very second, a gust of wind swept past them. Like a bolt of lightning, Wu Dabiao charged toward the zombie and threw a sprinting punch. Just as Xunyu Luo was about to embrace him, Qinghan suddenly froze. The zombie king, who was pouncing on him, suddenly stopped. All was silent. The zombie king, who had terrified countless heroes and warriors, clutched his stomach and slowly knelt on the ground. Is this even humanly possible to do? In the dark corridor, a terrifying-looking zombie began to cry in distress. Chapter 188. Come, listen to my heartbeat. In the castle's control room, Li Fian blinked, then froze for 3 seconds. Idiot. Biaozi, are you sick in the head? Why the hell are you trying to get attention at a time like this? Furious, she grabbed her phone and quickly sent a message to Wu Debiao. Li Fian, are you stupid? They were about to hug, and you came out to act all high and mighty? I stayed up all night last night, got all dark circles under my eyes trying to create a good atmosphere, and you fucking ruined it all with one punch. Wu Debiao, huh? You orchestrated this bizarre scene. Li Fian, of course. If they're going to confess their feelings here today, how could I not make it happen? You didn't know that, did you? Wu Debiao. I don't know. No wonder everyone was acting so strangely. Li Fian, what's so strange about it? You're the only one who's strange. I'll kick you to death with one roundhouse kick. The haunted house scene. It's all right. This is considered a work-related injury, so it will definitely be reimbursed. Even with medical insurance, it won't cost much. Shinyu was patiently comforting the zombie king, whose face was covered in tears. Don't worry, brother. I won't let you get beaten up for nothing. Wu Debiao, standing nearby, turned ashen-faced and stammered. Hey, brother you. I have a phone call I need to answer. He turned and ran. Luo Qinghan and Shinyu had no choice but to comfort Zombie King again, then help him back to the staff break room. But when the two returned, none of the ghosts in the room dared to come out. Each of them only dared to rush out from a distance when the two were not close, let out a small shout, and then quickly run back. They also need to hold up a sign that reads, "Assaulting staff is illegal." They all chickened out. After all, while 5,000 yuan is tempting, it might not be enough for an MRI scan at a top-tier hospital. The whole room was filled with an atmosphere of pleading. The already sparse sense of terror vanished completely. Xinyu and her companion were almost at the exit, but they couldn't find a moment to scream in fear. Final. The two stopped in front of the gate marked exit. Xinyu stiffly raised her hand, pointed to the cute, big-eyed chibi-style bat painted on the door, and forced herself to say, "Brother Han, look at that bat. It's so scary." Luo Qinghan nodded in strong agreement, her eyes filled with terror. Yes, this bat scared me so much my legs went weak, and I couldn't move. Let's sit down quickly. Bat. There were no chairs in the haunted house, so Xinyu had to sit on the floor. Just as Luo Qinghan was about to sit down next to him, Xinyu suddenly had a brilliant idea and slapped his thigh. "Brother Han, this ground is really dirty. Your white dress is so pretty, but if you sit on the ground, won't it get all dirty?" "Sit on my lap." "Sit on Xiaoyo's lap?" Luo Qinghan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. In this haunted house in broad daylight, I was sitting so blatantly on his lap. But my skirt is indeed white, and white things are indeed prone to getting dirty. Well, then there's nothing we can do. I guess I'll have to sit. With no other option, she slowly turned sideways and sat on Xinyu's lap, her long legs pressed together. Who is Xinyu? That person is extremely safety conscious. As soon as Luo Qinghan sat down, he realized she needed to be held still, so he quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Xinyu swallowed hard. Han Ji's waist-to-hip ratio is absolutely amazing. Even though he had touched it countless times, he still couldn't help but sigh. Such a slender waist, yet connected to such a pert and shapely member. The last time he saw such an incredible structure was on a collectible gourd. What are the characteristics of antique and collectible items? The moment you touch it, you can't help but play with it. Really? Xinyu put her arm around him. I couldn't resist stroking and playing with it. Oh dear. The feel of this gourd is amazing. His handling of it immediately made Luo Qinghan unable to sit still. Her delicate, fair cheeks flushed instantly, her hands began to tremble slightly, and even her body swayed a little. Luo Qinghan is also a person who values safety. She is also extremely timid. She was so afraid of falling. Then, she had no choice but to reluctantly hug Xiaoyo's neck. He kept fiddling with it in his hands. Xinyu simultaneously brought her lips close to Luo Qinghan's and whispered, "Brother Han, this room is really scary. Are you afraid?" "I'm scared. My heart is pounding." As she spoke, Luo Qinghan pressed her body close to Xinyu's face. "If you don't believe me, listen to this." "Can I listen to this?" Xinyu's throat suddenly churned. Yes. We should listen to that. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, and Western medicine also needs to use a stethoscope. Whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, hearing is a particularly important part of play. Then, Xinyu carefully pressed her ear against it. He stuck it on tightly. Ah! Luo Qinghan let out a soft moan and instinctively hugged Dr. Shin's head. This patient is too timid. At this moment, the two were pressed together without any gaps, and there was no conflict between the doctor and the patient. Xinyu listened to Luo Qinghan's frantic heartbeat and kept comforting her. "It's all right, Brother Han. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." As he spoke, he reached his hand inside Luo Qinghan's white down jacket from behind and gently patted her back, trying to comfort her. Luo Qinghan is wearing a very thick white short down jacket today. Inside, however, was a white, Exposed, backless, long skirt. Ah. Dr. Shin closed his eyes in blissful ecstasy. So smooth. It is both delicate and soft. With this method of comforting her, Shinyu felt she could comfort her for the rest of her life. Xiaoyu. Actually, I was a little tired from walking just now. Luo Qinghan's face was flushed. Holding Shinyu's head, she breathed heavily and said, Us. Shall we rest here a little longer? Okay. Shinyu's nose twitched excitedly. Brother Han, I'll do whatever you say. Ah. What's wrong with Brother Han? No, it's nothing, it's just a little bit too high. 30 minutes later, the two people who regained their courage finally escaped the terrifying haunted house. Strangely enough, for a full 30 minutes, there were neither ghosts nor people in the haunted house. This amusement park really isn't getting enough visitors. Yes, amusement park. Thus, he became one of the few guests at the amusement park. Shinyu and Luo Qinghan continued playing some relaxing and casual activities that they found enjoyable. For example, the giant pendulum ride, the drop tower, the roller coaster. However, they all subconsciously avoided the Ferris wheel. After all, compared to roller coasters, Ferris wheels are way more thrilling. Of course, it should be saved for last. Wu Debiao, who was following far behind, finally realized what was going on. Oh my god. No wonder this amusement park is filled with the spirit of truth, goodness, and beauty. I really thought there was still true love in the world. So it turns out that money can make the devil turn the millstone. After playing for a while, Shinyu went to buy ice cream, while Luo Qinghan went to the restroom to see if she needed to touch up her makeup. She walked to the sink and was looking in the mirror when she suddenly heard one girl say to another, Wow, your Alicia cosplay is so accurate. So beautiful. I'm so envious of you guys with great figures. You get such fun and lucrative jobs. The cosplayer chuckled. Actually, the person who's had the most fun these past 2 days is my husband. Today I'm Alicia, and yesterday I was Ye no Miko. I feel like he's living the life that every boy in the entire country envies. Ha! The girl who had spoken earlier couldn't help but laugh. He must be having a great time, having a different dream girl to keep him company every day. Indeed, having a cosplayer as a lover is the most cost-effective thing in the world. No wonder so many girls are chasing after your husband, yet you have him completely under your thumb. At this moment, Luo Qinghan heard the cosplayer lower her voice and whisper, Many girls like him, but I have a special skill. Actually, my ability to cosplay different anime characters isn't even the most enjoyable part for him. Bowing, you know men, they all get tired of the old and crave the new. So how can you capture their hearts for a long time? How can I make my boyfriend so indifferent to other girls even after he's won me over? Do you want to know the secret? The girl named Bowing Luo Qinghan outside the door couldn't help but say together. Think. Chapter 189 Everything is ready. How can I make him completely indifferent to other girls? The cosplayer chuckled mischievously. Actually, the time my husband gets the most pleasure isn't when I'm cosplaying, but when I'm changing the sex toys. Last week I was dressed as an office lady in black stockings. I was a nurse the week before last. The week before last, I was a karate girl. Let me tell you, he's incredibly happy every week. Bowing screamed, Wow! I've learned something. The cosplayer chuckled, becoming increasingly smug as she spoke. That's why I say the most important thing for two people to be together is to have a sense of novelty. You have to keep coming up with new ideas for him every day. If he's so interested in you, why would he have time to think about other people? Absolutely not. However, this way of playing has a fatal flaw. It's expensive. The two of them fell silent for a second. Well, yes, that's a fatal flaw. Speaking of money, Bowing said, the people who booked the whole place today are really rich. I can't even imagine this scene in the dead of winter. The entire amusement park is covered with flowers. What kind of tycoon would that be? What else could it be? The cosplayer sighed. Anyone capable of doing something so absurd must be a stupid rich kid. You saw those two too, right? Especially the woman. She's incredibly beautiful, not to mention her ridiculously expensive designer clothes. Actually, those brands are only recognized by us girls. Do guys even care about them? If I were her, I'd have plenty of money anyway. I could change the style of my erotic toys every day and still seduce my boyfriend. Ha! As they spoke, the two walked out arm in arm, laughing and joking. Then, they were stunned. In front of the mirror, a tall, curvaceous girl stood elegantly. Hearing the two footsteps, the girl slowly turned her head. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes were like a clear lake just beginning to bloom, pure, beautiful, and yet incredibly charming. Is this what the ancients meant by bright eyes like autumn water? Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful young woman with radiant white skin in front of them, the two girls, who had been chatting and laughing, froze instantly. What a moron, a rich second-generation idiot. Rich lady? No. Their hands trembled instantly. Is the world really that small? The cosplayer dressed as Alicia was trembling at that moment. You. Hello, Luo Qinghan said first. She bit her lower lip, looking at the Alicia cosplayer with embarrassment. You're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? Alicia panicked completely. I know a little bit, right? That. A blush rose to Luo Qinghan's face. Could you send me the links to those clothes too? Alicia, huh? Besides. Luo Qinghan looked at her with expectant eyes. If I place an order now, will they be able to deliver it tonight? Night has finally fallen. At night, the amusement park is like a fantastical world illuminated by elves with their magic wands. The carousel was bathed in a faint halo of light, and the pendulum swing drew breathtaking arcs. In the distance, the elevated tracks meander and coil like a silver dragon, with the occasional roller coaster rushing by, bringing bursts of excited screams. The food street was filled with the aroma of various foods. Cotton candy floated like clouds above the stalls, and couples strolled hand in hand along the lake, sharing a box of sweet popcorn. At this time, Xinyu and Luo Qinghan finally reached the center of the amusement park, in the wide plaza directly in front of the Ferris wheel. Actually, they had been trying to avoid coming to this square, because this place is clearly completely different from other parts of the amusement park. Although the entire amusement park was filled with flowers, this is a sea of roses. Under the dazzling lights, countless roses looked vibrant and beautiful, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. All the paths were surrounded by countless roses, like roads leading to a dream world. Behind this vast sea of roses, a Ferris wheel adorned with rose decorations is slowly turning, its lights twinkling in 7 colors, like a giant, colorful halo suspended in the air. Like a dream. Awesome. Xinyu couldn't help but mentally punch him. Everyone says it's good to be rich, but today I've seen it all. Sure enough, once the money shredder was turned on, the atmosphere was instantly elevated. Xinyu, who came from a poor background, was spending money so lavishly for the first time, but at this moment, he truly felt that the money was well spent. Because he wanted to give Brother Han a surprise. He didn't know whether Han Ge liked it or not, but he was definitely a little surprised. Li Fian, you did a great job. Staring at the scene before him, Xinyu secretly rubbed his hands together. Han Ji will never guess that all of this was carefully prepared by me for her. Just imagining her jaw-droppingly silly expression. Ha ha ha. Holy crap, you're a genius. Looking at the guy playing the violin by the roadside, Xinyu nodded slightly. The guy holding the string raised 3 fingers, making an okay sign. All right. Xinyu understood completely. Everything is ready. Brother Han, let's go this way. Xinyu held Luo Qinghan's hand, her face filled with longing and naivety as she said, I've always really wanted to ride a Ferris wheel. Luo Qinghan nodded happily. Isn't that a coincidence? My design is based on a Ferris wheel. Xiaoyu, I'm going to make sure you get to ride a Ferris wheel you'll never forget later. Luo Qinghan could hardly contain herself anymore. Xiaoyu, do you know what's ahead? Great surprise and delight. At this time, the square was teeming with people. There weren't many people at the amusement park today. It was hard to find extras, but now, almost everyone is gathering towards the plaza. At this moment, Luo Qinghan also noticed that each of them had already taken out a high-powered fluorescent lamp. Fian, you did a great job. Xiaoyu, I prepared all of this carefully for you. You would never have guessed, would you? Luo Qinghan just imagined his adorable, dumbfounded expression. Ha! With her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but cover her mouth. I'm such a genius. She glanced furtively at the 2 teddy bears handing out small gifts by the roadside. Xiong'er quickly made a V sign with his hand. Luo Qinghan nodded to herself. All done. Everything is ready, and all departments are in place. Chapter 190. Meeting myself. Look, this pink Ferris wheel is so beautiful. All the gondolas have a heart-shaped exterior. Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan held hands and strolled into the crowd in front of the Ferris wheel. Isn't that a coincidence? This team is running a prize draw. Even more coincidentally, they were selected. Wow. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the audience, Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan were ushered to the front of the line. The people of China are truly of high quality when they see someone win a prize. Instead of being envious, they can genuinely applaud together. His face was full of a relieved smile. Then, by sheer coincidence, the only cabin on the entire Ferris wheel that is limited to 2 people only, with sparkly crystal decorations throughout and pink roses covering the entire cabin from top to bottom. It just so happened that it slid right in front of Shin Yu and the others. Isn't that a coincidence? Welcome to your love nest, you 2 lucky ones. The host was none other than Alicia from before. As she gestured to guide the conversation, she secretly winked at Luo Qinghan. Pushing open the heart-shaped handrail on the door, Shin Yu pulled Luo Qinghan inside and closed the door. The people queuing below smiled and waved to the 2 of them. The cabin slowly ascended. When the cabin finally rose to a point where the audience below could no longer be seen, all the waving audience members stopped smiling, took out matching in-ear headphones, and put them on together. Ready, everyone, get ready. Li Fian's urgent shouts came through the earpiece. Everyone, get to the square and form a letter shape. Grab your fluorescent lights. Whoosh. The people in line scattered and ran towards the square in unison. The square was teeming with people, all frantically searching for their rehearsal positions. Inside the pink cabins of the Ferris wheel, Shin Yu, the bouquet you'll be using later is diagonally below your right. Li Fian's voice came through Luo Qinghan's hidden earpiece. Luo Qinghan's lips twitched. Fian was too nervous. She even called me by the wrong name. Fortunately, she was right about the location of the flowers. Luo Qinghan glanced discreetly at the pink bouquet of roses on her right, gently grasped it, and hid it behind her back. Boss, the bouquet you're going to use later is diagonally below your left. Li Fian's voice came through Shin Yu's earphones. Shin Yu frowned. Fei Yan, I was just about to praise you, and you've already confused yourself again. Am I your boss? I am your apprentice. I want to marry your boss's apprentice. Fortunately, she was right about the location of the flowers. Shin Yu glanced discreetly at the pink bouquet of roses on her left, gently grasped it, and hid it behind her back. The 2 of them took a deep breath and moved closer together. The elevator car slowly rose, getting further and further away from the ground. Outside the window, a full moon shines down, its light as gentle as water. The city's hustle and bustle seems to be tamed by the full moon, becoming softer. Inside the pink private room, the sparkling crystal trembled incessantly, emitting a clear, melodious sound, like twinkling stars in the night sky. Brother Han, did you know? It's said that if you make a wish at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, your wish will come true. Shin Yu gently grasped Luo Qinghan's hand and whispered in her ear. Yeah. Luo Qinghan looked up at him with a faint smile on her lips. Then let's make a wish together later. Okay. At this moment, the music box that had been playing in the elevator suddenly stopped. Then, a musical prelude that was extremely familiar to both of them began to play. I heard winter leaving. I woke up in a certain month of a certain year. I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged because of this. What a coincidence. Shin Yu stared wide-eyed in surprise. Our favorite song. Luo Qinghan opened her cherry-like mouth wide in disbelief. Yes. What a coincidence. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Silly look. The elevator car was still slowly rising. We're finally nearing the highest point. Suddenly, one by one, the lights in the entire amusement park began to go out. The plaza in front of the Ferris wheel, which was once brightly lit, suddenly turned pitch black. Oh dear, what's wrong? Yeah, is there something wrong? I'm so scared. Is there something wrong down below? Shall we take a look down? Okay. Despite saying they were scared, Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan looked down at the plaza below with completely unperturbed expressions. They were silently counting in their minds at the same time. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 rows of fluorescent letters lit up the pitch-black square. You. I love you. Right now Shun Yu clenched her fist. After waiting for so long, I'm finally going to unleash my ultimate move. You're speechless, Hanji. Whoosh. He pulled the bouquet of pink roses from behind him with lightning speed and knelt down on one knee with a thud. He raised his head. He choked on all his lines. Before him, Luo Qinghan, dressed in a white dress, was holding the same flowers as him and kneeling on one knee in the same posture. Huh. Their eyebrows twitched wildly. No. What a coincidence. You're confessing your feelings too? Shin Yu Luo Qinghan stared wide-eyed at her. The two of us. Did we accidentally confess our feelings to each other? Left, right, look ahead. How many twists and turns does love take to arrive? The movie Encounter is still playing, the elevator is still going up, and the two people are still locked in a stalemate. They thought to themselves, Li Fian, you really know how to use torture. I thought this was my home turf, but it turns out it was just part of your play. Han, brother Han. Shin Yu said angrily. She lied to both of us. Luo Qinghan said awkwardly. That's right. That's a bit unfair. Shin Yu shrank back. And don't you think we've wasted a bit of money? Luo Qinghan nodded speechlessly. It is indeed extravagant. Yes, a bit unnecessary. No, we still have to keep going. We've already spent the money, and this thing is almost at its peak. Okay, then, shall I go first? No. I'm younger. I'll go first. Shin Yu cleared her throat. 3, 2, 1, the highest point. Luo Qinghan, I've liked you for a very, very long time. I don't know when it started, but I realize that I can't live without you. I want to spend time with you, enjoying the evening breeze, having breakfast, watching the sunrise, holding hands while strolling through the streets, going to the amusement park, and doing everything together. From now on, I want to be with you every single day, every single second. I want to spend every minute with you. Luo Qinghan, I love you. I want to be your boyfriend, would you? I do. Shin Yu, I've liked you for a long time, even longer than you have. Do you know how long I've been lusting after you? I want to kiss you every day from now on, hold you as I fall asleep every night, share everything with you, and do everything I can to bring you happiness. Shin Yu, I love you. I want to be your girlfriend, would you? I'd love to die. Let's kiss then. Throw the flowers on the ground first. Okay. The two stood up impatiently and hugged each other. Bang! Outside the elevator, a huge and dazzling firework bloomed in the sky above the amusement park. The colorful lights instantly illuminated the entire park. Then, a series of sharp whistles pierced the night sky, and fireworks began to bloom incessantly. The night sky is a kaleidoscope of colors, as beautiful as a poem. Amidst the deafening roar of fireworks, Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan continued their passionate kiss. Shin Yu gently wrapped his arm around Luo Qinghan's waist, as if trying to merge her into his own body. Luo Qinghan, on the other hand, tiptoed slightly, wrapped her arms around his neck, and unconsciously stroked his hair with her fingers. The two of them closed their eyes tightly, feeling each other's burning lips. Everything around us seemed to disappear, leaving only our warm breaths and heartbeats. Under the glow of the fireworks, the entire amusement park looked like a dream. The carousel seemed to be enchanted by light, the roller coaster seemed to travel through the starry sky, and the pendulum seemed to sway in everyone's heart. Bang! 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 The fireworks rose higher and higher, increasing in number and covering the sky. Meanwhile, the two people inside the elevator kissed more and more passionately. Luo Qinghan's arms around Shin Yu's neck tightened impulsively. With a clack sound, Shin Yu's earpiece was accidentally knocked to the ground by her. Hello? Hello? Li Fian's voice came through the earphones on the ground. Shin Yu? Answer me. Have you gotten her? Have you hugged and kissed her? Have you touched her where you're supposed to? Shin Yu looked embarrassed and quickly bent down to pick up the earphone. Master, if you're all right. However, before he could finish speaking, Luo Qinghan turned his head around. She fiercely cupped his face in her hands. Lost in passion, she pressed her lips to his, panting heavily, and cried out, Don't say anything. Kiss me. Chapter 191 The First Night. In the second bedroom of Shun Yu's house in Dongli residential area, Shun Yu sat on the short sofa by the bed, and Luo Qinghan sat on his lap. He gently embraced her slender waist, pinched her delicate chin, and slowly pressed his lips to hers. Luo Qinghan closed her eyes. She could feel his hand moving upwards, but she didn't want to stop him at all. I won't stop you. That's my boyfriend. Let him touch me. Luo Qinghan felt wonderful. She loved this feeling. No need to dodge. No need to make excuses. Let's just be open and honest, and no one can stop Xiao Yu and me from being intimate. I've waited for this moment for far too long. As soon as Shun Yu's lips parted, Luo Qinghan pulled his head back, burying her face in his neck. She wanted to smell him. She wanted to smell him recklessly, without caring about her image. Ah, it smells so good. Brother Han. Xiao Yu, when it's just the two of us, you don't have to call me Brother Han. That baby. Honey, then I need to upgrade how I address you. What will you call me? What do you want me to call you? Honey, is this okay? Honey. Wow, baby. Honey, I love you. Shinyu was really enjoying it. He felt like he was in a dream, so happy he was almost dizzy. Actually, he has a phobia about confessing his feelings, since his record of successfully confessing his feelings has never been one. He tried so hard to make this confession a grand affair, but deep down he harbored a shameful little thought. Just in case. What I'm saying is, what if Brother Han is planning to reject me, but seeing such a grand scene? Is she too embarrassed to refuse him? All the money has been spent. This actually has a bit of a cheating and unreasonable tone to it, and thinking about it, he's really shameless. But he didn't expect that Luo Qinghan would decide to confess her feelings even earlier than him. Moreover, after accepting the confession, she didn't have the same reserved or demure attitude as other girls. Almost seamlessly, she naturally began to consider herself his girlfriend. Attitude? No, not at all. She truly lets everyone take what they want from her. Actually, on the way back from the drive, Li Fian had been laughing at her for being too easygoing, not reserved at all, and so forward that it was not classy at all. She couldn't even pretend. But Shinyu didn't think that way. He was truly grateful and at ease to see Luo Qinghan like this, and in fact, he respected her even more now. He'd seen people who were just pretending, and Yutian was better at pretending than anyone else. She put on airs like she was on top of the world. The Shenyu she was pretending to be now wants to call the police whenever he sees a girl like this, and he's genuinely afraid that Luo Qinghan will act the same way. And he knew it. Luo Qinghan is more qualified than anyone else to do so, and Yutian is just pretending to be a rich young lady, while Luo Qinghan is a genuine, authentic heiress from a prestigious family. They are all daughters of wealthy families, but Luo Qinghan herself is a complete member of a wealthy family. She has the most right to pretend. But she didn't. She dropped all her airs, showing no restraint whatsoever, allowing him to take whatever he wanted from her. Strangely enough, Shinyu respected her even more. Shinyu originally planned that even if it meant resorting to thuggery, he would strike while the iron was hot and get to third base. He'd been holding it in for so long. He couldn't hold back any longer. He doesn't think that way anymore. How could Han treat her like this? And she herself had to speed things up so much to bully her. Is she even human? Doesn't her conscience hurt? We should at least proceed gradually. Well, 6 months? My husband. Luo Qinghan gazed at him intently, her eyes misting over. Do you want to eat a peach? Shinyu was stunned. Huh? Watery peach? No. Is the peach you're talking about the same peach I'm thinking of? Then, he saw Luo Qinghan take out a small peach candy from her Chanel bag and put it in her mouth. Here you are. Now, I'm peach flavored. Want some? Shinyu swallowed hard. He wants to eat. He was so eager to find out what a peach tasted like. Luo Qinghan stretched out her arms and hugged Shinyu, placing her hands on his back, closing her eyes, and nuzzling her cheek against him. Please wait a moment. I'll put it in my mouth. This is a useful little trick that Miss Alicia taught her today. She also specially grabbed a handful of these candies for herself. These tiny candies come in all sorts of fruit flavors, and the best part is, it melts very easily. All right. Luo Qinghan cupped Shinyu's face in her hands and said, Honey, come and eat a peach. Oh my God. Shinyu felt her rationality completely collapse. He could clearly feel Luo Qinghan's twisting waist, the hand on his cheek, and her increasingly weak legs. He began to understand those foolish rulers who neglected state affairs for the sake of beautiful women. That was so awesome. What's with this morning court nonsense? I don't hold morning court. I want to eat peaches. Who would want to stop living such a blissful life? And I really want to take it a step further. His hands were constantly exploring. It's so soft. What was the time you were talking about? Half a year? Isn't this a bit too long? You agree, right, with your hands? The brain immediately answers in place of the hand. Yes. It's too long, it's unnecessary. He was so engrossed in eating the peaches that he forgot everything else, but there were still many more flavors waiting in line. Now I'm orange flavored. Now I'm strawberry flavored. Chocolate. A long time passed. Luo Qinghan pushed Xunyu away, looked at him with shifty eyes, and asked weakly, "Honey, what's your favorite flavor?" Her long, flowing hair was completely disheveled, her small mouth was slightly open, and she was panting heavily. Xunyu was also panting. He reached out and gently stroked Luo Qinghan's delicate, flawless face, and said softly, "I like them both. I love all the flavors you have. Luo Qinghan, I love you. It makes no sense, there's no reason, it's inexplicable. I can't help loving you. I'm beyond saving." Before he could finish speaking, Luo Qinghan wrapped her arms around his neck again and pressed her hot lips against his. Xunyu kept her eyes closed. However, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Then a voice called from outside the door. "Express delivery. Xunyu, hurry up and come out to move it." "Wow, you bought a lot. Are you planning to open an online store?" The packages delivered to Dongli residential compound are all handled by designated internal personnel to ensure the safety of this residential compound. The person who frequently delivers packages to Xunyu's building is Xiaozheng. This guy has been Xunyu's neighbor since childhood. He always wears headphones wherever he goes, and he always knocks on the door, throws the package down, and leaves. But this time, the sounds coming from outside seemed to indicate a lot of goods. Xunyu quickly put Luo Qinghan off her lap, grabbed a coat to cover her lower abdomen, and ran to open the door. Then, he was stunned by the 5 large boxes of things at the door. He stared wide-eyed in bewilderment. "Brother Zheng, what are all these things?" Xiaozheng looked surprised. "Didn't you buy it? The recipient is Xunyu, and the item name is pajamas? Good heavens. Xunyu, why did you buy so many pajamas? How many people sleep in your house?" As he spoke, Xiaozheng couldn't help but glance inside. "What? Can a 4-bedroom apartment be used to build a harem? You think you can just have a big villa?" Xunyu quickly told him to stop fooling around, and together with Xiaozheng, they carried the 5 large boxes into the house, then thanked them. "Lock the door." Xunyu couldn't help but ask Luo Qinghan, who had just quietly hidden away. "Brother Han, these pajamas. Did you buy it?" Unexpectedly, Luo Qinghan, who had been so bold and unrestrained just moments before, suddenly became inexplicably shy and flustered. Xunyu watched as she stood there helplessly, her already slightly flushed face turning even redder from her neck down. "It looks just like a perfectly cooked shrimp." Yes, yes. Luo Qinghan spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. These are all the pajamas I bought. Preparations will begin tonight. I wore it for you to see." Chapter 192 Attention, the first set of pajamas tonight. Xunyu stared in disbelief as Luo Qinghan held up her little pink phone, showing him one pajama after another that she had chosen. "This is the shop that Miss Alicia recommended to her today. It has a wide variety of products, good workmanship, and same-day delivery. But there's only one downside. It just takes time to choose. These clothes all look strange, and Luo Qinghan is afraid that she won't be able to choose one that Xiaoyu like. So she bought all the styles in the store. Baby, these are all pajamas that I can choose for you to wear." Xunyu suddenly wiped away her drool. "And I can wear it tonight." Luo Qinghan nodded. "Of course, tonight is fine. Tonight is my first night as Xunyu's girlfriend, so I must make sure he's happy and has a great time. So, either one is fine." She blushed as she thought. "Even the most outrageous ones, I can do them myself." Staring at the photos on her phone, Xunyu's mouth slowly opened wider and wider. When a black and white striped shirt came into view, he suddenly became excited. He pointed to the picture as follows. This is fine. His hands were trembling after he asked the question. Luo Qinghan tilted her head and looked over, her face full of surprise. This dress is nothing special. Moreover, this must be the most tightly wrapped piece of clothing in the entire store, right? Sure. She nodded somewhat blankly. This is a very ordinary one. Of course it's fine. Good. Xinyu slapped his thigh. Then I want you to wear this maid outfit. 20 minutes later, Xinyu stared blankly at Luo Qinghan, who looked like she had stepped out of a comic book. She stood there, her white apron neatly tied around her waist, the lace trim swaying gently with her movements like fluttering butterfly wings. A bow was tied around her white collar, making her look like a carefully wrapped gift box. Xinyu really wanted to open the gift box. Brother Han, I have something to tell you. Xinyu rubbed her hands together, looking embarrassed, her eyes darting left and right. Can you promise you won't get angry first? Luo Qinghan opened her eyes wide in surprise. Am I angry? How could that be? However, Xiaoyu doesn't call me baby anymore, and specifically calls me Brother Han. Judging from his expression, this is a bit difficult. Yeah, could we add a little bit? Performance? Xinyu wiped away her drool. Of course, it's all fake, and very little of it. Look, we already have costumes. We can't waste them. How about we add some related storyline? Sure. Can. Okay. Then, please wait a moment. Xinyu ran to the wardrobe. Then, he took out the same outfit that he hadn't used in ages. Luo Qinghan was stunned. She stared intently at the object, her cheeks instantly turning a vibrant, bright red. She bit her lip and clutched her hand as she thought. This thing? She never imagined she would need to use this. Xiaoyu, you're so naughty. How could you do this? Who are you? How did you know I'd been thinking about it too? Ah. Luo Qinghan stared at the outfit with shining eyes. I've been drooling over this for so long. Xiaoyu, this isn't something I said I wanted to use. You insisted on playing this game. I'm just a naive girl who doesn't know anything. If you need it, what can I do? Only. You're the only one left to use it. Brother Han, let's do this and that. Xinyu whispered a few cricket chirps in her ear, his smile gradually becoming lewd to its peak. What do you think of this scale? Okay. This is okay. Xinyu swallowed hard, while Luo Qinghan lowered her head in embarrassment. Then, she slowly knelt down in front of Xinyu. Oh my God. Xin Youshuang pressed her hand to her chest to prevent her heart from jumping out of her mouth. This is allowed. What an amazing life. I was wrong. Luo Qinghan stammered, following the script. Please punish me. A wicked smile bloomed from Xunyu's lips. Take a step forward. He brazenly lifted Luo Qinghan's chin, his fingers slowly tracing across her fair and delicate face. You know you were wrong? He asked coldly. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath, and the lace trim on her dress rose and fell with her breath. She closed her eyes and said hurriedly, Master, I know I was wrong. Very good. Xinyu raised her hand and gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Let's begin. The first thing Xinyu did after waking up in the morning was to run to the bathroom and wipe away the blood from her nose. Then I brewed myself a cup of chrysanthemum tea to cool down, and took a large, refreshing pear from the refrigerator to start eating. Lowering my head again. It's not working. Young and spirited, it never bows its head. He had no choice but to walk back to the bedroom, his mouth dry, and look at the stunningly beautiful girl sleeping soundly in a maid outfit on the bed. Her long hair was loose, her jade-like arms stretched out outside the blanket, and a sweet smile lingered on her fair and delicate face. She looked so quiet now. It's not as crazy as last night at all. Xinyu licked her dry tongue and swallowed hard. Hango wasn't like this last night. She was really crazy last night. Those scenes flashed through Xunyu's mind like electric shocks he suddenly felt. Half a year is still too long. Reduce it by half. Let's change it to 1.5 months. Showing respect is important, but your own blood pressure is also important. He felt like his blood vessels were about to burst last night. Thankfully, Hanji hasn't woken up yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. No, don't think like that. I have a lot of important things to do today, like reviewing for next week's English and civil law exams, and also updating my parents on my progress here. What brother? We're already master and servant. Oops, we're already lovers. Of course, the most important thing is still. Xinyu picked up her phone and sent a message to Wu Debiao. Biaozi, how's your sister's situation? This is something they've been doing with all their might ever since the competition began. Now, Yes and Feng Wanxia, along with Huang Zhizhu, who had secretly defected long ago, are all focused on this matter. However, Luo Wanqing truly lived up to his reputation. The old man is a real devil. He probably already anticipated losing before he even came to participate in this competition. So, this guy completely erased all clues about this matter, as well as evidence of his other crimes. As for his close confidants who knew his background, they either fled or were silenced. In any case, they can't be found. Luo Wanqing is currently their only hope of knowing the whereabouts of De Biao's sister. He clearly intended to use this to ask for an exorbitant price. Bite. Wu De Biao. There are still no leads. Luo Wanqing handled things very cleanly. Xinyu sighed. Sure enough, Biaozi's affairs are his own brother's business, and he has to take care of them. It seems I need to find that old bastard Luo Wanqing and have a face-to-face talk. Xiaoyu. A murmur came from behind. Luo Qinghan rubbed her sleepy eyes and strode over. Xinyu thought Luo Qinghan looked incredibly beautiful. She usually has that kind of cool and aloof, yet slightly aggressive, beauty. You often feel like she has an aura that's practically 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall. But now, she walked over dressed as a maid, looking like she hadn't woken up yet, and Xinyu suddenly felt that she was so soft and cute. He couldn't resist reaching out and pinching her cute little face. Woke up. Luo Qinghan shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Honey, what kind of breakfast do you want? I'll go buy it for you. Xinyu pulled her into his arms, and his hands began to wander. I want to eat you. Luo Qinghan's face immediately turned red. But you ate all night last night, and my lips are a little swollen. Never mind, I still want to eat it. Be gentle. You naughty girl, don't bite my earlobe. Chapter 193. What? Let him work in the ministry? In the morning, in Bei Mingjuan's office. What? You want Xinyu to work in the external expansion department? Xia Santi stared wide-eyed in astonishment at Bei Mingjun with an expression of utter disbelief. Boss, did I misunderstand? You meant university student internships, right? Wrong. Bei Mingjun said expressionlessly. What I mean is to have Xinyu come to work in the department, go to work, and collect a salary. Xia Santi opened his mouth wide in bewilderment, unable to utter a word for a long time. That's bullshit. Xinyu is just a 20-year-old kid who hasn't even graduated from university yet. How did he come to work officially in the department? When did our department's entry requirements become so low? We don't supposedly require a minimum of a 985 university master's degree, but in reality, we only accept graduates from the 7 Sons of National Defense, right? We don't accept students from Tsinghua and Peking universities. And the leader is only a sophomore in college. What's wrong with being a sophomore? Bei Mingjun rolled his eyes at him. Isn't Luo Qinghan also a sophomore? She's already wearing gloves, so why can't Xinyu work in the ministry? Isn't the goal to promote younger cadres? Xia Santi panicked. No. Boss, Luo Qinghan is in charge of external operations. She doesn't work regular office hours. Xinyu is going to join the department's internal affairs staff. He's aiming for a permanent position. But his educational background isn't enough to get him a permanent position. Besides, he still has to go to school. How can he hold a regular office job? He doesn't meet any of the requirements for our office staff position. Bei Mingjun glanced at Xia Santi with annoyance and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That's why I have to say Xiahou Lin's skills are lacking. At such a young age, his thinking has become rigid. With all these talk about academic qualifications and fixed office hours, do you really think the Ministry of External Security is a legitimate, reputable organization? What? Are you planning to compare yourself to the Ministry of Transport or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Should we provide you with a spokesperson? Let's just have you talk to the people on TV every day. Today our department took down another local gang in South America. Now we've secured the arms deal, making money laundering even easier. Are you an idiot? You're a clandestine department that can't see the light of day. The common people have no idea we exist, okay? You're doing something else, restricting both academic qualifications and working hours at the office. Who are you trying to impress? Goodness, you need a graduate degree to get involved in organized crime? What? Are you afraid that if you take him out to fight, he won't be qualified enough and will lose face. Bei Mingjun grew angrier the more he thought about it, and he looked at him with a look of utter disappointment. Xiaolin, aren't you being too rigid? We're a lowly department. The government hired you to do shady things for the underworld. What do you mean by working regular hours? Have you lost your mind? All right. Hurry up and get Xinyu on board and assign him a job that doesn't require him to be in the office. Then go back and do a thorough self-reflection. Did you not have a deep enough understanding of the nature of our external expansion department's work? Write me a 5,000-word reflection, no AI allowed. Go out. Xia Santi almost choked on his breath. No AI needed? Without AI, who could write that many words? I'm not a novelist who writes 6,000 words a day, day and night. I'm just an ordinary ministerial-level official, writing only 5,000 words. Isn't that going too far? However, he did not dare to confront Bei Mingjun. It's truly unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he walked out of the office building, muttering a curse under his breath, and angrily kicked the Pepsi bottle off the roadside. GTMD toilet cleaner. Xia Santi's anger rose from his heart. Xinyu, you're a good-for-nothing who only knows how to live off women and rely on connections. You think you can get ahead of me just because you pulled strings to get in? Okay, I'm telling you right now, if you manage to pass your probation period, I'll go streaking down the street. Just you wait. I'll make you suffer. At the same time, inside the interrogation room of the Department of External Expansion building. Don't you have Havana cigars? Luo Wancheng, dressed in prison clothes and with a full beard, angrily tossed the Hongtishan cigarettes that Xinyu handed him. Is this even meant for human consumption? Xinyu stared wide-eyed, speechless. He was utterly astonished. No, old dang. You're still pretending, even at a time like this. You're a prisoner now. Let me tell you, I had to pull some strings to get this room to talk to you. There are no security cameras or eavesdropping in this room right now. So let's get down to business and stop wasting time, okay? Stop pretending, cooperate a bit. Old dang, you don't want to get killed early, do you? Kill me. Luo Wancheng chuckled and lit a cigarette with a lighter. You have no evidence outside the ministry. Any glove can kill anyone at will, but they only kill small fry. But once it gets to my level as the second in command, the interrogation authority falls to the department. The ministry follows the rules. The Department of External Expansion is an agency. You can't just take me down without evidence, can you? Besides, Wu Debiao still needs my help with his sister's matter, am I right? As he spoke, Luo Wancheng exhaled a puff of smoke with a satisfied expression. I think you're probably at a loss right now, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Sigh, Hongtishan cigarettes are really hard to get. Xinyu frowned and glanced at the cigarette in front of her. Old dang, you are indeed very cunning, but don't you think of me as too kind and virtuous? Old dang, I studied law. So what? Xinyu rolled her eyes. So although we don't have any evidence that could really get you shot after all, you've erased all the major clues. But we have plenty of your little blemishes. You don't think someone can't use that to get rid of you, do you? Xinyu thought to herself, tax evasion, seizing state-owned assets, forming cliques for personal gain, and oh yes, you also launder money. Can you clean up all this mess? I'll just find you some random crime and sentence you to 5 years. Then, if you think you can make a comeback after 5 years, I'll sentence you to another 5 years on a minor crime, and then another 5 years after that. And then your life is over. You mean, even I, a sophomore law student, would think of such a dirty trick? You, Luo Wancheng, can't be so naive as to think that those bigwigs in the External Expansion Department wouldn't have thought of this, can you? However, to his surprise, Luo Wancheng actually laughed. Ha ha ha, Xinyu. That's why I always say you're too young. He flicked off the ash from his cigarette and looked at Xinyu with a leisurely air. The big shots wouldn't dare treat me like this. Because they were also afraid that if I was pushed too far, I would cause trouble since everyone is involved with the underworld. Pulling out one radish will bring out the mud. The big shots are too proud to try. Xinyu's face immediately darkened. He understood. Luo Wancheng has a backup plan. He has assassins hidden in the shadows. Kid, let me teach you a lesson. Luo Wancheng sneered. The safest approach in our line of work is to die unexpectedly, like your Aunt Xiao did. If you don't die immediately, things will get complicated later. Xinyu, do you think my life is in your hands right now? Huh. Luo Wanqing scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Xinyu. Are you so sure you're safer than me? Who will die first between us? I don't think it's easy to say. I've heard that young people these days don't like getting married, but I advise you to hurry up and get married so you can experience it for yourself. Because who knows, maybe my dutiful daughter. She's about to become a widow. Chapter 194. You said Luo Qinghan would use PUA on me? After a brief moment of surprise, Xinyu's brows finally furrowed inevitably. It wasn't Luo Wanqing's forced threat that intimidated him. Wu Debiao was right outside the door, and Xinyu never thought that anyone in this world could break through Biaozi's defenses and hurt her. At this moment, Xinyu suddenly realized that Luo Wanqing was even more disgusting than he had imagined. He could even picture this guy standing in the room every day with a face full of resentment, cursing him and Luo Qinghan to die a horrible death. To be honest, although Xinyu had always known what kind of person Luo Wanqing was, this old man was so outstanding in appearance, taste, temperament, and demeanor that she could hardly associate him with the word scumbag. Sometimes he even wondered if there was some misunderstanding about Luo Wanqing killing Xiao Miaoshi. But this time, he truly believed it. There's no point in talking to this mad dog. It's obvious that if he wants to find Biaozi's sister, he'll have to look for clues elsewhere. However, Xinyu had one last question for Luo Wanqing, a question that had been on his mind for a long time. He was truly baffled. Luo Wanqing, why did you kill Aunt Xiao Miaoshi? Xinyu looked at the middle-aged man opposite her, whose eyes were filled with hatred, with a puzzled expression. Xinyu had heard Luo Qinghan and Li Fian tell the story of Luo Wanqing. Almost everything he had was given to him by Aunt Xiao. This person is actually not very capable, and no one has ever thought much of him, but Aunt Xiao likes him too much. The reason is that when Aunt Xiao was in college, one night she was followed by two thugs, and it was Luo Wanqing who rushed out and fought them off. From then on, Aunt Xiao fell in love with him. No matter what position she was promoted to, she always insisted on having Luo Wanqing as her deputy, always giving him the most lucrative jobs, praising him, supporting him, and doing everything she could. Unfortunately, the level of skill in Luo Wan's city was limited. Every time she tried to protect him and cover for him, she had countless arguments with those above and below her. Everyone laughed at her, calling her a fool, but she remained unmoved, always arguing that, "You don't understand Wanqing. He's a good man. He is indeed a good person." In the end, he actually killed Xiao Miaoshi with his own hands just to use her as a glove. Xinyu really didn't understand. Luo Wanqing, weren't you selling gloves for money too? Even if you don't kill Aunt Xiao, you'll still be spending her money, won't you? And if anything happens, Aunt Xiao will cover for you. Isn't that much better than sitting in that crater spot by yourself? Xinyu, you don't know anything. Upon hearing Xiao Miaoshi's name, Luo Wanqing's expression instantly turned ferocious, and the muscles on his face began to twitch uncontrollably. Xinyu, do you feel that you and Luo Qinghan are getting along very well now, living a sweet and blissful life, and enjoying yourselves to the fullest? But have you ever thought about what you got in exchange for all this? You earned this by humbly flattering Luo Qinghan and carefully serving him every day. Your comfort comes at the cost of your grievances. You're nothing but a servant in front of Luo Qinghan, who is your master. Am I right? Xinyu was completely bewildered. No. Old dang. Is this how you define the relationship between me and Brother Han? You weren't wrong, were you? You're terribly wrong. Xinyu couldn't help but think about what happened at home last night. Sorry, old dang. It's not what you think. And you definitely wouldn't believe it. I am the master. I'm the one who gets everything I want. Our relationship is completely different from yours, so please stop trying to empathize with me. Xinyu wanted to retort, but Luo Wanqing didn't give him a chance to speak at all. His emotions were clearly running high. Do you know what you will experience in the future? You feel that Luo Qinghan treats you exceptionally well now, buying you whatever you want. You think that even if you feel inferior, you are still the happiest man in the world, right? But do you know how others perceive you? Everyone is talking about you behind your back, saying you're just a good-for-nothing who only knows how to live off women. They smile and act all polite to your face, but behind your back they talk behind your back, calling you a shameless gigolo and a spineless man. But unfortunately, you control all the communication networks, and you can clearly see every single one of their chat logs. You wish you could kill them all. Shinyu rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, are you talking about me? Don't try to force your own role onto me, okay? I don't have the weird habit of snooping on other people's chat logs. Luo Wanqing, are you sick in the head? Shinyu finally couldn't hold back any longer. Even if others look down on you, what does that have to do with Aunt Xiao? She's genuinely good to you. What does this have to do with her? Luo Wanqing shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Of course it's her business. Shinyu, don't you think I'm pretentious? I wear a sharp suit every day, my shoes are shiny, I sip red wine and smoke a cigar, and I even carefully choose the color of the silk scarf I wear each day. But I used to be a rough guy who ate noodles with garlic. Who turned me into this? A sickly flush rose to Luo Wanqing's face, and he screamed. It's her, Xiao Miaoshi. Every day she tells me in my ear that you should be like this, so elegant. You should be like that, so dignified. You should become the person I want you to be. She never argues with me. She is always polite, but she never stops disciplining me. She will keep nagging until I give in, until I lose myself. She would buy me a bunch of ridiculously expensive nice things, and then look at me with a sad expression. I've been so good to you. How could you bear to break my heart? Shinyu, she's manipulating me. She shouldn't have died? She must die. Shinyojin felt like her brain couldn't keep up. Therefore, according to Luo Wanqing's logic, he was bullied by Xiao Miaoshi. In fact, Shinyu had also considered this possibility. Could it be that Aunt Xiao, relying on her status, was bullying Luo Wanqing, this man from a poor background, and verbally abusing him every day? However, Luo Wanqing himself said that he did not. She never said a harsh word to Luo Wanqing. Instead, she would serve him luxury cars, expensive watches, red wine, and cigars, racking her brains to promote him. And if he messed up, she would clean up his mess. Is this called PUA? How many people in this world would line up to be subjected to this kind of PUA? Shinyu had thought about this before. Is Luo Wanqing simply a bastard to the core? Was he born evil? Now he was finally certain. That's how it is. This guy is a born scumbag. I was forced into it. Luo Wanqing became more and more agitated as he spoke, and he started shouting hysterically. Do you know how much I regret it? Why did I have to cling to Xiao Miaoshi in the first place and be ridiculed as a gigolo? I could have climbed up on my own merits if someone like Shun Tingfei could do it. Why can't I? I got higher grades than him in every course in college. Who does he think he is? He's just a complete loser. He's just lucky. If I choose to go to that military factory after graduation, what does it have to do with him? Damn it, I regret it so much. I shouldn't have hired those two thugs to harass Xiao Miaoshi in the first place, to play the hero and save the beauty, and then go to Southeast Asia. Grass. It's all that bitch Xiao Miaoshi's fault that I'm ruined. Bang! Luo Wanqing slammed his hand on the table and stepped forward. He pointed at Shunyu with bloodshot eyes. Shunyu, you won't be able to keep up your smugness for long. Do you know how much Luo Qinghan and her mother look alike? They are almost identical in appearance and personality. You're still basking in your own happiness because she's good to you, but you have no idea what you'll face in the future. You will experience everything I have gone through, and then you will understand. Luo Qinghan will definitely use PUA tactics on you. Ha ha ha, you'll definitely be tempted to kill Luo Qinghan. Chapter 195 will play even more fun in the future. Shinyu's eyes have been opened. That bastard Luo Wanqing even curses his only daughter, wishing her a bad future with him, and that she'll end up like Aunt Xiao. He might be able to understand it with a sliver of hope, though he doesn't really understand it very well. But he really couldn't understand why Luo Wanqing felt like a victim, and even felt persecuted by Xiao Miaoshi. He couldn't help but ask Luo Wanqing in shock. Have you shared these thoughts with Aunt Xiao? Is it about you not wanting to be defined by her? Luo Wanqing was taken aback. How could I dare? She's so rich. How could I dare? She's so beautiful. Countless people like her and pursue her. If I say anything, I'll lose everything. Am I stupid? Shinyu thought to herself. Holy crap. That's absolutely amazing. You're scared now. You just said you wanted to be like my dad and rely on yourself. And what exactly are you afraid of when it comes to communication? You've had both kids. Aunt Xiao is truly wronged. Shinyu couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. She probably died in a daze. She had no idea what happened, because Luo Wanqing never expressed any dissatisfaction. He looked at Luo Wanqing as if he were looking at an alien creature. Honestly, he was speechless. This old man simply compared his relationship with Luo Qinghan to that with Xiao Miaoshi. He didn't realize he was completely wrong. He thought he was just like him, harboring resentment and acting as Han Ji's lapdog every day. Forget it. Even in terms of money, I'm the richer one of the two, okay? Moreover, even setting aside money, Han Ge has never ordered me around since we met. Xinyu, you have to be like that. You have to be like that? Only being like me is elegant. You have to learn from me. No, Han Ge never does that. To put it simply, since the two met, Xinyu's taste and quality haven't improved at all, while Luo Qinghan's have plummeted. From eating junk food to swearing to doing shameful things, she's completely stuck in the same boat as her family. Now she has even learned to cook, and she especially likes to add garlic when stir-frying. Actually, Xinyu used to feel guilty for raising a rich young lady like this. But after listening to Luo Wanqing's crazy outburst, he suddenly felt the incredibly low-class atmosphere at home, the way my mom would yell at my dad for the smallest things. So he was actually very healthy? After all, the communication within the whole family was really effective. The evidence is that Luo Qinghan's social anxiety and bipolar disorder have both disappeared since she came to my house. It seems that it's better for people to be a little unserious. Xinyu couldn't help but rub her chin, filled with emotion. He had initially wondered if he'd been a little too indecent last night, but now he was completely relieved. It's right to be unconventional. I'm going to play like this every day from now on. It is indeed vulgar and indecent, but it's healthy. Old Deng, I have to go. I feel like I'd be better off taking a dump than coming to see you. Looking at Luo Wanqing, Xinyu sneered. But before you leave, I want you to understand one thing. Luo Qinghan did not use psychological manipulation on me. Han Ji never does that. Moreover, I was the one in control in our relationship. Also, your vision is too narrow. Crossing his legs, Xinyu shook his head dismissively. In your eyes, the glove seemed like a mountain, a five-fingered mountain, pressing down on you so much that you can't breathe. But to me, it's just a glove, nothing more than my future subordinate. Gloves are not my ambition at all. My ambition is to be hands. Who's as low as you? Luo Wanqing was stunned when he heard this. When will he be able to do this? Is this kid saying he wants to be a minister? Luo Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded. Do you know what you're saying? You want a position that even your father couldn't get. TCH. Xinyu rolled her eyes. So what if I can't be a dad? When I was 15, he couldn't beat me at chess. It's normal for me to beat him, okay? Xinyu, will never be a useless person like you, Luo Wanqing, who vents all his anger on the people who like him. If I have the ability, I'll use it to my advantage. That's what a man should do. Besides, what's wrong with being a minister? If someone like Xia Sani can do it, why can't I? Shin Yoshin said I didn't need his position because the thought of Brother Han being bossed around by others made me uncomfortable. My girlfriend should only listen to me, right? I will definitely take this ministerial position. The situation here is extremely complicated. You think you can just become one because you want to. Luo Wanqing suddenly felt embarrassed. Xinyu, you have no idea how ridiculous you are. Luo Wanqing, you have no idea how pathetic you are. Xinyu shook her head with pity. You dare to kill your own wife, but you don't even dare to think about becoming a minister? Originally, I was asking you where you hid Biaozi's sister. Now that I see it, it's all unnecessary. You probably wouldn't say that being around someone like you for too long makes me feel like the whole room is full of shit, and it's suffocating. I'll look it up myself. And old Deng, I think I can become a minister before you die. You just need to hold on for another year or two. In the future, Qinghan and I will be very loving. We will communicate very well, have a lot of fun, and our whole family will be very mentally healthy. Of course, you won't be able to see that. Anyway, once we find Biaozi's sister, you can die in peace. Although it was satisfying to give Luo Wanqing a good scolding, Xinyu still felt quite upset afterward. I was truly disgusted by Luo Wanqing. Even after getting into the ride-hailing car, he still couldn't calm down. Ironically, he now owns 2 luxury cars, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and a Maserati Gran Turismo. But He hasn't gotten his driver's license yet. In addition, he currently has over 100 million in pocket money, which he planned to splurge on the day of his confession, but in the end, he didn't spend it all, because Hangul has already bought that amusement park. So, when you're rich to a certain extent, you really do get a feeling of bewilderment. He murmured, "Can't even spend the flowers?" The ride-hailing driver in the front row glanced back at him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Well, here comes another one who's just filling cups. You're rich, why don't you take my discounted express car? Do you dare to call a private car? Shinyu was unaware that the driver looked down on him. He turned on his phone and found Luo Qinghan's name. Hangul is probably busy dealing with Saipan matters with Li Fian, who has just finished catching up on her sleep. But Shinyu couldn't resist. He sent her a few messages. Brother Han, I left Luo Wanqing's place, and as expected, nothing came of it, but I still feel quite emotional. We need to communicate more promptly in the future and not keep our thoughts bottled up inside. We should all speak openly and honestly about them. For example, right now, I'm going to tell you what's on my mind. Hanji, I love you da. I'm going to tease you again tonight. I'll bully you every day from now on. After sending it, he felt a surge of joy. People have to be a little bit silly every now and then. Being a jerk is so much fun. He knew Luo Qinghan was busy and didn't expect her to reply with such irrelevant words. However, to my surprise, the other party's message came very quickly. Did he turn on speakerphone? Luo Qinghan. Good da. You can bully me. We'll communicate with you immediately if we have anything to say. Honey, I love you too. I'm super obedient. I'll do whatever you say. Oh, by the way, my parents just congratulated me on becoming a glove seller and said they'd send me a red envelope, but they transferred 100 million yuan instead. Facepalm, facepalm, facepalm. Shinyu. Did they give you a red envelope containing 100 million yuan? Holy crap, the driver in the front seat covered his face. That's awesome. Is his girlfriend even better at bragging than him? Should I call the police? Could these two have escaped from a mental hospital? Chapter 196 Luo Qinghan. This kind of little girl has the softest heart. This is outrageous. Shinyu thought to herself, isn't this biased? Why did you give my brother 100 million, but not me? We're all family, yet you treat us differently. After calculating the time difference, Shun Tingfei should still be awake. So Shinyu picked up her phone and started a voice message. Old Shun, I'll tell you a secret you should give a gift. Because I've become close to your poor family. Goodness, this night has exhausted me. Their lips are swollen from kissing. Aren't you going to reimburse me for any of the medical expenses? About a minute later, the voice message came through, and Shinyu pressed speakerphone again. Shin Tingfei. Son, you're so filial. Do you know what time it is in Africa right now? And how could you be so shameless as to lay a hand on your own brother? What? Are you in such a hurry for me to become a grandfather? Shinyu. Whether or not I become your grandfather depends on your sincerity, by the way. I heard you've been mining quite a bit of, or lately. Although I'm not short of money, I'm a filial son, and I still want to help you out. Could you transfer me some pocket money? No need for much, just a token amount. 100 million will do. Another minute passed. Shin Tingfei. How can you be so shameless? I never thought that our Shun family, which has been introverted for generations, would produce someone as thick-skinned as you. Suddenly, Su Hongmei's voice came from beside him. Shin Tingfei, do you want to die? You say my son is shameless? How is he shameless? He's already a sophomore in college, and he wants 100 million yuan as pocket money. Is that excessive? These days, which college student doesn't have at least 100 million? Why should Shinyu have to suffer? Shin Tingfei. Okay, I'll send it. Honey, I'll send it right now. Cough. The driver in the front seat couldn't hold back any longer. Because Shinyu had been speaking out loud, he heard the entire conversation clearly. He finally understood it turns out that boasting is written in your genes. It was one thing for the guy in the back row to brag all by himself, but I didn't expect that his girlfriend and his parents would join him in bragging too. Wow, do you even know how to send out 100 million in pocket money? Can WeChat's transfer page even display that many zeros? You're really good at bragging. Is your family business in making blowers? He couldn't help but turn around and glance at Shinyu again. Yes, he is indeed quite handsome. But the brand on his clothes, if I'm not mistaken. And ta? The driver couldn't help but shake his head. Good heavens, buddy, you're so rich, it's really beneath you to ride in my car. You should get a Cullinan and find a sexy female assassin with tattoos to be your driver. Hee hee. At this moment, Shen Tingfei's voice rang out again from the back row. Shen Tingfei, has the money arrived yet? Shinyu. Thank you, Dad. Your fatherly love is truly as solid as a mountain. Shen Tingfei. My child, you're good in every way, except you have a mouth. By the way, what about that thing you told me about wanting to be with the minister? Was that true or not? Shinyu. Really, I don't want anyone else to take care of you, my mom. And Hanji, I feel sorry for you all. So if anyone's going to take care of you, I'll do it myself. Shen Tingfei. You're so filial, but the opportunity has actually come. A high-ranking official has taken a liking to your troublemaking abilities. Xia Sandy will probably be reluctantly notifying you to join the ministry as a beast of burden soon. Xia Santi is a wicked guy. He'll definitely try every possible way to make things difficult for you. But you can rest assured. As you know, in our family, fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. With your father around, you can go all out against him. Don't worry about anything going wrong. I'll cover for you if anything happens. What you just said makes sense to me. Your wife worked as a glove maker in her sophomore year, so you should have been a minister in your junior year and become a full-fledged minister. Reasonable. Hello, sir. Are you parked at the entrance of this residential area? The driver in front breathed a huge sigh of relief. He had finally gotten the boastful guy to his destination, and he was relieved that he didn't have to listen to his bragging anymore. Looking up at the dilapidated exterior of Dongli No. 1, with its old and worn-out gate. Oh my God, the driver really couldn't hold back anymore. A family with 100 million in pocket money living here? Thank you, master. Shinyu received a coupon, which reduced the fare by 5 yuan, and then paid the fare. Hey, handsome. The driver couldn't help but frown and call out to him. You already have 100 million in pocket money. Would you mind giving me a 5-star review? In a magnificent room, Yellow Spider looked grave, his eyes darting around. Above and in the very center of the room hangs a giant crystal chandelier, its strings of sparkling crystals exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows let in bright but not glaring light, illuminating the heavy mahogany desk in the center of the room. Behind the desk, Luo Qinghan, dressed in a black fitted suit, was leaning back lazily in the carved crocodile leather chair. A small section of her fair, snow-white wrist was exposed from the narrow cuffs of her sleeves, and a simple yet elegant silver watch was worn on her wrist. Her face was like a finely carved piece of jade, and her stunning curves were made even more captivating by the suit she wore. Da-da-da. Luo Qinghan's slender fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a dull and rhythmic sound. Luo Yu, do you understand now who truly rules the Southeast Asian underworld? She looked down at the trembling man kneeling on the Persian carpet with a mocking gaze. Of course it's you. Luo Yu said in a trembling voice. It's always been you. Luo Wancheng. That heartless bastard. We've wanted to kill him for a long time and welcome you back. We just haven't found a good opportunity yet, but our hearts are with Liu Bei even though we're in Cao Cao's camp. The yellow spider beside him mentally spat out a curse. Give me a break. You, Luo Yu, are Luo Wanqing's right-hand man. Without your support, would he dare to lay a hand on the mistress? The plan to raid the Maldives and behead Luo Qinghan a couple of days ago was also your idea. Now you're playing the innocent rabbit? However, the yellow spider will not expose it. After all, Luo Yu had already transferred money to him this morning. Who told him to be Luo Qinghan's favorite now? Hey. Huang Zhizhu felt a surge of pride luckily. Thanks to his friendship with Feng Wanxia, he had submitted a letter of allegiance to Luo Qinghan early on. Now you see, with Luo Wanqing's defeat, he has directly become the second in command of the Azure Dragon Society. What is this called? That's called having vision. There's just one thing I'm not happy about. His boss turned out to be that yes, who turned out to be an information broker. What did he know? Sooner or later I'll sideline him, and then I'll be the one calling the shots in the Azure Dragon Society. As for Luo Qinghan, Huang Zhizhu glanced at Luo Qinghan in the chair with a hint of disdain. Ultimately, she's just a child. What could she possibly know? Moreover, women are generally soft-hearted. Take Luo Yu for example. She would definitely be fooled into letting him go. Even the mistress of the house suffered from her womanly kindness, so it's easy to imagine that Luo Qinghan, this little girl, is even easier to fool than Luo Wancheng. Having made up his mind, Huang Zhizhu gave Luo Yu, who was kneeling, a reassuring look. Don't worry, little girl, you have a soft heart. Your bag will be fine. Chapter 197. You're always too soft-hearted, too soft-hearted. Seeing the reassuring look that Huang Zhizhu secretly gave him, Luo Yu immediately understood. This is definitely a sure thing. Luo Qinghan falls for this. He thought to himself, just as I expected, Luo Qinghan and the mistress are the same kind of people. Both of them want you to be grateful and are soft-hearted when it comes to doing things. Since she's so soft-hearted, let's say something even softer. Luo Yu lowered his head heavily and took a few deep breaths. When he looked up again, his eyes were already brimming with tears, and he choked out. Henin, do you remember when you were 7 years old, you watched a documentary and suddenly became very interested in skiing? At this time, I specially brought back a set of ski equipment for you from Switzerland. You got your first skis. You especially like that red and white color. Also, my son Xiaoyu, that chubby boy, he goes to the same school as you. Do you remember him? Back then, he had a crush on you. He wrote you love letters, but didn't dare to give them to you. He would secretly slip them into your bag during breaks, not even daring to sign his name. Later, when you questioned him about whether he wrote it, this silly boy actually got scared and swore he denied it. Also, when you were little, you especially loved eating my wife's spicy rabbit heads. Every time your Aunt Zhao made them, we would always send them to you right away. Xiaoyu always says we're biased and asks us to leave him more food, but we just ignore him. Luo Yu rambled on, reminiscing about his childhood, and then he secretly glanced at Luo Qinghan's beautiful face. Sure enough, a look of reminiscence appeared in Luo Qinghan's deep, lake-like eyes. Her expression softened involuntarily, and as she looked at Luo Yu kneeling, a thoughtful look appeared in Luo Qinghan's eyes. Finally, she sighed softly. Uncle Luo, this kind of person of mine. Soft-hearted. Forget it. When you're in the world of martial arts, you're not free to do what you want. I won't pursue it any further. Here's what we'll do. You make a list. I want you to mark all the people who weren't involved in my father's conspiracy. You've watched me grow up, so you should know that I was forced to become this glove. I'm not someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately. So you write up a list. Yes, I have a list. I wrote it down a long time ago. Luo Yu was excited. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He scrambled to his feet, then respectfully took out a piece of paper and handed it to Luo Qinghan at his enormous mahogany table. This was written overnight after Luo Wanqing's accident yesterday. He guessed very accurately. Luo Qinghan, just like the mistress back then, took the conciliatory approach. This was entirely within Luo Yu's expectations. After all, the Azure Dragon Society is in chaos right now, and Luo Qinghan is in dire need of manpower, so she will definitely need to select some people to rebuild her team. And this list contains his true confidants who will enable Luo Yu to make a comeback. Luo Yu said excitedly. These are the guys, these are all good brothers who usually dare not speak out against each other. We curse Luo Wancheng behind his back every day, just waiting for you to come. Luo Qinghan nodded, took the list, and carefully read it through from beginning to end. It's pretty much what I expected. These should be the people. As soon as those words were spoken, both Luo Yu, who was kneeling, and Huang Zhizhu, who was standing, breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I guess I got away with it. They made the right bet. Sure enough, Luo Qinghan is just a little girl after all. She's really soft-hearted and easy to fool. These are the people, plus the ones we confirmed this morning. Handing the list to Li Fian beside him, Luo Qinghan said calmly. Take them all to northern Myanmar and deal with them by today. Be quick about it. Leave no one alive. Okay, Li Fian replied excitedly. I haven't fed crows with a pole in ages. My hands are itching. These 100+ pieces should last me a while. Luo Yu froze on the spot. No, there must be a mistake. His eyes widened in terror, and he trembled violently. Luo Qinghan. She's going to kill everyone on the list? His voice trembled as he asked incredulously. Young miss. Luo Qinghan smiled as she looked at him. Uncle Luo, do you think that I, like my mother, am the kind of person who raises ungrateful children with a lenient approach? Stop joking. My mother has proven with her death that it's a style that doesn't work. Uncle Luo, this is my style. I don't spend time distinguishing between who is loyal and who is hypocritical. There's no need for that. If I have any doubts, I'll kill them all. Luo Yu felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He knew those people on the list were doomed, and pleading was useless. Right now, all he wants is to save his own life. So cold. Luo Qinghan frowned in disgust. Don't call me that in such a disgusting way. Not to mention your stupid son. Do you know who led the verbal bullying of me at school back then? Did you know that besides putting love letters in my school bag, your son also put dead rats in it? Also, do you know why I always have your family send me spicy rabbit heads, which I never eat? Luo Yu was stunned. His head was buzzing, like countless bees were flying around. Why? Luo Qinghan smiled sweetly. Because every time I see that whole plate of rabbit heads, I can't help but dream about it. When I grow up, I'll definitely take your whole family's heads. Just like this, cut it down neatly. Luo Yu collapsed to the ground. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror, and he pleaded in a hoarse voice. Miss, my son was ignorant back then. Your son was immature back then, and now he's studying at Oxford University, while his mother is accompanying him. You haven't seen each other for a long time, have you? Luo Qinghan laughed happily, her voice as melodious as a silver bell. Don't worry, Uncle Luo, you will be reunited soon. As she spoke, she turned her head. Fian, send someone to the old house to fetch the ski that Uncle Luo gave me. I never used those skis, but I remember very clearly that they had a red and white pattern on them. Red like blood, white like brain matter. The quality is indeed good, and the edges are very sharp. Today, we'll use this high-quality ski to knock Uncle Luo's head off. Shave it off. Li Fian nodded and waved to those around her. Two circus members suddenly appeared, grabbed the frozen Luo Yu, and dragged him outside. It wasn't until they reached the door that the limp Luo Yu finally came to his senses, and he screamed hysterically. Luo Qinghan, you're a devil. Yellow Spider, say something. Let me go? Let me go. Luo Qinghan, didn't you say you were soft-hearted? After gently tidying her long hair, Luo Qinghan nodded in agreement. I'm soft-hearted. But my soft heart is reserved for only one person. I can't bear to go against anything he says, and I will obey whatever he asks. As for the rest of the world, excuse me, I don't have any patience for you. As Luo Yu's shrill screams faded behind the door, Huang Zhizhu was drenched in cold sweat. He felt a chill run down his spine and secretly glanced at Luo Qinghan's flawless, jade-like face. Soft-hearted? She's way more ruthless than Luo Wancheng. So many people, and they didn't even investigate, just wiped them out completely? The yellow spider's legs were almost giving way. The thought of what had just happened made him pale. Luo Yu, you idiot, you can die if you want, but don't expose me. When Huang Zhizhu heard Luo Yu say, Yellow Spider, say something. He was so scared he almost peed himself on the spot. Now he fully understands Luo Qinghan's way of doing things. Unlike Luo Wancheng, she didn't like to use scheming and trickery, and always preferred to operate in the shadows. Unlike the matriarch, she didn't like to use appeasement and kindness, but rather emphasized a combination of kindness and severity. Luo Qinghan is different from both of them. She only trusted a few people, including Li Fian. Everyone else was just a disposable commodity in her eyes. Once there's suspicion, there's no need to verify. Just fleece them without even bothering to put on an act. If she finds out that I took money from Luo Yu. The room wasn't hot, but the yellow spider was already drenched in sweat. But he couldn't help but think with a glimmer of hope that perhaps Luo Qinghan hadn't paid attention to what Luo Yu was shouting. At this moment, he saw Luo Qinghan wave his hand and say, Bring Kuan-pei and the others in. Chapter 198. I'm going home, so you can bully me. The heavy, carved gate slowly opened. Several circus members led in Kuan-pei, Kim Minjun, Ramahin, and Ivy-sun, who were already tied up. The three men, Kuan-pei, were utterly terrified and on the verge of tears. However, Ivy-sun was completely different. The man frowned, staring coldly at Luo Qinghan and Li Fian without uttering a sound. Okay, that's a real man. A strange glint flashed in Li Fian's eyes. It's decided. I'll put you at the very front later. Sister Qinghan, Ramahan wailed, beating her chest and stamping her feet. I was just doing a job for money. I had no choice, please spare my life. Furthermore, let's talk about China-India friendship. The dragon and the elephant are one family. Holy crap! The three of them were surprised. You actually brought up nationality and dragged diplomacy into this. Kim Min-jun suddenly realized that Ramahan's idea was a good one. He quickly followed up. Sister Qinghan, South Korea has always been a vassal state of China since ancient times. Seoul used to be called Hanseong. I'm basically your dog, so please don't hold it against me. Luo Qinghan raised her eyes in confusion. Really? I've heard that many people in South Korea don't think that way. Don't you guys particularly like to claim that things from the Dragon Kingdom are your own? Kim Min-jun, filled with righteous indignation and unable to contain his anger, shouted, What do those people know? They're a bunch of complete idiots. Actually, anyone with a brain knows that Confucius wasn't from Korea. Tai Chi was invented by you, and the Dragon Boat Festival is a festival of the Dragon Kingdom, Qinghan. Please spare my life. I'll go back and educate them right away. Kuan-pei, who was standing to the side, became anxious. No, you guys are all doing a great job. Are they always choosing such tricky angles? As a Chinese person, what am I supposed to say? What do people from China resonate with most recently regarding Taiwan? Got it. Her eyes lit up. Sister Qinghan, welcome to Thailand. Thailand is very safe. Everyone, why are you bringing up something you don't really want to talk about? Why don't you elaborate on why travel agencies are rushing to cancel international ticket sales? Luo Qinghan rubbed her forehead wearily. It seems there's no need to talk to these people anymore. Hurry up and finish this so I can go home and see Xiaoyu. I haven't seen him for almost half a day. A full 10 hours, is this how a human being lives? She looked at Johnson Iverson, who had remained silent. Do you have anything to say? Avison didn't answer, but glanced at the obsequious Kun-pei and snorted coldly. What a disgraceful display. Li Fian and Luo Qinghan couldn't help but exchange a glance. As the investigation progressed, they discovered that almost all of Luo Wanqing's men were cowards, practically a group of people suffering from osteomalacia. This tall guy is the only one who's somewhat interesting. Luo Qinghan, I want to ask one last question. Ivy-sun asked calmly, where is young Master Lu? What's wrong with this person? Is he really an inside agent you sent? After he finished speaking, Kuan-pei and the others frowned. Yes, we're all going to be executed. What about young Master Lu? Where is he? You mean Lu Outyin? Luo Qinghan thought for a moment, then shook her head, somewhat speechless, and said, He is indeed our inside man, but he doesn't know it himself. Kuan-pei and the others were stunned. He was an inside man, but he didn't know it? Luo Qinghan, do you want to listen to what you've said? Are there any unintentional undercover agents? I once discussed with Master Wang how to make your team the weakest possible. Luo Qinghan put her 10 fingers together and explained. Our final conclusion is, add Lu Outyin, but don't tell him his real purpose. Let him think he's on your side, and let him do everything according to his own ideas. We all agree that, in this way, the damage inflicted on you will be maximized. The faces of Kuan-pei and the other three were twitching slightly. Upon closer reflection, that does seem to be true. If you had actually told young Master Lu that he was an undercover agent, we might not be in such a terrible situation. Because he has a natural, unadulterated tendency to mess things up. He's deliberately making things worse. Avison, I have great respect for you. Luo Qinghan glanced at his watch. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Kuan-pei and the others immediately felt ashamed. This scene is reminiscent of Lu Bu after being defeated by Cao Cao, constantly pleading with Liu Bei for mercy, while Zhang Liao, a tough guy, remained silent even when trapped. Iverson is definitely a tough guy. Really. Amidst the ashamed gazes of the crowd, Iverson stepped forward and glanced at the crowd with disdain. Then, he faced Luo Qinghan and Li Fian. With eyes full of fear, he said, I only have one sentence to say. I'm still useful. With a plop. Even the tough guy Iverson didn't flinch. He knelt down on one knee. He shouted, Sister Qinghan, keep me alive, I'll be useful. That day, Luo Wanqing sent me a message. I'm tall, so I peeked down at it. I discovered that he was sending those self-destructing messages to someone whose contact name was Mammoth. That Mammoth said he has already arranged for Wu Dubiao's sister to go to Cebu, the second largest city in the Philippines. Please give me a chance to atone for my sins, Sister Qinghan. I'll go to Cebu and bring Wu Dubiao's sister back to you within a month. You can kill me later if you can't find it, right? Ku Pei and the other two. Holy crap. I thought you, Ivy-san, were a tough guy with a strong will. I was waiting for you to say, since ancient times, who has ever escaped death? And you knelt down without even blinking. You're despicable. Me too. Splash. 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 The three of them knelt down together. Sister Qinghan, I want to go too. It would be much faster if the four of us went together. As long as we don't take young Master Lu with us, we're sure we can help Master Biao find clues about his sister within a month. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but exchange a surprised glance with Li Fian. Well, this is truly a case of after the darkest hour comes the dawn. The investigation into Biaozi's sister has now reached a stalemate. Clearly, Luo Wanqing had already considered this matter as his life-saving secret, and he would never reveal it lightly. Just when I was at a loss, I didn't expect that tough guy, Ivy's son, would have a breakthrough. This is wonderful. Okay, then you can go and investigate. Luo Qinghan thought for a moment. 1 month deadline. The four were overjoyed. He survived. Kunpei quickly raised his hand and swore an oath. Sister Qinghan, we will never run away. We will definitely complete the mission. If we break this oath, no need for oaths or vows. Luo Qinghan waved his hand. I just executed more than 100 people who had sworn oaths to my mother. You can take care of it. She waved the documents in her hand. Do you know what this is? This is the information about you compiled by Feng Wanxia. Who are your family members? Where do you live? How much do you earn? What are your hobbies? Which variety shows do you like to watch? And which female live streamers do you like to tip? Even your XP is listed clearly here. So, no need to swear an oath, just do it. After putting down the documents, Luo Qinghan gave a gentle smile. She looks exactly like a harmless, soft-hearted little girl. I believe you will all remain loyal to me. Is it right? The four people nodded frantically. Yes, that's absolutely right. How could it be wrong? Behind him, the yellow spider was completely numb. No wonder Luo Qinghan didn't even bother to investigate him before making him the second in command of the Azure Dragon Society. Because she's already checked. No wonder she didn't ask any questions about what Luo you shouted earlier. It's because she already knew. Huang Zhizhu was almost certain that he had a detailed file, including even his web browsing history, in Luo Qinghan's hands. The only reason she didn't kill herself was, I am still useful to you right now. The yellow spider understood everything. Fortunately, Luo Qinghan didn't say a word in Luo Yu's defense just now, so now she only sees herself as a con man. There's still hope. He would honestly hand over the money Luo Yu gave him later, and then confess everything he knew. Perhaps he could save his life. The yellow spider was trembling all over and sweating profusely. Luo Qinghan is not someone I can fool. This girl is extremely cunning and ruthless. There is probably no one in this world who can control her. No one can bully her. Bite. Luo Qinghan's pink phone beeped with a text message. She looked up at it. Xinyu. Honey, I'm home. How's things going on your end? I want to tease you. When are you coming back? A touch of crimson quietly appeared on Luo Qinghan's cheek. Good or bad? Xiaoyu, all you do is bully me. She picked up her phone and replied. Soon, I'll be leaving soon. I'm coming home right away so you can bully me. Chapter 199, The Second Night. 7 p.m., Xunyu's second bedroom. After listening to Xunyu's story, Luo Qinghan clenched her fists and trembled with anger. How could Luo Wanqing say something so shameless? In fact, Luo Qinghan had some fantasies. She imagined that Luo Wanqing actually regretted it, that he cried every night, regretting 1,000 times that he was a beast who actually harmed Xiao Miaoshi, who loved him the most. However, Luo Qinghan never expected that in Luo Wanqing's own heart, he was actually a victim. He even felt like he was being forced into it. This is absolutely ridiculous and utterly absurd. Are there really such shameless people in the world? How did your mother pressure you? forcing you to wear the best clothes, drink the best wine, and drive the most luxurious car. You're really being forced into a miserable situation. Aren't you just trying to find an excuse for your fickle desires and inflated ambitions? It must have been difficult for you to find such a clueless answer. Actually, that's not the most disgusting thing. Shinyu wore an expression as if she had swallowed a fly. What makes me think he's beyond redemption is that he actually cursed us. He said we would start with resentment, gradually grow apart, and eventually become thorns in each other's side, to the point where we must eliminate each other as soon as possible. I immediately told him, keep dreaming. I will share all my secrets with Qinghan. We will be the most intimate partners, communicating about everything, big or small. We will live happily ever after and be a couple that everyone envies. As soon as Shinyu finished speaking, Luo Qinghan leaned over and gave him a big kiss on the cheek with her moist, pink lips. That's it. She wrapped her arms around Shinyu's neck tenderly. Xiaoyu, let's love each other for a lifetime and make him furious. The two embraced passionately, and Luo Qinghan held Shinyu, whispering in his ear, Honey, I won't hide anything from you. I'll communicate everything with you properly. I want to be a wonderful wife who makes you incredibly happy. Shinyu felt a surge of emotion. He hugged Luo Qinghan tightly, unable to resist pressing his forehead against hers, and said resolutely, That's what I think too. I feel like I shouldn't be hiding anything from you. Baby, I have something to tell you now. Luo Qinghan cupped his face in surprise and said softly, Then you tell me. Shinyu's face immediately turned red. What he actually wanted to say was quite embarrassing. He originally thought that he could just make up his mind about it. But after returning from Luo Wancheng, he suddenly felt that since it involved two people, both of them should agree. It was wrong of me to secretly make those plans in the past. That amusement park confession was just the two of them holding back their best moves, only to end up wasting money. Of course, it really felt great. But you can actually have the same fun for less money. Therefore, he decided that he had to speak out about this. Brother Han, actually, I have a strong desire for you. I really want to have you as soon as possible. I crave your body. Luo Qinghan's face instantly turned as red as if it were burning. She felt a tingling sensation in her heart, as if it had been grabbed, and even her earlobes felt hot. Xiaoyu, are you lusting after my body and want to have me sooner? Her flushed cheeks were vibrant and beautiful. She thought to herself, All right, tonight will do. Isn't this what a girlfriend should do? I'm ready to offer it to you anytime. She had already thought about this when she was chatting with Chu Qingmei in the Maldives. She wasn't going to keep Shinyu hooked, not even for a second. She wanted to make him feel comfortable. But we just confessed our feelings. Am I being disrespectful to you by coming up like this? Shinyu was too embarrassed to look her in the eye, so he lowered his head and muttered, That's why I set a deadline for myself yesterday. It started at 3 months. Later I felt it was too hard. It's been under revision for a month and a half. Now I've changed my mind. About a month. As he spoke, Shinyu brazenly grabbed Luo Qinghan's slender waist, making her sit on his lap. 1 month, which is 30 days from today, I want to have you. Is that okay? Okay. Luo Qinghan answered without hesitation. She had no intention of feigning modesty at all. She cupped Shinyu's face in her hands and kissed him deeply. But isn't a month too long? Will you have a hard time holding it in? If you can hold it in, then it'll be a month. If you can't hold it in, she lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer. If you can't hold back, you can start anytime. I'm ready. I'm your girlfriend, and I'm in charge of your desires. We can meet anytime, anywhere, whenever you want, okay? Shinyu felt like her nose was about to bleed. Anytime, anywhere? This is so awesome. He suddenly felt that a month was too long. He wants to be available anytime, anywhere right now. And Luo Qinghan's words were so flirtatious. I'm your girlfriend, so I'm in charge of your desires? Shinyu thought to herself, how about half a month? But those bold words have already been uttered. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to back out now? Yes, it was indeed embarrassing. Let's just hang in there. Just hang in there. Persevere, it's only a month, right? He thought with great confidence. It should be easy to get through, right? Having made up his mind, Shinyu patted his chest. Just 1 month. I mean what I say. Hey, baby, come closer so I can reach your earlobe. As the two were whispering sweet nothings to each other, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground came from outside. Shun Yu Luo Qinghan's hand, which had been unable to control itself, suddenly stopped. There's only one person in the family who likes to wear high heels. Late summer is back. Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan quickly let go of each other, immediately feeling a pang of guilt. Well, how should I put it? To avoid upsetting Feng Wanxia, no one told her about their confession. Feng Wanxia only found out about it afterward, through a report from her own intelligence network. That would be awkward. You should know that Feng Wanxia is now the most capable and hardworking person in this family. Her mind is so brilliant that she can do everything from finance and administration to decision-making. So much so that now Xin Yu and Luo Qinghan are both making the same mistake. There's one thing they wouldn't dare make a decision about without consulting Feng Wanxia. But if you ask someone for help normally, and then confess your feelings at that moment, keeping them completely in the dark, then it's somewhat shameless, aren't you? What to do? Xin Yu looked terrified. Feng Wanxia kept calling him master, but he wasn't stupid enough to actually order her around. He always regarded her as an older sister. But he also knew that Feng Wanxia liked him very much, which made him especially awkward. Fian went to Southeast Asia on business today. Luo Qinghan also looked guilty. So the three of us will be having dinner together. There's no way to avoid it. Okay, I'll go apologize to her. Honey, listen behind the door. Come out only when the situation is stable. If things get bad, stay hidden. Xinyu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and shrank back. Okay. May you succeed immediately, my darling. So Luo Qinghan stood up and took long strides with a flirtatious air. She opened the door, forced a warm smile, and waved happily, saying, Xia, you're back? In the living room. Feng Wanxiao wore a long Burberry trench coat, paired with red high heels. Under the sunglasses that covered most of her face, her bright red lips looked luscious and tempting. She glanced at Luo Qinghan, took off her sunglasses, and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything. Chapter 200. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. With her long legs propped up, Feng Wanxia sat coldly on the sofa. Her eyes glanced out the window, and the high heels on her feet revealed a hint of angry red. Xia. Luo Qinghan carefully sat down next to her, took her hand, and asked, Are you angry? Feng Wanxia glanced at her, but remained silent. Actually, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but I was genuinely afraid you'd be unhappy if you knew. Sorry. Luo Qinghan's long eyelashes drooped, her face full of apology. She clasped her hands together and pleaded for forgiveness. Please forgive us, okay? Xia, to express my apology, I specially chose a villa for you. Villa? Feng Wanxiao felt her throat go dry, and she suddenly interrupted. Luo Qinghan, you gave me this villa. Is it because you hope I'll leave here sooner and stop bothering you and Xin Yu? How could that be? Luo Qinghan was taken aback by her thoughts. On the other side, Feng Wanxiao's face turned red. Her full chest heaved, and her eyes were already glistening with tears. She was so angry she almost cried. Luo Qinghan quickly grasped Feng Wanxiao's hand, stared into Feng Wanxiao's eyes, and said sincerely, I gave you the villa because I've already given you jewelry and a car. Then should we send a villa? What are you thinking? Xia, I can't live without you. Even if you want to leave, I will bring you back. You will stay by Shun Yu's and my side for the rest of your life. You are not allowed to go anywhere. With that puffed, Feng Wanxiao finally couldn't hold back. You're not allowed to go anywhere? Upon hearing this, the frost on her face instantly melted away, and a bewitching smile couldn't help but bloom at the corners of her mouth. What's going on here? She couldn't help but cover her mouth, feeling both annoyed and amused. I'm not going anywhere. Am I going to spend my whole life with them? Goodness, is this a light bulb with such a long battery life? The thought of herself becoming an old woman and still being jealous of Luo Qinghan made her unable to hold back her emotions. Luo Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. She gently put her arm around Feng Wanxiao's shoulder, leaned close to her face, and smiled sweetly. You're not angry anymore? Feng Wanxiao, who had just burst out laughing, suddenly fell silent again. She sighed and looked up. To be honest, I wasn't angry at all. I'm actually quite glad now. Luo Qinghan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Thank goodness. Weakly shaking her head, Feng Wanxia clasped her hands together and closed her eyes listlessly. I didn't understand before why Xinyu liked you, but not me. I'm not that much worse looking than you, and I even have a hotter figure. Later, I gradually understood. I really can't compare to you. No, no, no. Just as Luo Qinghan was about to speak to clarify, Feng Wan waved her hand to stop her, saying, I'm not talking about money, or that your Eastern appearance is more in line with his, or something. I'm talking about the way we like him. Feng Wanxiao lowered her head dejectedly. Money and looks are certainly important, but they are probably not what Xinyu values most. If he really valued money, then no matter how much trouble and Yutian caused before Luo Qinghan appeared, Xinyu shouldn't have stopped pursuing her. After all, at that time, and Yutian was the richest girl he could pursue. If looks were the deciding factor, Xinyu would have chosen Chenglin long before Luo Qinghan appeared. Actually, Chenglin is really beautiful. Feng Wanxia didn't feel that way when she first arrived. At the time, she thought Chenglin was a bit too flat-faced. But now that she's been here longer, her aesthetic sense has gradually become more Eastern. Even she now finds Chenglin's delicate, innocent beauty incredibly captivating, making her want to hold her in her arms. However, Xinyu did not choose Chenglin. Feng Wanxiao is now gradually coming to understand. Perhaps because of the lingering effects of being hurt by an Yutian, what Xinyu values most is actually the feeling of being together. Feng Wanxiao had always had a misconception. She believed that as long as she was good enough, Xinyu would fall in love with her. That's her way of thinking. She's always trying to show off her own abilities. First basketball, then singing, both were things she was very good at. She felt that as long as she was dazzling enough, Xinyu would definitely fall for her. But Luo Qinghan is not like that. All along, I've been thinking about how to make myself shine even brighter and completely overwhelm him. I even spend an hour planning what to wear before each meeting with him. But you've always been thinking about one thing. Feng Wanxiao looked up at Luo Qinghan. And all you're thinking about is how to make him happy. You only have one thing on your mind, pleasing him. If I were Xinyu, I would also choose you. With a long sigh, Feng Wanxia grasped Luo Qinghan's hand with some emotion and said sincerely, Luo Qinghan, I lost. I am not as good as you. I am completely convinced. Luo Qinghan's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. She stood there, stunned, unsure of what to say. She hadn't expected Feng Wanxiao to think from this perspective. Have I been thinking about how to please Xinyu? She thought about it carefully. It seems so. That was true before, and it's even more so now. Luo Qinghan had never been in a relationship, but this was the kind of relationship she understood. It means being kind to you, taking care of you, and making you happy. It's definitely not because they want to take anything from you that they're talking. Because he already had everything except one thing, Xinyu's affection. As long as he likes me, that's enough. That's all I need. Do you know Luo Qinghan? Feng Wanxiao lowered her head and murmured. Actually, I'm very glad now because during that competition, I chose Xinyu to be my godfather in time. If that hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't have any excuse to stay by your side now. And I don't want to leave you at all. I can't live without Xinyu, and I can't live without you either. You still can't live without non-smokers, Biaozi. Feng Wanxia suddenly covered her face with her hands and said in a speechless tone, To my shame, I actually felt that we were a family. And I am the eldest sister in this family. It is my responsibility to take good care of each and every one of you. She pressed her brow and shook her head, saying, I don't know where these shameful thoughts come from, but I just can't help thinking them. I'm fucking insane. Luo Qinghan, who was standing to the side, smiled. She happily pressed her face against Feng Wanxia's and hugged her shoulders tightly, saying, It's not that you want to, it's that you are my sister. Late summer, we are family. And you're not the only one with these shameful thoughts. I feel the same way. Xia, do you know how much I cherish you all? My parents are gone. I have no home, I only have you all. I can be ruthless and merciless outside, killing many people without even lifting my eyelids. I can be decisive and cold-blooded. But if I go home and don't see Xinyu, don't see you all, and no one is willing to give me a hug, I'm really going to break down. As she spoke, she stared at Feng Wanxia and said with unwavering certainty, We are one family. I've thought so for a long time. Feng Wanxia stared at her, her eyes unblinking, as if confirming the truth. A long time. She suddenly grabbed Luo Qinghan's fair and lovely chin and said resentfully, "Don't even try. You little vixen. You're a family member, yet you still sleep with the man I like." A large blush quickly spread from Luo Qinghan's cheeks to her neck, and she hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "Without. We haven't reached that point yet." Feng Wanxiao was taken aback. Huh. She thought to herself, no way, it hasn't gotten to that point yet. Didn't you already confess your feelings? This rhythm, you Easterners are really so reserved. No, Shinyu is such a slowpoke. Is it because he's too young, and he doesn't know how to use a woman? Otherwise, how do you explain that he could tolerate Luo Qinghan, such an extreme person? Could he be sick? Feng Wanxia stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. It doesn't seem like it. Look at his abs, his athleticism. She thought about it carefully. Or perhaps these two simply don't know where to begin. Is there anything you don't understand about that matter? Feng Wanxia couldn't help but widen her eyes in a mock expert manner, adopting an expert's expression, and said in a teacher's tone, "If you have any questions about this, feel free to ask me. I'm a super professional, sister." She was just joking, of course. However, she didn't expect it. Luo Qinghan actually widened her watery eyes. She took Feng Wanxiao's hand with a look of delight and whispered, "Real." Chapter 201. This matter is of utmost importance and must not be told to anyone. Certainly. Feng Wanxiao narrowed her eyes, which were as clear as a lake, as if a cat had smelled a fish. She was genuinely curious. She said in an eager tone, "Tell me quickly, what is it about?" Quick. As she spoke, she couldn't help but rub her hands together. "I'm so curious." Luo Qinghan had always given her an impression of being flawless, beautiful, intelligent, extremely wealthy, decisive, and passionate in matters of the heart. The key point is that this person also has a unique quality of remaining calm in the face of important events. The more chaotic the situation, the calmer she became. She's only 20 years old. Feng Wanxia had no idea why such a temperament would appear in someone her age. It was practically an unsolved mystery. But today, at this moment, Luo Qinghan finally acted like a child. This was the first time Feng Wanxia had ever seen such a confused, helpless, and somewhat fearful expression on her face. No, what exactly is she confused about? Are you afraid of the pain the first time? Shouldn't I scare her even more? At this moment, Feng Wanxiao felt that her gossipy heart was about to explode. Xia, I think something might be wrong with me." With her face flushed, Luo Qinghan gripped her hands, staring intently at the ground, and spoke in a voice barely audible. I discovered. I especially enjoy being bullied by Xiaoyu. You know what? It's that kind of acting bullying." Feng Wanxiao was stunned. Her mind went blank for a full 2 seconds, and then her train of thought exploded like a thunderbolt. That kind of bullying? With her eyes wide in disbelief, she traced 2 letters on the coffee table with her finger. "This kind of bullying?" she asked in a trembling voice. Luo Qinghan glanced at the letters on the coffee table, then awkwardly clenched her fingers together, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She recalled the scenes between herself and Xinyu from last night. Then I looked at Feng Wanxiao's incredulous expression. She wanted to deny it, but she felt guilty. In the end, she bit her lower lip in shame. He nodded. "Yes. That's it." Holy crap. Feng Wanxiao felt like her brain couldn't keep up. The legendary Southeast Asian underworld queen, Luo Qinghan, a 1,000-year-old ice queen who can turn the world upside down with a flick of her wrist and wield the power of life and death. In front of Xinyu, it was actually a McDonald's? No. Feng Wanxiao looked at the door to the second bedroom in a daze. "Let me sort out my thoughts. The current situation is as follows. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan haven't had a relationship yet, but have they gone this far already?" Feng Wanxiao felt that her CPU was overloaded and was about to burn out. Family. What a wonder of the world. How did they manage to be so innocent yet so over the top? I am not sisterly. After a full 3 seconds of trying to control her expression, Feng Wanxia helplessly spread her hands. She felt it was time to get serious. "And don't you think the order in which your relationship developed has always been? Is it very confusing?" Luo Qinghan, on the other end, was taken aback. Is it a mistake? Feng Wanxiao panicked. Isn't it chaotic? Before you two even started dating, you were already sleeping in the same bed, cuddling each other. You two haven't even confessed your feelings yet, but you've already taken your wedding photos. I thought this was already pretty outrageous. But now, you two just confessed your feelings, right? You two haven't done that yet. It's already this bad? Luo Qinghan was immediately frightened by her tone. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she asked worriedly, Xiaxia, is liking to play a role really that big of a problem? But Miss Alicia told me that this is the best way to give your boyfriend a sense of novelty. Feng Wanxia couldn't help but rub her forehead, feeling a sudden headache. Are there more experts? Who the hell is Alicia? Where did all these monsters and demons come from? The two haven't even confessed their feelings yet, and you're already giving them this kind of advice. She initially thought this must be Shun Yu's bad idea. He must have seen something bad, and then tricked Luo Qinghan. It turns out that Luo Qinghan figured it out on his own. He's self-taught. But do you think this is a big problem? No, not at all. But, Feng Wanxia said in a frenzy. But have you ever heard of putting on your pants before your underwear? You've got the order wrong. Luo Qinghan was stunned. She was already worried that something was wrong with her, and now, after hearing what Feng Wanxia said, she broke out in a cold sweat. Am I really doing something wrong? Does incorrect order mean I'm fighting monsters way above my level? Then, should I wait until Xiaoyu and I have that kind of relationship before I continue playing the role? Feng Wanxia couldn't help but scratch her dazzling blonde hair, and said irritably, the key question is, can you even resist the urge? Luo Qinghan was stunned. After thinking for a long time, she lowered her head in shame. I couldn't help it. I'll go crazy if I wait that long. For a moment, the two looked at each other in bewilderment. So, the person who couldn't hold back even more in this matter was actually Luo Qinghan, right? Feng Wanxiao thought to herself. That's amazing. However, she couldn't help but lick her tongue. Hey. It feels so good to know this big gossip. She looked at Luo Qinghan slyly. Henin, have you told anyone else about this? No. That's good. Just don't tell anyone, especially Li Fian. Why? Feng Wanxiao thought to herself. Because I want to keep this secret to myself. Luo Qinghan. This secret, I'll eat you for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha. And, you usually seem as calm as an AI human. I only found out today that you have such an adorable, unexpected side. I'm sorry. I can't resist teasing you anymore. Hee hee. After thinking for a moment, Feng Wanxiao pretended to be serious and said, because if others knew you were this person, even Fei Yan would be tempted to bully you. Think about it. Once she finds out about this, your icy image will be shattered, and you're so beautiful. How can she possibly resist? Luo Qinghan frowned instantly. That's impossible. I only let Xiaoyu bully me. Feng Wanxiao shrugged. But she wasn't really bullying you. Just harassing you. Fian is so close to you. How can you say that about her? For example, like this. As she spoke, she demonstrated by touching Luo Qinghan's leg and then patting her cheek. Then, she pressed down on Luo Qinghan's shoulder. He gently blew a breath into her ear. Luo Qinghan felt a tingling sensation in her earlobes. She suddenly realized that Feng Wanxiao was right. Given Fei Yan's personality, if she found out about this, wouldn't she tease me to death? Yes. Fei Yan must never find out. But, Luo Qinghan turned her head in confusion. She noticed that Feng Wanxiao was still leaning close to her ear. Her alluring eyes were squinting at him, his fingers twirling a strand of hair by her temple. A half-smile played on his lips. Luo Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Although Fei Yan didn't know, Wanxia already did. According to her own account, everyone can't help but flirt with me, but what about her? Taking a sip, Luo Qinghan looked at Feng Wanxia uneasily. Xiaxia, you wouldn't. You realize that? Feng Wanxia gently traced Luo Qinghan's face with her fingers, and a bewitching smile suddenly appeared on her face. Biting her fiery red lips, she whispered, It's too late. Chapter 202. It's that happiest time of the day again. Later that evening, at the dining table in the living room. Wanxia, try this chicken wing. Xinyu, with a flattering look, picked up a cola chicken wing and placed it on Feng Wanxia's plate. I made this especially for you. It would taste best with this celery and lily bulb dish. Luo Qinghan added a few more lily bulbs to Feng Wanxiao's plate, trying to please her even more. The two of them laughed so sincerely, they looked just like a pair of big, happy babies. Hee hee. Feng Wanxiao raised her head, her long, alluring eyes brimming with tears. She looked at the two of them, thinking to herself, "You're all feeling guilty, aren't you? Everyone's trying to curry favor with me, right? 10,000. I know everything about your little affair." Feng Wanxiao was in a super low mood today because the person she liked had a girlfriend, but it wasn't her. Is the feeling of heartbreak any good? Who would have thought that just when you think you've reached the end of the road, a new path opens up before you? Feng Wanxiao looked at Shun Yu Luo Qinghan with a smug expression. She already knows their little secrets. She's going to make their lives miserable from now on. Yeah, I've always been on the defensive by Luo Qinghan. I've never been this proactive before. Hey, excuse me. This version is bugged. Xinyu, I didn't realize you guys were so clever. Feng Wanxiao picked up the chicken wing that Xinyu handed her. She gently brought the dark chicken wing to her mouth. Then, she stuck out her pink tongue. I slowly licked the cola sauce off the top. A look of lingering satisfaction on his face. Flowers? Xinyu panicked. It is a bit flowery. But since Brother Han has already bought those clothes, I can't just not use them, right? Moreover, they added 2 whole rows of wardrobes to their second bedroom just to store all these clothes. Feng Wanxiao picked up the celery and lily bulbs from the plate that Luo Qinghan had given her and chewed them gently. She closed her eyes, enjoying the chewing. To be honest, I didn't like lilies before I came to China. But now I'm surprised to find. I think I've fallen in love with this. This tastes so good. Luo Qinghan was so frightened that she quickly shrank back. No. Which bite? Smack. Feng Wanxiao put down her chopsticks and pressed down on Shun Yulao's cold shoulders with both hands. Both of them shuddered at the same time and looked at her nervously. There are only the 3 of us in the house, so I won't beat around the bush. Feng Wanxiao gently stroked their hair, her eyes filled with seductive allure as she said, "In short, please remember, you two must get along well. Because if you two don't get along, I'll step in." As she spoke, she squinted at Luo Qinghan. "Henin, if you can't win Xinyu's favor and make him tired of you, then I'll take him away. It's better than letting someone else have him, right? And you?" She turned to look at Xinyu. "If you can't win Luo Qinghan's favor and make her tired of you." Feng Wanxiao tossed a lock of Luo Qinghan's long hair aside and smiled alluringly. "Then I'll take her away from her too. I'll say it again. It's better than letting someone else benefit, right? We're all family, so let's not let the good stuff go to outsiders." Xinyu's mind was completely confused. "No, what's going on? What does that mean? Is Feng Wanxiao a one-woman show? Can she form a winning combination with anyone?" He didn't understand. But he didn't want to talk about it anymore. "Want to talk again? If I keep talking, my smooth brain will start to get wrinkles. Late summer, let's change the subject. Do you have any intelligence? For example, about Xia Sani or Luo Wanqing? Anyway, let's get serious." "Is it serious?" Feng Wan released the 2 of them and thought about it seriously. In fact, the Azure Dragon Society is already defunct in name only. Especially after Luo Qinghan drastically changed their organization, wiping out Luo Wanqing's cronies. This gang, which was never a resilient group to begin with, has now fallen apart. What the members of the Green Dragon Society are busy doing now is not preparing for rebellion, but rather exposing each other and betraying their comrades, trying to prove their loyalty. The only thing to worry about is the assassin that Luo Wanqing secretly left behind. Although Kuan Pei and his team had determined the general direction, this assassin was probably the only one who knew the exact location of Wu Debiao's sister. As for Xia Tribody, he does have something going on. Thinking of this boss Xia, Feng Wanxiao finally became serious. "The insider in the department has already sent word today, Xinyu. Your rich dad has finally gotten you into the department." Xinyu nodded. Shen Tingfei had already told him about this on the phone. Feng Wanxiao nodded slightly. "Although this sounds really outrageous, you're only a sophomore and you're going to start your internship in the most secretive department in China. Tomorrow is your reporting day. And in order to get rid of you, this thorn in his side, Xia Sani has certainly done a lot of related work. They're definitely holding back a big surprise for you. Xinyu frowned as well. He had expected this Xia Santi was definitely going to cause trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be himself. But what kind of trouble is he planning to cause this time? Looking out the window, Feng Wanxiao raised her eyebrows slightly. The inside man has already revealed it. Knowing you were coming tomorrow, Xia Santi made a special trip to the armory today. It's not new weapons, but a dilapidated warehouse of outdated weapons. Xinyu was taken aback. A broken weapon? A look of speechlessness flashed across Luo Qinghan's eyes. She couldn't help but ask, her face contorted with indignation. Is he planning to make Xiaoyu a salesperson? To sell junk for him? It should be. Feng Wanxiao shrugged and looked at the bewildered Xinyu. Master, as expected. You've probably been relegated to the inventory clearance department, where no one can stay for long. 11 p.m. Xinyu sat on the edge of the bed, frowning as she looked at the ceiling light. He had just spoken with his parents on the phone, and he now had a preliminary plan in mind for how to deal with Xia Santi's exile tomorrow. Many things are difficult to deal with, mainly because of information asymmetry. Once you know what the other party is up to, it's much easier to find solutions. Dean! A panicked scream rang out. Xinyu turned her head. Luo Qinghan, dressed in a white nurse's uniform, gracefully walked towards him. The neckline of the nurse's uniform that tightly hugged her figure was slightly open, revealing a small patch of fair, snow-white skin. Her slender waist was perfectly outlined by the tight-fitting clothes, creating a beautiful curve. Beneath her skirt, her long, straight legs were encased in flesh-colored stockings, each step exuding an indescribable, deadly allure. Xinyu rubbed his hands together, and his eyes lit up immediately. The happiest time of the day has arrived. He looked at Luo Qinghan with a tingling desire. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll's, with long eyelashes fluttering beneath her arched eyebrows, and her large eyes sparkling captivatingly beautiful. Her pink lips were lightly painted with lipstick, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, carrying a faint smile. She stood there in her white coat, possessing both the sanctity of an angel in white and an irresistible allure. Xiao Luo, come here and sit down. Xinyu, with a stern face, patted the bed next to her seriously. Yes, Dean Shun. Luo Qinghan timidly sat down beside him. She lowered her head, her long legs fidgeting nervously. Xiao Luo, I heard you made a mistake today? Luo Qinghan said apologetically and with self-reproach. Yes, Dean Shun. When I was giving the patient an injection, I missed the mark and something unexpected happened. This is outrageous. Xinyu said angrily, placing her hand on her leg. You should get the injection where there's the most flesh. Where did you get it? Nurse Luo felt extremely guilty. Dean, I. Say no more. Dean Shen said solemnly, waving his hand. It seems I'll have to personally train you on how to give injections. Stand up. Nurse Luo stood up gracefully as instructed, her face showing signs of impending tears. Don't be afraid. Xinyu pinched her slender waist. Turn around. Chapter 203 An Impossible Mission. The next morning, inside the Tingyun building, the headquarters of the External Expansion Department, which is privately known as Blackwood Cliff. Xinyu looked at the office in front of her, which had a strong, traditional Chinese style of decoration within the system. A heavy sandalwood bookshelf, exquisite cloud patterns, brass door handles. All that's missing is to move 2 stone lions to the office entrance. He glanced again at the pretentious Xia Santi calligraphy displayed behind the enormous mahogany desk and the imposing running script calligraphy on the wall above his head. Tranquility leads to far-reaching goals. Peaceful? Ziyuan. Xinyu thought to herself, that's a bit far-fetched. Xia Santi, you're a crazy person who loves to cause trouble, always doing whatever comes to mind. What do you have to do with these 2 words? Xinyu, today marks your official start of the job. Xia Santi coughed lightly and moved the bronze paperweight on the table. Our department has a lot of rules. Although it's an entity completely unknown to the public, the rules that must be followed are still in place, and the matters that must be handled must not be treated lightly. After all, we're not children anymore, you agree, right? As he spoke, Xia Santi took out a carrot knife, the kind elementary school kids play with, from the drawer without even looking up, and started playing with it by himself. Xinyu, You are now the youngest staff member in the history of this external expansion department headquarters, and of course I hope that you can do something. You know, we don't support idlers here. Shinyu thought to herself. No way. If you don't support idlers, then what are you? If you can't even decide who to appoint, and you can't even get funding for your subordinates, aren't you the biggest idle person in this department? He was too lazy to argue with Xia Senti, so he simply remained silent. Should I talk to him? Instead of wasting time, why not reminisce about last night's nurse role playing with Hangu? Wow, being Dean Shun is really great. Seeing that Shunyu didn't respond at all, Xia Senti couldn't help but look up. Why is this kid's face so flushed, and why is he constantly swallowing? He's not paying attention. Xia Senti's genuine one-line eyebrows immediately furrowed. Shinyu, there's a prerequisite for making officials younger. You have to be capable. You've been hired, but whether you'll pass your probation period is still uncertain. You should know that I prepare a test for every new employee during their probation period, right? I've given you the opportunity. If you don't live up to it, and fail, then you can't blame me. Shin Yoshin agreed. Why are you spouting all that useless stuff? Just tell me what kind of trouble you've caused me. I'll also give my opinion and see how well your excuse for firing you is. So Shinyu nodded and said the first thing he said as he entered. Then, sir, may I ask what glorious, arduous, and seemingly impossible task you intend to assign me? Xia Sandy flicked the radish knife and snorted coldly. As you know, because of the gloves in certain areas that refuse to hand over profits, our external expansion department has fallen into an unprecedented financial crisis. Fortunately, the new funding will arrive in January next year, and some people's wishful thinking will be thwarted. But we still need to hold on for now, therefore. I took a long-term view and started a plan to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, and established an inventory reduction department. Shinyu, you are now honorably employed in this department, and your new task is to sell the 2,000 old-fashioned military drones, CMTUAV-220, in the warehouse. Shinyu was stunned after hearing this. He originally thought that Xia Senti must have assigned him a task of the difficulty level of Nuwa mending the sky, Yu the Great controlling the floods, or Ho Yi shooting down the suns. But this one doesn't seem to be. Selling old-fashioned drones seems like an easy thing to do, right? Yes, the 220 is indeed a very outdated and obsolete model. The current active duty models in the expansion department are all 485s. Compared to the 485, the 220 is like a product from ancient times, not to mention compared to the latest 760. That's like comparing a broadsword and spear to a heavy machine gun. 220 is outdated, but that was in China. In China, the 220 is indeed outdated and obsolete. But if you put it on the Russia-Ukraine battlefield, you'll see if both sides fight over it. They'll definitely treat it like royalty. This thing will sell like hotcakes. Is Xia Senti making things difficult for himself, or is he doing it for his own benefit? Shinyu, you've misunderstood. Xia Senti looked at the expression on his face and sneered. You want to sell it overseas? Don't be ridiculous. Our department is an invisible department. We don't have the authority to bypass the glove-wearing officials and deal independently with the outside world, because that would expose our identities as officials of the Dragon Kingdom. So the only buyers you can try to win over are internal members. Xia Sani finally finished displaying the short map of the Yen Kingdom, and then he spread his hands towards Shinyu. To put it bluntly, you can only sell these 220 gloves to glove manufacturers in different regions, understand? Shinyu finally understood. It's confirmed, family. He was indeed making things difficult for himself. And they've completely lost all sense of shame. Sell 220 gloves to the internal glove manufacturers? Shinyu thought to herself, those are all experts. What fool would spend money to buy something as ridiculously expensive as 220? This is like buying cavalry lances when World War II has already started. Only someone with a serious mental illness would do such a thing. Shinyu couldn't help but cross her arms and frown, saying, Boss, I guess you're saying that these glove customers don't include those in Africa and Southeast Asia, right? Of course, Xia Sani shook his head smugly, because there's a surplus of weapons in both of these areas. As for the regions where weapons are not in short supply, I have already found them for you. North America, Western Europe, and East Asia. I've set a sales target for you 2,000 fully equipped Type 220s, and you need to sell them for 20 million. Got it. Although she was prepared, Xinyu was still stunned by Xia Santi's shamelessness. The 220 is an old gadget from so many years ago. Xia Santi, you want me to sell one for 10,000? Holy crap, you really have the nerve to ask that? Now, I can just buy any civilian drone on Taobao, have an expert from the ministry modify it, and for less than 1,000 yuan, it can beat the 220, believe it or not. What's more, you specifically asked me to sell to 3 regions, North America, Western Europe, and East Asia? Boss, you're really something. Xinyu couldn't help but look at Xia Santi with a mocking expression and said, although I've only just joined our department, I know that these 3 areas are notorious for being poor. So you mean, you want me to use 2,000 outdated 800-year-old Type 220s to go to these 3 notorious beggar districts and swindle 20 million back? Am I misunderstanding? You're very perceptive. Xia Santi leaned back in his chair smugly, his gaze towards Xinyu full of mockery. However, you should be careful with your wording. Our underworld market does indeed follow a pattern. The more economically developed a region is, the more desolate the underworld organizations we support tend to be. After all, the local underworld organizations have both money and a strong foundation. Therefore, the 3 regions of North America, Western Europe, and East Asia are indeed relatively weak, and their strength cannot compare with that of the wealthy regions like Southeast Asia, Africa, and South America. But we're all one family, a loving and harmonious underworld family in China, all under the leadership of Xia Santi. Whether you're rich or poor, you're all serving the people. Seeing Shun Yu's ashen face, Xia Santi happily swung the radish knife. You little brat, I'll make you pay? All right, since you just arrived, I'll let it go for now. Just watch your words next time. So, you have 1 month to sell those 2,000 A220s and make me 20 million, no problem, right? Hopefully there won't be any problems. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to give up this position and let another capable young person take it. With that, Xia Santi put down the radish knife with satisfaction and impatiently gestured to Xinyu to get out quickly. All right, Xinyu, stop standing there. Go sell them quickly. Chapter 204. You need to have the heart of a top seller. He's really a torturer. He could have just kicked you out, but he made up a reason instead. In an elegant tea room, Feng Wanxia shook her head speechlessly. Picking up the kettle that was boiling water, she lifted it high, and the hot water poured into the kettle like a silver ribbon. Pour from a high position to rinse the tea, then pour from a low position. Holding the teapot by the handle, she poured the amber-colored tea into small, exquisite teacups. Although everyone knows that we are mortal enemies with him, to be so shameless in such a blatant way. I admit, we underestimated Xia Tribody's shamelessness. Feng Wanxia picked up a cup, took a light sniff of the tea aroma, and then presented it to Xinyu with both hands. Master, please have some tea. Xinyu took it and smacked her lips. He has never been able to tell the difference between good and bad tea. In his opinion, all tea should be made into milk tea. Drinking it like this, without even a single pearl, is simply a waste. However, he had to admit that after watching Feng Wanxia's smooth and skillful tea making, the tea tasted quite appealing. He only found out when he came out of Xia Santi's office that they hadn't even assigned him a workstation yet. They didn't even provide a table or chair. How awesome is that? So he had no choice but to go to the street with Feng Wanxia and find a tea house to sit down and discuss it. It's definitely not realistic to sell it. If it were another area, we might give your dad face, but these 3 areas he specified are ridiculously poor. But there is actually a simple way. Feng Wanxia smoothed her long, golden hair. You can buy it yourself. This isn't a lot of money for us. Absolutely not. Xinyu waved her hand. This has nothing to do with how much money you have. Even if I bet on you this time, what about the next time? If you keep buying from him, he'll start using you as an ATM. Besides, if I really buy it, I'll solidify the label of incompetent, and my colleagues will really think I'm a fool. Xinyu took another sip of tea, shook her head, and said, So I really need to sell this drone. Feng Wanxia couldn't help but look surprised. How are you going to sell it? Those 3 districts aren't crazy, nobody will buy it. Well, I already have an idea. Xinyu put down her teacup and smiled faintly. Mori, Where are the bosses of these 3 districts now? A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Wanxia's eyes. She looked at Xunyu with some confusion. The heads of the 3 districts are currently in their respective jurisdictions, but their deputies are all in their departments at the moment. Historically, the gloves for each region of the External Expansion Department have generally been kept at their respective bases, just like Shuntingfei has always been in Africa. The Southeast Asian region has always been an exception, because the first overseas region established by the government was the Southeast Asian region. The entire Foreign Expansion Department was located in Yunzhou for easier command. Although it continued to develop and gradually established its own influence in various parts of the world, the headquarters of the External Expansion Department was never moved to the capital, but remained in Yunzhou by convention. Yunzhou is too close to Southeast Asia. Because of its proximity to Myanmar, Southeast Asian glove manufacturers typically operate directly in Yunzhou. The gloves for other regions are a bit more complicated. They keep their own gloves at their base, while also leaving a deputy, who acts as a representative, to work at headquarters. After regaining her composure, Xinyu thought for a moment and asked, "In late summer, which of these 3 regions, Western Europe, North America, and East Asia, is the poorest? Which is the least likely to spend money on weapons and equipment?" Feng Wanxia thought for a moment, then poured him another full cup of tea, and said with certainty, "Then it's undoubtedly the North American region." "Good." Raising her hand, Xinyu drank the tea that Feng Wanxia offered in one gulp. "Then let's start with the North American region." In a somewhat cramped and old office, Xie Xiongping frowned as he looked at Xunyu in front of him, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. Isn't this utter nonsense? How can a college sophomore, who hasn't even graduated yet, get a permanent position in a state-owned department? Moreover, it wasn't just Xunyu. Luo Qinghan was the same. A little girl, relying on her connections, was able to become a glove in a wealthy region like Southeast Asia. It's a complete mess. And yet, after spending millions to pull strings, I, a hard-working and diligent worker, can only manage to get a deputy position in the North American region? Is there any justice in this world? Damn it. I hate people like you who get ahead through connections the most. Xiaoshen, did I hear that right? You mean, you want to sell the 220 archaeological model to our North American region for $10,000 a unit? Xie Xiongping patiently repeated what Xunyu had said, then looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Xunyu nodded. Yes. Right? Xie Xiongping laughed. How dare he say who's right? He stopped talking and turned on the TV, switching to the news channel. The television is showing news reports about the California wildfires. The reporter on the scene, looking speechless, explained, local residents were utterly shocked to discover that these fire hydrants were completely dry. Putting down the remote, Xie Xiongping turned to Xunyu and asked, "Have you heard about this news?" Xunyu nodded. This matter has been quite sensational recently. Los Angeles, more than 1,000 miles away, was once a prosperous land in California. But one day, disaster struck, and thick smoke obscured the sun, leaving no trace of human habitation. Xie Xiongping stood up and spread his hands. Xinyu, we in North America are so poor we don't even have water to put out fires. Do you think we'd spend 20 million to buy your 220 that's been gathering dust for who knows how many years? He thought to himself, what are we trying to achieve by flattering you like this? Is this a signed photo of Tu Luokinghan? As he spoke, he poured himself a cup of tea, then put the teapot down, with the spout facing Xunyu. As everyone knows, this is an extremely obvious send-off hint. However, Xunyu glanced at him as if he didn't see her, picked up the teapot, and poured herself a cup as well. He shook his head and blew on it, then looked at Xie Xiongping, who was speechless. Brother Xie, do you have a say in matters concerning your department? If there is, I'll tell you something that can't be revealed to outsiders. After I finish speaking, you will immediately realize that this 20 million is an incredibly good deal. You can't even buy it for this price on Pinduoduo. Xie Xiongping was stunned. He recalled Xinyu's words and immediately felt insulted. As the deputy head and second in command for the North American region, I certainly have a say. Even if I have the right to speak, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Xinyu, I have other matters to attend to. Please leave now. Xie Xiongping waved his hand impatiently, too lazy to pretend anymore, and simply saw the guest out. Xinyu was completely stunned. He couldn't understand how someone as naive as Xie Xiongping could become the deputy of a district. Could it be someone with connections? In this situation, shouldn't you at least listen to what I have to say before making a decision? No wonder the North American region isn't growing big. He glanced at Xie Xiongping again, his gaze now completely cold. You're being ungrateful. I'm here to talk to you, to follow the proper procedures, to show you respect. Why don't you want to talk? If you won't talk to me, I'll just talk to your boss directly. Won't that solve the problem? You poor, lowly deputy in this area, and you're putting on airs with me. Clang. He slammed the cup onto the table without hesitation. Then he opened the Feej app. Feej is a very special communication software developed by Shun Tingfei's military factory. From the interface to the operation method, it is almost exactly the same as WeChat that everyone commonly uses. The only difference is that all messages here are self-destructing after being read, leaving no record on the server. Pulling out the shiny yellow Feigu account from the North American film region that he had gotten from Shun Tingfei, Xinyu immediately started typing. Chapter 205 Not a single one is reliable. Xinyu strolled to the corner and began typing incessantly. Xie Xiongping, who was standing to the side, felt like cursing. I told you to leave, didn't you understand? How am I supposed to do my own thing if you keep wasting time here like this? Looking at his computer screen, he reluctantly closed a large website that started with poor. Damn it. Xinyu, you little brat, you're asking for it. It seems I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Xie Xiongping made his decision. After Xinyu finishes this call, I can't let him get away with it anymore. I'll give him a good scolding and teach him some workplace etiquette. Open your dog eyes and look around. This isn't your university. He spoke for about 15 minutes before Xinyu finally put down the phone and walked up to him. Smack! Xie Xiongping slammed his hand on the table. Xinyu. Before he could finish speaking, Xinyu directly handed him her phone. Your boss wants you to answer the phone. Xie Xiongping was stunned for a moment. My boss? He took it with some skepticism, and sure enough, Huang Liang's voice came from inside. Are you fucking stupid? Are you out of your mind? You won't take such a cheap offer? How could I have hired such an idiot like you? It really was his boss. Huang Liang. Xie Xiongping panicked immediately. Brother Liang, but he said. Huang Liang yelled. Did you even listen carefully to what conditions he said? You kicked them out without listening? Was your brain cut off along with your umbilical cord when you were born? Grass. Xie Xiongping was completely bewildered by the yelling and was scolded for a full 30 minutes before he finally understood what Xinyu really wanted to say amidst Huang Liang's extremely scathing reprimands. He never expected that Xinyu's proposed solution would be like this. He was so regretful. If that's the case, 20 million is indeed an incredibly cheap price. After hanging up the phone, he quickly forced an extremely awkward smile, respectfully poured another cup of tea, and presented it to Xinyu with both hands. Your Highness, I was blind to your greatness. We accept your conditions. We accept them completely. You accept? Xinyu didn't even take the tea. He half closed his eyes. I'm sorry, I don't accept it. Oh. Xinyu rubbed his chin. To be honest, why did I come to you first? Because I know that your North American region is the poorest in the entire department, and you need my plan the most, so I'm here today for targeted poverty alleviation. But now, I've changed my mind. Xinyu sneered. He realized that some people really weren't worth pitying. Originally, Xinyu had planned to leave immediately after speaking, and simply remove the North American region from her list. It took Huang Liang a lot of pleading and persuasion before he finally decided to give the North American region a chance. However, because of Xie Xiongping, it's absolutely impossible for them to get this great deal for free. Let's wait until tomorrow. I'll think about it again tomorrow and see if I want to do this deal with you. Xinyu stood up and picked up her coat. However, the price is definitely not 20 million anymore. That charity price is no longer available. I'll let you know the time and place later. Anyway, we'll see how I feel tomorrow. After saying that, he strode to the door. Bang! Xinyu kicked the door open and strode out. Xie Xiongping, who was still holding his teacup, twitched the muscles on his face. He clearly heard Xinyu's voice coming from afar in the corridor. You big idiot. In the office of Xiong Jiwei, deputy head of the East Asia region. Your Highness, are you saying that if we spend 20 million to buy this pile of junk 220, we will have priority to buy 760 in the future? Xiong Jiwei looked surprised and suspicious. This is a big deal. Xiong Jiwei quickly closed the new resources from the Mosquito Coil Society on his computer. The 760 is an incredible thing. Thanks to Luo Wanqing's surprise attack on Luo Qinghan, 760's reputation in the industry is now at its peak. 121 highly trained Philippine Coral Snake Special Forces soldiers couldn't even last a minute against a group of CMT UAVR 760s that were allowed to fire at will. A casualty ratio of 0 to 121. Xiong Jiwei hadn't seen the video, but he'd heard from people who had that it would shatter your worldview. The 760 is completely different from other models. It is not a simple upgrade, but a groundbreaking product. It is said that everyone who has seen Operation 760 believes that the era of real people participating in combat is probably coming to an end. After glancing at the composed Xinyu, Xiong Jiwei's expression suddenly became very complicated. If we can really get 760, maybe our region can actually beat the Yamaguchi Gumi in Tokyo. However, there is still one problem. Xiong Jiwei fiddled with his fingers, thinking for a moment. Your Highness, all our weapons can only be purchased after being designated by the ministry. In other words, even if you have 760 and agree to sell it to us first, we still won't get it if Boss Xia of Xia Tristan doesn't agree. How do we solve this? Shin Yoshin said. Of course I have a way to solve this. The problem is, you're not high enough level to talk to me about it. He gestured with his chin. Brother Xiong, why don't you contact your boss? He didn't expect Xiong Jiwei to quickly wave his hand. Not now. The boss is on duty at the host club during this time today. He won't be able to get off work for another 3 hours before he can take a personal call. Xinyu. That's impressive. Xinyu gasped. He found the East Asian region particularly touching. Brother Xiong, I know your East Asian region is poor, but have we become so poor that even our boss has to take on a side job as a gigolo? No. Xiong Jiwei quickly explained. This is just our boss's personal hobby. You don't know, our boss is a famous host in Tokyo known as Sakura. Okay then. Xinyu's lips twitched, and she stood up speechlessly. I'll talk to him again tomorrow. As he walked out, he thought to himself that these beggar neighborhoods were truly something else. Either the deputy is mentally unstable, or the boss is mentally unstable. Can't you give me a district where neither the boss nor the deputy is sick? There should be, right? Finally, he arrived at the last district. Western Europe region. The glove in this district is named Wei Yuanli, and her deputy is named Wei Yuanwei. Xiao Shun, my sister can represent my will completely. I will absolutely approve all the conditions you and she agree to. Xinyu looked at Wei Yuanli in the video call. The man was in his 40s, well-maintained, and spoke very politely, but there was a clear hint of impatience in his tone. Just as Xinyu was about to answer, a very sweet male voice came from the other end of the screen, sounding quite young. Sisterly, who are you talking to? Come back quickly. I, Optimus Prime, can't wait any longer. Moment. Wei Yuanli then ended the video call with a Bayou sound. It was obvious that she was also impatient. Awkwardly looking away from her phone screen, Xinyu stared at Wei Yuanhui, who looked exactly like Wei Yuanli from the phone call. These two are twins. Xinyu smiled somewhat awkwardly. It seems your sister is indeed quite busy. Sister Hui, I've already stated my conditions. Could you share your thoughts? Wei Yuanhui was dressed in a black suit and pencil skirt. She adjusted her ponytail and gave a perfunctory smile. Xiao Shun, my question is still the same. Even if you want to sell 760 to us in the future, wouldn't it still require Xia Sentiai's approval? Everyone knows now that your relationship is strained, and if he's deliberately blocking you, he won't approve it. What are you going to do? As she spoke, she sat up straight, revealing a troubled expression. So that's why? If you can't solve this problem completely, I think your stuff. No one dares to buy it. As she spoke, she impatiently tapped the table with her finger. Chapter 206. I want to ask you if you dare. Sister Hui, I understand your concerns. Xinyu's voice betrayed a hint of hesitation. He glanced at the office and took an A4 sheet of paper from the printer. He pulled out a pen and wrote quickly on it. Is this house safe? Wei Yuanhui immediately understood what he meant. This young man was quite knowledgeable. He was afraid that Xia Sandy had planted eavesdropping devices, which was indeed something that guy was capable of doing. She raised her opinion of Shunyu by 1 point. Not bad. Not the kind of rich kid whose brain is as smooth as a balloon. So Wei Yuanhui picked up her pen and wrote on the paper. I can guarantee that it is absolutely safe here. But if you're not comfortable with that, we can write it down on this piece of paper. Shin Yoshin asked, can you guarantee absolute safety? He imagined the method Li Fian would use to plant listening devices like scattering sesame seeds. I'm sorry, Wei Yuanhui, you can't guarantee that. I'll stick with Biaozi's trick. He continued writing on the A4 paper. The proper channels cannot bypass Xia Sandy. No matter how much your department needs 760, as long as it is related to me, he will ensure that you do not get it. But there is actually another path that others haven't thought of. Seized. Imagine you're on an operation and you happen to seize some trophies from a mysterious enemy in your area. These trophies look completely different from the 760, and none of the parts inside are domestically made, but in reality you find it's the 760. Wei Yuanhui's eyes widened, and she suddenly realized. So that's how it works. In other words, as long as the payment is made, one's region can seize an overseas customized version in Western Europe. The relationship between this version and the 760 is similar to that between the JF-17 Thunder and the J-10C. It's not that they're completely unrelated, but rather that they're exactly the same. Wei Yuanhui's eyes lit up instantly. Well, Xinyu is quite cunning. Rescant. This is absolutely feasible. This is a traditional process used by China's major military factories, and Shin Tingfei is extremely skilled at it. On their side, siding with Shun, you would certainly offend Xia Sandy, but given the current situation within the department, there was no funding, no policy support. The two sisters couldn't count on Xia Sandy at all. The Western European region was established relatively late and has never received much attention. Coupled with their consistently poor performance and long-term stagnation, if Xia Santi were to establish his authority one day, those two sisters would probably be the first to be laid off. But at this point, if we could get our hands on the Western European version of the 760, we could pull off a big heist. All right, she had nothing to hesitate about anymore. Picking up her pen, Wei Yuanhui wrote down 2 words with unwavering resolve. I'll buy it. No need to ask my sister. I can give you 20 million right away. For a small department in Western Europe, 20 million is actually a lot of money. However, if you can get your hands on something as groundbreaking as the 760 before others, then spending 20 million would be a huge profit. The most advanced weapon is like the top female escort at a club. If I book her, you won't get her. I can use it however I want. I'll make you suffer. For example, the current 6th generation fighter jet. Before that country figured it out, in the realm of the heavens, the Dragon Kingdom could bully anyone at will. If you're not happy, come at me. Similarly, wouldn't a gang with 760 in hand be a dimensional reduction in strength when facing any other gang? Looking at Shun Yu with great excitement, Wei Yuanhui took out her phone, intending to wait for him to nod. Actually, she originally looked down on rich second-generation people like Shun Yu who brought resources into the production. A boy who hasn't even graduated from university yet, who hasn't even grown up properly. What else can you expect from him besides his waist strength? But she didn't expect that Xinyu not only had a good back, but was also very smart. Moreover, there's no need to worry about being scammed when doing business with him if he goes back on his word. All I have to do is make a scene in the ministry, and that old fox Shun Tingfei will definitely cover for his precious son and clean up his mess. Wei Yuanhui scratched her head, staring at Shun Yu's handsome face, so anxious that she wanted to just send him money to buy him the first purchase right of the 760. However, Shun Yu picked up her pen and wrote down another line that made her eyelids twitch. It's not 20 million. 20 million is the price your sister could have gotten if she had seriously discussed it with me earlier. But the deal is now off. Sorry, I don't want to talk about it today. The final amount depends on my mood tomorrow. Shun Yu put down her pen and smiled faintly. The money earned from this deal would have to be handed over to the ministry and wouldn't go into his own hands. So Shun Yu's original plan was very simple. Find a humane department, and sell give away the priority purchasing rights for 760 at a low price. The key is to make friends. But unexpectedly, finding a department that acts like a human being turned out to be a very high requirement. He talked all day, but still couldn't find it. North America, East Asia, and Western Europe, everyone seemed more like a grandson than the last. There's nothing we can do about that. If you can't make friends, then bleed a little and learn your lesson. He told all 3 departments to talk about it tomorrow, but tomorrow, the price will be different. It's not that I desperately want to earn this money. I, Shinyu, am not short of money. But I hate it when people don't take me seriously. Picking up the piece of paper covered in writing, Shinyu casually tossed it into the shredder and pressed the switch. Splash. Amid the commotion, he waved to Wei Yuanhui, who looked unwilling. See you tomorrow. It's almost time to get off work. I need to go home and be with my girlfriend. After saying that, he turned and left. Watching his back as he strolled out with his hands in his pockets, Wei Yuanhui's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and she finally couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. Damn, this kid's pretty tough. Sister, you were really something just now. In such a hurry, couldn't even wait for me to get off work? That's good now. Given Shun Yu's young and vigorous age and high libido, shouldn't we spend an extra 1 or 2 million tomorrow to help him relieve his pin-up desires? Young puppies can cause trouble. Wei Yuanhui secretly regretted it. But not many. She knew what was going on. For a young boy like Shinyu, praise him more tomorrow, praise his vigor and strength, praise his grandeur. If you make him happy, you can still close the deal for around 20 million. It won't cost much more. At worst, I'll give her some physical benefits, and there won't be any problem with the bag. Never mind. It's almost time to get off work. I'm not going to think about work anymore. Go home. Wei Yuanhui licked her bright red lips. As people get older, they need nourishment. She's off to play with the little puppy in her new bag. Nighttime, Dongli number 1, Shinyu's living room. Surprise. Let's see which cutie is back. Li Fian, who had just returned from Southeast Asia carrying shopping bags, turned around in the living room and excitedly opened her arms to the 3 people in the living room. She tossed her silver hair, her face beaming with excitement. Everybody, stop pretending. You guys really miss me, right? Luo Qinghan, Shinyu, and Feng Wanxia, who were playing cards, exchanged glances. Luo Qinghan has already given everyone a heads up. Li Fian has a unique characteristic. Every time she transmigrates into someone else's body, she enters a state of frenzied excitement. During this phase, if you don't want to be driven crazy by her, it's best to go along with everything she says. Otherwise, she'll make sure you can't do anything. Then, after exchanging glances, the 3 of them excitedly stood up and began to put on an acting show. Fian, you're finally back. I really can't live without you. Oh my master, you've become even more beautiful again. Ha ha ha. Li Fian laughed loudly upon hearing this. Oh, I knew it. In this family, I am the sun. As for the rest of them, they're all indecisive planets, like Venus, Mars, and Pluto. Without me, they wouldn't even be able to move. Look, I just went to Southeast Asia, walked through a few hundred people to feed crows, and look how panicked they were. She sat down casually and glanced at the playing cards in everyone's hands. Playing cards. Great. How did you know I'm good at this? Shinyu was immediately surprised. Master, you are so talented. You are even good at this? Li Fian waved her hand, a look of loneliness on her face. More than just good at it. You can call me the king of gambling without any problem. Shinyu and Feng Wanxia stared wide-eyed in surprise. They really hadn't expected that Li Fian, who looked so rough and tough, would be so skilled at gambling. However, they didn't notice that Luo Qinghan, standing to the side, had already covered her face. With her legs crossed, Li Fian patted her chest. To put it simply, mahjong, poker, dice, roulette, bingo. There's nothing I can't do. This gambling god is proficient in all kinds of gambling techniques. There's no game in the world I don't know. By the way, what are you guys playing? Feng Wanxia said, Texas Hold'em. Li Fian blinked in confusion. Texas Hold'em? What is that? I've never heard of that. But it doesn't matter. For a gambling tycoon, learning how to play Texas Hold'em is a piece of cake. Count me in. Li Fian gestured for Shinyu to reshuffle the cards, and she said proudly, Don't underestimate poker. There's a lot to it. You amateurs will know what a professional is once you play a game with me. Oh right. What are you betting on? Feng Wanxia shook her head. We won't block anything. We'll just have fun. Li Fian was speechless. Just for fun? What's the point of that? No way. I'm a gambling king. I can't just play around with you guys. I have to gamble on something. But what should we bet on? Li Fian frowned and pondered for a moment. Gambling is definitely out of the question. If Xinyu loses, the boss will be upset, and if the boss loses, Xinyu will be unhappy. They'll both gang up on me no matter what. It's fun to bet on something, I won't get pranked, and it's enjoyable. Suddenly, she looked at the clothes on the three people. It was very hot inside, and Xinyu and the other two were not wearing much clothing, namely, pajamas, and more pajamas. As for myself, I just came back from outside. I'm wearing a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, a jacket, and a kangaroo beret on my head. I've got it. Li Fian licked her lips and a wicked smile appeared on her face. Let's bet on clothes. She chuckled and pointed to Xinyu, Luo Qinghan, and Feng Wanxiao in turn. Losing a game. One piece is missing. Dare you? Chapter 207 The Twilight of the God of Gamblers. Oh, no, let's not. Xinyu panicked immediately. Although Luo Qinghan had already given instructions that she must comply with Li Fian's wishes in everything today, this is something we can't do. Because he gets nothing in return, there are 3 girls in the room, and with Luo Qinghan there, it's impossible for them to be truly honest with each other in front of him. To be honest, he's the only man in this room. If he were to be truly honest, either he's a scoundrel, or they are scoundrels. Since Brother Han is angry no matter what, let's just forget about it. Oh, you don't want it then? Luo Qinghan over there also stared wide-eyed in horror. This won't do. All 3 of them are girls, so it doesn't really matter who wins or loses, but what if Xiaoyu loses? Wouldn't Feng Wanxiao be ecstatic? She's always eyeing Xiaoyu. Who in the whole world doesn't know that? I agree. Feng Wanxiao solemnly raised her hand and wiped away her drool. She looked at Xinyu, her eyes shining. 3-1. Li Fian pointed at Luo Qinghan. Boss, your objection is overruled. Wait a minute, Xinyu exclaimed in disbelief. How did it become 3-1? Li Fian looked at him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Wanxiao and I both agree. And Xinyu, you definitely agree too because you're a guy. What are you afraid of? Etc. Could it be that you are small ones cute too? Xinyu went berserk. Of course not. Li Fian waved her hand. And that was it? She started rubbing her hands together. Let's begin. Wait a minute, Luo Qinghan said urgently. I need to go find some clothes for Xiaoyu first. Feng Wanxiao solemnly interrupted her. I don't think it's necessary. We only have what we have on us. Let's just get started. Right. Li Fian chuckled. 3-1. Boss, your objection is invalid. Her gaze swept across the faces of the 3 people. Sorry, 3 little white sheep. You can all just stand there and watch as I, Li Fian, wreak havoc on all sides. The god of gamblers has descended. 45 minutes later, Li Fian was wearing only a t-shirt. He nervously scanned the 3 people opposite him, who were dressed in their pajamas. Holy crap. Is it always me who loses? Were the 3 of them cheating? But that's all there is to it. Li Fian gritted her teeth. Where do children cry indefinitely? And where do gamblers lose indefinitely? I'm sure I'll win this time. She stared intently at Feng Wanxiao across from her. Their rule was that the 4th person to finish would be punished. Luo Qinghan and Xinyu have already played all their cards, leaving only her and Feng Wanxiao locked in a life or death struggle. But victory will surely be mine. Li Fian confidently looked at the last 4 cards in her hand. 1-6, 3 threes. I, the gambling king of northern Myanmar, hold a bombshell. The advantage lies with me. I'm sorry, Maurice. Li Fian let out a cold laugh. It was time to show her true strength. Smack. She fiercely threw out 3 threes. Didn't expect that, did you? Just when I was at my wit's end, the cautious me still held on to this trump card. Tremble, Feng Wanxia. 3 fours. Feng Wanxia turned her head away expressionlessly. A6. It's all out. Fian, you lost again. Li Fian was petrified there. Did I lose again? That's impossible. I have 3 threes, and she has exactly 3 fours. What a coincidence. Yukon artist. He's definitely a con artist. No, master, you don't even count the cards? Xinyu, standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. In this round, from beginning to end, 3 only appeared once, and 4 appeared once. Isn't that obvious? Luo Qinghan nodded helplessly. Since you have 3 threes and you don't have a 4, then Wanxia must have 3 fours. Can't you even figure this out? Li Fian's worldview collapsed. So you're all card counters? Feng Wanxia shrugged. Otherwise what? Isn't poker just a game where you calculate the probability of getting any of the remaining cards based on the cards already played by both players? Li Fian was stunned. Is that so? Is it that complicated? Is it enough to just rely on intuition, momentum, and loud card throwing? But I have a terrible hand at any casino in northern Myanmar, and I always win. Luo Qinghan, standing to the side, couldn't help but cover her face. That's because none of them dare to let you lose, big sister. What if you get desperate from losing and they stick their poles in? How about we call it a day? Xinyu couldn't help but suggest it. He was just worried about himself, but now he understands. Han Gu and Feng Wanxiao are a pair of mental monsters. They can practically turn playing cards into a probability problem. Although I'm not very good at it, at least I can count cards, so I'm considered a beginner. It's obvious that the only one who will keep losing is that silly girl, Li Fian. And that's about enough. If Li Fian loses any more weight now, she'll be left with nothing but her undergarments. You asked Xinyu if she wanted to see it. That's a good question. After seeing Mount Tai, who could still be curious and yearn for a small earthen mound? Xinyu sees Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxia every day. Their hearts are like the ocean, with surging waves, one after another. Li Fian? He just can't muster the energy. No, I refuse to believe it. Why can I win in northern Myanmar, but I keep losing here? Li Fian's eyes reddened, and she slapped her thigh. Let's continue. Feng Wanxiao reminded her. But you haven't yet made up for what you lost last time. I'll honor my promise. Smack. Li Fian threw the T-shirt away forcefully, revealing a black and white polka dot cow-patterned outfit underneath. Xinyu almost spat out her water. To be honest, my master may not have a broad mind, but his ambitions are quite grand. She has a big dream, like wanting to be a dairy cow, right? I don't believe it. Li Fian gritted her teeth. It must be because I'm not familiar with how to play. What's this golden flower? It's too complicated. If you play the Tajim popular in northern Myanmar, I'll make sure you 3 die. With that, Li Fian waved her hand fiercely. Do you know Tajim? All 3 shook their heads. So Li Fian started explaining the rules with exaggerated gestures, and fearing that Xinyu and the others wouldn't understand, she repeatedly used cards to illustrate. After speaking for a full 5 minutes. Isn't this just 50k? Xinyu rolled his eyes. What did he think Tajim was? This was just a common game in China. Aside from the 2 jokers combined, the highest rank is 5, 10, and K together. In this game, can Li Fian gain the upper hand? Yarn. And given the current situation, he was used to seeing Li Fian in a swimsuit, so he didn't feel particularly embarrassed looking at her in it. But if Li Fian lost again, things would get complicated. There's no room for negotiation then. He quickly gave Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxiao a wink. All right. Luo Qinghan understood and quickly advised. Let's stop here. Oh dear, I'm really a bit sleepy today. Yes, let's disperse. Feng Wanxiao nodded as well. She wanted to see Xinyu, but the problem was that it was obvious that only Li Fian would lose today, so what was the point of fighting? I'm not playing anymore. The 3 of them stood up together, ready to naturally disperse. Smack! Li Fian slapped the floor, her eyebrows raised, and said, Stop. Sit down, all of you. Just play Tajim honestly. This time I will win. 3 minutes later, Li Fian looked at Xinyu with a cold smile. Unexpectedly, the boss and Feng Wanxiao are indeed very clever. They even managed to take the lead in a game like Tajim. But this time, I'm definitely not the one who will lose. Xinyu, it's your turn to show off your abs this time. She confidently placed down 5 cards. 10, JQKA. How about it? Xinyu, you can't control this, can you? Then I'll take this last one. Wait a minute. Xinyu awkwardly put down the last 3 cards in her hand. 5, 10k. Li Fian froze. There's another set of 50k? I lost again. The living room was silent. Li Fian stared blankly at her little clothes, her hands beginning to tremble. No, what should I do? Should I rely on it just this once? No, no, no. I, the gambling king of northern Myanmar, have never reneged on my word. Li Fian always keeps her promises, and I cannot afford to lose face like that. What I say is what I say. I'm a real woman. He clenched his back molars. Li Fian gripped her clothes tightly. Chapter 2:08 The third night. Forget it, forget it. Xinyu quickly waved to stop Li Fian. Master, it's just playing cards. Don't take it so seriously. Okay, I'm really sleepy. Let's all go to sleep. Li Fian's hand froze instantly. She frowned and looked at the clock in the living room. It's only 10 o'clock, isn't that the beginning of the day? Xinyu thought to herself. What's wrong? I won't watch it. Are you going to force me to watch it, Brother Yin? If you don't take advantage of a good deal, then good deals will come chasing after you. That makes no sense. I, Xinyu, am a dignified man, upright in conduct and conduct. I just won't look at the smaller ones. He stretched out his hand and shook it violently. Never mind, never mind. No need, no need, no need. At this, Li Fian's brows furrowed sharply. Xinyu, you little brat, you're not going to look at what's offered to you? No need. Li Fian's eyebrows twitched. What do you mean by unnecessary? Xinyu, do you look down on me? Li Fian angrily pointed at Luo Qinghan, then at Feng Wanxia, her anger reaching its peak. One is a 38D, the other is a 42E, and you completely disregard my tiny C, huh? Xinyu and the other two were all taken aback. Why wouldn't it be right not to look at it? However, Li Fian had already put her hands on her hips. When Xinyu saw her taut abs and flushed face, he thought to himself, oh no, Master is about to lose his temper. Her survival instincts kicked in immediately. Where? C is the best, Master. Li Fian had already grabbed his clothes. Tell me how C is good. Xinyu's eyes darted around. Master, haven't you heard it said online? C is the most perfect. Boys like C the most. This time, even Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxia were taken aback. Real? Yes. Xinyu shrugged. If you don't believe me, go check it out online. C, just the right size to hold in one hand. D, hold up the hope of tomorrow in both hands. E, tomorrow is something even two hands can hardly control. C is the best. Li Fian's anger immediately turned to joy. Really? Is that what's being said online? Xinyu nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Master, you must believe me. Happiness is what you can hold in your hands. You're the best. After saying that, he grabbed Luo Qinghan and dashed back to his room in a flash. 11 o'clock. Second bedroom. After washing up, Xinyu leaned against the headboard and suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the room was a bit off. Turning to look at Luo Qinghan, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Brother Han's expression wasn't very cheerful. Her slender eyebrows furrowed slightly, like two willow leaves ruffled by a gentle breeze. A thin veil seemed to veil her previously calm eyes, as if carrying a hint of barely perceptible annoyance. Broken, Xinyoshin thought to herself. Is Hango angry? In fact, Luo Qinghan doesn't have many expressions. Most of the time, she has a cold and beautiful, expressionless look. Therefore, Xinyu could easily see even the slightest emotion she felt. Baby. Xinyu looked at her with concern. You're not happy? Luo Qinghan turned her head. Did I? It's over. Something must have happened. Xinyu thought to herself that this tone was exactly the same as the opening line her mother, Su Hongmei, used when scolding Lao Bai and Xin Tengfei. Where's the problem? Xinyu's mind raced for a moment. Li Fian, you've ruined me. They insisted on playing poker, and now look what happened. Xinyu's mind raced, and she suddenly realized how reckless she had been. Although everyone knows that Li Fian likes to force things on others, as a boyfriend, doing this in front of his girlfriend is a major taboo. This is a matter of attitude. How could I have been so careless? He was immediately drenched in sweat. This was definitely his fault. Han Gu is being very forgiving. If it were any other girl, she probably would have exploded on the spot. What to do? Let me try to justify myself. It really wasn't my idea to do it. You saw it yourself. It was Fei Yin who suggested it. She's my master. How could I disobey her? Pooh. So, Hanji's little fire will definitely grow into a big fire and eventually become the California wildfire. This is a path to death. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He turned to look at Luo Qinghan's expression and noticed that she had secretly clenched her fists, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. It's over. Xinyu felt a chill run through her heart. This is serious. Xinyu, who is usually quite eloquent, suddenly found himself at a loss. He panicked completely. If there's one thing in this world that he fears most, it's only one. That means Luo Qinghan is ignoring him. I was wrong. He suddenly blurted it out unconsciously. Brother Han, my behavior just now was inappropriate. This is not what a good boyfriend should do. Honey, I promise I'll be more careful about this in the future. Can you forgive me this time? After saying this, he lowered his head in shame. Luo Qinghan, standing to the side, widened her eyes in surprise. Honey, what are you saying? What did you do wrong just now? Xinyu raised her head in confusion, looking at Luo Qinghan, who had a blank expression. After confirming that she wasn't being sarcastic, he murmured an explanation. I shouldn't have played poker with Fian just now. I should have firmly refused. Luo Qinghan was even more puzzled. What does that have to do with you? It's not that I want to play. If she wants to play, who dares to refuse? As she spoke, scenes from the past flashed through Luo Qinghan's mind. 1 year, in a certain month, Li Fian wanted to go fishing. I took a certain member of the Vermilion Bird clan, surnamed Hu, with me. The other party said, Big sister, there's a problem with my house. I need to fix it first. Then, Li Fian used a row of C4 to completely destroy Hu's house. Alright, you don't have to worry about your house anymore. Come fishing with me. In a certain month of a certain year, Li Fian wanted to play tennis and dragged another member of the Vermilion Bird clan, Han, along. The other party said, Sir, I have a mission. I need to interrogate a group of prisoners of war. Then, Li Fian threaded all the prisoners of war onto the pole. Alright, if you don't want to be pushed up there too, come play golf with me. Luo Qinghan got a headache just thinking about it. What living person could refuse Li Fian, who had just transmigrated into a human body and only wanted to have fun? If she wants to play, you have to play with her until the end, or you'll have to finish playing yourself. Even Xiaoyu herself couldn't figure it out. Actually, Luo Qinghan thought Xinyu was quite clever at the end. He said a lot of things and made Li Fian laugh, thus ending the poker game. However, Li Fian was happy. I was not happy about it. Husband. Biting her lower lip, Luo Qinghan finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for so long. Is D really not as good as C? Xinyu was taken aback. No. Brother Han, you're unhappy because of this? Yes, if you can't hold on to it then. Isn't that happiness? Xinyu was both amused and exasperated. He was teasing Li Fian. Of course D is better, family members. What is happiness? Happiness is something you can hold on to with both hands. That's not true at all. I lied to her. 38D is the perfect size. Baby, do you know? Leaning close to Luo Qinghan's ear, Xinyu took her hand and whispered. It's not just 38D. Every inch of you is the ultimate. You are God's most exquisite creation. You are the woman who defines perfection. Luo Qinghan never expected him to be so cheesy, and her ears immediately turned red, her eyes becoming unnatural. She thought to herself, Xiaoyu, why did he say such exaggerated things? And he spoke to me with such seriousness, staring into my eyes. What's so perfect about me? My only perfection is my luck. I met you by sheer luck. However, we can't let him talk nonsense like that in the future. If I keep listening like this, I'm really going to float away. Those who work with gloves should be objective, calm, and self-aware. His indiscriminate praise of me will make me lose my judgment. Turning her head, Luo Qinghan slowly pouted. She decided that she was going to teach Xinyu a lesson. Who told you to say something that confuses me? Honey, listen to me. You tonight. Luo Qinghan looked coldly at Xinyu. Which style of clothes do you want me to wear? Chapter 209, Let's swap hands tonight. What do you want Luo Qinghan to wear? Xinyu stared at the other person's curvaceous figure, her mind filled with those C and D cups from earlier, replaying them over and over again. He couldn't help but think. We've already gone this far in our conversation. Simply, let's just wear that low-cut dress. The one that's very, very low cut. And those red-soled black high heels, those long black velvet gloves, and that little crown. Xinyu leaned close to Luo Qinghan's ear, rubbing her hands together anxiously, and said, "Baby, I think, how about we switch roles today?" 25 minutes later, Xinyu, shirtless, knelt on one knee, nervously watching Luo Qinghan's cold face, trembling. All right. Shaking is actually a sign of excitement. After all, low-cut dresses are just too revealing. Especially when worn by Luo Qinghan, who has such a stunning figure. It perfectly showcases her incredibly graceful physique. Xinyu looked up at Luo Qinghan. She wore a black low-cut dress with a long fishtail skirt, and her delicate collarbone was faintly visible at the neckline. The deep V-neck design perfectly showcases that alluring cleavage, a captivating temptation at first glance, yet a few strands of hair playfully fall in front of her chest, obscuring the key. Above that is the face. Beneath that high, straight nose, her red lips were luscious and tempting, like ripe cherries. However, what is most special is ultimately those eyes. Those eyes, once as clear as a spring lake, were now filled with a frosty coldness. This coldness allowed Xinyu to instantly immerse herself in her role. You wouldn't want to?" Xinyu asked in fear, her voice trembling. "Who gave you permission to speak?" She lifted up that long, straight leg clad in black stockings. Luo Qinghan stomped her red-soled black high heels hard on Xunyu's kneeling thighs. Hiss! Just as Xinyu was about to speak, Luo Qinghan suddenly grabbed her neck. His words were abruptly cut off. The force came through her hand, forcing Xinyu to raise her head and look helplessly and panicked at the radiant woman in front of her. Her long, slender, white fingers were slowly, gently caressing his Adam's apple. A smile, hinting at a desire to have their wish fulfilled, crept onto his lips. Luo Qinghan lowered her eyes and gently licked her rosy lips. She squinted at Xinyu and said coldly, "Call me Queen." At 10 a.m. the next day, in the minister's office of the Department of External Expansion, Xia Santi opened the department's dedicated communication software, Blackletter, and began scrolling through his contacts from top to bottom until he reached the very end. He found Xinyu's name in the intern section, chuckled, and pressed send voice message. "Xia Santi. Xinyu, have you made any progress on your mission?" Half a minute later, the other side sent a shocked emoji. "Xinyu. No way, boss. Did I just see things because I was too exhausted last night? You assigned tasks yesterday, and you need progress reports by today?" Xia Santi. "Of course. With so many people employed in the ministry, what will everyone eat if progress is slow? Let me tell you, Xinyu, your probation period is 3 months. Before it ends, you have to sell these 220s for me, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Xinyu. 3 months? That's so tight. Is it okay to exceed the time limit by a few days? Xia Santi. Of course not. We have a clear system of rewards and punishments here. Completing on time is considered passing, while late completion is considered failing. It's all set. Xinyu. According to you, our system of rewards and punishments is very clear, but what if we finish ahead of schedule? For example, what if I finish in a week? Upon seeing the message Xinyu sent, Xia Santi couldn't hold back any longer. This rich kid is so naive, still dreaming of the future. What are you even doing? Do you know why I specifically targeted North America, East Asia, and Western Europe? Those 3 districts are full of poor people, and the gloves they produce are all unreliable. They're willing to spend 20 million to buy your pile of garbage for 220? If they can buy it, I'll livestream myself eating shit while doing a handstand. This is the pit I dug for you. What did you think? Xia Santi shook his head with amusement. Teasing idiots is truly entertaining. But we still have to maintain a semblance of appearance. Xia Santi. Xinyu, if you really finish it within a week, an additional 5% will be added within 3 days. If you complete this today, you'll get 30% of the 20 million. See, I'm the kind of person who's very fair in rewarding and punishing. However, if you're even 1 day late within 3 months, please leave immediately, okay? Xinyu. No problem. One more point. What if I exceed my target? That is, I sell more than 20 million. Ha ha ha. Xia Santi couldn't help but slap his thigh. This kid was just too funny. He wants to exceed the limit? Okay. With his optimistic attitude, Even if he gets fired, he can still become an abstract short video blogger, and becoming infamous won't be a problem. Xia Xinyu, if you can sell more than the quota, the excess is all yours. That's not all. If you can exceed the sales target, I'll immediately promote you to a permanent position. Then I'll set up a separate department for you and promote you to a green card officer, so you'll have your own independent team. How about that? Our Xia Tribody is all about fair rewards and punishments. Xinyu. Okay, boss, I've taken the screenshot. Xia take any screenshot you like. Ha ha ha. What's making you so happy? A soft, reproachful voice came from behind. A woman with a voluptuous figure walked over with light, graceful steps. She wore a golden yellow dress, and with each step she took, the hem of the dress swayed gracefully, like a beautiful flower in full bloom. And if you look at this woman's face, you will be so surprised that you will be speechless and unable to say a word. Because this woman is a household name and a big star. Almost any random Chinese person could name this top female star. If anyone knew that this national goddess was here, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake in the entertainment industry. You're here. Xia chuckled and touched her thigh. Your new drama is pretty good. It's airing now. It's all thanks to you, you lazy bum, for providing such good resources. What were you doing just now? Xia kneaded her hands. Nothing much, just waiting for you to come over. I was just killing time anyway, so I found a rich second generation and played with him for a while. By the way, why are you so late? Sigh, don't even mention it. The top female star shook her head. That variety show I recently participated in was really stupid. They insisted that I re-record a scene where I was supposed to be all lovey-dovey with that young heartthrob. How about it? Are you getting impatient? As she spoke, she walked up to Xia knelt down gracefully, and gave him a flirtatious wink. Are you about to explode from holding it in? As she spoke, she reached out and snatched Xia phone. Show me. Which vixen are you chatting with? But upon closer inspection, she exclaimed in surprise. Xinyu? Who is this, daring to speak to you so rudely? That's pretty arrogant. Xia snorted coldly. Nothing to speak of, just a piece of trash with no real ability. I've given him a task he can't possibly complete, and he's going to make a huge fool of himself. Once the 3 months are up, I'll show everyone that this kid is just a good-for-nothing who relies solely on his father. Without his father, he can't get anything done. He wouldn't even pass his probation period. Chapter 2:10 I Want to Play Bidding. After finishing their last English exam of the semester, Xinyu took Wu Dabiao straight to a traditional Chinese restaurant near Yunnan University. He didn't even have a workstation in the external expansion department, so today he simply invited his deputies from the Western Europe, North America, and East Asia regions to this restaurant for a talk. That's right, it's the same restaurant, and it's at the same time. From the moment Xia said that the excess portion would all belong to him, Xinyu made his decision. He's not going to talk to his 3 deputies individually. He wants to play the bidding game. Yesterday, it was a free gift, but not today. You 3 can argue today. I only have common ground with the one who offered the highest price. The Chinese restaurant that Xinyu chose was very large, especially the second floor. He assigned seat numbers to Xie Xiongping from North America, Xiong Jiwei from East Asia, and Wei Yuanhui from West Europe, and arranged for them to sit in 3 different customer areas on the second floor. The 3 customer areas are arranged in a fing shape, separated by a wooden screen in the middle. But the beauty lies in the fact that this screen is also open work. You're here. As soon as Xinyu went up to the second floor, she turned towards the west area and waved to Xie Xiongping from the North American department. Coming. Xie Xiongping immediately stood up, bowing and scraping, his face beaming with smiles. I arrived as soon as I received Lord Shun's smear letter. Xinyu thought to herself, goodness, he really knows how to address people. Young Master Shun, have you been watching too much Joy of Life? Xie Xiongping quickly poured tea for Xinyu, praising her for being young and promising, with piercing eyes that shone like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Xinyu felt a toothache just listening to this. He thought to himself, I still prefer your initial rebellious self. Can't you just go back to your old self? Young Master Shun, I discussed it with Boss Huang Liang last night, Xie Xiongping said, feigning a pained expression. Although 20 million is already quite a lot, we really want to make friends with you. We've decided to take a loss. We'll add another 500,000 to Lord Shin's account. 20.5 million, Mr. Shun. Do you think we've shown enough sincerity? 20.5 million? Okay. Shinyu nodded calmly. Then please wait a moment. Without saying a word, Shinyu stood up. With Wu Debiao by his side, Xie Xiongping watched in astonishment as he passed through the screen and arrived at the East District, where his Western European deputy, Wei Yuanhui, was located. Oh dear, Shinyu. I've missed you so much, sister. Grabbing Shinyu's arm, Wei Yuanhui suddenly leaned close and chatted intimately with her, giggling incessantly. Meanwhile, when Xie Xiongping looked through the openwork wooden screen and discovered that it was actually Wei Yuanhui, the second in command of Western Europe, he was immediately shocked. What he said, "Why did Shinyu leave as soon as I made a bid?" It turns out they thought the price was too low, so they went directly to Wei Yuanhui in Western Europe to discuss it. Xie Xiongping initially took advantage of Shun Yu's lack of worldly experience, but then thought he was just trying to save face from yesterday. He figured giving this nouveau riche an extra 500,000 yuan would be a way to save face. I didn't expect this kid to have more than one buyer. That would be troublesome, especially in the Western European region, which receives the lowest level of funding from the ministry, as well as the North American region. The two are in direct competition. If 760 falls into their hands and they boost their performance, it will only make things worse for us. Xie Xiongping immediately became anxious. Just then he heard Shinyu shout at the top of her lungs. What? Western Europe reported 22 million. Okay. Then he saw Shinyu stand up abruptly, leaving the bewildered Wei Yuanhui behind, walk through the screen, and come to another table. Xie Xiongping craned his neck to take another look. Damn it! Xiongji Wei, the second in command of the East Asia region. Western Europe, East Asia, and North America, the three poor regions of the Foreign Expansion Department, are all covered. It wasn't lunchtime, and there were only 3 tables on the second floor, but every single one of them was occupied by Shinyu's clients. Xie Xiongping stared wide-eyed speechlessly. Shinyu, you're really something. So you turned this restaurant into an auction house without spending a single penny, huh? 23 million? Okay. Shinyu stood up and waved to Xiongji Wei with a smile. He circled around and returned to Xie Xiongping's side. 25 million. Xie Xiongping quickly grabbed Shinyu. He dared not beat around the bush any longer. 3 families. I thought I could snag a bargain, but little did I know that Shun Yu is even more cunning than a monkey. If he were to slowly slash at me like that, wouldn't his 3 poorest neighborhoods be reduced to a bloody mess? Why not just sign up for the big one yourself? 25 million? Okay. As she spoke, Shinyu was about to get up again. Xie Xiongping quickly grabbed him. Okay, what the hell? Oh, our ancestors. You're still leaving after 25 million? He shouted at the top of his lungs to both sides. Sister Wei, Brother Xiong, why don't you come sit here? Can we stop going back and forth like this? So tiring. Young Master Shun, you should save your energy. How about we all sit down together and discuss this? Please. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them gathered around the table. 25 million is really the limit. Xie Xiongping spread his hands, his face full of complaints. Young Master Shun, don't you even consider the status of our 3 districts? North America, Western Europe, East Asia, the 3 giants of Pindo's Foreign Expansion Department, are all poorer than the last. We're not as wealthy as the Southeast Asian region. Every penny we have is earned through frugality. Does everyone agree? As soon as he said that, Wei Yuanhui and Xiongji Wei, who were standing next to him, immediately nodded in agreement. The 3 men sighed deeply, wishing they could bite their fingertips and write a large pour in blood on the table. Young Master Shun, 25 million is really acceptable. We're not like Luo Qinghan, who can just casually pull out 10 million to buy you a culinan. We're all struggling to make ends meet. Xie Xiongping feigned a bitter expression, then gave Wei Xiong and Xie Xiong a look. 25 million, that's the price. Young Master Shun, you don't need to bid anymore. This price is our standard price. You can give it to any of us. After all, each of our regions can cooperate with you on different businesses. For example, if you need financial assistance, our North American region is the most professional. In short, it depends on your preference. But the price is what it is, and the three of us won't raise it by a single penny. After all, this is only a 760% priority purchase right for you, and you don't even know when you can actually buy it. Furthermore, everyone knows about the conflict between Lord Shun and Minister Xia, so buying this thing also carries the risk of taking sides. Everyone agrees, right? Xiong Jiwei and Wei Yuanhui nodded in unison. Yes. We are a team, and we accept a uniform price. After saying that, the three of them looked at Shun Yu together, their faces all bearing the same expression. Kid, wanna play with us? You're still too green. Chapter 211, a unified price, right? Shin Yu's brows furrowed involuntarily. That Xie Xiongping is a real scoundrel. I had originally planned to bring the three of them together and use the prisoner's dilemma principle to slowly boil the frog in water, gradually raising the price. As a result, Xie Xiongping actually joined forces with the other two to draw a red line for themselves, trying to completely lock down the price. Brother Xie, I have a question. Shin Yu calmly poured herself a glass of water and slowly sipped it. What kind of car does your boss Huang Liang drive? Xie Xiongping was taken aback and subconsciously replied, Brother Liang drives a Lamborghini, and sometimes a Bentley too. Okay. Shin Yu couldn't help but clap her hands. North America is indeed poor. The North American regional leader is willing to spend over 10 million to buy himself a luxury car, but he's unwilling to spend more than 25 million to buy his region a chance to obtain a revolutionary weapon. Great, so poor. Xie Xiongping's face immediately turned red. Shin Yu's words were indeed harsh. His words made his side suddenly seem particularly irrelevant. Damn, this kid is really tough to deal with. However, whatever he says, Xie Xiongping thought to himself, I'm definitely going to stick to this price today. I can't let a kid like you, who hasn't even grown his hair yet, rip me off, can I? It's not that we're reluctant to part with it, Xie Xiongping chuckled. But to be honest, everyone's talking about how amazing and revolutionary the 760 is, but who knows how effective it actually is? The 760 is, after all, a new thing, and new things need to be tested. Besides, it's just a drone. No matter how powerful it is, it has its limitations. Can it really replace humans? I really don't believe it. After he finished speaking, Wei Yuanhui and Xiong Jiwei both nodded repeatedly, looking on in agreement. However, to the surprise of the three of them, Shin Yu also nodded. Indeed, Brother Xie is right. He shrugged. This thing is just a new thing. Xie Xiongping and the other two were all taken aback. Huh, he actually agrees? Shin Yurin leaned back in his chair, looked up at the ceiling, and seemed to be talking to himself. A few years ago, everyone said that electric cars were just a new thing, and could they really replace gasoline cars? More than a decade ago, everyone said that smartphones were just a new thing. Could they really replace Nokia? Further ahead, high-speed rail was just a new thing. Satellites are just a new thing. Airplanes are just a new thing. Further ahead, cars were just a new thing. Could they really replace horses? Could a steam engine really replace a person? I really don't believe it. His rambling immediately made the three men's faces turn very ugly. Of course, they understand this principle. They had also heard many people who had seen the 760 video lament that future wars might just be a battle of drones and robot dogs, and once everyone's stockpiles were depleted, they would simply admit defeat. People can become meaningless, because humans are simply no match for those things. If this is the case in war, then it's even more so in gang warfare. Previously, you needed to gather a group of gangsters wearing gold chains. In the future, you might only need to hire a few programmers to monitor the surveillance system, and bring along a bunch of 760s, and you can comfortably become the Godfather. Xie Xiongping and the others certainly knew that 760 was very valuable, otherwise they wouldn't have come here to sit. The problem is, everyone wants to lower the price. Even though they have mansions, luxury cars, and even a puppy, it would still hurt them to spend so much money at once. However, seeing Shun Yu's firm attitude, Xie Xiongping was suddenly at a loss. Young Master Shun, that's not what I meant. What do you mean? Shin Yu stared at him and sneered. Didn't you just say the 760 is no good? Not worth that much money. Come, you decide for yourselves whether it's worth it. He placed his phone on the table and, in front of the three of them, played the video of the 760-second kill of the Philippine Special Forces. This video is so famous. Everyone in the external expansion department has heard of this video, but 99% of them haven't actually seen it. It's all been passed down by word of mouth. When Shinyu brought out this legendary, mysterious video, all three of them stared wide-eyed, barely daring to breathe as they watched. The video is only a little over a minute long. A minute later, the three of them felt completely drenched in cold sweat. They never expected that the video would be far more outrageous than they had imagined. This was not a back-and-forth battle at all. It was a pure massacre. Moreover, they originally thought it would be 100 Special Forces soldiers against 100 760 drones. However, in reality, only about 10 of the 760 aircraft actually participated in the battle. The rest were used to hold the line. 10 planes wiped out 100 Special Forces soldiers in 1 minute. The three of them felt their scalps tingle and a chill run down their spines. It's like a heavy machine gun versus a red tasseled spear. They're from completely different eras. They wanted to repeat the playback, but Shinyu quickly put her phone away. CS Xiongping, how many people are permanently stationed at your Tokyo headquarters? CS Xiongping was covered in cold sweat and subconsciously replied, around 100. With a cold laugh, Shinyu pointed to Wu Dubiao standing behind him. Do you believe me or not? I can have my brother bring us 760, and he can get into your headquarters unscathed and wipe out everyone. Once you are all wiped out, Shinyu chuckled. I can drive your boss's Bentley and Lamborghini whenever I want. CS Xiongping clenched his teeth, trying to suppress his trembling hands. He realized, his face paling, that Shinyu was truly enraged. They've made it very clear. I'm doing you a favor by selling to you. In reality, I could just wipe you out. Before watching this video, CS Xiongping might have thought Shinyu's threat was just bragging, but now, he knew that what Shinyu said was probably the truth. Their headquarters, located in a building with narrow passageways and dispersed personnel, had no chance of resisting a high-speed, accurate, and extremely agile 760 raid. Wu Dubiao could simply sit outside, smoking and watching leisurely. It's effortless. At this moment, CS Xiongping's expression was a smile that was even uglier than crying. He understood Shinyu's meaning. He couldn't really send Wu Dubiao. That would be tantamount to internal strife. But what if he gives 760 to his rival in his own area, such as California 18th Street? Do we have any chance of survival? Wei Yuanhui and Xiong Jiwei clearly realized this as well, and the three of them stood there awkwardly, completely dumbfounded. I'm a reasonable person, Shinyu said, raising her chin. As CS Xiongping just said, their North American region is too poor and can only contribute 25 million. I completely understand. We're all just working people. All right, then I won't make things difficult for CS Xiongping. The remaining bidding is a matter for Western Europe and East Asia. CS Xiongping's face instantly turned ashen. Was Shinyu kicking him out of the game and refusing to include him? Is the North American division out of the running? At this moment, everyone saw Shinyu open Fei Ji's phone and say directly to Huang Liang, Brother Liang, because CS Xiongping, whom you sent, is too good at chatting, I won't be discussing the 760 matter with your North American department this time. And not just this time, we won't talk about anything until you get a new deputy. CS Xiongping was stunned. Isn't this shrimp and pork heart? At this moment, he was filled with regret. He thought it was just a matter of bargaining, but he never expected that his job would be in jeopardy. Why bother? He was covered in cold sweat and immediately begged for mercy, little Shun. However, Shinyu didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Turning her head, Shinyu smiled at the remaining two people. How are you two doing? Can we still talk? Is the limit 25 million? It doesn't matter. I have no trouble selling these things. If it really doesn't work out, I'll sell them outside the department. I might make even more money if I sell it directly to your rivals. No. Wei Yuanhui waved her hands frantically. We in Western Europe have money. We absolutely have no quota, She pointed sharply at CS Xiongping. We don't know him. Not familiar with him. Xiong Jiwei nodded repeatedly. Besides, I couldn't stand what he said just now. With this kind of quality, how can he be a deputy? No wonder the North American division is in such a sorry state. We've found the root of the problem. He had already realized that Xie Xiongping's political life was probably over. Moreover, Shen Yu's threat is already blatant. Buying the 760 now is no longer about strengthening the team, but about survival. At this point, if we don't beat Xie Xiongping's broken drum, who should we beat? Wei Yuanhui, who was standing next to him, immediately understood his thinking, and she immediately increased her bet. She glanced at Xie Xiongping with disgust and sneered. Yeah, what kind of person is he? You disrespectful brat. How dare you speak to the crown prince like that? Pooh, you still have the nerve to stand here? Get lost. Xie Xiongping was completely petrified there. No, aren't we on the same team? You two change your minds faster than flipping through a short video. His head was buzzing. He felt like an earthquake had struck. He forced a smile and turned to Shen Yu, desperately trying to apologize and make amends. However, Shen Yu didn't even look at him. He went straight to Wei Yuanhui and Xiong Zhuwei. Can we still talk? We can talk. They're such good talkers. Okay. Shen Yu nodded indifferently and waved his hand casually. Then let's not dawdle. You two start raising the price. Chapter 212 Save where you should, spend where you should, schizophrenia and you and me. At the dinner table, Shen Yu completely ignored Xie Xiongping, who was already dumbfounded, and started asking Wei Yuanhui and Xiong Zhuwei to make a price quote. Now the two of them were truly enraged. You raise the price once, I raise the price once, and we get more and more heated, until finally we slam our fists on the table. Xiong Zhuwei, with his neck stiff, shouted out 45 million. Seeing the bulging veins on his neck, Shen Yu knew that this guy had already shouted out the maximum amount he was allowed to bid. But Wei Yuanhui's Western European division is clearly wealthier. Moreover, Wei Yuanhui and Wei Yuanli are sisters, so she has more say and is more willing to make offers than Xiong Zhuwei. Finally, after biting her lipstick until it was smudged, she shouted out 50 million and won the bid. After the ownership of 760 was finally settled, the woman clearly felt exhausted. This 50 million was clearly the entire savings of the Western European division. When she shook hands with Shen Yu could feel her hand trembling. While the two were processing the settlement and delivery of the 50 million, are you going to order or not? A short-haired waiter walked over and asked angrily. Wei Yuanhui was taken aback, but quickly explained, Order? We'll order right away. Order now. It would be strange if you ordered it right away. Stop pretending. You don't have any money at all. The waiter, showing no mercy, pointed at the four people and rattled off a string of words. I've been observing you for quite some time. The three of you arrived first, but none of you sat together. You each said you were waiting for someone, and you didn't order any food. Then you waited for a full half hour. Then this handsome guy who was leading the group came over and went from table to table talking to you, and then you all sat together. Is it normal for four people who didn't know each other before to suddenly be chatting and laughing together? Stop pretending. I know what you guys do. Shen Yu and the other two were all taken aback. Even Xie Xiongping, who was already distraught, raised his head. Does she know what we do? Has she already figured out that although we try so hard to act ordinary, we're all actually underworld bosses? You guys are the ones who run this cartoon business. You have nowhere to hold your meeting, so you come here pretending to have a meal, but actually you're here to recruit your downlines. I'm calling the police right now. As she spoke, the short-haired waitress picked up the phone. No. Wei Yuanhui, who had just spent 50 million, was so shocked she almost jumped up. If we call the police, that would be a huge joke. Several of us high-ranking officials, big shots, and rich kids ended up in jail because we were suspected of spreading rumors about eating without paying for meals. Wouldn't this cause a sensation throughout the entire Yunnan provincial government? She quickly scanned the code, ordered a whole bunch of Boston lobster, king crab, sea cucumber, and Buddha jumps over the wall soup, and then paid for it on the spot and showed it to the waiter. After the puzzled waiter muttered something and walked away, Wei Yuanhui turned her head, her eyelids twitching wildly. No, Your Highness, could we please stop trying to find seats in places like this to discuss business in the future? I feel so ashamed. What if you book 3 rooms at my hotel? Shen Yu was also a little embarrassed. Only one point. The main problem is that he doesn't even have an office in the ministry. Should we book 3 rooms at a hotel? He thought it was too expensive. Isn't that just getting ripped off? In fact, Xinyu's current lifestyle is practically a direct descendant of his father's. They are indeed extremely wealthy, but they are genuinely reluctant to spend money. Having been poor for 20 years since childhood, the inertia is too strong, and it's simply impossible to change. In the end, he could only switch between different patterns in his mind. During the negotiations with Wei Yuanhui and the others, just now I'm a rich second-generation heir, and I have over 200 million in pocket money. What? Do you add 1 million every time you raise the price? Are you beggars? Are you desperate for money? In my normal life, I'm a sophomore in college, and finding a job is really difficult right now. What? McDonald's sells a grilled chicken burger combo for 35? Why don't you just rob it? Are you trying to kill us? In short, Xinyu is now a Schrodinger's cat of wealth. Whether he is rich or not depends entirely on his mindset. Faced with Wei Yuanli's tearful accusations, his previous imposing manner vanished completely, and he said sheepishly, I think booking a hotel is a bit too expensive. Wei Yuanhui xiong jiwei xia xiongping. Say it again. Did you know that your dad's assets are higher than the GDP of many small countries? Your girlfriend is not only incredibly wealthy, but her fighting prowess is unmatched throughout Southeast Asia. Even warlords have to bow and smile obsequiously at her. And you, my friend, you just swindled 50 million from us poor bastards. 50 million. Then you tell us that you think booking a hotel is too expensive? How could you even bring yourself to ask? Aren't you ashamed? I've really seen something amazing today, Wei Yuanhui murmured. She finally understood. The general perception of Xinyu as a foolish rich kid is completely wrong. This kid is basically a younger version of Shen Tingfei. Black-hearted, ruthless, cunning, and incredibly stingy. Well, I own a private property, a hot spring resort, Wei Yuanhui said, rubbing her forehead. Your Highness, if you have any meetings or anything like that to discuss in the future, you don't need to eat at a hotel. You can go there directly. It's free. This hot spring resort has just been built and is not yet open for business. You can bring your classmates to play there. It's all free. In reality, Wei Yuanhui was just saying it casually, simply trying to make a good impression. How much property does Shen Tingfei own in Yinzhou? Does Xinyu really need to go to her tiny hot spring resort? But to her utter surprise, Xinyu's eyes lit up, and he asked, utterly captivated. Really, sis? Take your classmates out for a meal and entertainment without spending any money? Sister, you're so kind. Sister, can I bring as many people as I want? Wei Yuanhui was stunned. Okay. She thought to herself, wow, you actually came. Come on over. It just so happens that her hot spring resort is going to conduct a stress test before opening, and Xinyu bringing some people over can help check out the services. Very good. Xinyu slapped his thigh. It's foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. He immediately started counting the number of people. Bring along the entire second-year law students. Although a few of these guys can be quite annoying, they're all really there for each other when things get tough. He clearly remembered the time he played basketball with young Master Lu. All the boys in the department rushed over to help him beat up young Master Lu. These are all my brothers. How could I not invite them to help me get some benefits? Bring along the school basketball team too. They're all Xinyu's old teammates, the brothers who dribbled the ball together. If you're going to a hot spring to see girls' thighs, how could you not invite them? That's really unfair. Cheng Lin's dance troupe was also invited. Cheng Lin helped me out last time, and I promised to treat her to a meal. I should keep my promise. Besides, there are so many girls in the dance troupe. If they don't go, whose legs will the guys on the school team be looking at? Call them all, so you can't possibly see them all. Everyone's staring at my Hangu. Those long legs of hers are mine alone. About 400 people in total? Xinyu calculated, feeling it was a bit too many, and couldn't help but say awkwardly. Or I can pay for the buffet myself. Xiong Jiwei, standing to the side, couldn't help but cover his face, while Wei Yuanhui's lips twitched. You're paying for a buffet for 400 people yourself? Your Highness, are you making fun of me? No. If you really care about your sister that much, why don't you return a little bit of the 50 million? Xinyu was stunned. That won't do, he said with a straightforward expression. One code is one code. You want me to give back the money I've already got? You might as well kill me. After saying that, he found the blackmail work group of the External Expansion Department. The matter of selling weapons these past 2 days has been quite bothering Shinyu. Now that the score is finally tied, he's ready to launch a counterattack. Xia Senti, I've caught your big move. Now, it's my turn to unleash my big move. Just you wait and see. As he spoke, Shinyu casually took a screenshot of the payment receipt and a screenshot of his previous conversation with Xia Senti. I sent it all to the department's work group. Chapter 213 as the Crown Prince. Of course he's shameless. It was 5:30 p.m., and all the colleagues in the External Expansion Department were counting down the days until they could leave work. Originally, this should have been another ordinary day for civil servants within the system. It wasn't until Shinyu sent those 2 screenshots in the work group that things changed. The group exploded instantly. Whether it's the official blackmail work group or everyone's private chat groups, everything exploded. At first, everyone was stunned. After all, the people of the world have suffered under Xia Senti for too long. Ever since that idiot took over the Foreign Expansion Department, no one has had a single good day. This guy makes all sorts of random, impulsive decisions, completely disregarding the actual situation and the lives of his subordinates. He just does whatever he wants, pushing things to the limit, and if they die, so be it. And the worst part is that when the kings of hell fight, the little devils suffer. This Xia Senti insisted on challenging the African tyrant Shintingfei, and his funds were cut off, causing everyone's various welfare subsidies and bonuses to disappear. But their backing is incredibly strong. Everyone curses them behind their backs until their throats are dry, but to their faces they dare not speak out, not daring to utter a single word. Even today, a person suddenly appeared out of nowhere, in front of everyone, completely disregarding the image, feelings, and interests of the entire department. He so undignifiedly slapped Xia Senti in the face, treating him as an ordinary human being. This kind of behavior that disregards the collective interest. This is so awesome. Everyone watching was itching to raise their arms and shout. Damn it, I'm giving Shinyu a thumbs up. At this moment, in a group chat for employees of the External Expansion Department called Zhang Shenjing, a person with the ID Sad Little Bear typed rapidly. That's amazing. Usama is absolutely amazing. Immediately, a user with the ID Yeed RR quickly replied. When I was little, my family was extremely poor. The only valuable thing we owned was the big padlock on our iron gate. Every time it rained, I would run outside, hug the padlock, and cry out, "Old iron, don't rust." Mulan joined the army in her father's place, but even on the battlefield, she didn't forget her needlework. Once, when the enemy army attacked, pressing in with overwhelming force, Mulan was still embroidering in her tent. The soldiers knelt outside her tent, shouting in unison, "Please, stop embroidering." Upon returning home, the emperor, hearing of Mulan's achievements, punished her by ordering her to embroider a magnificent landscape within a limited time. He said he would find embroiderers throughout the country to help her. Mulan believed the emperor was questioning her abilities and refused, loudly proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I alone am the best." The screen immediately filled with a row of thumbs-up emojis. Then someone with the ID Tio added, "Show off as it may be, I have to admit, I think we should send a dozen more of these rich kids to the ministry. This kind of close-up confrontation is just too satisfying to watch, isn't it?" A user with the ID Chunman posted a Donnie Yin emoji. Indeed, but this Shinyu is truly capable. Those 2 twin women from our Western European division are always shrewd and penny pinchers. They consider it a loss if they don't even get the effect they deserve after spending a single penny. How did they manage to be persuaded by the Crown Prince? Could it be that she was seduced? The user with the profile picture of Shinchan, Xinglaseng, posted a "bro, you're right" emoji. I've heard that Shun Yu is a succubus, especially skilled at making women lose their minds. Even Luo Qinghan from Southeast Asia, whose beauty is considered Mount Everest, couldn't escape his clutches. Ha! No matter what, now when I think of that boss with the really defined eyebrows and that constipated look on his face. Ha ha ha. That day, all the employee chat groups were flooded with all sorts of haha messages. Originally, everyone had no good feelings towards Shinyu, a super rich second generation, especially after they learned that he hadn't even graduated from university yet, but had managed to get in through connections. Most people were full of contempt for him. But today, after Shun Yu made this very obvious provocation to Xia Santi, all the lower-level cattle and horses instantly adjusted their perception of him. The Crown Prince is one of our own. From now on, he'll be my brother Yu. What? He's younger than me and only a sophomore in college? Don't worry about the details. Can academic qualifications be linked to competence? What were the instructor's qualifications back then? Those highly educated returnees from overseas all admired him wholeheartedly, just as these people were celebrating online for Shun Yu's actions. In Xia Santi's office. Oh shit. Xia Santi picked up the ashtray and smashed it hard on his expensive mahogany table. With a loud crack, the narrator next to him experienced a ringing in his ears. Shun Yu, that bitch. How could he post the chat history and transaction screenshots in the group? He's so unconventional. Isn't this just making the internal conflicts of the department public? Yes, I am at odds with the Tengfei faction, but how can we make public what is happening beneath the surface? Doesn't he know the rules? This is officialdom. You can't just point to a buttock and say, this is a butt. Xia-san was so angry that he pounded the table and shouted. The narrator next to him stood with his head down, covered in cold sweat, not daring to say a word. But in his heart he wondered, what was Shun Yu thinking? This isn't like a louse on a bald man's head or vitiligo on a black man's face. It's obvious he's afraid the boss will renege on the debt. It has to be said. This Shun Yu. He really understands you as a leader. He knows that if he doesn't post it, you'll definitely try to deny it. Well, this is troublesome. Xia Santi sighed deeply. In officialdom, a leader's sigh is a skill in itself. Even the most oblivious subordinates will still offer a flattering, "Why does your majesty sigh?" At this point, the narrator knew he couldn't remain silent any longer. So he guessed what Xia Santi was thinking and said, "Indeed, after Shun Yu's reckless behavior, it's impossible to kick him out now. Everyone knows he's quite capable now. If we really kick him out, we'll definitely get a reputation for being intolerant." Xia Santi impatiently stopped him. "That's not the kind of trouble I'm referring to. I'm referring to the Western European region. Although we don't know what Shun Yu promised, the fact that the Western European region is willing to spend 50 million to buy these junk 220s is itself a statement to everyone. In this fierce battle between me and Shun Tengfei, they have officially decided to bet on Shun Tengfei. Now it's all right. Originally, Shun Tengfei's side had the wealthiest and most technologically advanced African region, and the most powerful and newly unified Southeast Asian region. Now, even a weak region like Western Europe has openly surrendered to them. Xia Santi grew angrier the more he thought about it. Even his straight eyebrows furrowed into a reverse tilde shape. The narrator thought to himself, "Yes, we feel like we're surrounded by enemies, and it looks like we're doomed. And this trend will become increasingly obvious." Then, he raised his head, clenched his fist, and said, "I think this is just an isolated case. Boss, please don't worry too much. Although the Western Europe region went all in on Shun Tengfei, the East Asia and North America regions haven't paid any attention to Shun Yu, have they?" Xia Santi thought to himself, "That makes sense. Most people are on my side. But that makes the Western European region even more hateful. You bastard, you dog, you son of a bitch. How dare you go all in on Shun Tengfei?" "I didn't go all in on Shun Tengfei." In a brightly lit mansion, Wei Yuanhui held her phone, desperately trying to explain to her older sister, Wei Yuanli. "Sis, I really didn't. I only spent 50 million to buy the priority purchase right for 760. I never said I was going to pledge allegiance to Shun Yu, nor did I agree to him making this public. Who knew that kid would release it so easily? I had a heart attack. I wanted to beat him up on the spot." You have no idea what the expressions were like in the North American and East Asian regions at that moment. 1 second they were almost crying. The next they were clasping their hands together, thanking God for not winning the bid. "What's the point of saying all this now?" Wei Yuanli roared angrily on the other end of the phone. "We're now completely tied to Shun Yu's Tengfei faction's war machine. That damn little devil." Wei Yuanhui slumped to the ground. She knew her sister was right. There was no way out for them in the Western European region now. The only thing left for him was to pledge allegiance to Shun Tengfei, cling to Luo Qinghan's coattails, and become Shun Yu's horse. Forget about taking down Shun Yu. Let's think about how to make him feel good first. Sister Hui. In the corridor, a handsome young man with a middle parting in his hair cautiously watched the frantic Wei Yuanhui. Are you in a bad mood today? Would you like me to give you a massage? Looking at the new puppy she had just hired, Wei Yuanhui was immediately furious. She took off her high heels and threw them at the boy. Press, press, press. What a load of crap. All you know is how to play these tricks. When it comes to the real thing, have you ever lasted more than 10 minutes? Damn it. I hate obedient good-for-nothings like you the most. Look at Shunyu. How wicked he is. How good he is at scheming and taking advantage of others. What a beast he is. That's what a man should be like. You should learn from him. The boy panicked immediately. Learn to be a little more savage, so you can gain an advantage? This is just too difficult. This wasn't taught in our boy group trainee program. Sis, how can you take advantage of someone in a way that makes you seem like a beast? Just as Wei Yuanhui was about to answer, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Xinyu. Sis, I've already notified everyone at the hot springs tomorrow. I've already explained all the important points in the group chat, so don't worry, everyone will definitely give you a 5-star review after you go. I even encouraged girls to take selfies in full-body 2-piece swimsuits and then write long comments with the pictures. However, there is still one problem. It's just that our school is quite far from your hot spring resort. I've been thinking about it, and it's quite inconvenient for so many people to take a taxi. How about we hire another 20 buses to pick them up from our school? Wei Yuanhui's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as she looked at it. Damn it. Xinyu, you're making people eat and play for free and then have to take care of 400 people's transportation? Suppressing the urge to smash the phone, she held it up to the boy's face. Do you want to know how to take advantage in a way that makes you seem like a beast? There are tutorials here. Chapter 214. Some hot springs are really luxurious. Some people are really dirty. The first day of winter vacation. Yinzhou, number 9 Hot Spring Amusement Park. The girls from the Yunnan University dance troupe, dressed in swimsuits, soaked in the pool, gazing in awe at the hot spring resort before them. This isn't a hot spring, it's more like a palace. White marble columns stand tall, carved with depictions of heroic deeds and divine legends from ancient Greek mythology. The pool is adorned with exquisite decorations, and spring water gushes forth, sending up wisps of steam that, from a distance, resemble the warm breath exhaled by the earth. It's advertised as a Greek-style hot spring resort, but once you step inside, it looks like a secluded white castle. Zhaowan clicked her tongue and pointed to the patch of grass in front of her. They say it's even more breathtaking in the summer, with a whole field of lavender right in front of us, and in the distance, olive trees typical of the Mediterranean. And I heard the buffet later is even more extravagant. Each of us will have a lobster. Everyone was shocked, and someone couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, how much does that cost per person?" Xinyu invited over 400 of us. The girls in the dance troupe are all beauties. It's not uncommon for them to be pursued by rich boys and to go out for expensive meals and luxury cars. They've seen a lot in the world. However, they still felt that Xunyu's gesture was a bit too extravagant. Inviting over 400 people, it was practically a wedding banquet. Moreover, he wasn't trying to date anyone at all. Apparently, he just wanted to thank everyone for supporting the bubble tea shop where he worked. But milk tea only costs a few yuan. To be honest, at first I really questioned the leader's judgment. Lu Xiaojing, who had a bob haircut, exclaimed in admiration. I really thought it was stupid of her to ignore so many rich second-generation kids and insist on hanging herself on Xunyu. But now I'm convinced. The commander has a sharp eye compared to Xunyu. All the other rich kids are no match. The girls nodded in agreement when she said that. Forget it. At this moment, a tall boy with a slicked-back hairstyle couldn't help but roll his eyes. What does this have to do with Xunyu? He doesn't have a penny to his name. Luo Qinghan paid for it all. Look at the level of this hot spring resort. You don't really think Xunyu has the financial means, do you? What was his standard of living like before? Could he afford this? Didn't he only get to where he is now by sucking up to Luo Qinghan? The tall boy's name is Zhang Fazhu. He plays shooting guard on the school team, just like Xunyu. He is 193 centimeters tall, but he has always been a substitute for Xunyu, who is 184 centimeters tall, and he has always been very resentful about it. Xinyu treated everyone to a hot spring. Their school team and dance troupe have always been very close, since Chung Lin often leads the dance troupe to cheerleading competitions for them. Players like Zhang Fazhu, who don't get much playing time, often chat with the cheerleaders. Upon arriving at the resort, Zhang Fazhu quickly brought over a few substitutes from the school team to soak in the hot springs with the dance troupe, hoping to take advantage of their proximity. As a result, from the moment he arrived, he heard Zhao Wan and the others talking about Xinyu. Zhang Fazhu grew increasingly impatient as he listened. Xinyu is nothing. Isn't he just a gigolo who fawns over Luo Qinghan? Is it worth living a life where you have to constantly watch how women behave? If I were him, I wouldn't even dare to greet everyone. Xinyu, on the other hand, put on a show of wealth, actually asking Luo Qinghan to help him find a place to stay and insisting on treating everyone to such an extravagant hot spring. I wonder how he'll serve Luo Qinghan after he finishes filling this cup. I'm afraid if someone throws him a bone, he'd obediently fetch it back like a dog. Thinking of this, Zhang Fazhu chuckled. So, when it comes to being a person, be honest and don't pretend. The flaws will definitely be exposed if the work is done properly. How much money could Xinyu, a guy who lives off his girlfriend, possibly have? We guys all know what's going on. Let's just see it but not say anything. Upon hearing this, everyone in the dance troupe suddenly realized what he meant, and their illusions were shattered. So that's how it is? It turns out Xinyu is a fake crown prince, a real gigolo. Everyone suddenly felt very disappointed. Then it occurred to me immediately. In that case, is it a bit that the commander likes him? That's too cheap. Hey Zhang Fazhu, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Wan's eyes widened immediately. Luo Qinghan does like Xinyu, but Xinyu doesn't fawn over him. Xinyu has a lot of backbone. Besides Chung Lin, who went to buy ice cream for everyone, Zhao Wan and Xinyu are the closest people in this hot spring. How could she stand to hear others slandering Xinyu like that? To be honest, Zhao Wan has always admired Xinyu's character. She was certain that Xinyu wasn't the type to waste money or show off, and that pretending to be rich when you're not was simply not in Xinyu's nature. He's using the money he got from Luo Qinghan to put on airs with us. What are they after? Impossible. As she spoke, Zhao Wan put her hands on her hips and looked at Zhang Fazhu with displeasure. I know Xinyu. He has a lot of backbone and would never do such a thing. Uffed. Zhang Fazhu couldn't help but chuckle. Did I hear that right? Xinyu has backbone? Who was it that fawned over in Yutian for 5 years, being treated like a servant every day? Zhao Wan, you think too highly of Xinyu. He's only gotten this far because of good luck. Back then, he tried to seduce in Yutian, but she didn't fall for it. But now he's using the same tactics on Luo Qinghan, and Luo Qinghan is totally hooked. And that's how he took off. Isn't that all there is to it? Anyone can do something like this if they're shameless. Fart. An angry voice came from the side. Zhang Fazhu, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. If you're slurring your words, go to the pharmacy and buy some glycerin suppositories to apply. Chung Lin, dressed in a pink and white swimsuit, walked over, carrying a large bag of Haagen-Dazs ice cream. She glared at Zhang Fazhu and handed out the Haagen-Dazs ice cream to the girls in the dance troupe one by one. Haagen-Dazs. Everyone screamed with joy. Even the cheapest one was over 30 yuan. Zhao Wan exclaimed in surprise. Boss, you've bought so much Haagen-Dazs, you're really going broke. Chung Lin shook her head. I didn't spend a single penny. I originally wanted to buy something cheaper, but the staff asked if I was Yu Tai Ko's friend, and then told me that these ice creams were free. They just gave me this huge bag of Haagen-Dazs, and said I could come back for more if I needed more. That person said, Prince Yu's friend, not Luo Qinghan's friend. As she spoke, she gave Zhang Fazhu a look of disgust. This person is shameless. Xinyu invited you to such an expensive place, and instead of being grateful, you publicly smeared her. Chung Lin, the reason they don't mention Luo Qinghan is simple. It's probably because she ordered it, just to give Xinyu some face. Zhang Fazhu rolled his eyes dismissively. Or perhaps Xinyu asked her to do it beforehand. They must have begged for a long time. Chung Lin was immediately furious. You don't know anything. They're not in that kind of relationship at all. I've seen them together. Luo Qinghan respects Xinyu a lot, and Xinyu never grovels at her. Yeah. Having been scolded several times by Chung Lin, Zhang Fazhu was now somewhat embarrassed. He stubbornly retorted. So, according to Cheng Lin, Xinyu didn't try to please Luo Qinghan, but Luo Qinghan did? Yes, yes, yes. Luo Qinghan flattered him by buying him a luxury car, and she also helped him invite his classmates to a hot spring. Does that mean Luo Qinghan will have to fawn over him later and massage his legs? TSK, TSK, TSK. Let me see Luo Qinghan massaging Xunyu's legs. Let my glasses shatter into pieces. I'll be scared half to death when the time comes, so I'll have to drink the whole hot spring water to calm my nerves. Chapter 215. Drink it while it's hot. Cheng Lin was speechless after Zhang Fazhu's words. Of course she knew that Xinyu wasn't some sycophantic lapdog fawning over Luo Qinghan. She had met Luo Qinghan and could see the affection and respect she held for Xinyu in her eyes. She bought the Cullinan for Xinyu without batting an eye. She spent 10 million on it. But, you're saying Luo Qinghan spent so much money on Xinyu, yet she was still so subservient to him, even going so far as to massage his legs. Well, Cheng Lin didn't believe it either. Who is Luo Qinghan? The Ice Queen of Yunnan University, the unattainable beauty in everyone's eyes. Everyone wants to kneel down before her. Cheng Lin had even heard rumors that Luo Qinghan had some unspeakable and terrifying background. How could someone like that be humble? She would never be humble in front of anyone. Cheng Lin thought about Luo Qinghan's cold and stunningly beautiful face, and then she thought about Xunyu's dark past. I buy breakfast and lunch for An Yutian every day, make brown sugar water for her during her period, and help her do her homework in the dorm. Following this logic, considering their past, could it be? Could it be that the two of them are really getting along in the way Zhang Fazhu described? Otherwise, why would Luo Qinghan buy Xinyu a Cullinan? Cheng Lin suddenly became frightened. The thought that Xinyu, whom she considered so manly, might actually be fawning over Luo Qinghan every day made her feel a sudden pang of sadness. The room suddenly became very quiet. Seeing that Cheng Lin suddenly fell silent, Zhao Wan and the others also fell silent, and Zhang Fazhu's lips immediately pursed up. He was about to make a sarcastic remark when he suddenly heard a voice coming from below. Oh my God, I choked to death. Is the water in the swimming pool this cold? Everyone was stunned. It was Xunyu's voice. They were on the first floor of the resort, and below them was a sunken plaza leading to the swimming pool. The square is small and in a secluded location. One side leads to the swimming pool, while the other three sides are surrounded by glass. There is a small hot spring pool with a row of parasols in front of it. Cheng Lin and Zhang Fazhu were positioned directly above the sunken plaza under the glass roof, right above the ventilation openings in the glass roof, where they could easily hear the conversations below. Everyone looked down at the sound and saw a man and two women walking out of the swimming pool. The boy in the center was Xinyu, and he was shivering with his arms crossed. To his right was a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin and long, flowing hair, wearing a burgundy one-piece swimsuit. She was none other than Luo Qinghan. To his left, the woman with flowing blonde hair and a seductive air, wearing a black two-piece swimsuit, was Feng Wanxia. These two girls, one Chinese and one Western, both have long legs, perfect proportions, and curvaceous figures. The two people flanked Xinyu closely as they walked towards the lounge chair under the parasol. Everyone was stunned and instinctively shut their mouths, not daring to utter a sound. This angle is actually quite sleazy. They could see the three people, but the three people didn't know they were right above them. They exchanged glances, and their gossipy nature was instantly piqued. Finally, we can see how Xinyu and Luo Qinghan get along. However, it also raises a question. Everyone knows that Luo Qinghan is Xunyu's girlfriend. But what about Feng Wanxia? Why is the elf queen so familiar with Xinyu and his companion? It is said that she used to like Xinyu as well. Then he and Luo Qinghan should be enemies. So how come they seem to have a good relationship? Only Cheng Lin and Zhao Wan, a few people who had experienced the incident of Tang Wei being forced to treat all the female students in the school to milk tea, could vaguely guess the gist of it. On the surface, Feng Wanxia is an English teacher, but in reality, she also has an exceptionally lucrative side job working for Luo Qinghan. Cheng Lin remembered very clearly that she was the one who opened the car door for Xinyu last time. When Feng Wanxia faced Xinyu, Her face showed not only liking but also awe clearly. This awe was directed at Luo Qinghan. After all, Xinyu couldn't possibly have that much money to hire a stunning beauty like Feng Wanxiao to boss around, could he? Just as everyone's minds were racing with thoughts, they heard Feng Wanxiao say, "Xinyu, you can't swim? You seem to have a knack for sports. How come you've never learned to swim before?" His tone was unexpectedly affectionate, showing no fear of Luo Qinghan getting angry. "Don't even mention it. Swimming is so expensive. Just hiring a coach for a few lessons can cost thousands, and you have to pay extra every time you go to the swimming pool. How can I afford to learn this?" On the glass roof, Zhang Faju's lips immediately curled up, and he glanced triumphantly at Cheng Lin and the others. "Did you hear that? Xinyu doesn't even have the money to learn to swim. Do you really think a poor guy like him can afford to hire more than 400 people to soak in a hot spring of this standard?" Cheng Lin's face immediately turned pale. At this moment, Feng Wanxiao spoke again. "Wasn't that back then? How could you have known your dad was worth trillions back then? But your dad has already given you 200 million in pocket money. Why are you still unwilling to hire a coach and insist on having Li Fian teach you?" Everyone was struck dumb, frozen in place. The air above the square seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at each other. "What is that? Is Xinyu's father worth trillions? Did I hear that right? It's trillions, not hundreds of millions? And Xin Youguang has 200 million in pocket money?" Everyone was momentarily dazed and subconsciously looked towards Zhang Faju, who had been so arrogant just moments before. Zhang Faju froze. His cheek muscles twitched, and he stared down below in disbelief. That can't be right. He thought to himself, this is outrageous. How could Xinyu's family be so rich? Is Feng Wanxiao just bragging? At this moment, Luo Qinghan below also laughed. "Xia, you don't know. Their family's habit of pretending to be poor is a family tradition. When I first met Xinyu, I thought that with my wealth, I could buy him whatever he liked. It turned out that compared to him, I was just a complete poor man." The three of them laughed together, and Xinyu felt a little embarrassed. "You can't just squander money. Coaches are expensive, but Li Fian is free, so why not use her?" Luo Qinghan, standing to the side, nodded in agreement with her husband. "I think Xiaoyu is right." Feng Wanxia couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. "You think what he said was wrong? Luo Qinghan, is he my master or your master? Why do I feel like you're more like his maid? You think even his feet smell good?" Luo Qinghan blushed instantly. "But Xiaoyu's feet really do smell good, and he smells amazing all over." Everyone on the glass roof. So what we just saw was actually real? Because Luo Qinghan said the same thing, that in front of Xinyu, she was just a poor person. Feng Wanxiao said that Luo Qinghan acted like a maid when facing Xinyu. Grass. Is it a science fiction film? Cheng Lin became increasingly incredulous. She quickly pressed herself against the stone pillar on the ground, fearing that she might fall due to dizziness. "Not a buddy. I dislike Xinyu's subservient attitude. But please, don't be this ridiculously strong. This makes my chances even slimmer." Beside her, Zhang Faju was completely numb. "It's over. How embarrassing. I just finished rambling on about the relationship between Xinyu and Luo Qinghan. But who would have thought that their real relationship was like this?" Xinyu was overwhelmingly dominant in every way, while the legendary, most arrogant, and aloof Luo Qinghan paled in comparison. She was actually a timid, insecure, and ingratiating little girl. Suddenly, Zhang Faju felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw Zhao Wan pointing to the hot spring in the pool where everyone had soaked, mouthing something to him silently. "Drink it while it's hot." Zhang Faju's face twitched, thinking about what he had just said, and seeing the way everyone was looking at him like he was an idiot. Zhang Faju suddenly realized that this was probably the most embarrassing moment of his life. However, there is no most, only more. He never expected that an even more explosive scene was about to unfold. Chapter 216, I couldn't bear to watch anymore. Guess what I least expected? Xinyu's voice came from below the glass roof. Cheng Lin and the others craned their necks to look down. Xinyu hugged his arms and shivered. "I didn't expect the swimming pool water to be so cold. My legs are so cold they're cramping." That's indeed the case. Luo Qinghan's expression turned solemn. "The pool water is much colder than the room temperature. And if you don't get enough exercise when you get in the water, it's easy to get cramps. Honey, sit down quickly. As she spoke, she helped Xinyu lie down on the recliner, then turned around and grabbed a stack of clean bath towels. She first took out a towel and draped it over Xinyu's shoulders, then took out another towel and dried the water droplets off Xinyu's body. Then, she took out a bath towel and laid it on the floor to Xinyu's left. Then, she knelt down on the bath towel. Luo Qinghan, the Ice Queen of Yunnan University, a wealthy tycoon in Yunnan Province, and the underworld queen of Southeast Asia. Like a little maid, she began to massage Xinyu's legs. As if struck by a thunderbolt, everyone on the glass roof was charred and burned. Holy crap, is what I'm seeing an illusion? Luo Qinghan is massaging Xinyu's legs? Zhang Faju's mouth was trembling. He couldn't help but recall what he had said just 3 minutes earlier. Let me see Luo Qinghan massaging Xinyu's legs. Let my glasses shatter on the floor so I can drink the whole hot spring to calm my nerves. At this moment, Zhaowan patted him again. Zhang Faju tried to pretend he didn't see it, but Zhaowan kept taking pictures. He turned his head helplessly and saw Zhaowan pointing at the pool, silently mouthing, "UFING dare to drink." Zhang Faju's face twitched as he lowered his head, staring blankly at the entire pool of water. This might be a bit too much for me to drink, right? It's not a matter of quantity. What if someone just farted in it, and like Perrier mineral water, it has excessive levels of E. coli? The more he thought about it, the more distraught he became. He couldn't bear to look at Zhaowan, and could only stare dumbfounded at what lay below. No, Xinyu, if she wants to massage you, you should just let her. Zhang Faju thought in despair. She is Luo Qinghan. Sure enough, Xinyu panicked below. Brother Han, baby, no, you don't need to exaggerate like that. I was just saying that, my leg didn't actually cramp, there's really no need to rub it like that. That won't do. Luo Qinghan stubbornly continued pressing. Compared to the skin tone of Xinyu's legs, her arms were strikingly white. While massaging Xinyu's legs, she said softly, "Many people have experienced leg cramps while swimming, and cramps are very painful. And since you're going to play basketball, you need to protect your legs." Yes, all 3 legs need to be protected. Feng Wanxia, who was standing next to her, also took a bath towel, knelt down, and began to massage Xinyu's other leg. 2 sexy girls, one on each side, were gently massaging Xinyu's legs with serious expressions. Xinyu was very embarrassed at first. Later, I felt a secret sense of satisfaction. Later, when the massage felt good, he couldn't help but feel a little giddy. He closed his eyes in ecstasy and lay down, slowly placing one hand on Luo Qinghan's head and gently stroking her soft, long hair. His fingers gently ran through Luo Qinghan's long, flowing hair, each touch feeling like an electric current, causing a faint blush to rise on Luo Qinghan's cheeks. Xinyu saw this, and her heart fluttered even more. He directly used his fingers to twirl a few strands of Luo Qinghan's hair, twisting them round and round, then playfully unwinding them. And then, he gently slid his fingers over, accidentally touching Luo Qinghan's soft face. Then, with a light, unintentional touch, his fingertips brushed against Luo Qinghan's pink lips. Kneeling on the ground, Luo Qinghan began to bite her lower lip tightly. But Xinyu didn't stop. Several times, Xinyu's fingers came close to her lips, but Luo Qinghan barely managed to suppress the urge and didn't open her mouth. But I couldn't help but close my eyes. At this moment, the air in the square was filled with a romantic and ambiguous atmosphere, and even the breeze seemed to carry a sweet, toffee-like scent. No one spoke. Until Feng Wanxia spoke. "What's wrong? Is my hair type bad? Why is it that we both pressed the button, but Xinyu, you only touched hers and not mine?" Xinyu was immediately embarrassed. Who found out? His face flushed red, and just as he was about to make an excuse, Luo Qinghan smiled and reached out to stroke Feng Wanxia's head, beginning to soothe her hair. Let me touch it, Xia, can I pat your head?" "Sure, why not? Neither of you is fine, I'm not picky." With a seductive smile, Feng Wanxia grabbed Luo Qinghan's fair and delicate hand and pulled it to her lips. Then, she looked like she was enjoying it. They kissed. The rooftop crew, who had been hit by a series of blows, stumbled and almost slipped into the pool. No, what exactly is going on? What exactly is the relationship between the three of them? Oh my god, what am I seeing? Xia, don't be so naughty, Luo Qinghan said, blushing. Let go of my hand. I won't let go. Feng Wanxiao winked at her. Unless you touch my face. Then, Luo Qinghan pouted and helplessly touched Feng Wanxiao's face. You're so naughty. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the doorway. Ha! Xinyu, you big idiot. Getting cramps while swimming? That's so lame. Wearing a yellow swimsuit and sporting a tan complexion, Li Fian swaggered in, pushing open the door. She wore a pair of white slippers, and her body was covered in smooth, powerful muscle lines. Especially the abs under the yellow swimsuit. Each muscle is like a meticulously sculpted work of art, full of wild beauty. How dare you say that? Luo Qinghan got angry as soon as she saw her. You taught Xiaoyu to swim? Why didn't you do any warm-up stretches first? What if his legs got cramped from the cold? Still wandering around there. Come over here and massage Xiaoyu's legs. Oh, in just 1 second, the wild aura emanating from Li Fian vanished without a trace. She quickly ran over with a fawning smile, taking over from Luo Qinghan and kneeling to massage Xinyu's legs, complaining as she did so. No, you've already smoked it? Xinyu, you're really useless. Xinyu thought to himself, I didn't smoke, okay? But before he could even argue, Luo Qinghan stood up and walked behind him. Pressing her body tightly against his head, she stretched out her delicate arms and began to gently massage Xinyu's shoulders and neck. 3 beautiful women surrounded Xinyu, 2 massaging her legs and 1 kneading her shoulders. Xinyu didn't even know what expression to make to express her feelings at that moment. Family, swimming is a great sport, family. Especially when you haven't warmed up before getting in the water. Seeing the 2 people below pressing their fingers so intently, Luo Qinghan had a sudden thought. She was just about to sneak a kiss on Xinyu's forehead when no one was looking. Boss, Sun just secretly kissed Xinyu's leg. Below, Li Fian suddenly reported and exposed. I saw her stick her tongue out. At the same time, on the glass roof, all the voyeurs simultaneously pulled their heads back. I can't watch it anymore. It's going to break if you look at it any longer. Everyone exchanged silent glances. Damn it. Let's go to another hot spring. This place is no human being. However, 10 minutes later, everyone moved to another hot spring pool with an invisible glass roof. Everyone remained silent. Everyone seemed to have collectively lost the ability to speak. After all, what we just saw was indeed a bit beyond the comprehension of a college student. Cheng Lin clenched her fists, her face filled with grief and indignation. Why do I feel like Li Fian is now ahead of me in the rankings? Am I still Xinyu's first choice? She used to think that she had given her all to Xinyu, but now it seems that it wasn't enough at all. It turns out that Xinyu was not humble at all. On the contrary, she seemed to be standing on a cloud. The 3 stunningly beautiful women groveled at his feet like servants. Cheng Lin thought to herself, Xinyu, I always thought you were a guy who respected girls. I never expected you to be like this. If I had known you would do this, I would have. I like you even more now. That's so manly. Cheng Lin has always been a stubborn girl. A person who isn't stubborn wouldn't be able to master something as difficult as dance to such an outstanding level. Given the current situation, anyone else would have given up, but she's even more excited. After thinking it over, she suddenly found a magical angle. She felt she still had an advantage. After all, those 3 are the main courses, and I'm just a side dish, right? Once Xinyu gets tired of the fancy meals, won't he want to try something different? He already has C, D, and E. How could he not crave B? That's what we're saying. Who only eats beef and lamb when having hot pot? Shouldn't they also add some spinach, enoki mushrooms, and fish tofu? Besides, what boy doesn't like playing card collection and simulation games? Wait. Cheng Lin clenched her fist secretly. I want to be a friend of time. It will be my turn to play. On the other side, Zhang Fazhu felt like he was melting under everyone's gazes, as if he were an idiot. Certainly. He thought to himself that this must be his imagination. Perhaps no one was laughing at me. But I still feel humiliated. Xinyu, do you think you're so great just because you have money? Damn it. I'm going to Dubai to see my childhood friend. I want to make money. Make a lot of money. Zhang Fazhu said bitterly. I've made up my mind. My buddy asked me to go there last time. He said it's so easy to make money in Dubai. You can become a millionaire in just a few years. After soaking in this hot spring today, I'm going to Dubai to find him tomorrow. I'll use the winter break to get a feel for things first. I'm going to make a lot of money in the future. Zhang Faju secretly vowed. I'm going to be surrounded by 3 beautiful women in the future too. The hottest Western woman gets her left leg massaged, the wildest cool girl gets her right leg massaged, and the prettiest, whitest, and most perfect woman gets her shoulders massaged. Why can Shinyu live this kind of life, but I can't? What's wrong with me compared to him? I'm taller than him. A boy from the school team next to him looked at him suspiciously. No, Zhuzi, you need to figure this out. Could it be a scam? TCH, Zhang Faju scoffed. What do you know? Telecom fraud always happens in those extremely poor places. For example, the original Northern Myanmar, later the telecom fraud in Northern Myanmar was wiped out by our people, and that group of people moved to Southern Myanmar, namely Mayawati on the Thai-Myanmar border. Both of these are extremely poor places, okay? What kind of place is Dubai? It's a treasure trove of gold. How could there be telecom fraud there? There are no bags. Chapter 217, What kind of circle does he have? At 11:50 a.m., in a Western restaurant called Xiaoguang, the dazzling crystal chandelier casts a soft light, reflecting off the gleaming marble floor. In the seafood section, enormous king crab claws swayed slightly, and the oysters were fresh and plump. The dessert section resembled a sweet castle, with delicate cakes layered upon layered, adorned with fresh fruit and vibrant flowers. On the small stage in the center of the restaurant, a melodious violin tune began to play, and an elegant musician was performing. My goodness, how much does this restaurant cost per person? I've never eaten such a big lobster before. Liang Jing's eyes widened in surprise. She was truly awestruck by this hot spring resort. The facilities outside are luxurious enough, but the buffet is just too expensive. She feels that 500 yuan per person would definitely not be enough. The table was shared by An Yotian's and Liang Jing's dorms, with a total of 8 girls. Upon hearing Liang Jing's words, everyone nodded in agreement. We are all ordinary students. We usually choose the dishes with less meat when we get food in the cafeteria. We have never eaten such expensive food before. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little shocked and excited. Su Xiangyi, standing next to Liang Jing, said with a wry smile. Liang Jing, at least you've eaten lobster before. This is truly the first time I've ever eaten this. Liang Jing's roommate, a girl named Shan Qin, also nodded in agreement. Me too. I've only ever seen live seafood in the supermarket seafood section. This is the first time I've ever eaten it cooked. Liang Jingxin said. Actually, my family also buys those discounted lobsters that have just died to eat. Lu Yuan walked back with 4 full plates in her hands, her face beaming with happiness, and sat down with a thud. One person took up the space of 3 people, putting down her chopsticks, and Yutian couldn't help but frown and ask her, Lu Yuan, didn't you swear a solemn oath to lose weight? Lu Yuan waved her chubby hand. Losing weight and eating well are not contradictory. How can you have the energy to lose weight if you don't eat your fill? As he spoke, he devoured a pineapple bun in one bite. Everyone thought the restaurant was going to lose a lot of money today. Lu Yuan could eat the equivalent of 3 people's worth of food, so their cost control had definitely exceeded expectations. Tell me, with so many of us eating and having fun, how much money does Shinyu think it will cost? Su Xiangyi couldn't help but worry. She was a little concerned that this team-building trip would bankrupt Shinyu. After all, 400 people came this time. I secretly asked him on WeChat, Liang Jing said in a low voice. He said it wasn't much money, it was all at cost price, because the owner here is his friend. Ouch! Su Fangfang, who had been eating silently without saying a word, couldn't help but exclaim, he really knows how to flatter himself. Return his friends? That's Luo Qinghan's friend, isn't it? What kind of social circle does Shinyu have? How could he know a boss of this level? Just look at the class of this hot spring resort. The owner must be worth over 100 million. How could Shinyu know him? Forget it. Su Fangfang was also seething with anger today. All morning, everyone kept talking about Shinyu. Shinyu. Her mouth was full of Shinyu. Where would she put her face? Who had always looked down on Shinyu? Xinyu is awesome. Xinyu is outstanding. Xinyu is Prince Charming. So does that mean she who always looked down on Xinyu is an idiot? At this point, she finally couldn't hold back any longer and directly exposed the truth. Everyone was taken aback when she said that. Then I thought to myself, that makes sense too. It's definitely more reasonable for Luo Qinghan to be friends with someone else. Only the rich can be friends with the rich. They're from the same social circle. As for Xinyu, it seems she really doesn't quite meet the standard. Why can't Xinyu be considered good enough? Liang Jing said, a little indignant. Isn't everyone in the school calling him the crown prince now? I think he has very strong connections. Hee. Su Fangfang couldn't help but cover her face speechlessly. Actually, she looked down on Liang Jing the most. Especially since Yu Tian used to be her best friend, but now she's constantly getting involved with Liang Jing. Su Fangfang felt it was a pity. You're talking about Tian Tian and Cheng Lin. It's one thing for someone as beautiful as them to pursue Xinyu. Liang Jing, you're just an ordinary girl. Why are you wasting your time joining in the fun? Aren't you ashamed? Besides, what's so great about Xinyu that makes you guys so obsessed? Isn't he just a sycophant who's clinging to Luo Qinghan? Liang Jing, you still say he has connections? Besides Luo Qinghan, what connections does he have? Tian Tian knows best what kind of family Xinyu comes from and what kind of social circle he belongs to. Turning her head, Su Fangfang looked at Yu Tian. Tian Tian, do you think Xinyu knows the owner of this place? Yu Tian was taken aback. She doesn't see Xinyu the way she used to. She had realized that although Xinyu was poor, he had many irreplaceable advantages. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so determined to compete with a girl of Luo Qinghan's caliber. But, no matter how many advantages Xinyu has, his poverty and lack of worldly experience are undeniable. In fact, Yu Tian understood perfectly why Xinyu invited everyone to the hot springs. Because there's only one person he really wants to invite. It's yourself. The rest were just incidental. Xinyu was holding her breath, wanting to prove herself. He's rich now, successful, and worldly wise. He's not the same person he used to be. Yu Tian was a little helpless. Xinyu, is that yours? Those all belong to Luo Qinghan. If she gets tired of you one day, you'll lose all of this. Then you'll realize that a girl like me, who grew up with you and knows you inside and out, is the most precious. After all, I'm the only one who knows your family's actual situation best. Xinyu's family background and social circle? Yu Tian couldn't help but sigh. Let's eat first. Upon hearing this, Liang Jing's face immediately fell. She didn't value money that much, but Xinyu held a very high place in her heart. Otherwise, why would she always be chasing after him? Liang Jing always felt that it was better not to pursue a good guy like Xinyu than not to have ever pursued him at all. Upon hearing Yu Tian's tone, she realized it was tantamount to admitting that Xinyu was using her position to bully others, and she immediately felt a little dejected. But she still couldn't help but retort. So what if Luo Qinghan is a friend? She's also Xinyu's indirect friend. But the sound was so faint that it was almost inaudible. Chapter 218 Me? I'm Prince Yu's follower. Su Xiangyi is a girl with high emotional intelligence. Seeing the somewhat awkward atmosphere at the table, she knew it would be best to change the subject. So she casually pointed to the aisle opposite. Hey, everyone, look over there. Everyone turned their heads and saw a charming, mature woman in a white pantsuit walking towards them from the restaurant. This woman was around 40 years old, with a dignified and sophisticated demeanor. Her every move exuded an elegance and composure befitting someone in a high position. Everyone stared intently as she asked several tables in a row, seemingly listening to their opinions on the dishes. It has to be said, although this mature woman was quite old, her mature and charming demeanor still left the men at each table staring in disbelief, with some even blushing. Soon, she walked over to Yu Tian's table and, as usual, smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the girls. She first introduced herself as Ms. Wei, then smiled and asked for everyone's opinions on the restaurant. Her mature and intellectual demeanor at that time particularly captivated the older sister. The 8 young women looked on with envy. Wasn't this the kind of mature woman they admired most in workplace dramas? Everyone thought to themselves, wow, this auntie has such a great presence. If I were her age and had that kind of aura, I would be so envious. Everyone looked at Sister Wei with stars in their eyes, except for Su Fongfong, who glanced at Liang Jing with a look of deep mockery on her face. She chuckled and turned to ask the mature woman in the white suit. Sister Wei, may I ask you something? Are you the manager of this restaurant? The mature woman in the white suit smiled gently and said, pretty much. I'm the owner of this hot spring resort. Everyone was immediately filled with respect, and then inevitably became a little awkward. I thought he was just an ordinary worker, but he turns out he's a big boss. Such a luxurious resort. This Sister Wei must be incredibly wealthy. No wonder he looked so composed, unlike a typical restaurant manager. After all that fuss, it turns out his confidence was as solid as the atmosphere. Su Fongfong was also a little stunned, but she glanced at Liang Jing again, gritted her teeth, and insisted on asking the question. Then, Sister Wei, you know Luo Qinghan, right? The wealthy, mature woman was taken aback, and then immediately felt a little embarrassed. Of course I know Luo Qinghan, but I just don't know if she knows me. However, I do know Xinyu. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest with a hint of pride, as if she had regained her composure, and smiled. I often do small favors for Prince Yu on a regular basis, so I can barely be considered a friend of Prince Yu. Just a few days ago, I completed a 50 million yuan deal with him. Of course, this is just a small amount of money for Prince Yu. However, this also shows that I still have some influence over Xinyu. After Wei Yuanhui finished speaking, expecting everyone to cheer her on, she found that the people in both dormitories were dumbfounded and completely stunned. Really? Everyone thought they had misheard. The suspense in everyone's hearts was whether Xinyu could get along with this wealthy aunt in some way. Even if he only slightly crossed the line, saying, I'm friends with the owner here, can't be considered bragging, right? That made many of Xinyu's supporters, such as Su Xiangyi and Liang Jing, feel a little bit better. However, no one expected that when Sister Wei mentioned Xinyu, she not only admitted that she knew Xinyu, but was also proud of her ability to know Xinyu. I still have some influence with Xinyu. The smugness she showed when she said that was completely undisguised, wasn't it? Moreover, her words clearly placed her at the same level as Xinyu's follower. Judging from the way she spoke, she was absolutely certain that she was the one who had climbed the social ladder. The key point is that jarring number. She clearly told everyone that she had just made a 50 million deal with Xinyu. Although for Prince Yu, all of this is small amount of money. Everyone's heads were buzzing, as if countless wasps were flying around 50 million, a small amount of money? Can these two words be used together? No. If 50 million is considered small change, then just how rich is Xinyu? He won't be a. Is he a rich second-generation heir? Su Fongfong, who originally intended to cause trouble, was completely dumbfounded. She stood there with her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. And Yu Tian, standing to the side, was completely bewildered. What the hell? She couldn't help but ask the wealthy woman. No way. Xinyu has that much money? Isn't all his money given to him by Luo Qinghan? This time it was Wei Yuanhui's turn to be surprised. She looked at Yu Tian somewhat awkwardly and said, why would the crown prince need money from Luo Qinghan? Well, Luo Qinghan is indeed the only one whose wealth can be compared with that of the crown prince. After all, she's not exactly a hidden tycoon. She's the publicly acknowledged richest woman in southwest China. Logically, she should be comparable to the crown prince, but she didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. On the surface, Luo Qinghan is comparable to Xinyu, but it's not really comparable. There's really no comparison. That's too much of a stretch. The entire room fell silent instantly, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, everyone seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been put under a spell. So what Sister Wei means is that Xinyu is much richer than Luo Qinghan. In everyone's previous understanding, Luo Qinghan's family was the number one in Yunzhou and Yun province, the ceiling of local wealth. In the entire southwest region, it's impossible for anyone to be richer than her. As a result, her boyfriend Xinyu. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Wei Yuanhui suddenly realized what was happening and covered her mouth. No, the crown prince didn't tell you about his wealth, did he? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was just being nosy. I thought that his invitation to you meant he had already told you. I was negligent. My bad, my bad. While apologizing, She rolled her eyes inwardly. Grass. After all that, it turns out that none of the people at this table are familiar with Shunyu. Isn't it a complete waste of my time to chat with them? In reality, Wei Yuanhui doesn't care what opinions people have about the restaurant. These poor students only come once, and it doesn't cost them anything. So what business is it of theirs if they have any complaints? She came here today mainly to show respect to Shunyu's classmates, so that they would speak well of her to Shunyu and improve her image. After all, the Western European region is now considered part of the takeoff group, although I don't have much status. But now she has discovered that there are different levels of closeness and distance among classmates. The table in front of me. They seem to be just there to make up the numbers, so why bother with them? She couldn't help but frown and ask, "Do you know which table Yu Tai's dorm room is at?" Su Xiangyi pointed to Jiang Chao and his group not far away. That's them. Wei Yuanhui nodded, too lazy to even say goodbye to An Yutian and the others, and simply wiggled her hips as she walked away. From afar, she flashed an exaggerated smile, her face beaming with ingratiating delight as she addressed Jiang Chao and the other two. Yo, these must be the Crown Prince's good brothers. They're all so handsome. My surname is Wei. I am honored to be regarded as a friend of the Crown Prince. It is a great honor to meet everyone today. Jiang Chao and his two companions were immediately thrown into a panic, while An Yutian and the others, who were watching this scene from the sidelines, fell silent for a moment. Are we being rejected? Su Fangfang asked blankly. That's not important. Liang Jing couldn't help but grab her hair and ask. The key thing is, who exactly is Shunyu? Is he really super rich? The girls were all in turmoil. Especially in Yutian, she thought to herself. Impossible, right? I grew up with Shunyu since I was a child, and I don't know him at all. When has his family ever had any money? His family has always been very poor, okay? Just as the girls were in a state of confusion, Shan Qin's eyes lit up, and he pointed into the distance, saying, Shunyu is here. Everyone looked up, and, sure enough, it was Shunyu. He was wearing a bathrobe from a hot spring and strode towards Jiang Chao and the others' table number. Seeing him at that moment, everyone suddenly felt as if a huge stone was pressing on their hearts, and Liang Jing couldn't help but call out, Shunyu, come here for a second. Chapter 219. Yes, I'm super rich. Shunyu was taken aback. Turning his head, he saw Liang Jing calling him, and then he saw Su Xiangyi standing nearby. He immediately walked over with a grin. Walking up to the table, he said with a funny expression, Wow, the lobsters on your table are huge. I wish I had come sooner. I could have grabbed a bigger one. Shunyu came to have dinner with Jiang Chao and his roommates. Actually, he and Luo Qinghan and the others had already eaten in a special private room. But fearing that Jiang Chao's foolish sons would complain that he valued women over friends, he decided to come over and have another meal with his good sons. He was called over halfway through, and to lighten the mood, he made a joke first. Nobody laughed at all. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Shunyu was immediately startled. What's wrong? Is this joke so awkward? He wanted to say something to make amends, but he didn't open his mouth. Rub. And Yutian stood up excitedly, even shouting loudly, seemingly disregarding everything else. Shunyu, tell me the truth. Are you extremely rich? After saying this, she actually took a deep breath. It was as if he was trying to release all the pressure in his chest. The other girls around her had similar expressions, all staring at her with extreme nervousness. Shunyu felt awkward after being asked the question. His current attitude towards An Yutian is, well, it's really complicated. We were childhood sweethearts, and I had a silly, unrequited love for her out of habit. Later I came to my senses and realized I was an idiot. Whenever I saw An Yutian again, I was incredibly annoyed. How could I have liked her so much back then? Was I drunk? However, after that hot pot dinner, An Yotian's father, An Weiliang, was sent to his death by Shun Tingfei because he failed to protect himself. His attitude towards An Yutian changed slightly again. When he saw An Yutian, he thought, well, this is a child who is about to lose her father. It's quite pitiful. But a few days ago, he asked Shun Tingfei again and unexpectedly learned. Not only did An Weiliang not die, he actually made a contribution in Wuklan. Wang Xuedong, who was exiled to Ulan with him, had long since died, but An Weiliang's career had only gotten better and better. He not only took out the enemy sniper in a surprise attack, making a great contribution, but also successfully exposed a traitor on his own side and quelled a rebellion. Actually, Enweiliang is a very capable fighter. Otherwise, Shun Tingfei wouldn't have assigned him to protect Xinyu. But his problem was that his wife, Aunt Lu, kept pressuring him to make money. In the end, he had a brain fart and decided to forget about protecting Xinyu. Anyway, he had nothing else to do, so he decided to hurry up and make money. This time, after having his finger cut off and being thrown into Yukulin, he was filled with despair, but instead rediscovered his former self, and military achievements came one after another. In the end, his contributions were so great that Shun Tengfei felt embarrassed to kill him, so he had no choice but to reluctantly promote him. To use Shun Tengfei's own words, "Damn it, I don't know why, but as soon as this kid leaves his wife, he suddenly becomes like a man again." This put Xinyu in an awkward position. He had just felt a little sorry for Yutian, but suddenly he felt like he was crazy. Why sympathize with this guy? She's not without a father. Her father is very energetic. But now that Yutian had asked him in front of so many people, he was too embarrassed to tell her to get lost and go play in the mud instead of paying attention to her. Judging from everyone's expressions, Xinyu could guess that they probably already knew his secret and couldn't hide it any longer. Anyway, this day was bound to come sooner or later, and he didn't intend to hide it. So he nodded awkwardly and said helplessly, "Yes, I am quite wealthy. Extremely rich." The air in the room seemed suffocating. "Are you super rich?" Su Xiangyi repeated it subconsciously. A memory flashed through her mind. During her freshman year, Xinyu once tore a big hole in her t-shirt while playing basketball. If it were any other boy, he would have thrown the t-shirt away. The next day, Xinyu actually sewed the t-shirt back up himself and wore it again. He wore that t-shirt for half the summer. Also, while others usually buy ballpoint pens, Xinyu buys ballpoint pen refills, replacing them when they run out, saving every penny he can. This person never buys any skins when playing games. I'd even make a special detour to Ximen just to buy a Jianbing Guozi, Chinese crepe, because it's 5 mao cheaper there than at Dongmen, and they give extra crispy crackers. The more Su Xiangyi recalled, the more confused she became. As far as I can remember, he was frugal in almost everything except when it came to spending money on an Yutian. Especially his phone case. It was broken, but he managed to stick some tape on it and keep using it. How can someone like this claim to be extremely wealthy? "Xiangyi, this isn't really my fault, I only just found out myself. I'm very rich." Xinyu looked at the confused Su Xiangyi and awkwardly spread his hands. "My dad has been keeping it from me all along." Su Fangfang stared wide-eyed in confusion. "Your dad? Isn't your dad trading clothes in Africa?" "I used to think so too." Xinyu scratched his head. "But I later found out that in Africa, he dealt in everything except clothes. He is actually the behind-the-scenes boss of dozens of multinational companies, a very wealthy man in hiding. And me? I'm a more hidden rich kid. No, don't glare at me like that, it's not like I wanted to be a rich kid. I'm the same way. There's nothing we can do about it." His explanation completely stunned everyone. So what that mature woman Wei said earlier was true. Is Xinyu actually richer than Luo Qinghan? Su Xiangyi was completely dumbfounded. She asked with a puzzled look. "Then why didn't your parents tell you?" "Claw machine." "I guess so," Xinyu said somewhat ambiguously. "That's not true at all. Shin Tingfei's logic is completely different from that of claw machine. Claw machine is about enduring hardship without effort, hoping your child will become successful. Shin Tingfei hoped that Shun would stay completely away from the underworld, avoid engaging in such a dangerous business, and remain out of sight of anyone, ideally remaining completely unaware of the truth. But man proposes, God disposes. From the moment she met Luo Qinghan, the gears of fate began to turn. He has not only entered the underworld, but he has also adapted to it perfectly and is thriving. Now his father is involved in organized crime, his mother is involved in organized crime, his girlfriend is involved in organized crime, and his workplace is involved in organized crime. It's black from head to toe. That's all. There's no need to tell you all that. Even if it's just a claw machine game, that's fine. You mean, Uncle Shun owns dozens of companies? And Yotian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. She grew up with Xinyu and knew very well that he wasn't the type to boast. If he said it was true, then it probably was. But Uncle Sean, who always gets a barrage of criticism from Mom whenever his dad invites him to dinner but never dares to talk back. Wait a minute. And Yution was suddenly stunned. Dad always invited him to dinner? Why does Dad always invite Uncle Shin to dinner? Suddenly, as if she had just remembered something. And Yution stared at Xinyu, speechless. So, is my dad's company just one of those dozens of companies? Yes. Xinyu nodded, thinking to himself, since I've already said it, I might as well say it all. Your dad's company is indeed an affiliated subsidiary of my dad. But the dozens of companies I mentioned are large companies, while your dad's company is a small one. These are the second and third tier companies that extend down from these dozens of companies. It's not included in the count. Chapter 220. Liking Xinyu is such a high-value proposition. Don't blame Uncle Lin. He actually wanted to tell you and Aunt Lu, but my dad wouldn't let him. Xinyu continued to explain. Kuin and Tian couldn't hear what he was saying anymore. She only felt waves of dizziness. So, my dad's company is actually a branch of Uncle Shin's company, and it's not included in the count, right? Low class. She suddenly felt as if her whole world had completely collapsed. At the beginning of her sophomore year, she looked down on Xinyu. At that time, and Yution felt that Xinyu was not good enough for her in any way. He's poor, and a bit rustic. All he knows is playing basketball. Allowing him to continue pursuing basketball is already a blessing in itself. She also felt that she had controlled the pace well, allowing Xinyu to pursue her, but absolutely not letting him succeed, constantly disappointing him, yet still giving him hope. At the same time, she can also meet more high-quality men outside the circle, such as Zhou Muzin. But later, she went too far. The tipping point was that birthday party. After that incident, Xinyu completely ignored her. It was only then that Yution realized something was terribly wrong. She discovered that she still needed Xinyu. So she reluctantly lowered her head, giving Xinyu face, and took the initiative several times. She thought that would be enough. However, it was completely useless. Something unacceptable happened to her. Luo Qinghan. He completely outclassed her in every way. No, Luo Qinghan, who surpasses everyone else in every way, has actually fallen for Xinyu. And Yution initially thought this was too outrageous and even unacceptable. She then realized that she truly regretted it. A harsh truth is that Xinyu can live without her, but she absolutely cannot live without Xinyu. And Yution had no idea how dependent she was on Xinyu. There was even a time when Xinyu publicly confronted her, leaving her utterly humiliated. But Yution was surprised to find that her mood that day was much better than when Xinyu usually ignored her. Yes, what she feared most was that Xinyu would ignore her and disregard her. That was real torture. As long as he paid attention to her, even if he scolded her, she felt. It's okay, we just had a fight, we'll make up. Aren't we all like this since we were little? We will definitely get back to normal. So she started to shamelessly pursue Xinyu. But there's Luo Qinghan. Compared to Luo Qinghan, she had absolutely no advantage whatsoever. The two were simply incomparable, and she was utterly outmatched in every aspect. And Yution had thought about it countless times. Even if it was Cheng Lin, she has a chance, but it's Luo Qinghan who brings despair. God, are you deliberately playing a trick on me? However, and Yution still harbored a sliver of hidden pride. Yes, Luo Qinghan is very wealthy. But no matter how rich she is, that's her wealth, not yours, Xinyu. Xinyu, your own family background is not as good as mine, and Yotian's. One day, when Luo Qinghan gets tired of you, Xinyu, you will still come back to me. Absolutely. After all, which of Liang Jing, Cheng Lin, Feng Wanxia, and others could compare to her in terms of family background? However, today, in front of everyone, Xinyu raised a foot and ruthlessly crushed her last glimmer of hope. And Yution stared blankly at Xinyu across from her, the stranger she had known since childhood. An idea she had never had in 20 years, an idea she had previously thought was even absurd. Uncontrollably, it slowly crept into her heart. Am I no longer worthy of Xinyu? Can we never go back to the way things were? For the first time in her life, and Yution felt like she was really going to shattered inside and out. Meanwhile, Su Fongfong and Lu Yuan, who were standing next to her, were completely dumbfounded. Xinyu, whom they have looked down on for so many years as a poor wretch, is actually a super rich second generation. Even by Luo Qinghan is rich. Su Fongfong, in particular, is a very pragmatic person who thinks that money makes you powerful. Therefore, she always felt that Yutian was the most awesome person in the group because her father was the boss. And she herself was undoubtedly second because her father was a civil servant, while Xinyu, undoubtedly at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Su Fongfong couldn't understand why Su Xiangyi always valued Xinyu, this poor wretch, so much. She simply couldn't understand why Liang Jing would have the nerve to like Xinyu, whose family background was so low class. But now, Su Fongfong couldn't help but look at Liang Jing, whom she had previously looked down upon. She has a really sharp eye. She must have figured out Xinyu's true identity. Beside her, Liang Jing was staring at Xinyu, her mouth agape, her mind a complete mess. She was happy that Xinyu was even more amazing than she had imagined, but what made her very unhappy was, Xinyu is amazing. That means she's completely out of luck now. It turns out she had some thoughts in her mind too after all. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan's family backgrounds were not a good match. Could the two really go the distance? In real life, there aren't that many stories like the Seven Fairies and Dongyou. People from different social classes don't need to force themselves to fit in. Of course, I have no chance now. But if I really graduate from university and work for a few years, Xinyu and Luo Qinghan might have some emotional problems, and then what about me? But now, that's all nonsense now. Given this situation, and considering that Liang Jing isn't a fan of domineering CEO dramas, how could she believe that Xinyu would reject Luo Qinghan and instead fall for her? Absolutely impossible. However, Liang Jing has one advantage. Her thinking is always a bit more mature than that of the average girl. While everyone was still in shock, she came up with an angle that no one had considered. Xinyu, if your dad owns a lot of companies, could you help me arrange an internship when I graduate from university? Everyone, huh? No, Liang Jing, wait for me. I couldn't follow your train of thought. Actually, Liang Jing was just asking casually. She didn't expect Xinyu to actually nod. No problem. I even checked that day, and my dad's companies have a lot of demand for legal positions. Liang Jing, if you don't mind, just pick one of those companies you like during your senior year and go work there. No internship required. Start working immediately, and the salary will be calculated according to the highest standard for newcomers in the industry. Xinyu had indeed investigated this matter. The underworld is not what ordinary people think. It's not all about fighting and killing all the time. Whether it's Shun Tingfei or Luo Qinghan, their businesses are 3 parts shady and 7 parts legitimate. While organized crime is indeed the core source of profit, most of their assets consist of legitimate businesses. The combined demand from these companies for legal positions each year is enough to fill the entire Yunnan University Law Department. But Xinyu wouldn't blindly pamper people. He only took care of those he thought were decent, like Liang Jing. He certainly didn't like Liang Jing, but he knew that Liang Jing always thought highly of him. Just like he was ridiculed as in Yotian's lapdog back then, Liang Jing was also called Xinyu's lapdog among the girls. Just because of the injustice she suffered, Xinyu has to help her. Therefore, as long as Liang Jing gets her lawyer's license, she can choose any position she wants from her father's companies. Xinyu felt that she made this decision quite easily and naturally. However, the expressions on everyone's faces at that moment were absolutely priceless. Liang Jing was overjoyed. It was the highest salary for a newcomer in the industry, and she could be hired directly. You can even choose the company. Liang Jingxin said to her family, I love Xinyu's value for money. It's just too good. Meanwhile, Su Fongfong, standing to the side, was almost in tears. Holy crap. It's so hard for college graduates to find jobs these days. They're often unemployed right after graduation, especially their law department. As the saying goes, trying to persuade someone to study law is like being torn to pieces. Because you really can't find a job? Little did anyone expect that Liang Jing would fall for Xinyu. And as a sophomore in college, she was already on the road to success. Her future was bright, and she was destined to become the chief legal counsel. Su Fongfong was so envious she wanted to cry. She was just mocking Liang Jing for liking Xinyu. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, Su Fangfang would have been the first to like Xinyu. I won't lick him to death. It's such a good deal for him to like Xinyu, isn't it? Whether it succeeds or not is another matter. I like Xinyu. It can solve employment problems. Chapter 221. I want to find a quiet place to soak. The girls at the table looked at Liang Jing with different expressions, but they all couldn't hide their envy. At this moment, Xinyu turned to Su Xiangyi. Xiangyi, would you also like to intern in the legal department of my company? By the way, are you also quite interested in finance? I remember you even taught yourself accounting. In short, you can choose any legal or financial firm you like, and you can choose any company you like. Salaries are fixed at the same level within the industry, no internship is required, and all these benefits are the same. If you don't like legal or finance, you can do something else. It all depends on what you want to do more. I fully support it. Instantly, countless envious glances were cast at Su Xiangyi. It was obvious that Xinyu had given her better treatment than Liang Jing. Not only can you choose any lawyer or legal professional, but you can also work in finance. While others are striving to become certified public accountants, you can just come directly to them. Xinyu didn't even care whether she was an accountant or not. She just trusted her, especially those last 6 words. I fully support it. That's truly the most beautiful sentence you can hear in the workplace. Xinyu, thank you so much. I'm so grateful to you. Su Xiangyi was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Actually, she taught herself accounting purely to alleviate her anxiety about the difficulty of finding a job after graduating from law school. She didn't expect anything else at all. But to my surprise, Xinyu not only remembered it, but also arranged it. Su Xiangyi was well aware that if accounting students heard about her treatment, they would be extremely envious. How could someone with only a smattering of knowledge like her so easily gain expertise in such a specialized field as finance? Looking at Su Xiangyi, everyone's thoughts became even more complicated. Everyone knows that Su Xiangyi is the girl who has the best relationship with Xinyu in Yotian's dormitory. When Yotian and her dorm ganged up on Xinyu, only Su Xiangyi spoke up for Xinyu, and it seems that Su Fangfang deliberately isolated her because of this. Looking back now, wasn't being isolated totally worth it? Xinyu clearly thinks more highly of her than Liang Jing. Xiangyi, Liang Jing, I'll have Biaozi make a list of companies you can choose from later. If you're worried about it being too late to start in your senior year, you can choose a company to intern with this winter break. With a smile, Xinyu waved to everyone and said, Okay, I'm going to find Jiang Chao and the others now. Wait a minute. Su Fangfang panicked. Just kidding. Su Xiangyi will be able to intern at a multinational company as soon as her vacation starts. How could she not be anxious? Xinyu, we seem to know each other quite well. Have you forgotten how many packages you picked up for me before? Could you arrange something for me too? Su Fangfang blushed. Actually, I've always had a crush on you. Lu Yuan, who was standing next to her, quickly put down the Orleans chicken leg she was holding and said, Me too. I have a crush on you too. Xinyu glanced at the two of them in horror. Holy crap. Are you two secretly in love with me? Even the scariest horror movies aren't this terrifying. What sleeping position can cause such nightmares? Run, damn it. He dashed towards Jiang Chao's table in a flash. Su Fangfang and Lu Yuan immediately looked embarrassed. Everyone had different expressions and sat down awkwardly. Only Yotian remained standing there, dazed. Tian. Su Xiangyi tugged at her sleeve. What's wrong? No, why doesn't he make arrangements for me? And Yotian looked utterly bewildered. She was now completely panicked. As everyone knows, I've had a crush on Xinyu since I was a child. He hasn't forgotten, has he? Liang Jing blinked. Tian, you've got it backwards. Didn't he have a crush on you since he was little? No way. And Yotian clenched her fist. It's me who has a crush on him, okay? She made up her mind. From today onward, she would have a crush on Xinyu. Never mind. Things are different now than before. Bringing up those childhood sweetheart memories would only annoy young Master Shun. Instead of doing this, let's give Xinyu a boost in face. Look at Liang Jing, she's a perfect example. So, even if the Buddha himself came, she would still be the one who had a crush on Xinyu since childhood, and no one was allowed to overturn the verdict. But Tian, Lu Yuan said gruffly, if you really have a crush on him, Why did you reject his confession at the beginning of this semester? Because I was half a year younger back then. And Yution glared and clenched her fist. I was young and didn't know any better. Now I understand, don't I? I understand completely, truly, and perfectly. Do you understand? Su Xiangyi couldn't help but awkwardly turn her gaze away. But it was too late. You've realized this too late. When Xinyu arrived at Jiang Chao's table, she was startled. Wei Yuanhui, her eyes gleaming, was drooling as she pinched Hu Dachuan's biceps. Oh my, Dachun, your figure is just my type. I've recently developed a liking for guys like you who are quite muscular. By the way, do you want to become a star and enter the film and television industry? I have a lot of resources in the film and television industry. Let me tell you, the market for muscular young men like you is getting better and better. Girls are getting a bit tired of the old-fashioned, delicate type. Why don't you sign with my company and debut? I'm sure I can make you a star. Wei Yuanhui grabbed Hu Dachuan's arm with one hand and began pressing his chest muscles with the other. This woman's eyes were practically gleaming with greed, and she was practically drooling. Xinyu secretly felt gratified for Hu Dachuan. Son, your efforts have paid off. Your training wasn't in vain. Doesn't this capture the heart of a 45-year-old woman? If you keep practicing, you'll probably be able to attract men. At this moment, Hu Dachuan's face turned as red as a red cloth. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Xinyu thought to herself that if she didn't make a move soon, her son would probably be swallowed whole by this mature woman, Wei Yuanhui. From then on, they embarked on a path of never having to worry about food or clothing. TSK, look at how much she loves squeezing it. Sister, Xinyu quickly pulled Wei Yuanhui away. You have film and television resources? I didn't even know. Yes, I have. Wei Yuanhui's eyes had just left Hu Dachuan's biceps when they fell on Xinyu's abs, which were visible beneath his open bathrobe. Her eyes lit up again. Your Highness, to be honest, my hot spring resort is jointly funded by several partners, one of whom is from the film and television industry. As she spoke, she leaned close to Shun Yu's ear mysteriously, slapped his thigh, and whispered, Today, at this moment, right now. There's a very famous celebrity staying at this resort. Xinyu chuckled awkwardly and stepped back. He doesn't follow celebrities and has no idea who's in the industry, who's famous, which stars have cheated on their partners, or which fan groups are fighting each other. So he didn't care who Wei Yuanhui was talking about, because he didn't know them anyway. However, he did have something he wanted to ask Wei Yuanhui. Xinyu has been enjoying this hot spring resort all morning. The environment is great, the service is great, and the food is even better. The only downside is that there are classmates everywhere. He wanted to find a place where there were no classmates around, and hang out with Hangul alone, but he never had the chance. This was something he never expected when he decided to invite everyone. Sigh, it's really hard to do it in front of everyone. He's too embarrassed to even touch a leg, he's too upright, and too shy. But Hangul kept waving her pretty face in front of him, and he didn't make a move? He was itching to do it, like weeds were growing inside him. It was driving him crazy with desire. Sister Hui, your hot spring resort is so big. Do you have any pools that are less crowded? Wei Yuanhui nodded yes. And there's a pretty complete selection of things around there, like spas, saunas, massage parlors, you name it. The massage parlor is currently vacant because we haven't found a masseur yet. Really? Xinyu's eyes immediately lit up with a yellow light. There's actually a pond that's rarely visited? What's even more incredible is that there are empty massage rooms inside. God, this is exactly what I've been wanting. Xinyu quickly asked Wei Yuanhui for directions, and he decided after finishing his meal with Jiang Chao and the others, he would take Hangul there. Go get a massage. Hey. So Wei Yuanhui told him the location. It was in the western part of the resort. The facilities were already built, but it wasn't open to the public yet. She was happy to welcome Xinyu if he wanted to go. But Wei Yuanhui couldn't help but think, that top celebrity is also at this resort today. Could this national goddess have also gone to that deserted western area and bumped into Xinyu and the others? Probably not. Wasn't she with that young, handsome guy surnamed Wang today? They probably spent the whole day in a hotel room having sex. It's unlikely they'd just happen to go to such a remote place as the West District. You're overthinking it. The package is safe. Chapter 222. A massage room without a massage therapist. The Isin sauna in the west area of the hot spring resort. In the center of the room were several large, smooth volcanic rocks, which shimmered with a faint reddish light due to the heat. The walls exuded a faint woody scent, and the floor was covered with gleaming marble tiles, from which steam rose in the air. A few dim wall lamps in the corners were softly lit, creating a hazy and pleasant atmosphere. On a row of wooden benches against the wall, Luo Qinghan was kneeling on Shun Yu's lap, letting him hear her heartbeat. "Husband, you smell so good." Luo Qinghan's face was full of ecstasy. She closed her eyes tightly, wrapped her arms around Shun Yu's neck, and unconsciously stroked his hair with her fingers. Actually, when Shin Yu quietly came to find her and asked if she wanted to go to the sauna together, she knew what he wanted to do. Xiaoyu probably wants to find a secluded place to be intimate with him. He spent the whole morning scratching his head, his fingers constantly touching his own hand or unconsciously putting his arm around his waist. Or it might be something like casually smelling one's own hair. Luo Qinghan felt that every time he looked at her, it was as if 3 words were written on his face. "I crave you." Seeing his embarrassingly lustful state, Luo Qinghan was truly, "I'm so happy. He's after me. There are so many students here today, and so many beautiful girls, including Chung Lin's entire dance troupe. But Xiaoyu only wants to take advantage of me. He's so nice." And Luo Qinghan blushed as she thought. "And I was actually more anxious than him. I really want to hug and kiss him, and you girls, can you stop staring at Shinyu all the time? He's my husband. We're all classmates, so it would be better if I didn't force you to send Li Fian to talk to you privately, right? Baby, let me taste your lips." Luo Qinghan hugged Shinyu's broad back tightly, her voice trembling slightly. It was both because of the kiss and because she felt Shinyu's some changes. I don't know if it was because the sauna was too hot, but we were both so hot and sweaty. Touching the sweat on Shinyu's back, Luo Qinghan picked up a bottle of Nongfu spring water from the side and asked softly, "Honey, are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" Shinyu nodded. He was incredibly thirsty. "I am incredibly thirsty, both physically and mentally." He reached out to help Luo Qinghan unscrew the bottle cap, but she stopped him with a smile. Stroking the stubble that had just grown on his chin, she smiled faintly, her eyes filled with allure, and said, "Open your mouth." Then she took a sip of water herself, then passed the saliva to Shinyu. One mouthful, another bite, one more bite. Soon, both of their chests were soaked with water. We drank a lot of water, but why did we all seem even thirstier? Shinyu finally couldn't hold back any longer and whispered in Luo Qinghan's ear, "Honey, shall we move to a room with a bed like a massage room?" Luo Qinghan immediately became a little worried. "Are there any massage therapists in the massage room?" "No way," Yuanhui said. "There's nobody in this entire western district, so we can relax and do whatever we want here." As she spoke, Shinyu gently placed her hand on Luo Qinghan's leg. "However, if you'd like a massage therapist, honey, then that is me. I can give you a massage." "Okay." Luo Qinghan's cheeks flushed instantly, but she still boldly and brazenly pinched Shinyu's chin and said, "You're the one." With a chuckle, Shinyu scooped Luo Qinghan up in a princess carry. "Let's go? Hold on tighter around my neck." So, after passing through a milk hot spring and a red wine hot spring, the two of them couldn't wait to get to the massage room opposite the sauna. Inside the massage room, several elegant ink paintings hang on the white walls, and a large and comfortable massage bed is placed in the center of the room. 2 white towels were neatly folded at the head of the bed, like 2 square blocks of tofu. On the bedside table, there was a bottle of essential oil with a faint lavender scent, and next to it was an exquisite ceramic tea set. Shinyu placed Luo Qinghan on the massage bed, made her lie face down, poured some essential oil into his hands, and began to apply it to Luo Qinghan's fair and flawless back in a very professional manner. Sometimes he really wanted to apply for a Guinness World Record for Luo Qinghan's skin. Other girls, no matter how good their skin is, will have some dullness, spots, moles, etc., and some girls even have as much hair on their arms as boys. But Luo Qinghan had none of these. Not only was her skin flawless and delicate, but she didn't even have a single hair under her arms. It felt as smooth as the finest silk to the touch. This customer, Where should we focus our massage today? Shinyu asked with particular respect. Shoulders and neck, waist and hips, or your incredibly long legs? Luo Qinghan giggled at his words. Then let's go with whatever you're interested in, master. Okay. Shinyu rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin and started doing things haphazardly. Luo Qinghan fell silent, her lips pressed tightly together, and her eyes closed. The room was quiet, with only a few rustling and sensitive sounds remaining. As she continued massaging, Shinyu suddenly sighed. Luo Qinghan, do you know? He couldn't help but say with great emotion. You are simply a work of art. Maybe I'm just naive. I really think there's no one more beautiful than you in this world. Look at your long legs, your slim waist, your peach-shaped butt, and your radiant white skin. Tisk tisk tisk. You're just too much. Luo Qinghan, who was lying down, did not expect him to say such blunt things. Her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She did not know how to reply, but her breathing became more and more rapid. Xiaoyu is always like this. She suddenly feels inexplicably that she is very beautiful. Each time Luo Qinghan finished listening, her face remained expressionless, but inside she couldn't help but feel a secret joy. From a young age, she was praised for her beauty by all sorts of people, in countless ways, endlessly. In reality, her true attitude towards being good-looking is, I know, but I don't care at all. What's the use of being good-looking? Can you help her overcome social anxiety and bipolar disorder? Can you help her stop feeling lonely? Can you bring her mother back to life? Cannot. Luo Qinghan thought that being good-looking was completely useless, purely decorative. But after meeting Shinyu, she suddenly felt incredibly grateful for her figure and looks. Because he likes it. Luo Qinghan later learned that even when they first met, when Shinyu thought her assets were negative and they hadn't yet admitted to liking each other, Shinyu hadn't realized that Shinyu hadn't even admitted to liking her. Every time Shinyu sees her, a thought still inevitably wells up in her mind. He hoped he could live in his house for the rest of his life. He even felt he could work many jobs to support her. As long as he could see her beautiful face every day, it would all be worth it. He loved her beauty. This made her incredibly proud. Luo Qinghan didn't have the kind of pretentiousness that many girls have. Why do you only love my appearance and not my soul? Blah blah blah. She thought that was all nonsense. It's good enough if you love my beauty, because I only have two things: beauty and money. Shinyu prefers the former, which makes Luo Qinghan extremely happy. For her, using her beauty to please others was not a derogatory term. She intended to use her beauty to seduce Shinyu. If not with beauty, should I offer him money? She can't do that. She's not as rich as him. At that moment, feeling the force coming from her legs, she suddenly remembered the CDE theory that Shinyu had told Li Fian during their last card game. To be honest, even though Shinyu's case was overturned later, she still felt a little resentful. Was he telling the truth at the time, or was he making it up to avoid making me angry? She wanted to give it a try. Xiaoyu. Luo Qinghan's face flushed, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. You did a great job pressing my back. Next, would you like to try my front view? Chapter 223. Listen to side A, then listen to side B. On the massage bed, watching Luo Qinghan slowly turn over, Shinyu swallowed hard. To be honest, with Luo Qinghan's figure, when she lies on her back, it's impossible not to look in that direction. The twin peaks are high and the curves are rounded. Shinyu glanced at it and immediately felt her mouth go dry. Hands, oh hands. You really need to control yourself. This is a public place. Even though there's no one around, it's still a public place. But then again, isn't scaling new heights a man's nature? You agree, right hand? The brain, acting on behalf of the hand, replied, Of course. The mountain is right there. Just as he was feeling extremely anxious, Luo Qinghan, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened her beautiful, watery eyes. She bit her lip, her flushed cheeks vibrant and alluring, yet her expression held a hint of defiance. Xiaoyu, I think those theories about which is better, C, D, or E circulating online are unreliable. What you learn online is never enough. You must put it into practice to truly understand. Some things you have to experience for yourself. After saying that, she suddenly grabbed Shinyu's hand. The air suddenly became still. Shinyu's heart skipped a beat. He saw it. Luo Qinghan was guiding her hand, directing it to where it was meant to go, just as the mountains were about to fall into the clutches of the demon. Is nobody here? A timid male voice came from outside. Luo Qinghan and Shen Yu were startled and almost fell off the bed together. Who the hell is this? The two quickly got up, and then they heard another female voice outside, which was not pleasant to hear, but very distinctive. Don't worry, this area isn't open yet. Shen Yu was taken aback. Why did that voice sound so familiar? He and Luo Qinghan, feeling guilty, slipped to the window of the massage room, craning their necks to peek outside. When they saw the woman who was speaking, the two of them opened their mouths wide at almost the same time, because they all knew this person. Superstar Li Pan. If all the people of China were to vote for a national goddess, this person would definitely be in the top 3, and might even win. This is a true top-tier celebrity. Even someone like Shen Yu, who never follows celebrities, knows her name. There's no way I know. Because for the past few days, every time he entered the elevator, he would see an advertisement featuring this woman, De Pan Pan, trying to sell him a very expensive down jacket. Shin Yoshin thought to herself, that's why this voice sounds so familiar. So this is the sound I hear a dozen times a day. The two of them then looked at the boy next to Li Pan, and their eyelids twitched again. Wasn't that Wang Tianyi? This person is also one of the most popular new pigeons, with an astonishing amount of traffic. If you open a video website now, you can see that the historical drama starring him is currently airing. Shinyu thought to herself, that's amazing. He barely knows any celebrities, but these two are so famous that he can't help but recognize them. Li Pan needs no introduction. She's been famous for many years. She embodies a strong, independent female lead persona, which is very popular among women. Among the boys, her status was even higher, because she occupied a unique ecological niche. She is a woman with a magnanimous heart. Which guy doesn't have a few gifs of Li Pan's voluptuous chest in his collection of memes? That post really did wake up the whole group, making them cheer and shout great. In comparison, Wang Tianyi is much less famous. But he's also one of the most successful young male celebrities in recent years, especially among young girls. This handsome young man has an incredible appeal. Thinking about it this way, Xinyu couldn't help but rub her chin in astonishment. If the girls at school knew that Wang Tianyi was currently soaking in the same hot spring as them, wouldn't they all go crazy on the spot? However, if they knew that Wang Tianyi and Li Pan were having a secret rendezvous, they'd probably really go crazy. They're crazy enough to blow this place up. Looks like the rumor Zhao Xiaochen mentioned last time wasn't a lie. Xinyu couldn't help but think gossipy. Li Pan really does like young men. She specifically targets younger guys. At this moment, Xinyu and Luo Qinghan held their breath and looked over together. Li Pan sat down beside the milk-hot spring, stretched out her legs in relaxation, and beckoned to Wang Tianyi. Let's just go for it. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan couldn't help but exchange a glance, only to find that each other's mouths were agape just like theirs. Should we go straight to it? No. What are they going to do right away? Don't. Etc. If you do that. So what do we do? The two panicked immediately. The current situation is that the two of them dare not look and cannot leave. They are forced to stand there and witness this explosive scene. Shouldn't we take a picture of this with our phones? Luo Qinghan's face flushed crimson. Xin Yu's eyes widened like saucers. The two held hands, their palms sweaty, and then they saw Wang Tianyi timidly walk up to Li Pan. He knelt down. Xin Yu was confused. Did they also like role-playing? Are we all kindred spirits? However, he soon realized he was wrong. Waste. Li Pan kicked Wang Tianyi in the chest. You even claimed to be good at sports, saying you used to be on the long-distance running team. What did that just now amount to? It was over in less than 3 minutes? How can you be so useless at such a young age? Wang Tianyi knelt down and awkwardly smiled. Sister Pan, I'm not feeling well today. When are you ever in a good mood? Li Pan impatiently kicked Wang Tianyi again, then stretched her foot, with its bright red toenails, in front of Wang Tianyi's mouth. Bring it on. Start licking. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan's minds went blank. No. Is it that powerful? Which station is this train heading to? Is it self-driving? You can just go on a speeding spree whenever you want? Wait a minute, let me fasten my seatbelt first. The two were completely stunned, watching as Wang Tianyi slowly lowered his head and slowly approached. You should know that Xinyu has always been a gentleman. In this situation, he is of course. Of course, I craned my neck to see it. Unfortunately, a potted green plant that absorbs formaldehyde was placed by the window, and its position blocked his view. He hurriedly reached out to move it. This was seriously ruining his movie-watching experience. Who knew that when he moved it like that, a watering can behind the flower pot was pulled along. With a loud crash, it smashed to the ground. In an instant, the four people inside and outside the house were all frozen in place. Who? Li Pan quickly withdrew her foot, stood up, looked over alertly, and shouted sharply. Come out. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan inside the room were stunned. What to do? Wang Tianyi, who had been frozen in place, had just stood up shakily when Li Pan, dressed in a black swimsuit, strode towards them. She walked away, speaking sternly. Stop hiding. Get out here. Don't run. I've already seen you. You damn paparazzi. Chapter 224. Do you know who I am? Bang! Li Pan raised her foot and kicked open the door to the massage room. You damn paparazzi, you fucking put the camera. The curse that was about to escape Li Pan's throat suddenly caught in her throat. She froze, staring at the beautiful girl in the corner. This girl is extremely fair-skinned, and her figure is ridiculously good. Her snow-white skin appeared translucent and lustrous against the backdrop of her burgundy swimsuit, as smooth and delicate as mutton-fat jade. And her face was so exquisite, it was as if it had been carefully sculpted by God. Her long, flowing hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, a few strands clinging to her cheeks due to the moisture, adding to her languid sexiness. The first time Li Pan saw this girl, she felt that she was so beautiful that she couldn't take her eyes off her. She panicked immediately. Li Pan has always been called the nation's goddess, and it is always the masses who are amazed by her beauty, which she feels is well-deserved. But at this moment, for the first time in her life, she suddenly felt a sense of guilt. What happened? How come this girl is prettier than me? Which company hired this new young actress? I have no idea. Being at the very top of the entertainment industry, Li Pan naturally had a good understanding of the artist resources of those major companies. But when she went through the list of the fastest rising female stars in her mind, she realized that none of them matched the girl in front of her. She felt a surge of anger. Are all those dog assistants of mine just taking money for nothing? The girl in front of me looks exactly like me. She's stealing her ecological niche, and none of you even bothered to report it. She glared fiercely at the girl opposite her who was so beautiful, it was almost unfair. Without a doubt, this girl is definitely some rival company's secret weapon. She was not only much younger than me, but also more beautiful, and had a more exaggerated figure. Stunning, sexy, and with an aloof air. This is the niche I've created, and you want to steal it? Okay, which company are you from? Gritting her teeth, Li Pan took a step forward, her expression menacing. They actually outmaneuvered me so badly, and even brought paparazzi to take pictures. What? Is your company so eager to get my title of sexiest woman? Before Luo Qinghan could speak, Xinyu frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop making things up, okay? We were here first, and we were doing just fine. Then you two came in and started doing this and that. What can we do? Li Pan pointed at Xunyu's nose. Shut up. This place is mine for private use only. It's not open to the public at all. You guys got here first? What gives you the right to get here first? And you paparazzi, who the hell do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak here? Believe me or not, I can make you disappear from this industry with just one sentence. These threats were so blatant that Xunyu's blood pressure spiked instantly, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. Previously, he was somewhat guilty about spying on others. Moreover, he has a biased view of Li Pan, the nation's goddess. Looking at it now, what kind of person is this? Can't you speak properly? She spews profanities the moment she opens her mouth. Her mouth is like a cesspool, and she calls herself a goddess? What surprised him most was Li Pan's stunning beauty that was worshipped by countless people. Xinyu had seen this self-proclaimed flawless goddess of sexiness for otaku countless times on movie and TV websites, and had been thoroughly brainwashed by her. If you were to ask Xinyu who is the undisputed #1 beauty in the Dragon Kingdom, Li Pan would probably be the first person to pop into his mind. But seeing you today, you can't say Li Pan isn't pretty. That's not objective. This woman may be older, but she'll definitely score over 90 points. The problem is, she is now standing next to Luo Qinghan. Comparing people is a recipe for disaster. Comparing goods is a recipe for discarding them. These two are actually quite similar in type. They are both stunningly beautiful women who are both aloof and sexy. The problem is, Luo Qinghan is significantly better than Li Pan in every aspect. Taller, longer legs, better skin, more beautiful, a better voice, and a more curvaceous figure. Even the hair texture is darker and shinier. Compared to Luo Qinghan, Li Pan is a complete low end, like Manhwa practicing on her before creating Luo Qinghan. Xinyu shook her head inwardly. I thought you were the most beautiful woman in China, but it turns out you're only fit to carry Han Ji's shoes. Once the filter is broken, you can no longer pretend to be polite. Is this your private space? Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle. Where does it say that? Come on, point it out to me. Where did you hang that sign that says Li Pan and the young heartthrob's happy house? Li Pan's face flushed red instantly. She hadn't expected this paparazzi to dare talk back, and she immediately became flustered. Enough with the nonsense. I invested in this resort. I'm a shareholder. You too. Hand over your phones and cameras right now. Believe me or not, if you say another word to me, I'll make one phone call and sell you both to northern Myanmar. Yes. Wang Tianyi, who had caught up from behind, mustered his courage and glared at Xinyu. Do you know Sister Pan's background? How much influence do you have in the underworld? She stomps her foot, and an earthquake strikes northern Myanmar. I advise you not to court death. Xinyu was stunned. He turned to look at Luo Qinghan, giving her a questioning expression. Is that true? Li Pan also has ties to the underworld, and he can even exert control over northern Myanmar? Luo Qinghan shrugged speechlessly. No way. I've never even heard of her. Did Li Pan stomp his foot and an earthquake occur in northern Myanmar? I asked if the Earthquake Bureau knew about this. Fuck you. Li Pan grabbed Xinyu by the collar of his bathrobe and yelled, Are you deaf? I told you to hand over your phone. However, before Li Pan could finish speaking, everything suddenly went black. Smack. A loud, echoing slap landed hard on her face. The slap was so powerful that Li Pan staggered. Caught off guard, she plopped down on the ground. Li Pan was stunned. She looked up in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief as she stared at the stunningly beautiful girl who was slowly lowering her hand. She hit me? I, Li Pan, am the pinnacle of the entertainment industry in China, the national goddess in the hearts of millions, and the #1 white moonlight in the hearts of Chinese men. It turns out. She hit me? Li Pan was so angry she was practically fuming. Asshole. Did you know that even the big spenders have to pay extra to get me? What right do you have to hit me? Did you pay? Wang Tianyi, who was standing next to him, was also stunned. He stood there frozen for a full 3 seconds. Thump. He knelt on the ground as if in mourning, hugged Li Pan with a look of fear on his face, and wailed. Sister Pan. Sister Pan, your face is all swollen from being hit, and it's not even asymmetrical anymore. Fuck you. Li Pan shoved him away, then knelt facing Luo Qinghan, screaming in fury and embarrassment. She was clearly out of control. How dare you hit me? What right do you have to hit me? Can't you tell who I am? However, something even more shocking happened to her. Upon hearing her words, Luo Qinghan, who was opposite her, showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, he took another step forward. She grabbed Li Pan's swimsuit and pulled her up to her knees. Li Pan was stunned. No woman had ever treated her so roughly before. What did you just say? Luo Qinghan's cold eyes narrowed slightly as she tugged at Li Pan's swimsuit and asked, Did you call Xiaoyu deaf? Li Pan looked bewildered. Xiaoyu? That paparazzi? I insulted him. When did I insult him? She immediately realized what was happening and screamed hysterically. So what if I cursed him? Even if I've cursed you, you can't. Before she could finish speaking, Luo Qinghan had already grabbed her neck, pulled her hair, and dragged her to her feet, making her stagger. Li Pan's mind went blank. She was going crazy. Luo Qinghan's grip was too strong for her to pry open, and with her neck being choked, she couldn't scream. She could only manage a hoarse, strained voice. Do you know who I am? Luo Qinghan nodded with a cold smile. I know. Smack. Luo Qinghan delivered another resounding slap. The slap landed hard on Li Pan's face, knocking her to the ground. Li Pan saw stars and her ears were ringing. In a daze, she heard Luo Qinghan squat down in front of her and say coldly, "Of course I know who you are. You are Li Pan, just an actress. But do you know who I am?" Chapter 225 Li Pan's Sugar Daddy. Why? In the massage room, Li Pan lay on the floor, crying her heart out. "I don't care who you are. You're finished no matter who you are, wah. You're bullying me all by myself, wah." Etc. Li Pan, who was crying bitterly, suddenly stopped crying. "Wait, I'm not alone." She gritted her teeth and glared at Wang Tianyi behind her. "Are you even a man? You just stood by and watched me get beaten up?" Wang Tianyi said with a look of fear. "Sis, I didn't take a bodyguard job. Didn't we agree that I would just play your puppy, licking my tongue and wagging my tail, and that would be fine? No, you didn't say I had to fight like a man. Besides, all I know is street dance. I don't know how to fight." At this moment, Li Pan's makeup was ruined from crying. She pounded her chest and stamped her feet, saying, "I don't care. I don't care. Hit it back. Otherwise, you can forget about taking that role we agreed on." Now Wang Tianyi was truly frightened, and he stood up trembling. Just as he was about to speak, Xinyu took a step over. As expected of someone who attracts a lot of attention, Wang Tianyi has certainly seen a bit of the world. With a loud bang, he knelt down before Xinyu without hesitation. Brother, don't be angry with me. I'm not going to act in that play anymore. I only have one request. Don't slap me in the face, it'll make me lose followers. And my fans will be sad to see me injured." Xinyu had already lowered her raised hand. I didn't expect him to be such a fan-loving pigeon. He used his body to exchange for resources, but people clearly understand that his core competitiveness is still his face. When it comes to the crucial moment, you have to abandon the project if necessary, just save face. Xinyu sighed. It has to be said that Wang Tianyi has a very clear understanding of his own position. These days, there aren't many pigeons with such a clear head. He was somewhat fond of talent and kicked Wang Tianyi away. He walked up to Li Pan, who was lying on the ground, and raised his chin. "How about it? Do you still want our phones?" Li Pan's face was so swollen that it looked quite funny. She's always been domineering. She's always the one beating up her assistants and co-stars. When has she ever been beaten by anyone else? And both slaps landed on the same side. She glared at Luo Qinghan with resentment. "That's outrageous. Could you at least place one on the left and one on the right to make my swelling more balanced?" Okay. You're trying to play these underworld tricks on me, are you? You think I'm easy to bully, right? Do you know what happened to all the people who bullied me over the years? Today, I, Li Pan, will show you just how terrifying the real underworld can be. You two are finished." Li Pan supported herself as she sat up on her knees. She glared at Luo Qinghan with resentment, then stretched out her right hand, which resembled a knife sheath, and made a defiant gesture as if she were about to slit her own throat. With just one phone call, a powerful underworld figure who can turn the world upside down will be here within 10 minutes, and he'll show you who you've messed with. It's too late to beg for mercy. Go cry your heart out in northern Myanmar. As she spoke, she took out her phone and dialed a number. "I'm in the sauna in the West District right now, and I've run into 2 reckless guys. Bring your men here right now. I'm going to cripple them. Hurry up and come here. Sister Wei." 10 minutes later. "Elder Qinghan, Crown Prince Yu. It's all my fault for not handling this well, but I really didn't know Li Pan kept coming here to play." Wei Yuanhui, covered in cold sweat, frantically apologized to Luo Qinghan and Xinyu. This is way too much like Murphy's Law. Who would have thought Li Pan would be so blind? Luckily, I arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been left only to collect her body. Wei Yuanhui became more and more frightened. Xinyu was one thing, but why did Luo Qinghan provoke her? The world's most powerful warrior in the expansion department, Lu Bu, is well known. Who has ever offended her and had a good ending? Wei Yuanhui begged for mercy, almost bringing out an incense burner and kneeling down to offer incense to Luo Qinghan, before finally managing to calm Xinyu and his wife down. Then, with a helpless expression, she approached the dumbfounded Li Pan. Li Pan's facial muscles twitched as she stared blankly at Luo Qinghan and asked, "Who exactly is she?" Wei Yuanhui pressed her forehead speechlessly. "Xiao Pan, you know a bit about the underworld, don't you? Have you heard of the recent gossip that everyone's been talking about? Two Luos become one Luo, and the southeast is left only with desolation. What this means is that there's only one boss left in the Southeast Asian underworld, and that person is Luo Qinghan, who killed her own father and avenged her mother. In short, no one in Southeast Asia can now rival her as the supreme ruler. In the underworld, only her voice can be heard." Li Pan was completely confused. "Luo Qinghan, what's the relationship between this underworld boss and this nobody actress?" Wei Yuanhui couldn't help but roll her eyes. "She is Luo Qinghan." Li Pan was stunned. Influenced by that person, she had some understanding of the structure of the underworld. As everyone knows, there is no room for the underworld to exist in China. The underworld has a unique characteristic. The more unstable and turbulent the situation, and the weaker the control from above, the more prosperous the underworld will become. And the largest underworld market in China is located in the chaotic Southeast Asia. The underworld here was originally fragmented into several warlords, but with the arrival of professional players from the Dragon Kingdom, it was quickly unified. According to Li Pan, the person who attacked her today was not a paparazzi or a young actress, but the underground king of Southeast Asia. What's the meaning? Li Pan's expression suddenly froze. You mean, I took this beating for nothing? Wei Yuanhui almost spat out blood. What else do you want? Everyone knows that Luo Qinghan dotes on Shun Yu like a madman. He treats her like she's melting in his mouth, afraid she'll break in his hands, and he'd even pluck the stars from the sky for her if she asked for them. Do you dare to insult him? You got slapped twice, but do you know that the last person who insulted Shun Yu had his ear cut off on the spot by Luo Qinghan? Li Pan, stop complaining. Do you know why you managed to stay alive? Because Shun Yu had seen some of the fantasy dramas you acted in before, big sister. Otherwise, do you expect to leave unscathed today? Xiao Pan, I suggest you stop making things difficult for yourself. Let this matter pass quickly. Wei Yuanli held Li Pan's hand and sincerely advised her. Passed. Li Pan shook off her hand, and she pointed to her face, saying, I've been beaten up like this, and you want me to come over? Dream. As she spoke, she stood up, looked at Wei Yuanhui, and said hatefully, You don't dare touch this Luo Qinghan, right? Fine, I don't need your help. I'll find someone else. Listen to me, I don't care about this Southeast Asian underworld queen, bullshit. As long as she's involved in the underworld of the mixed dragon kingdom, I can make her regret it. Having said that, she pointed at Luo Qinghan and shouted, Luo Qinghan, you just wait. You'll regret what you did today. But by then, when you're kneeling down and begging for my forgiveness, it'll be too late. After shouting, she turned and ran. Wei Yuanhui. Sister Pan. Wang Tianyi also realized what was happening and turned around to chase after her. Wait for me, you little dog. The two disappeared into the west and with lightning speed, one after the other. Awkwardly turning around, Wei Yuanhui met the suspicious gazes of Shun Yu and Luo Qinghan. That doesn't seem right. Shun Yu stepped forward, staring suspiciously into Wei Yuanhui's eyes. As long as we're part of the underworld in the mixed dragon kingdom, she can make us regret it? To utter such arrogant and foolish words. Who exactly is Li Pan's sugar daddy? Wei Yuanhui smiled guiltily. Your Highness, you noticed it? Chapter 226, the best TV series of my career. It really is Xia Tribody. Xin Yu's eyes widened slightly, her heart feeling as if a Category 14 typhoon had made landfall. He has now completely lost his enchantment of Li Pan, the national goddess who was dignified in public but dissolute in private, and he feels like spitting at her whenever he thinks of her. But when he heard that Li Pan's sugar daddy was actually his beloved leader Xia Sanni, he couldn't help but break down. That's Li Pan, after all. Li Pan was, after all, a great beauty, the dream girl of many men in China. As a result, she actually went to sell to that ugly freak Xia Sanni? Doesn't Xia Santi's behavior disgust her? Is this really that extreme? Your Highness, you think too highly of Li Pan. Wei Yuanhui couldn't help but shake her head with amusement. For celebrities like Li Pan, Ordinary people take her very seriously, treating her like an ethereal goddess who doesn't belong to this world. In reality, in front of truly powerful people, she is nothing more than a dish on the table. It's an honor for her if someone can even eat a few bites of her food. Which top celebrity these days doesn't have a sugar daddy? Can you become a top celebrity without a sugar daddy? However, someone as clever as Li Pan will change her sugar daddy step by step, like passing through levels, with each boss becoming bigger and bigger. At first, her sugar daddies were coal mine owners, then real estate tycoons, then internet moguls, and finally, it was Xia Sanni, a truly powerful official. Xinyu felt something was off about what she said. According to her, Xia Sanni is actually much more impressive than those super rich people, right? Xinyu recalled Xia Sanni's past actions. What was so great about him? Xiaoyu, actually you're underestimating Xiahou Lin a bit. Luo Qinghan knew what he was thinking, so she explained. Think about it carefully. Although the External Expansion Department is a clandestine department, it handles enormous amounts of money and resources. And the Xia triad that governs it actually wields more power than the presidents of most countries in the world. He has the ability to overthrow many regimes at will, or to casually unleash a political tsunami that shakes the world. And those wealthy people who only have money are not even in the same league as those with power. After hearing what Luo Qinghan said, Xinyu thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed true. The Department of External Expansion is not a department or bureau. It's a full-fledged ministerial-level organization. And Xia Santi is the youngest ministerial-level official in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. He's a high-ranking official, after all. Xinyu thought about it carefully. The last time a young man in his 30s held such power. Zhou Yu, the Grand Commander of the Wu Kingdom during the Three Kingdoms period? Thinking about it this way, he suddenly couldn't help but reflect on himself. Have I been underestimating Xia Tribody too much? But he really is an idiot. Xiaoyu, this is a golden opportunity. Luo Qinghan looked at him intently. For a long time, he's always been the one dealing with you, and you can only respond to his moves. But now, your chance to turn the tables is coming. Xinyu was taken aback. He carefully considered Luo Qinghan's words, and then his eyes lit up. You mean, the key to breaking the deadlock lies with Li Pan? Luo Qinghan smiled without saying a word, but her eyes turned to Wei Yuanli beside her and said, Sister Wei, Li Pan often brings all sorts of young, handsome men to this resort, right? Wei Yuanli thought for a moment. There are always 1 or 2 days like that every month. As for who to bring, it depends on who's popular lately. She always prefers to eat younger, more tender ones. Luo Qinghan's lips curled slightly, but her eyes narrowed. Given her sensitive status, you naturally couldn't help but record it once or twice, so you could exchange it for a better price later, right? Wei Yuanhui smiled sheepishly. Nothing can be hidden from Boss Qinghan. Xinyu, who was standing to the side, listened to their conversation and immediately understood Luo Qinghan's true meaning. Li Pan was booked by Xia Sanni, but she was not honest and would eat young men at least once a month for nourishment. For safety reasons, she chose a resort that had not yet opened to do this. However, this resort happens to be owned by a gangster like Wei Yuanhui. This kind of person can get away with anything, even a toad. She had already set up a hidden camera to film Li Pan the whole time. Now, if I can get my hands on the exclusive documentary selected by Wei Yuanhui, which she claims I'll hand over to Professor Xia Sanni, whose head is practically green with envy. It seems that Li Pan's acting career is coming to an end. It seems that not only her acting career, but also the life of this national goddess is about to end. In order to prevent this from happening, I made a well-intentioned request to her to collect evidence of Xia Santi's violations. Could she refuse? If she doesn't refuse, her situation with Xia Santi will be completely different. Now you're messing with me, and I'm just passively responding. From now on, you'll be the one messing with me, and I'll be waiting for you to make a mistake in private, and then I'll kill you with one strike. So the key now is. Xinyu couldn't help but smile and look at Wei Yuanhui. Sister Hui, look at me. I've always been a big fan of Li Pan. So, could you share with me the movies you've filmed featuring her and those young male actors? Sigh, those videos are indeed amazing. Wei Yuanhui frowned, feigning helplessness as she shrugged. But Your Highness, if I really did such a thing, I would be completely sitting opposite Xia Sani and bound to you all. I'm really too nervous about going against the most powerful young man in the Dragon Kingdom. Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Are you feeling uneasy? If you're really that nervous, why are you filming this? All you want is a higher price, right? How cunning. Luo Qinghan smiled and asked, Sister Hui, how much money would we need to sponsor if we wanted to subscribe to your video membership? No need for sponsorship, Wei Yuanhui said, her brows relaxing and her beautiful eyes lifting slightly. We in Western Europe are in a life or death situation. Right now, we have a particularly troublesome adversary called the Sicilian Brotherhood, who keep killing our people. And their leader is an Italian named Mafia. If the Crown Prince and Qinghan, after dealing with Li Pan's matter, could deign to go to Italy and teach Mafia a lesson in how to be a decent human being. I can't wait to share these of my favorite little videos with you all. After exchanging a glance, Shin Yu and the other person made a gesture that said, we need to discuss this, and went to the corner. Shin Yu frowned and asked, Brother Han, what do you think? Will the Sicilian Brotherhood be tough? Is it worth getting involved with them just to get to the Xia Tristan saga? Luo Qinghan nodded almost without hesitation. She wasn't really sure whether the Sicilian Brotherhood was tough or not. However, she knew very well that if Xiao Yu wanted to gain a foothold in the department, overthrow Xia Senti, and eventually become the minister, Li Pan's move was absolutely a brilliant one. There's nothing we can do about that. Matthew of the Sicilian Brotherhood, you're blocking my husband's path to becoming a minister. Then, you can only die. Xiao Yu, actually I was hoping you would come with me to Europe during the winter break. All right, it's settled then. Shin Yu nodded, took Luo Qinghan's hand, and the two returned to Wei Yuanhui's side. Sister Hui, let us handle Matthew. Winter break is a time to do some work and relax, and have some fun. Now, show us that TV series that's the best in Li Pan's career. I'm genuinely curious, is this show any good? Wei Yuanhui covered her mouth with a smile and said mysteriously, let me put it this way. A star-studded event, absolutely spectacular. Chapter 227. No one can scold my husband. The entire afternoon. Apart from Zhang Fazhu, Su Fangfang, Lu Yuan, and a few others, everyone who was invited to the hot spring resort had a great time that day. First, everyone soaked in the outdoor hot spring, and then went to eat a grand buffet that required you to lean against the wall to walk out. In the afternoon, we enjoyed a bunch of indoor activities including bathing, scrubbing, sauna, and spa, and then went to a party venue. From watching early screenings of movies to playing PS games, werewolf, card games, mahjong, bowling, rock climbing, tennis. After all that running around, I went to the sleep pod for a nap. When I woke up, the evening buffet was ready again. Everyone had a blast, so much so that they wished they could offer a longevity tablet and incense to Shin Yu, who was hosting the event. But as the day was about to pass, Cheng Lin, who was distracted while playing, still hadn't seen Shin Yu. She was genuinely worried where had Shin Yu gone. Logically speaking, who wouldn't want to receive some flattery when they're treating others to a meal? But the whole day passed, and Shin Yu only showed up once, at lunchtime, to arrange internships for a few people he thought were good enough. And then, he never appeared again. No, where did Zaizi go? Cheng Lin asked Zhao Wan with a disappointed look. He didn't leave, did he? No, Commander, the Crown Prince will definitely be here soon. Zhao Wan said with certainty. She was in an unusually good mood today because Shin Yu had created a group chat to help everyone find internships. This group includes Shin Yu's 3 roommates, Su Xiangyi and Liang Jing, as well as her and Wang Jinggang from the sports committee, among others. These are all people who usually have a good relationship with Shin Yu and have helped him. Shin Yu made a promise to everyone after graduation. Everyone could work at his father's company, and the starting salary for newcomers in the same cohort would be the highest. This news has everyone absolutely thrilled. After all, it's way more important than anything like soaking in a hot spring or eating at a buffet. Suddenly, everyone had a feeling they suddenly felt more confident about their lives. But Shin Yu didn't assign Jiang Chao, who is his best friend, to be the group leader of this group. Instead, he assigned you, the group leader. Zhao Wan grabbed Cheng Lin's arm and looked at her meaningfully. What do you think this proves? Blinking her almond-shaped eyes, Lin thought for a moment, then revealed a look of sudden realization. Wan, you mean? Without a doubt, in Yu's heart, I. Pressing her hand to her chest, Lin said excitedly. Am I his first choice? Zhao Wan nodded vigorously and patted Lin's shoulder forcefully. Right. He considers you one of his own. Otherwise, why would he give you such an important position as group admin? Although everyone knows now that liking Yu has become a particularly sought-after position at our school. But it's obvious the hype has died down. It's too late to start having a crush on Yu now. What we're talking about is, when it comes to licking Yu's boots, what's the key point? Qualifications. The earlier you lick their boots, the higher your status. Captain, you're now the pinnacle of licking princes. Lin's face immediately lit up. Really? Really? I really am Yu's #1 simp, right? Commander, trust me, Zhao Wan said solemnly, patting Lin's shoulder encouragingly. The advantage is yours. You're the first choice. No one else can take it. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the parking lot, Yu glanced back at Feng Wanxia and Li Fian, who were following behind him, and Luo Qinghan. The two of them looked like they hadn't had enough fun, pouting, clearly not wanting to leave. In fact, Yu also felt that it was a bit too early to leave now. But ever since Wei Yuanhui gave him that USB drive with Li Pan and her friends on it, he couldn't stand being here anymore. There are two reasons. First, he really wanted to go back as soon as possible to watch this epic love action film, which features a cast of many big-name stars. Secondly, he was worried about the fact that this place was full of hidden cameras belonging to Wei Yuanhui, and that everyone's every word and action would be recorded frame by frame. He simply didn't want to stay even a second longer. What a load of rubbish. It's just a den of thieves. He finally relaxed when he was almost at the parking lot, and his mind drifted back to the scene of his chance encounter with Li Pan. Actually, what surprised him the most about the whole incident was Luo Qinghan's attitude after he was scolded by Li Pan. In fact, none of that should be called cursing. Li Pan simply said, "Are you deaf?" Which Yu thought was fine, but Luo Qinghan exploded. She was so excited that she slapped Li Pan so hard, he was paralyzed. Although Yu didn't say anything at the time, he was really shocked. He even wondered if Brother Han was overreacting a bit. And it seems that something like this has happened before. Yu only learned later that Yao Dan had her ear cut off by Luo Qinghan because she called her an idiot. Han Ji's reaction to being offended always seems to be surprisingly strong. Yu was genuinely puzzled. After meeting Luo Wanxing last time, he secretly made up his mind that he would communicate with Luo Qinghan on everything from now on. Even if the conversation wasn't pleasant, he didn't want to keep it to himself and insisted on speaking out. Just as they were about to reach the parking lot, Yu suddenly grabbed Luo Qinghan's hand, made up her mind, and whispered, "Brother Han, there's something I want to ask you. You seem particularly intolerant of people who insult me." Luo Qinghan turned her head gently. It was just getting dark, and the moonlight poured down like water. The evening breeze blew through her long hair, brushing the ends against Yu's cheek. Under the cold light of the street lamp, Yu saw Luo Qinghan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, as if she had remembered something unhappy. Yes. Luo Qinghan nodded, unconsciously shrinking closer to Yu. Honey, I absolutely cannot forgive those who insult you. I can't tolerate it at all. Actually, I know that you guys often insult each other, so you're not really bothered by it. But I can't. Being scolded is the worst memory of my childhood. Yu understood immediately. What Luo Qinghan was referring to was the period when she was verbally bullied as a child. It was one of her most painful memories. I think it's disgusting to insult or hurt others with words. Lowering her head, Luo Qinghan subconsciously clenched her fists. Xiaoyu, do you think those kids did anything really terrible to me back then? No, they just cursed at me. A group of people followed me and cursed at me. Monster, pervert, psychopath, you'll grow up to be a madman. They just kept cursing non-stop. At first I would talk to the teacher, and she criticized them a few times, but it was just a passing mention. When I looked at her again later, the way she looked at me was reproachful. Her eyes seemed to say, "What's wrong with being scolded? Everyone gets scolded before. They didn't hit you, and you're not missing a piece of flesh, so why are you being so delicate?" I stopped going to see her after that. I realized something being scolded is a very difficult kind of hurt to deal with. In terms of severity, it's not serious. But if you're talking about retaliating saying insults back, I can't do that. But if I resort to violence, I'll be the one in trouble, both legally and morally. So what should you do if you're always being criticized? With a helpless sigh, Luo Qinghan weakly shook her head. I suffered because of this throughout my childhood. Xiaoyu, I absolutely cannot let you suffer like this. So if anyone dares to insult you, I'll cripple them. I want everyone to realize that insulting you is an absurdly costly thing to do. That way they'll shut up completely, and they'll even warn each other don't go and insult Shunyu. It's not worth it. I want to stop all the insults directed at you at their source. I, Luo Qinghan, will not allow anyone in this world to insult you. Shunyu was stunned. He stared at Luo Qinghan in shock, speechless. So that was the real reason she overreacted. She had been scolded and suffered greatly, so she absolutely refused to let me suffer like that again. Luo Qinghan turned around. Under the moonlight, she gently cupped Xunyu's face in her hands. Husband, I am your woman. So, I must defend your dignity. As long as I have a breath left, no one can insult you. Chapter 228 Good Men Don't Need to be Bothered. It was 11 p.m. in Dongli No. 1, on the sofa in Xunyu's living room. Raising her hand to gently stroke her long, golden, wavy hair, Feng Wanxia, dressed in a matcha-colored bathrobe, gave Luo Qinghan a mischievous smile. What? You couldn't stand it after watching for only a short while. Is it too beautiful, or too irritating to the eyes? Luo Qinghan, standing to the side, looked extremely unpleasant. Just now, she and Xinyu were in the second bedroom, reviewing the recordings of Li Pan that Wei Yuanhui had edited. Luo Qinghan was initially a little embarrassed, then turned to anger, and then to disgust. Li Pan is so shameless. When an entire boy band appeared on the screen, Luo Qinghan could no longer bear it and walked out. I need to breathe, it's disgusting. Hearing Feng Wanxia's question, she couldn't help but frown, looking puzzled. Late summer, I really don't understand what Li Pan is thinking. Why did she have to make something that was supposed to be beautiful so disgusting? I don't understand why she can't just be a normal person and wholeheartedly love someone. Seeing the look of utter dismay on Luo Qinghan's face, Feng Wanxiao immediately understood what was going on. She couldn't help but shrug. It's not surprising that Li Pan is like this because she initially gained resources by helping others climb the ladder in the same way. She obtained the resources, but the resentment and humiliation in her heart could not be dispelled. So naturally, she started venting her frustrations by exploiting a new group of people. The reason why the entertainment industry is called a big divad is because there are so many of these unhealthy cycles within it, and eventually it becomes impossible to tell who is the cause and who is the effect. There are many people like that in their circle. Feng Wanxia shook her head. Ordinary people wouldn't do that, of course, but Henin, I have something to tell you. Even ordinary people don't all have the opportunity to truly love someone. Seeing the surprised look Luo Qinghan gave her, Feng Wanxia helplessly spread her hands. She felt that she was telling the absolute truth. In reality, most people never encounter someone in their entire lives who truly moves them to the point of wanting to do anything for them. It's a cruel fact, but the vast majority of people don't really have the chance to experience a passionate and genuine love. You can watch countless movies, TV series, and novels. You can watch the scene in Titanic, where Jack, on his deathbed, says to Rose in a trembling voice, "Meeting you is the happiest thing in my life." Then you burst into tears, deeply moved. But in real life, it's really hard to meet someone like Jack, someone you'd love so much you'd be willing to die for. The reality for everyone is that this is all right. We've managed to get by for a few years. Yeah, I'm used to it. I'm not particularly excited about it, but I've gotten used to it. Someone like you and Shunyu, who are crazy about each other, is practically a data anomaly caused by a system error. It's 1 in 100. Really? Luo Qinghan couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Leaning weakly against the sofa, Feng Wanxia said with red eyes, "Really? And do you know where your greatest fortune lies? Your greatest fortune is that Shunyu is a good person, a very good man." This is really difficult. Luo Qinghan was immediately confused. Xiaoyu is certainly a good person, but is that so rare? Is meeting a good person the luckiest thing in love? You may not have noticed yet, but this Xinyu now has all the conditions to turn bad. Feng Wanxiao simply pointed it out directly. He's young, handsome, and has more money than he can spend. He can keep changing like Li Pan. If he thinks that kind of thing is dirty and only wants to take advantage of good girls, then there are plenty of girls waiting for him right now. Henin, imagine if Xinyu found me, or Cheng-Lin. He demands that we admit to everything and help him keep it from you. How could we possibly refuse? I don't know about Cheng-Lin, but I would definitely go there eagerly. It's a pity that Xinyu is such a good man. Feng Wanxiao sighed and tucked her long hair behind her ear, somewhat speechless. It seems that only one person can live in his heart. I've liked Yutian since I was a child. I pursued her for 5 years, and finally gave up after doing everything I could. Now that I've fallen for you, it seems like it's for life. Sigh, all we can do is cry our eyes out. After Feng Wanxiao finished speaking, Luo Qinghan finally understood what she meant. She suddenly realized that Feng Wanxiao was right. Actually, Xiaoyu is the one who has the most right to be a jerk, because he is a really charming guy. Even before he became a rich second generation and was just an ordinary college student, many girls, including super beautiful girls like Feng Wanxiao and Cheng-Lin, were already willing to be dumped by him. But he never had that thought. Actually, I never checked Xiaoyu's phone or anything like that. On the contrary, he was extremely careful about keeping his distance from other girls. Last time they played cards, it was clearly Li Fian who wanted to play, but he came back sweating profusely and apologizing. He invited so many girls this time, but he didn't even show his face. He just went to a quiet place to stay. He had absolutely no ill intentions towards them. Suddenly remembering something, Luo Qinghan's face turned red. Xiaoyu used all his bad intentions on himself. He's always thinking about how to bully me. But what's even more embarrassing is, why do I enjoy being bullied by him so much? It never seems to be enough. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but bite her lower lip, her heart suddenly racing. A month has passed, but only 1 week has gone by. Xiaoyu seemed to be holding back a lot during her nightly performances. Is this really good for her health? But he was quite insistent on this date. As his girlfriend, shouldn't I do something to help ease his burden? I have to cherish my husband. As the two were silently lost in their own thoughts, Xinyu came out of the second bedroom. Did you watch all of Li Pan's TV dramas? Feng Wanxiao looked at him mischievously. Then, to her surprise, Xinyu's face didn't show the restlessness, dry mouth, or mischievous grin she had expected. Instead, he seemed very worried. Luo Qinghan noticed it too. She already felt a little embarrassed about having deserted at the last minute, leaving Xinyu alone to review the film. Seeing that Xinyu was worried, he immediately became nervous. Honey, what's wrong? Huh? Xinyu sat on the sofa, looking completely lost, her expression full of anxiety, but her words seemed insincere. He clenched his hands and forced a dry laugh. No, it's nothing. Chapter 229, I Can Do It Alone. Xinyu is genuinely anxious. He had originally gone in with a wicked grin, rubbing his hands together, to watch Li Pan's TV series. But he never imagined that watching it would make him anxious in the end. Because of the large number of male leads in the drama Li Pan, the sample size is so large that it can almost be viewed as a scientific experiment. Xinyu was initially busy trying to figure out who these people were, but as he looked around, he suddenly noticed a particular sensitive issue with one of the boys. It's a matter of time. There were many boys here, and Xinyu was surprised to find that everyone's time had nothing to do with their physical fitness. Those with muscles who look strong and exercise regularly don't necessarily perform well, while many skinny, seemingly inactive novices are actually champions. This immediately made Xinyu, a virgin, anxious. He originally thought to himself, dude, I play basketball, I have a clear 8-pack, and my physical fitness is so good. Even though I don't have much experience, I'm definitely a king. But after watching the series, he realized that this wasn't necessarily true. Li Pan's series of experiments involved a large number of samples, and all the data indicated that these two things were probably not positively correlated. Xinyu panicked, dude. Am I a bronze-level player? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, which put him under immense psychological pressure. When Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxiao asked him questions after he sat down, he stammered and hesitated in his answers. This really worried the two of them. So the two of them kept asking, Xinyu certainly couldn't say that he was joking. His thoughts would be too embarrassing. However, Luo Qinghan was not about to give in. She asked directly, "Honey, didn't we agree to communicate in a timely manner?" Feng Wanxia's words startled Xinyu so much that she jumped up. She asked loudly, "Xinyu, did you suddenly realize that your orientation is wrong?" No, no, absolutely not. Xinyu quickly denied it. This matter had to be clarified. Left with no other choice, he had to awkwardly and tactfully express his concerns. After saying that, he felt like dying. This was just too damn weird. However, the two girls' reactions were completely unexpected. Neither of them smiled. Instead, they both looked increasingly serious. "It's okay. I love you no matter what, honey." Luo Qinghan cupped his face in her hands with a serious expression. Her face was full of sincerity, almost as if she wanted to swear an oath. "I don't care about small details like time, as long as it works." Seeing the solemn look on her face, Xinyu really felt like dying this time. "No, I was just a little worried. Why do you look like you've already been diagnosed?" Feng Wanxia is even more amazing. "Let's not talk about these things now. It's not time to offer comfort yet." As she spoke, she surprisingly adopted the solemn demeanor of an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, crossed her legs, tapped her knees, and began to examine her patient. "Xinyu, now answer some questions honestly. This concerns the happiness of our whole family, so you must answer honestly, understand?" Goodness. Every word she said made Xinyu and Luo Qinghan nervous. Luo Qinghan grabbed Xinyu's hand immediately, her face practically screaming, "Doctor, is there any hope for him?" Feng Wanxia cleared her throat. "The first question. You play basketball, so please make an objective comparison with the other players on the school team. Do you think your explosiveness is good?" Frowning, Feng Wanxia stared intently at him. "Tell the truth." Xinyu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Explosive power? Honestly, his explosiveness is really not that great. Xinyu has a good jumping ability, but his ability to suddenly accelerate is very average. Unlike many physically gifted guards, such as Zhang Fazhu, who can rely on sudden acceleration to dribble past opponents, he usually has to rely on feints to deceive them. This is clearly reflected in his 100-meter time. He was actually among the bottom performers on the school team. His strengths actually lie in middle and long-distance running, such as the 3,000-meter race. If you asked him to run a half marathon, he'd be a piece of cake. But if you're talking about explosive power, I'm not very explosive. His honest answer chilled me to the bone. I'm usually the type who can't run fast, but I can run myself ragged. I often rely on the fourth quarter when everyone else is tired, but I still have plenty of energy to finish off my opponents. The coach initially chose me as the main attacker because I had plenty of stamina in the crucial fourth quarter. But if we're talking about explosiveness, I'm in the school team. It's just pretty average." After he finished speaking, his head drooped down. Luo Qinghan quickly grabbed his hand and frantically comforted him. It's okay. Not having a burst of damage is fine too. Consistent output is great." Feng Wanxia quickly waved her hand to stop her. Then her own brows furrowed even more. Crossing her arms, she stared at Xinyu and asked again seriously, "So, are you quick to react? Here's a tip. How fast your reaction time is easier to test when playing games." Xinyu was completely devastated. He wasn't quick to react either. Especially when playing games, it's practically unbelievably slow. This is already quite evident in games like Honor of Kings and PUBG Mobile. But when playing FPS and fighting games, it's the most glaring thing. It's basically the dorm floor. Someone with Zhao Xiaoqin's lightning-fast reflexes could practically win a game like Street Fighter 6 with one hand, but in CS:GO, someone could beat him even while scrolling through their phone. I'm also slow to react. Xinyu felt utterly hopeless. Am I not good enough? The air in the room seemed to freeze. Well, Feng Wanxia sighed and looked at Luo Qinghan, whose face was covered in cold sweat. I truly envy you. Luo Qinghan, you've met a real heartthrob. Xinyu was stunned. No, how was it derived? Are those with poor explosive power and slow reaction time actually the tough guys? You guys just don't understand, do you? Feng Wanxia shrugged. Humans are numerical beings. Except for a very few exceptionally gifted individuals, most people's stats fluctuate and contradict each other. If you have strong explosive power, your endurance must be poor. You have a quick reaction time, but your stamina is definitely weak. But what we are discussing now is time. And you, Shinyu, have good stamina, but poor explosive power, and are not sensitive, slow to react. Sigh. You're born with the physique of a wolfhound, no doubt about it. Holy crap. Shinyu slapped her thigh. Wait, so that's how it is? For the first time, he realized that poor explosive power and slow reaction time. It smells so good. It's such a big advantage. That's amazing. Indeed, men shouldn't rush things. Plus, Shinyu, you play basketball, so your glutes, legs, and core strength are exceptionally strong. Tisk tisk tisk. Feng Wanxiao looked at Luo Qinghan with envy. You'll get what's coming to you from now on. This kid's going to take at least 45 minutes, right? Luo Qinghan blushed, and her face burned with embarrassment. She didn't care about that at all. Xiaoyu loves both wolfhounds and puppy dogs. She doesn't care at all. Of course, if he has poor explosive power and slow reaction time, then that would be even better. Don't be so happy yet. Feng Wanxiao suddenly looked at Luo Qinghan scrutinizingly. If I remember correctly, Luo Qinghan, you seem to have a particularly quick reaction? Luo Qinghan froze on the spot. That's right. She does react exceptionally quickly. In other words, it's particularly easy. Sigh, you're so quick-witted, and he's so slow-witted I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it in the future. He immediately convulsed and fainted. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Luo Qinghan and lifted her blushing face. We are all sisters. There are some things you shouldn't try to handle alone. When you can't hold on anymore, remember. Sister Wanxiao, I'm always behind you, ready to lend a helping hand at any time. What is a good sister? Let's face the difficulties together. No, no, no. Luo Qinghan quickly pushed away her clutches, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she bravely said, Don't worry. I can do it all by myself. Chapter 230. Who would go to do something like this? The three of them were chatting happily when Li Fian returned carrying a large bag of barbecue. She had just asked Wu Debiao about the progress of his search for his sister, then went downstairs to Shun Yu's favorite barbecue restaurant, bought a bunch of skewers, and also picked up 2 bottles of Erguo Tu, a type of Chinese liquor. Of these people, Wu Debiao doesn't drink at all, Luo Qinghan drinks everything like water, Feng Wanxiao likes red wine, and only she and Shinyu can drink together. Of the 5 sacred mountains, their favorite was Nolanshan. At this moment, Li Fian put down the barbecue and Erguo Tu, a type of Chinese liquor, and Shinyu, who was already in a great mood, became even more beautiful. She started praising her master, saying that she was beautiful, kind-hearted, charming, and had magical powers that could go to heaven and earth. Li Fian slapped her thigh as she listened, thinking to herself, my apprentice really does speak his mind. Look how much these points he summarized match me. So she pulled a skewer of greasy grilled kidney from the bag and handed it to Shinyu. Here, have some, to help you recover. Shinyu's eyes widened in surprise. Master, is this effective? Li Fian nodded vigorously. Super effective. I heard this thing has an incredibly strong buff. 1 stack can increase skill usage time by 20%. Shinyu's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Then hurry up and give me all 5 skewers. Luo Qinghan, who was already nervous because of the quick reaction, suddenly froze. Well, we don't need 5 skewers, do we? She did a quick mental calculation. 45, 1 plus 5 20%, doesn't equal. Starting from 90 minutes? Stop messing around. Feng Wanxiao picked up her favorite large, flower-shaped sausage, took a bite, glanced at her vibrating phone, and suddenly frowned. We found out Li Pan's whereabouts. She's smarter than we thought. Shinyu took a big bite of the kidney. Did she go to Xia Sani and make a scene, then threaten to hang herself? Feng Wanxiao frowned and said, No. She went to South Korea immediately. Shinyu and Luo Qinghan were both stunned. This was truly unexpected. After all, when Li Pan left today, she was in such a state that she didn't care about anything anymore. At that moment, her face, smeared with tears, looked like she was ready to fight to the death. At that time, Shinyu and the others were already prepared to answer Xia Santiai's call overnight. As a result, the first thing she did upon returning was to go to South Korea. Li Fian took a sip of Nulenshan liquor and grinned mischievously. Could it be that the boss slapped her twice, causing the fillers on her face to burst, and she had to go back to the original factory in Korea for repairs? That might be one of the reasons, but that's probably not the most important consideration. After thinking for a moment, Feng Wanxiao frowned and nodded, saying, "This person probably has a powerful backer." After she went back, she must have investigated Henin's situation, and then she was shocked to find that this was not an opponent that could be easily wiped out by relying on Xia Senti. Then she discovered that Shenyu wasn't just a paparazzi, but a big shot she couldn't afford to offend either of these two she'd met today. If Xia Santi could easily defeat Qinghan, she would naturally try to smear and complain, but now, if she tries to cry and plead, she will face an awkward situation. Xia Senti can speak with us, so how does Li Pan explain the fact that Wang Tianyi was with her when she met you? Shenyu understood immediately. This is something Li Pan really can't explain. Because the conversation didn't touch on the fact that her side and Xia Santi were evenly matched, Li Pan, who had been the most vocal in her harsh words, is now the most fearful and the one who most wants the situation to end quickly. She was even afraid that Xia Santi would see her swollen face and give her away, so she immediately fled abroad. "But I'm sorry. You want it to end, but we don't," Shin Yoshin said to Li Pan. "Didn't you say I was the kind of paparazzi who specializes in taking unflattering photos? I'm sorry, but now I really am." He chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter that the big star Li ran away. We can just follow him all the way to South Korea, right?" Luo Qinghan nodded, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. "Okay, now let's examine the details of this transnational extortion. First, the first question. Who will go?" Late at night, in the presidential suite of a luxury members-only hotel in Seoul, South Korea. Smack! Li Pan threw her phone onto the bed, her face pale, as if her hand had been burned by a hot iron. She looked down again, and began to tremble uncontrollably, her legs so weak she almost collapsed to the ground. On the phone screen, an obscene video was playing loudly, and the voice coming from it was her own. Li Pan's face turned deathly pale, and her hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. She watched the edited video with utter terror. This is a compilation. Every 10 seconds or so, the video cuts to the next scene, and at the same time, the recording time and the list of actors appear in the subtitles below. On January 28th, Li Pan and Kai Momo. On February 6th, Li Pan and Wang Momo. On February 7th, Li Pan and Yu Mao. On February 14th, Li Pan, Su, E, and a certain, not very famous and whose identity cannot be identified, were present. The video played for a full 5 minutes, and Li Pan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, chilled from head to toe. It's over. She had only one thought left in her mind. If this video is released, I'm doomed. It's not just about completely retiring from the entertainment industry and ending one's career. Once this video is released, the person in question, along with the young male celebrities in the video, will be completely ruined and banned. This is a foregone conclusion, and there is no need for further discussion. But what Li Pan was truly worried about was her own life. Xia Santi is a narrow-minded person who never likes to share. He's the kind of person who immediately deletes BT seeds after downloading resources, and yet he's encountered something like this. Li Pan became increasingly frightened as she thought about it, her palms sweating profusely. To ordinary people, the matter between himself and Xia Santi would certainly be a huge scandal, but in fact, many people in another high-level circle knew about it. Given Xia San's vengeful nature, there was absolutely no way she could have survived unscathed after cheating on him. He'll definitely kill himself. Bite. Another message came in. Li Pan lowered her head in fear and saw that it read, "Madam, you don't want your husband to know about this, do you? Sister Chow, Sister Chow?" Li Pan screamed in terror. She frantically grabbed her phone and made a voice call to her agent, Sister Chow. "Quick, come to my room, Sister Chow. I'm in big trouble." 15 minutes later, Sister Chow, dressed in a blue-striped suit, stared at Li Pan's phone with a gloomy expression. It must be Luo Qinghan. Li Pan paced back and forth in the room, screaming. Only she has that ability. Is she a pervert? I only hit her little man once. Is it really necessary to treat me like this? And that way Yuan Hui, that bitch. I considered her a friend, but she filmed every single episode of my story and even sold me to Luo Qinghan. What? Is Luo Qinghan so desperate for money that she's trying to extort money from me? Sister Chow, with her plump face and narrow eyes, shook her head. Pan, you're oversimplifying things. Luo Qinghan is definitely not after money. She doesn't need your money. She's approaching you. She's probably after something bigger. Sister Chow pressed her throbbing temples. Yesterday, Li Pan came back like a mad dog, and as soon as she mentioned the name Luo Qinghan, she immediately knew that something terrible was going to happen. Celebrities may be completely clueless and only know how to act, but seasoned agents like them must understand the entire circle of capital and power. Li Pan didn't know who Luo Qinghan was, but she did. Someone of this caliber is simply not someone they can afford to offend, and expecting Xia Sanni to strangle her is even more naive. If he really could destroy that Tungfei clique, he would have done it already. Why would you need to beg him? I heard that Xia Santi was originally quite dominant against the Tungfei system, but since Crown Prince Xinyu rose to prominence, he has suffered several setbacks in a row. So Sister Chow immediately told Li Pan to go to South Korea to avoid the trouble, but unexpectedly, she still couldn't escape it. In the current situation, we're like mice that have stumbled into a battle between lions and tigers. One wrong move, and we could be trampled to death by either of them. However, the good thing is, despite all our mistakes, we did at least do one thing right. We've come to the land of kimchi. Looking at the bewildered Li Pan, Sister Chow revealed a smug smile. In China, they are lions and tigers, and we are mice. But in Korea? Sister Chow chuckled. It's uncertain who the mouse is. She picked up her phone and looked at the signature on the last extortion message. See you tomorrow, Xinyu. Pan, you just said that Crown Prince Xinyu was especially favored by Luo Qinghan back then? Sister Chow squinted at Li Pan. Yes. Li Pan pointed angrily to her swollen right cheek. Luo Qinghan really likes him. I just said to him, are you deaf? And Luo Qinghan slapped me twice on the same side. Sister Chow couldn't help but touch her chin. In fact, Xinyu is a key figure in the Tungfei group. He is both the son of the richest man, Shun Tingfei, and the boyfriend of the most capable fighter, Luo Qinghan. If we can catch him, it's like we've caught the key to the entire Tingfei system, and we can definitely turn the tide and defeat them. Sister Chow smiled sinisterly. Pan, let me tell you, things were already over, but then this idiot Shun Yu came along. Of all the bad luck he's had, he actually dared to come and blackmail you in person. Listen to me. We'll do this and that tomorrow, I promise you. We can easily kill him. Chapter 231 Going Too Far. Take off your clothes. What did you say? I told you to take your clothes off. In a hotel room in Seoul, South Korea, Xinyu coldly stared at Li Pan, filled with impatience. They discussed it for a while that night, and initially decided to have Huang Zhizhu handle the matter. Then, Luo Qinghan, Li Fian, and Feng Wanxiao began to discuss the details. How to break down the other party's psychological defenses, how to use persuasive language to firmly control them, how to gradually break them down psychologically and make them lose their will to resist. Actually, these were common knowledge that people in the underworld knew very well, but Xinyu had never heard of them. The more he listened, the more he felt that this kind of evil trick that targets human weaknesses was. That's so interesting. As Lu Sun once said, who wouldn't want to be a villain as long as the price isn't too high? Being a good person means having to consider the bigger picture and being constantly torn between two options, while being a bad person means being able to act recklessly and without restraint. Especially when the person you're dealing with is a complete scumbag, you don't feel any psychological burden. Who wouldn't want to experience the thrill of acting on behalf of God, the exhilaration of being worse than the bad guys? Xinyu was really eager to experience what it felt like to blackmail bad guys, so as the boss, he decided. Stealing from employees' performance bonuses. He immediately grabbed Luo Qinghan's arm and, using a sweet, coquettish manner, snatched the task from Huang Zhizhu. If he's going, Luo Qinghan will naturally have to come along. At the time, everyone thought this was another collective operation by the Vermilion Bird Squad. But when Luo Qinghan arrived at the airport, she suddenly realized that she couldn't leave. An emergency has occurred on Siban Island, and she must immediately take Li Fian to put out the fire. Then, in the end, this trip to Korea with Kimchi turned into a three-way affair involving Xinyu, Wu Debiao, and Feng Wanxiao. Xinyu was originally excited, but without Han Ge by his side, he immediately wilted upon arriving in South Korea and just wanted to finish this matter as soon as possible and go home. He then arrived at the room where he had arranged to meet Li Pan. Both of them were wearing baseball caps and masks, and Xinyu's first request was for Li Pan to take off her clothes for inspection. Now he's learned his lesson, and the first thing he does when he comes up is to check if the other party has any eavesdropping or recording devices. Just kidding. He got Li Pan here by using the records. If the other party records this, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? How could you be so shameless? Li Pan's brows were furious, and her hands were trembling slightly with anger, as if she was stunned by his rude request. Xinyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Come on, lady, save your breath. We both know what kind of person you are. You've done that kind of thing, and now you're pretending to be an innocent girl? Is this your acting style? Xinyu waved the USB drive in her hand. Sister Pan, if you don't cooperate like this, we can't continue our conversation. Staring at the USB drive, Li Pan frowned and bit her lower lip, saying, Xinyu, just name your price. Xinyu suppressed his impatience, took out an electronic device detector from his pocket, stepped forward, and said, Big Star, are you ever going to stop? My time is very valuable. Please cooperate, I don't want our conversation to be recorded. So hurry up and take off your clothes. I need to check. Li Pan was clearly surprised that he had this, and panicked immediately. She took a step back and said, You don't come any closer. I'm not recording. If you keep doing this, I'm leaving. Then you can go. Xinyu wasn't in a hurry and simply pulled up a chair and sat down. Now that you're gone, the trending topics will be interesting tomorrow, and Minister Xia's face will look even better. Li Pan froze on the spot. This is her Achilles heel. After a full half-minute of silence, she murmured softly, You can't be so fierce. Everything can be discussed. If I couldn't talk about it, I wouldn't have agreed to come see you in the first place. Xinyu immediately reached out to interrupt her rambling. He didn't want to listen to any of this nonsense. He just wanted to finish his business as soon as possible and return home. He tapped on the table. Come here, open the bag you're carrying. I don't want to waste any more words. This time, Li Pan wasn't stubborn anymore. She pouted and obediently handed over the bag. Xinyu opened the bag and, sure enough, found a small camera and a voice recorder inside. There was not a single surprise. Xinyu deftly turned off both devices and removed the batteries. Then, expressionless, he looked up and pointed to Li Pan's coat. Take it off. Li Pan couldn't help but grit her teeth, her face full of grievance as she said, Then let me see the video first. How am I supposed to know if what you have is real or fake? This time, Xinyu didn't say anything. He stood up, turned on the TV in the room, and switched it to video playback mode. The purpose of this visit was to negotiate, and inspecting the goods is simply part of the job. It can be verified. He pressed the play button, and Li Pan's distinctive voice came through clearly. I can give you the resources, but let's see if you can show some real skill in bed later. Do you know why Yi Chunli from your boy band was blacklisted? Anyone who refuses to serve me wants to stay in this industry. Kneel down. Stop, Li Pan screamed. Don't play it. Turn it off right now. Xinyu pressed the pause button on the remote control, frowned, walked up to Li Pan, grabbed Li Pan's coat, and said coldly, Should you take it off yourself, or should I help you? Li Pan lowered her head and remained silent. She was wearing a mask, obscuring her face, but it was clear that her right cheek was higher than her left. Xinyu glanced at her face and thought to herself that she probably wouldn't be back for at least half a month. Okay, it seems that for at least the next 2 weeks, China's appearance has reached its lowest point and is practically exposed to the elements. He grabbed Li Pan's zipper and pulled it down sharply. Then, his gaze sharpened. A miniature microphone was clipped to Li Pan's white shirt, and the recording device connected to the microphone was flashing a red dot. Startled, Xinyu noticed that Li Pan, now exposed, suddenly took a step back, leaned against the wall, and screamed, Xinyu, don't come any closer. With a loud bang, the door to the room was kicked open. Several police officers dressed in Korean police uniforms rushed in and, without saying a word, pinned Shinyu to the ground. They started shouting and yelling when a chubby Chinese translator trotted in and said sternly, "Don't move. You're under arrest." Several police officers began searching Shinyu's body, but Shinyu glanced at them and did not resist at all. Looking at Li Pan, who was huddled in the corner, he suddenly felt a little admiration for her. Okay, that's quite an unconventional idea. In a double cross, she somehow dragged the South Korean police into the mess. And this is precisely where Shinyu's power is limited. Whenever Li Pan hires gangsters, whether from South Korea or China, Shinyu always manages to resolve the situation. But the police. Several police officers were searching Shinyu's body when Li Pan pointed to the USB drive on the television and shouted, "The evidence is there." The captain, dressed in plain clothes, pulled the USB drive out of his hand and started rattling off a string of Korean phrases. The translator next to him grinned maliciously. "Kid, Captain Kim is telling you, you dared to extort money in South Korea. That's a serious crime. You'd better spend a few years in jail." Chapter 232 Sister Pan, see you later. Seeing the USB drive in the hands of the Korean captain, Li Pan finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, we have the evidence. Sister Chow has connections in the police station. This is a place where the underworld of China can't exert any influence. Shinyu had no other way to get out of there except to hand over the original copy and destroy the files. She stepped forward, staring at Shinyu with a smug smile. "Didn't expect that, did you? Hand over the items quickly. I can still help you before the verdict is announced. If it's too late, we can only try to get a reduced sentence. I've heard that South Korea's prisons are really tough. They even imprison presidents one after another." After saying that, she proudly puffed out her chest, trying to see a look of panic and pleading in Shinyu's eyes. However, she was disappointed. Shinyu looked at her with a half-smile, her face calm and without a trace of panic. Li Pan's heart skipped a beat. This young boy has clearly fallen into his own trap, so why is he still so calm? Did he make some arrangements before he came? At this moment, the captain, holding the USB drive, started talking, and the fat man next to him translated. "Hand over your backups right now, and you might get away with it. But if we find them, you're in for a world of hurt." This was just rhetoric, of course, but the captain knew it was a very effective tactic, especially since the boy who was arrested was very young and clearly inexperienced. To his surprise, Shinyu turned to look at him, her face full of astonishment, and said, "What backup?" The translator was taken aback. "Of course it's the backup of your USB drive." Shinyu said blankly, "This USB drive isn't mine. It was already plugged into the TV before I arrived, so it has nothing to do with me." "You're talking nonsense," Li Pan exclaimed angrily. "I saw you insert it with my own eyes." Shinyu looked at her and chuckled. "Sister Pan, are you ignorant of the law? Don't you usually watch Teacher Luo's lectures on Zhongsan? You are a party to the case, and you cannot serve as a witness, whether in China or South Korea. Besides," he held out his gloved hand, "there aren't even any of my fingerprints on it. Without witnesses or physical evidence, what makes you claim that USB drive is mine?" Li Pan was stunned. "What's going on? Isn't this kid a gangster? Why do you seem to know so much about the law?" At this moment, the translator relayed Shun Yu's words to the plainclothes officers, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. "This is difficult. It's not that I'm afraid of a thug with guts. It's that I'm afraid of a thug with education." The captain didn't have a good solution for the moment, so he could only instruct a few people to push Shinyu out, intending to put him in the police car first. Shinyu didn't resist. As he passed Li Pan, he smiled faintly. "Sister Pan, we'll see each other again in 24 hours at most." "Don't be so naughty then." Watching Shinyu being escorted away with a calm expression, Li Pan suddenly felt a sense of unease. A strong premonition rose uneasily in her heart. This matter is probably not as simple as I thought. 2 hours later, in the interrogation room of the Sangwa-dong police station in Seoul. "I won't say anything until my lawyer arrives." Looking at the tall police officer across the interrogation table, Shinyu spoke slowly. Smack! The police officer slammed his hand on the table and began speaking in broken Korean, while the translator beside him said in unison, "You've been watching too many American TV shows, haven't you? You're just a paparazzi who secretly photographs celebrities, and you keep talking about being a lawyer? This is the Republic of China. I'll teach you a lesson, then you'll see if a lawyer is any good. As he spoke, the tall police officer immediately turned off the interrogation listening device, rolled up his sleeves, and strode towards Xinyu. Jiang Dongxiu. Xinyu suddenly said, "Your name is Jiang Dongxiu. I heard them call you that just now." Jiang Dongxiu was taken aback. After hearing the translation, his face immediately darkened. "I don't know what they gave you that made you decide to use unconventional interrogation methods. But I know that as long as I give this information to my friend at the embassy and let him file a protest, or to my friend who works as a journalist in online news, your career is over. Jiang Dongxiu, I suggest you think carefully about whether it's worth it." After hearing the translation, Jiang Dongxiu immediately felt a headache coming on. This kid from China is definitely knowledgeable. He's probably not your average paparazzi. The two paths he just mentioned are the political path, which represents the most serious situation, and the news path, which represents the most serious public opinion issue. Neither of these lines is something Jiang Dongxiu's identity can handle. Moreover, he hit the nail on the head. The key issue is cost. Is it really worth doing this? Jiang Dongxiu had no choice but to sit back down in his seat with a resentful expression. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a light-colored suit, accompanied by two police officers, stormed into the interrogation room, shouting, "I want to see my client. You cannot arrest someone for more than a day without any evidence." Jiang Dongxiu's eyelids twitched again. He certainly recognized the man in the light-colored suit. He was a notorious litigious man. But this lawyer's price is not low. Jiang Dongxiu looked at Xinyu in surprise. How could this paparazzi afford such an expensive lawyer? The expressions on everyone's faces changed repeatedly. They were all at a loss. Jiang Dongxiu walked back to his seat and sat down again. In short, now that this liar has arrived, and we don't have any favorable evidence, it seems we can't force the issue. I guess I'll have to let this person go as soon as possible. 2 hours later, Li Pan checked into the luxury hotel. What? They released them? Li Pan looked utterly incredulous. You just let him go like that? Can't they lock someone up without evidence? Can't they even wait 3 days? No. Can't you guys just beat him up? Wait, don't hang up. Hearing the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Li Pan slumped onto the bed. Xinyu came out already? It's been less than 12 hours. Didn't Sister Chow say she had connections at this police station? How did things turn out like this? Her mind was buzzing. All she could think about were the 2 sentences Xinyu had said to her as she passed by half a day ago. Sister Pan, we'll be able to meet again in 24 hours at most. Don't be so naughty then. Ring ring. The phone rang abruptly, startling Li Pan so much that she shuddered. Answer the phone. Li Pan heard a sound she least wanted to hear at that moment. Sister Pan, Xinyu said mockingly, you should go to the window. At this time of day, the floor-to-ceiling windows of your room 3014 are facing the sunset. What a great angle for photography. You're so photogenic. Don't you want to take a selfie? Li Pan's breathing became rapid. How did you know where I live? I not only know where you live, I also know something else. Xinyu calmly and slowly said, if you can't get to the hotel we agreed to meet at this morning within 20 minutes, then it won't be more than an hour. You're about to top today's headlines, dominate everyone's chat groups, and flood the trending topics in China tonight. Sister Pan, isn't it a coincidence? Teacher Wang Feng just released a new song today, another great time to gossip. By the way, the countdown has already started. You have 19 minutes left. Chapter 233. What use are you to me? When Li Pan rushed to the hotel, she was out of breath and almost collapsed. However, after checking the time on her phone, she didn't even dare to waste time catching her breath. As soon as the elevator stopped on the 13th floor, she dashed out like a 100-meter sprinter. Li Pan had no doubt that Xinyu would release all the videos when the 20 minutes were up. This person was absolutely capable of doing it. I miscalculated. Originally, Li Pan thought that Xinyu was so young that he probably hadn't even graduated from university yet, and that with her own plan, she could definitely win him over. But now she regrets it deeply. She shouldn't have angered him. This person was far more powerful than she had imagined, and Sister Chow's connections were simply no match for him. The key point is that he was extremely arrogant. arrested in the morning at 1327, and then dared to arrange to meet again in the same room that evening. This was clearly telling him that he didn't take the South Korean police seriously at all. Open the door. Open the door. Stop the timer. I've arrived. I've arrived. Li Pan stumbled and collapsed in front of the door of 1327, shouting at the top of her lungs. I am Li Pan. I have arrived. The door opened. Shin Yu's ambiguous smile was revealed. He looked mockingly at Li Pan kneeling on the ground, then glanced behind her. How many South Korean police officers did you bring this time? No. Li Pan struggled to get up, locked the door, and gasped for breath, hands on her hips. This time I came by myself. This time I am sincere. I will cooperate fully, and I will never cheat again. Shin Yu didn't say anything. He glanced at Li Pan indifferently, then walked to the only single sofa in the room and sat down. He took out a can of want milk, opened the tab, and took a sip. Then, he pressed the speakerphone button on his phone and heard a deep voice ask, Your Highness, there are 30 seconds left. Shall I send it now? Shin Yu smacked her lips and slowly pressed the call button, saying, She's arrived, don't send the message yet. Wait another 10 minutes. Li Pan almost collapsed. He had run so far that he felt like he was going to vomit his lungs out, and this kid still wouldn't let him go. Is he going to send it again in 10 minutes? Is he a demon? She rushed over and said urgently, Shin Yu, I know I was wrong before. Shin Yu didn't even look at her and interrupted her directly. Take it off. Li Pan was taken aback, then recalled the scuffle between the two that morning and felt a wave of frustration wash over her. After all that effort, we're back to this point. I should never have pulled those stunts. I should have just taken my clothes off honestly back then. She quickly took off her coat and threw it on the bed. She had been running all the way and was covered in sweat. Her white shirt clung tightly to her body, outlining her figure in a very alluring way. Li Pan disregarded her embarrassment and turned around to clearly demonstrate to Shin Yu that she truly had no listening devices on her this time. But just as she was about to speak again, Shin Yu pointed at her body. Take it off. Li Pan was stunned. Still taking it off? With her stripped down like that, couldn't you just use that device to check her? Her heart was already pounding. Did Shin Yu want to investigate her or sleep with her? I messed with him this morning. Is he going to torture me like crazy later? She looked anxiously into Shin Yu's eyes, only to find that there was no desire in them, only impatience. It was just like him waiting in line for food at the cafeteria. It's annoying, but I can't skip this step. I still have to queue. Seeing herself lost in thought, Shin Yu frowned and immediately picked up her phone. I'll take it off. I'll take it off. Li Pan quickly took off her shirt and pants, leaving her only in a small set of clothes. She's not stupid. She could tell the other person was getting impatient. If they kept dragging their feet, and Shin Yu really got angry, then it would be completely irreparable. No way. Now, even if he asks her to dance a Bollywood Indian dance for him, she has to dance. Shin Yu looked her up and down, then circled her finger in the air. Li Pan quickly turned around to show him her back. By this time, she had gradually calmed down. Ideally, she would be able to get away with it and turn the matter around. She deliberately stood tall and straight, creating a large S-shaped curve. All right, Shin Yu said, put your clothes on. His tone was completely listless. Put it on. In an instant, Li Pan felt even greater humiliation than when she had shouted, take it off, earlier. She suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Was she being rejected? Shin Yu actually just checked for listening devices? Li Pan is known in the entertainment industry for her hot figure, and she is extremely strict with herself. She understands very well that this is the real moat that distinguishes her from other female stars in the entertainment industry. No matter how thin those flat-chested female celebrities are, they can only get compliments from female fans, but they don't have the things that guys like to see. She herself is the most gifted person in the entire entertainment industry. She only loses weight where she should, and the fat all grows in the places it should grow in, as if it were perfectly obedient. It was precisely because of this that she never knew she had encountered covetous and lustful glances throughout her life. Li Pan was aware of her fatal attraction to men, but at this moment, the way Shin Yu looked at her was as if she were a trash can. If it were anyone else, Li Pan would definitely think the other person was faking it, but she knew that Shin Yu was not. He really did have a girlfriend who was prettier than him, had a hotter figure than him, and was also richer than him. Luo Qinghan. As Li Pan put on her clothes, she felt an overwhelming tightness in her chest. She was shocked to discover that what was even more embarrassing than wanting to sleep with you was that the other person didn't even bother to sleep with you. Come on, take a look at this. Xinyu pointed his phone directly at her. It was a video call. Li Pan leaned closer and immediately saw a muscular young man with a buzz cut, his eyes gleaming menacingly, slowly pulling a fat woman, her face covered in blood, from the ground, who was crying incessantly. It's Sister Chow. Her legs gave way, and Li Pan collapsed to the ground. She felt utterly hopeless. Sister Chow even claimed to have powerful connections and a deep background. What a load of rubbish. Now she probably can't even save her own life. Actually, when the police came this morning, my friend with the buzz cut had already told me through his earpiece. Do you know why I chose to stay even though I could have run away? With a cold laugh, Xinyu looked at Li Pan with disdain. Because I want to tell you something. Whether it's the underworld, the legitimate world, the way of China, or the way of Korea. You can't beat me. Li Pan's heart sank, and her face instantly turned ashen. Xinyu opened the window and pointed to the building opposite the room. Besides, do you know why I insisted on meeting in this room? Because right across the street, in the window of the building, there's a beautiful female sniper, much prettier than you, aiming at you. With that, Xinyu downed the can of want milk in one gulp, pressed the button on her earphone, and said, Late summer, let's show off our skills. Then, he tossed the empty can of want milk aside. Smack! With a sharp crack, the can was pierced by a bullet and blasted against the wall. Li Pan was instantly terrified. That bullet just flew right over her head. If it had been even 10 centimeters lower, she would have been dead. Don't! Clutching her head, Li Pan screamed and collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. When she first arrived, all she expected was to apologize and then renegotiate the terms with Xinyu. Later, she felt that she could give anything. All she wants now is to live. That's all she needs. Whether or not to kill you, I am indeed hesitant. Xinyu squatted down in front of her, looking thoughtful. Originally, I hoped to use you to do something. But I've realized that your incompetence and love of fun are probably causing more trouble than good. Can you really help me? Xinyu shook her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. Actually, without you, I could have done those things in a different way. It's just a matter of speed. As for what you've done in the past, I just felt disgusted, but it was only when you tricked me this time that I realized you're practically a time bomb. Besides causing trouble, it seems like I'm getting nothing from you. As for extorting money from you, that's utter nonsense. I can tell you, with a touch of shame, that I'm an extremely wealthy second-generation heir, and many things in this world are troubling me. Besides money. Li Pan was stunned. She realized that Xinyu seemed to have already reached a conclusion. The benefits are limited, but the risks are very high. So, Xinyu looked at Li Pan in confusion. What use would I have for you? How about? He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Just kill him. Chapter 234 I'm useful. I really am useful. Li Pan completely broke down. She screamed like a mad dog, grabbing Xinyu's shoes and saying, No, don't kill me. I can do anything, wah. I'm sure I can be of use to you, sob sob sob. Please, please don't kill me. As she spoke, she knelt down and kissed Xinyu's shoes. Xinyu felt awkward. No, it's just the Edward's first generation. Is it really that good? They've even come up with their mouths. Actually, he was just bragging. Li Pan certainly can't die. Otherwise, what's the point of all this trouble they've gone through to South Korea? Moreover, the sudden death of such a prominent public figure is difficult to manage. The claim that there are many ways to deal with Xia Sani is nonsense. The best way right now is Li Pan. The idea that they don't lack money is even more ridiculous. Assets are assets, and habits are habits. He usually has to reach the minimum order amount to get a discount when he buys a hoodie, okay? These incredibly persuasive talking techniques were all learned from listening to Luo Qinghan and the others chat before coming here. They were completely learned on the spot, but Li Pan really fell for them. Xinyu has now discovered it. This woman's defining characteristic is that when she thinks she's far superior to you, she'll practically want to ride on your neck and shit on you. However, once she feels that you are far more capable than her, You can then ride on her neck as much as you want. Looking at Li Pan frantically kissing her shoes on the ground, Xinyu felt a pang of emotion. It feels so good to be a bad guy. See, it works even better than wet wipes. Then, he began to think back to what the next step was after breaking down the psychological defenses. Oh, by the way, it's time for PUA, pickup artist, tactics. Are you useful? Standing up, Xinyu frowned, thought for a moment, walked around with her hands behind her back, and then sat back down on the sofa, looking bored. I want to confirm one thing. What exactly is your place in Xia Santi's heart? Can you get any information or evidence out of him? I can. A glimmer of hope appeared in Li Pan's eyes, and she shouted. Xiahou Lin really likes me. He's willing to tell me anything. Real. Real. She excitedly tried to get up and speak, but Xinyu's face immediately darkened. Who told you to stand up? Thump. Without hesitation, Li Pan knelt down and slapped herself across the face. President Shun, I deserve to die. Xinyu almost couldn't hold back. Sister, please stop hitting me. When will your face heal from all the slaps? If it doesn't, when will you be able to go back to China to see Xia Santi? However, he held back. Staring intently at Li Pan until she was sweating profusely, Xinyu suddenly let out a cold laugh. If you want to become more valuable to me, his current level of liking for you is simply not enough. 2 months, I don't care what method you use, make him even more obsessed with you. Be so obsessed that he'll tell you everything, then I'll tell you what to do, understand? Understood. Li Pan lowered her head. I will definitely handle this well, President Shun. From now on, I am your person. You? Xinyu gave her a disdainful look. Are you worthy? I don't deserve it. Li Pan cried again, prostrating herself on the ground and shouting loudly. I am your dog. Xinyu thought to herself. That's amazing. If you put it that way, then the prop that Feng Wanxia prepared for me next is really perfect for the occasion. He took a collar out of his pocket. This is a collar for a medium-sized dog, with a dog tag hanging in the middle, on which Li Pan's Chinese and English names and date of birth are engraved. Xinyu casually tossed the collar on the ground. Put it on. Li Pan immediately picked it up and put the collar on without hesitation, even carefully adjusting the dog tag to face forward. This person has completely lost the will to resist and has no sense of shame. She looked at Xinyu with a fawning smile on her face, without a trace of embarrassment. He wasn't embarrassed, it was Xinyu who was. His awkward toes were scratching his shoe repeatedly in the Edwards Generation 1. But he couldn't show his embarrassment, so he could only keep a straight face and say in a tone that said, Haha, I'm just such a pervert. Get your face fixed as soon as possible, get back to China quickly, and also, remember, you must wear this collar whenever you see me from now on. As he spoke, he stood up. He stepped on Li Pan's shoulder, forcing her into a kneeling position. He fiddled with the dog tag, circling it with his finger. Oh, and remember to get yourself a chain. The next morning, after settling into her seat in the overhead compartment of the plane, Xinyu's happiness was practically written all over her face. Finally, it's time to leave Seoul and return to Anju. Before coming, he thought he should at least spend some time exploring the area and maybe even visit Myeongdong. Once he arrived, all he wanted to do was finish his business. What was there to see here? He just wanted to go back and see Brother Han. The thought of seeing Luo Qinghan as soon as he got off the plane made him so happy that he couldn't help but stand on tiptoe, grin, and hum a song. What a disgrace. Feng Wanxia glared at him resentfully. She finally got to be alone with me, but her mind was still on that vixen Luo Qinghan. Well, brother you, ever since we entered the passage, that kid behind us has been staring this way, Wu Debiao whispered. Should I go and teach him a lesson? Turning her head in the direction Biaozi pointed, Xinyu saw a very imposing man walking down the passage behind her. This person looked to be under 30 years old, not very tall, but very handsome, with a real K-drama oppa vibe. He was dressed in a well-tailored blue suit, followed by 8 or 9 assistants, a large entourage, clearly a big shot. At that moment, the man in the blue suit seemed to be listening to his assistant behind him say something, but his eyes kept glancing at Feng Wanxia. Did you see that? Feng Wanxia gently nudged Xinyu and whispered, Someone knows their stuff. Just watch. He'll probably come over and chat me up in a bit. Xinyu suddenly felt a surge of displeasure. He had no romantic feelings for Mori, but he was still annoyed. Every man knows why. Wu Debiao, standing to the side, gave him another look. So, do you want me to teach him a lesson? Xinyu thought for a moment, then shook her head. Never mind. He has no grounds for disagreement. He doesn't like Feng Wanxia, so how can he stop other people from pursuing her? No stance. But I'm still not happy. The man in the blue suit walked to the seat next to theirs, but before he could sit down, footsteps sounded from the other side. The captain even brought all the flight attendants over to greet him. Everyone kept bowing, their faces beaming with smiles, incredibly fawning, chattering incessantly to curry favor. Xinyu didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. No, Captain, is this really beneath you? In his mind, the captain is the tough guy, the great hero, like Zhang Hanyu in The Captain. He felt that everyone on the plane had to obediently follow the instructions of the person in charge, because that person was an absolute big shot. As a result, the Korean pilot showed him his own experience, explaining that those were all stereotypes. This guy is a real scoundrel, a rich tycoon's son, the kind of guy you'd find in an idol drama. Feng Wanxiao explained as she listened to their conversation. She is a true language genius. They originally wanted to bring a Korean translator with them, but Feng Wanxia said it wasn't necessary. She will. Upon arrival, it became clear that it wasn't necessary. As soon as she got off the plane, Feng Wanxia chatted for quite a while with a sales assistant at the duty-free shop about BTS gossip. Because she spoke so fluently, the young woman even suspected she was from South Korea and that her Western-looking face was the result of plastic surgery, keeping asking her where she had her nose done. At this moment, when Feng Wanxiao mentioned 3 fishy things, Xinyu understood it was the biggest conglomerate in South Korea. Chaebols exist everywhere, but without a doubt, in terms of their status within their own country, the chaebols of South Korea are the most prominent. This is something that many Korean movies don't hide at all. They portray it very clearly. The presidency, the most dangerous profession in Korea, is often nothing more than a puppet of tycoons. And the man in the blue suit in front of them was actually the son of the largest conglomerate in South Korea. No wonder the entire crew was so apprehensive. He's already looked at me for the 10th time, Feng Wanxiao whispered to Xinyu. He's definitely going to ask for my phone number. She had barely finished speaking when the man in the blue suit turned around. He flashed an impeccable smile and bowed to Feng Wanxia, saying, Annyeonghaseyo. Chapter 235. This is the right I'm giving you. Xinyu immediately frowned. Anima, Ninjama, Hazej Maochanya. This blue suit is so damn annoying. However, Feng Wanxia had already started speaking to her in Korean. As they were talking, the man in the blue suit blushed and smiled sheepishly. Xinyu couldn't understand what the two were saying and could only stare blankly. But Feng Wanxia turned her head, pretending to be flustered, and deliberately teased him. What should I do, Xinyu? My heart is beating so fast. He asked me for my phone number. Look at him, he's handsome and rich, and most importantly, I love shy guys like him. Should I call him? Xinyu was filled with hatred. I should have let Biaozi do the blue suit earlier. Now it's too late to lose your temper. It will only make you look incredibly rude. The point is, the man in the blue suit just started a conversation. He wasn't trying to be arrogant. How could you be so shameless as to slap him in the face? This is fucking. He asked you for his phone number, and you were thinking of giving it to him. Then you should. Xinyu said through gritted teeth. Give him one. A fake number? Uft. Feng Wanxia couldn't hold back any longer. She was absolutely laughing at the expression on Xinyu's face. I'm so happy. The little voice inside her was ecstatic. Looks like this jerk has feelings for me. Look at how jealous he is, like a husky guarding its food. Yeah, I love your silly side. Xinyu, you handled this matter incorrectly just now. Feng Wanxia's smile faded, and she turned to look at Xinyu with a very serious expression. Feng Wanxia is recognized as the smartest member of the Vermilion Bird Squad. When she is serious, how could Xinyu dare to be negligent? He instinctively straightened his back. Feng Wanxia stared into his eyes, her face grave, and said, Let me tell you what to do in this situation. First, put your hands on my lap. Xinyu. What is that? However, Feng Wanxia didn't give him time to think. She directly took his hand and placed it on her lap. Xinyu was stunned. The guy in the blue suit opposite him was also stunned. No. How did I suddenly get the hang of it? Well done. Feng Wanxia nodded appreciatively. The second step is for you to do what I did and give him the middle finger as a gesture of international goodwill. As she spoke, she gave a demonstration. The man in the blue suit was completely dumbfounded. Huh, weren't we having a great talk just now? Feng Wanxia turned to look at Shenyu. Hurry up and do it, or I'll move your hand to another part of my body. Shenyu was startled. Wouldn't Brother Han kill me? He quickly gave the middle finger to the man in the blue suit. Okay, Feng Wanxia replied in a standard foreign teacher's tone. Now read after me. Stupid, stay away from my girl. Shenyu's lips twitched. He knew that if he didn't read it aloud, Feng Wanxia might do something even more outrageous, so he reluctantly read along. Stupid, stay away from my girl. Then Feng Wanxia wagged her middle finger. Damn it. Shenyu could only wag her middle finger and say, damn it. The man in the blue suit turned pale, as if struck by lightning. He was completely bewildered. What happened to me? Why was I suddenly being insulted by two people at the same time? And you two got so neatly dressed. Am I part of your play? However, as a Chable heir, he didn't want to argue in front of so many people, in case it was filmed. She had no choice but to turn her head away and sit down angrily. That's a standard operating procedure, Feng Wanxia said, shrugging. If the other party objects, just close the door and let the bully out. So you get it now? Next time someone asks for your phone number, just follow this procedure. Shenyu was both amused and exasperated. It turned out that Feng Wanxia knew what he was thinking, and since he had refused her cleanly and decisively, Shenyu felt embarrassed. This is a mess. You say you don't like her, but you keep blocking her from finding love. That's really shameless. He scratched his head. Wanxia, I think you can be more confident. Feng Wanxia waved her hand. You can dislike me, but you can't allow me to like anyone else. You are the master, that's fine. That's nonsense. Shenyu was even more embarrassed. Even in ancient times, there was no rule that said masters wouldn't allow their maids to date. There's no such logic in the world. That shows you don't understand Chinese culture. Feng Wanxia shook her head dismissively. I've already looked it up. In ancient times, there was a type of maid called a dowry maid. A maid who comes with you as part of your dowry is not allowed to talk to anyone else. She can only love the master along with her mistress. Their career plans are very simple and clear, and there is only one path to advancement to become a concubine for the master. What a coincidence. This is exactly the same plan I made for myself. Shenyu thought to herself, you're talking nonsense. We live under the law of monogamy now, and I definitely won't like anyone other than Brother Han. Can we stop messing around? He couldn't help but say, Wanxia, you're too smart. I don't think anyone has the right to make things difficult for you like this. However, at this moment, Feng Wanxia turned her face to the side and stared at him intently. Am I too smart? She thought. That's true. My IQ is 150. Compared to Einstein, I'm a bit lacking, but compared to most people, I'm definitely considered smart. I can learn a language easily. He became a professional singer in just 2 years. He became a professional player in just 3 years. I've been studying Aikido for 4 years, and I can hardly find any rivals in the community anymore. And using a sniper rifle, I even doubt whether there's anyone on earth better than me. Feng Wanxia couldn't help but gently shake her head, her long hair flowing like golden waves. From this perspective, she thought, I am indeed very smart. But only in your case. I'm willing to be stupid. Shenyu, do you think no one has the right to make things difficult for me like this? Some. It's you. Because I gave you this right. This is how I understand our relationship. Shrugging, Feng Wanxia organized her thoughts. First of all, we are a big family, right? Shenyu nodded. Of course. Feng Wanxia nodded. Okay, so that means you also admit that you, me, and Luo Qinghan are one family. Shenyu, huh? Feng Wanxia continued her analysis. Then how should we define our relationship in the most reasonable way? First of all, you are Luo Qinghan's husband, and she is your wife. Is that all right? Shenyu quickly nodded. That's definitely not a problem. Feng Wanxia clapped her hands. So, according to the simplest game theory, I must become an ecological niche that balances the system, right? Shenyu instinctively shrank back. Yes, right? So the only answer is now clear. Feng Wanxia asserted. I am your wife. At the same time, I am Luo Qinghan's husband. This way, any combination of us will work. We are a happy family. From a physical point of view, the triangle is also the most stable shape. Besides, don't you Chinese people also like to use this word when describing a complete and happy family? A family of three. Xinyu. Does this mean a family of three? Wu Debiao, who was eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but cover his face. What kind of nonsense is this? It's such a mess. Ugh, I really can't listen to this anymore. I often feel out of place with you guys because I'm not twisted enough. He couldn't help but press his temples hard. Li Fian is the normal one. Silver hair, dark skin, covered in tattoos. He likes to impale his enemies on poles. She's such a normal, good girl. I thought of the most normal girl in the team, and I don't know why. Wu Debiao's face. It became famous overnight. Chapter 236. Beautiful lady, your order has arrived. In the second bedroom of Dongli First Lane, Luo Qinghan stared blankly at the wedding photo of herself and Xinyu on her phone. She misses him. I miss him so much. In the blink of an eye, Xinyu has been gone for 3 days. He said he would have to wait another day before he could return to Yunzhou. Luo Qinghan returned to Yunzhou from Xibin Island a day ago. At the time, she also restrained herself from slaughtering the few businessmen who were leading the protest against the profit-sharing ratio. A bunch of bastards. Every time she thought about how it was these people who insisted on seeing her before she boarded the plane, forcing her and Xiaoyu to be separated for 4 days, she really wanted to kill them all. Fortunately, her bipolar disorder has now subsided, and she didn't have a breakdown on the spot, but after returning home, she still felt incredibly uncomfortable. 3 whole days have passed without Xiaoyu. These past few days, I haven't been able to play any role-playing games with Xiaoyu before bed, or choose the clothes he wants to see. You can't hold his arm or clamp his leg and fall asleep sweetly. Even after waking up, I can't kiss his eyebrows first, then his lips. Is this how a human being lives? The worst part is that I can't smell him. Unable to smell his scent, Luo Qinghan was utterly tormented. For her now, only the ability to smell Xiaoyu's scent could be called life. Can't smell it. That's just breathing, barely surviving. For Xiaoyu, she was willing to do anything, to give anything. She had only one request. Beside me. Don't make me miss you so much. Do you know that last night was the first time I cried since we visited my mother's grave? Standing up, Luo Qinghan opened the wardrobe with a deep sense of melancholy. The room was full of costumes for cosplay. Besides the ones she bought the first time, she couldn't resist ordering some more yesterday after consulting with Miss Alicia over the past couple of days. Unlike her last purchase, these new ones are even more explicit. Looking at those exaggerated and bizarre clothes, Luo Qinghan's face immediately turned red to her neck. There's nothing shameful about it, she comforted herself. I'm just trying to please my husband. Xiaoyu really likes this. He really loves to tease me. And myself. I like it even more now. I absolutely love being bullied by him. Luo Qinghan subconsciously bit her lower lip. In fact, many times, she really couldn't help but ask, why does it have to be a month? Xiaoyu, don't be so stubborn. I don't need you to respect me like that. That's not what I really crave. What I long for is. Her heart heaved violently, and Luo Qinghan's usually aloof and beautiful face was now as red as a ripe peach. She was too embarrassed to think about what she truly longed for any longer. She bent down and began to slowly arrange the new clothes she had just bought. Many of these clothes haven't been hung up yet. They're piled up at the bottom of the closet, along with some old and miscellaneous items. As Luo Qinghan was unpacking the items one by one, she inadvertently noticed an old photo album peeking out from the corner of the pile of miscellaneous items. Curious, she picked up the photo album and flipped through it, only to be struck by the first page. Uffed. She couldn't help but cover her mouth. A naked baby, sucking on its fingers, stares wide-eyed, looking completely bewildered. Below the photo were a few words. Xinyu's 100-day anniversary photos. Luo Qinghan couldn't resist picking up the photo and giving Xinyu's fleshy parts in the picture a hard kiss. So cute. She felt her maternal DNA stirring. Woohoo, she thought to herself. I want to have a baby as cute as Xiaoyu in the future, and then pinch his little cheeks every day. She continued flipping through the pages and discovered many more baby photos of Xinyu. There were photos of people showing their buttocks, and others showing their front. Some had smiling eyes like crescent moons, while others were crying loudly with a wronged expression. There were even photos of people dressed as women in pink dresses. They are all adorable in their own way. I don't know what happened. There were a few, and Luo Qinghan even felt, she's kind of sexy. Later on, the photos gradually became larger. Some photos were taken while the children were wearing school uniforms at school, others at various tourist attractions, and still others while eating in shopping malls. Some of these photos were taken with a camera, and gradually some were taken with a mobile phone and then printed. As Xinyu grew older in the photos, his demeanor changed. Luo Qinghan stood frozen in front of a photo of Xinyu at age 12 for a good 10 seconds. Suddenly, she understood a word. Showed a fetish. Xinyu was so pretty when she was little. His eyes and brows are so beautiful, his features are full of gentle charm. Yet he also has a kind of boyish innocence and pride. That really feels like being shot right in the heart. As Luo Qinghan read on, she grew to like it more and more. Yes, this picture is of Xinyu playing basketball. I like it. This picture shows little Xinyu eating pizza. I love it. This picture shows little Xinyu climbing a mountain. I love it. This is a photo of Xiao Xinyu and Xiao Inyushin. Tear it up. The last photos in the album were taken when Xinyu was around 14 years old. Luo Qinghan reluctantly flipped through the album and discovered that there was also a diary written by Xinyu when she was in the 4th grade of elementary school. January 2nd, Sunny, I want to be a scientist in the future to study Ultraman. When that happens, the whole world will have to rely on me to protect the Earth and fight monsters. The pressure is so great, I couldn't sleep last night. March 23rd, Sunny, I watched a movie today. 2 foreigners were kissing on screen, and my parents told me to cover my eyes immediately, which I did of course. But what they don't know is that there's a gap between my fingers actually. I didn't miss a thing, huh? On May 3rd, I realized that foreigners look okay on TV, but when I actually see them on the street, I think they look really strange. I still prefer Chinese people. When I grow up, I want to find a girl with long hair, and preferably long legs too. Big breasts would be even better. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle. Had her husband always been this quirky and mischievous since he was a child? Just as she was covering her mouth and laughing, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. A somewhat indistinct voice called out, "Hello, this is the door-to-door service you requested." Setting the photo album aside, Luo Qinghan suddenly felt a sense of surprise. The house had just been cleaned 2 days ago, and she hadn't called any home cleaning service. She immediately became suspicious. Just then, Li Fian went out on an errand. Luo Qinghan drew his pistol, held it in his hand, walked to the door, and tentatively asked, "Who is it? I didn't order any service." Through the surveillance camera, she saw a man standing at the door with his head down. The man was wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled low, obscuring his face. Upon hearing Luo Qinghan's question, he glanced at his phone in confusion, then rattled off a series of phone numbers in a slurred voice. "That's strange. It says Luo Qinghan on this, isn't it you?" As he spoke, he raised his head. A face that Luo Qinghan had been longing for appeared on the screen. With a mischievous grin, Xinyu said to the camera, "The order says you ordered a handsome and fit boyfriend from South Korea. It was delivered around this time." Chapter 237, I Want to Be Your Big Sister. Yeah. With a scream, Luo Qinghan opened the door and brazenly threw herself into Xunyu's arms. "Honey, aren't you supposed to be back tomorrow? Baby, I'm going to give you a surprise MMM. MMM. Xunyu's lips were sealed by Luo Qinghan. The two closed their eyes, embraced tightly, and kissed deeply. It was a long, lingering kiss. Neither of them would let go of the other, as if they wanted to melt into each other's bodies. It's been a long, long time. Feng Wanxia, standing behind Xinyu, called out in dissatisfaction. "That's enough. You're blocking the door and won't let me in, are you? And Luo Qinghan, get your hand out of your hand right now. I saw you pinching his fleshy parts." Luo Qinghan was immediately so embarrassed that her face burned like fire. Well, she really did lose control just now. Just then, she saw Feng Wanxiao rolling her eyes, so she quickly let go of Xinyu, went over and affectionately hugged Feng Wanxiao, gently kissed her cheek, and said with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, you're back. I miss you so much." "You wish. Feng Wangxia angrily reached down with her devilish hand. You vixen. You pinch my master. I'll pinch you back. The three of them entered the house laughing and joking, leaving Wu Debiao to carry the luggage. He entered the room, glanced around, and said with a disappointed look, "Non-smokers are not here. Then I'll head back now." Feng Wanxia also dragged her suitcase back to her room, grumbling as she went. All right. I'm not going to be a third wheel for you two anymore. I need to go back and organize the intelligence I've gathered over the past few days. You two have some shame. Don't be so loud in broad daylight, or I'll join you if you push me too far." As soon as she closed her bedroom door, Xinyu swept Luo Qinghan up in a princess carry and ran into the bedroom. He couldn't wait any longer. Rushing to the bedside, just as he was about to place Luo Qinghan on it, Luo Qinghan suddenly blushed and said hastily, "Honey, throw it. I want you to throw me hard onto the bed." Xinyu was also a little confused. Why? But who cares? He let go, and with a loud bang, Luo Qinghan was slammed onto the soft mattress. Before she could even tidy her disheveled hair, Xinyu had already pressed down on her. The two embraced again, their faces filled with infatuation. One kiss after another fell. Like a golden phoenix encountering jade dew, like moonlight descending upon the pond, like a nimble hummingbird fluttering its wings, sucking the nectar from the flower's heart. Mouthful after mouthful. After a long while, Luo Qinghan cupped Xinyu's face in his hands, panting heavily, and asked, "Honey, tell me briefly how things are going with your plans, but don't forget to kiss me." "Good." Xinyu pressed his forehead against hers, and then gently placed a kiss on her forehead. While kissing her, he recounted from beginning to end how he had dealt with Li Pan. He spoke with great enthusiasm, and Luo Qinghan initially listened with great interest, but by the end, her brows furrowed. Was the idea for this collar Feng Wanxia? Xinyu nodded. She said that Li Pan's personality is such that she's used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, so we need to break her down mentally, like by throwing CPUs or UFOs at her. Just humiliate her thoroughly, baby. What's wrong with you? Luo Qinghan pouted, her face clearly showing displeasure. Humiliating Li Pan? Why should she? Wouldn't that be too easy on her? My husband should only humiliate me. I am the one who deserves to be humiliated by Xiaoyu. What is Li Pan anyway? Luo Qinghan pouted and asked with dissatisfaction. You didn't make her call you master, did you? Xinyu quickly shook her head. That's definitely not true. Only Feng Wanxia calls her master. Li Pan. The difference is quite significant. That's all right. After thinking for a moment, Luo Qinghan's expression brightened, and she became happy again. Xiaoyu, I remember you said you were going to have a good time in Seoul before you left, right? Why are you back so soon? Seoul is meaningless. Lowering her head, Xinyu said somewhat shyly. After going to Seoul, I realized something. Brother Han, a place without you is not worth staying in at all. Luo Qinghan was stunned. She suddenly felt waves of warmth flowing through her heart. Yes, she felt the same way. There are only two kinds of places in the world, places where he is and places where he is not. Where he is, it is paradise on earth. Where he is not, it is a wasteland. Looking into Xun Yu's eyes, Luo Qinghan suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and whispered in his ear. Xiaoyu, I think about you every single day. What about you? Do you miss me? I'm going crazy thinking about it. Gently stroking Luo Qinghan's long, smooth, black hair, Xinyu closed her eyes comfortably. Do you know, baby? Holding you like this is the most comfortable thing in the world. Is holding me the most comfortable thing? Gently lowering her head, Luo Qinghan's lips seemed to inadvertently touch Xun Yu's Adam's apple. How about this? She asked with seductive eyes. Xinyu swallowed hard, her Adam's apple bobbing. Good heavens, who can stand this? Luo Qinghan's move was so powerful that he couldn't hold back for a moment. So, Xinyu glanced anxiously out the window, then went into a frenzy. The sky is being unreasonable. Why isn't it dark yet? I want to play role-playing games. His eyes instinctively glanced towards the wardrobe. There are so many more now? Etc. Isn't that my childhood photo album? And a diary? Holy crap. Xinyu let out a scream and snatched the diary away. Turning to a page, he saw that it read, July 8th, Sunny. A huge secret, I bought a peerless secret manual for 5 yuan on the street today. The Buddha's palm. When I graduate, I will uphold justice and beat up every single one of those bad older students who rob younger students on the street. Xinyu's lips twitched instantly. This is just too damn weird. This is so embarrassing. I just want to scream to the heavens. Luo Qinghan, who was standing nearby, peeked over and burst out laughing. Buddha's palm. It seems there is hope for the martial arts world again. Xinyu, both amused and exasperated, pinched Luo Qinghan's chin and said, Brother Han, how could you look at my childhood nude photos and diary without my permission? Luo Qinghan immediately felt embarrassed. She did indeed feel somewhat guilty about the matter. Seeing Xinyu sit angrily on the floor, Luo Qinghan wrapped her arms around his neck and said coquettishly, Honey, don't be angry. I'll make it up to you right now. What would you like me to play tonight? Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. Actually, he's not angry at all. He's not that petty. He's someone who's learned the Tathagata palm technique. He pulled Luo Qinghan into his arms and held her tightly, gently nuzzling her face as he asked, So, what role do you want to play? Today, your husband is letting you choose for yourself. Real. Luo Qinghan clapped her hands. Then I want to choose one that I can start playing right now. Xinyu was stunned. Our games, and we can start playing them right now? No way. But a strange light flashed in Luo Qinghan's eyes. She snatched Xinyu's photo album, pointed to the picture of her at 12 years old, and said with shining eyes, Honey, I want you to play the 12-year-old boy Xinyu. As for me, Luo Qinghan's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head, biting her lower lip as she looked at Xinyu. I want to play your older sister. Chapter 238. The boy smells good? You'll stink. Xinyu was both amused and exasperated. No wonder Luo Qinghan said we could play now. It turns out she wanted to pretend to be an older sister and make me the little brother, acting like a cute boy. Faint. Xinyu thought to herself, this probably can't be called acting. This is more like children playing house. I really don't understand what's so fun about this. Xinyu turned her head and gave Luo Qinghan a cute pout. Big sister, you're so strange. Wow. Luo Qinghan got into character in a second. Her face flushed, and she gently touched Xinyu's hair. Little Yu, you're such a good girl. Am I being good? Xinyu cupped her face in her hands, staring at her with wide, curious eyes. Big sister, you have such fair skin. His exposed face and arms are so white. Luo Qinghan was even happier, and she gently pinched little Yu's little cheek. Big sister's face and arms are not only white when they're exposed, but the parts that aren't exposed are even whiter. Really? Xinyu leaned closer to Luo Qinghan and asked in a childish voice. Big sister, I want to see it. When can I see it? 3 more weeks, little yo-yo. That's great. Big sister, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Of course not. Let's pinky swear. The two people hooked their little fingers together. Pinky promise, forever. Stamp. Ha. Xinyu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter, falling onto the bed. No, this is too cheesy. He really can't take it anymore. The worst part is that he was speaking with a heavy accent, which gave even himself goosebumps. Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up with excitement. She realized she really liked this kind of thing. When Xiao Yu gets cute, she just can't resist. Luo Qinghan grabbed Xinyu's face and started rubbing it. Keep going, don't stop. Now, little kid, you should have amnesia. Oh. Xinyu was shocked. Brother Han, how could a mafia queen come up with such a melodramatic Korean drama plot? Don't be ridiculous. Who would be so childish as to accompany their girlfriend and play such a brainless role? He looked around blankly and said in a daze, Big sister, who are you? Where's this? Ah. Luo Qinghan felt her heart tremble wildly. This was too moving. She smiled gently and lifted Xinyu's chin. Little brother, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, because I'm your girlfriend. Xinyu looked on incredulously. No way. Sister, you're not kidding me, are you? I'm so young, and you're such a beautiful and gentle older sister. How could she be my girlfriend? Your older sister is your girlfriend. Luo Qinghan affectionately patted his head. Little Yu, you fall asleep hugging your sister every day. Don't be afraid. The amnesia is temporary. With your sister's love and care, you will remember everything soon. Xinyu still looked confused. Sister, you're so kind. but I still feel like it's not real. Can I really have a girlfriend with legs that long and fair skin? Also, your breasts are too. The key question is, how far has our relationship progressed? This time, Luo Qinghan remained silent. Her hand traced down Shen Yu's arm, finally resting on his palm, where they slowly intertwined their fingers. Then, she pressed herself against him, wrapped his arms around her waist, cupped his face, and said, "It's gotten to this point. No matter how you humiliate me, I won't get angry." Shen Yu immediately blushed and stammered, "Sister, is this really inappropriate?" "There's nothing wrong with it." Leaning close to his ear, Luo Qinghan smiled alluringly and whispered in his ear, "Little Yu, we're a couple." She gently rubbed her nose against Shen Yu's ear. Couples can do anything together. Furthermore, doing things that strongly stimulate the brain can aid in recovery. For example, like this. She gently traced her fingertips across Shen Yu's neck, then leaned down and lightly kissed Shen Yu's lips. And then it happened again. One more time. Shen Yu seemed stunned. He stood there blankly, letting Luo Qinghan kiss him. Besides shock, his eyes also clearly radiated a pitiful, wronged aura. Luo Qinghan felt incredibly happy. "I'm addicted." The key is Shen Yu's innocent eyes. They're just too perfect. The more clumsy he appeared, the more at ease she felt for the first time in her life. She had a feeling that she could bully him to her heart's content, and it was incredibly exhilarating. Luo Qinghan was completely bewildered. "No, my husband. Isn't he perfect for this? I'm totally obsessed with him. What should I do? No, my cute little husband is so irresistible, I want to keep playing." Picking up the photo album and pointing to a picture, she asked Shen Yu with a smile, "Little Yu, do you remember where this photo was taken?" Shen Yu frowned and tried hard to recall. "Sister, I remember. This is my grandma's house in the countryside. I loved going here to play when I was little." Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up immediately. She spent most of her childhood growing up in a city villa, but had never experienced authentic rural life. Shen Yu's experience was exactly what she longed for. Luo Qinghan immediately became excited. "Tell your sister what fun things there are to do in the countryside." Unbeknownst to her, a mischievous smile had crept onto Shen Yu's lips, but he still looked completely bewildered and said, "Some, like catching grasshoppers." "Sister, I remember it so clearly. The sky in the countryside was so blue, the grass was so green, and the grasshoppers were so playful. We ran around happily, and when we caught a grasshopper, we would tear off its legs, skewer them, and grill them." Luo Qinghan. Why does it suddenly not feel so wonderful anymore? This scene reminded her of one of Li Fian's famous hobbies. Shen Yu continued with an innocent expression, "But often, my friends and I also do some meaningful things, like helping our grandparents with farm work." Luo Qinghan nodded happily. "This is good. A child who helps the family with their work is so heartwarming. I want to hear this story. So what do you usually do, Xiao?" "Carrying manure," Shen Yu said with a serious expression. "It's the kind of fully decomposed and fermented excrement, which smells even worse than raw excrement. You can smell it from a mile away, and even if you can't smell it, you can hear it because it's buzzing with flies laying maggots." Luo Qinghan. Stop. Luo Qinghan wailed inwardly. "Honey, you're such a cute little guy. Don't talk about such dirty things. I don't want to hear it. It's disgusting." "Stop talking about farm work," she asked with difficulty. "Is there anything particularly funny you can tell your sister?" "Yes, there are." Shen Yu puffed out her cheeks and clapped her hands happily. "And they're especially funny." A glimmer of hope rose in Luo Qinghan's heart. "Tell me quickly." Shen Yu leaned close to her ear and said in a childish voice, "We'll put a firecracker in the manure. Then we'll trick a little kid into standing on the side. Someone quietly lit the firecrackers. The other person went to trick the child into opening his mouth and speaking. Luo Qinghan pressed a hand over his mouth. "Stop talking." Shen Yu chuckled and struggled free, shouting. Then there was a loud bang. Shut up. Grabbing a memory foam pillow, Luo Qinghan beat the cunning young boy who was grinning mischievously. "Shen Yu, you're so bad. I hate it. The two flirted and teased each other for a while. Then Luo Qinghan feigned anger and snorted. "I'm not playing anymore. Little rascal, I have something important to say." Shen Yu was taken aback. Serious business? How upright? Luo Qinghan sighed and said solemnly. Wei Yuanli urged us to keep our promise and go to Gaul to kill that Matthew. That guy has killed quite a few of her people recently, and the Western European branch is almost unable to hold on. Now, Xinyu stared wide-eyed, speechless. It wasn't that he was tired from just returning from South Korea, but the new year was just around the corner, and he and Luo Qinghan had less than 3 weeks left before they reached that crucial step. Everything at home was prepared. He even had a plan for what Han Ji would wear that night. If we go to France now, what will happen when our countdown ends? Luo Qinghan also sighed, feeling a little frustrated. If things progress slowly, then her first time with Zio might really happen there. The next morning, Black Cliff, minister's office. Xia Sandy stubbed out his cigarette with a displeased expression. He's been incredibly angry these past few days. Xinyu is just a troublemaker who keeps causing trouble and creating chaos. Unfortunately, her beloved De Pan Pan wasn't in China. She had suddenly gone to South Korea to film a movie. Xia Sandy was most proud of 2 things in his life. One was that he was the youngest ministerial-level official in the country. Second, there's that little vixen, Li Pan. No one could have imagined it. This is the dream girl of men all over the country, the #1 goddess of the Dragon Kingdom, and a top-tier female star who is high above all others. Hey, she's just a little girl who's completely infatuated with her own charm. Xia Santi thought about how deeply she loved him. There's nothing I can do. Is being attractive something I can control? Li Pan would usually take time out of her busy schedule to come to Yunzhou to take care of her whenever she had a spare moment. However, Li Pan went to South Korea for a promotional event these past few days and won't be back for another 2 weeks. Moreover, the production was in a very tight schedule, and the level of secrecy was very high. Even when Li Panlian called herself, she could only do so via audio. This made Xia Sanny's mood plummet, especially since he now had to hear the narrator report how much money Xinyu had made. A 30% commission on 20 million, plus bonuses for exceeding targets, the narrator said cautiously. Xinyu earned a total of 36 million. This time this money was deposited into his salary card this morning along with his internship salary. He really accepted it? They really accepted it. Fuck you. Xia Sanny's eyebrows twitched wildly. The department is in such a state, and Xinyu doesn't know how to share the company's burdens. He took the initiative to donate money, and they actually accepted it. Despicable. Compared to the money, the bigger problem is the job position. The narrator explained awkwardly. As promised, Xinyu has now been promoted to a green card cadre and can build his own independent team. Moreover, he submitted a business trip application today, with his destination being Gaul clearly. He's here to help Wei Yuanli out of her troubles in return for her loyalty. So this morning, as soon as I gave him the green card certification, he announced that he would be holding interviews at the department tomorrow to select those who don't yet have a team to join his department. As he spoke, the narrator wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Boss, compared to money, I think this is the most fatal flaw. Xinyu is going to have his own team in the department. To the narrator's surprise, Xia Santi, who had been furious, suddenly laughed. He couldn't help but shake his head. No, this is actually what makes me happiest. An interview, right? Xinyu, you're hiring, right? Xia Santi crossed his legs and said, Xinyu, you don't need to make any arrangements yourself. I, Xiahou Lin, will personally organize it for you. He dialed the video phone next to the table. Yu Wuchen, have you prepared all the people you want to plant? Reporting to the leader, everything is ready. On the other side of the screen, Yu Wuchen bowed slightly. I selected these people based on models provided by big data. Regardless of gender, they are all the types that Xinyu admires the most. I've already placed them on Xunyu's interview list for tomorrow. Please rest assured, sir, they have all undergone professional disguise training. Xinyu definitely won't be able to recognize it. Chapter 239. How many virtuous and patriotic people have dedicated their lives to compiling the system? Isn't this too obvious? The next day, in an interview room at Black Cliff, Xinyu gave Feng Wanxiao a speechless look. The two arrived here very early today. Tomorrow, their Vermilion Bird squad will be heading to Gaul, where Wei Yuanli is located. The reason why she can go wherever she wants is because Shinyu has been promoted to a green card cadre and has independent decision-making power. The external expansion department is different from other regular departments. Its cadres are divided into 5 levels based on color: green card, blue card, purple card, orange card, and gold card. The authority of cadres at each level is different, and there is only one highest level gold card cadre, which is Xia Sani himself. Shinyu's current green card allows him to have a team size of 310, meaning he must have at least 3 underlings, but no more than 10. Generally speaking, long-term employees tend to have their own factions. However, the external expansion department also has many new employees who have been with the company for less than a year and do not have their own fixed department or superiors. And these people are the ones Shinyu is selecting for today. The reason he brought Feng Wanxia here so early today was that he wanted to find a few smart and capable people among these nearly 500 people and take them as his underlings. After learning yesterday that he had to go to Europe, he began to console himself. If there's not enough time, it's quite romantic to have that happen in a foreign country. Just let it be. But that's all talk. Shinyu still wanted to finish the business as soon as possible and return home quickly. At this point, having more manpower becomes very useful. After all, this trip to Gaul is for an assassination, not like ordering something online where all you need is money and internet access. Even if these underlings aren't exactly top tier, they at least shouldn't be a hindrance, right? At least when Biaozi and Li Fian were chopping people up, these henchmen had to be able to count the heads that fell to the ground, right? Therefore, Shinyu's standard is that one must have a strong mental fortitude and be able to be used as readily as a USB flash drive. However, he was overthinking it. After only a few interviews, he and Feng Wanxia discovered an obvious problem. All the suitable interviewees today share one common characteristic. There are templates and versions. That girl just now, wasn't she the Pinduoduo version of Luo Qinghan? Our Lord Xia clearly knows you have this kind of taste. Seeing Feng Wanxia covering her mouth and struggling to suppress her laughter, Shinyu looked embarrassed. That girl was highly educated, majoring in computer science at MIT, and also had practical experience in the underworld. Her resume was practically perfect. But her appearance, isn't this a bit too targeted? She is extremely tall, beautiful, with long legs and long, straight black hair. The key is that his facial expression remained aloof and indifferent. Who is this imitating, friends? Can you guess? But she didn't imitate it properly at all. Shinyu thought that what was most alluring about Han Ge was the stark contrast between his cold expression and his hot body. Lady Xia, your knockoff version of Luo Qinghan has a figure that's not hot at all. It's completely flat, okay? This isn't just aloofness. This is pure indifference. Let me guess, you didn't use some brain-dead AI big data to calculate the types of people around me, and then deliberately sent me similar knockoff products, did you? I really don't know what he was thinking. Feng Wanxia shook her head. We Prince, you have so many genuine products that we can't even use them all. Why would we be interested in pirated ones? As she spoke, she smiled and pressed the bell. All right, next one. The door opened. Feng Wanxia's smile vanished abruptly. The next template is obviously she herself. Blonde, big-breasted girl. Long Guan has a slight accent, but it's not bad, and he's also very good at shooting. Seeing Feng Wanxia's expression of having just eaten a packaged food, Shinyu almost burst out laughing. This blonde woman isn't even a high-quality imitation. Feng Wanxia is slim where she should be and curvy where she should be. This girl is indeed busty, but the problem is she's fat all over. She's a blonde, chubby girl. This imitation is way worse than the fake Luo Qinghan from before. Next, the two witnessed Wu Dabiao's counterfeit appearance. The older brother is 1.9 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, and he insists on wearing a black vest in this cold weather, determined to show off his biceps. Then there's the knockoff version of Li Fian. The skinny young woman with dyed hair, a cigarette dangling from her lips, had a tattoo of Guan Yu riding red hair on her arm. The color was brand new, and she figured if she wiped it with water, it would smudge. After interviewing about 80 people, Shinyu couldn't take it anymore. He finally understood. All the usable people in this wave today are Xia's people. Well, the Trisolarans. If you actually take someone like that on an assassination mission, it's no wonder you'll be killed instead. Yu's request to help Wu Debiao count heads shattered instantly. It's been changed. Everything has been changed. Living people, breathing, this wasn't arranged by Xia Sandy. That's all. Given the current situation, why waste time? Just set 3 at random. Rubbing her chin, Yu stood up dejectedly and waved to phone Wangzia. Son, you keep watch for a while. I'm going to take a walk around the back. With a sigh, Yu stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and walked around to the entrance of this floor from the back. Then he was stunned. Wow, so many people came for interviews. Based on the order in which they arrived, they had already filled 5 rooms. No, there are 6. There were 2 people in the last room before him. These 2 were clearly the last to arrive. After seeing what had happened, they seemed to have given up hope of getting ahead and simply laid down to do their own thing. One of the guys, wearing thick glasses, a faded plaid shirt, and with messy hair, was frantically calculating something on a stack of scrap paper. Yu leaned closer to take a look and found that it was covered with dense numbers and mathematical symbols. He couldn't help but ask, "Dude, what are you writing?" The guy with glasses looked up, revealing a very typical nerdy face. Yu had only recently risen to prominence in the department, and since he rarely worked regular hours, the bespectacled man clearly didn't recognize him. He blankly replied, "Math." Yu's lips twitched. "Of course I know it's math. Be more specific? Which part of the mathematics?" "Linear damping problems of the 2-dimensional incompressible Euler equations, 3-dimensional Navier-Stokes equations, stochastic matrix theory." Okay. I have overstepped my bounds. Yu thought to herself, "We are all Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom. I can't understand a single word you're saying. Dude, I feel like you have a lot of Wei Shin vibes. Why would someone as reclusive and accomplished as you come here for an interview?" Yu suddenly became interested. The man with glasses took a steamed bun from the plastic bag next to him and took a bite. "For the sake of staffing. If you can't find a department to take you in after more than a year, you'll be asked to leave." Employment establishment. Yu blinked. "Do you know anything about Yu?" "I don't know him. I've only heard that he's a rich kid who's good for nothing." "Then why are you still coming for noodles?" "Of course I'll eat noodles." The bespectacled man unscrewed the bottle of Master Kong iced tea containing plain water, took a sip, and said matter-of-factly, "Even if Yu is a stupid rich kid, even if he were a dog, I'd still go and confront him." "Why?" "For the sake of staffing." Yu was shocked. He thought to himself, "All right, I've already decided on the first of these 3 spots today. You're the one. Editor. Someone like you could never have been sent by Xia Sandy. Because he doesn't even like you. Besides, you're so good at math, you'll definitely get the head count right when you help Biaozi count people. Task: gather 3 non-Trisolarant employees, 1-3. After finalizing the appointment, Yu wandered over to another girl in the room with a ponytail. This girl with the ponytail is of average appearance, average figure, and average clothes. She's such an ordinary girl that even if you've known her for a long time, you can easily forget what she looks like. Perhaps to compensate for her ordinary appearance, she was watching a makeup blogger's video on her phone. Yu turned her head to look. On the phone screen was an incredibly beautiful girl explaining how to do makeup. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is this blogger?" The girl looked up at him timidly. She clearly didn't recognize Yu either, but still said with some fear, "It's me." Yu was stunned. "Who? You?" He pointed incredulously at the screen at the blogger with a face like a peach blossom and a seductive, 9-tailed fox like a lure, and asked the plain-looking girl in front of him. "Say it again, who is this?" "It's me." "You mean, you are this seductive dodgy?" The girl with the ponytail lowered her head shyly. "This is a video I made myself, but I've always been too embarrassed to post it online." Yu was completely shocked. "Are you studying film and television makeup?" "No." The girl was even more embarrassed. "I studied philosophy. I am a PhD in philosophy from Harvard University." Yu was immediately confused. A Harvard PhD in philosophy, who was a makeup blogger in private. "No. Girl, you're smart and funny. Why are you here for an interview?" Upon hearing this question, the girl with the ponytail lowered her head in embarrassment. She sighed. "For the sake of staffing." Chapter 240, Is it too late to back out now? Yu was speechless for a moment. Brother and sister of the organization department. This tiny room has somehow gathered two top masters, the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. He looked at the video on the woman's phone with awe. The glamorous woman in the video and the plain-looking girl in front of him didn't resemble each other at all. Legend has it that there are three great evil arts in East Asia: Japanese makeup, Korean plastic surgery, and Chinese photo editing. Each one can completely change a person's appearance. Photoshop masters are a dime a dozen in schools, and plastic surgery addicts are a dime a dozen in nightclubs. But this was the first time Shun Yu had ever witnessed someone perform such a miraculous transformation using only makeup. This Harvard PhD in philosophy can even visually alter the structure of facial muscles by changing colors. Truly, my face is in my own hands, not in the hands of fate. This isn't just makeup, it's a complete makeover in the literal sense. This kind of two-faced person, I want it. Shin Yu thought to herself that judging from this woman's ranking, she was definitely not one of Xia Sentiai's people. He intuitively felt that this woman's head transplant would probably come in very handy in the future. Originally, they only planned to hire 3 people this time, but after coming to this room, they decided on 2. Shin Yu couldn't help but jokingly ask the woman, "I just want to ask, is there anyone else in this house besides the 2 of you?" "Yes, I have." The PhD in philosophy pointed to a tablet computer on the table in front of him. "There's another Frenchman waiting in line for a remote interview. Including you, there are 4 of us in this room. I just don't know when it will be our turn. What if they've already recruited enough people ahead of us?" From Gull. Shin Yu thought to herself, isn't this a coincidence? He walked up to the table and tapped the tablet. A white girl with brown hair appeared on the screen. Round face, round eyes, and a round nose. At first glance, she looked just like Anna, the younger sister from Frozen. There's a time difference between the 2 places. It's late at night in Gaul, and the girl was drinking coffee to keep her eyes open when she suddenly saw Shin Yu, which startled her. The philosophy PhD also came over and enthusiastically explained that Shin Yu was also there for an interview. The French girl was very lively, greeting everyone in English and then rattling off a self-introduction. Shin Yu's English listening comprehension is okay, but only okay. Fortunately, the PhD in philosophy helped him translate, and he learned that the Gallic girl was named Clara and was a graduate of Imperial College London. Clara's parents had worked for the intelligence agency of the Dragon Kingdom and had a close connection with it, so she was recommended for this interview. But, although her parents were intelligence agents in the Dragon Kingdom, and she was attending an interview for such a mysterious department in the Dragon Kingdom, Clara he doesn't know a single word of Chinese. They didn't understand firearms, let alone intelligence. Yes, an ordinary French girl who only speaks English is actually planning to participate in an interview for the most secretive department in China. Shin Yu was surprised. No, what makes her think she'll be chosen? She doesn't think so. The PhD explained. She's just joining in the fun. She was just curious about what China was like, because she heard back home that if you didn't sing the national anthem and loudly praise the leader every day, you'd be sent to jail. So she didn't dare come in person, but asked me to queue for her using a tablet. Shin Yu fell silent. It seems that Clara is a complete novice, with no special skills whatsoever, except that she can speak French. Only someone with a serious mental illness would choose her, so she definitely isn't a member of the Xiaosani faction. Why would someone with 300 million in pocket money hire a free guide just to save money? As for, he wants to save every single penny. Shin Yu then asked the names of the 2 people in the room. The math guy was called Hu Tu, and the makeup artist was called Huang Daodu. Shin Yu had Huang Daodu hold Clara's pad and stand with Hu Tu. He walked up to the 3 people and nodded, saying, "Hu Tu, Huang Daodu, Clara, I hereby announce that you have been officially admitted to the Shunyu branch of the Dragon Kingdom's External Expansion Department. That's right, you now have official positions. Now, I will take you to see your direct supervisor, Miss Feng Wanxia. She will enter your basic information and help you buy your plane tickets to Dunkirk, France for tomorrow." A man, a woman, and a tablet computer were all stunned. Hu Tu's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, buddy, who are you?" Shin Yu helplessly spread his hands. "Isn't it obvious, brother? You can even solve the linear damping problem of the 2-dimensional incompressible Euler equations. You can't believe I'm the legendary good-for-nothing rich kid?" Seeing the 3 people's astonished expressions, Shin Yu gave a wry smile. Will these three things be of any help? No way. When he first went to Europe, his only expectation of these three people was that they help carry his bags. There really isn't any more. Dunkirk in Gaul is the location of Wei Yuanhui's Western European branch. When most people hear the name of this city, the first thing that comes to mind is a famous evacuation during World War II. Although the city's name is inextricably linked to that evacuation, Dunkirk, as an important city in northern Gaul, actually has many excellent features. It is a port city of Gaul, bordering Belgium and close to Great Britain, while also being not far from Paris, London, Brussels, and Amsterdam. The distance between it and each of them is roughly the same as the distance from the capital to Tianjin. At the same time, both housing prices and the cost of living are much cheaper than in Paris and London, making it particularly suitable for the purchasing power of Wei Yuanli's impoverished area in Western Europe. The next afternoon, when Xunyu, Luo Qinghan, Li Fian, Feng Wanxia, Wu Debiao, along with the newly recruited Huang Daodu and Hu Tu, arrived at the airport, an unexpected announcement came over the loudspeaker that flights would be delayed due to weather conditions. At first, Xunyu was quite annoyed, but after hearing the real reason for the delay, he became completely excited. It's snowing heavily in Dunkirk. It's snowing. Long live. Xunyu immediately hugged Luo Qinghan and excitedly spun around in circles at the airport. I've never seen heavy snow in my entire life. In the winter of 2013, it snowed in Yunzhou, but I happened to be visiting relatives in Xujing. I want to see snow. To see heavy snowfall, to build the legendary snowman, to have the snowball fight of my dreams, to ice skate, to ski. Xunyu excitedly hugged Luo Qinghan and kissed him repeatedly. After the kisses, she picked up her phone and started searching for snow prank videos. He was genuinely excited. This is a kind of excitement that is hard for northerners to understand. Just as children in Sanya don't understand what's so awe-inspiring about the ocean, children in Turpan don't understand why anyone would spend money to see the desert. But Xunyu's excitement wasn't limited to snow. Humans are amazing creatures. He was extremely reluctant to set off before, but as soon as he heard that there was snow, his perspective on the matter changed. Going abroad isn't a bad thing. I am about to experience two unprecedented major life events in Gaul. First, to see snow I've never seen before. Second, there's the promise with Brother Han. Each one is more romantic than the last. Awesome. In a snowy land, he grew from a boy into a man. Family members. Wouldn't you call this a double celebration? On the other side, Wei Yuanhui, who was filming with her phone, was quietly explaining to her sister, Wei Yuanli, who was wearing gloves from the Western European region. That burly man with a buzz cut is Wu Debiao. He's incredibly strong. 5 or 6 skilled fighters can't even get close to him. That menacing silver-haired bastard is Li Fengzi. Sister, you absolutely must tell your men not to mess with her. This girl is explosive. She's even more lethal than Wu Debiao. That hot, sexy, and alluring blonde is Feng Wanxia, Prince Yu's chief lackey and strategist. That woman is incredibly difficult to deal with, and she's especially good at scheming. The stunningly beautiful girl in the middle is Luo Qinghan. What? You're saying she smiles so sweetly and doesn't seem at all like the aloof person people say she is? Oh, it's mainly because Xunyu is happy. If Xunyu is happy, she's happy. Her aloofness is only directed at people other than Xunyu. Oh right. That boy who was running around the airport like an idiot, excited like a dog in heat, is Xunyu. This kid is incredibly stingy and cunning. Actually, he's the real leader of this team, and he's a master at whispering sweet nothings in Luo Qinghan's ear. She listens to everything he says. Sis, don't let his appearance fool you. We must treat him with the utmost respect. This kid's got some tricks up his sleeve. Really? Wei Yuanli's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding doubtful. She thought to herself, this little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Do you have the means? Looking at Xunyu's unreliable image on her phone screen, she suddenly regretted asking Xunyu to come to Western Europe to help her deal with Matthew. Actually, she has had quite a lot of contact with boys Xunyu's age. Because you can get a 6-month subscription for just 50,000 yuan. Boys at this age have never seen anything before, and they think too highly of themselves. They always try to do things their way out of trouble, and the result is that they end up getting hurt. Wei Yuanli grew increasingly worried and extremely disappointed. She had assumed that Luo Qinghan would come looking for her with a large group of people, and then quickly overwhelm and subdue Matthew. After all, I was the first to defect to the Tongfei faction, so she would definitely use me for publicity, right? As a result, Luo Qinghan only brought a few little kids, just like a tour group. She really has no shame. What can just a few people solve? They're lucky if they don't cause more trouble. What if Matthew doesn't solve the problem by then, and Xunyu, that brainless idiot, dies in Dunkirk in a daze? If Shun Tongfei doesn't blow this up completely, what if he takes his anger out on me? Shall we, you said? Wei Yuanli couldn't help but twitch her lips. I'm not letting them come over now. Is it too late? Wei Yuanhui, sitting opposite, asked in surprise, why? Wei Yuanli glanced at Xunyu on the other side of the screen, who was shouting double happiness, and frowned. Because you have no idea how terrible Matthew is, but I now have a basic understanding of how stupid Xunyu is. It's better not to let him come. You really can die. Chapter 241 Life is like a heavy snowfall, and the world is full of vicissitudes. 2 days later, in Dunkirk, France, the snow fell heavily, covering the entire city like a white curtain, turning the world into a silver-white wonderland. The church spire in the distance was also adorned with white snow, making it look incredibly holy, as if it were dressed in a white gown. A gust of wind blew by, shaking off some snowflakes, which looked like fairies dancing in the air. The snow-covered roads were quiet, with only the occasional car slowly passing by, its wheels making a soft crunching sound as if it were a unique note played by this snow-covered city. Quickly, everyone stand under that tree. Xunyu excitedly directed everyone. Let's take a group photo with that church as the background. Luo Qinghan and the others stood as instructed under the pine tree, whose branches were covered with a thick layer of snow. Ready? Xunyu handed her phone to Wei Yuanli, pretending to run off to take a photo, but a sly smile crept onto her lips. 3, 2, 1. Xunyu took a running start and delivered a flying kick, slamming the tree trunk hard before turning and running away. Splash! A sudden blizzard descended from the tree branches, instantly soaking Luo Qinghan, Li Fian, Feng Wanxiao, and Wu Debiao, who were standing below. Ha ha ha! Xunyu clutched her stomach and laughed hysterically. What a bunch of idiots! You son of a bitch! Get him! Gather all your strength and beat this bitch! Li Fian, Feng Wanxiao, and Wu Debiao were so angry that they started throwing snowballs at Xunyu. These guys were all good marksmen, so their aim was naturally excellent. Xunyu was getting shot and yelled in pain. Shamelessly, he ran behind Luo Qinghan to hide, shouting, "Brother Han, save me." All right, Luo Qinghan glanced at everyone, and the three of them froze, no longer daring to throw the snowballs in their hands. Xunyu peeked out from behind Luo Qinghan mischievously, and just as he made a face at the three of them, Luo Qinghan suddenly turned around and stared at him with a smile. Xiaoyu, I'm the kind of person who never holds grudges. All my grudges were settled on the spot. As she spoke, she swiftly pulled a snowball from behind her back. Suddenly, it shoved itself into Xun Yu's back along his collar. Ah! Xun Yu was screaming from the cold, and when he reached into his collar, he couldn't reach it. He was so cold that he wanted to do a handstand and dump the snowball out. Ha ha ha! Li Fian and the other two laughed until tears streamed down their faces. You're terrible at games and love to play. Wei Yuanli, standing to the side, could no longer laugh. Because her younger sister didn't dare to say to Xunyu that day, my sister said you should just stay in Yunzhou and play in the mud. In the end, Xunyu and Luo Qinghan's group still came. Watching the college students frolicking in the snow, Wei Yuanli felt like she had ordered Sprite and Master Kong instant noodles, only to receive Lei Bai and Kong Shui Bo instead. What the hell is this? Isn't this a complete scam? In her imagination, Luo Qinghan arrived with 200 thugs in suits and sunglasses, a drone in one hand and a robot dog in the other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. As it turned out, 7 clueless college students from the winter camp showed up. Building snowmen, having snowball fights, taking photos and playing pranks, and then sharing them on WeChat Moments and uploading short videos. Is this an assassin? She thought to herself. I sold out Li Pan's huge secret, completely betrayed Xias and T, and went all in on the tongue-face system, and all I got in return were these few bastards. Wei Yuanli was filled with deep regret. This is ridiculous. With just these few laughable moments, they actually planned to kill Blade Matthew. It's important to know that Matthew was a key figure in the most powerful gang in Western Europe, the Sicilian Brotherhood, and was in charge of the entire northern France. The Sicilian Brotherhood, an Italian mafia organization, has always had extremely deep roots, and Wei Yuanli dared not provoke them at all. The problem is that she can't avoid it even if she wants to. After all, the two gangs' businesses overlapped too much, and they were constantly clashing, but she was outnumbered and weak, and no match for the Italians. The Sicilian Brotherhood is now divided into two factions. One faction advocates for Wei Yuanli's Salt Red Gang to cede its interests and pay protection money, and is considered the Dove faction. On the other hand, the Hawks advocate for the complete annihilation of the Salt Red Gang, leaving no one alive and eliminating every Chinese underworld figure who dares to set foot in Western Europe. These people specifically target the Chinese underworld in Western Europe, and their ruthlessness is terrifying. Matthew is the leader of this hawkish faction. Last month alone, he personally hanged more than a dozen members of the Salt Red Gang. When Wei Yuanli's men saw the small mountain of corpses covered in maggots in the sewers, many of them immediately announced that they were leaving the gang. If this trend continues, if they can't get rid of Matthew soon, the Salt Red Gang will be wiped out completely sooner or later. As a result, Wei Yuanhui organized several assassination attempts, all of which failed. From then on, she pinned her hopes on Luo Qinghan to save her. But who would have thought that she would be greeted by such a thing as Xun Yu instead? Elder brother Qinghan. Glancing at Prince Yu, who was being chased and beaten with snowballs by Li Fian, Wei Yuanli walked to Luo Qinghan's side with a fawning smile. The girl, dressed in a khaki wool coat, stood gracefully in the snow, looking as beautiful as a painting. How about we call it a day and head back? I'll tell everyone about Matthew's situation first. No need to rush. Luo Qinghan said casually. This is Xiaoyou's first time seeing snow. Let him play a little longer. As for Matthew, you don't need to worry about him. He was already dead when we decided to help you with this. Well, Wei Yuanhui gave a dry laugh in agreement, but inwardly rolled her eyes. He was already dead when you agreed? Wow, that's amazing. My 200+ men live in constant fear, yet we're completely helpless against Matthew. You've brought 7 of you, and he's doomed. Wow, these are really big gloves from Southeast Asia. Do we have to brag? 3 hours later, in a somewhat old-fashioned European-style conference room, Xin Yuluo and the others listened to Wei Yuanli's story with solemn expressions, while also looking at the dozen or so Salt Red Gang members behind her. So, you've already launched several assassination attempts, all of which he detected very quickly, and almost all of those who went never returned. Yes, Wei Yuanli said with a somber expression, they were all my elite men who died. Matthew's defenses were indeed too tight. We were no match for him in terms of combat strength. I was hoping that you, Qinghan, would come to my rescue. But you only sent 7 people this time, so we can't rely on your combat strength. Now I think the only feasible solution is, Prince Yu, why don't you take out your 760 and use it? Xin Yu shook her head directly. I didn't bring the 760. Are you kidding me? Exposing China's most advanced weapons for a gang leader? Upon hearing this, Wei Yuanli was immediately disappointed. What's the point of chatting then? It's hopeless. So you guys came here for a vacation, a pure fun group? Her disappointment was impossible to hide. It was written all over her face. Sister Wei, could you tell me the details of your recent operations? Feng Wanxia asked thoughtfully from the side. Wei Yuanli was already cursing in her heart, but with Luo Qinghan there, she was too embarrassed to make everyone lose face. So she had no choice but to patiently recount the events of the previous operations. After she finished speaking, Xin Yu, Luo Qinghan, and Feng Wanxia all exchanged glances simultaneously. Actually, Sister Wei, your plan is pretty good, but I think it can be improved a bit more. Luo Qinghan gave the two of them a meaningful look. The two nodded in unison. Our plan is good. Wei Yuanli couldn't help but press her forehead. She was too lazy to continue the conversation. It was all a damn failed plan, and they still said it was good. College students are so optimistic. After breaking his leg, all he could think about was that he wouldn't have to take the exam anymore. You've got a really big heart. No way. Damn it, I shouldn't have called them. Using an excuse, she let a dozen or so staff members out of the meeting room. No sooner had she left than Luo Qinghan asked, "Did you guys notice?" Xinyu nodded. "I can see that." Li Fian snorted. "I can see it too. This old woman looks down on us." "You snobbish jerk." Feng Wanxia, who was next to her, smiled and patted her on the shoulder. "That's not what Henin asked." "That's right. Have you noticed that there's a mole among Wei Yuanli's people?" Chapter 242. The hardest thing in the world is writing Chinese. When Wei Yuanli was recounting the assassination attempt, Luo Qinghan and the other two realized that there was definitely something fishy about it. "Do you think there are any flaws in her plans?" "Of course. However, it's important to know that assassinations without any flaws are extremely rare in the world. Perfect assassinations only happen in movies. Even in a flawed assassination attempt, escaping still requires luck, like a certain U.S. president who likes to shake his head. He was almost killed in that assassination attempt that was full of flaws. You can't say his bodyguard team was trash, can you? But this Matthews men are way more formidable than the FBI's. He survived 3 assassination attempts without losing a single hair, yet very few of those who went on these missions actually returned alive. Can you believe it? There are only 2 possibilities. Either Matthew is a preordained, destined emperor, or someone sent him a message. Luo Qinghan's long eyelashes trembled, casting a shadow. Therefore, all our future actions must be kept secret from Wei Yuanli. Since we can't determine which of her subordinates leaked the information, the best approach is to simply keep Wei Yuanhui from knowing what we're up to. Yes, I completely agree. Feng Wanxia smiled, pointing to her finger. The way she looked at Shun Yu just now was like she was looking at some clueless rich kid. Then why don't you just keep this unreliable persona, Xinyu? Let's give her the impression that she's just good for playing around. As for the data analysis, we don't need her. I'll do it myself. I'll reorganize all their materials later. It's a lot of work, and I might need a few helpers. Xinyu nodded in agreement. Wanxia, you can use everyone, except for Brother Han. We're going to interview that French employee, Clara, later. She's already arrived in Dunkirk. Let's split up now. We'll meet again tonight, when you have a conclusion. So the group split into 2. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan walked through the somewhat old-fashioned corridor and arrived at a classically styled office in the building. Actually, this building in Yuanli is quite old, and the interior decoration is, well, it's called classic to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, it's old and worn out, looking like a Harry Potter filming set. The 2 entered the room and saw Clara with brown hair, sitting there with her chin propped up, looking bored. This girl is quite petite, about the same height as Huang Daodu, around 160 centimeters. Perhaps it's because of their round eyes and round nose that they're cute and funny, with a strong cartoonish feel. She was completely stunned the moment she saw Luo Qinghan. She excitedly expressed her love for Luo Qinghan's face. This woman said the last time she saw a face that appealed to both Eastern and Western aesthetics was a young Sophie Marceau. Then this woman started asking Luo Qinghan in English how she took care of her skin and what cosmetics she usually used. "Hey, is all East Asian skin this smooth? Oh my god, why is your black hair so straight?" Xinyu. Actually, everyone had already been hired. Xinyu was originally just there for a supplementary interview as a formality, but unexpectedly, it turned into Clara interviewing Luo Qinghan. This woman was incredibly talkative, going on, and all Xinyu could feel was that he was back in the CET-4 listening test room. As he listened, he began to hallucinate, as if an ancient, unchanging curse was resounding in his mind. If there are 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. If there are 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. If 2 lines are long and 2 are short, choose B. If the lines are uneven, choose D. Fortunately, Luo Qinghan's English was quite good. With her constant translation, Xinyu was able to understand about 70–80% of what Clara was saying. Finally, as the conversation went on, Clara even brought up the language of the Dragon Kingdom. "How did you manage to learn something so difficult?" Clara looked completely bewildered. After listening to her, Xinyu realized that in the minds of many foreigners, the Chinese script is probably one of the most mysterious things in the world. There's even a proverb in Gaul that describes something extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Come in Xinhua. It means this thing is incredibly difficult, like the language of the neighboring country. Xinyu thought to herself, is Longuowen difficult? It's not difficult. I started learning English in elementary school, and I still didn't pass the CET-4, College English Test Band 4, in my second year of university, but Longuowen, I could master it by the age of 5, and by the age of 7 I could stand with my hands on my hips and start cursing. Where is Longuowen's writing difficult? Look at Feng Wanxiao, an American. She talks about Longuowen like a CCTV news anchor. It's so easy for her. However, Clara didn't think so. She took out a sheet of A4 paper and drew a horizontal line on it. Then, she looked at Xunyu and Luo Qinghan with curiosity and asked in English, is this a Chinese character from the Dragon Kingdom? Xunyu Luo nodded in cold silence. Yes. This character is pronounced Yi, which is the number 1. Clara was immediately shocked. Longuowen was indeed amazing. Even a casual stroke was a character. So she added another horizontal line, looked up, and asked a little nervously, is this also a character from the Dragon Kingdom? Xunyu and Luo Qinghan nodded again. Yes, this character is pronounced the number 2. Clara was even more shocked. No, is this still Chinese characters from the Dragon Kingdom? Is it really that weird? So she picked up her pen again, connected the two sides of the 2, and then widened her eyes and said, could this also be a character from the Dragon Kingdom? Xunyu Luo Qinghan nodded again. Yes, this character is pronounced Ko. What if I add a horizontal line in the middle? Or, this character is pronounced Ri, which means the sun. Well, of course, this word also has many other meanings that are not so easily said. Clara was stunned. Even these are characters from the Dragon Kingdom? Wow, is it really that profound? She thought to herself, could it be that I just wrote it randomly, and it's all Chinese characters? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So she picked up her pen again and added a vertical stroke in the middle of the character, sun. Could this also be a character from the Dragon Kingdom? Xunyu Luo Qinghan nodded again. Yes, this character is pronounced Tian and means farmland. Clara simply drew a horizontal line on the character can and then randomly added a dot. This can't possibly be a character from the Dragon Kingdom, can it? Xunyu Luo Qinghan nodded again. Or, this character is pronounced moot. Clara was completely numb. Such a thing can't possibly exist in the world. How could I, a Gallic, be unable to write anything other than the Chinese script? Her head was buzzing, and it felt like mosquito coils were swirling in her eyes. The great Eastern nation is indeed profound and extensive, but she couldn't help feeling a little unconvinced. I really don't believe it. I gave them a try, this bag, isn't it? She picked up her pen, crossed out the character mu, and then drew a big X. This can't be Chinese characters from China, can it? I don't believe this can be Chinese characters. She thought to herself, this is a wrong symbol. It's the same all over the world. Are you telling me this is Chinese characters? Sure enough, Xinyu and Luo Qinghan shook their heads together this time. Call. Clara breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, I won. However, Xinyu suddenly reached out his hand. He rotated the paper at an angle. This is the script of the Dragon Kingdom. This is called Tend. Clara. Her brain finally went completely blank. Staring blankly at Xunyu Luo Qinghan, she paused for a long while before saying, I give up. I'm completely convinced. Shun, could you write a whole passage in Chinese characters for me? I really want to see it. Xinyu thought to herself, this is easy. He pulled out a piece of paper, raised his hand, and wrote a long poem on it. Since Clara couldn't understand it anyway, he just scribbled randomly, unleashing a torrent of scribbled text. Looking at his elegant and unrestrained handwriting, Clara couldn't help but admire it. Mysterious and distant, profound and unfathomable. Clara felt that Shun Yu's calligraphy was as beautiful as a mountain spring flowing through a valley or red maple leaves gently falling by a lake. She asked, utterly shocked, Shun, can you read these words you wrote? Xinyu exchanged a glance with Luo Qinghan and couldn't help but chuckle. More than just being able to read. I'll just rap. So he sang indistinctly. The smoke from the rock-grilled restaurant was everywhere, and next door was a martial arts museum. The madam in the shop has three aspects to the tea ceremony. The boss who teaches martial arts, including iron palm and yang family spear. He excels most in solid martial arts, and also knows the golden bell cover and iron shirt techniques. Clara was completely stunned. She stared at Xunyu, her eyes wide with shock. Oh my god, is Xun really that talented? It's so catchy. As Xunyu sang Jay Chou's Nunchucks, he became increasingly pleased and turned to Clara, who looked at him with awe, and said, Hey, tell me your full French name, and I'll tell you how to write it in Chinese. Clara opened her mouth and recited a string of French words, looking over with great anticipation. She thought to herself, Great. I must learn my own Chinese signature so I can show it off to everyone when I get back. Luo Qinghan and Xunyu pondered for a moment, then translated it directly from her pronunciation and wrote it down on a piece of paper. Clara Renee Abel Guy Bourgeois. Xunyu happily handed the pen to Clara and said, Come on, try writing your Chinese name. Holding a pen, I stared at a long string of words that seemed as complex as an alien oracle. Clara's lips twitched involuntarily. Let's just forget about it. She waved her hands frantically and said, This doesn't seem like something someone with my intelligence could learn. No, can every Chinese person write something this difficult? So, the internet says that you Chinese people start working 996 from childhood and continue until retirement. Is it true? Chapter 243 You Are a Dream I Dare Not Even Dream Of. Later that evening, in a bedroom at the Dunkirk Silva Hotel, filled with a rich European ambience. The carved white wooden door was tightly closed. A classical oil painting hung on the wall next to it, and in the center of the room was a huge four-poster bed. A pale blue silk canopy hung down from the top of the bedposts, and the headboard was wrapped in light purple velvet fabric with subtle patterns. It was so soft and silky to the touch that it felt like touching a cloud. Xunyu leaned against the headboard, gently holding Luo Qinghan in his arms, while the other's fair and delicate hand was lightly stroking his chin. You're so hard. Luo Qinghan touched his newly grown stubble with some curiosity. The stiff touch made her widen her beautiful, watery eyes in surprise. After talking with Clara, they returned to the Silva Hotel, where Wei Yuanhui had arranged for everyone to stay. This is a very distinctive, old European-style hotel. The facilities aren't high-end, but the ambience is quite nice, fitting the stereotypical image that Chinese people have of Gallowland. Feng Wanxiao and Li Fian hadn't returned yet, so the two of them took a break and lay down on the velvet bed to rest for a while. Luo Qinghan leaned against Xunyu and couldn't help but touch her stubble with his hand. Boys are so amazing. It wasn't there in the morning, but it's already hard by tonight. It's still prickly. Luo Qinghan kept saying it was prickly, but she couldn't help touching it repeatedly. Looking at her tender, almost radiant face, Xunyu suddenly understood why so many fathers like to prick their babies with their stubble. He stared at Luo Qinghan's fair, cute, and curious pouting face, thinking to himself, who could resist this? Stab her. He lifted his chin and rubbed it against her face. Luo Qinghan giggled and struggled desperately, rolling and dodging on the bed. Xunyu pounced over, pinned her hands down, and shoved his chin directly into her face. No. Luo Qinghan giggled. You naughty little you. Don't you dare hit your older sister. Xunyu ignored all of that and continued to shake her chin. Luo Qinghan's hand was held down, and unable to resist, she immediately became anxious. In a moment of desperation, she suddenly stuck out her tongue and licked it. Xunyu was stunned. He felt a cool, moist sensation in his throat and couldn't help but swallow. He subconsciously let go of Luo Qinghan's hand. Bad husband. Luo Qinghan wrapped her arms around his waist coquettishly, leaned close to his ear, and whispered sweetly, You're so bad. You just like to bully me. Xunyu chuckled and kissed her little lips, his face full of longing as he said, So, will you let me bully you or not? A faint blush rose to her cheeks, and Luo Qinghan gazed at him with alluring eyes, her voice barely audible. Honey, I'll let you do whatever you want. How you bullied me, how you humiliated me. Anything is fine. These words made Xinyu almost lose her composure. He couldn't stand Luo Qinghan looking at him like that. It felt like a little hand was scratching at his heart, scratching incessantly. It was so intoxicating, it made his liver tremble. The two usually act out scenes at the drop of a hat, but this time they were in Gaul on a business trip, and they hadn't brought a single one of those clothes with them. In that instant, only one thing remained in Xinyu's mind. No, no, no. He mentally reminded himself. There are less than 3 weeks left. Let's keep our word and hang in there, okay? Don't let all your previous efforts go to waste. Let's think of something else. Let's think of something else. Or perhaps change the subject somewhere. The snow today is so beautiful. Xinyu abruptly changed the subject. However, this was indeed what he truly felt. Seeing snow was his long-cherished wish, and today it finally came true, and he did it with Luo Qinghan. Well, how should I put it? The snow was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Today, looking at the vast expanse of white between heaven and earth, he finally understood the magnificent scene described in the great man's poem. The northern scenery is magnificent, with thousands of miles of ice and snow. I'm quite moved, Xinyu said very seriously. So many things in this world are far from what they seem. They sound so perfect, but when you actually see them, you find they're full of holes. For example, universities. I used to think of them as places where a group of elite young people could roam freely and shine with their youthful vigor. Then I realized that what was shining was a ranking badge from a game. Everyone was playing mobile games. For example, some teachers, at the time I thought they were all highly educated intellectuals, the cream of the crop. I only realized after I got to university, that all sorts of underhanded tactics are involved in order to get an associate professor position. Well, Xinyu couldn't help but sigh, turning to look at Luo Qinghan's beautiful profile. Baby, do you know? I have seen only 2 things that are truly as wonderful as the legends say. It's all snow. The other thing is you. Luo Qinghan. You are even more wonderful than the legends say. Luo Qinghan stared wide-eyed in surprise, pointing at herself and saying, Me? Yes, it's you. Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. You probably don't know, but I've heard about you for a long time, haven't I? Like most people, Xinyu first met Luo Qinghan at the freshman party. At that time, Luo Qinghan played a piano solo of Exodus, and her perfect demeanor, like that of a queen, captivated the boys in the audience. However, before that, the name Luo Qinghan had actually been circulating in the school for a long time. They all appear in conjunction with phrases like a flower on a high mountain, peerless beauty, and the ultimate white moonlight. Xinyu, who was pursuing in Yutian at the time, was actually somewhat disdainful. Isn't that overhyping it? But after seeing Luo Qinghan's piano performance at the freshman welcome party, he had only one feeling. These words were just 2. Is that objective enough? At that moment, staring at that radiant girl on stage, even he couldn't help but grit his teeth and think. I wonder which bastard will benefit from this in the future. I never expected this. The clown was actually myself. So you knew about me back then? Luo Qinghan looked at him in shock. Then, Xiaoyu, what were your thoughts about me back then? I don't have any ideas. Xinyu shrugged and said frankly, back then, I couldn't even catch up with an Yutian. How could I possibly have feelings for a goddess like you at the very top of the pyramid? You don't deserve it. Brother Han, you don't know this. Even in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't dare to imagine lying on a big bed like this, holding you tightly in my arms. Looking at the stunningly beautiful, aloof, and curvaceous girl before him, Xinyu sighed helplessly. Luo Qinghan, do you know? You are a dream. You are a dream I am utterly unworthy of. Chapter 244, I am your dream. You are my faith. Am I Xiaoyu's dream? Luo Qinghan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her face even showed a hint of panic. She never felt that she was superior to Xiaoyu in anything. On the contrary, she often harbored a thought in her heart that she was too ashamed to tell anyone. I am nothing more than Xiaoyu's servant. Like Feng Wanxia, except that she was luckier than Xia and was able to win Xiaoyu's favor. To be honest, probably no one would believe it. In his heart, Xiaoyu was like a king. That's how it was from the very first time they met. Luo Qinghan will never forget the slap he gave her when they were on the bridge. No one had ever dared to hit her before. Afterwards, she reflected on it countless times and realized that perhaps it was from that moment that she completely changed. At that time, I was like a wild beast at the end of its rope, completely tamed by the sudden appearance of Shunyu. She dares to bare her fangs at everyone in the world, and dares to tear apart any one of them. But in front of Shunyu, Luo Qinghan felt like a pet dog, only daring to wag its tail and stick out its tongue, desperately trying to please its owner. Xiaoyu, I am not a dreamer. I am truly just your servant. Honey, I have seen snow before, and I've even been to the Arctic and Antarctic for vacation. Pressing her forehead against Shunyu's chest, Luo Qinghan murmured, I've been to many places, but I've only ever seen one thing that truly lives up to its name. Love. A gentle light appeared in Luo Qinghan's eyes. She looked up at Shunyu with a devout gaze, like a believer gazing at a statue. I only realized how truly beautiful love is when I'm with you. Luo Qinghan closed her eyes and gently inhaled the scent emanating from Shunyu. She naturally longed for love. Which girl doesn't want a love that lasts until the end of time? But later, after experiencing a dramatic change in her parents' relationship, she stopped believing in this nonsense. Love? That's utter nonsense. At that moment, Luo Qinghan only wanted to get as far away from this greatest illusion of humankind as possible. Only idiots fall in love, right? But now, although she was slapped hard in the face, she still admitted it with a mixture of embarrassment and joy. Love is truly wonderful. Xiaoyu, it smells so good. It's so nice to cuddle him while we sleep. Honey, tell me the truth. Holding Shinyu's arm, Luo Qinghan blushed and boldly asked, There are still 2 weeks left, aren't you getting restless? Shinyu never expected her to be so direct. His face immediately turned as red as the lanterns at tourist attractions across the country on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Honey, you asked me if I felt suffocated? Can't you stop holding it in? I'm about to explode from holding it in. But what can you do? You've already bragged about it all, so you just have to put up with it. If you really can't hold it in, then don't force yourself. It's not good to hold it in and damage your health. As she spoke, Luo Qinghan buried her head in Shunyu's arms and rubbed against him gently like a little kitten. Not daring to look Shinyu in the eye, she said in a barely audible voice, It doesn't count as you breaking your oath. Fine, I'll admit I'm greedy. Fine, I'm craving you. Shinyu almost had a nosebleed on the spot. Really? His blood was surging, his heart was pounding wildly, and the hand had its own thoughts. It involuntarily grabbed the top button of Luo Qinghan's clothes. However, after a moment of stunned silence, he let go again. Honey, this is a bit much. Isn't this spoiling me a bit too much? Shinyu was both touched and embarrassed. Letting me do whatever I want makes me seem like a terrible person. He also knew that Luo Qinghan never drew any red lines for him. Her attitude has always been that as long as she's happy, that's all that matters. Girls like this are rare, because everyone would laugh at them for giving themselves away for free. Shinyu had heard Jiang Chao say that some girls these days are particularly cunning, demanding engagement before marriage, and some even keep you hanging on after you've paid the dowry. On the surface, they appear reserved and aloof, but in reality, they are demanding and manipulating prices. But Luo Qinghan was the exact opposite. She was willing to do anything, and if you asked, she would agree. But the more she acted this way, the more awkward Shunyu's already limited conscience became. He thought to himself, if he couldn't even stick to this little thing that had been agreed upon, then he was in trouble. After that, if anyone says anything else, not even Han Gu himself dares to take it seriously. He kissed Luo Qinghan, a little defiantly, and resolutely said, I mean what I say, and that means 1 month. I absolutely will not change. Luo Qinghan was amused by his serious expression. Actually, she had recently inquired with Feng Wanxia, Chu Qingmei, and Miss Alice and learned a lot of things she didn't know before. Holding it all in is really bad. It can really harm a boy's body. Xiaoyu, since you're going to insist on this for a month, I have a little trick up my sleeve. Luo Qinghan's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they were burning, but she still mustered her courage and looked Shinyu in the eyes, saying, I've heard there are 2 ways to help alleviate your symptoms without breaking your vow. As she spoke, she quietly raised her hand. Then, she pouted her soft, pink lips. For a moment, Xinyu froze. Is this okay? No, is this all allowed? Really? He looked at Luo Qinghan in disbelief. You're willing? Luo Qinghan nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What's there to be willing or unwilling about? This is something a girlfriend should do. I really would. Xinyu's heart was bubbling and boiling. Good heavens, he felt like his whole body was on fire. My mind is in turmoil, torn between my inner turmoil and my own conscience. A tiny white-winged figure in my mind said, You're shameless. You're twisting the facts. Another little man with black wings said, So what? Just tell me, was it good or not? Xinyu is a person who cares a lot about his reputation. He is definitely not the kind of scum who disregards shame and only seeks pleasure. He nodded. Then, honey, let's set the time after we've dealt with Matthew, okay? Then, to celebrate our victory, Can you help me relieve some stress? Luo Qinghan blushed and nodded. Xinyu excitedly pressed his head against her forehead, taking a deep, ecstatic sniff. You just keep spoiling me. Luo Qinghan cupped his face in her hands. I'll spoil you. You are my husband. If we don't indulge you, who else should we indulge? I'll spoil you for life. Pamper you beyond belief. The two shared a passionate kiss. They were embracing and whispering sweet nothings when a deafening banging on the door came from the other side. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, hey, hey. Li Fian's impatient voice came from outside the door. What are that adulterous couple doing? We've finished compiling all the intelligence information. You too, come out and join the meeting. 10 minutes later, with Clara, who had just checked into the hotel, all 8 people gathered in Feng Wanxia's room. We've reviewed all the materials and videos about this Matthew, and our conclusion is, Li Fian couldn't help but frown and sigh. This guy might actually be a bit difficult to deal with. This person is extremely cautious and cunning. And there's another really annoying problem: we're Asian, and our faces are just too conspicuous in France. Wei Yuanli's Salt Red Gang is an Asian gang, so Matthew is extremely wary of Asians. Basically, if you get too close, he'll just shoot you and take you down first. Although this guy has an inside man under Wei Yuanli, he has been assassinated several times and is genuinely afraid of death. Therefore, he has an exaggerated number of bodyguards around him, and even has a double. He is indeed not easy to deal with. The most crucial thing is that he hasn't left his own territory at all lately. Xinyu clicked her tongue. Even Li Fian said it was troublesome? No, he wasn't in a hurry about Matthew's matter. But things are different now. He glanced at Luo Qinghan's fair and slender hands. He wished he could kill Matthew tonight. Old Deng, have some sense. Please, just die already. I have important business to attend to, okay? Well, but Xinyu was indeed worried. It was now very clear that Matthew was like a turtle hiding in its shell. You're thinking of just charging in head first? With an Asian face like that, they'll spot you in a second and just shoot you. What to do? So, I have a long-term plan to catch a big fish. Feng Wanxia, standing to the side, continued Li Fian's words. We plan to target Matthew's son, Leo Matthew. First we'll kidnap the young Matthew, and then the old Matthew will inevitably come to rescue him. As long as he's willing to move out of his own territory, we can easily make our move. Well, this is the besieging way to rescue Zhao strategy from your 36 stratagems. After speaking with great confidence, Feng Wanxiao looked expectantly at Xinyu and Luo Qinghan. She thought she would see admiration and appreciation in their eyes. However, their eyes were filled with deep disappointment. Xia, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but say anxiously, Isn't there a faster way? Does it have to be done this slowly? Any tricks you can finish before going to bed tonight? Chapter 245. The Crown Prince's vision extends far and wide. After listening to Feng Wanxia's detailed analysis that Matthew is indeed very difficult to deal with. In a great hurry, Xinyu and Luo Qinghan had no choice but to reluctantly accept this frustrating, besieging way to rescue Zhao situation. However, they never expected that even this slow-moving, besieging way to rescue Zhao strategy would be fraught with difficulties. This Matthew, no, little Matthew, isn't the typical arrogant second-generation gangster. He's quite steady in his work, just like his dad, very cunning. Li Fian explained, scratching her head. How should I put it? The father and son are a bit like Shun Yu and Shun Tingfei, both stingy and cunning, as if they were cut from the same mold. Xinyu got impatient. Master, just say what you want to say. Can you please stop making personal attacks? Li Fian clicked her tongue. What? Can't people even speak the truth? Everyone frowned. Matthew and his son are indeed a united front. You have to admit that the gangs in Western Europe are mostly family-run businesses, with each family having been in business for hundreds of years. Therefore, both their work style and methods are much more sophisticated and experienced than those in China. First, they are very low-key, and second, they are extremely afraid of death. Ma Xiaoxiu has two main characteristics. First, he is a womanizer who likes to collect beautiful women. Second, he is a gambler who is proficient in various gambling techniques. Because he understood gambling very well, Matthew handed over the casino business to him. Since his father and the Salt Red Gang officially started their war, this kid was well aware that he was attracting a lot of attention, so he simply stayed in his Westbrook casino and didn't come out at all. Dunkirk is not a big city, and there aren't many people with Asian faces like us there. We'll be recognized almost immediately as soon as we enter a casino. Li Fian explained somewhat dejectedly. The only place here that we can normally enter is Sun Se. But she's also North America's #1 lipstick. Her face is too beautiful, and she's too famous in the industry, so it's hard to guarantee that nobody really recognizes her. Wu Debiao nodded in agreement. And if we look for people locally, Wei Yuanli's subordinates have already proven to be unreliable. For a moment, everyone was a little troubled. Ma Xiaoxiu is hiding like a coward. Someone needs to lure him out. Feng Wanxiao would have been the perfect candidate. The problem is that her stunningly beautiful face is legendary in North American underworld circles, and it's hard to guarantee that people in Western Europe wouldn't know about it. But no one wants to take that risk. So, as long as Wanxia is both as beautiful as she is now, and completely different from how she is now, wouldn't that be enough? Huang Daodu, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly asked timidly. That's easy to do. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Huang Daodu has been in Xinyu's department for a few days now, and basically no one has any impression of her. She was very quiet and had a very ordinary appearance. As everyone knows, the first batch of people recruited by Xinyu's department were almost all chosen haphazardly by Xinyu on a whim. Huang Daodu, Clara, Hutu. If we had to point out any talent they possessed, it would only be this. They are not the Trisolarans. Therefore, everyone has always viewed these three as errand runners and never expected them to have any practical use. When Huang Daodu said this, everyone was surprised she was neither like Feng Wanxia nor as beautiful as Feng Wanxia. It was that simple. Xinyu, however, remembered Huang Daodu's special skill of head swapping. He slapped his thigh and excitedly pointed at Huang Daodu, saying, "Simple, it's really not difficult for her." As he spoke, he asked Huang Daodu to show everyone the pictures of herself after putting on makeup on her phone. Everyone crowded around to take a look, and then couldn't help but turn to look at Huang Daodu's face, and they were all dumbfounded. That's amazing. The difference between the buyer's show and the seller's show is too big. It's like a complete transformation. Even Pinduoduo, isn't this outrageous? You're being way too weird. You couldn't possibly have transformed Sun into the boss through makeup, could you? Li Fian couldn't help but ask, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Huang Daodu glanced at Feng Wanxia, then looked at Luo Qinghan. Can. She said it with certainty. Because they all have very similar body types, with long legs and a perfect 9-head figure. I can make it so that people can't tell them apart. As if suddenly realizing something, Luo Qinghan became anxious. She glared at Huang Daodu and said, "Absolutely not." "Do you know?" "Absolutely not." "Just kidding. Xia is thinking about stealing bases every day, and you think you can change her to me?" Feng Wanxia grabbed Huang Daodu's hand, her face showing the expression of someone who had met a relative. She said in a trembling voice, her voice trembling with excitement, "Daodu, from today onwards, we're true friends." "Xia, how dare you?" Luo Qinghan went over to grab Feng Wanxia, and the two instantly started giggling and playing around. Li Fian, standing nearby, suddenly had a whimsical idea. "Xinyu, you're satisfied now. With yellow beans, you can give your boss all sorts of skins, from Marilyn Monroe to Scarlett Johansson to Taylor Swift. And then there's Lu Yifei, Doraba, Li Pan, You can have whoever you want. You only married the eldest son, but all the women in the world are in your bed. Instantly, everyone was astonished by her wild imagination. But upon closer reflection, it seems to be true. Luo Qinghan's eyes widened. She thought to herself, that's right, isn't this even more intense than costume change? Isn't this novelty explosive? She stepped forward and grasped Huang Daodu's hand. Daodu, from today onwards, we're true friends. Then the group started arguing again, with Feng Wanxia insisting on swapping faces with Luo Qinghan. Xinyu, whose ears hurt from the noise, stopped her speechlessly. Stop, stop, stop. Let's continue now that Wanxia has been allowed in. What problems do we need to solve next? We need to solve the problem of how she can meet with Ma Xiaoxiu. Wu Debiao, arms crossed, continued to explain. Although Ma Xiaoxiu lives in the casino's hotel, he will not appear at the casino. For safety reasons, he usually only checks the surveillance footage when specific incidents occur. Xinyu frowned. A specific event? Wu Debiao nodded. It's the kind of situation where the gambling king shows up and wins a huge sum of money from the casino. Only at this time will Matthew definitely check the surveillance footage. Everyone fell silent again. So, it's pointless for Feng Wanxia to go in. She still has to become a gambling queen, dominating the casinos and making them win big. Only then can Matthew take a look at the surveillance footage. This condition is even more outrageous than before. It's practically asking Xinyu to lead the Yunnan University team to a decisive victory against the Lakers, who just acquired Donich. Everyone present was from the underworld, and apart from Xinyu, everyone knew that beating the casino was a pipe dream. Winning in the short term is only possible by luck. Winning in the long term is absolutely impossible. This impossibility is systemic. It is determined by the mathematical theory of probability. If the casino has far more money than you, and neither of you cheats, the only outcome you can get by gambling with the casino in the long run is to lose everything. In mathematics, this is a classic probabilistic recursive problem known as the gambler's bankruptcy problem. People often have the misconception that casinos must be places where people cheat. Actually, it's completely unnecessary. Casinos can just operate normally because mathematical laws are always on their side. Thinking of this, everyone stared wide-eyed again, so that means going in is pointless? Since Feng Wanxia couldn't win at the casino, it's very likely that if she went in, Ma Xiaoxiu wouldn't even know she'd been there. Xinyu couldn't help but glance anxiously at Luo Qinghan's hand. He was so hungry he almost cried. Even Ma Xiaoxiu is helpless, so when will Ma Laoxiu be able to get rid of him? He must die as soon as possible. Xinyu had never wanted to kill an enemy so much before. He thought to himself, Old Ma, can't you be a little more sensible? Can't you just choke on your food? So annoying. If luck can't be guaranteed, the only way to win at the casino is to cheat, Feng Wanxia said, frowning in thought. But casinos know far more about cheating than I do. How could a novice like me possibly fool them with cheating? No need to cheat. A muffled sound came from behind Wu Debiao. Looking up, Hu Tu, with a blank expression, said somewhat awkwardly, winning in the long run is impossible, but if you want to win for a day in the short term, it's actually very easy to do. Is it easy? Everyone looked at him in disbelief. This was also someone who had barely spoken. No one even knew his name. Actually, Hu Tu said, adjusting his glasses somewhat nervously, the Kelly criterion plus Edward Thorpe's best blackjack strategy is enough. I researched this topic with my advisor during my first year of graduate school. How should I put it? Scratching his messy hair, Hu Tu said shyly. It's really not difficult. Chapter 246 Luo Qinghan. Just a pretty face. Amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, Hu Tu explained to everyone the Edward Thorpe he had just mentioned. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, only then realizing that there really were so-called gambling kings in the world. However, this gambling king wasn't wearing a black coat and white scarf. He was a genius mathematician. Edward Thorpe was a truly legendary figure. His life trajectory can be described as from gambling king to stock market guru. He first used a mathematical model to completely figure out the winning method for blackjack, dominating the entire Las Vegas scene. A lonely master indeed. Later, he rose to become a financial tycoon on Wall Street, making a fortune through stock trading, earning him the nickname among his peers, the pioneer of quantitative investment. Hu Tu explained in a very serious manner. This guy had a gambling father since he was a child and has always been very interested in blackjack. While he was a university teacher at MIT, he wrote a paper called Advantageous Strategies for Blackjack and was immediately noticed by the underworld. One day on his way home from get-off work, Thorpe was ambushed by a man with a gold chain and a group of blonde-haired thugs. The man with the gold chain grabbed Thorpe and took him to Las Vegas. And so began Thorpe's legend. He mastered blackjack, then beat every casino in Las Vegas, winning every single one. Then, he gloriously became the first person in history to be blacklisted by the entire Las Vegas government and completely banned from gambling in the place. But Thorpe said he didn't care. He felt gambling was too slow, and stock trading was much faster. So he decided to shock Wall Street, and then this guy achieved another miracle. The fund he founded never lost money in any quarter. It was always making money, even during the stock market crash of the Great Depression. In the end, this guy was hailed by Financial Street as the father of quantitative investment. Feng Wanxiao's face was filled with disbelief. I know Thorpe, he is indeed a genius of his generation, but can you do what he did? Of course not. Hu Tu pushed up his glasses. But taking down a small casino is still a piece of cake. Besides, things are different now than Thorpe's time. We have AI now, so there's no need to calculate things like he did back then. Xinyu, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask a probing question. Hu Tu, since you know a sure-win strategy for blackjack, why don't you go gamble at a casino? It's for the sake of the government job. Hu Tu blinked. Your Highness, if I get caught gambling, I won't be able to get into the system. How could I take such a risk? Apart from Huang Daodu, who nodded in understanding, everyone else in the room looked completely bewildered. No, brother. You chose to become a civil servant between the gambling king and the stock market guru, right? In addition, Luo Qinghan and the other three looked at Xunyu together. The two people you hired are both so strange. Brother Hu. Xunyu quickly got up and personally poured Hu Tu a glass of water. So how exactly do we do it? And how should we allocate the personnel? It doesn't need much configuration, right? Hu Tu scratched his head and thought for a moment. We need a scout, that is, before Feng Wanxia goes. We need to send someone over to check every blackjack table, bet the minimum stakes, and find an initial probability. This person, preferably a local Frenchman, would be even better if he looked deceptively cute, but also a bit silly and not very bright. A local Frenchman, very cute, but not very bright? Everyone's gaze suddenly turned to Clara. Because she couldn't understand Chinese, the girl had no idea what anyone was saying and just sat there staring blankly the whole time. Incredible. Xinyu, were you refined in Laozi's alchemy furnace? How do you have such sharp eyes? Li Fian couldn't help but look at the stunned Clara. Goodness. Look at how wide her eyes are. He really seems like a complete idiot newbie who knows nothing about gambling. Later that evening, at the headquarters building of the Salt Red Gang. Boss, have Luo Qinghan and Xinyu's schedules been finalized for tomorrow? I need to arrange security in advance. Du Xian, a short man with a pompadour hairstyle, bowed and asked. As Wei Yuanli's confidant, Du Xian was in charge of many things at the French headquarters of the Salt Red Gang. Since Xinyu Luo and Qinghan arrived today, Du Xian has been extremely busy. It's already 10 p.m., and he's still arranging Shun's schedule for tomorrow. Just thinking about this makes me angry. Wei Yuanli rolled her eyes, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and began to list them one by one. At 12, noon, or even later, people go to eat breakfast. Why so late? Because they need to adjust to the time difference. Next, this group of young masters and ladies wanted to go to the Dunkirk Military Museum, saying they wanted to study why the Allied forces were able to escape back then. At such a crucial moment, what was that mustachioed artist thinking? You're just giving them free time. Then Xinyu and the others planned to go to Pierre restaurant for an authentic French meal, which would last for 3 hours. They wanted to follow the court recipes of Louis XIV, and boiled truffles were a must. Eat up, they won't die from eating. Now they're finally going to get down to business. They want to take photos at the Allied Evacuation Memorial and Dunkirk Cathedral, and post them on WeChat Moments. Bang! Wei Yuanli slammed the list onto the table. Are you here to assassinate someone, or for tourism? I must be out of my mind to believe my stupid sister, and ask you bunch of kids to deal with Matthew. Now it's all right. These college students are treating this like a winter camp. Expecting them to be helpful is like expecting the Sahara to be a breeding ground for fish. We're already short-handed, and now we have to spare a huge number of people to protect these bastards. Otherwise, if anything unexpected happens, Shun Tingfei will definitely skin himself alive. At that point, Matthew won't even need to lift a finger. The Salt Red Gang will be wiped out by the African tyrant first. Boss, we don't think these guys are very reliable. Du Exine couldn't help but complain. None of them look like gangsters. With their level of skill, how exactly did Luo Qinghan manage to unify the Southeast Asian region? I simply don't understand how a child like this could be made into such a fat glove. What's there to not understand? They're just lucky. Wei Yuanli couldn't help but scoff. The Southeast Asian region is just at the beginner level. If a trash opponent like Luo Wanqing fell into my hands, I could take care of him in half a month. As she spoke, Wei Yuanli gave a disdainful sneer. Xin Yuluo is lucky to have such a poor family background. Meeting a good-for-nothing like Luo Wanqing is practically like getting a super lucrative area for free. If they were to run into a tough nut like Matthew, like I have. No, not even Matthew. His son Matthew Jr. will suffice. If Shun Yuluo Qinghan runs into little Matthew, she probably won't last a week before being eaten to bits. Yeah, boss. Du Exine nodded dejectedly and shrugged helplessly. We were just unlucky. You know, that father and son were like an impenetrable wall. There was simply nowhere to bite them. No one could get a hold of them. The ministry keeps criticizing us for not performing well, you know. It's so tough to get by in the Western European region. Who wouldn't be satisfied? How can they blame us? Listening to Du Exine's complaints, Wei Yuanhui sighed and fell silent. That's just how the world is. There are always dragons like myself trapped underwater, and there are always fakers like Shun Yuluo Qinghan who got lucky and stole fame from the world. What can you do? However, good luck will eventually come to an end. Luo Qinghan was originally nobody. She just got lucky and stumbled upon a great deal. In Southeast Asia, she can still get by as a pretty face. She can pretend to be someone else. But when we get to elite dungeons like our Western Europe, this little girl will show her true colors. Wei Yuanli sneered. Just you wait and see. Chapter 247, The Most Beautiful God of Gamblers in History. The next morning, Westbrook Casino. In the center of the hall, a huge crystal chandelier casts a dazzling light, illuminating row after row of gambling tables. The smiling female dealer skillfully spun the roulette wheel at the table, her eyes cold and focused. At the dice table nearby, a man who had placed a large bet shouted out the numbers, his eyes bloodshot. Further away, the slot machines flashed colorful lights, accompanied by cheerful and noisy music, occasionally spitting out large amounts of chips, eliciting cheers. Several scantily clad waitresses carried drinks and moved among the crowd, occasionally having to dodge gamblers who were angrily waving their arms because they had lost money. At this moment, the area with the most people in the entire casino is the card area. To be precise, it was table D5 located in the northwest corner of the hall. Excited spectators had packed the place to capacity, all their eyes fixed on the woman in the black dress facing the dealer, their gazes burning with desire. This woman is so beautiful. Her long brown hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, the strands shimmering with a captivating luster under the light, like meticulously polished amber. Her eyes were like deep lakes, seemingly holding endless stars and oceans. Her high, straight nose resembled an exquisite mountain peak, dazzling and mesmerizing. At that moment, this breathtakingly beautiful woman glanced at the card table, her eyes filled with indifference. Jason, the casino manager with bloodshot eyes, couldn't help but nervously press his temples. Damn it! The sexy woman in front of me looks exactly like Monica Bellucci in Melina, both in face and figure. But what's even more shocking is that she's already won over 2 million here. If she wins again this time. Unable to resist wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jason looked Baracchi up and down again with his triangular eyes. This woman is too strange. She's been winning ever since she walked in today, winning nonstop. Jason is 45 years old. To reach the position of casino manager, he has seen countless gamblers who have made a name for themselves, including many who are considered gambling gods by ordinary people. The gambling gods are all very different. Some of them were well-dressed, crazy-eyed members of prestigious families, while others were slovenly, unkempt, bookish math nerds. But there has never been a god of gamblers as stunningly beautiful as Bellucci before us. Jason never believed that an outrageously beautiful woman would devote all her energy to studying gambling techniques. A woman as beautiful as Bellucci has countless ways to monetize her charms, but gambling is the least practical one. There's no way she could have such high gambling skills. Who has a top-notch appearance and a top-notch mind? This woman is definitely cheating. Jason couldn't help but anxiously touch his chin. But how exactly did she get it? The dealer at table D5 had already started dealing the cards, and everyone noticed that he was covered in cold sweat and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. After glancing at his hand, Bellucci frowned and pondered for a moment. Whoosh. She pushed all her chips up once again. Woohoo. Still all in. That was so exciting. The onlookers cheered excitedly and applauded continuously. If Bellucci wins again this time, he'll probably rake in at least $5 million from the casino. Bellucci smiled faintly and raised his hand to signal the dealer. Continue to draw cards. Jason's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He felt that Bellucci was just acting. She hadn't actually thought anything through. She was definitely waiting for instructions. Someone must have told her what to do next. However, Jason couldn't find any evidence Bellucci didn't make any eye contact with anyone. And to say she was like someone in a spy movie, receiving instructions from someone who wasn't even there. She wasn't even wearing headphones. Jason had checked several times, and there were no earplugs in Bellucci's ears, neither wired nor wireless, nor any of those so-called invisible earphones. How did she hear the instructions? How did Commander Wanxia hear our orders? In Xinyu's room, staring at the image on the screen, Huang Daodu asked in surprise. You know bone conduction headphones, right? Li Fian raised an eyebrow. You know, those things that let you hear sound without wearing them in your ears. Huang Daodu nodded. A colleague of hers had bought this, and she had also worn it and listened to the sound. It certainly freed my ears, but the sound quality was really nothing to brag about. The problem is that Feng Wanxiao wasn't wearing bone conduction headphones either. Here. Li Fian pointed triumphantly at the teardrop-shaped gemstone necklace around Feng Wanxiao's neck on the screen. A spy-grade version of bone conduction headphones, featuring the latest cutting-edge technology from the third military factory. This thing not only lets her hear us, but it can also be used as a camera. The two scenes we see now are transmitted back by Feng Wanxiao's necklace and Clara's necklace, respectively. As she spoke, Li Fian rubbed her hands together and grinned mischievously. This is absolutely the best hidden camera in the world. Huang Daodu suddenly realized. Just then, Xinyu's voice came from Luo Qinghan's phone. My truck and Biaozi's truck are in position. At the same time, a long line of data quickly appeared on Hutu's laptop. This section details the probability of each subsequent card appearing, as well as the possible hidden cards for all players. These data analyses come from the military AI Dingyi of the External Expansion Department. Based on the algorithm written by Hutu overnight and combined with real-time footage transmitted from cameras, it is performing real-time simulations. It's quite a long piece, covering a wide range of topics. However, at the very bottom of this data, there is an incredibly concise conclusion. Xiao Ding suggests you continue to ask for cards. Inside the casino, Bellucci pointed to the table with his finger. Hit! The croupier across from him immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone except Bellucci has stopped playing. He's pretty sure the highest possible handicap right now is 20 points for him, the dealer. Bellucci already has 3 cards on the table, yet she keeps asking for more. Isn't she afraid of busting? The dealer drew a card from the deck and dealt it to Bellucci. That was a 3 of spades. Stand. Bellucci signaled to stop the game, and the other 3 players at the table all turned over their face down. 17, 19, 20. The dealer also revealed his 20. Feng Wanxiao finally revealed her trump card. 7, 4, 5, 2, 3. 9 p.m. A deafening cheer erupted from the gambling table. The dealer, his face ashen, trembled as he slowly pushed the mountain of chips toward the smiling Bellucci. Jason, his face ashen, finally came to a conclusion that even he himself didn't believe. He pressed the call button on his headset. "Young Master Matthew, please go to the monitoring room immediately. We're in trouble. There's a stunning mathematician at table D5. She's an expert at card counting." "Oh." A surprised voice came from the other end of the headset. "Stunningly beautiful. A mathematician? Is that even human language you're speaking?" Chapter 248. I've already seen through this woman. In the monitoring room, Matthew stared in disbelief at Feng Wanxia in the video. He'd encountered skilled card counters before, but this one, watching the video of Baruchi exuding charm and captivating allure, Matthew looked on with a puzzled expression. A woman so dazzling, with a figure and appearance that are flawless, comes to the casino to count cards? Are you sure she wasn't wearing headphones? The operator zoomed in on the surveillance camera and pointed to Feng Wanxia's ear, saying, "Boss, there really are no headphones." Jason confirmed it on sight. Matthew frowned immediately. If it wasn't remote command, then that meant, was the person who gave her the instructions present? The operator, with a serious expression, quickly explained to Matthew the situation of the gamblers who were at the same table as Bellucci. There were only 3 people at this table when Bellucci started his rampage. Matthew thought about it for a moment. First, let's rule out that cute girl with round eyes. Just kidding. This woman herself came here using one of those discount coupons they give out, the kind that's specifically designed to scam newbies. Moreover, her constant shouting and the bewildered expression on her face when looking at the cards clearly indicated that she was a complete stranger who had never been to a casino before. It couldn't possibly be hers. That guy with the black-rimmed glasses looks like he knows a lot. But I heard he's been playing at this casino for a long time and is notoriously bad at cards. Asking him to instruct Bellucci is tantamount to asking him to instruct Messi on how to dribble past opponents. The most likely candidate is that pair of jeans. He was always the most excited whenever Bellucci won, and he had been betting on Bellucci all along, which had indeed made him quite a bit of money. Keep a close eye on these jeans. On the screen, the dealer has already begun dealing the cards for the next round. This time, Bellucci didn't go all in. She only took out a small stack of chips, and a hint of boredom appeared on her face. This scene made Matthew tense up immediately. Was she going to leave? The thing casinos fear most is not one person winning in a row. Instead, it's a situation where one person wins consecutively and then leaves. Because as long as you stay, mathematical laws will guarantee that you will eventually revert to the mean and give back all your winnings. But if you quit while you're ahead, you'll be in trouble. Matthew looked at Marucci nervously. She had already given up her cards early this round. Now everyone else at the table is following her lead. If she doesn't want to play, everyone immediately stops playing as well. According to the rules of blackjack, at this point the dealer must reveal their cards. The dealer then turned over his face-down cards, 3 cards totaling 16 points, less than 17. Players under 17 cannot stop playing. According to the rules, the dealer must continue to draw cards. So the dealer drew another card for himself, and then his expression suddenly changed. 6 of spades. He busted. Yo-ho! Bravo! A cheer erupted at the gambling table. The rule of blackjack is that if the dealer busts, all the players still in the game win. Everyone at the gambling table started screaming and high-fiving each other. However, a clear look of listlessness appeared in Bellucci's eyes. She glanced at the pile of chips, frowned, and seemed to hesitate whether to exchange them for cash and leave. Not good. Matthew was almost certain she was leaving soon, and he slapped his thigh and said, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Come down with me, all of you. I want to keep her here myself." 20 minutes later, in a luxuriously decorated VIP room, looking at the woman in front of him, Matthew was filled with amazement. Her hair hung down gently, and her elegant face seemed to glow in the coffee on the table, her beauty breathtaking, making my heart tremble. Matthew stared at her, his heart skipping a beat. Even though he had seen countless women and had just seen this face on the surveillance footage, he was still completely stunned when he actually stood in front of this woman. This woman is so beautiful, it's almost unreal. "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Little Matthew said blankly. Before this woman, so beautiful as a poem, his tone was so gentle, displaying an elegance that was utterly absent in his family. "You can call me Catherine." The sexy and stunning woman frowned slightly, looking at Matthew with a mixture of confusion and worry. "Excuse me, why did you invite me to this private room? Is it because I won too much money from you?" Matthew was immediately amused by her innocent and naive appearance. "Yes, that's right," he thought. "You really have won too much. But now?" "Of course not." Matthew smiled faintly. There is a fatal contrast in Catherine. She was so stunningly beautiful and hot, yet she was completely unaware of it, and when she spoke, she possessed an innocent purity like that of a student. Matthew didn't want to appear mercenary in front of such an elegant and refined woman. Desperately suppressing his wildly pounding heart, he tried his best to remain composed as he said, "My dear Catherine, 5 million is nothing to me. We invited you to this private room simply to provide you with a more enjoyable environment for playing cards. This is a special privilege we offer to all our VIP clients. You can place bets freely in this room, and I will also match you with poker players of similar status. In fact, these VIP rooms are like an upper-class club where you can find like-minded people more easily." Matthew thought his words were very appropriate. However, to his surprise, after he finished speaking, Catherine across from him showed a look of horror on her face. She waved her hands repeatedly and said, "No, no, no, absolutely not. Let the upper circles know I've been here. If word gets to my father, he'll be furious." As she spoke, she did something that Matthew would never have imagined. She pushed the bag of chips directly in front of Matthew. "Mr. Matthew, I don't want this money anymore. Here it is. Please don't tell anyone I was here." Matthew was completely dumbfounded. "What? You're just going to give up 5 million like that? Could it be that you—" In a flash, Matthew suddenly understood all the key points. The woman in front of me, Catherine, is definitely an heiress from a top-tier wealthy family. The bag is correct. Only in this way can we explain why she was able to turn around and leave when she had won the most points. Because they simply don't care about such a small amount of money. Catherine must have snuck out to experience gambling. For her, the thrill of the experience itself far outweighed any thought of winning money. By inviting her to the VIP room and promising to introduce her to high society gambling buddies, he essentially exposed her secret visit to the casino to her father. This terrified the heiress, so she refused the 5 million yuan, wanting only to keep the secret herself. The more Matthew thought about it, the more he realized it made sense, and he even added in the specific details. Catherine is a girl with extremely strict upbringing. From a young age, she possessed extraordinary mathematical talent, but was constrained by her strict father. She had an amazing mind, but deep down, she had always longed to do something rebellious. Yes, yes, yes. I've completely seen through this woman. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. Judging from Catherine's demeanor and temperament, there is no doubt that she grew up in an old money family. But in reality, families that are wealthy enough to disregard 5 million while also possessing a strong aristocratic lineage are extremely rare these days. Young Matthew, suppressing his nervousness, asked, "Forgive my abruptness, Miss Catherine. May I ask your full name?" She glanced timidly at her surroundings. Catherine lowered her head. She whispered, "My name is Catherine Rothschild." Matthew's mind went blank. Rothschild. No wonder. Now everything makes sense. It turns out her surname is Rothschild. I should have known better. She didn't care about 5 million at all, because she's a Rothschild. Suddenly, Matthew realized that the story before him was exactly the same as the plot of Roman Holiday. The Catherine before him was none other than Audrey Hepburn, who was about to inherit the throne, and he himself. I'm just like Gregory Peck, who stepped in dog poop by sheer luck. Matthew's blood was instantly boiling. What 5 million? What casino? All of this is nothing compared to what's before us. Without a doubt, what appears before my eyes at this moment. This is the biggest opportunity of my life. Looking at the innocent and naive beauty opposite him, Matthew nervously swallowed. This is a golden opportunity. If I can win over this woman, I'm confident I can elevate the Matthew family to unprecedented heights. If we could really climb this branch, why would our family need to rely on the hard work of slaughtering Chinese people to earn money by risking our lives? It's decided. He clenched his fists secretly. I am D'Artagnan Matthew. You absolutely cannot miss this life-changing opportunity. Chapter 249, We Chinese are really restrained. Even when he sat in his Aston Martin with Catherine, Matthew still felt a sense of unreality. His palms were sweaty with nervousness. Just now, when Catherine insisted on leaving, Matthew very casually exchanged the chips for checks for her. Then, in a gentlemanly manner, he suggested that if Catherine found gambling uninteresting, he could accompany her to visit the Dunkirk Military Museum. That's the place in the city that's most worth seeing. His suggestion was very targeted, because for some long-established families, education in humanities and history is almost ingrained in their blood. Sure enough, as soon as she heard the historical topic of Dunkirk evacuation, Catherine immediately showed great interest, and the two quickly found common ground. Matthew began to recount the battle at length, providing historical records, statistics, and some heartwarming details known only to the locals. Catherine was clearly captivated by his erudition. Even as Matthew started his Aston Martin, she kept bringing up topics that she found very interesting. Mr. Matthew, then tell me, why did Hitler foolishly issue the order for the German army to stop the pursuit? Matthew shrugged nonchalantly. That involves a complete clown, Mr. Hermann Wilhelm Göring, the Luftwaffe commander-in-chief of Nazi Germany. Miss Catherine, jealousy is one of the most pathetic qualities of humankind. It can drive people to do completely irrational, self-destructive things. After this opening remark, Ma Xiaojing prepared to begin his speech, only to be met with a tunnel ahead. Matthew glanced at the rearview mirror instinctively. His bodyguard's 2 cars were following him not far behind. But just now, in order to show Catherine his engine and driving skills, he drove a little too fast, and now he has left those 2 cars out of sight. Xiaoma was about to slow down and wait for the 2 bodyguard cars when a large truck suddenly sped up behind him. In an instant, the large truck filled his entire rearview mirror view, completely blocking his sight. Matthew frowned in confusion, when suddenly he smelled a fragrant breeze. Catherine leaned closer to him, her delicate figure radiating a gentle smile as she lightly grasped the steering wheel in Matthew's hands. You, Matthew stared wide-eyed, somewhat bewildered. You're driving too fast, Mr. Matthew. Catherine skillfully pressed the self-driving button on the steering wheel. Why rush through the final stretch of life? What? A bad feeling crept into his heart, and Matthew abruptly turned his head to look at the innocent-looking woman beside him. The wind howled through the tunnel. He saw it in horror. Catherine smiled beautifully, her long, seaweed-like hair fluttering in the cold wind of the tunnel. She held her alluring figure high, raising her right hand in a chopping motion. Matthew's pupils suddenly contracted. His Highness the Crown Prince sends his greetings. Catherine gave a breathtaking laugh. Whoosh! Her palm slammed down. Later in the day, inside the largest Chinese restaurant in Dunkirk. No, this is the most authentic Chinese restaurant here. Having just changed out of her truck driver's uniform and back into her sportswear, Xinyu pointed speechlessly at the menu in her hand. The dish was labeled in both Chinese and French. Raw fish sashimi plus eel sushi. Another dish that stands out is tom yum soup. They call this Chinese food, right? Speechless, family members. Xinyu thought to herself, does this mean that among the Gauls, all Eastern cuisines are considered Chinese cuisine? What's wrong? Feng Wanxiao looked at him with a bright smile. Don't people from China also think that all Westerners eat hamburgers every day? Xinyu was taken aback. Isn't that right? After Feng Wanxia completed the job with little Matthew, the Vermilion Bird team went out for a celebration banquet. Xinyu originally wanted to have a French meal, but Clara, who was ecstatic about completing her first gangster mission, strongly suggested eating something truly expensive. This is the most authentic Chinese restaurant in Dunkirk right in front of us. It's really authentic. The menu even features outrageous dish names like chicken with tomato sauce and eggplant with creamy minced meat. I want this one. Clara pointed with satisfaction to a dish from China that she had longed for. Sashimi and eel sushi. Am I seeing things? Xinyu pointed to a dish on the menu and asked with a look of surprise and uncertainty, because it was written above in astonishment. Poisonous mushrooms in Yunzhou. Note, from the mysterious Yunnan province, the hallucinogenic effects are top-notch, and medical expenses must be paid by the customer. Everyone was stunned. Xinyu couldn't help but ask the waiter next to him, do you really have this? Also, does anyone actually pay to eat poisonous mushrooms? The other party assured him that they really did have them, and repeatedly emphasized that the poisonous mushrooms in their store were all air-shipped from Yunnan province and were absolutely fresh. Everyone present immediately felt their eyelids twitch. Xinyu scratched his head and said to Luo Qinghan, "Brother Han, I think we should order something safe. This cured pork can't be wrong, right? Is cured meat always safe?" Luo Qinghan gave an awkward smile. She had eaten these so-called modified Chinese dishes from abroad before, and the localization was ridiculously absurd. How should I put it? Let it be. So the group randomly ordered a few dishes, and Wei Yuanli, who was standing next to them, placed the order on her phone with a big smile on her face. But I was practically ready to curse inside. These young masters and ladies are so damn hard to please. She had planned a full day's itinerary, intending to quickly finish taking these college students on their trip so she could get back to her own business. But things turned out differently. These people didn't get up until the afternoon because they were jet-lagged. I have to go eat at Old John's Chinese restaurant as soon as I get up. Are you an idiot? You came to Gaul to eat Chinese food? Chinese food abroad is a highly localized product, and it has redefined Chinese food countless times. You'll be eating so much you'll question your existence. That's how food spreads. It gets completely different as it's passed around. Feng Wanxiao smiled and shook her head, saying, "Like pizza. When Italians first heard that Americans were adding pineapple to create a Hawaiian pizza, they were already quite shocked. They never expected that something even more devastating was yet to come. The Chinese have gone even further. They've actually made durian pizza. When these Chinese dishes arrive, you'll get a good sense of the shock Italians will feel when they see Chinese people adding durian to their pizzas." At this moment, Clara raised her hand and asked curiously, "I have a question. I heard online that people from China eat everything. Is that true?" They exchanged glances. "We eat everything? That's nonsense. This is absolutely a stereotype about Chinese people, and we must correct it. That's pure fabrication. Actually, we Chinese are very restrained in our selection of ingredients." Xinyu waved his hand angrily. "Clara, what are they saying on Western websites? Tell me." "Clara, I read online that you Chinese people actually eat soft-shelled turtles." "Li Fian, eat it. That stuff is delicious." "Clara, they even said online that you Chinese people actually eat bullfrogs." "Wu Debiao, eat it. That stuff is delicious." "Clara, I read online that you Chinese people actually eat rabbit heads." "Huang Daodu, eat it. That stuff is delicious." "Clara, I read online that you Chinese people actually eat snakes." "Who too? Eat it. That stuff is delicious." "Clara, I read online that you Chinese people actually eat bear paws." "Luo Qinghan, eat it. That stuff is delicious." "Clara, the internet also says that you Chinese people even eat a kind of incredibly smelly, rotten tofu." "Xinyu, stinky tofu. That stuff is really delicious. But I still want to emphasize one point. Actually, we Chinese are very restrained in our selection of ingredients." "Clara." At this point, several waiters dressed in tang suits began to serve the dishes. The first dish served was the sashimi and eel sushi that Clara had ordered. The waiter placed dishes of wasabi in front of everyone, and everyone craned their necks to take a look. It has to be said, the localization is really impressive. The wasabi in each dish was very generous, a clump the size of a girl's fist, but it was all spun into a creamy, swirling shape. Huang Daodu whispered a reminder to Clara. "This is the dish you ordered." Clara stared in surprise. So small? She had never eaten Chinese cuisine before and thought this sashimi with eel sushi would be quite large. "I never expected it to be just such a small plate of cream. That's it, gone in one bite." Somewhat disappointed, I picked up the soup spoon. Clara scooped up a fist-sized amount of wasabi. He popped the whole thing into his mouth in one gulp. Chapter 250. Open the wardrobe. "Clara, Clara, Clara, wake up." Huang Daoda shook Clara frantically. Clara's face was flushed red, and she was unconscious. "Please don't die here. It's very unlucky for someone to die during the upcoming Lunar New Year." After a long while, the dying Clara opened her eyes, and while screaming wildly, she said in a trembling voice, "That's absolutely terrifying. Chinese cuisine is terrible. I thought my brain had just been blown off. I swear to God, I really felt like I just saw my deceased grandmother." Everyone quickly patted her back, pinched her philtrum, and gave her hot water. However, Clara still couldn't handle the spiciness. She stood up and jumped around for a while, then ran around the table while hissing and sticking out her tongue. Spicy, spicy, spicy. The way she stuck out her tongue made her look just like a French poodle in heat. Seeing Shun Yu and the others laughing and joking around, Wei Yuanli's lips twitched violently. Okay, that's impressive. Yesterday they were at the level of college students in a winter camp, but today they've been reduced to kindergarten seniors, right? Wei Yuanhui thought to herself, what serious illness did I have back then? Or did I drink some fake alcohol? Or did I scrub my brain dry in the bathhouse? Why would I ask them to help me assassinate Matthew? Have you ever heard of hiring guinea pigs to assassinate brown bears? Did I get kicked in the head by a kangaroo? She couldn't resist taking her phone under the table, finding her sister's name, and then quickly typing out a line. Did you stop taking your Chinese medicine? You traded such a huge secret as Li Pan for a few trashy people to come here and spout nonsense every day? These guys have been in France for 2 days and haven't done anything. They're just playing around like idiots. What? Do they think I'm a babysitter? This is supposed to be enough to kill Matthew? If these brats can kill Matthew, I'll live stream my passionate 5-minute encounter with my little puppy across the entire internet. Then she sent 5 "Are you stupid?" emojis in a row. The key is that I can't show even the slightest dissatisfaction. I have to smile and treat them like royalty every day. Today they came to France like a bunch of idiots to eat Chinese food. Tomorrow they'll probably go to a museum, and I'll have to find a bunch of guys to be their bodyguards. And the day after tomorrow? What if these guys get tired of the tourist attractions the day after tomorrow and decide to go to Matthew's casino? They'll be devoured without a trace. Wei Yuanhui sent a sweating emoji over, asking with a lack of confidence. Sis, it can't be that bad, right? I think they're quite ruthless in their dealings in Yunzhou, especially Luo Qinghan. She's managed to reunify the Southeast Asian underworld. Luo Qinghan. Wei Yuanli looked up and glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman who was serving food to Xinyu. Luo Qinghan, hee. That's nothing but a pretty but empty-headed vase. She was able to unify the underground order in Southeast Asia simply because her father was too stupid and the team her mother left her was too strong. With Uncle Li's assistance, even a dog could unify the Southeast Asian underworld. Sigh, I'm just unlucky. Wei Yuanhui looked resentfully at her key subordinates who had been invited to the table. Why don't you have one as decent as Uncle Li? As everyone's dishes were being served, Shenyu was shocked to discover that the cured meat she had ordered was actually stir-fried with cheese when Wei Yuanli's phone suddenly rang. With everyone looking at her, she irritably pressed the answer button. Then, she stared in astonishment. Then, his mouth slowly opened wider. She jumped up, ran quickly to a corner, covered her mouth nervously, and began to ask questions in a low voice. Her appearance was so bizarre and conspicuous that everyone at the table stopped eating and stared at her intently. After talking for a full 10 minutes, Wei Yuanhui finally hung up the phone and walked over with a mixture of trepidation, excitement, and elation. She waved for all the staff to leave, then had the curtains drawn before looking excitedly at the crowd and saying, "Can you believe it? Someone actually kidnapped Matthew. Matthew's side has now confirmed that little Matthew is missing, and they're searching for him like headless flies. Ha ha ha. So you, Matthew, are a master at killing Chinese people. Now, God has opened his eyes and is going to take his son away. No, I have to offer incense to Lord Guan later." After she finished speaking, almost all of her subordinates were stunned. Really? There are people this amazing in the world? A young man with shaved eyebrows and a bunch of earrings asked in disbelief. Yeah, that's right, another effeminate-looking boy said, his face pale. How did they manage to kidnap Matthew and his gang? Du Xin was also shocked. Even his eyelids were twitching. The room erupted in chaos, everyone chattering away excitedly. Sister Wei, may I interrupt for a moment? Xinyu asked with a blank look. Who is this little Matthew? His expression was blank, and his eyes revealed the clear naivete unique to college students. He's Matthew's son, but actually, this kid is even more troublesome than Matthew. Wei Yuanhui said excitedly. She didn't want to tell Xinyu and the others about Matthew's kidnapping, but now that she didn't expect Xinyu and Luo Qinghan to be able to help, telling them would only cause trouble. But since we've already come all this way for a meal, it would be quite disrespectful not to say anything. Sure enough, once she heard that, she realized that Shunyu, that idiot, didn't even know who little Matthew was. However, Wei Yuanhui was in a great mood and didn't bother arguing with him. She even explained, "This little Matthew is just like his father, extremely cautious, cunning, and fussy. Ever since the war started, he's been holed up in his fortress like casino and refuses to come out. We can still find a few opportunities to assassinate Matthew. But this little Matthew, we really have no way to deal with him." But unexpectedly, Fernando actually managed to tie him up. "This is a great deal for us." She was so excited that she didn't notice the glances Shunyu and Luo Qinghan exchanged. "Fernando." Luo Qinghan looked at her calmly. "Sister Wei, are you sure it was him?" "Not him, but me." Wei Yuanhui was so happy that her tone unintentionally showed some disdain for Luo Qinghan. "I'd like to do it, but I don't have the ability. Since it's definitely not me who did it. Could it be that it was you guys who did it?" "Ha!" The private room was filled with laughter. Xinyu and the others laughed along, looking embarrassed. Wei Yuanhui immediately felt a sense of relief. "Xinyu, Luo Qinghan, you both know you're just freeloading here, right? See that? That's how gangs are in Western Europe. The fighting is brutal and bloody, with assassinations and kidnappings happening everywhere. Do you think this is the level of a fight in a Southeast Asian kindergarten?" In her moment of triumph, Wei Yuanli frowned and began to ponder. There were three main forces in northern France, one being the Italian-Sicilian Brotherhood, led by Matthew. The other one is the Salt Red Gang, which is composed of Chinese people from China. Another one is the local French Le Mans Party, led by the cunning old fox, Fernando. Since it wasn't him, it must be Fernando without a doubt. Although she didn't know why he had suddenly become so resourceful, Wei Yuanli was still overjoyed. Fernando had previously remained a bystander in the feuds between the Salt Red Gang and the Sicilian Brotherhood. Now it seems he's decided to take matters into his own hands and tear Matthew apart. With such a big incident, no one could eat anymore. Wei Yuanli was anxious to make arrangements for the response, so she got up to say goodbye. Xinyu quietly called her over, saying that Shun Tingfei planned to hold a video conference for everyone at 9 p.m. and that she must go to Wu Debiao's room to participate in the meeting. Wei Yuanli was extremely annoyed. "Why did you have to hold this meeting now of all times? Are you blind? Can't you see I'm busy with the little Matthew kidnapping case?" However, she dared not offend Shen Tingfei, as he was a god of wealth, so she could only agree with a forced smile. So, after making all the arrangements, Wei Yuanli, who was so busy she was practically running around, arrived at Wu Debiao's room around 8:50 a.m. looking impatient. To her surprise, Li Fian and the others were not there. Only Shun Yuluo Qinghan and Wu Debiao, who was standing at the door to guard the place, were in the room. It seems this was indeed a high-level meeting. Squeezing out a smile, Wei Yuanli was about to ask a question when Shun Yu suddenly gestured with her chin. Pointing to Wu Debiao's wardrobe, he said calmly, "Open that wardrobe. Let's see what's inside." Chapter 251. You're the one in charge at home. What's in the wardrobe? Wei Yuanli thought to herself, what kind of lame joke is this? The moment I was pulled out of the closet, I knew that love for someone can't be hidden. Puzzled, Wei Yuanli walked up to the wardrobe and pulled open the door. Oh. She abruptly took a step back, her face turning deathly pale with fright at the sight before her. A man, bound hand and foot, and with tape over his mouth, was slumped listlessly in the closet. The moment the door opened, the person blinked briefly, his eyes sensitive to the light, and instinctively shrank back. But when he realized that the silhouette in front of him was a woman with a great figure, the man suddenly opened his eyes wide with rage, like a wild dog fighting for food, and tried to rush out like a madman. Bang! Xinyu kicked him back into the closet, and then slammed the closet door shut. Wei Yuanli felt a chill run down her spine, all the way to the top of her head. In that brief moment, she clearly saw the person's face. Little Matthew. Wei Yuanli's mind went blank. What was going on? He was actually here with Xinyu? Little Matthew is here, which means that the all-powerful expert who kidnapped little Matthew from the casino wasn't Fernando after all. Instead, she looked blankly at the two young people in front of her who looked like students. Xinyu is tall and upright, with a head of thick, black hair and a face that still retains a touch of unpolished naivete. Luo Qinghan, on the other hand, was stunningly beautiful and aloof. Dressed in a simple white dress, she stood there gracefully, looking every bit like a heroine from an idol drama. You kidnapped Matthew? She looked on incredulously. How did you do that? And besides, you don't have time. You only arrived yesterday. Shinyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yes, ma'am, we arrived yesterday, and they brought the person here today. And what about you? You've been operating here for over 10 years. What exactly are you doing? Please. He now understands why Western Europe, North America, and East Asia are at the bottom. Because from the very beginning, the cadres sent here by the ministry were the most incompetent and worthless. Strong individuals, such as Shun Tengfei and Xiao Miaoshi, have been sent to the regions where they can achieve the best results and expand their businesses. As for those like Wei Yuanhui, whose skills aren't that great, wouldn't it be better to just send them to places like Western Europe with less potential? We'll just make use of the waste. What else can we do? Wei Yuanli was still in shock. She was completely stunned by what she saw. However, Luo Qinghan narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Shouldn't you be more concerned with why we kept it from you than how we did it? Her gaze towards Wei Yuanli gradually sharpened, and Wei Yuanli suddenly felt as if a chilling sharpness was slicing down her spine. She instinctively shuddered. Why? Because you have a traitor among your men, and you still haven't figured it out? Taking a step forward, Luo Qinghan suddenly reached out her hand. Smack! She slapped Wei Yuanli hard across the face. Wei Yuanli, what a waste of your life at your age. Of course I need allies, but only if she's not a useless piece of trash. If you were working for me, with your level of incompetence, you would have been dragged to be used as bait by Li Fian and fed to the crows long ago. Covering her face in shock, Wei Yuanli was completely stunned. She dares to hit me? Everyone's wearing gloves, Luo Qinghan. How could you hit me? A surge of anger rose within her, only to be extinguished in an instant, because she saw the chilling look in Luo Qinghan's eyes. It was a look that carried a chilling, killing intent, coupled with extreme impatience. Wei Yuanli watched with her heart pounding. Is Luo Qinghan thinking? Or should I just kill myself? Then set up a puppet with a clear head. Yes, she was clearly thinking about this. Thump. Without hesitation, Wei Yuanhui knelt down, struggling to control her trembling hands, and said in a trembling voice, Boss Qinghan, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Although I am useless, I am still very loyal. I will do whatever you say. Wei Yuanli had lost all her arrogance. It was obvious that Luo Qinghan had only been there for 2 days and had already managed to kidnap Matthew. Kidnapping someone is much harder than killing them. And yet, I was so stupid to actually believe that only 7 of them came. Fart. They definitely had operations here a long time ago. On the surface, there were 7 people, but who knows how many more secretly came. Otherwise, could we kidnap Matthew? Wei Yuanli now felt that her clothes were soaked with cold sweat. I was so naive. He thought Luo Qinghan and Xinyu had been invited by him to help. But what a load of rubbish. They were there to assess him and see if he was worth making a big deal out of him. If it's worth it, then use it. If it's not worth it, they'll just replace her. Clara, the one who pretends to be crazy and eats wasabi, is their choice. Wei Yuanli, do you know what to do next? Xinyu, standing beside her, bent down and looked down at Wei Yuanli with a disappointed expression. Wei Yuanli was bewildered for a full 5 seconds before she suddenly realized. Use little Matthew to lure old Matthew out, and then kill him? Xinyu covered her forehead in speechless disbelief. They blew Matthew's head off, and then what? Provoke the Sicilian Brotherhood, and they'll send people from their Italian headquarters to wipe you out completely? Wei Yuanli was stunned again. The reason she wanted to kill Matthew was because Matthew had been too harsh on the Chinese. Whoever continues to lead Sicily and northern France, she feels her life will be much better than it was when Matthew was in charge. But now that I think about it, yes, what if the other side retaliates even more fiercely because of Matthew's death? Alright, it's pointless to ask you. With your skill level, I'm curious how the Western European branch even survived. Xinyu crossed her arms and sighed heavily. I'll just say it directly, and you'll remember it. What we need to do now is to pin the blame entirely on Fernando and let the 2 sides fight each other. Because you have a traitor in your ranks, and the information is completely transparent to Matthew, so Matthew now knows that it wasn't you who kidnapped his son. His biggest suspect is Fernando, but he doesn't have any evidence yet, and what you have to do is give him that evidence. Wei Yuanli was immediately at a loss. The person was clearly with me, so how could I prove that Fernando did it? Fernando's Le Mans party is very complex, with a portion of its members being immigrants who outwardly listen to Fernando, but inwardly only follow their own beliefs. But this group of people has mixed beliefs and numerous factions. They never report what they do, so if you pin this on them, even Fernando himself might believe it. Wei Yuanli immediately understood. It was all about exploiting information asymmetry, right? Now you go and decorate a room, and you need to subtly place some things with immigrant characteristics inside. At the same time, you need to write an article using a very immigrant-style grammar. This draft must threaten Matthew to immediately withdraw his forces from the main streets, or he will kill his son on the spot, but absolutely not to mention which tribe kidnapped him. Let him guess. Then you have Matthew appear on camera, find someone with an immigrant accent to read this article aloud while masked, record it as a video, and then send it out using an IP address from an immigrant community. Got it. Wei Yuanli finally realized what was going on. Wow, that's impressive. In that case, as long as we kill Matthew, there will be no way to prove anything, and Fernando will be unable to clear his name even if he jumps into the Seine. Don't use your own people for this. Let Biaozi and you do it. After a pause, Xinyu looked intently at Wei Yuanli and continued. After the video is made and released, you immediately contact Fernando to show goodwill, saying that he is Sun Quan and we are Liu Bei, and we must work together to fight against Matthew, who is Chow Chow, and so on. Then, you arrange to meet with Fernando, understand? I understand. Wei Yuanli was immediately filled with admiration and cold sweat. She finally understood. Just now she couldn't help but think that she was a new member of the Tungfei group. If Luo Qinghan killed her, wouldn't he be afraid of discouraging others from joining? Now she understands. Luo Qinghan was not afraid, because she could arrange everything so naturally, and then pin it all on Matthew without a single flaw, so that the department wouldn't suspect a thing. In the end, she can still leave behind the image of a righteous boss who avenges his subordinates. Wei Yuanli felt a chill run down her spine. From this perspective, Luo Qinghan slapping himself today was definitely a great thing. The fact that she was willing to slap herself shows that she didn't intend to kill him. It was just simple disappointment. As long as I can handle the following matters well, I can definitely turn the situation around. Wei Yuanli. Xinyu glanced at her sideways. Aren't you going to thank Boss Qinghan? Thank you, Boss Qinghan. I will handle the rest of this matter thoroughly. Please rest assured. Wei Yuanli bowed deeply to Luo Qinghan, her expression filled with genuine awe and fear. You'd better be able to. Luo Qinghan turned away, no longer looking at her. Okay, go and get it done. Xinyu quietly pointed at Luo Qinghan and gave Wei Yuanli a comforting look that said, I'll put in a good word for you. Wei Yuanli left with a heart full of gratitude. Hearing her footsteps disappear at the end of the corridor, Luo Qinghan turned around. Looking at Xinyu, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Honey, you're the one who makes the decisions at home, but you make me appear so domineering in front of others, making you seem like a subordinate. This isn't quite right, is it? Isn't this making you lose face? Oh. Xinyu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Luo Qinghan to think of this angle. Hey, what's with all this talk about saving face? Xinyu grinned and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. He thought to himself, this good cop bad cop role was chosen based on our personalities. It's obvious, Hanji, you're more suited to playing the bad cop. Besides, aren't you the eldest in our family? You've forgotten you're the big sister, and I'm your little brother. What's wrong with listening to you? Brother Han, I love listening to you. I love being bossed around by you. Xinyu's hand roamed over Luo Qinghan's waist. This is the life of a god. So many people would envy this, but can't have it. Luo Qinghan bit her lower lip and closed her eyes. But clearly, honey, you're the master. Chapter 252 Love is bowing down. In fact, Xinyu and Luo Qinghan had already decided to give the Wei Yuanli sisters a warning. Before she arrived today, The person who came analyzed how to treat her. Shock alone is not enough. Wei Yuanli and Wei Yuanhui are two people with too many ulterior motives and are full of wicked ideas. You can see from how the two of them tricked Li Pan that their method of dealing with allies is to use them and then discard them. It's not enough to make someone who's full of tricks think you're capable. You have to make them afraid. I have to make her understand that I have the ability to kill you at any time, and that I really don't have much patience. If you are disloyal, of course I will kill you. If you are disrespectful, I will also kill you. Even if you don't work hard enough, I'll kill you. Judging from today's reaction, the effect is quite good. Wei Yuanli has indeed realized her true position. However, Xinyu did not expect that Luo Qinghan would care so much about the fact that she seemed much more capable than herself in front of others. After leaving Wu Debiao's house, the two returned to their own rooms. Leaning against the bedside, Xinyu patted her legs, inviting Luo Qinghan to sit on them. Then he gently wrapped his arms around Han Ji's slender waist, lightly inhaled her long, dark hair, and whispered in her ear, "Brother Han, let's continue our conversation. Where were we?" Luo Qinghan sniffed behind his ear, then obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. "Honey," you said, "don't say we're faking it. Even if I really boss you around, you wouldn't mind." "Yes, yes, yes," Xinyu laughed, "because that's how my family is." I thought about it. It seems like ever since I can remember, my dad was always being scolded like a dog by my mom. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but think of the way Shun Tengfei and Su Hongmei got along, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. To be honest, she still finds the whole thing quite strange. Shun Tengfei is a genius. His way of thinking is often unconventional. But Luo Qinghan never expected that even his feelings would be so extraordinary. According to legend, this African tyrant was not only extremely wealthy, but also terrifying. He would even slaughter an entire tribe if someone looked at him disrespectfully. He wore a robe studded with jewels and acted with cruelty and debauchery. He also maintained a vast harem in Africa, filled with women of all races and types. But what is the reality? This man was not only dressed in a very rustic and tattered manner, but he was also extremely afraid of his wife, and was constantly being scolded by Su Hongmei. You thought he was the decadent King Zhou of Shang, but he turned out to be Emperor Wen of Sui, Yangjian. Luo Qinghan actually didn't quite understand. Why is it that Su Hongmei, despite being far inferior to Shun Tengfei in status, position, and methods, is able to be so assertive? To be honest, Luo Qinghan simply couldn't imagine what would happen if it happened to her own mother. Xiao Miaoxi never scolded Luo Wanqing once in her entire life. Actually, I was confused about this too. After recalling for a moment, Xinyu shrugged speechlessly. From childhood to adulthood, I always thought that my dad was always being scolded by my mom because he didn't earn money and had no status. But this year, I discovered that my dad is actually incredibly wealthy. That suddenly makes no sense. The night before my dad went to Africa, we had a few drinks together, and I talked to him about this. This time, he told me the truth. As she spoke, Xinyu shook her head with a sigh. I've realized that old Shin really understands life. Luo Qinghan immediately became curious. How exactly did Dad think about this? Xinyu sighed. He said, "You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want substance, you can't have face. You can only choose one." Then he asked me, "Xinyu, do you know how your mother got that scar on her back?" "Brother Han, let me explain. My mom has a huge scar on her back." As she spoke, Xinyu stretched out her finger and gestured behind Luo Qinghan's back, running from Luo Qinghan's left shoulder down to her right rib. It's this long. It said that if the wound were just an inch deeper, her spine would have been severed, leaving her paralyzed for life and unable to stand. When she was little, she told me she accidentally cut herself while working in a woodworking factory, but this time my dad told me the truth. It was a knife wound, and the knife was aimed at my dad. If my mother hadn't rushed forward to block the knife, my father would have had his throat slashed. Just imagining that scene made Luo Qinghan's heart pound with fear. Xinyu couldn't help but shake her head, still feeling a lingering fear. My dad said that he actually wants to flaunt his wealth every day. Change your luxury car and yacht every day? How awesome is that? But then he would have to pay the price of his son being targeted at any time just like Matthew is today. He could also throw lavish parties every day with beautiful women on either side, but he'd have to pay the price of having no one to protect him from harm. In other words, he was already dead. Even if he doesn't die, no woman as good as my mother will ever truly love him, because he doesn't deserve it. If you want true love, you can't spend money that's like sugarcane. You can't have it both ways. The most foolish thing in the world is wanting both things at once, and trying to have your cake and eat it too. My dad only cares about substance. Appearances are worthless to him. Luo Qinghan was stunned by Shen Yu's words. Suddenly, she realized that Shun Tingfei was really wise. He's right. The most foolish thing is to have your cake and eat it too, to want both, like Loan City. He is the complete opposite of Shun Tingfei. Brother Han, I completely agree with my dad's philosophy. Shen Yu gently stroked Luo Qinghan's long hair. When I decided to confess my feelings to you, I implicitly added loyalty to you and being subservient to you to my life's dictionary. Compared to these trivial matters, I feel like winning your love is an absolute bonus. Of course, I don't want you to take a knife from me. I mean, I truly love you. I will. Luo Qinghan suddenly interrupted her. Xiao Yu, if you want my life, I'm willing to give it to you anytime. Do you believe me? Looking at Shen Yu, Luo Qinghan showed no hesitation. Like Shen Yu, she also implicitly gave up some things when she decided to confess her feelings. They have dignity, a sense of self, and life. These are things that can be given to Xiao Yu at any time. She used to have her own goals, to avenge her mother and get the gloves back. Now that all of this has been achieved, we can give an explanation. From now on, she only ever lived for Shen Yu. Everything she did was for him. His life, of course, also belongs to him. I believe you, but let's not talk about this. Neither of us will die. Let's live happily to 99. Shen Yu quickly stopped the conversation from going off like that, and with a smile, he gently lifted Luo Qinghan's chin. In short, darling, remember this. I am your most loyal servant. You can hit me or scold me as you please, don't hold back. You're not. Luo Qinghan pouted in dissatisfaction. You are the master, and I am the servant. As she spoke, she stood up from Shen Yu's lap and gently knelt on the floor. Gently hugging Shen Yu's knees, she slowly rested her cheek on his thigh. Suddenly, the temperature inside the room seemed to rise considerably. Seeing the patch of fair and delicate skin peeking out between Luo Qinghan's shirt and pants, Shen Yu couldn't help but feel her heart start racing. Gently grasping a lock of Luo Qinghan's long hair, he asked somewhat shyly, Honey, do you think we can kill that Matthew tomorrow? Luo Qinghan pressed her cheek against Shen Yu's leg. Matthew must die tomorrow. She rubbed her cheek. Because, honey, I want to make you feel good tomorrow night. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 253 is today. The next morning, on a quiet street in Dunkirk, Shen Yu and his group looked around the restaurant, which resembled the palace of Louis XIV, with curiosity. The walls are made of large blocks of off-white marble, and an exquisitely carved iron fence surrounds the restaurant's dining area, which is entwined with vibrant green vines, with a few delicate roses occasionally peeking out. On the table covered with a clean white tablecloth, there are gleaming silver cutlery and a vase filled with fresh flowers, exuding nobility and elegance. We're actually negotiating in a restaurant. Yes. Wei Yuanli quickly stepped forward and explained respectfully. Your Highness, this is the most special place in all of Dunkirk, the Oath Restaurant. This place belongs to Fernando, but he never opens it to the public. It's only used for negotiations among gangsters. No one is allowed to bring weapons into this restaurant, including Fernando himself. Everyone must disarm, and everyone must swear in the name of God, ancestors, or whatever your faith, that you will never kill anyone while dining or negotiating here. If you break your oath, you will be hunted down by the entire local underworld until your whole family goes to hell. So later, we need to swear an oath with him before we can eat. Shen Yuluo and Qinghan exchanged a glance and immediately frowned. In other words, this restaurant is actually a shared safe house for all gangsters, and you are absolutely not allowed to kill anyone here? This is getting a bit troublesome. As the group was pondering, Fernando, the leader of the Le Mans party, walked over with a smile. The man was wearing a custom-made black suit with subtle, delicate patterns that resembled the emblem of an ancient family. A burgundy silk tie was tied at the collar, forming a neat and beautiful knot. Her hair was combed smooth and shiny, exuding a faint fragrance of high-end hair wax. He looked really impressive. It would have been even better if he didn't weigh almost 280 pounds. Shen Yu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. No, is this even human? He's so fat. He looks like a mountain of flesh. Fernando's face was so chubby, it looked like over-fermented dough, with fat piled up so much that you could hardly make out his features. But his manners were still very good. After greeting everyone very elegantly, Fernando led everyone to the oath-taking room. This is an empty room, with only a black floor and white walls. Shen Yu and the others were each given a form with oaths written in various languages. After glancing at the Chinese text above, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Not only are traditional phrases like, "If you break this oath, you will never be reincarnated" written on it, but there is also a line that says, "From now on, the god of wealth will stay away, and the god of misfortune will possess you." I have to say, this is just too toxic. Which Chinese person isn't afraid of this? If the Chinese version is like this, you can imagine what the French and Italian versions would be like. This piece of paper is practically a complete encyclopedia of oaths from around the world. Shen Yu and the others originally planned to persuade Fernando to make his move during his meeting with Matthew. Looking back now, if the talks had been held in this room, Fernando definitely wouldn't have been able to make the move. If they chose another location, Matthew definitely wouldn't come. If we can't reach an agreement, won't it end up being a protracted war? Shen Yu thought to herself, I can't wait for this tug of war. If Matthew hadn't died, when would I ever have been able to play the game of hand-in-hand with Brother Han? After uttering a string of oaths in frustration, Fernando led the way into the main private room of the restaurant. Shen Yu, however, called out to the Vermilion Bird Squad and Wei Yuanli, and the group gathered together to start chirping crickets. Since we can't take over the restaurant, all the plans we came up with earlier are probably doomed. Feng Wanxia couldn't help but frown. So, the negotiation and assassination plan we agreed on earlier, which involved using someone else to do the dirty work, is completely unworkable? Li Fian clicked her tongue in frustration. Why don't we just get straight to it? It's just Matthew. Why make things so complicated? No. Wei Yuanli waved her hands frantically. Please don't. Can't we think of another way? She had initially been quite satisfied with killing Matthew, but now that she knew there was a foolproof alternative, she could no longer tolerate the original, brutal method of killing him with such severe backlash. That's just how people are. You earn 5,000 yuan a month in your hometown, which you initially thought was pretty good, until you found out that your high school classmate earns 30,000 yuan a month in Beijing. Now look at your own 5,000 yuan. Is this how a person lives? Wei Yuanli's current mindset is this: I personally killed Matthew. Isn't that stupid? After glancing at the opulent private room, Luo Qinghan frowned and asked Wei Yuanli, does Fernando hold all his meetings with important VIPs in this main private room? After receiving Wei Yuanli's affirmative answer, Luo Qinghan narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Fian de Biao. She waved to the two of them. Remember, this is what you'll do when you go in. 10 minutes later, inside the largest VIP room at the Oath restaurant. Wow, is this rooster made of gold? I have to touch it. Seeing Li Fian stroking the glittering golden rooster ornament in the middle of the room with a shocked expression, Fernando couldn't help but reveal an awkward smile. Sure enough, the people of China are really naive. A mere ornament can shock them like this, and this little girl even thinks it's gold. Please, do you know how crazy the price of gold has become right now? If this were gold, would I put such a huge lump of it here for you? It's not gold, but it's a masterpiece by a master, and it's very expensive. Fernando smiled nonchalantly. Beautiful lady from China, if you like this rooster, I can give it to you. Really? Li Fian was overjoyed. She hugged the glittering chicken tightly. Then I'll move out. As they were saying this, they started to praise it to others. Fian, Luo Qinghan frowned, stood up, and walked to Li Fian, beginning to scold her. How could you touch someone else's things like that? As she spoke, she reached out to take Fei Yan's hand. After struggling for a while, Luo Qinghan finally managed to pry Li Fian's hand off and awkwardly pulled her back to her seat. All the French people present couldn't help but reveal disdainful smiles. Tisk tisk tisk. Aren't the people of China supposed to be very wealthy now? How come they're still eating and taking things like this? Li Fian sat back down in her seat with a displeased expression and secretly made a gesture under the table to Luo Qinghan, where her index and middle fingers were intertwined. All the cameras and listening devices have been installed. Just as the waiter finished serving the aperitif, Fernando was about to raise his glass in greeting when Wu Dabiao suddenly stood up, looking bewildered. Brother Yu, don't you think there's a smell in this room? As he spoke, he stood up and kept sniffling. Smell this for a moment. Smell that for a moment. It smells good. It definitely tastes amazing. The French people at the scene were completely bewildered. What was going on? Xinyu quickly explained to Fernando with an embarrassed expression. Biaozi has an incredibly sensitive nose. He can't stand even the slightest strange smell, just like a police dog. So everyone watched Wu Dabiao sniff around like a husky, checking out the entire house. Fernando was initially just embarrassed, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Seeing that things were going badly, Xinyu quickly grabbed Wu Dabiao and shouted, "Hey, stop smelling it. I'll just open the window, okay?" As he spoke, he turned the window handle, revealing a small crack, then pulled Wu Dabiao back to his seat and clasped his hands together in prayer to everyone. I'm so sorry. He's always like this. Please excuse his behavior." Fernando's lips twitched slightly. "No, it's okay. I will improve the ventilation in this room in the future." Okay. Thank you for your help." Pulling Wu Dabiao to sit down amidst the speechless gazes of the Gallic people, Xinyu reached her hand under the table. He secretly gave Luo Qinghan an okay sign. Chapter 254. The puzzle pieces are complete. They're all in the soup. Looking at the Chinese man opposite him, Fernando hesitated, picking up the glass of red wine in his hand, unsure whether to drink it or not. For him, this recent event was like waiting for the green light to finally get the time-traveling envoy dump truck. Disaster struck out of the blue. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have agreed to let those immigrant gangs join my Le Mans party. Fernando sighed. In fact, when news of Matthew's kidnapping spread, and the Chinese members of the Salt Red Gang remained silent, not to mention others, even Fernando himself initially suspected his own immigrant gangs. These people are too troublesome. They keep talking about faith and are always ready to fight. Fernando understood immediately upon seeing the video of Matthew's kidnapping. Isn't this because the Italians smashed their shack, which looked like a refugee camp, last time? The key issue is that these immigrants are too afraid to admit their actions. They've already done it, but not one of them dares to confess. I'm so damn unlucky. The immigrants below kidnapped someone without telling me, and the Italians across the way can't find any clues, so they have to ask me for the person. I'm practically the beef in the middle of a McDonald's Angus thick beef burger, and you two buns are both trying to squeeze me, aren't you? Ugh, they're all bastards. Fernando thought to himself that only this group of Chinese people in front of him were good people. This is truly a timely act of kindness. He contacted me immediately after the incident and said he would stand by me through thick and thin. What a loyal friend. But Fernando couldn't help but grip his wine glass tighter. But the Italians in the Brotherhood are too fierce. He really doesn't want to mess with them. Wei Yuanli had been talking for a long time, but Fernando only had one question on his mind: was it worth offending Matthew, the strongest fighter, for the sake of these poor immigrants? Should we just sell the immigrants? They don't listen to me anyway, so selling them would be the most cost-effective option, right? Why should we fight alongside the Chinese against the Italians and shed unnecessary blood? At that moment, the beautiful, angelic-looking girl from China across from them suddenly spoke a few words in Chinese. Fernando immediately became serious. Although Wei had been the one doing all the talking at the table, he had a gut feeling that Luo was the one who would make the final decision. The girl exuded an air of superiority, and Wei kept staring at her. As for the boy named Shin next to him, he's obviously her male lover. Otherwise, why would he keep massaging Luo's legs with his hand? Sure enough, as soon as Luo opened his mouth, the incredibly sexy blonde woman next to him immediately translated into French. "Mr. Fernando," my eldest son asked, "what is your opinion on the fighting capabilities of these immigrant gangs?" Fernando was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to ask so directly. So he answered frankly, I don't think they're worth mentioning. These peasants have no money, no equipment, and no experience. They're just numerous. Luo smiled faintly on the other end. The U.S. military thought the same thing before entering Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. Fernando was stunned for a moment, then broke out in a cold sweat. Miss Luo, you mean? Taking a small sip of the vermouth in his glass, Luo Qinghan slowly said, I think the opposite of you. These immigrant gangs are invincible because they are poor enough. Mr. Fernando, I don't know if you've noticed, but the world's largest criminal gangs are located in the poorest places: South America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Poverty and the underworld are like twins of fate. It's certain that the underworld will exist forever until poverty is eradicated. The Sicilian Brotherhood, the Lomans Party, the Salt Reds, and the Immigrants Guild. Of these four, the Immigrants Guild seems the weakest, but I bet you even if the other three disappear, the Immigrants Guild will still survive. After a pause, Luo Qinghan continued. Because they are poor enough, we become gangsters just to make money, but they immigrate to survive. And your Europe is experiencing a wave of immigration. Paris is now full of black people. These immigrant gangs are bound to grow bigger and bigger. Mr. Fernando, are you sure you want to be added to their revenge list at this time? After calmly finishing speaking, Luo Qinghan gently put down her wine glass. By the time Feng Wanxiao finished translating, Fernando on the other side was already drenched in sweat. He suddenly realized that the girl was right. The immigrant community is indeed weak now, but they are a growing swarm of scumbags, and because of their beliefs, they are extremely vengeful. Fernando pulled out his silk scarf and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yeah, abandoning the immigrant community at this point is just as stupid as going all in on Biden before Trump was shot. At this moment, not only him, but all the French people in the room changed color, and even Wei Yuanli looked at Luo Qinghan with a sense of awe. After talking for a long time, Fernando had no reaction at all, but Luo Qinghan only said one sentence, and Fernando was immediately moved. Having spent so long in Gaul, I still don't understand the Gauls' mentality as well as Luo Qinghan does. Mr. Fernando, I can frankly do some math for you. Luo Qinghan placed the knife and fork parallel to each other on the plate, indicating that the appetizers were ready and it was time to serve the soup. After pressing down the napkin, she continued, If you choose to go to war with Matthew, you will have 2 friends and 1 enemy. The 2 friends are our Salt Red Gang and the Immigrant Gang, and the enemy is Matthew's Sicilian Brotherhood. But if you choose to abandon the Immigrant Gang and make peace with Matthew, you will have 0 friends and 2 enemies. The Immigrant Gang will certainly become your mortal enemy, but Matthew will not become your friend either. If his son eventually dies, and he can't get rid of the persistent Immigrant Gang, who do you think he'll take his anger out on? And if your men think you are weak because of this, according to your Gaulish tradition, wouldn't they choose their own Napoleon? All right, that's all I have to say on this topic. The rest is up to you to decide. Oh, by the way, just a reminder, our Salt Red Gang's alliance invitation is only valid until the end of this meal. After saying that, she turned her head and started chatting with Shun Yu about the dishes on the table. After Feng Wanxiao finished translating in a standard Parisian accent, Fernando was immediately shocked. Napoleon? The girl is right. We Gauls aren't good at dealing with foreign powers, but when it comes to causing trouble domestically, we're really something. Without further hesitation, he stood up and shouted, Luo, we are willing to form an alliance. The Gauls have always regarded the Chinese as brothers. We are willing to fight alongside you against the evil Italians. We are both countries that love good food. It would be unreasonable for us not to unite. A smiling girl is bound to have good luck, and when ethnic groups that love good food unite, they become incredibly powerful. Thus, both sides quickly reached an agreement and began to enjoy themselves to the fullest. The French kept praising the Chinese for being good friends and loyal, while the Chinese humbly replied, Yes, yes, we always win people over with sincerity and never resort to any underhanded tricks. Then Fernando went on to talk about the commonalities between the French and the Chinese. One from the West, one from the East, 2 great foodies. Years ago, an animal expert claimed that Westerners didn't eat offal, and at the time, people actually believed him. Later, as more people went abroad, it was discovered that those who didn't eat offal were the famous Western desert countries known for their gourmet cuisine, the United States, England, and other countries. Aside from these few areas with questionable culinary traditions, all countries known for their cuisine consume offal, such as foie gras, a signature dish of France, and tripe, a famous Italian dish. Offal is the real delicacy, isn't it? The two got along very well as they chatted, and after finishing the foie gras appetizer, the next course was cream of mushroom soup. This was originally an ordinary soup, but Shun Yu's gaze sharpened, as if she had suddenly thought of something. Mushroom? His eyes lit up immediately. Even after swearing a solemn oath, he had found a way to get the Gallic people and the Italians to fight in this private room. That's it. Matthew is definitely dead tonight, and I'm definitely going to have a blast. He quietly picked up his phone and sent a message in the Crown Prince's residence group. I've figured out the last piece of the puzzle that will make them fight. The answer is in this soup. Everyone, now praise this soup to the skies. Praise the mushrooms to the skies. After silently watching, everyone put away their phones with blank expressions. Luo Qinghan gracefully picked up the spoon, took a sip of the mushroom soup, and then stared wide-eyed in utter surprise. Oh my God! She looked at everyone in shock. You all have to try these mushrooms. This is real French cuisine. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly took a sip of the soup. Immediately, Xinyu pressed her head, looking incredulous. Wu Debiao ate spoonful after spoonful. Li Fian looked completely absorbed, and Feng Wanxia shook her head with endless Gankai mixed feelings of emotion and reflection. This time, Chinese cuisine has definitely lost. I never imagined that the mushrooms from Gaul would be so delicious and refreshing. Wow, that's awesome. Creamy mushroom soup, YYDS. All the Chinese people gave a thumbs up. Creamy mushroom soup. If Gallic cuisine is a crown, then this is the most dazzling jewel in that crown. Cream of mushroom soup. Really? Really? In chapter 255, she was the most normal one. Fernando never expected that a simple bowl of cream of mushroom soup would receive such unanimous approval from the Chinese people, who are also a great nation of food lovers, to the point that they praised it highly. Even after the banquet ended, Xinyu said that the soup was truly unforgettable for him. Fernando thought to himself that this little puppy, Lo, was actually quite nice, simple, innocent, and very enthusiastic. Before leaving, the kid quietly told himself that he couldn't blame Wu Debiao for what happened earlier. The room did indeed have a strange smell. He advised against closing the window, suggesting that it be opened slightly to let in some air, and that it would be fine in a day. In high spirits, Fernando said he would definitely listen to his advice, and at the same time, he had already decided on the menu for his negotiation with Matthew that night. The other dishes are fine, but the soup. Of course, we should use this exquisite creamy mushroom soup. 5 hours later, in a hotel room directly opposite the Oath restaurant. I've already been to Old John's, and I've received the goods. Wei Yuanli personally adjusted the supply, and everything is ready on my end, Wu Debiao reported. The aiming instrument has been adjusted, and the incident distance is fine. Feng Wanxiao raised her hand. The surveillance footage is working perfectly. The room is completely empty now, not even a couple having an affair. Li Fian glanced at Xinyu, who was pacing back and forth with a strange look. No, Sister Yu, why are you so nervous? Xinyu wrung her hands anxiously. Master, do you think our operation tonight will succeed? Li Fian blinked in confusion. If it works, great. If not, oh well, it won't delay anything. Shin Yoshin said, what are you saying? You've delayed something important. You don't understand. He subconsciously looked at Luo Qinghan's small, white, jade-like hands. It can be done. My happiness tonight depends on this action. Noticing his gaze, Luo Qinghan's face immediately flushed red. Avoiding Shin Yu's gaze, she quietly clenched her hands and sat down on the sofa in front of the coffee table. However, as soon as she sat down, a hand was placed on her leg. Henin, I love the way you look when you lower your head. Feng Wanxiao leaned close to her ear and teasingly said, like a solitary orchid quietly blooming in a secluded valley. It's so beautiful it makes me swoon. As she spoke, she gently lifted Luo Qinghan's fair chin with her finger, her face full of affection. Luo Qinghan was startled and quickly pushed Feng Wanxiao away. Xia Xia, There are so many people here. Stop fooling around. Oh, Feng Wanxia asked in a soft, almost dripping voice, in a very coquettish tone. So, you can't make a scene just because there are a lot of people? Then, she grabbed Luo Qinghan's arm and playfully rubbed her face against her shoulder, tracing patterns on her fingers as she said in a sweet, affectionate voice. What if there are fewer people at night? Can someone come to you? Xinyu. This has been Feng Wanxia's daily routine lately. She now enjoys teasing Luo Qinghan, and in her own words, she loves seeing the aloof goddess blush with embarrassment. Her voice just now seemed to carry a hint of sugar, making Wu Debiao feel weak in the knees, while Hu Tu and Huang Daodu, the two newcomers who were unaware of the truth, were stunned and speechless. Oh my god, the water is so deep. Could someone draw a character relationship diagram for Xinyubu? Clara, however, seemed completely unsurprised. I respect whoever disagrees. And when I imagined the two of them together, it was hard not to wish them well. Xinyu's teeth itched even more. Of course, he knew Feng Wanxia was deliberately flirting with Luo Qinghan, but he couldn't just go over and stop her from saying anything. Let go of my wife. If you have a problem, come at me. What if Feng Wanxia actually listened to her? At this moment, everyone saw Li Fian walk over and slap Feng Wanxia on the shoulder with a pia. Let go of my boss. If you have a problem, come at me. Feng Wanxia was swayed by the slap she received. She steadied herself on the sofa, her lips twitching slightly. Fine, Li Fian, so you're going to play the hero, huh? You are the youngest member of the Vermilion Bird Squad. I, Feng Wanxia, have even dealt with Luo Qinghan, so how could I not deal with a little brat like you? She immediately straightened her towering breasts. She was already incredibly imposing, and with that extra force, the size of her breasts practically ripped through her clothes. With her hands on her hips, she looked at Li Fian defiantly. Oh, it's coming for you. Fian, if I really came after you, what would you do? That's what I'll do. Li Fian did not hesitate for a moment. She grabbed his hand right away. The air suddenly froze in that instant. The room suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Seeing the scene before them, everyone's expressions changed rapidly. Especially boys. Wu Debiao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Xinyu's lips were clearly forming the words, holy crap, and Hu Tu was speechless with disbelief. No, is this team really that amazing? Feng Wanxia was completely dumbfounded. Feeling the sensation on her chest, she felt as if she had suffered 1,000 points of damage. It feels like lifting a mountain only to have it smash into your own foot. No, Li Fian, you really came? Didn't we agree to just talk the talk? You're really getting serious. Big. Li Fian clicked her tongue twice. It really is big. Big, bouncy, and white, absolutely top quality. As she was about to continue tasting, Feng Wanxia panicked, her face turning bright red. She stammered. No, no smoke. There are so many people here. Isn't this inappropriate? So what if there are a lot of people? Li Fian plopped down on her lap and lifted Feng Wanxia's chin with one finger. Didn't you invite me? I remember you were pretty arrogant just now. Quite the challenger, weren't you? Look how flustered you are. I only used one hand. As she spoke, Li Fian reached down with her other hand. Feng Wanxia quickly grabbed her wrist, frantically begging for mercy with a smile. No, no, no. Fian, I was being unreasonable just now. Don't take offense at a little kid like me. Besides, we still have a mission later, don't you think? Stop. Li Fian, stop right there, you pervert. And then help me. Master, stop laughing. Help me. Luo Qinghan quickly pulled the two people who were making a fuss apart with a smile. Looking at Feng Wanxia, who was hiding in a panic and trembling, Luo Qinghan felt both amused and emotional. This is what the layout of my house used to be like. I'm afraid of Xiaoyu. I feel weak in the knees whenever I see her. Xiaoyu was afraid of Feng Wanxia. He felt guilty whenever he looked at her. Feng Wanxia was afraid of Li Fian. Even a fake rogue like her was afraid of a real pervert. But Li Fian is afraid of me. Yes, it's a closed loop. Stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Xinyu wiped the drool from his mouth and solemnly pointed at the surveillance camera, saying, Look, they're here. Everyone turned to look and saw two groups of people walking into the restaurant from the surveillance footage. The two leading figures were Fernando, who was as fat as a mountain of flesh. The other man had a gloomy expression, was tall and thin, and bore a 70% resemblance to Matthew, only much older. It was Matthew, whom they had heard so much about, but had never met. Everyone immediately straightened up and quickly returned to their posts. Li Fian stood intently beside Xinyu. Xinyu turned to look at her and asked with utmost seriousness, "How does it feel? Is it real?" Li Fian lowered her voice and said, "Bao Zhen. In addition, it's so soft, you can't even hold it in one hand." The two spoke these words in a serious, hushed tone, while Wu Debiao, listening nearby, shook his head repeatedly. "Hey, Yu, we're about to go into battle, and he's still in the mood to ask about this." It has to be said that although the team is growing, Wu Dabiao feels that there are fewer and fewer normal people. Feng Wanxia, whose sexual orientation is unclear, Luo Qinghan, who suffers from a split personality, and Xinyu, who is becoming increasingly abnormal. Well, I still prefer being around normal people. Thinking about it carefully, Wu Debiao, his face flushed, glanced at Li Fian, who was making a grasping motion in the air with her hand. Sure enough, she's the only one who seems normal. Chapter 256 Matthew's Doomsday. Where's my son? In the surveillance video, Matthew roars and slams his hand on the dining table. "Fernando, are you determined to side with those peasant immigrants?" Hearing the sounds coming from the listening device in the private room, Xinyu, Luo, Qinghan, and the others looked grave. "Matthew, what are you so arrogant about? Now it's me and the immigrants, the Chinese, fighting side by side, while you Italians are all alone." Fernando retorted without backing down. "Also, you need to understand one thing. This is Gaul. What happened to Gaul?" Matthew shrugged dismissively. "You think I'm afraid of a country that uses raising its hands as a military salute? Hey, you Italians have the nerve to talk back to us? Which country surrendered its entire battalion just because they couldn't find a crowbar to open the ammunition boxes? Damn it, at least we fought. Your Gauls only resisted for 38 days before surrendering 38 days. That's just a menstrual cycle. Then haven't we encountered the country? I won't argue with the clown. Me too. Have a meal. Let's eat." Xinyu, Luo, Qinghan, and the others. As expected of old Europe, it seems both sides really know each other well. In the surveillance footage, Matthew and Fernando finished their aperitif while exchanging heated words, and then grumbled as they ate the salad that was supposed to be their first course. Then, the cream of mushroom soup was then served. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room changed. Although she knew everything was ready, Xinyu couldn't help but ask Wu Debiao, "Biaozi, is it okay to switch the items?" Wu Debiao nodded. "Brother Yu, don't worry. It's a genuine Yunnan poisonous mushroom." Upon hearing the words poisonous mushrooms in Yunnan province, everyone's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Wow, this thing is so famous. As is widely known, Yunnan province is the only province in China that can set up a wild mushroom poisoning room in the emergency department of a hospital. When the rainy season arrives in other provinces, the authorities issue flood warnings, but Yunnan province only issues warnings such as raise awareness of wild mushroom prevention and control, do not pick or eat, and do not buy or sell. They even had to organize everyone in each street and community to sign a guarantee. But it didn't work. When it rains, the mountains and fields are filled with people from Yunnan province picking mushrooms. Eating mushrooms is a faith for people in Yunnan province, and there's no room for discussion about that. Poisoning? Can. Not eating? No. In Yunnan province, countless people suffer from mushroom poisoning every day, and the hallucinations that result from this poisoning are truly bizarre and varied. It is said that doctors in Yunnan province can even tell what kind of poisonous mushrooms a patient has eaten just by looking at their hand gestures. But being a doctor is also very difficult. It is said that someone once threw feces at the doctor after being poisoned. Because from his own perspective, excrement is a hand grenade, and doctors are wild beasts. Also, whatever you do, don't ask where that poop comes from. In short, the symptoms everyone experienced after being poisoned were truly indescribable. Some people even saw their dogs talking, and while being held down by the vet and taken to the ambulance, they were still shouting, "Why are you arresting me? Arrest that dog. It's become a spirit, it can talk." The doctor asked, Can you understand what the dog is saying? The man said, it speaks with subtitles. Doctor. Besides the dog talking, some people even saw pigs cooking in the kitchen. The TV isn't plugged in, but it still works. There was even water flowing swiftly in the landscape painting, and he even went to check if the artist was Ma Liang, the master of magic paintbrush. Someone went to wash the dishes, and while they were washing, they heard the pots and pans shouting loudly in the sink. It hurts so much. Stop rubbing. The key is that although these hallucinations are outrageous, they are extremely realistic. If you only use your vision and not your logic, you simply cannot distinguish between reality and illusion. But the risk is that these illusions are too uncontrollable. We don't know what Matthew will see or how he will react. Anxiously rubbing her chin, Xinyu asked again to confirm. Isn't this the most poisonous sea hand blue? Wu Debiao nodded. Absolutely. Li Fian, standing to the side, was getting a little impatient. We've been talking for so long. Why aren't Matthew and the other guy reacting yet? Inside the main private room of the Oath restaurant, after finishing the last sip of mushroom soup, Matthew placed his knife and fork diagonally to the side and clenched his back teeth. It seems we're definitely not going to reach an agreement today. That fat bastard Fernando is already in cahoots with the Chinese and immigrants. At this moment, Matthew's face was frighteningly cold. He was very clear that if he really complied with the other party's demands and completely withdrew from those few blocks, it would be equivalent to the Sicilian Brotherhood withdrawing from Dunkirk and losing the northern region of Gaul centered around it. He cannot accept this. Even if the other party has to pay compensation, it's still much better than this offer. Call. Matthew took a deep breath. You can't reason with the immigrants. Those people just spout their own nonsense. The Chinese have been thoroughly offended. Dozens of them have already been killed. The idea of reconciliation now is simply too far-fetched. The only thing that can still be compromised is the fat pig Fernando right in front of us. Matthew twirled the ring on his hand and subconsciously glanced at Fernando opposite him. Why is this fat pig winking at me? Matthew looked completely bewildered across from him. Fernando was blinking, looking confused, and gently gesturing with his chubby hand in front of him. Did you pinch it? Then, he pinched it again from a slightly upward angle. I pinched it again on the right side. Matthew's mouth dropped open in astonishment. What's wrong with this fat pig? At this moment, Fernando across from him stared with wide, shriveled eyes, his cheeks twitching incessantly, drooling as he pinched them left and right. Up, down, left, right, B, A, B. Matthew was stunned. No, what the hell are you doing? Suddenly, a thought that made him break out in a cold sweat rushed into Matthew's mind. Fernando, what is he doing? Was the smashing of the cup a signal? Use gestures to call people in? Damn it, Fernando, who is known as the most respectable gangster in Dunkirk, has actually gone so far as to commit a dirty trick in the Oath restaurant? A soft laugh sounded beside me. Turning his head, Matthew suddenly looked to the side. He was chilled to the bone to discover that the life-size Venus statue on the left wall of the restaurant. She's moving. Matthew saw Venus give him a subtle wink. Then, head held high, and with a cat-like gait, she strolled to the cabinet where the vase stood and opened the door. 2 alloy robotic arms were removed. With a click-clack sound, he reattached a hand to his severed arm. Holy crap! Matthew felt a rush of blood to his head, and his scalp tingled. Damn it, it really was. That bastard Fernando to keep his vow and not do it himself. He got a Chinese robot from Wei Yuanli. I heard that the robots there can dance the Yanko and twirl handkerchiefs. Killing people must be a piece of cake for them. Sure enough, just as Matthew had this thought, Venus pulled out a golden AK-47 from the cabinet and started firing wildly at him. Asshole! Fernando kicked the table over and roared as he lay down. Snap! Splash! The sound of plates and dishes shattering suddenly filled the air. From inside the room across the street, Xinyu waved and called out. Morise! Now! Chapter 257 Ace of Spades. Feng Wanxia gently pulled the trigger. The hammer strikes the primer, causing the gun to recoil slightly. A Type 53 rifle bullet whistled out along the long barrel of the CSLR-4 sniper rifle. Spinning and tearing through the air, it was like a messenger sent by death, causing the airflow to be compressed sharply and produce a slight whistling sound wherever it passed. Then, it arrived at the window that Fernando had opened to ventilate and let out the smell. It passed through the narrow gap. 0.11 seconds later, it hit Matthew on the head without missing a beat. Bang! The skin on the back of Matthew's head suddenly caved in, followed by a splatter of blood, which sprayed into the air like a mist. Before he could react, Matthew fell straight backward like a puppet with its strings cut. He slammed heavily to the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Instantly, the room erupted into chaos. An overturned table, shattered plates, flying knives and forks, and Matthew's wildly imaginative corpse. Italians shouting, "They ambushed us. They killed the Gallic men." And then there's Fernando, still bewildered, clutching the tiny figure flying around in front of him, his face blank. "Go for it." An Italian with a ponytail grabbed a knife that had fallen to the ground, darted forward, and accurately stabbed Fernando in the carotid artery. "Boss!" One of the Luman's henchmen went berserk. He ripped the Monet painting off the wall and pulled out a submachine gun from behind it. "You Italian, die." Da-da-da-da-da. The continuous thud of bullets piercing flesh was accompanied by screams of agony. "Really?" Luo Qinghan gave a cold smile in front of the monitor screen. "I knew it. Fernando couldn't possibly be that honest. How could he not set off a gun in this oath restaurant?" The words of the Gauls are deceitful. Shinyu glanced at the bloody scene on the surveillance camera and breathed a sigh of relief. "Now that he's let us go, we can rest assured. Biaozi, deal with that little Matthew and let him reunite with his father." "Yes." 3 minutes later, the killing on the screen was nearing its end. All the Italians had been riddled with bullets, and the entire private room was a sea of blood. Li Fian stood up, feeling somewhat bored. "All right, the Gauls and Italians are about to start a city-wide brawl. Let's get something good to eat to celebrate." Master, you guys finish eating first." Shinyu glanced at Luo Qinghan furtively and stammered. "Han and I have some urgent business to attend to first." Li Fian raised an eyebrow. "An urgent matter?" "Right." Luo Qinghan's face suddenly turned red for no apparent reason. We need to deal with that. Extremely urgent." 1 hour later. The Silva Hotel, Shun Yolua's cold room. After checking several times to make sure there were no cameras, Shinyu walked helplessly to Luo Qinghan. He's really panicking now. But Luo Qinghan was even more flustered than him. She didn't even dare to lift her head. "Brother Han, shall we proceed according to the original plan?" Honey, I'm going to take a shower first." "Okay, you go first." Turning around in a panic, Shinyu stumbled into the bathroom and frantically turned on the shower. The sound of water could be heard. In the bedroom, Luo Qinghan, having mustered her courage, raised her head. Listening to the sound of water, she felt her heart leap into her throat, threatening to burst forth. Actually, she had already inquired about this matter in detail with Miss Alicia and Chu Qingmei. What is the process, how long does it take, and what should be done afterwards? I've asked them all. She initially thought she knew everything perfectly well and that there wouldn't be any problems. But when the moment came, she suddenly found her mind completely blank. What to do? Luo Qinghan subconsciously started wandering around the room. When she came to her senses, she found that she had already. He stood outside Shinyu's bathroom. This. Luo Qinghan was stunned. How did I get in? Do feet have their own thoughts? The hotel has a classic style, and its bathrooms are not the currently popular glass-enclosed structure, but a semi-enclosed structure surrounded by marble walls. Luo Qinghan stood there, and could vaguely see half of Shunyu's body exposed outside the half-enclosed area, his solid chest, powerful shoulders, and 8-pack abs that rose and fell slightly with his breathing. She could see everything at that moment. What's worse, if she adjusted the angle even slightly, she could see what she really wanted to see behind this semi-enclosed structure. Suddenly, Luo Qinghan felt like she was suffocating. Should I turn around and leave? Or should we adjust the angle a little more? Just a little bit? Luo Qinghan is not a nervous person. In the underworld, she has always been known for her calmness and is known as the Ice Queen. But now, she stood there, completely lost, flustered, and disoriented. I was so nervous I felt like my soul was leaving my body. Baby. Sensing her standing there, Xinyu, who was washing her hair, suddenly said, "Could you bring in my toothbrush and toothpaste?" "Oh, okay." Luo Qinghan thought to herself. "Xiao Yu, this isn't because I'm being lewd. It's because you asked for it yourself." So, she nervously took Xinyu's toiletries, walked to the bathroom, and handed them over. I glanced at it by chance. Then, she froze there. As if struck by lightning, she was completely stunned. Yes, she had already inquired about the process in detail from Miss Alicia and Chu Qingmei, so she knew what was going on. But, that's what we're saying. Some of these things are just too outrageous in scale, aren't they? Brother Han, I do have a bit of a special talent, huh? Xinyu, who had just taken the toothbrush, noticed her gaze and explained somewhat awkwardly. I have indeed been different from ordinary people since I was a child. Let me tell you, my childhood was awful. Back then, the men's restrooms didn't have partitions, and I would even get teased by the kids when I went to pee. For a while, I was so traumatized by their jokes that I was afraid to go to the toilet and ended up wetting my pants. I was young then and felt very inferior. I thought to myself, why am I the only one who's this old? But as I grew up and became more sensible, I realized that the one who should feel inferior wasn't me, it should be everyone else who felt inferior. Xinyu rambled on, launching into a long, resentful rant. He almost developed a mental illness from being ridiculed by other children because of this when he was a child. Because the scale is indeed outrageous. In fact, in all his years, if we're talking about who can rival him in this matter, the only one is Kunpei, whom he met this year. However, Luo Qinghan didn't hear what he was saying at all. Her mind went blank at that moment, and she just nodded randomly to Xinyu. Oh well, I'll head out now. Luo Qinghan didn't even know how she got back to her bedroom. One question kept replaying in her mind. Is that correct? Yes, Xinyu is a tall boy who plays basketball. But he wasn't the kind of muscular hulking man. Overall, he was a medium-sized guy who was slim when dressed, but muscular when undressed. But, is this correct? After catching his breath, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but think about the girl's situation and suddenly understood. There is absolutely no positive correlation between a woman's breast size and her height. Some girls may only be 155 centimeters tall, yet they have a heart that encompasses the world, making people who are 170 centimeters tall look on with envy. But some girls, even at 180 centimeters, still look small. It seems the situation is the same for boys. So, this is an independent random event. Just like eye size has nothing to do with height and weight. Pressing her hand against her smooth forehead, Luo Qinghan's eyelashes twitched nervously as if she had been electrocuted. If we compare this to a deck of cards, everyone draws cards randomly. It's obvious. Her luck was a bit too good. She drew Xiaoyu's ace of spades as soon as she made her move. At that moment, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Xinyu finished washing. After a sound of a hairdryer was heard. Xinyu, wearing a white bathrobe, grabbed her hair and walked over somewhat awkwardly, whispering, "Brother Han." Luo Qinghan snapped out of her daze. Huh. Shall we start now? Begin. Really starting? Start. Luo Qinghan's breathing suddenly became heavy. Her chest heaved up and down, and her whole body began to tremble slightly. Xinyu subconsciously licked her lips. Baby, then Luo Qinghan, her face burning, helped Xinyu take off her slippers, then said in a voice barely audible, "Honey, lie down on the bed." Xinyu quickly climbed onto the bed and lay down. He kept swallowing, and his legs were trembling. Is it really true that they're coming? He subconsciously looked at Luo Qinghan's hand. Those hands were slender and long, with fingers as white as finely carved jade scallions, almost transparent. Her nails were trimmed neatly and rounded, with a faint, healthy sheen, like the glow of a seashell's inner wall. Luo Qinghan slowly walked to the bedside, took a deep breath, and gently knelt down beside the bed. Xinyu suddenly became incoherent. Baby, shall we not turn off the lights? No, it won't be closed. Luo Qinghan stretched out her incredibly beautiful hand. She said in a trembling voice, I want to see it. Chapter 258 in the Clouds. Much later. Lying on her back in bed, Xinyu let out a blissful sigh and looked contentedly at the milky white ceiling above her head. After a long while, He turned his head and stared blankly at Luo Qinghan lying beside him. Her cool and beautiful profile was like the exquisite moonlight shining into his heart on a windless, still night. You. Just keep indulging me. Xinyu comfortably wrapped his arm around her slender waist. What an amazing life. It's so exhilarating that you feel like you've wasted the first 20 years of your life. To be honest, Xinyu now wants to write a thank you letter to An Yutian. Thank you for keeping me hanging back then and not saying yes. Thank you for letting me go. Thank you. If you agreed to my proposal, would I still have such a wonderful wife? Wouldn't I be tormented for the rest of my life like your father? Unlike now. Xinyu wanted to whistle smugly. I live like a debauched and tyrannical ruler. Xinyu now empathizes with King Zhou, with Daji around, who will still attend the morning court session. Let's have some fun. I'm already enjoying this much even before we've actually taken that step. Imagine what it will be like in 2 weeks. However, Xinyu looked at Luo Qinghan somewhat awkwardly. Baby, you're taking such good care of me. To be honest, don't you think it's dirty? Dirty. Luo Qinghan shook his head in surprise. How could that be? Xiaoyu, there's nothing dirty on you. They all smell so good. I love them all so much. Me? I just love serving you. After Luo Qinghan said that, Xinyu felt embarrassed. If the male students at Yunnan University knew that their aloof goddess had said such things to them, they would probably be shattered into pieces. You really know how to talk. Xinyu touched Luo Qinghan's rosy lips with her finger. I love your little mouth so much. However, to his surprise, Luo Qinghan's face immediately turned red. The red color was vibrant and luscious. Mouth. Does Xiaoyu like my mouth? Okay. I'm willing. Next time. Etc. Luo Qinghan suddenly thought of the scale of some things. She glanced down guiltily. Hiss. Am I really capable? And then there's that thing that happened 2 weeks later. Before today, she was fearless about that matter, wishing those remaining 2 weeks would pass in a flash. But now she realizes she may have been a little ignorant and reckless before. Luo Qinghan is now genuinely a little scared. And Late Summer also mentioned that Xiaoyu has good stamina, but slow reaction time. Oh my god. She couldn't help but think, can I really take it? Will I die? Luo Qinghan knew that this worry was ridiculous, but she was genuinely scared. Holding Xinyu in her arms, thinking about that matter, her heart was in turmoil when the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Feng Wanxia. Moreover, it's a video call. Wow. The two of them immediately became a chaotic mess. No. Why are you calling at this hour, Mori? It's almost 11 o'clock. Did you know that making a phone call at this time constitutes harassment under criminal law? Where are my underwear? Forget it, I won't wear it. Honey, hand me that shirt first, I'll cover for you. Wait, don't answer yet. After Xinyu hurriedly put on her pajamas, Luo Qinghan forced herself to remain calm and answered the call. 2 men, their faces covered in sweat, sat side by side, asking with righteous indignation. Late Summer, what's up? Go ahead and say it. We're not asleep yet. Hee hee. Stop chuckling, come to my room right now, quick. Feng Wanxia urged anxiously. We've got news from Kuanpei. Wu Debiao's sister has been found. 10 minutes later, in Feng Wanxia's room, Wu Debiao, who had just finished dealing with the aftermath of Xiao Maxiu's situation, ran into the bedroom covered in sweat. My sister has been found. They really found it? Biaozi, don't panic. Li Fian waved her hand and shooed everyone to sit down. Quick, son, connect with Kuanpei via video call. Feng Wanxia quickly pressed the call button. With a beep sound, on the tri-folded phone screen, Kuanpei's delicate and charming face appeared. Is she really my sister? Wu Debiao asked anxiously. Kuanpei, are you sure she's my sister? Kuanpei nodded firmly. Brother Biao, we've already done DNA testing on both of your hairs. She's definitely your sister. Woohoo. Yes. The crowd erupted in an uncontrollable cheer. Found it. Everyone was incredibly happy for Wu Debiao. He had been searching for so many years, and it was truly a case of heaven rewarding those who persevere. Wu Debiao's voice trembled with excitement. Is my sister safe now? How is she? Is she injured? Is she disabled? Or anything? Nothing at all. She is perfectly safe and healthy. Kuanpei said with a smile, then a hesitant expression appeared on his face. But but immediately caused everyone's expressions to freeze. But what happened next was something everyone had a vague idea of, and I had already guessed it. But this is a problem that nobody wants to face. How did a girl who was trafficked to Southeast Asia survive all these years without any relatives and all alone? Wu Debiao's heart sank immediately. Actually, Kuan-pei's expression just now already said a lot. I'm afraid it's my own sister. Instinctively clenching his fists, Wu Debiao asked with a livid face. What does my sister do? Kuan-pei scratched his head awkwardly and embarrassedly. It's a long story. Your sister? Well, her profession is quite unique. Li Fian immediately became impatient. She's not the type to be sensitive or thoughtful. In her view, what needs to be faced will eventually have to be faced, and no amount of hiding or concealing will change anything. What's the point of being so tactful? Li Fian raised an eyebrow. Her sister is a prostitute, right? Everyone's hearts tightened, and they all looked at Kuan-pei as if they were waiting for a final verdict. To everyone's surprise, Kuan-pei shook his head. No. Her profession is even more outrageous than this. Everyone stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. Was this even worse than selling someone? No. That's really going too far. On the screen, Kuan-pei's lips twitched. He said, speechless. Brother Biao's sister is named Bin and she's a bank robber. Chapter 259. Your sister is going too far. Robbery of a bank? Everyone froze there. What is that? Shocking. It's truly amazing, family members. This profession is indeed a bit excessive. Kuan-pei quickly recounted the entire incident. After they arrived in Cebu, the second largest city in the Philippines, the efficiency of the Kuan-pei squad skyrocketed due to the absence of young Master Lu, and they quickly tracked down the assassin's Mammoth from Loan City. By tracking the Mammoth, they eventually focused their attention on a girl named Binny. Then, they discovered that this person's whereabouts were very elusive. Today she's in that village, tomorrow she's in that town. She hardly stays in any one place for more than a week. But all the places she visited had one thing in common. A robbery is bound to happen. Good family, this woman is a robber. Moreover, all indications suggest that he is a gang leader with a criminal organization. In short, this Bin and I led a few henchmen to rob supermarkets, car dealerships, and even several small banks in villages and towns. After a round of shopping sprees, she finally returned to the big city of Cebu. When Kuan-pei and his group found her and explained her relationship with Wu Debiao, this woman immediately said, "Fuck it, I don't believe it. The you have a rich relative in China tactic is so lame. It's been used to death in Southeast Asia, okay? I despise scammers like you the most. A real man should be like me and just rob someone." Pooh. Kuan-pei shrugged and said, "She spat at us, and then we couldn't find her. She must have noticed our movements and started to hide from us. The only thing we're certain of now is that she's in Cebu, and she's probably planning something big. Because when we found her that time, she was talking to her younger brother about starting a big bank, all at once, and then using the money to go on a vacation to the Maldives. And according to her modus operandi, we estimate it will be within the next day or two. She's definitely going to make her move." Everyone listened, their faces blank with disbelief. That's amazing. This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Good news, Biaozi's sister has been found. Very healthy, no injuries, and full of energy. The bad news is, she's too energetic. She was a little girl who was trafficked to Southeast Asia, and she didn't cheat or sell herself, but instead robbed a bank on her own. Is Joan of Arc's story reasonable? Admire. Like father, like daughter. Xin Yu's eyelids twitched. Biaozi, your sister seems even more fierce than you. No, I have to get to Cebu right away. Wu Debiao said anxiously. Isn't this ridiculous? My sister is just being unreasonable. For such a young age, they've already got quite a lot going on. Other people only play as robbers in GTA, but she does something else entirely. I don't play games, I only play for real. No, can't you just walk the straight path? Why not be a respectable gangster like me, making money through murder, arson, explosions, and double-crossing? You said you robbed a bank. No, I have to stop her. Biaozi, don't rush. Xin Yu grabbed him and pressed him down. I'll go with you. Yeah, we'll definitely all go. Li Fian pointed to herself with her thumb. Sister Yin, I'll back you up. Ignoring the fact that Li Fian was actually younger than Wu Debiao, everyone nodded in agreement. Let's go together. So Feng Wanxia said. Shall I book plane tickets for all 5 of us now? Well, Luo Qinghan and Xin Yu exchanged a glance, both feeling a little awkward. Luo Qinghan gave her a wink. Honey, you should do it. Xin Yu panicked. Me, I'll do it. So, Xin Yu braced himself and said, late summer. You have to stay. You need to lead Clara and the other 2 to help Wei Yuanli stabilize the situation here before you can leave. It's not that we necessarily have to take over Matthew's territory, but at least let's help her eliminate the traitors first. Xin Yu's voice grew softer and softer until he was too embarrassed to continue. He even felt ashamed. Because last time in the Maldives, Feng Wanxiao was left to clean up everyone's mess. But there's really no other way. In Xin Yu's team, there is only one person who is both intelligent and skilled in combat, and who handles matters flawlessly. They can even easily handle financial issues. As everyone knows, this person is Feng Wanxia. Unlike Wu Debiao and Li Fian, she was indeed invincible in a fight, but not very bright. Unlike Xin Yu Luo, who is cold and aloof, she is indeed quick-witted, but her martial arts skills are rather weak. Feng Wanxia is a wild card. Once you play her out, you win the game without a doubt. This trip to Gaul is a case in point. The beginning relies on Feng Wanxia, the middle relies on Feng Wanxia, and the ending relies on Feng Wanxia. It's not that I absolutely have to fleece this one sheep. The problem is that others really can't do it. It's me again? Feng Wanxia's eyes, as beautiful as a clear lake, immediately lit up. I won't do it. Why is it always me? Why wasn't I included in Shun Yu's birthday celebration last time? What? An awkward silence fell over the room. Yes. On what grounds? Is there anyone here who can answer this question? Wu Debiao secretly gave Li Fian a look. Quickly, use PUA on her. Li Fian secretly gave Luo Qinghan beside her a look. Quickly, get her KFC. Luo Qinghan secretly gave Xin Yu a look. Quickly get her to the ICU. Xin Yu looked at them awkwardly. With her high IQ, how can I possibly keep up with her? However, everyone's eyes are on him. The blame has been shifted to you. It's your turn. Then, Xin Yu could only stand up with a forced laugh, just about to speak. Don't give me those motivational platitudes like, with great power comes great responsibility, or uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Feng Wanxiao put her hands on her hips and glared at Xin Yu. I can spout this kind of nonsense better than you. I'll just ask you one question. Why me again? The room was completely silent. No one dared to utter a sound. They all looked at Xin Yu with schadenfreude. Hey, why pinch? Because... Xin Yu's eyes darted around frantically. With a determined look, he looked up into Feng Wanxia's stunningly alluring eyes. Damn it. Reasoning won't work. I have to resort to emotional appeals. Because you are Feng Wanxia. You are my trump card, my reliance, and my true source of confidence. Late summer, you are the person I trust the most, without exception. Stepping forward, Xin Yu looked sincerely into Feng Wanxia's face and slowly placed his hands on her shoulders. With the magnetic voice of a midnight emotional radio announcer, he spoke, word by word. Late summer, you are my pride. Every day? I mean every single day. I am so grateful for my good fortune to have met you. Feng Wanxia was stunned. She stared blankly at Xin Yu, a blush suddenly spreading across her cheeks. Then, the red spread more and more, even turning the base of the ears and the neck red. He never said that to me. Xin Yu, am I your pride? Feng Wanxiao felt her heart pound wildly. She lowered her head, biting her lower lip, and murmured, Why are you saying all this? I'll stay. Xin Yu looked at her hesitantly. Late summer, I'm saying this only to tell you my true thoughts, not to force you to stay. If you feel it's too much to ask. No pressure. Feng Wanxia shook her head firmly. Master, I will handle everything properly. Xin Yu nodded and smiled as she withdrew her hand from her shoulder. He secretly gave Luo Qinghan and the others a V sign from behind. See that? Strength. What's the big deal? They're all within my firing range. Luo Qinghan and the others all gave a thumbs up in their hearts. You're the one who's shameless. I'll book your plane tickets first, and then I'll check on Wei Yuanli's progress. With that, Feng Wanxia hurriedly picked up her notebook and left the room. The door was closed. She slowly leaned against the wall of the corridor, staring blankly at the ceiling above her head. My owner praised me. He said I was his trump card, his reliance, and his source of confidence. He said I was his pride. Every day he expressed how lucky he was to have met me. As Feng Wanxiao repeatedly pondered Shen Yu's words, she suddenly felt her legs go weak. Oh my God! My master can't live without me. If I don't take care of him, who will? Of course I'll keep it. How could I trust someone else with it? Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Feng Wanxia turned her head and saw Wei Yuanli and several of her men walking towards her. Upon seeing her, Wei Yuanli immediately bowed respectfully. Feng Wanxia nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave in a flustered manner. It was cool in the corridor. After walking for a while, the temperature dropped, and Feng Wanxia's mind immediately calmed down. Then, a feeling of something rising up in my head. Etc. Xinyu. Is he not at the karaoke bar with me? Hiss. Never mind. Feng Wanxiao thought about it again. What's wrong with me being a PUA? That's the master. Is there anyone he could fool? Looking at the whole world, isn't there only one me? Let them lie if they want. Owner, since you lied to me, then I'm willing to believe it. I will definitely make you proud. Thinking of this, Feng Wanxia's steps became lighter again. Watching her walk away, Du Xian, standing beside Wei Yuanli, said resentfully, Boss, why are you being so polite to that blonde woman? Your gloves, and that blonde is just one of Glove's henchmen. What do you know? Wei Yuanli glared at him fiercely. Subordinates? That's no ordinary subordinate. At this moment, Wei Yuanli already knew the whole process of how young Matthew was kidnapped, and also understood the real cause of old Matthew's death. Both father and son were taken away by Feng Wanxiao alone. If Feng Wanxiao wanted to, she had a million ways to kill you. Instinctively clutching her own hand, Wei Yuanli looked at Feng Wanxiao with eyes full of awe and trepidation and a chilling fear. Don't talk nonsense in the future. She's not some blonde. Wei Yuanli couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She's like a golden Grim Reaper. Chapter 260. This is on an airplane. On the plane to Cebu, Xinyu glanced around and secretly placed her hand on Luo Qinghan's leg, feeling an irresistible itch in her heart. Some things, once experienced, become addictive. He knew, of course, that there were many pressing issues at hand, and he should think about what to do once they got to Cebu, and how to make arrangements to find Binny as quickly as possible. But hands have their own ideas, so how can you blame me? In its own mind, the finger moved. Xinyu was completely unaware of the finger's thoughts. It stared straight ahead, its expression solemn and righteous. But Luo Qinghan, who was beside him, couldn't take it anymore, because the fingertips have already reached the inside. One time, another one. Lu Qinghan's legs trembled slightly, and her cheeks were flushed. Suddenly, some scenes from last night flooded into her mind. Yes, don't assume that girls don't suffer. Everyone's craving it. Stop. Luo Qinghan raised her left hand and tried to press down on her right hand. Stop. She leaned gently on Shun Yu's shoulder, weakly closing her eyes, trying not to look at Shun Yu's bobbing Adam's apple, because that would make her think more. But it didn't work. The image of Xiaoyu looking so comfortable last night kept replaying in her mind. His fragrance kept wafting into her nose. She used to find the scent refreshing, but now she only felt an overwhelming allure, even a captivating and seductive charm. Smell this. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but recall Xiaoyu's furrowed and relaxed brows, her mouth that kept opening and closing, and her hoarse and deep sigh last night. Her breathing gradually quickened, just like that finger. She bit her lower lip tightly. Luo Qinghan's mind was becoming increasingly chaotic. She remembered that Xiaoyu had said it again last night. Just keep spoiling me. He always liked to say that, and he really did like to do it. Yes, spoil him. Luo Qinghan let out a deep breath, her heart filled with shame. What should I do? Now I want to spoil him again. Xiaoyu. Approaching Shun Yu's earlobe, Luo Qinghan resisted the urge to bite it, and said haltingly, You're so mean. Brother Han, I really am a bad person. Shin Yu pulled Luo Qinghan's fair hand into her own palm and intertwined their fingers. Then, he pulled his other hand out from under him and gently tapped Luo Qinghan's soft hand. Tap, tap, tap. He seemed to be playing a wonderful piece of music, and the back of his hand was like his beloved piano. I'm not only bad. I'm still craving it. Xinyu's voice became somewhat hoarse, and her Adam's apple bobbed up and down incessantly. Brother Han, I'm craving your hands. Luo Qinghan was starting to feel the strain. She felt her heartstrings being violently plucked by Xinyu's words, and her heart suddenly began to race. Her eyes were half closed and dazed, her eyelashes twitching nervously. She gently rubbed her smooth forehead against Xinyu's cheek, then lightly pinched his earlobe. You naughty little you. This is on an airplane. Explain. Are you thinking about last night? Xinyu no longer bothered to hide it, and he shamelessly nodded. Yes. He couldn't stop thinking about last night. Once you've experienced something, who can help but want to forget it? I'm going crazy thinking about it. He plucked a strand of Luo Qinghan's hair, held it under his nose, closed his eyes, and sniffed it. For a moment, he felt completely captivated. Honey, I know we're on a plane, but all I can think about is last night. I'm so suffocated. I just feel. Is it very hard? Xinyu fell silent. He also felt ashamed, but what could he do? The reasons may be grand and righteous, but actions always tell a different story. It's really tough. But all his hard work was useless. He looked utterly frustrated. This is on an airplane. You know we're on an airplane. Luo Qinghan glared at him reproachfully, then turned her head to steal a glance at the two people on the other side of the aisle. The two of them were engrossed in practicing the golden shovel technique, completely absorbed in it. Luo Qinghan quietly turned her head to look over. She saw that one of their IDs was left embracing Lingxi, right embracing foam, and the other ID was sleepless all night. Their levels all seemed to be quite high. He was playing with such a serious expression, not even looking up. Luo Qinghan's heart began to pound wildly. This is on an airplane. Are you willing to take the risk? Don't want. That's crazy, happening in public. Don't you want it? Want. In her mind, a tiny black figure spread its evil wings, flicked its pointed tail, and brandished a fork, saying, Yes, yes, yes. Luo Qinghan slowly brought her pink lips close to Xinyu's earlobe. Honey, this is on a plane. There are ways to do things on a plane. Xinyu was taken aback. Really? Is there any other way? Some. Luo Qinghan slowly took off the woolen coat draped over her shoulders. Then, she gently draped the thick coat over their legs, concealing her hands. At this time, behind the two, Li Fian was looking at the photo of the girl on Wu De Biao's phone with a surprised expression. Biaozi, are you sure this is your sister? Li Fian frowned, glanced at the photo, and then at Wu De Biao beside her. This doesn't seem like it either. They are not entirely unrelated, but rather vastly different. They're practically like Psyduck and Pikachu aside from both being Asian. They have absolutely nothing in common. If I had to say, their noses are somewhat similar. Both have 2 holes. But the rest of his features are completely different, especially his eyes. Wu De Biao's eyes were very sharp, with a wolfish and eagle-like gaze, giving him a fierce first impression. When he stood next to the handsome Xinyu, many people's first reaction was that Wu De Biao must be the older brother, and Xinyu, this pretty boy, was definitely the younger brother. In short, Biaozi has the look of a ruthless and powerful figure. But what about Binny's eyes? Especially indebted. You deserve a beating. This girl's eyes no, I should say all of this person's features exuded a strange aura that seemed to say, I'm so damn annoying. Don't mess with me. Get lost. You can't say she's not pretty. She really is quite pretty, but she's just incredibly unlikable. With her impatient eyes, haughty nose, and downturned mouth, she has the perfect, world-weary face. His face seemed to have 6 big characters written on it. The whole world owes me. Biaozi, she doesn't look like you. Li Fian shook her head and clicked her tongue. I think she looks more like Luca's twin sister. Li Fian was pointing and criticizing. Suddenly, the seat in front of her jolted. Li Fian looked up. What's wrong with Xinyu? For some reason, Xinyu in the seat in front of her suddenly hissed, and then even started to tremble slightly. Li Fian looked puzzled. Why is sister you trembling? Is the air conditioner too cold? You know what? There is some truth to that. Li Fian shrank her neck. Because she was going to Southeast Asia, she was wearing very little clothing today, and she felt a bit chilly on the plane. Just as she was about to reach for her clothes, Wu Debiao, who was standing next to her, quickly took off his own coat and draped it over her shoulders without saying a word. Then, without saying anything, he lowered his head and continued looking at the photos. But her face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Li Fian glanced at him sideways. Okay, you've got some sense, kid. But you gave me your jacket while you were only wearing a black tank top. Aren't you cold? It's not cold. Wu Debiao stubbornly shook his head. I need to change the subject quickly. That's when my younger sister came in handy. Fian, I think my sister doesn't look like me. Maybe it's because of the photos. Maybe when you meet us in person, you'll find that we're actually quite alike. Li Fian thought to herself that this made sense. Nowadays, photo editing is so advanced that everyone's photos can resemble anyone except themselves. Anyway, you won't feel embarrassed after you've edited it. It's the other people in your WeChat moments who will feel embarrassed. It's not impossible. Maybe we'll meet in person. Li Fian is talking. Hiss. Xinyu in the front seat rambled on again. Li Fian rolled her eyes speechlessly. Is this never going to end? No. Sister Yu. Are you that afraid of the cold? Look at Biaozi. He's wearing a tank top and he's not cold at all, but you're wearing a baseball uniform and you're shivering nonstop. You're so fragile. I'm only a sophomore, and I'm already this weak. Seriously. Well, Li Fian thought to herself, Sister Yu, haven't I always told you to eat more grilled kidneys? There's nothing else I can do, so I'll just cover this silly boy with my clothes. So she took her own clothes and prepared to put them on her useless apprentice. Stand up. She leaned over. Look down. Chapter 261. Some relationships cost money. Some relationships cost lives. One day later, in Cebu, Philippines, a bustling street. As the second largest city in the Philippines, Cebu is the economic center of the southern Philippines and boasts the most prosperous port in the country. To use an inappropriate analogy, it's basically equivalent to Shanghai in the Philippines. Elder Qinghan, Your Highness, the street in front of us is Cebu's central financial district. Wearing a white shirt, a pencil skirt, and black stockings, Kuan-pei was introducing himself to everyone in a soft voice. This person is truly exceptional. She looks like a beautiful young woman no matter how you look at her. She had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, a delicate voice, and incredibly slender limbs. They were dressed very lightly. Of course, it's impossible not to feel cool. The Philippines has a typical tropical climate with no winter. Temperatures are generally around 30 degrees Celsius year-round. Winter? No, it doesn't exist. Sweating profusely all year round. Xinyu and the others had just returned from the snow-covered Dunkirk wearing down jackets and wool coats. But upon arriving here, they immediately changed back into t-shirts. Seeing crop tops and miniskirts everywhere, everyone felt like they were in another world. I have to admit, summer is definitely the best time to visit. Although there's pure white snow in winter, there are many other white things to see in summer. The financial district is the area with the highest concentration of banks in Cebu. Kuan-pei raised his hand and pointed to the banks lining both sides of the street. So the good news for us is that if Benny is going to pull off something big, she will most likely choose to do it here. The bad news is that the banks here have very strong security, and there are too many of them. It's impossible for us to stake out each one because we don't have enough manpower. Who cares? Li Fian raised her hand and counted the number of people. There are 8 of us in total. Isn't the main force of the Azure Dragon Society already on its way? I heard they'll arrive this afternoon. This morning, let's split up and look around, one person at a time, to familiarize ourselves with the area. Maybe we can find some clues and narrow down the search area. Li Fian really wanted to look around and refresh her eyes. After all, what she saw on the plane on the way here was too outrageous, and she was afraid of getting a sty, so she felt she had to take a break. The content is normal. For example, depositing or withdrawing money. But don't watch it with those two, no? Fian makes a good point. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance and nodded. The two of them are now hypocritical underworld leaders again. Luo Qinghan thought solemnly. Scouting the location first is a safe bet to look for any unusual clues. Although there's a high probability of finding nothing, at least everyone can familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain. Everyone, choose a bank that you like. So everyone quickly used the GPS map on their phones to assign banks. and soon everyone had one. Avizan, Kim Min-jun, Ramahan, and Kun Pei went to the left side of Financial Street. Xinyu, Luo Qinghan, Wu Debiao, and Li Fian went to the right side of Financial Street. After agreeing on the precautions and meeting time, everyone dispersed and headed to their respective target banks. Wait a moment. Xinyu waved to Kun Pei and called out, "Hey, is there a restroom around here? I need to pee." Some. Kun Pei smoothed her long hair, a slight smile playing on her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with laughter. "Your Highness, I'll take you there." Xinyu froze. Will you take me there?" He immediately recalled an embarrassing memory and quickly waved his hand. No need. Just point it out to me. I can do it myself." "How can that be?" Kun Pei smiled radiantly, giving him a reproachful glare. "I'll take you there." 10 minutes later, the two stood side by side in front of the urinal. Meanwhile, a man washing his hands at the sink looked on with a questioning expression, thoughtfully watching the two men's backs. He seemed to have thought of some female-oriented storyline. Xinyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "I knew it. I knew I'd be dragged into this and become a weirdo." He was shaking his head weakly. Kun Pei, standing to the side, couldn't help but glance down at him. Xinyu felt awkward again. He couldn't help but glance down at Kun Pei. "Your Highness, actually." Kun Pei tilted his head, frowned, and thought for a moment. "Actually, this is the first time I've met someone who's on par with me. You're amazing. You're too kind." Xinyu could only manage a dry laugh. "Likewise, you're great too." After saying that, he felt like banging his head against the wall, but what could he do? They're praising you. It can only rebound. That. Kun Pei hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke with a somewhat complicated expression. "When you were a child, were you ever laughed at by other children?" Xinyu's gaze froze instantly. This really hit a nerve. Does it exist? That's perfect. A flood of childhood traumas suddenly came rushing back. "So you were once laughed at and too afraid to go to the toilet?" "Not only that, I even had to take a break from school for a period of time." Kun Pei revealed an indignant expression. The mouths of those kids back then were simply, yes. No matter how many people there are, no matter if the girl is there or not, they can still shout and humiliate you in public. That's fucking outrageous. The two instantly found kindred spirits. It's true that people with similar backgrounds often have similar experiences. No one had a hard childhood. They immediately began to pour out their grievances together. Actually, this is a bit like how girls with big breasts are treated. While it might be ridiculed as a child, you grow up to realize it's a natural gift, not a flaw. Turns out, the clown isn't you, it's someone else. But that period was really tough. It's so embarrassing, you can't even lift your head. When someone yells at you, you just want to disappear into the ground. Xinyu was alright. He had a thick skin, and with his brother Biaozi keeping him in check, no one dared to go too far. Ultimately, he remained mentally sound and persevered until the truth came out. But Kanpai wasn't so lucky. He became depressed immediately. This guy started practicing taekwondo, dreaming of one day beating up all those who laughed at him. At the same time, he began to hate his own gender, then started secretly wearing women's clothing, and finally, as is widely known, there are only two kinds of cross-dressing, 0 times and countless times. This is how I ended up. Kun Pei finally said what he had been holding back for so long. "I know it sounds strange, but I just feel that it's easier to face myself this way. Besides, I do look better in women's clothes than in men's clothes, don't you think?" He pursed his lips and lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. "When I wear men's clothes, I'm a really effeminate guy, but when I wear women's clothes, let's just say, most girls aren't as pretty as me." Xinyu thought to herself that this was indeed the truth. Quan Pai's face shape and features are indeed charming, and she has naturally beautiful, almond-shaped eyes. But this is still pretty weird, isn't it? Cross-dressing men are a kind of creature that is hard to understand. Xinyu looked at him suspiciously and thought to himself, "Brother, you're not going to use your childhood trauma as an excuse to justify your behavior, are you? Let's talk about it. If you like women's clothing, just say so, okay?" Everything suddenly jumps back to childhood. Even Freud would say he was an expert. In addition, there was another question that Xinyu was curious about. "Kun Pei, what is your current orientation?" As they were talking, the two had already arrived at the sink. Kun Pei blushed, lowered his head and thought for a while, then whispered, "Your Highness, actually I want to find a girlfriend who doesn't mind my cross-dressing hobby. Most ideally, she should be the kind of girl who is spirited, outgoing, and full of masculine charm. For example, Sister Fian. Your Highness, do you think Fei Yin and I are a good match?" Xinyu almost stumbled and fell into the sink. Holy crap! It exploded, everyone. Did you all hear that? Xinyu's gaze was almost blank, and her mouth was agape enough to fit an egg. "So, Kuenpei, you've actually been secretly in love with my master all along?" Clutching the hem of her skirt shyly, Kuenpei stared at her toes and said, I've liked Yin Yin for a long time. Even her dress today was specially chosen to be black, a color she likes. Your Highness, tell me, should I take the initiative to confess my feelings?" No. Xinyu shook her head frantically. He didn't want to see Kuenpei being torn apart by Biaozi. "Brother, listen to me. Please don't say that." Kuenpei stared wide-eyed in surprise. "Why?" Xinyu's face was covered in cold sweat. "Why? Because some love stories will not only not be blessed, and it could even kill people." Chapter 262, A Chance Encounter. You're so clumsy. Bank of the Philippines, founded during the U.S. colonial period, is the largest private bank in the Philippines. Its architectural style is a pseudo-Romanesque eclectic style characteristic of the height of American colonial power. Simply put, it's a knockoff. It's a copy of the U.S. Capitol. Not only does it look like it on the outside, but it looks like it on the inside too. When Xinyu entered the bank and saw its Greek temple-like structure, classical double columns, Roman columns, and dome, with a Statue of Liberty adorning the dome, he even considered taking out his phone to take a selfie and posting it on his WeChat moments, claiming that he was discussing tariffs with members of Congress. Ugh, this is so annoying. Let's just get this over with. Xinyu prayed silently in his heart. It was almost the end of the year, and all he wanted now was to find Biaozi's sister as soon as possible, and then return to Yunzhou to have a peaceful new year. What a coincidence. He calculated on the plane that the day the seal was broken for him and Hanggu was exactly New Year's Eve. That's amazing. This was truly the new year he had ever wanted most in his life. And for such an unforgettable year, he naturally hoped to return to his hometown of Yunzhou to spend it. Quickly find Binny's Heart Bank, a financial platform, block her like antivirus software, and tell her, you don't need to fight for it anymore, because you have a good older brother, and your older brother has a good older brother. That's me. I have plenty of money. Joining me will make you money much faster than robbing a bank. Then, the siblings reunited, everyone was happy, and they returned to Yunzhou to spend a wonderful new year with Brother Han. We absolutely must stop Binny before she can grab it. As long as she doesn't try to take it, everything is negotiable. While talking to himself, Xinyu looked around. This Philippine bank is very large. Most customers are queuing to conduct business at the counter, the security guards are yawning listlessly, and a group of college students dressed in Ivy League-style uniforms are laughing and joking as their teacher gives them a tour. In the distance, several maintenance workers in work clothes were fixing lights. Xinyu didn't think Ben and I would choose this bank. It's too big, making it difficult to maneuver, the facilities are too comprehensive, there are cameras everywhere, and the location is too easy for the police to surround. What kind of stupid thief would choose to rob a bank like this? He heard reports from everyone coming through his earphones. Luo Qinghan. Everything is okay at the Imperial Bank. Li Fian. Everything is okay at Citibank. Kim Minjun. Everything is okay at Hoffman Bank. Everyone spoke in a relaxed tone. Everyone knows that they're just here to scout out the location and familiarize themselves with the environment. To put it simply, it's about walking around, looking around, and figuring out if anything is unusual. You mean you're hoping to actually run into Ben and I? It's impossible. Xinyu glanced at the overall picture and felt it was about right. He could basically rule out this bank. He then spoke into the headset. Philippines Bank. Bang! A gunshot rang out without warning, echoing through the spacious hall. Robbery. Everyone, get down on the ground. Xinyu looked up in surprise. He saw that the repairman who had been standing on the ladder fixing the light had turned around. He was masked, and in his hand was an old-fashioned AK-47. He jerked the bolt back and shouted, "Those who don't want to die, don't move." Instantly, chaos erupted in the bank lobby. Screams rose and fell, so sharp they seemed to pierce eardrums. Many people collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with terror. I said, "Don't move. Everyone, get down on the spot. No one is allowed to call the police." Bang! The repairman fired another shot at the ceiling, the sound echoing through the empty lobby. Damn it! Shinyu's lips twitched. The repairman was speaking Filipino, which he couldn't understand, but even if he couldn't understand it, he knew what was happening. He quickly lay down on the ground and said speechlessly into his earpiece, "Philippine banks aren't working. I fucking won the lottery." At that moment, several masked maintenance workers rushed over with guns, roaring orders for everyone to cover their heads and lie down. To Shunyu's left was a young girl in an Ivy League-style school uniform. She was trembling with fear, tightly covering her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. On the right was a middle-aged man in a suit, with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He took out his phone to call the police, but his trembling fingers couldn't press the buttons correctly. Phuket, a masked robber, rushed over, smashed a gun but into the man's hand, and then kicked the middle-aged man to the ground. The middle-aged man let out a scream, but the girl in the school uniform next to him reacted even more strongly. She covered her head and screamed hysterically. The masked robber grabbed her hair again and roared at her to shut up. And the robber's voice was actually a woman's. Lying on the ground, Shinyu couldn't understand what she was saying until she left, leaving behind a sentence in Chinese. "Fuck you. How familiar that familiar accent is." She speaks Longwa dialect, is a tough woman, about 167 centimeters tall, and very thin. Watching her walk away grumbling, Shinyu whispered into her earphones, "Biaozi, your sister has been found." Huh? Wu De Biao was clearly stunned. He asked incoherently, What? What does she look like?" "Well, how should I put it?" Shinyu's eyelids twitched. "She's really energetic." At this point, the robbers blocked the bank's doors, brandished AKs, and ordered everyone to gather together. Shinyu knew they were going to take his phone away next, so he quickly said the last two sentences into the earpiece. That was so damn exciting. "Brother Han, I love you family. I'm going offline for a bit." Then, he ended the call. Sure enough, the female robber returned to their area and began rattling off orders for everyone to hand over their cell phones and watches. She speaks in a distinctive way, mixing Filipino and English, and ending with a self-talk in Mandarin to express her emotions. "Bigyan mo akoing telepono mo. Give me your phone." "Wow, holy crap, a brand new iPhone 16 Pro Max, awesome." She walked up to Shinyu, snatched his phone, glanced at it, and then glanced at Shinyu again. A commanding lead of 70? Shinyu forced a smile. "You really know your stuff." The female robber shrugged. "That's right, I just robbed a mobile phone store a couple of days ago." "You're from China?" Shinyu nodded. "Nice to meet you." She looked Shinyu up and down. "He's quite handsome. But being handsome is useless." She pointed to the center of the hall. "Get in line over there." "Hey beautiful, actually we have a bit of a connection. Do you think you're destined to be with every girl you see?" "Stop talking nonsense. I'm busy robbing people. Why are you hitting on me?" "Get in line." So Shinyu had no choice but to walk to the middle with her head in her hands and stand obediently with everyone else. At this moment, all the bank staff and customers were gathered in the middle of the lobby, each with their hands covering their heads, trembling and sobbing all around. Shinyu looked up and saw that there were 9 robbers in total. They were all dressed as repairmen and covered with dust scarves. Judging from their figures, only Wu Dabiao's suspected sister should be a girl, but everyone seemed to subtly regard her as their leader. After everyone had lined up, she walked up to them and started talking nonstop. He spoke for a full 10 minutes, and suddenly, many people cried, even louder. "I'd like to interrupt for a moment." Shinyu couldn't help but raise her hand. "Miss Robber, as you can see, I am a foreigner and I don't understand what you are saying. Could you please translate this into Chinese? It would help us align the granularity." The female robber sneered. "What I just said was, anyone who tries to steal a phone is dead." Shinyu. "And then?" Female robber. "That's all. There is none left." "Yes, that's the central idea." Shinyu was speechless. "Sister, is that all you've got? You've been talking for 10 minutes? He couldn't hold back any longer. "No. Can't you have any sense of time? Come on, are you robbing me?" A robbery is such an urgent matter, and what did you do? Wasted 10 minutes talking about this. What's the point of talking about him? You won't gain anything. The female robber's eyes were glazed over. This person, he is, comment on me. 1 second later, she pointed angrily at the bag full of cell phones. What do you mean by no harvest? Isn't this a bunch of cell phones? She panicked. Shinyu also became anxious. Did you come to the bank to rob a phone? If you like mobile phones so much, why don't you just rob a mobile phone store? The female robber was stunned again. Shinyu shrugged and rolled her eyes dramatically. Big sister, you've only grown bold. Can't you be a little more careful? What's the most important thing about robbery? The female robber instinctively asked. What is it? Every second counts. Shinyu waved his hand in anguish. You must be a friend of time. Chapter 263, Who Gave Me the Courage? The female robber froze on the spot. She began to mentally refute it. Of course I'm not here to steal a phone. I just stole one a few days ago. I'm not that stupid. The reason I'm wasting my time collecting phones here is because banks have vaults. She angrily pointed at Shinyu. Everyone is doing online transactions now, and there's not much cash in bank counters, so I have to rob a vault, and vaults aren't going to be opened anytime soon. I'm just sitting around anyway, so of course I'll take the opportunity to confiscate phones. Did I make that clear? Is there anything wrong with this logic? She stepped forward, pressed the AK against Shunyu's chest, and shouted. Explain. You say? Is there a problem? Is the problem with you, or with me? A terrified scream suddenly erupted from among the hostages. Since no one could understand the Dragon Kingdom language, they thought the female robber was going to kill Shinyu, and many girls were already crying out in fear. Okay, fine, okay. You have a lot of logic. Shinyu quickly spread his hands, signaling her not to get agitated. He glanced at the trembling hostages and whispered to the female kidnapper. So after all that talking, they all handed in more than one cell phone, right? The female robber was taken aback. He then shook his head. No, someone said he forgot to bring it. Shinyu was stunned. Just because he dares to say it, do you dare to believe him? Oh, he said he didn't bring it, and you just said okay? You're so polite. Why are you a robber? Why don't you try contacting the bank's customer service? Shinyu got anxious again. Are you stupid? Does anyone go out without a cell phone these days? You actually believe that? Everyone would want to carry 2 cell phones, okay? Besides, he came to the bank. If he doesn't bring his phone to the bank, what does he bring? Live streaming sales? Exciting? Engaging? He's lying to you. He must have hidden his phone to call the police. The female robber's eyelids twitched suddenly. Is that so? The hostages nearby were terrified. No one could understand Long Guowen's words, and they all thought that Shunyu was being stubborn and cursing the robbers, while the robbers were about to start a massacre. Only one girl with a gentle face, wearing a school uniform, looked at Shunyu suspiciously, her eyes full of confusion. The male robbers over there also gathered around upon hearing the commotion. They glanced at Shunyu, then looked at Bin and I with questioning expressions. The meaning in his eyes was crystal clear. Sister, what do you mean? Should we kill him? The female robber waved to indicate that everything was all right, and told them to hurry up and deal with the vault. Then she looked at Shunyu, her brows furrowed, and began to think again. What he said seemed to make a lot of sense. But I felt offended. No. Is he the robber, or am I the robber? This person has absolutely no sense of boundaries. So what should I do? Shinyu put his hand to his forehead and shook his head, saying, I'm truly impressed. Go ask this bank executive who doesn't have a cell phone what his name is. The female robber walked over with a puzzled look, stopped a very tall man, and talked for a while. When she came back, her eyes were wide open. His name is Huan. How did you know he was a bank executive? Shinyu's lips twitched. Ma'am, this is a robbery. Ordinary people just want to survive. They're not responsible for anything. What working person would risk their life for no reason? At this point, the hostages around them began to sense something was amiss. Many realized that the female hostage taker and the foreigner didn't seem to be the people they had initially thought. How did you two end up chatting? This is a bank, not a nightclub. Only the girl with the gentle face lowered her head. Now she doesn't dare to look at Shunyu and the other person anymore. Broken. Shinyu frowned. He realized he might have said too much, and now the group was starting to suspect him. He felt a little guilty. They've forgotten their original intentions, and don't even act like a hostage anymore. He was indeed a bit hasty just now, but now that he thinks about it, he was too careless. What if someone understood Longwowen? I'll have to talk to Benny separately later, but for now, I need to cover up her phone hiding first. Lowering her voice, Shinyu gestured with her chin towards the pile of confiscated phones. Go find this Huan's colleague. Have your colleague find their phone. Then find Huan's name in that colleague's phone contacts and call him. The female robber's eyes lit up. Yes. If Huan has hidden a phone, it will definitely ring. Good idea. But then, she looked at Shinyu blankly. No. You're so professional. Could it be that we're in the same line of work? Hey, do you enjoy robbing people too? 5 minutes later. As expected, the female robber quickly located the phone that Huan had hidden by listening to the ringing of the phone. She led an accomplice and dragged Huan into a private room. Through the blinds, everyone could hear a series of punches, kicks, and screams coming from inside, which made them even more frightened. Many women covered their mouths and dared not look up. After a while, the female robber finally came out with her henchmen. At this point, there were probably 2 robbers watching over everyone, while the rest of the robbers were stuffing money into the counter, making excited noises as they did so. Shinyu shook her head as she watched. No wonder Ben Ni is the boss. It turns out her subordinates are even less knowledgeable than her. There's only a few coins in that counter. If you're going to spend a fortune just to grab this little bit, you might as well go to a mobile phone store. He couldn't help but whisper a reminder. You should run. The female robber was stunned. What? Shinyu turned her head and said, I told you don't have the ability to open the vault. Since you've already taken the money, you should run now. The female robber was a little unconvinced. How do you know we can't open the vault? As she was pondering this, 2 robbers came running over, gesturing wildly. The 3 of them huddled together, whispered something, and then screamed excitedly. Even through the masks, Shinyu could see them grinning. No, what are you all so happy about? He had a headache. Yes, I can tell you found the vault, and you still think you can open it. But you can't actually open it. Even if you could, you wouldn't have time to take it with you, would you? Hurry up and grab the money from the counter and run, or the police will come. Brothers, this is such a rush job. Why didn't you plan ahead, prepare a record, and review the situation? You just went around robbing wherever you felt like it. Well, I'm so anxious. The female robber, however, gave Shinyu a smug look and snorted. Fellow professional, don't look down on people. We've found the vault, and my men are opening it. Her words had barely left her mouth when, ring, ring, ring. The piercing alarm bells blared outside the bank. Female robber. She froze, her eyes wide open. I definitely put my phone away. A huge loudspeaker blared, and people outside began shouting into the room. Shinyu didn't understand what they were shouting. But when he looked around, sure enough, all the hostages present had expressions of joy on their faces. The robbers were all dumbfounded, staring at each other, motionless, as if they had been frozen in place. What are they saying outside? Shinyu frowned and asked the female robber. Are they saying you're surrounded and should surrender quickly? Will you get a reduced sentence? The female robber was taken aback. How did you know? Shinyu covered her face speechlessly. He let out a long sigh. How did I find out? I figured it out with my toes, sis. Let's talk about robbing a bank. Who gave you the courage? Is it Fish Liang? Chapter 264. It must be true that it's so abstract. Shinyu kept shaking her head. Take a look. Look at these 9 good-for-nothings. You're a disgrace to the underworld. Shinyu even suddenly felt that she should also reflect on herself. He's had too much contact with smart underworld figures like Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxia, and he started to have some illusions. He often felt that the underworld was full of smart people. Someone like Wei Yuanli, who is of average intelligence, should be considered the lowest IQ in the underworld, right? Today he met with Wu Debiao's suspected sister, and he wanted to sincerely apologize to Wei Yuanli. You should definitely be considered to be in the upper middle tier of the underworld's intelligence pyramid. It's a real floor, it's way too low. He tilted his head and glanced at the female robber. That's just pure suicide feeding. What's wrong? It's almost Chinese New Year. Are you trying to boost the police's performance so they can get their year-end bonuses? It seems I need to talk to this woman, who is suspected to be my sister, alone. I need to use the restroom. Shinyu raised her hand urgently. Are you crazy? The female robber was furious. What kind of time is this? We're surrounded by the police, and you're still thinking about urinating. Can you put yourself in our shoes and think about what it's like to be a robber? I'll think about it for you. How about this? If I need to pee but can't go to the toilet, I'll just relieve myself right here. Fine. As Shinyu spoke, she went to pull up her pants. You're a pervert. The female robber panicked. You stop right now. She pointed dejectedly to a younger brother standing next to her. You take him there. No, I want you to take me there, Shinyu said, glancing at the underling with displeasure. He doesn't understand the language of China. You don't need to talk to P. Anyway, just come with me. You're already surrounded. What's the rush? Let's go pee together. You're a pervert. I'm not going. Stop this nonsense. Shinyu stepped forward and lowered her voice. Just go when I tell you to. Benny. The female robber nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. She quickly touched her mask. It hadn't fallen off. You know me? Shinyu sighed. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and come with me to pee. 2 minutes later. In the corridor next to the toilet. I'm your sister? Ben and I pointed at herself in disbelief, completely petrified. Big sister, why are you so obedient? Shinyu said speechlessly. You're my brother's sister. Then I'm still your sister, aren't I? No. Aren't you surprised that you have an older brother? Yeah, I actually do have an older brother. Are you sure this isn't a pig butchering scam? You're kidding me, right? I'd lie to you? What would I want from you if I lied to you? Nonsense. The female robber ripped off her mask. Of course you're after my face. Look, am I pretty? Shinyu's eyebrows twitched. Sure enough, there was that world-weary face in front of me. Looking at it now, it looked even more like Luca than in the photos. Is this face pretty? You have to admit, Benny is indeed a great beauty. But after admitting it, you feel a little unwilling. Because she always had a gloomy expression on her face, her dark eyes were indifferent and cold, and she always looked at people with a hint of provocation. Her eyebrows drooped slightly, as if she had an unintentional annoyance. And those lips were always tightly pursed in a harsh tone, as if they were about to unleash a torrent of abuse at any moment. It is beautiful, though, but there's always a sense of gloom and low spirits about him. First of all, I don't care about your face. I have a girlfriend, and my girlfriend is the most beautiful woman in the world. Shinyu waved his hand speechlessly. Secondly, we did a DNA comparison using your and your brother's hair. Unfortunately, you are his sister, so I still have to find a way to get you out safely. Third, what do you plan to do now? Ben and I was momentarily bewildered. It's probably not a pig butchering scam. Surely a pig butchering scam wouldn't be so persistent that even if I robbed a bank, they'd still want to recruit more members? This kid probably wasn't lying. Because lying requires logic, while reality does not. The details of his story are something that most people couldn't possibly fabricate. It's too abstract, so it's probably true. As for his question about my next steps, Benny straightened her burgundy hair and thought for a moment. Next, I plan to open the vault. I've never seen a real vault in my entire life. Shinyu. We're surrounded. Aren't we thinking about running away? Ben and I clicked her tongue. I have hostages. What can they do to me? Are you stupid? You're the one who's stupid. Shinyu tilted her head and leaned weakly against the wall. Kill me. This girl must watch too many American TV shows. This is the Philippines, the place where the vice president hired someone to kill the president. Do you really expect them to prioritize protecting the hostages like in the movies? Actually, Shinyu and Luo Qinghan had discussed the hostage issue on the plane before they arrived, and the conclusion was, once Benny and his group take hostages, they are doomed because the Philippine police will definitely ignore the hostages and just come in and start shooting. After the shooting, the blame was simply placed on the robbers. Based on past cases, this is standard procedure. I've decided to blow up the vault first, then pack the gold bars in my snakeskin bags, and then use the hostages to blackmail them into sending me a plane. 3 months later, Ben and I proudly held up 3 fingers and waved them. I'm already wearing sunglasses and sunbathing on a beach in Hawaii. Woohoo! Shinyu covered her face helplessly. He genuinely suspected that Benny's brain was smoother than her skin. Emma, this guy is a true Hollywood addict. He even called a plane to take him away. What? Do you want me to give you a 12-gun salute when you leave? How exactly did you manage to succeed in your previous robberies? Shinyu asked, looking shocked. You don't seem like the type to escape from the police. Bin and I curled her lip. Give me a break. The Philippine police aren't going to risk their lives for you. He'll fire a couple of shots and watch you run. Once you've reached someone else's territory, it's none of their business. We're all just working people, why bother? You're a foreigner, you wouldn't understand. You just don't understand. Shinyu patiently explained. The places you robbed before were all in the countryside and small towns. They could fool you there. But Cebu is a big city. How many cameras are filming here? If it's reported in the news, the matter will have international repercussions. How could they dare to let things slide? They won't be able to explain themselves if they don't wipe you all out. Bin's face finally turned pale. Annihilation? So you just cut them all off? You mean? What I mean is you're all dead, Shinyu said, shaking his head as he pressed his forehead. Within a day, special forces will storm in and mow you down. They have plenty of ways to deal with the dead hostages. They'll just delete the video afterwards, and that's it. Binny, your idea of Hawaii is a bit too far-fetched. You should first decide whether to use Nanmu or ash for the coffin board. Bin and I was stunned. She hadn't thought that much about it before. She just felt that since she'd run away before, she should be able to this time too. After hearing Shinyu's words, she realized that her situation was already so dangerous, and her face immediately turned pale. Then, what should we do? I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin, and if I die now, wouldn't that be a huge loss? She panicked. Shinyu let out a long sigh. She cannot die. If she really dies, how am I supposed to explain it to Biaozi? Okay, I guess I'm just unlucky. There's only one way left. He looked at Bin and I. I'm joining you. Let's rob this bank together. After I've robbed you, I'll take you out alive. Bin and I was stunned. Is this even possible? Could there really be such a courageous and considerate hostage who cared for the kidnappers? That's too abstract. Then I believe you. He stared blankly at Shinyu for 3 seconds. She bowed sharply. Thank you, brother. Shinyu. I'm not your brother. Chapter 265 Brother Han. I'm surrounded by idiots. He is my brother. Inside the office, Bin and I pointed to Shinyu, who was already dressed in a repairman's uniform and putting on a mask, and explained to the group of robbers. He joined us. Huh. All the robbers stared wide-eyed. Really? Is he your brother? But boss lady, you two don't look alike. A skinny, monkey-like robber pulled Bin and I aside and whispered. Boss, is he trying to hit on you? Bin and I really wanted to flick him on the head and say, what are you thinking? What time is it? But after glancing at Shinyu, she couldn't help but frown and ask in confusion. Is it obvious? Skinny monkey, it's obvious. As the group was conversing in Filipino, Shinyu, having put on his mask, turned around, solemnly waved, and began to assign tasks to everyone. When he went to change his clothes, he discovered that the bank's warehouse had purchased a large number of repairman's uniforms and dust masks, which was like a windfall. So he immediately ordered Bin and I to send people to bring all these clothes and masks over. At the same time, he also learned from Bin and I that the skinny monkey was a video streamer who was usually good at stirring up the atmosphere and attracting fans. He had tens of thousands of fans on short videos. This put his mind at ease. Skinny monkey, go create a new account right now, name it Philippines Bank Robbers Livestream, and start broadcasting immediately. You start by playing the victim, saying you've lost your job, can't afford baby formula, and your home was forcibly demolished. Basically, start with a picture and make up all the details. Just pick something that resonates with you, and the theme is always the same. I am a desperate worker with nowhere else to turn. It is this Philippine society that has forced me to this point. However, as long as the Philippine police enforce the law legally, we will never harm hostages who are also working people. In short, you have to give the public the impression that if someone dies, it's not our fault. It's all the Philippine police's fault. Finally, you invite all the broadcasters to come outside the bank to interact with you. You must make this a huge fuss and turn it into a hot topic, because the bigger the impact, the less likely they are to come in and shoot us directly, understand? After Bin and I finished translating, the skinny monkey's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood. As expected of a live streamer, he even came up with more outrageous ideas such as asking the hostages to come out and beg the Philippine police. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling that his streaming career was about to reach its peak. Live-streamed robbery, folks. This is definitely the spring festival gala of the live streaming world. Then, Xinyu found hers among that pile of phones. After turning on the phone, he was finally able to contact Luo Qinghan and the others again. As expected, they were all unable to get in because of the police encirclement. After listening to Shun Yu's account of what happened, Luo Qinghan said in an incredulous tone, "Honey, are there really thieves this stupid?" "Yes, brothers, yes. There are 9 such stupid thieves in total." Xinyu sighed helplessly. "Honey, you need to hurry up and spend money to bribe everyone involved, and try to get a meeting with the highest-ranking person in charge. We must make him give the order. We absolutely cannot allow the men below to go in and fire indiscriminately." The sound of Luo Qinghan's hurried footsteps came from the other end of the phone. "Honey, I'm already taking care of this. I'm going to meet that important person with Fei Yin right now. Biaozi is in charge of the scene." "Good." Xinyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of Brother Han, you can always trust Luo Qinghan's judgment at crucial moments. What you think of, she has already thought of long ago. If you average Han Gu and Feng Wanxiao with these 9 bumbling thieves, you should be able to produce exactly 10 normal people. "Honey, I'm going to deal with the hostage situation first. We'll stay in touch. I love you." "I love you too, my husband." Moi. After hanging up the phone, Xinyu called everyone to go outside to check on the hostage, but Bin and I grabbed his arm. "Wait a moment. You really have a girlfriend?" Xinyu was bewildered. "Of course I have it. So what? So are you too close?" "Okay. Nonsense, you're lying to me." "Why would I lie to you? If you two are so close, why are you still so good to me?" "Because I'm your brother." "Ugh, I'm your brother's friend." As she spoke, Xinyu took out her phone and showed Bin and I a photo of Wu Debiao. "This is your brother." Bin and I fell silent. After watching for a while, she looked up and glanced at Xinyu again. "This person looks fierce." She said this unwillingly. "Can I switch places with you as my older brother?" "Xinyu." Back in the lobby, Xinyu, dressed in a repairman's uniform and wearing a mask, stood next to Bin and I and whispered a few words to her. Bin and I nodded, walked up to the hostage, and waved his hand, saying, "Men stand on the left, women on the right, ladyboys count as men, get moving." The hostages quickly lined up in order, men on the left and women on the right, and lowered their heads in fear. Bin and I glanced around at all the hostages and raised her hand. "Take it off. Take off all your clothes except your underwear." Everyone was stunned. What are they going to do? It wasn't just robbery. Behind Bin and I, Skinny Monkey pulled the bolt of his AK and said, "Are they all deaf? Take it off." With the truth before them, everyone immediately sprang into action. Clothes were thrown on the ground one by one, mixed with the women's low sobs. There was only one woman who looked to be in her 40s, wearing a gaudy dress, standing there trembling, but her hands and feet wouldn't move. "Can't you hear what I'm saying?" Ben and I walked over and stared into her eyes. "Hurry up." "No." The woman, though tears were already streaming down her face, stubbornly insisted. "I won't." Benny raised the butt of his gun to hit her. Xinyu quickly grabbed her arm. He glanced at the middle-aged woman and whispered, "We'll take her to a room by ourselves. You guys have the rest of you change into repairmen's uniforms and put on masks." Ben and I nodded, instructed the Skinny Monkey to supervise everyone changing clothes, and then pushed the middle-aged woman into an office. After closing the door, Xinyu pulled up a chair and said in a friendly manner, "Please sit down." Ben and I stared wide-eyed in surprise. Still asking, "Is this the kind of acting we robbers are going for?" "Brother, we should cripple her. Why are you being so polite?" Xinyu rolled her eyes. "Hey lady, can you please pay attention to your character? We're Robin Hood robbing the rich to help the poor, not the Texas Chainsaw Massacre killer. What's so useless about it? Every hostage here is useful, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to persuade her to take it off willingly." Sitting down opposite the middle-aged woman, Xinyu said in a gentle tone, "I admire your courage, and at the same time, I understand your difficulties." While translating, Ben and I gave him a look that seemed to say, "Are you out of your mind to talk like that, robber?" Unexpectedly, after hearing Xinyu's words, the woman actually roared, "You understand? You don't understand anything. You don't understand." Perhaps because she had endured extreme terror for too long, the woman suddenly broke down, her face showing an expression of complete loss of control. She screamed hysterically, "Just kill me already. I've had enough of living. My husband and I are divorced. We were together for 20 years, and we just broke up like that. It's been a full 20 years, and it all means nothing. Come on, I've had enough of living, kill me." Shinyu immediately put her hand to her forehead. "Is this ridiculous? You run into someone who's already on the verge of a breakdown. They're not afraid of death, they just feel like living is torture. The people are not afraid of death. What can you do to me?" He thought to himself, what should I do? Should I give her psychological counseling first? Let her regain hope for life, and then scare her again? No. Do I need to be a good psychologist first if I want to be a good robber? The problem is, I don't know how to comfort people who are getting divorced. Ben and I, standing nearby, immediately cast a gloating glance his way. Yo, you should try to persuade me. I told you your approach wouldn't work, right? Just fight. As long as you can't kill him, fight him to the death. That's the most efficient way. You just have so many dramas to tell, one after another. Now look what you're going to do. The middle-aged woman was still crying and pounding on the table. I shouldn't have gotten together with Kevin back then, sob sob sob. There's no point in people who are destined to be apart staying together, sob sob sob. Shinyu felt awkward. Good heavens, this is supposed to be a middle-aged woman with a literary bent? How am I supposed to respond to this kind of stilted literature? His eyes darted around, and suddenly an idea came to him. He quietly put his phone under the table and opened DeepSeek. He found the input box and typed, "Please provide an answer in the style of Dubon, a Chinese QA website. If we are destined to separate, should we still stay together?" Chapter 266 Technology Changes Psychological Counseling. After silently repeating DS's answer to herself, Shinyu looked up and asked in a gentle tone, "Madam, may I know your name?" The middle-aged woman sobbed, "Jalen." "Ms. Jeremy." Shinyu spread her hands, switching to the warm voice of a late-night emotional radio announcer. "You just said that if you had known you would break up, you shouldn't have gotten together with your ex-husband in the first place. I think that's not true. The meaning of being together often lies not in whether love is eternal, but in the moments we share and the warmth we give each other. People come together not to stay together, but because they find joy, support, and growth in each other's company. Separation does not mean failure, but rather a natural process of life's transition. Cherish the present, be grateful for the encounter. Even if we go our separate ways in the future, the time we spent together will become precious memories, forever engraved in our hearts." As she spoke, Shinyu sighed softly, her tone as warm as the waves lingering on the beach. "Jalen, your husband has left you, but he can't take away the memories you shared. Do you remember them? You were truly happy in those years." After Ben and I finished translating, scratching her head in frustration, the middle-aged, artsy woman, Jielin, froze on the other side. She felt something was off when Shinyu was speaking. Why would a robber speak in such a gentle tone? When Benny finished translating, she seemed to have been struck by lightning, and she stood there completely stunned. She never imagined that she would hear such soul-shaking words from a robber. So touching. The robber said with deep emotion that although he and Kevin had separated, the memories of the past remained in his heart, and no one could take them away. They were his unique treasure. Jeremy was stunned. He's right. I shouldn't hate Kevin. I have such a bad temper, but he put up with me for so many years until the children started school, when he finally filed for divorce and left all the property to me. He was very good to me. He has been very good to me all these years." Suddenly, tears welled up in Jalen's eyes, and she buried her face in her arms on the table, sobbing uncontrollably. She remembered Kevin standing in the rain waiting for her to get off work. She remembered him always saving the first bite of his ice cream for himself, and she remembered the gentle meteor shower that streaked across the night sky above them that year. "Those are all my own wealth." "Wah, Mr. Robber, you're right. Those are my most precious memories that I can't take with me." Ben and I? "No, this works too." Shinyu secretly gave DeepSeek a thumbs up. "Family members, use it. It made psychological counseling accessible to everyone. Anyone who's shameless can do it." Across from her, Jalen cried for a while before finally managing to calm herself down. She pulled out a tissue from the table to wipe her nose, and sobbed as she said, But, but, Sir Robert, there's something else that's particularly painful for me. Please speak. When we divorced, my daughter chose to stay with her father without hesitation, without a second thought. You know what? She doesn't care about my feelings at all. I feel like I've wasted 20 years raising her. I gave her the best 20 years of my life, and I raised a child with great difficulty. What is the point of all this? Shinyu couldn't help but inwardly purse her lips. Your husband is willing to leave with nothing but still wants a divorce, and your daughter goes with him without hesitation. I think I have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Big sister, your personality must make everyone around you dislike you. Irritable, easily angered, nagging all the time, and even wants to kick stray cats when he sees them. But of course, you can't tell the truth. To put it in an artistic way. So, Shinyu took her phone under the table again and found the DeepSeek input field. What is the point of spending the best 20 years of your life raising a child? Be more artistic. 10 seconds later, he looked up and the radio announcer's voice rang out again. Ms. Jeremy, we are never raising a child, but rather weaving together a web of meaning that transcends time and space. These 20 years have not been a one-way giving, but a mutual tempering of lives. When your child first points their tiny finger at the stars, do you know what that means? Your questioning of meaning was reborn in her eyes. So, the ultimate answer to your question is this. The meaning of raising children does not lie in whether they will repay their parents in the future. And when death finally comes, you can point to your heartbeat that you left behind in the world and say, Look, this soul that has cried, laughed, and loved has not lived in vain. After Benny finished translating, Jeline was stunned again, and this time, her whole body trembled slightly. Look, Shinyoshin thought to herself. Unsurprisingly, they've got it figured out again. Leaning forward, he said gently and frankly, Ms. Jeline, we are robbers, we just want money. We disregard the law, but we respect every life here. We don't want to get blood on our hands. We are working people too. Working people feel sorry for working people. We are not enemies at all, and you should not risk your precious life in this brief encounter. As long as you obey our orders and allow us to leave here safely, you can go back and continue your valuable life. Maybe one day, you'll be arm in arm with Kevin again, with your daughter, and you'll meet me on a street corner without a mask. Perhaps I'm wearing a white shirt and walking a spotted dog. Perhaps I will nod to you and then give you a faint smile. And you don't understand. Isn't this wonderful? Jareen, please cooperate with us and go outside to change your clothes, okay? Okay. Jalen nodded vigorously. She stood up as if reborn, her face full of gratitude, and said, I'll go take them off right now. Mr. Robber, please rest assured, I will cooperate with you to maintain order from now on. She bowed and walked out with light steps. This actually works? Ben and I stared blankly, her mouth agape. See? Shinyu pointed to her head proudly. Take note. Ben and I stared at him in shock. She really wants to learn something. She grabbed Shinyu's hand. Brother, I promise I'll never rob anyone again after we get out of here. Let me join you in selling courses and running a referral program. It's such an easy way to make money. Shinyu. What kind of nonsense is this? He rolled his eyes. However, now that everyone's clothes are identical, once the guns are thrown away, the hostage takers can't tell who's who. At least everyone's safety level has increased significantly. Shinyu was about to ask how the Skinny Monkey's live stream data was when suddenly a henchman rushed in and said, Boss, something terrible has happened. The police, fully armed and holding shields, were piled up at the entrance. They're going to charge in. Instantly, Shinyu and Ben Ni's faces turned deathly pale. Luo Qinghan paced anxiously outside the carved wooden door. She and Li Fian ran more than a dozen red lights before finally meeting this important figure from the Philippines, only to find that he was meeting with a distinguished guest. Luo Qinghan had been waiting for almost 10 minutes. Her patience had run out. Xiaoyo's situation is already so dangerous, yet I haven't even seen the main character's face yet. She became increasingly anxious as she thought about it, and just then, the phone in her hand suddenly rang. Luo Qinghan pressed the answer button, and Wu Debiao's voice rang out. Sister Qinghan, the police are about to break down the door. They were fully armed, clearly intending to wreak havoc. What? Luo Qinghan felt countless streams of blood rushing to his head, and his heart sank into an abyss. A stray bullet has no eyes. Whether Xiaoyu will survive if these people actually go in is anyone's guess. We can't wait any longer. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qinghan gestured to Li Fian to keep up with me. The two of them walked towards the gate. The guard beside him quickly intervened, saying, "The vice president is currently." "Go to hell." Li Fian kicked him to the ground. With a loud bang, Luo Qinghan stepped forward and kicked open the conference room door. Chapter 267. A Bank. 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea. In a dignified and elegantly furnished room, a dark-skinned, balding middle-aged man stared dumbfounded at Luo Qinghan, who burst through the door. "Luo, what are you doing?" He spread his hands speechlessly. "Didn't I tell you to wait a moment? I'm talking to Ambassador Morisawa right now." It is well known that the relationship between Philippine politics and the underworld is intricate and difficult to describe. As the second in command of the Philippines, the middle-aged man was well aware of Luo Qinghan's influence in Southeast Asia, so he immediately agreed to Luo Qinghan's request for a meeting. The problem is that the Japanese ambassador contacted him first due to some sudden emergency, and he couldn't refuse to see him. There has to be a first-come, first-served order. "I don't have time to wait," Luo Qinghan said sharply, staring into his eyes. "Immediately order those police officers who raided the Philippine bank to cease their operations." Unexpectedly, upon hearing Luo Qinghan's words, before the balding middle-aged man could even speak, the Japanese ambassador opposite him, wearing black-rimmed glasses, jumped up as if electrocuted. "What? Police raiding a Philippine bank? Stop! Your Excellency Vice President, please order them to stop immediately." Luo Qinghan was taken aback. Was he here for this too? Okay. You two don't need to rush." The balding, middle-aged man immediately stood up. "I'll make the call right now." He quickly took the dialed phone from his secretary and began cursing wildly in Filipino. While cursing him, he thought angrily, "What kind of unlucky robber is this? Of all the banks to rob, why did he have to rob a Philippine bank?" This immediately angered both the Queen of the Chinese underworld and the Ambassador of Japan. "And Tim from the police station, can you and your men use your brains? Find out who's in there before deciding whether to go for it or not, okay? You've made me offend 2 people I can't afford to offend." "Mr. Vice President." An aged voice came from behind Luo Qinghan. Turning around, Luo Qinghan saw an elderly man in a gray suit with a small mustache rushing in. The 3 people in the room were all stunned. Everyone present recognized the old man, the richest man in the Philippines, financial tycoon Chaiva. "Mr. Vice President, regarding the Philippine bank, does this have anything to do with you?" The bald, middle-aged man's lips twitched. "What's wrong with that robber's eyes? He really knows how to pick a bank." 30 minutes later, in a reception room decorated with a tropical flair, Luo Qinghan raised the water glass in front of her, took a small sip, and gave a scrutinizing look at Chaiwa, the richest man in the Philippines, sitting across from her. "Your Excellency Qinghan, I have always been well aware of your reputation and influence, and have often longed to learn from you in person, but I never expected." Chaiwa shrugged, a little embarrassed. "It's in this kind of situation." Luo Qinghan nodded noncommittally. She was in no mood to talk to this Chaiwa at all. The vice president just ordered the Cebu City Police Chief to stop the raid. The police are unlikely to resort to force again, and the situation has temporarily stabilized. However, due to a live stream hosted by one of the robbers inside, the robbery has caused a huge uproar online and attracted enormous attention. So the sheriff acted decisively and installed electromagnetic interference devices around the Philippine bank to block all electrical signals. Now, the people inside can no longer contact the outside world by phone. In other words, he has lost contact with Xiaoyu. The Philippine bank has now become the biggest hotspot, surrounded by reporters and various online celebrities trying to capitalize on the situation. Meanwhile, a large number of military personnel and armored vehicles have been deployed nearby to support the police. The Philippine bank has become an isolated island. The police certainly won't force their way in, but Shin Yubin and the others, who are completely surrounded, can't escape either. Luo Qinghan was in utter turmoil. If it weren't for the fact that Philippine Bank is part of this man Chaiwa's business, and if she weren't hoping to extract some useful information from it, she wouldn't have bothered wasting her time on this richest man in the Philippines. However, she did not expect this. Kaiwa's next words immediately lifted her spirits. Miss Luo, I'm looking for someone who can talk to the robbers inside. I know you are very capable. Do you have any suitable candidates in this field? Luo Qinghan narrowed her eyes. He wanted to talk to the robbers inside. All electrical signals have now been completely cut off. If you want to speak, you can only send a living person in to speak. But this is clearly what the police should do. Why didn't she go to the police, but instead came to me, a gangster? So, is this old man in this bank doing something shady that he has to bypass the police? Mr. Kaiwa, I do have someone like that in mind, but Luo Qinghan frowned and said, my men need police permission to get in, but I can't get through to the Philippine police. Leave this to me, Chaiwa smiled slightly. As long as you make sure this person can actually communicate with the criminals and get things done for me, I can have the police send him in. So, do you need him to bring something important out of there? No, he doesn't need to bring anything out, Chaiwa said, clasping his hands together. He only needs to destroy one thing inside. If he can do it, I will give him $10 million, and according to industry practice, it will all be paid in Bitcoin. Dear Lord Luo, this person must be extremely reliable. Do you have such a candidate in mind? Some. Squinting her eyes, Luo Qinghan smiled slightly, revealing a captivating smile. It's myself. Mr. Chaiwa, I will go in myself. Trust me, I can definitely communicate with these robbers very well. Meanwhile, inside a Philippine bank. Wow, this is the first time hundreds of thousands of people have watched my live stream at the same time. I was about to become a huge internet celebrity, but what happened? The internet suddenly went down. There's no signal at all. Grass. Skinny Monkey slapped his thigh and kept cursing. He had just experienced his first ever live stream peak, and was in the middle of it all, when his signal was abruptly cut off. Oh, be content. Those policemen were about to rush in. I thought I was going to die. A robber nicknamed Fat Dog next to him patted his chest with lingering fear. Well, Xinyu banged on the table in frustration. He thought he was done for just now. He had even seen the smoke grenades in the hands of those SWAT officers. But it's clear that Han saved himself at the last moment. It was a close call. Xinyu thought to herself. It still has to be my brother Han. The problem is, we can't get in touch with brother Han anymore. Strangely enough, Xinyu had been quite calm until just now, but now that he had lost contact with Luo Qinghan, he suddenly panicked. Suddenly, I felt completely uncertain. It was only then that he suddenly realized. Ultimately, Han Ge is his true source of confidence. Forget about being a prince or not. His only truly powerful identity is Luo Qinghan's boyfriend. It seems we won't be able to escape anytime soon. Xinyu let out a long, helpless sigh. Face reality and be prepared to be stuck here for a long time. No way. Ben and I stared wide-eyed speechlessly. She thought she could run away after grabbing the loot, but one unexpected thing after another happened. The police quickly surrounded them and discovered the vault. They tried to open it for a long time, but couldn't. Now, they're actually going to stay here permanently? He doesn't want to live in a bank. She wants to live in Hawaii. Brother, can't we just force our way out? Speechless, Xinyu rolled her eyes. Promise me, Benny. How about we choose some jobs that don't require much brainpower in the future? As he spoke, he took an A4 sheet of paper from the printer and a whiteboard marker and handed them to Ben and I. Right. Ben and I was completely bewildered. Right what? Xinyu tapped the paper. Let's have the police bring us dinner. It's been a whole day. Even if we're not hungry, the hostages are. Ben and I nodded. Oh. What do you want to eat? Pizza, Xinyu said, from Pizza Hut. A little of everything. But not durian-flavored, understand? I understand. But brother, I have a question. Ben and I frowned. Given the character of those Filipino police officers, you tell me. Did they poison the pizza? That's why I don't want durian flavor. I'm really afraid that stuff has poison in it, and I won't be able to taste it. Ben and I nodded in sudden realization. That makes sense. For many people, the smell of durian and the smell of poison are basically the same. So, bro, do you think someone might leave a little note in a pizza, like in the movies? Ben and I asked casually. Moment. Xinyu's eyes lit up. Chapter 268, I Must Go In to See Xiaoyu. After finishing the beggar sign, Xinyu thought for a moment and decided to wait another half-hour before sending a hostage out. It was around 6:30 at the time. The reason for choosing this time was to try to overlap with the police officer's lunch break. Ideally, everyone would be eating at this time, and no one would cause trouble. He had just thought of hiding a message inside the pizza, but the problem was that he couldn't tell Luo Qinghan about it. He could only rely on Brother Han to figure it out himself. Can she think in the same way as me? Xinyu didn't know either the two sides had lost contact, and now everything was just guesswork. This situation was extremely unfavorable. We have to find a way to contact Brother Han first. Otherwise running away is just a pipe dream. Xinyu rubbed her chin, feeling a headache coming on. Unable to think of a solution immediately, he decided to check the vault first. Since I'm just killing time anyway, maybe I can figure out a way to open it and see how much money is in this bank. Turning around, Xinyu explained the precautions for guarding the hostages to the two robbers nicknamed Fat Dog and Skateboard, and then took Bin and I to the vault. Holy crap. The boss's brother's pretty arrogant. He bosses us around like we're nothing, and even says things like, we have to keep our eyes open and not let our guard down, duh? Do I need him to tell me that? The skateboard looked at Xunyu's back with dissatisfaction and pouted at the Fat Dog. Keep your voice down, I think the boss's brother is pretty smart. Fat Dog scratched his head. This time, the boss really miscalculated. This bank is much harder to rob than that town savings bank last time. Now, we're counting on this, boss brother. Cut. He put the safety on the AK with a complaining look on his face. I can't be bothered with him. I just want to take a nap. I'm so sleepy. No way. I need to take a nap. Otherwise, how will I have the energy to stay up all night? Damn it. Robbing a bank has even caused me to fall behind in Genshin Impact. The sacrifice is too great. As he spoke, he shrank into the corner and beckoned to the Fat Dog. You keep an eye on things. I'm going to take a nap. Without waiting for the Fat Dog's reply, he tilted his head and fell asleep. As he slept, the Fat Dog also felt sleepy. They were extremely nervous when the police were about to rush in, but now that the tension had subsided, a wave of fatigue washed over them. He couldn't help but yawn as well. At this time, on the floor behind him, a boy with a square face and thick eyebrows among the hostages quietly kicked his companion. Then, he gestured with his chin in the direction of the Fat Dog. His movement was very slight, but everyone around him felt it. The muscular, curly-haired boy next to him was startled and looked at him questioningly. What are you going to do? The boy with thick eyebrows pointed to himself, then to the Fat Dog, then to the curly-haired boy dozing on the ground, and then to the skateboard. He made a grabbing a gun gesture. The people around were immediately startled. Was the guy with thick eyebrows going to deal with the Fat Dog and have the curly-haired guy knock down the skateboard? Curly-haired guy immediately started waving his hands frantically. I'm not going. They have guns. But the guy with thick eyebrows pointed to the curly-haired guy's chest muscles, and then to the number of people. His meaning was clear. The Fat Dog was just a lump of meat, while the skateboard was as skinny as a board. They absolutely cannot beat the two of us, and with so many of us, if we all swarm in, we'll definitely win. Then, he wrote a sentence on the ground with his finger. Opportunity knocks, but once. In a short time, the people around them began to waver, unsure of what to do. The curly-haired guy was clearly also a little tempted. Boys all want to be heroes, and the opportunity seems to be right in front of them. Everyone couldn't help but look nervously at the Fat Dog, only to find that he, too, was leaning against the wall and starting to doze off. Both guards were asleep. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's do it. A guy with thick eyebrows makes a hand gesture, ready to be a hero. He was instantly captivated by the curly hair, but a final hesitation remained in his heart. He gestured towards the Fat Dog's gun barrel, which was pointing in this direction, indicating, if he pulls the trigger randomly while we're fighting, and the bullet happens to hit all of us here, what if we wipe out an entire area? The boy with thick eyebrows immediately showed an impatient expression. He thought to himself, what do I care what everyone does? Let them do whatever they want. When someone becomes a hero, someone else has to be cannon fodder. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers. Do you understand? If he dies, blame it on bad luck. If you don't want to die, come at me with you. As he spoke, he quietly stood up. He couldn't wait any longer. The opportunity would be fleeting. I want to be a hero. The fat dog over there remained unresponsive, tilting its head repeatedly while holding the AK. Finally, Curly gritted his teeth and stood up as well. The two people tiptoed, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, toward the oblivious fat dog and skateboarder. Seeing this, a few other boys were also eager to try it, while most others backed away in fear, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone held their breath, their scalps tingling as they watched the thick-browed boy slowly walk towards the fat dog. Just then, cough. A middle-aged woman sitting in the corner suddenly coughed unintentionally. The cough was so loud that it instantly woke the fat dog. He looked at the thick eyebrows and curly hair with surprise and said angrily, "Who told you to stand up?" Two people froze in place for a moment. "They need to go to the toilet, and they've called you several times already," the middle-aged woman who had just coughed said immediately. She was the same Jillian who had just received psychological counseling from Shunyu. "Is that so?" The fat dog was a little embarrassed. "He's very strong, but he's never been very bright. When she was little, she was the kind of kid who was always bullied, and Ben and I had to stand up for her. When she grew up, she followed Ben and I around, doing things like smashing and robbing. Basically, she did whatever the big sister told her to do. However, this person's IQ was really low." When Jillian said that, both thick eyebrow and curly hair made depressed expressions. He scratched his head and actually believed it. "Well, I'll take you there then." Fat Cat kicked the skateboard awake. "You keep an eye on things." "Damn it, I just took a nap," the skateboarder complained. Watching the fat dog lead the two to the toilet, Jillian, who was in the corner, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had seen Curly's gesture of asking thick eyebrows, "What if I get accidentally hurt?" And she was seething with anger. "Two damn brats. You guys are pretty daring. If you want to be a hero, fine, but don't drag us down with you. I need to go out and see Kevin. I can't die here." Jeremy couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Once a person's mind starts wandering, it's impossible to pull them back. She now felt that these two children were more dangerous than the robbers. They were completely out of their minds and didn't care about the consequences at all. Jalen thought to herself, "That artsy robber, please come back soon. Your men are all idiots." Judging from their intelligence just now, those two kids will only get bolder and bolder. If you don't come back soon, something terrible is definitely going to happen here. Meanwhile, in the makeshift command vehicle outside the Philippine Bank, Special Envoy, Inspector Chanin, dressed in a khaki police uniform, looked at the aloof and beautiful girl in front of him with a surprised expression. This girl surnamed Luo is probably not even 20 years old. You want her to be a special envoy to communicate with the robbers inside? That's ridiculous. Mr. Chaiwa, you really didn't need to do this. Inspector Chanin turned around and looked at the richest man in the Philippines beside him. I know you want to minimize your losses, but should we send this beautiful young lady in to talk to those robbers? That's completely unnecessary. I'm telling you this now will take this place in a day at most. Chaiwa and Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. Why was Chief Chanin suddenly so confident? Luo Qinghan frowned. Chief Chanin, didn't you get orders not to launch a direct assault? They're afraid of dying, Inspector Chanin scoffed. But what if my assault doesn't kill anyone? Do you think those above will stop me? After saying that, he gave the two of them a mysterious smile and lowered his voice. To be honest, we just purchased a piece of cutting-edge technology from China, a new type of tranquilizer bullet. This thing can be fired with a regular gun. It won't kill anyone. It will just make the person who is shot unconscious immediately. Don't be fooled by the overwhelming online criticism we're getting right now, with things like the bleeding pizza and all that. Once this stuff arrives tomorrow, we'll wipe out all the robbers and rescue all the hostages. Our Cebu Police Department will definitely become a world-renowned hero in the police force. As he spoke, he proudly puffed out his belly. So, Mr. Chaiwa, you don't need to send this beautiful young lady in as an envoy. She won't accomplish anything, and she might even bring danger to herself. I assure you, we'll take care of these thugs by tomorrow at the latest, and you won't lose a single penny of your money. After he finished speaking, Luo Qinghan's face turned deathly pale. This is troublesome. These guys got their hands on tranquilizer grenades, such a deadly weapon. Her heart sank immediately. It seems that these people will definitely rush in by tomorrow night at the latest. And the ending is obvious. The robbers inside will definitely be wiped out. Then wouldn't Xiaoyu be? No, I have to go in right away. Luo Qinghan broke out in a cold sweat instantly, while Kaiwa's expression became uncertain. The sheriff has a point. With tranquilizer darts, I won't lose a single penny. Of course, Chaiva cared about the money inside, but what he cared about even more was something else inside. That thing must not fall into anyone's hands. It must be destroyed. However, those robbers probably don't know where that thing is, right? They might not even have opened the vault. Kaiwa's eyes darted around. Just now, he contacted Luo Qinghan with the mindset of better safe than sorry, thinking that no matter whether the robbers knew or not, he should destroy the item first and keep it safe. But now it seems there's no need to rush. There's only one day left to resolve this matter. Is it really necessary to pay Luo Qinghan a large sum of money now and let her go in to resolve it? And what if those robbers didn't know about it before, and then they use it to blackmail me after Luo Qinghan tells them? Isn't this counterproductive? No, I changed my mind. We can't let Luo Qinghan in. Chapter 269, The Crown Prince's Mind. Miss Luo. Kaiwa put his 10 fingers together, carefully considering how to start the conversation. Mr. Chaiwa, I just returned from France. Luo Qinghan interrupted him directly. Have you ever heard of the city of Dunkirk? Kaiwa was taken aback. He was stumped by Luo Qinghan's abrupt question. He answered instinctively. Dunkirk? I've heard of it. The Dunkirk evacuation. 400,000 British and French troops escaped right under the noses of the Germans, but why are you suddenly bringing this up, Miss Luo? Luo Qinghan glanced at him and nodded slightly. Yes, 400,000 Anglo-French troops escaped right under the noses of the Germans. But the source of this was not the Anglo-French forces' superior abilities, but Hitler's mysterious maneuvering. He believed Göring's nonsense and ordered the German armored forces to stop the pursuit and rest on the spot, letting Göring's air force take over the pursuit and bombing from the tanks. Then, in 9 days, the 330,000-strong British and French Allied forces were completely wiped out. 9 days can change the fate of hundreds of thousands of people and the destiny of several countries. And you, Mr. Chaiwa? Luo Qinghan shrugged and smiled faintly. After hearing your presentation on Göring, you decided to wait another day. In that case, I'll be going now. As she spoke, she stood up, clapped her hands, and prepared to get off the bus. Wait. Chaiwa, sweating profusely, stopped Luo Qinghan. Miss Luo, I have no intention of stopping the plan, never. He was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Luo Qinghan is absolutely right. Yes, those robbers probably have no idea about that thing. As long as I get through this day, I'll save $10 million. But what if you can't get through it? Kaiwa wanted to slap himself. What the hell was I thinking? I was actually thinking about saving that 10 million. Am I crazy? That's something that could completely destroy everything I have. And I'm actually thinking about saving such a small amount of money as 10 million? No, Luo Qinghan absolutely has to be allowed in. He quickly calmed Luo Qinghan down, then turned and spoke confidently to Inspector Chanin in Filipino. Sheriff, I still insist on letting my special envoy in. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to do me a favor. It's not about the money. Inspector Chanin waved his hand dejectedly. Chaiva had always been their biggest financial backer, and he would never refuse him. But the problem is that this matter has now blown up, with all the reporters and internet celebrities live streaming it. It's the hottest topic online, and the situation is no longer something that the police station can control alone. Should we let Luo Qinghan in at this time? Absolutely not, she's so beautiful. If something were to happen to her, and it triggered a second wave of public outcry, my job as sheriff would be over. She can't go in. Inspector Chanin waved his hand dismissively. We clearly have the upper hand now. The robbers have run out of tricks. There's no need for them to resort to such a risky move. Let's talk about this again when they take the initiative and we're on the defensive. Shinyu returned to the lobby looking dejected. That vault is too complicated. I simply can't access it. Vinny's team does have someone who can pick locks, but he can only pick residential locks. If you've locked yourself out of your house, you can call him, but if you want to open a bank vault, his little horse really can't pull this big container. Oh well, let's not think about that now. Xinyu waved her hand. Let's pick someone to go beg for food. He glanced at the crowd, only to suddenly notice that the middle-aged woman, Jalen, was constantly giving him meaningful glances. Xinyu's eyes darted around, and she suddenly said, let's rearrange the seating for everyone. At this moment, the hostages were all sitting together in groups. Having gone through most of the day together, they had become more and more familiar with each other. Xinyu had already decided to rearrange their positions periodically to prevent them from colluding with each other. Taking advantage of the opportunity to reassign positions, he quietly led Jeline to a separate room. Sure enough, Jeline said to Binny, Sir Robber, one of the hostages is resisting you. They don't understand your good intentions. They want to be heroes and cause trouble. Xinyu's face immediately turned cold. Sure enough, there will always be those who stand out, and this is the biggest hidden danger. We must make an example of them. He patted Jalen on the shoulder and said gently, Jalen, I knew you were reasonable and knew what was important. We, the hostage takers and the hostages, were originally one family, getting along very well. Now, someone is risking everyone's lives for their own personal gain. What is this if not bastards? We can't let those selfish bastards ruin everyone's lives. Tell me, who is it? 10 minutes later, in the lobby, Bin and I frowned, standing with his hands behind his back in front of all the hostages. Behind her was the bank's main entrance, and the piercing sound of police sirens could be heard from outside. Following Xun Yu's instructions, she began to pace back and forth, scanning the crowd. I've heard that some people are quite dissatisfied with us. He doesn't appreciate a proper rest. He insists on doing something so he can get out. Everyone lowered their heads in fear, not daring to meet her gaze. Let me guess, who is so exceptionally courageous? She frowned, walked up to the boy with thick eyebrows, and stared at him coldly. Is that you? The boy with thick eyebrows was immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He dared to make a move earlier because he thought Fatty Dog and Skateboard were easy to bully. But now that he saw Xinyu Bin and I, the two robber leaders, return, he immediately cowered and stammered. I didn't. So it's you. Bin and I sneered. Want to go out? Okay, I'll grant your wish. She kicked the boy with thick eyebrows to the ground. Fat Dog and his gang rushed up to him, hung the beggar's sign on his head, and tied his hands behind his back. Then they sealed his mouth with tape, put on a mask, then put on his work uniform, hood and sunglasses, and pushed him to the front door. Didn't you want to go out? I'll let you out right now. Bin and I leaned close to the thick-browed boy's ear. I'll open the door right now, and you run straight to the police, understand? The boy with thick eyebrows looked at Bin and I in disbelief. He thought to himself, really? Are you really going to let me go? Certainly. Bin and I chuckled. As long as you can get to the police smoothly, you'll be free. As she spoke, she gave the fat dog a look, signaling him to get ready. Then, he flung open the door and shoved the boy with thick eyebrows out. The boy with thick eyebrows was pushed outside in disbelief, then felt a surge of wild joy in his heart. He came out by himself? Very good. He turned and ran towards the police. However, he forgot one thing. At this moment, his clothes were exactly the same as the robbers. Bang! A bullet struck him squarely in the shoulder. The boy with thick eyebrows was knocked backward and fell flat on his back. A fat hand swiftly reached out from the door behind him and pulled him back in a flash. Bang! The door was slammed shut again. The police rushed forward with guns at their ready. They were caught off guard. When they saw a robber come out, their first instinct was to open fire. Only after firing the shot did they notice the sign hanging on the man's chest, and they immediately realized something was wrong. When they rushed over, they found a blood-stained piece of cardboard lying on the ground. All eyes were drawn to the words on the cardboard sign. I'm a hostage, don't shoot. Please give me 50 12-inch pizzas, Pizza Hut, all flavors. Except for durian. Inside the bank, glancing at the thick-browed boy struggling and screaming in a pool of blood, Ben-I coldly raised her head and looked at the trembling hostages in front of her. Now, does anyone else want to go out? Everyone shook their heads frantically, and many people were already crying out in fear. Ben-I walked up to the curly-haired boy and tilted her head to look at him. You don't want to go out? Don't you want to be a hero? I don't want to. Curly cried out in fear, and knelt down on the ground with a thud. All right. Ben and I walked back to the group with some regret. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all seen it. Here, as long as you behave well, you can live safely. But if you go out, she kicked the thick-browed boy who was screaming and gasping for breath. This is your fate. You understand. Applause. Splash. Amidst the cries of the boy with thick eyebrows, all the hostages clapped in terror. Ben and I secretly gave Shinyu a wink. Brother, am I handsome? Shinyu nodded. You know what? Ben and I isn't the brightest girl, but once you explain what to do to her, she's incredibly efficient. Here you are, boss. The megaphone handed to him by the skinny monkey was taken by Ben and I with a carefree laugh. He chuckled and shouted into the crowd. Listen up, Philippine police outside. You've accidentally injured a hostage. The reporters and internet celebrities outside should also listen up. Let's capitalize on this trend. Philippine police have killed a hostage. Beside the command vehicle outside the gate, Luo Qinghan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Xiaoyu, well done. This is truly a decisive move. I believe that in the future, there won't be any more foolish hostages trying to escape. She couldn't help but imagine Shinyu's dashing and strategic demeanor inside. It has to be said that there are two moments when a man is at his sexiest. When showing off abs. And when you show your brain. Luo Qinghan looked at the reporters who were surging forward and taking pictures, and then glanced at Inspector Chanin, whose face was ashen. Some people were feeling pretty good about themselves, just now saying they had the advantage and didn't need to send anyone in to communicate with the robbers, and so on. Tisk tisk. Why are you silent now? She stepped forward, walked to Inspector Chanin's side, and shrugged helplessly. Wow. It seems the situation is different for your police force. A little bit passive. Chapter 270. Finally, I've waited for you. Pretending not to understand the sarcasm in Luo Qinghan's words, Inspector Chanin turned to look at his phone. When he checked his phone, he was even more annoyed the photo was going viral online. That is, the beggar's note, stained with blood. This was snapped by an internet celebrity who rushed over just now, and it went viral instantly after being posted online. Now the entire internet is condemning them for disregarding human life and questioning the professionalism of the Philippine police. Inspector Chanin thought to himself, damn it, you guys are all wise after the event. It was pitch black at the time, and suddenly a guy dressed just like the criminal rushed out. Anyone would have fired a shot first. Sir, the paramedic requested by the criminals has arrived. An officer standing nearby saluted. The agent disguised as a doctor's assistant is also in place. Inspector Chanin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. Just now, the assailant slipped another piece of paper under the door, which stated that the hostage inside who had been shot had received basic first aid and had the bleeding stopped, but was still not out of danger. There are no doctors among the assailants. We hope the police can send a professional doctor to treat the injured person quickly, otherwise the person shot may not survive much longer. What's most infuriating is, at the very bottom of the note was written a line of text. Gathering humanitarian forces to build a caring society and treating the injured is our shared responsibility. Inspector Chanin was so angry he almost spat out blood. You're just a bank robber. What are you trying to prove with that high-sounding attitude? Which one of us is the cop? You've been smearing me, and now you're pretending to be the good guy, haven't you? But he couldn't not send a doctor. Otherwise, if the man really died, it would be considered that the police had shot him dead. Actually, they couldn't just send a doctor in for nothing. Inspector Chanin is an old hand. He wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. He walked up to the agent disguised as a doctor's assistant and whispered something in his ear. Inspector Chanin, please allow my special envoy and the doctor to go in together. The richest man, Chaiwat, watching anxiously from the side, couldn't help but make a suggestion. He now understands that relying on these Philippine police officers is a complete waste of time. Just look at what these people are doing. They can't even tell the difference between robbers and hostages. My own situation is so complicated that I have to find a powerful underworld figure like Luo Qinghan to resolve it. At this moment, he was extremely anxious. Just now, Chief Chanin said that Luo Qinghan could only be let in if the situation was passive. Now, the situation was passive enough, wasn't it? Don't rush. Inspector Chanin waved his hand impatiently, glancing at his agent assistant. I have another trump card that can definitely turn the tide. Chaiwa frowned. What if that doesn't work? That would take a lot of time going back and forth. Chanong, somewhat annoyed by his words, said, Fine, I'll let Luo in then. Now, please both of you leave my command vehicle. After exchanging a glance with Luo Qinghan, Kaiwa stormed out of the command vehicle. As Luo Qinghan watched the agent's assistant discreetly tuck a small, pill-sized listening device into his sleeve, his cold eyes narrowed, and he slowly frowned. 10 minutes later, looking at the room full of identical people dressed in repairman's uniforms and wearing masks, the agent's lips twitched. He has an exceptional memory. He can remember people's features instantly. He was sent in to memorize faces and voices, but now that both the hostage-takers and the hostage-takers are dressed the same, he can't tell who is who and who is who. Memorizing faces is out of the question, so let's try memorizing voices. The agent's assistant squinted and looked at the leader of the robbers. Did the patient lose a lot of blood just now? Then he saw the gang leader pull out a sheet of A4 paper, write a few lines with a whiteboard marker, and hold it up. I think it's all right. Agent's assistant. You win. He subconsciously scanned the surroundings of the hall. If he couldn't remember the sounds, he would observe the environment. He could always glean some clues from it. Just then, 2 robbers emerged, struggling to carry a box. The bandit leader immediately tensed up and quickly waved for them to go back. Understood. The agent's assistant sneered inwardly. They had already opened the vault and started carrying out banknotes and gold bars. It took about 20 minutes for the doctor to finish treating and bandaging the man with thick eyebrows and administer various emergency medications. While the agent's assistant pretended to help him tidy up the medical equipment, he secretly placed a listening device under a table. He glanced at it as he put it down. Perfect. The gang leader didn't even notice. The agent's assistant felt a surge of smugness. It doesn't matter if you don't talk now, you'll naturally start talking once I leave. Moreover, you will also explain your thinking strategy and plan in detail, because I want to give you this. As he spoke, he took a cell phone out of his pocket and handed it to the female robber leader. This is a one-way cell phone that the sheriff outside gave you. This is the slave unit. The master unit is with the sheriff. This phone can only video chat with the main unit. You can use this to communicate with the police and make demands. He appeared solemn on the surface, but inwardly he was sneering. You will definitely discuss things before video chatting with the police, and we will hear everything. Seeing the gang leader nod and take the phone, the agent's assistant gave the doctor a wink, and the two picked up the suitcase, said goodbye to the people in the room, and left. As they walked past the female robber leader, the agent's lips couldn't help but curl into a Nike shape. Fight us. Little brat, the devil is always one step ahead of the saint. Don't you understand? Plans in place. 30 minutes later, in the command vehicle, Sergeant Chanin and several officers listened in bewilderment to the sounds coming from the bugging device. I handed over my phone 30 minutes ago, but the robbers kept talking over there. The worst part is that they weren't talking in Filipino, so none of us could understand a word. Could they be a group of foreign robbers? Why don't they speak Filipino at all? Chanin couldn't help but look at everyone blankly. Does anyone know what language this is? A police officer scratched his head. It sounds like Chinese? Inspector Chanin was momentarily embarrassed. Now look what's happened. I just kicked Chaiwa and his Chinese female envoy out of the command vehicle, and now I have to bring them back. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and, with a forced smile, invite the two back into the car. Miss Luo, could you please listen to what these robbers are saying? Luo Qinghan nodded and focused on listening to what the eavesdropping device was transmitting. She listened for a full 2 minutes, her brows furrowing more and more, her expression growing increasingly serious. Inspector Chanin immediately tensed up. What exactly are they talking about? Luo Qinghan asked expressionlessly. Do you know Woody Gang? Everyone shook their heads. This is his stand-up comedy story, The Ugly Queen. Inspector Chanin, what do you mean? It means they're putting cell phones next to the bugging devices you left behind, playing Woody Gang songs on you, Mr. Sheriff. They're making a fool of you. Luo Qinghan finally couldn't hold back anymore, and she burst out laughing. Using listening devices is just asking for trouble, isn't it? You want to eavesdrop on Xiaoyu? Have you asked him who his master is? Non-smokers are way better than you guys at using listening devices. overestimating one's abilities. Inspector Chanin was furious and turned to his assistant, blushing with embarrassment. Didn't you get any useful information on your trip? Yes, the agent thought for a moment. They've already opened the vault and are moving things out box by box. Kaiwa, standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Really, I shouldn't have taken any chances. If I hadn't gone in, I would have been doomed. He jumped to his feet and slammed his hand on the table. Chanin, are you going to let my special envoy in now? Or should I have someone else replace you? No, please don't rush, Inspector Chanin said awkwardly. Actually, that's what I called you to talk about. Miss Luo, would you please make the trip and deliver something to me while you're at it? Seeing Luo Qinghan nod coldly, Inspector Chanin stood up, picked up the one-way telephone master, and dialed the number. Hello, are you a robber? I am Inspector Chanin, the commander-in-chief of this operation. I need to send a special envoy to talk to you now. Is that all right? 10 minutes later, the bank's heavy steel doors slowly opened, and Xinyu, both surprised and delighted, gaped open and stood there stunned. In front of a pile of pizza boxes, he saw the beautiful figure he had been longing for. Hi, the stunningly beautiful girl with incredibly long legs gave him a sweet smile. Your pizza has arrived. Chapter 271 I never expected you to be this kind of person. Inside the bank, everyone was stunned when they saw the stunningly beautiful woman who had just appeared. She wore a beige Burberry trench coat over a white preppy shirt, and her legs, clad in black stockings, were straight and slender beneath her short skirt. Her waist-length hair further accentuated her delicate, porcelain doll-like appearance. With light, graceful steps, she slowly walked to Xunyu and smiled faintly. I am the special coordinator appointed by the police and Mr. Chaiva, the owner of this bank. My surname is Luo. As she spoke, she extended her hand and said solemnly, Hello, it's nice to meet you. Xinyu also said with a serious expression, Hello, I've been waiting for you. Their hands were clasped together, their palms warmed to each other. Luo Qinghan stared into Xunyu's eyes, but her fingertips casually scratched Xunyu's wrist. Mr. Robber, I think we need to have a private and in-depth conversation. Of course. Xinyu narrowed her eyes. Miss Special Envoy, I'm eager to learn from you, but before that, I'm going to search you as usual. I completely understand. Luo Qinghan raised her hand. Her skin was practically glowing white, beautiful and unattainable. Please search for me carefully. Okay, please follow me this way. Seeing Xunyu lead the special envoy to a secluded corner, Benenai thought it was her turn to go on stage and quickly walked over. Before she even got there, Xinyu had already placed her hand on it. This doesn't make sense, does it? Benenai stared in astonishment. Xunyu was searching silently, and what he was searching that was hard. As we all know, there are techniques involved in conducting body searches. Some places you can search easily, while others you need to search more thoroughly. Xinyu searched Luo Qinghan's key points again and again. He kept searching until Ben Ni's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets before he finally nodded solemnly. Mr. Kidnapper. Luo Qinghan's face flushed a seductive red as she asked breathlessly. Am I ready now? Xinyu took a deep sniff of her hand, seemingly resisting the urge to lick it. That's enough. I had a great time searching. Ben and I. By this time, Fatty Dog and the skateboarders had brought all the pizzas in, and the door was closed again. Luo Qinghan glanced at Ben and I, then surveyed the layout of the room, and frowned, saying, Mr. Kidnapper, as instructed by the sheriff, I need to check on the condition of the injured inside and determine if they need to be moved out. Of course, Xinyu nodded. But to make sure you don't run away, I'll put my hand on your waist for easier control. Do you mind? Of course not. Please go ahead. Okay, this way please. As he spoke, Xinyu naturally wrapped his arms around Luo Qinghan's slender waist. Ben Ni's eyelids twitched violently. Easy to control? Is it for convenience and to get a good deal? She grew angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Ben and I has known Xinyu for a long time, almost half a day, and she never realized he was a pervert. There were many beautiful female students among the hostages, and Ben and I was also a great beauty herself, but Xinyu didn't even give them a second glance. Ben and I always thought that Xinyu was a truly upright person, but now that I look at it, he only targets perfect supermodels like this, okay? He wouldn't even bother with someone as good as me, who's only 90 points. He's a picky eater. And that special envoy was really something. He didn't even know how to resist. He easily bowed to the evil forces. You should try to protect yourself, stay away from such morally corrupt people, and protest loudly when necessary. After all, that's my brother. No. Can you please not stand so close to my brother? Ben and I followed the two men angrily into an office. There was a simple bed here, and lying on it was a pale-faced boy with thick eyebrows. The moment he saw Luo Qinghan, his previously unfocused eyes immediately lit up. He knew that someone had finally come from outside. He stretched out his trembling hand in a plea for help, his heart screaming, "Get me out of here quickly, I'll die! Hurry!" The police sent me here primarily to assess the hostage's health and determine whether he needs to be transferred out. Luo Qinghan bent down to examine the boy with thick eyebrows. As she bent over, her left leg instinctively went back to support her weight. At that moment, Ben and I saw Shun Yu suddenly reach out and touch her long, straight left leg, which was clad in black stockings. Did you pinch it? What a terrible thing to do. Ben and I thought to herself, "You filthy scoundrel, I misjudged you." She waited with a gloomy expression for the special envoy to protest. If she did, she would give Shun Yu a good dressing down. But when Ben and I looked down at the special envoy's face, she was surprised to find that I noticed she had closed her eyes in ecstasy, breathing softly, and her mouth was slightly open as if she wanted to moan. What's going on? What's this person's name? Turning her head, Luo Qinghan asked Ben and I in Filipino. His name is Zhongjing, Ben and I explained. He's too badly injured to speak right now. Luo Qinghan nodded. He is a very brave young man. The guy with the thick eyebrows was overjoyed. He was extremely weak, lacking the strength to speak, and his vision was blurry, making it impossible for him to see Luo Qinghan clearly. However, he could hear the other party's evaluation. Very brave. Yes, that's the review I wanted. Fearless, courageous, a role model. He thought to himself that once he got out, countless honors like these would fall upon him. I will become the dream lover of countless girls. I will become a major internet celebrity. Then I started live streaming e-commerce, then embarked on the road to financial freedom, and then I'll sell lipsticks and question everyone about their efforts. So, the most important thing now is to get me out. The guy with thick eyebrows got more and more excited as he thought about it. Please, Special Envoy, quickly assess that I require medical attention and send me out for treatment immediately, please. He seemed too weak to speak. His vital signs were extremely weak. Luo Qinghan shook her head and sighed. But I believe he can hold on here. Then let him stay here. Shun Yu. Okay. The guy with thick eyebrows. Ben and I, standing nearby, was also confused. So she stayed there? To be honest, this guy with thick eyebrows is indeed quite seriously injured. But if she were to move him out, she'd worry he might reveal clues about this place. But to everyone's surprise, the special envoy himself rejected it outright. Benny blinked in confusion. Well, I thought the Philippine police would strongly insist on sending him out. Luo Qinghan shook her head. No, the Philippine police are driving me crazy. If this guy hadn't run out like an idiot, would the Philippine police be getting all this flack online? She lowered her voice as she spoke. When I arrived, I heard people talking about how if he had been shot dead, it would have been a hot topic that would have faded away after a while, but he didn't. If we bring him back and he dies, wouldn't that mean he died at our hands, creating another hot topic? So you should keep it. What I hate most are hostages who cause trouble for both the criminals and the police, putting everyone in a difficult position, don't you think? The boy with thick eyebrows stood there completely petrified. His worldview completely collapsed. Okay, Luo Qinghan waved her hand. Let's go see the next one. The three then went to another room, where the bank executive who had initially hidden the phone was imprisoned. The executive's name was Bai Wuchen. He was originally tall, handsome, and very charismatic, but now he was beaten black and blue and looked extremely dejected. But as soon as he heard that Luo Qinghan was a special envoy sent by the police, he immediately straightened his chest, and his eyes were full of fearlessness. Manager Bai considers himself a warrior, and he has no regrets. Are you sick in the head? Luo Qinghan looked at him with displeasure. What kind of hero are you trying to be? Manager by, huh? Is it wrong for me to want to save this bank? You've made a huge mistake. Luo Qinghan's eyebrows shot up. Do you own the bank? You're just an employee. Workers risk their lives to protect their boss's assets. What's the point? Have you ever thought about what would happen to your wife and children if you died? You don't feel sorry for them, but you feel sorry for the capitalists? Did a giraffe kick your brain? Bai Wuchen was dumbfounded. He had always considered himself a hero, but after Luo Qinghan said that, he suddenly felt, I think I'm a little confused. Since there were only these two injured people, after Luo Qinghan finished looking at them, she told Bin and I that neither of them needed to be taken out for medical treatment. So Xinyu put her arm around Luo Qinghan's waist, and the three of them returned to the hall. By this time, everyone in the hall had been starving all day, including the skinny monkey and the fat dog, and they were all drooling over the pizzas. But with the two bandit leaders, Xinyu, Bin, and I, not returning, no one dared to eat first. Xinyu found their expressions amusing and was about to order everyone to eat quickly when Luo Qinghan suddenly whispered in his ear, Let's brainwash them first. Xinyu understood instantly. He pulled Binny aside, and just as he was about to whisper something to her, Binny angrily shook off his hand. Xinyu was taken aback. Bin and I looked at him with heartache and indignation. I never thought you were this kind of person. Xinyu was immediately taken aback. Who am I? Bin and I thought to herself, how dare you ask that? You're so lewd. But it's not good for me. You're a picky eater. You discriminate against flat-chested people. You bastard. Chapter 272. The robber wants something good to eat. Bro, you mean, she, that long-legged, busted girl, is your girlfriend? Staring at Xinyu, Bin Ni's face was full of disbelief. Is it true or false? Didn't expect that, did you? Xinyu said smugly. You probably never imagined that the police special envoy was actually one of ours, did you? Bin and I nodded blankly. I really didn't expect that. I didn't know you actually had a girlfriend. She was experiencing a mix of joy and sorrow, her feelings indescribably complex. Good news. I finally have a chance to go abroad and visit Hawaii. Bad news, I can't go with my brother. Xinyu had no idea what she was thinking. Seeing Bin Ni's blank expression, he quickly encouraged her by offering empty promises. Girl, cheer up. Go brainwash the hostages later and make sure they behave well. To be honest, my girlfriend is actually very powerful. If you can win her favor, once you get out of here, you'll have all the coveted positions, status, and wealth that everyone dreams of. Then you can make money while lying down. Just follow us and your brother around. Travel everywhere. Why bother robbing banks like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Bin Ni's eyes suddenly lit up. For the first time in his life, those eyes, which were usually filled with a sense of world weariness, were actually brimming with joyful hope. Following you, traveling everywhere? You mean? Bin and I stared intently at Xinyu. As long as I can keep these hostages in line, I can stay by your side forever? 5 minutes later, with slow, deliberate steps, Bin and I walked coldly to the hostage whose stomach was rumbling and slowly scanned the entire scene. Gentlemen, I have a question. Bin and I spread her hands coldly and pointed to the piles of pizzas beside her. Who gave you these pizzas? Everyone was stunned. What? What does that mean? You. Bin and I pointed at one of the hostages in front of her. Answer me, who gave you these pizzas? The hostage asked blankly. Police? Completely wrong. Bin and I pointed to herself with her thumb. It's me. It was I, the robber, who gave you these pizzas, and those Filipino police. They don't care if you live or die. Think about it. You've been trapped for a day, you're almost exhausted, and you're so hungry you can't even stand up. Don't they know that? Seeing the suspicious looks in the hostage's eyes, Bin and I crossed her arms and gave a cold smile. Of course they know, but they don't care. If the Philippine police cared, they would have brought the food to me long ago. Why would I need to risk carrying it? But I really shouldn't have mentioned it. Have you ever considered that it would have been most advantageous for me not to mention it? Because if you're a little hungry, it'll be harder for you to escape, easier to manage, and more advantageous for us anyway. We robbers have food, and we're not hungry. The skateboarder thought to itself, do we have food? The fat dog thought to itself, aren't we hungry? Why? Bin and I waved her arm forcefully and asked in a loud, soul-searching voice. Why should I do something so thankless and exhausting? All the hostages were stunned, staring blankly at Bin and I, as if asking themselves the same question. Why? Because I care about you all. The Philippine police don't care if you live or die, but I do. Bin and I covered her heart with her hand and cried out loudly. I, the enemy in your eyes, am actually the person who cares most about your lives, besides your families. Do you understand? Swish. Jeremy's tears flowed down her cheeks. She understands. The skinny monkey scratched his head. But I don't understand. No, when have we ever cared about hostages? Big sister, you love insulting hostages. During the last post office robbery, you found all the hostages hidden money in their socks and forced them to do handstands and bark like dogs. Aren't those things you did? Everyone, I respect you from the bottom of my heart. Bin and I pointed to the gate. You've already seen what happened to the first person who went out begging with a sign. He was almost beaten to death by the police. Those uniformed people outside, they just want us to die. They just want to help the capitalists keep their money. They don't care about your lives at all. And what about me? After my first attempt to beg for food failed, I didn't give up. I continued to risk everything to try and get food for you. I even went so far as to have them send a special envoy in so that you could have something to eat. I'm risking my life to beg for food for you. And that injured man, even if he was the one who caused the trouble, I didn't abandon him. I called in the doctor to save him. Did I not know how risky that was? Who could be sure they wouldn't attack me? But I'm willing. Slowly opening her arms, Bin and I said, word by word. Because I care about you all. Society may not care about you, but I do. The people outside don't care about your lives, but I do. I robbed a bank because I had no other choice. Would I have done this if my mortgage hadn't been suffocating me? I'm just a working person, everyone. Working people feel sorry for working people. Swish. Swish. More tears flowed. Many people involuntarily began to sob. Family members, tell me. Bin and I opened her hands with heartfelt sincerity. Who gave you the pizza? It's you. Some people exclaimed emotionally. Who gave you dignity? It's you. More people waved their arms. Who gave us hope for survival and a yearning for tomorrow? It's you. All the hostages shouted in unison, tears streaming down their faces. It's you. It's you. It's definitely you. Okay. Bin and I waved her hand forcefully. Everyone eat. 2 people per box, and all you can eat. Long live the robber lady. The hall was filled with jubilation as everyone shared pizzas, creating a warm and harmonious scene that could only be described as the hostage kidnappers and the hostages being as close as family. Luo Qinghan, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed in surprise and whispered to Xinyu. Biaozi's sister. Seems like a talented person? Xinyu nodded in deep agreement. He thought so too. Although Bin and I is not highly educated and has an even lower IQ, but so good at brainwashing. Her future is limitless. Mr. Robber, Luo Qinghan glanced at Xinyu and slowly took half a step closer to him. They've already started eating. Aren't you going to have some? Xinyu turned to the side and gave her a polite look. Miss Special Envoy, I'd like to eat something else. I want to eat something good. Could you come to a private room with me so we can talk? Okay. Luo Qinghan nodded solemnly. The 2 men, exuding righteousness, walked into an office, and the door had just closed. Bang! Luo Qinghan shoved Xinyu hard against the wall, ripped off his mask, and then cupped his face in her hands. Her yearning gaze lingered on his thick eyebrows, then swept over his straight nose, and finally settled on his thin, sharp lips. She grabbed Xinyu's hands. He was slammed hard against the wall. She stepped forward and pressed herself close to him. They kissed each other passionately, almost frantically. A long time. Mr. Robber, is this what you want to eat? Luo Qinghan asked, panting heavily. Yes. Xinyu hugged her waist and swallowed hard. But that's not all. Chapter 273, She is Her Majesty the Empress. Xiaoyu, I miss you. Luo Qinghan hugged Xinyu's neck, her voice dreamy. I miss every inch of you. However, before she could finish speaking, Xinyu's arms went under her knees and lifted her up without her feet touching the ground. Then, he forcefully placed her on that huge mahogany desk. This room is the bank manager's office, decorated luxuriously and tastefully. Even the ornaments on the mahogany table are full of classical flavor. However, what does Shun Yu's mood matter? He haphazardly pushed everything on the table aside and made Luo Qinghan lie down on her back on the table. Then, he kissed her deeply. Honey, don't stop. I love your lips so much. Baby, I love you too. I love everything about you. You are so beautiful. How beautiful. Between the moonlight and the snow, you are the third kind of unparalleled beauty. Luo Qinghan suddenly blushed and became shy and embarrassed. My husband's words are so sweet they could kill. Am I an absolute beauty? Suddenly remembering something, she blushed and tapped Shin Yu's chest with her fingertip, saying, I'm not, you are. Xiao Yu, you're the real beauty. Shin Yu was taken aback, then immediately understood. He grinned mischievously and reached out to kiss Luo Qinghan's earlobe, but his hand suddenly pressed against something inside the lining of her trench coat. He asked in surprise, What's this? Don't touch it. Startled, Luo Qinghan quickly sat up, hurriedly placing the trench coat aside, her face pale, and said, The thing in the lining of this clothing is dangerous. I'm sorry, honey. I should have taken off my coat first, but I got so excited to see you that I forgot. Is saying sorry enough? Shin Yu snorted coldly, pressing down on her leg with one hand. That position was exactly the absolute territory between Luo Qinghan's knee-high socks and miniskirt. A boy's dream, the ultimate in sexiness. That robber. Luo Qinghan giggled and gently kicked Shin Yu with her long leg. How are you going to punish me? Miss Special Envoy. Shin Yu raised an eyebrow. Since you know I'm a robber, you should also know that we're only robbing two things, right? Luo Qinghan became even more frightened, and she panicked, hugging her shoulders. So, are you planning to rob me? Or? Shin Yu let out a sinister laugh. Only children make choices. With a slight bow of his head, he planted a large strawberry on the absolute territory. A vast expanse of white, accented with a touch of crimson, resembles a blooming red plum blossom in the snow. This is a sign of ownership. I want to tell all the boys that Miss Special Envoy already has an owner. You belong to Mr. Robber alone. Staring at the fruits of his labor, Shin Yu chuckled mischievously. But Mr. Robber, you planted it here. Who would want to see this? Luo Qinghan leaned forward, her curves alluring and beautiful, and pointed to her incredibly fair neck. Plant it here. Plant it all. She knew what she was saying was crazy. But at that moment, she suddenly didn't want to care about anything else. Shin Yu's heart skipped a beat, but only for a moment. Then, he gave up without hesitation. He stroked Luo Qinghan's long hair and said, That won't do. It will give us away if people see it. Not just now, but even at any other time. Luo Qinghan blinked in surprise. Why not normally either? Because you're afraid of being watched by others. If you're stared at because of this, wouldn't you have a bipolar disorder attack, honey? I wouldn't want to. Luo Qinghan felt a sudden warmth in her heart. So that's what Xiao Yu was thinking. He cared about my illness, but my bipolar disorder has long been cured. That was all before I became your girlfriend. Now, I practically want to hang a sign that says, I am Shun Yu's woman, on the street, okay? I just want to tell everyone that my husband is you, the best of the best in the world. Honey, why don't you plant one? Stop fooling around. If you don't plant it, then I'll have no choice but to. Luo Qinghan's face suddenly turned as red as if it were about to bleed. I'll just have to compensate you with something even better. Something you've never experienced before. As she spoke, she pointed to the luxurious executive chair and gestured for Shin Yu to sit down. You've already cut off all surveillance, haven't you? I already cut it off, baby. What are you doing? Shin Yu looked at Luo Qinghan with surprise as he took a wet wipe out of his pocket. She tore open the packaging and moistened her red lips with her tongue. Her lips gleamed with a captivating luster, like a budding flower, delicate and alluring, yet also like the most fiery flame in the world. Shin Yu looked at her in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice. Now. Next to the bank president's office. Listening secretly to the sounds coming from next door, Ben-In was completely petrified. She felt like she was going to shatter. Are you in such a hurry? As Ben-In listened, she recalled how Shin Yu had described her as his girlfriend when he first spoke of her. The most beautiful woman in the world. Is it the most beautiful in the world? Maybe. Anyway, She's prettier than me. Anyway, I'm not as good as him, not even close. Ben and I felt powerless. When she entered this room just now, her mind was like that of a badger under Runtu's steel fork, wanting to eat some melons. Now the real bombshell has arrived. Big Melon. She suddenly realized that she was no longer in the mood to gossip. She was feeling unwell. That's my brother. This isn't. Isn't this just letting the good stuff go to outsiders? Damn it. Just then, she suddenly heard a cell phone ringing next door. Then the strange sound stopped, and the girl exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, honey, we're out of time. I've already spent a third of my time here, We'll talk about it next time, Shinyu said, panting. Business is more important. Then there was a rustling sound. It looks like that special envoy is rinsing his mouth. After a while, the girl asked again. Honey, what do you think of Biaozi's sister? You mean Ben and I? Shinyu sighed. Sigh. Her brain is completely useless. They don't have much knowledge or experience either. When I first came in today, I really couldn't understand who gave her the courage to rob this bank. Ben Ni's heart sank immediately. So that's how he sees me. He thinks I'm a complete idiot. Ben and I suddenly felt as if she had lost all her strength. But that's not wrong either. I was just as bad as he said. Stupid, clumsy, and recklessly bold. Didn't I already know that? What's there to be upset about? She couldn't help but cover her mouth. I only wanted to prove to those bastard adoptive parents that I could achieve great things, which is why I fought, and ended up stirring up such a huge hornet's nest. I really am an idiot. At first, I didn't even understand why this gang made her their leader. Shinyu continued. But after spending a day together, I started to understand. Ben and I is stupid, but she is perfectly suited to be a leader. She has an innate leadership quality. How should I put it? Objectively speaking, in 3 words. Very excellent. Ben and I stared wide-eyed in surprise. Who? Me? Am I good enough? You just called me stupid. She's stupid. But being silly and being excellent are not mutually exclusive. Ben and I has several particularly impressive qualities, such as, she's bold and daring, she really is. As soon as an idea comes to her, she does it. That kind of boldness is simply innate. No one can teach it. Shinyu then said. But at the same time, she wasn't reckless when she realized you were right. She really listened to advice and changed her ways almost immediately. Be willing to make mistakes, and even more willing to correct them. Have strong execution skills, and be able to conscientiously and diligently complete the tasks assigned to you. Actually, I think these are things that are even more valuable than high intelligence. Honey, I think you could give Ben and I a try. The female special envoy said. Actually, I've never been satisfied with the 2 leaders of the Azure Dragon Society. Yellow Spider is full of ulterior motives, and Yes is too fond of scheming and plotting. I've always wanted to find a suitable person of my own to replace the 2 of them. Perfect timing. Ben and I is so outstanding. And she's Biaozi's sister, which means she's practically my sister, Luo Qinghan's sister. Honey, after you leave, let's start training her. I think we can have Xiaxia be her teacher. Good. Ben and I was stunned. She stared wide-eyed at the wall in front of her, incredulous. What? To train, to cultivate me? To train me to be the head of the Green Dragon Society, the largest organized crime group in the Philippines? Ben and I was completely dumbfounded. No. Me? Am I even worthy? Ben and I couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. But for her, that wasn't the most shocking thing. Instead, that female special envoy, my girlfriend, her true identity is actually the underworld queen feared throughout Southeast Asia, Luo Qinghan. Chapter 274, What's even sexier about her is her mind. Ben and I is actually far from being considered part of the underworld. She was just a daring, low-class bandit, with no reputation and little knowledge. But even though she was inexperienced, she had only heard of the name Luo Qinghan. That's the true ruler of the entire Southeast Asian underworld. In Ben Ni's imagination, Luo Qinghan should be a ruthless character covered in scars and tattoos, smoking a large cigar, speaking with an icy edge, and laughing with a sinister laugh. She never imagined that the legendary supreme ruler, who could make the entire underworld change color with a mere wave of his hand, would actually be such a beautiful and sexy person. And she's actually Shinyu's girlfriend? Ben Ni's eyelids twitched wildly. The underworld queen feared throughout Southeast Asia had just been giving Xinyu a handjob next door. The crucial point is that they even discussed having me take charge of the Green Dragon Society, the largest gang in the Philippines. Ben and I couldn't help but point to herself. Are you sure? Just then, she heard Luo Qinghan from the other room continue. Husband, you have at most one day left. The Philippine police have transferred tranquilizer bullets from China, and they should arrive around noon tomorrow. Once the bullets arrive, they will definitely charge in and fire freely, because they don't care about the casualties of the hostages at all. Xinyu immediately exclaimed, and asked anxiously, tomorrow? I'm just taking it one step at a time right now. I haven't figured out how to escape yet. This. What should we do? Ben and I was also stunned, thinking to herself, that's right. What should I do? Are we doomed? She wasn't very bright, but luckily, since she came in, Xinyu had made all the decisions. The key was that this older brother always seemed so confident and in control. Ben and I had always treated Xinyu like a strategist, and always assumed that he knew exactly how to escape. After all that fuss, he was at a loss. Is he just putting on an acting show? Xiaoyu, I've already figured out how to escape from outside. Luo Qinghan's voice was unusually calm. There's a lot of content, so I'll go through it one by one. 10 minutes later, in the bank manager's office, Xinyu looked at Luo Qinghan with a shocked expression, her eyes filled with admiration. His admiring gaze made Luo Qinghan feel embarrassed, and she couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Is there a problem with my plan? Your plan does have a problem because it's too ingenious. Xinyu shook her head with a sigh. Brother Han, sometimes I'm in a daze, wondering which is the most dazzling part of you, your appearance or your mind. How can you be so perfect? Xinyu's words were his true feelings, and there was no flattery in them whatsoever. Sometimes he actually thinks he's quite clever, like when the poisonous mushroom killed Matthew last time. But after Luo Qinghan finished explaining the whole plan, he realized that his cleverness was basically just a fleeting, superficial idea. When faced with a truly unsolvable dilemma, only a brilliant mind like Luo Qinghan could come up with such a meticulous and flawless plan. Xinyu couldn't help but look at the girl opposite him, who was as beautiful as a begonia in spring. Han Gu is truly amazing. Everything is top of the line, with all indicators maxed out. They just analyzed all the challenges they might encounter and how they should deal with them. After hearing her plan, Xinyu recalled what had just happened between the two of them and suddenly felt a guilty sense of disrespect towards the goddess, almost ashamed of herself. He was in a daze. Brother Han, how exactly did I manage to win you over? I'm clearly not good enough for you. Nonsense. Luo Qinghan affectionately touched Xinyu's face. How could you, Xiaoyu, not be good enough for her? There is no woman you are not good enough for. You chose me simply because I am lucky. As she spoke, she couldn't help but kiss Xinyu's cheek again. She stood up and picked up the trench coat beside her. Honey, I have 10 minutes left before I have to go. Let's spend 7 minutes opening the vault first. Xinyu was stunned. Open the vault in 7 minutes? Bin Ni's lock-picking subordinate spent a whole day trying to figure out how to open it. Luo Qinghan smiled faintly. They've been watching too many American TV shows. They actually thought about cracking it. As she spoke, she tore open the lining of her trench coat and took out a piece. C for plastic bomb. Then another one. One more. One after another. Looking at the pile of chewing gum bombs, Xinyu almost stumbled and fell to the ground. So when I was on top of Han Gu, what Han Gu was pressing down on was this thing. Holy crap. He broke out in a cold sweat, and his scalp tingled. If I were to crush this, wouldn't I become the most tragically deceased pervert in history? Oh my god. Xinyu clasped her hands together. Thank you so much, Lousy, Jade Emperor, and Buddha. You protected me just now. Boom. After a loud bang, the smoke cleared. The heavy doors of the bank vault, twisted and deformed from the explosion, slowly opened. Bundles of banknotes were piled up like small mountains, neatly stacked and brand new, like a castle built of money. The gold bars beside them were even more dazzling. They lay quietly on a specially made shelf, shimmering with a maddening golden light. The ceiling lights shone on them, reflecting dappled patterns of light that were simply mesmerizing. On both sides were countless rows of tall metal shelves. Neatly arranged on them were rows of safes, their surfaces gleaming with a cold, hard metallic luster under the harsh fluorescent lights. Wow. Gold, gold. I'm fucking rich now. From now on, I'll buy 2 bowls of soy milk, drink one and throw the other away, and I'll never lick the yogurt bottle cap again. Amid the robbers' frantic screams, Shun Yuluo Qinghan walked to the safe numbered GFR 2783. So that Kaiwa Laodin spent tens of millions of dollars just to destroy what's inside. Shin Yu's eyes darted around, and she whispered, "Brother Han, should we take this thing out and extort money from him again?" "We can't get it out." Luo Qinghan shook his head. "Because what he gave me was a destruction key. Once this key is inserted, this GFR 2783 safe will immediately catch fire, burning the documents inside. Only after it's completely burned will this drawer be able to be opened." Shinyu immediately frowned. This could contain charges of wrongdoing, or it could be evidence, or it could just be a large-scale adult film documenting old Deng's sex parties from his younger days. But neither I nor Brother Han will ever know. All the two knew was that this secret was worth far more than tens of millions of dollars. "Let's begin." As she turned the key, Luo Qinghan quickly dodged backward. Sure enough, a wisp of flame suddenly shot out from the edge of the safe. It burned for a full half-minute, and with a click, the entire drawer finally popped out. As expected, it was full of black ash, and there was nothing left inside. Disappointed, Shinyu rummaged through the pile of black ash, then suddenly froze. He pulled out a diamond. It's huge, at least 5 carats. And then another one. One after another, pigeon eggs. In the trade, this is called a shoji, Luo Qinghan explained. He deliberately put these diamonds in there. The purpose is to make the person who opens the safe think it contains diamonds, thus causing them to overlook the truly valuable items. It seems that the value of this black ash is probably not in the tens of millions. Because Chaiwa never mentioned these diamonds to me, he was so preoccupied with this secret that he had even forgotten he had made this shoji. After thinking for a moment, Luo Qinghan called over Bin and I, who was partying with everyone. "Bin and I, now you have 2 choices." Luo Qinghan looked at her scrutinizingly. "First, take the money and gold from this vault, become a billionaire, and then never appear again, hiding under an assumed name to avoid being hunted down. Second, take these few unclaimed diamonds with you, but don't take anything else from this vault. After these diamonds are sold, each of you will probably get a few million. After buying a big house, there won't be much left. However, you are free to appear in the sunlight. You choose one." Ben and I was startled. She glanced at Luo Qinghan, then at Shunyu, hesitated for about half a minute, and then resolutely said, "I'll take the diamonds with me. I won't take a single penny of the rest from the vault. Money that you can possess with peace of mind is truly your own. A husband is someone you can hold without worrying about having the door kicked down or your hair pulled. She can't afford anything that comes at the cost of constant anxiety, no matter how good it is. For example, a vault. For example, Shinyu." "Very good." Luo Qinghan nodded appreciatively. "Yaozi, your younger sister is quite nice. She passed my first test." Turning her head, Luo Qinghan faced Shinyu and said, "Honey, as soon as I leave, go find the person who can save your lives. You have to win her over. Remember, meet me outside the bank tomorrow night." As if remembering something, a blush suddenly rose on Luo Qinghan's face. She leaned close to Shunyu's ear and whispered, "Honey, I know you haven't had enough today. I'll work harder when you get out tomorrow. I'll make sure you have a great time." Chapter 275. Want to eat meat? Raise pigs now. Open the door. In the hall, Shinyu looked coldly at Luo Qinghan. "Miss Special Envoy, please explain to the police robbing a bank has been my lifelong dream, and my wife supports me, so I will never give up." "Mr. Robber, I advise you to surrender," Luo Qinghan sighed. "Since we've known each other, I will try my best to reduce your sentence." "Cut." Shinyu chuckled, pressed the gun against Luo Qinghan's back, and glanced at the police officers outside the door. "Miss Special Envoy, see you later." "Well then, I can only wish you good luck and hope you can reunite with your wife soon." Luo Qinghan turned around, extended her hand, and shook hands with Shinyu. Her fingertips gently caressed his palm, her eyes filled with reluctance, and the words, "Husband, I'll wait for you," almost burst out. Shinyu really wanted to hug her and kiss her passionately. But after glancing at the armed Philippine police officers outside the door, he coldly withdrew his hand and closed the door. Crack. Luo Qinghan's stunningly beautiful face disappeared outside the door. He strode aggressively to the hostages, glanced at them, and then turned to Ben and I, saying, "Have you finished your pizza? Now that we've finished eating, let's move on to the next activity." Ben and I immediately perked up. She hadn't dared to listen anymore after overhearing Shinyu and Luo Qinghan discussing their plan. She was scared. How could I not be afraid? She's Luo Qinghan, after all. What if she wants to reveal some underworld secrets? There are some things you shouldn't know. Once you find out, you're basically getting a quick death guide. So Benny quickly left the room next door. But she couldn't help being curious about what kind of plan Luo Qinghan had devised, and why Shinyu looked so confident. At this moment, Shinyu pointed at the hostage. "Scatter them, lead them to separate rooms, and then let them sleep." Ben and I was taken aback. "Huh? Sleep? Brother, didn't you just say that at most one more day, the cops outside would be storming in with tranquilizer darts?" Shinyu nodded. "That's right. So we need to let them get some sleep and recover their energy, and then get up immediately in 2 hours. By the way, the men and women should be arranged separately, so that no one wants to sleep and just wants to sleep." Ben and I couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "You're talking about yourself, aren't you? No one got enough fun." 2 hours later, the first group of hostages selected stood dumbfounded in front of a pile of pickaxes and shovels. Shinyu whispered to Ben and I, "Tell them to pick up their tools and start digging from this storage room." Hamasaki stared wide-eyed as if she'd seen a ghost. "Brother, don't tell me you're planning to escape by digging a tunnel." "Yes." "What are you talking about? We're surrounded by the police. Are you going to dig it up now? If you want meat, why don't you raise pigs yourself? Goodness, why don't you wait until the police come in before you start digging? Isn't that even more exciting?" Shinyu pulled her aside, took out the bank building cross-section and construction drawings left by Luo Qinghan, and explained in a low voice. "Actually, they don't need to dig very far, they just want to dig to this underground partition wall. The work is done by Biaozi. Your brother, he and Fian are leading the digging of the main escape route. Of course, they didn't just dig it up directly. Your brother is very skilled in explosives and blasting. He can precisely control the explosive charge so that there are holes everywhere below, but no one above feels it. All we need to do is dig out a place where we can meet up with him. It should only take about a day. In short, tell Skinny Monkey to keep a close eye on things. When this group gets tired of digging, immediately replace them with another group. Don't stop for a moment." Ben and I then suddenly realized. She immediately became excited, and at the same time, for the first time, she felt curious about her brother whom she had never met. "Are you skilled in explosives demolition? Why does it feel like my older brother is really something?" After hearing what Shinyu said. "But one day isn't enough, is it? Didn't they say the Philippine police would be rushing in with tranquilizer darts tomorrow? Half a day is already too short. So now it's up to me to put on a show." Shinyu frowned, looking troubled, and thought for a moment. "Benny, what should I do to scare a girl into obeying me? Would it be more effective to pretend to be a pervert?" Ben and I was taken aback. She glanced at Shunyu's rubbing hands, his licking tongue, and his unsatisfied gaze. "Elder brother." Benny's lips twitched. "Do you even need to pretend to be a pervert?" In a room full of girls, everyone stared in terror at the robber pacing back and forth in front of them, each desperately trying to shrink back. From the moment he entered the room, he ordered everyone to remove their masks, then forced them to look up and scan each person's face one by one. It's already night. Nighttime is for sleeping. These robbers were surrounded by the police and had no chance of escaping. It seemed that the leader of the robbers wanted to add another charge to his name before going to jail. Everyone trembled as they looked at the bloodshot in his eyes. It was obvious what this man was up to, but it's clear he hasn't decided who to use yet. Seeing his lecherous gaze sweeping over her, a girl named Wana was so anxious she was almost in tears. "No, please don't choose me. I don't want to." She was filled with regret. Why were the people at the school so stupid to arrange for her to visit this bank today? She really hoped the person who set that date would get hit by a car and die. As the robber drew closer, staring at her, Wana burst into tears. No, don't choose me. She choked out, pointing at the girl next to her. Sakura is prettier than me. Sure enough, the robber's eyes flickered, and he stared intently at the girl next to her. Wana breathed a sigh of relief. Sakura has always been the undisputed school beauty, but Wana has never been convinced of her worth. She always felt that she was no worse than her, although she was a bit dark-skinned. She was taller than her. But now, for the first time in her life, she willingly relinquished the title of the most beautiful woman at Cebu Leicester University to Sakura. She's so much prettier than me, with fair skin and a great figure, and she has such a wonderful personality. She's the real school beauty. Mr. Robber, please take a closer look at Sakura. She's right next to me. You want to experience being the school beauty too, right? As if hearing her inner prayer, the robber walked past her and stopped in front of Sakura. Raise your head. Sakura, who had been keeping her head down, slowly raised it. She had a gentle and beautiful face, like a summer evening breeze gently sweeping across a pond, or like white moonlight softly filtering through the treetops amidst the chirping of crickets. What's your name? The robber asked. Sakura Morisawa, the girl said in a trembling voice. The robber nodded. The female robber behind him grabbed Sakura and pulled her up, shouting sharply, "Come with me." Sakura Morisawa screamed as she was dragged out the door, stumbling along. The robber followed behind, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Many girls in the room were so frightened that they burst into tears. "Wah, what should we do?" Sakura's friend Sarah cried. "That robber will definitely do something to Sakura." "Wana, why did you mention Ying's name just now?" At this moment, everyone looked at Wana with reproach. "Yes. Why did you hurt her? What are you looking at? Just like you weren't afraid just now. Isn't she the school beauty? If she doesn't go, who will? Why are you guys going? Why didn't you volunteer earlier? Why are you pretending to be good guys now?" Wana's voice grew louder and louder, and the girls in the room immediately fell silent. Seeing everyone lower their heads, she suddenly became even more imposing. Straightening her neck, she said sternly, "She should have gone in our place. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been captured by the robbers." This statement was absolutely shocking. Everyone stared at her in astonishment. The school set the date for the visit. If we accidentally ran into robbers, it's just bad luck. What does this have to do with thing? Sarah retorted angrily. "Wana, don't talk nonsense." "I'm talking nonsense." Wana put her hands on her hips and snorted. "I'm asking you, why did the robbers choose today to rob the bank?" "It's because they knew Sakura would be visiting today." Seeing everyone's bewildered looks, Wana sneered. "You guys don't know yet, do you? Sakura Morisawa is the daughter of the Japanese ambassador." Chapter 276. Judging by appearances can easily lead to marrying the wrong person. In a locked office, Shinyu squinted at Mori Sakura, who was sitting upright in a chair. This girl has a very gentle appearance. The lines of her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips are exceptionally soft, a typical face of a Japanese drama heroine. She's the kind of girl guys would want to stroll with on a summer night and count the stars together. A person's facial features are a very interesting thing. How a person looks largely determines how they will be treated throughout their life. For example, Sakura and Hama. Both are 90-point beauties, but their temperaments are completely opposite. Even when Bin-Ni smiles, her face seems to convey only 2 words. I disagree. Even when Morisawa Sakura frowned, her face conveyed a clear message of submission. I'm not convinced, but I'll endure it. This made Shinyu feel embarrassed to scare her, as she felt it was something no human being should do. You can tell how pitiful they are. He coughed and tried to remain calm as he said, "Do you know why I called you here?" Just as Bin-Ni was about to translate, Morisawa Sakura nodded and spoke in standard Chinese. "No. Is she related to Long Guowen?" Shinyu and the other person were both startled. This is going to be troublesome. Shinyu and Bin-Ni had always assumed that they were the only 2 people in the bank who spoke Long Guowen's name, so they didn't really hide their conversations from others, because no one else can understand it anyway. However, I didn't expect there to be someone here who loves foreign languages. Judging from Morisawa Sakura's clear and accurate pronunciation, she's probably been studying for quite some time. Shinyu was trying to recall if she had let anything slip in front of the hostages when Morisawa Sakura took a deep breath that was barely noticeable and raised her head. She steeled herself and said, "I know far more than you can imagine." For example, everyone thinks the female robber is the boss, but I know that the male robber is the real mastermind of everyone in this house. The entire plan was orchestrated by you. The robber was merely following your orders. In fact, you just joined this gang of robbers. Shinyu and Bin and I were both stunned. Actually, you didn't know each other when the robbery first started. The real identity of the robber was the boy who asked to go to the restroom. Sakura Morisawa's hands trembled slightly, and her face was somewhat pale, but she still resolutely continued. Later, when everyone was scattered and reassigned to different positions while wearing masks, many people assumed you had returned to the hostages, but I knew you hadn't. You've become a robber. After exchanging a glance with Shinyu, Bin and I immediately cocked the gun. However, Shinyu grabbed her and held her down. Go on. Sakura Morisawa glanced at the gun in Hama's hand, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid, but she stubbornly turned her gaze back to Shinyu, staring into his eyes. I know what you want from me, it's nothing more than those two things. First, you already know that I am the daughter of the Japanese ambassador. When facing the police, you certainly can't not play this card with me. You need to use me to put pressure on the outside world. Second, you really want to sleep with me, because your eyes are so hungry. And what I want to say is, I will cooperate with you 100% on any of your conditions. Please do not use force. I will definitely meet all your requirements. As she spoke, she stood up from the chair and knelt down on both knees. He performed a standard Japanese-style kneeling bow to Shinyu. Shinyu was completely stunned. He had completely exposed himself. The situation was now out of his control. But what puzzled him more than the situation was the girl in front of him. He couldn't tell if the girl was stupid or smart. You might say she's stupid, but she's quick to realize my identity. You say she's smart, but didn't she know that if she spoke out about this, she could easily be silenced? You're wondering why I'm telling you this, aren't you? Sakura Morisawa stared intently at Shinyu. Because I also want to be like you, a robber. What is that? Shinyu's eyelids twitched wildly. Goodness, college students' career choices are getting a bit off lately. He was speechless. You're the daughter of an ambassador, and you're short of money? Sakura Morisawa shook her head. I don't lack money, but I hate feeling like a weakling, no matter where I am. Since you are the absolute strongest person in this room, then I must submit to you and join you. Mr. Robber, please take me with you to rob a bank. You can enjoy me, or my classmate, to your heart's content. No matter who you fancy, I can help you talk her out of it and make her behave so you don't resist, saving your precious energy. Anyway, please accept me as one of the robbers. Sakura Morisawa knelt down in worship. Please. Shinyu was completely shocked. He stood there, stunned, a feeling of disbelief welling up inside him. Okay. That's insane. So it turns out that the seemingly unruly Binny is actually a silly girl, while the seemingly gentle Ing is actually a real pervert, right? He raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Morisawa Sakura. No. You have a problem with your sense of right and wrong. Do you know that? Sakura Morisawa nodded knowingly. I know, but there's nothing I can do. I have a natural affinity for people who are strong and obedient. Furthermore, Mr. Robber, I think the concept of right and wrong is a ridiculous thing. There is no right or wrong in this world, only strength and weakness. If I am no match for you, then of course I am wrong. So please just tell me what you need me to do, and I will cooperate fully. As she spoke, she performed another prayer, bowing deeply to the very end. The room fell silent. Bin and I scratched his head, trying to process Ying's words for a while, but still looked completely bewildered. As Shinyu rubbed his temples, staring at Mori Sakura's impeccable kneeling etiquette, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt. Polite, but shameless. They only respect the strong, regardless of right or wrong. It looks so familiar. No wonder it's a country that got blown up by the US with a big bomb, yet it still wholeheartedly acts as their lapdog. Yes, that's very neon. By dawn, almost all the hostages had dug beneath the storage room. The tunnel had progressed to half its planned length. Although it was a rotation system, everyone was exhausted and panting heavily. But this also brought an unexpected benefit. Now none of the hostages had the energy to cause any trouble. They were all catching up on sleep. Shinyu glanced at her watch. It was already 7 a.m. He took the handset of the one-way phone, dialed Sheriff Chanon's video call, and then handed it to Benny. After the phone rang for 10 seconds, the other end finally answered the video call. With two large dark circles under his eyes, Inspector Chanin appeared on the screen looking resentful. "We're hungry. Go to KFC and get us 100 breakfasts, soy milk, no sugar, thank you." Ben and I waved her hand, signaling the other party to hurry up and do it. Inspector Chanin's lips twitched. "Didn't you just have pizza last night? Why are you having breakfast so soon? I'm a police officer. What do you take me for? Mate want takeout." Ben and I clicked her tongue. "Cut. I can't even afford a proper breakfast. How can I have the energy to rob a bank? Old Shah, you have no idea. The gold bars in that vault are really heavy." "Okay." Sheriff Cham gave a dry laugh and said through gritted teeth, "Miss Robber, I hope you can maintain your current optimism. It's not that I don't want to deliver this food to you, but there are too many reporters outside right now, and they've bought up all the breakfast options around here. Miss Robber, if you're so eager to eat breakfast to maintain your energy, we suggest you release a few hostages in exchange." Ben and I couldn't help but turn around and exchange a glance with Shunyu. As expected, some people couldn't hold it in any longer. "It's not impossible to change them. There are so many hostages anyway." Ben and I waved her hand casually. "I just don't know who you want to change to, Lao Cha." Sheriff Cham pretended to think for a moment. "According to humanitarian principles, women and children should be given priority. I remember there are some students visiting among you. Those little girls are so innocent. Why don't you let 5 female students out first?" "But there are a lot of girls." "Which 5 specifically? Have them come in front of the camera, and I'll randomly pick 5 once you've chosen, release them, and I'll bring you breakfast right away." "Yes, that's fair. But Sheriff, I only have one question. Do you fucking think I'm an idiot?" Ben and I adjusted the camera and pointed it behind her. Shinyu suddenly pushed Sinzing in front of the camera and grabbed her hair tightly. Don't kill me." Sakura Morisawa screamed in agony, her eyes filled with genuine tears. Benny grabbed her neck and grinned maliciously. 5 girls. Those 2 wounded soldiers are about to die, and you don't care, but you want to humanitarianly choose 5 girls? Grass, why don't you just say you're sending the ambassador's daughter out? Do you think I'm stupid enough to sit here all day without investigating the backgrounds of these hostages?" Sheriff Cham's face turned deathly pale, and his eyes darted around nervously. "Use your brain, which can't even hold 12 MP3s, to listen to me." Ben and I pulled out a pistol and pressed it hard against Morisawa Sakura's chin. "I know very well that this is the biggest fish. I know that you don't care about the lives of the other hostages, and I also know that if anything happens to her, your career will be over. So stop daydreaming. I guarantee that if you dare to do anything stupid like barging in again in your own cleverness, I won't do anything else but smash this beautiful head in the first place. Did you understand?" With a click, she pulled the safety off the pistol. No. Officer Cham waved his hand, and the man's chest heaved in fear. He hurriedly said, "It's all negotiable. Everything's negotiable. Easy to negotiate. We can discuss this. Okay. Now you go and buy me 100 KFC breakfasts and deliver them within 10 minutes. Ben and I grabbed Morisawa Sakura's hand, held it up to the screen, and said coldly, "Every minute I spend each night, I cut off one of her fingers. Start the timer now. Remember, no sugar allowed in soy milk." Chapter 277, We Just Want to Talk to Luo. 5-4. The surveillance footage shows the special police officers rushing to the bank's entrance at top speed, like sprinters. 3-2. They put down their KFC breakfast. 1. Okay. Ben Ni's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Honey, we received the meal on time. Thumbs up to all the special police officers. I heard that Jingdong has recently entered the food delivery market. With your speed, I suggest you apply for a job there." Phew. Inspector Chanin slumped back in his chair, letting out a deep breath. He was absolutely terrified. If the Japanese ambassador's daughter really did have her finger cut off, then his career as a Philippine police officer would truly be over. Luckily, I made it in time. Sheriff Chanin had just finished feeling relieved when he was suddenly annoyed again. Was I crazy for being secretly pleased? I thought that with the arrival of the tranquilizer darts, we could finally stop being passive. As a result, they can't use the tranquilizer darts anymore. and the robbers no longer care about the other hostages. They're just targeting Morisawa Sakura, and now the situation is deadlocked again. By the way, Lao Cha, Beninai waved her hand in the video call. To be honest, I really hate you as a person, and I hate your self-righteous expression even more. Let me think about it. The female special envoy who came in last time was quite nice. I preferred chatting with her. How about this? Next time I make this call, the person on the screen must be her, not your round face, understand? Bite. She hung up the video call. Wait a minute. Chainen's face immediately turned ashen. Had they stripped him of his right to speak? He got angrier the more he thought about it. From the moment he encountered these robbers, he was at a disadvantage in every aspect, and now he was completely at a loss. They didn't even bother talking to him anymore. They just called out Luo's name directly. What's so good about her? Isn't it just because she's good-looking? A bunch of LSP robbers. Chanong muttered to himself, his brows inevitably furrowing. Luo is a very mysterious girl. After she went in, she didn't do anything substantial, but when she came back, Chaiva, the wealthy man who practically lived in the command vehicle, immediately went home. He even looked completely satisfied. He left with a relaxed expression and light steps, seemingly unconcerned about how much money he had lost from the bank, a stark contrast to his earlier anxious and impulsive demeanor. And now, even the robbers inside want to talk to this Luo? Sheriff, you wanted to see me? Luo Qinghan, dressed in a trench coat and with long, flowing hair, was led by a police officer to the command vehicle, looking puzzled. Chanong glanced at the bag she was carrying. It seemed she was already preparing to leave. Miss Luo, I'm sorry, you can't leave. You must now join our police special operations team and be responsible for communication with the robbers. On what grounds? Luo Qinghan protested, her eyes widening. I made plans to get my nails done with my best friend. Because they only want to communicate with you. I'm also curious. Did you do something that made them particularly happy after you went in? Luo Qinghan tried hard to recall, a look of doubt appearing on her face. Could it be? Is it because I complimented that female robber on her figure and voice? Inspector Chainen. The case is solved, family members. The female robber was first and foremost a woman, and she loved to hear everything that women wanted to hear. Ah, what a painful realization. He looked at Luo Qinghan speechlessly. Anyway, you've been recruited by the police, Luo. Could you please take a look at the video of our phone call that we just recorded? As he spoke, he replayed the entire conversation, then froze the frame, pointed at Shin Yubin on the screen, and asked, based on your impression of them when you went in, what are the characteristics of these two robber leaders, the man and the woman? Luo Qinghan frowned and pondered for a moment. The woman is particularly fierce, and she dares to think and act. The man is very quiet and doesn't talk much. But he is definitely the most charming man in the world. She silently added in her mind. Chainen pointed at the table with his finger. Miss Luo, do you think that, given their personalities, if we force our way in with tranquilizer darts, they might actually kill Miss Morisawa Sakura? Luo Qinghan nodded without hesitation. Inevitable. That violent female robber will turn her into a beehive. Chanong covered her face helplessly. There's nothing we can do about that. The only option is to apply for that from the military. But that thing needs a long time to be debugged, otherwise it will definitely cripple everyone on site. It's 8 a.m. now, and it might be midnight by the time I finish. Miss Luo, during this period, whatever their requests are, as long as they don't affect the overall situation, you can try your best to meet them. In short, you must try your best to stall them and buy them time. All right. Luo Qinghan nodded reluctantly. She thought to herself, isn't this a coincidence? We also need to buy ourselves some time. The following day, both the bank's internal and external parties worked intensively. However, the robbers would order food right on time every mealtime, as if they were really using the police as a takeout delivery service. Not only that, Chanong noticed that the robbers were quite calm and confident. When ordering food, the female robber even chatted with Miss Luo about the weather for a while. For example, their conversation at noon went like this. Female robber, how's the weather outside? Is it sunny? Miss Luo, it was all right. I'd give it an 80 out of 100. How was the breakfast I gave you this morning? Female robber, it's all right. I'd give it an 85 out of 100. Miss Luo, if you want to see the weather outside, you'd better surrender as soon as possible. Female robber, you're dreaming. A similar conversation took place that evening. Female robber, how's the night view outside? Beautiful, isn't it? Miss Luo, wow, it's beautiful. I'd give it a perfect score. How was lunch? Female robber, not bad. I can get a perfect score too. Miss Luo, surrender, and you can get a reduced sentence. After you get out of prison, you can go to the stadium to watch a football game. Cheer along with everyone until midnight. Surrender? Female robber, you're dreaming. Chanin thought the robber was strange. Why was he talking about the weather for no reason? Ms. Luo's assessment of this was, in reality, the robbers were trying to remain calm. They were already at their breaking point. Judging from their constant monitoring of the weather outside, they were almost losing interest in confronting the police. Cha Nong wholeheartedly agreed. However, whether these bandits want to fight back is no longer important. There are 40 minutes left until midnight. Everything is about to end. This incident has escalated to such a great extent that it has completely damaged the image of the Philippine police. Orders have been issued that it must be resolved before dawn. What's wrong with how you're setting that up? Chanin asked his deputy. The adaptation will be complete in another 30 minutes. After all, multiple missiles need to be launched. They have already done preliminary adaptation based on the bank's terrain to minimize the number of casualties. Cha Nong waved his hand. So what if I'm disabled? I can't worry about that now. Tell the launch department to prepare. Use it immediately at the designated time. Miss Luo, have one more nominal conversation with them to buy some time. Meanwhile, inside the bank, turning back is the right thing to do. The opportunity is right in front of you. Beep. Bin and I hung up Luo Qinghan's call and turned to look at Shenyu. Brother, does Sister Qinghan mean that they're about to attack? Shenyu nodded. When Sister Luo Qinghan said that Nightfall deserves a perfect score, she meant that Biaozi's side had completely dug through and was just waiting for the final blast. Meanwhile, I told her with a 100% score on lunch that we had also made progress on our end. Her statement about going to the stadium to watch a football match, cheering loudly with everyone until midnight, clearly tells us this. They're about to use high-frequency sonic boom grenades outside. The time is 12 midnight. Sure enough, even at the cost of deafening everyone, these Philippine police officers were determined to charge. Everything is exactly as Brother Han predicted. Shenyu shook her head with a sigh. High-frequency sonic boom grenades appear in many action movies, but the effects are often far-fetched. Often, after one explosion, everyone screams and collapses to the ground, but the protagonist, only stunned for a moment, gets up and continues fighting. In reality, he couldn't get up at all. Because you were stunned by the shock, your eardrums ruptured, and you became deaf. In fact, if you only want to stun someone without causing deafness, you can adjust the release point gradually according to the terrain. However, the Philippine police clearly lacked the patience. More than whether everyone else is deaf, they are concerned about whether they can capture all of their gang of thugs. Are all the hostages lined up in the lobby? Shenyu patted Bin and I on the shoulder and picked up the megaphone. Let's go. Let's give one last speech. Chapter 278. At the moment of parting, she heard her own heartbeat. Meeting is fate. Fate will arise, and it will also end. Now it's time for us to say goodbye. In the bank lobby, Bin and I looked at the hostages with a gentle and sincere gaze. At the same time, she mentally reviewed the key points Shenyu had just mentioned. Before trying to scare someone, it's best to gently empathize with them, then suddenly change the subject. This makes you seem the most enigmatic. Gentlemen, these 2 days together may not have been as enjoyable as you might imagine, but I still want to emphasize one point. Binny helplessly spread her hands. I treated you to Pizza Hut pizza, KFC breakfast, Filipino fried noodles, and just now, a feast of roast suckling pig. Our food is really good. The hostages immediately burst into relaxed laughter. Their tense gazes softened instantly. 2 days is enough for a friendship to blossom. I know all of you now, and I can even call you all by name. As she spoke, Ben and I randomly pointed to a few people and said, Your name is Lauper, your name is Dawa, and your name is a big star. Your name is Lisa. Is that right? Okay, don't be so nervous. We'll release you soon. This is really just a final chat. Actually, I didn't mean to be so harsh with you guys. I was just doing this for work. After these words were spoken, the room finally relaxed, and the hostages began to whisper among themselves, gradually growing louder and louder. Finally, Jeline, who was closest to the kidnappers, mustered up her courage and asked, "Miss Kidnappers, are you really going to let us go completely?" Of course, Ben and I shrugged. As you all know, we've already dug the tunnel and are ready to run away. Why would we need to take you with us now? Do we split the money? Everyone laughed. Everyone had participated in digging the tunnel, so they already knew the kidnappers' plan. Upon hearing that the kidnappers were indeed leaving, the hostages felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their hearts. Everyone breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Only the last group of people who emerged from the tunnel were puzzled. Has the tunnel been dug through? No way. We finally dug up a wall and then stopped, didn't we? Fortunately, no one is foolish enough to ask such a question in public. The hostages were all beaming with joy, and one girl even boldly said, "Miss Kidnapper, I think you're super cool, you're my idol." Ben and I smiled and pointed at her, saying, "Remember to say the same thing when the police arrive." Amidst a burst of light-hearted laughter, Ben's gaze suddenly turned cold. "There's one more thing. Friends, the police will be coming in soon and will be asking you some questions. As everyone knows, there is a golden time for escaping. If you delay answering a question by 10 minutes, the story will have a completely different ending. I'd like to know, when the police ask you, 'Where did the robbers go?' what will you say?" Everyone's gaze sharpened. After hesitating for a moment, everyone eagerly offered their assurances. "Of course we say we don't know. Miss Robber, we're friends. We ate your pizza, and we'll never tell. Yes, yes, I can swear on my grandmother's name." Everyone patted their chests, their faces full of sincere vows and oaths. "I will definitely keep it a secret for you. Otherwise, may you be struck by lightning." His face was full of sincerity, and he made a solemn vow. "Okay, then I'm relieved." Ben and I patted her chest. "Then I wish everyone all the best in the future. Lope, your British short hair hasn't had its poop scooped for 2 days. Dawa, your mom who works at the plastics factory is really worried. And Lisa, you really miss your boyfriend named Lewandowski, don't you?" Everyone froze instantly. Everyone stared blankly at Benny, who was standing in the center of the hall. The light from the crystal chandelier overhead cast a dazzling, pale white glow on her. How does she know so much about each of us? Don't be so surprised. Ben and I smiled faintly. We are a very large criminal gang. We have many accomplices outside, and your information is in their hands in great detail. You haven't seen our faces, but I can guarantee that we will meet again on the street. At that point, whether you want me to give you a warm smile or pull out a knife and ruin your face depends entirely on what you tell the police. Gentlemen, I consider you all my friends, and I trust you won't let me down, right?" The room fell into a deathly silence. Then, everyone nodded frantically. The warm atmosphere vanished instantly, and everyone felt a chill run through them again. And it's even colder than before. Ben and I turned around and gave Shinyu a look that said, "Bro, the CPU is dead." Shinyu responded with a nice ATM gesture. Next, Ben and I had everyone line up to receive their parting gifts from Shinyu. Those were the company's annual meeting prizes they had just taken from the bank's vault, fruit-themed and ear noise-canceling headphones. "Take it. Take care, you're too thin. Remember to eat more in the future. Take it. I still think short hair suits you better." Shinyu handed out the earphones to everyone in turn, and then Ben and I shook hands with everyone, bowed, and wished each other well. They were practically just missing a group photo. When it was Jalen's turn, Benny even hugged her and told her to change her bad temper, and that Kevin would come back if she could change. These words moved Jeline to tears. She choked back sobs and said that Benny was the warmest person she had ever met. At the very end of the line was Sakura Morisawa, the daughter of the Japanese ambassador. Shinyu handed her the earphones, but she didn't take them right away. She stared blankly into Shinyu's eyes. Sudden, she spoke in a low voice, so that only 2 people could hear her. "You might not actually be able to get out. Why don't you take me with you as a hostage? It's better to be safe than sorry." "Oh." Shinyu's eyebrows twitched. "Are you all right? You, a hostage, are worried about the safety of the kidnappers? How is this behavior any different from workers feeling sorry for capitalists?" Are you crazy? I might be sick. Morisawa Sakura stared at him blankly. Mr. Robber, I'm worried about you. I must make sure you're safe before I leave. Shinyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Wow, my family. She's worried about me. She even wanted to be my hostage so I could tear her apart if necessary. That's what we're saying. What have I, Shinyu, done to deserve such a high-quality hostage? No, do you have Stockholm Syndrome? I should have it. Can you treat this? It's too late. What does it's too late mean? I have fallen in love with you. Shinyu panicked. He thought to himself, Big sister, can you calm down? If you're sick, go back and take your medicine. If you're not sick, walk around a bit. Don't interfere with my work. Smack. He slammed the earphones into Sakura's hands. Get lost. You're a freshman. All you think about is romance. Did you even pass your CET for? Go line up over there. Sakura Morizawa grabbed his arm. Where should I look for you after we get out? You're not going anywhere. Shinyu pointed forcefully at herself. I have a girlfriend, okay? That's not an obstacle, Morisawa Sakura said, undeterred. I can be a mistress and secretly have your child. Besides, my family is very, very rich. Don't let my dad's position as an ambassador fool you. He actually has close ties to the underworld, which will definitely help your robbery business. Smack. Ben and I rushed over and slapped away the hand that was grabbing Shinyu. Don't touch me, my man. Shinyu. Seeing Hama's murderous gaze, Morisawa Sakura finally backed down. She walked into the crowd with a look of resentment on her face. All right, everyone put on your headphones. Benny shouted. Wait until you see what the Philippine police did when they came in, and then think about what the robber lady said to you these past 2 days. Remember, the only one who truly cares about you is me. Everyone quickly put on their headphones. Ben and I put her hands on her hips with satisfaction. Feeling someone tugging at her clothes from behind, she turned around and met Shun Yu's suspicious face. What do you mean by your man? I'm warning you. Don't be like that Sakura, having Stockholm Syndrome and liking me randomly. Ben Ni's lips twitched, and she gave a dry laugh. How could this be? I truly consider you my brother. Looking into Shun Yu's bright, sun-like eyes, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. This isn't Stockholm Syndrome. My condition is at most orthopedics. Chapter 279, The Great Breakthrough. Group A sonic boom grenades are ready to launch. Team B is ready. As he listened to the voice coming through the earphones, Inspector Chanin's lips slowly curled into a smile. All right. After being disgusted by these robbers for so long, it's finally my turn to shine. Thinking about the arrogant way the female robber demanded food and drink during the video call earlier today, Chanong's temples throbbed with anger. Hey girl, you're pretty cocky today, aren't you? Let's see if you still have the energy once we're in the interrogation room. And his face is covered? I'll see you from head to toe in a bit. All departments, get ready. Chanin said into the microphone. Chief Chanin, is this arrangement really all right? Luo Qinghan asked with a frown. Wouldn't firing such a powerful weapon directly cause injury to the hostages? I suggest you be more cautious. Okay, I know. Chanong waved his hand, barely suppressing his impatience. Miss Luo, my next steps are highly professional, so I don't need your advice. You've had a long day. You can go home and rest early. This scene-stealing girl had been irritating Chanong for a long time. Now that the map of Yen had been pulled to the bottom, he simply gave her an order to leave. Oh well. Luo Qinghan angrily picked up her bag and left the command vehicle in a huff. TCH. Inspector Chanin scoffed dismissively. She's just a little girl. He thought he was someone important because he managed to get through some communication with the female robber after they hit it off. Turning his gaze away, Chanin sat back down in front of the microphone. Squads A, B, and C prepare to launch sonic boom grenades simultaneously. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Boom. A tremendous roar suddenly erupted without warning. Caught completely off guard, the sound was like a roaring beast, instantly shattering the tranquility of the night. The ground shook violently. Chanin covered his ears in terror and screamed into the microphone. Damn it, I haven't finished counting down yet. Who launched ahead of time? At that moment, car sirens blared incessantly on the street, sounding like the howls of a pack of frightened wild beasts. Sheriff, we didn't fire that. The panicked scream of the A-team leader came through the earpiece. It's an explosion. A huge explosion occurred to the west of the bank. The accident site is very close to you, just to the west. What? Chanin pushed open the door of the command vehicle in disbelief, jumped out, and turned to look westward. Then, he was completely stunned. A huge mushroom cloud was rolling and rising not far from him. Everything around was destroyed beyond recognition by its powerful impact, and even the tall buildings seemed to tremble. Black smoke billowed and rose, filling the air with a pungent odor, as if the entire city had been dragged into a sudden nightmare. Chanin instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. The heat generated by the explosion was immense, and even from a distance, he felt as if his skin was being roasted by fire. Just then, my phone started ringing incessantly. Chanin answered the call, and unsurprisingly, it was the director calling. Chanin was the police officer closest to the explosion, and he had a large number of officers under his command. The chief ordered him to immediately send a portion of his team to the scene to assess the situation. Left with no other choice, Chanin had no choice but to mobilize half of the police force surrounding the bank and rush to the scene. As sirens blared, a large number of police officers and special forces rushed to the explosion site. After a full 10 minutes of planning and coordination, the captain of Team B came through Chanin's earpiece asking a question. "Sheriff, should we continue using sonic grenades to attack, or should we go put out the fire first?" Let's pause the operation. Wait. Chanin suddenly froze. That's not right. What a coincidence. Just as I was about to launch a full-scale attack, it exploded over there, and it even took away half of my troops. Damn it. Is this specifically targeting me? No, this is specifically targeting me. Chanin slapped his forehead. Those bandits are trying to break through. Don't cancel the operation. This is their plan. Finally realizing what was happening, Chanin shouted into the microphone. These guys are about to break out. Fire sonic grenades immediately. No need for the countdown. Launch immediately. Meanwhile, in the underground passageway of the bank. Holy crap. Was that an earthquake? The skinny monkey covered his ears and shouted. Should we run back? Everything was shaking incessantly. The gravel kept rolling around like beans being sifted in a winnowing basket, and the rising dust quickly filled the entire passageway. Shinyu covered her mouth and nose with a wet towel and gestured for everyone to stay still. However, the skinny monkey, fat dog, skateboarder, and the others completely panicked. Their legs went weak, and they instinctively looked at the bank behind them. Just kidding. Being arrested by the police is better than being buried alive. This is not an earthquake, it's just two explosions happening simultaneously. Shinyu had no choice but to cover her mouth and nose and explain loudly. A large explosion occurred in an abandoned warehouse west of the bank, intended to cover up a smaller explosion that occurred on our side. At the same time, the two sounds were mixed together, so they wouldn't notice there was another source of explosion here. I understand the logic, but bro, Benin cried out, covering her mouth. Is this passage going to collapse? Let's run. As she spoke, she looked at the passage where rocks were constantly falling and turned around. No. Shinyu firmly held her down. The explosive yield was precisely calculated by your brother Wu Debiao, so there will definitely be no problem. I absolutely trust my brother, don't worry, he's reliable. Infected by his resolute expression, everyone gradually quieted down. Really, the shaking in the tunnel gradually lessened, and finally, it disappeared completely. The falling gravel gradually stopped, and the entire passage slowly calmed down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, in the gradually dissipating smoke, a strong and robust figure slowly walked out. One step, then another. His steps were inexplicably steady, as if each step had been precisely measured, possessing an unshakable precision. Watching the menacing figure approach with growing suspicion and uncertainty, everyone instinctively took a step back. Only Shinyu stepped forward and raised her hand. Yaozi. Shinyu wiped the sweat from her brow. I'm here. Benin was stunned. She pointed to Wu Debiao's ridiculously muscular biceps, then pointed to her own arms, which were as thin as mop handles. You mean? She asked with a doubtful look. Is this younger, hairy Jason Statham my brother? At this moment, Wu Debiao walked up to everyone. Shinyu took off his mask, and the two good brothers excitedly hugged each other. Biaozi, look. Shinyu pulled Bin and I in front of him and said smugly, I brought your sister back safely. Thank you, brother you. Wu Debiao was so excited he almost burst into tears. Ever since he learned about his origins, he has been searching for this younger sister. He thought it was impossible to find, but he unexpectedly got a clue from Luo Wanqing. With the help of Kuan Pei and others, they finally confirmed the other party's identity. But when he arrived, the younger sister had started robbing a bank and was surrounded by the police. The greatest suffering in life is to gain something and then lose it. Wu Debiao almost thought this was a cruel joke played by fate. He was terrified that he would never see his sister again. However, Shinyu suddenly appeared and snatched his sister back from the clutches of fate. Wu Debiao's eyes welled up with tears. He gazed longingly at Bin and I before him, and slowly removed her mask. He had waited far too long for this moment of reunion. Oh, she's my sister? Sure? Wu Debiao stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. Red hair, a world-weary face, and a suspicious look in his eyes. This. How does this resemble me at all? Wu Debiao had seen Bin Ni's photos. At the time, he thought it must be a bad photo. The real person couldn't possibly look so different. Now that I've met the real person, it doesn't look even like the photo. Well, it's not that they're completely different, but rather that they're utterly dissimilar. The two stared blankly at each other, their eyes devoid of affection, filled only with suspicion. Could it be that the DNA test was wrong? Was it a misunderstanding? Why don't you two hug? Shinyu looked at the two of them in surprise. Why don't you hug each other at a time like this? Wu Debiao's lips twitched. We're not in a rush. Bin and I hurriedly waved her hand and pulled Shinyu aside. Hey bro, I have something on my mind. Shinyu nodded. Go ahead. Bin and I glanced at Wu Debiao. Regardless of whether Biaozi is my brother or not, we're really like siblings. You can't abandon me. You have to guarantee me a minimum. You're the one who told me about my brother. You're a grown man. You need to be responsible for your words. Chapter 280. If she's not a younger sister, there's no need to keep her. When Shinyu opened the manhole cover and crawled out of the sewer opening behind a secluded building, he felt as if he had been transported to another world. Thinking about it carefully, he only worked at the bank for a total of 2 days. These past 2 days he has been unusually calm, confident of victory, and composed, almost like Zhuge Liang, the master strategist. But secretly, he wanted to find a place to cry for a while. Have you ever heard of college sophomores working during winter break? Have you ever heard of college sophomores robbing banks during winter break? This isn't like taking a test on Deng Xiaoping theory or Mao Zedong thought, but at least you can retake it. If this happens, then it's really over. Damn, that's so exciting. Shinyu took a deep breath, opened his arms wide towards the sky, and shouted, I'm going to gulp down a whole bottle of Coca-Cola in one go. Iced, but not sugar-free. That damn sugar-free Coke is a cult. Besides the iced cola, what he needs to get right now is Brother Han. He missed her so much. When Han came last time, I was too embarrassed to tell her, but I was actually really scared. The fear of possibly never seeing Han go again was tormenting him. To be honest, this is Biaozi's sister. The two have been friends since childhood, sharing life and death experiences. If it were someone else, like Jiang Chao's sister, Shinyu really wouldn't care. Why should I risk my life for your sister? Screw you. What if I really lose my life there? What should I do about Hango? What should I do about my parents? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. But this is Biaozi. There's nothing we can do then. We'll just have to grit our teeth and bear it. When he finally saw the sun overhead, he felt both relieved and afraid. However, Hamasaki and his friends next to him clearly didn't think as much as he did. They were just excited, shouting and yelling, jumping around. Once the group reached the street, Skinny Monkey even organized a group photo with the mushroom cloud as a backdrop. But Bin and I was even more ruthless. She did something that almost made Shinyu faint from anger. She actually approached the police officers responsible for maintaining order on the street, pointed to the Philippine bank, and asked with an innocent look, Excuse me, what's going on over there? Why won't they let us through? We want to go and take a look. The policeman gave her an annoyed look. What's wrong? The bank over there got robbed. You're going over there? You're going to be a hostage. Why are you getting involved? Let's go. Oh. Bin and I walked over listlessly, turned a street corner, and started laughing hysterically with Skinny Monkey and the others. Shinyu was dumbfounded. Are you guys crazy? So what if we do it? Are you looking for a beating? Despicable. This is incredibly audacious. He now suspects that if Bin and I wasn't the reincarnation of Zhao Yun, then he must have been a dog in his previous life. Because Zilong was all courage. And dogs, they're incredibly audacious. Meanwhile, Wu Debiao, standing to the side, was plunged into deep suspicion. Is this really my sister? She's so crazy, I almost want to call her Big Sister. He felt that if Bin and I were at the gambling table, she would only have one way of betting. That means going all in every hand. I'm going to fight you to the death. Either I win, or I die. Wu Debiao thought to himself, is she crazy? After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at the bus that Wu Debiao had prepared. From afar, I could see a woman standing there, looking dashing, with her silver hair flowing. The girl had a sexy tan, and she wore a black crop top and camouflage paratrooper pants. His muscular physique is incredibly well defined, and he looks absolutely stunning. What's even more outrageous is the large amount of tattoos on her body and her menacing gaze. Master. Shinyu excitedly opened her arms. Sister Yu. Li Fian rushed over and hugged Shinyu tightly, then lifted him up and spun him around. The two of them burst into laughter. He calls her master, and she calls him sister. Bin Ni's eyelids twitched, and she looked at Wu Debiao with suspicion. What exactly is their relationship? Oh, she's his wife's sister, Wu Debiao explained, which means he's her brother-in-law. Bin and I? What a mess. It's so bumpy. After putting Shinyu down, Li Fian walked up to the group with her hands in her pockets, tilted her head, and looked Bin and I up and down for a while. Her eyes slowly widened. Bin Ni's heart tightened instantly. Li Fian's eyes were terrifying. She recalled that when she was a child, there was a guy in her area who ran a dog meat restaurant. Filipinos eat dog meat. This man slaughtered countless dogs in his lifetime. Many local dogs, who were walking happily and barking on the street, would suddenly go weak-kneed and run away whimpering and trembling the moment they saw him. Everyone says it's probably because this guy has a "I'm going to kill you" look in his eyes, and the dog can sense it. This is the feeling Bin and I has when she looks at Li Fian now. She felt that Li Fian was sizing her up, considering whether she could be taken advantage of. Really? Li Fian frowned, pointed at her face, and tilted her head to ask Wu Debiao. This is your sister? It doesn't resemble it at all. Could there be some mistake? Grass. If I dug a hole underground for 2 days, ate all this dust, and then rescued a fake, I'd skin her alive. Bin and I and the others froze instantly. Li Fian's eyes clearly told them that she was not joking at all. At this moment, Wu Debiao also turned around. Bin and I suddenly noticed that his expression had also changed. The lighting was poor in the tunnel, so her impression of Wu Debiao was that he was a strong and silent man. But now that she was outside, she suddenly noticed a cold indifference in Wu Debiao's eyes, a coldness that could kill without hesitation. Clearly, he was also wondering if there had been a mistake and he had rescued a fake sister, who took their DNA samples to get them done. Li Fian suddenly slammed her fist on the bus door. Come out. Sweating profusely, Ramahan rushed out. Sister Fian. Yes, it was me who did it. I swear it's true. As he spoke, his voice grew softer and softer, until finally he dared not speak anymore. Because when he looked at Bin and I and Wu Debiao, he felt that from their figures to their appearances, they really didn't resemble each other at all. There was complete silence in front of the bus. Li Fian began to stroll over. Master. Shinyu was about to offer some words of advice when Li Fian waved her hand. Sister Yu, you don't need to try to persuade me. Imagine if they really aren't siblings, and the boss finds out we sent you to rob a bank all by yourself for a fake. What would her reaction be? Her gaze swept over Bin and I, past Shoho and the others, and finally landed on the trembling Amihan. She'll definitely sink you all into the sea. Everyone felt a sudden, sinking feeling in their hearts. Even Shinyu herself broke out in a cold sweat. Because what Li Fei said was absolutely true. Luo Qinghan was only demure and submissive when she was with him, when she was with others. Even a single self-criticism could lead to serious trouble. The current situation is definitely not something that can be resolved by simply saying, anyway, I'm fine, so let it go, or by laughing it off. Luo Qinghan wasn't that forgiving. Binny was completely dumbfounded. She didn't really crave family affection, and she wasn't particularly excited about the sudden appearance of an older brother, so she never took the initiative to call Wu Debiao brother. But she never expected that this matter would be so fatal and could even directly determine her life or death. These people could risk everything to save her just because she's Wu Debiao's sister, or they could kill her without hesitation just because she's not. A really tall guy. Li Fian waved to Ivy's son in the bus. You're always reliable. Now take their hair and find me the most trustworthy place to have the doctor examine them from start to finish and record the whole process on video. Yes. Ivy's son quickly came over, grabbed Wu Debiao and Bin Ni's hair, put them in 2 sealed bags, and turned to leave. Li Fian pulled a pistol directly from the pocket of her paratrooper trousers and cocked it. Everyone, get the hell on the bus. The skinny monkey's legs went weak, and he almost sat down on the ground. We barely escaped from the police, only to fall into the hands of truly ruthless people. Wait a moment. Shinyu suddenly sighed. He scratched his head and walked helplessly to the trembling Bin and I. Would you like to acknowledge me as your brother and be my sister? Chapter 281. 2 days apart feels like 6 autumns. Shinyu had no choice. He was genuinely afraid of Han Ji's outburst. Although she had a good impression of Bin and I before, and even planned to groom her to be the head of the Green Dragon Society, all of that was under one premise. She really is Biaozi's sister. She has to be one of our own. Once she is not. So, to Brother Han, she's nothing but a fart. Sigh. Shinyu couldn't help but sigh. Luo Qinghan is a person with an extremely high sense of boundaries. She will label everyone with 2 kinds of tags. One is, my person, and the other is, other people. There are only a few of the first type. Luo Qinghan spoiled and indulged them to an exaggerated degree. For example, she even allowed Feng Wanxia to bully and tease her. As for others, in her mind they meant people she could kill at any time. If Binny really is someone else, and I'm in danger trying to save her. If Luo Qinghan hesitated even for a moment about how to deal with Bin and I, she wouldn't be Luo Qinghan. Therefore, Shinyu simply decided to forcibly bind them. Regardless of whether Binny is Biaozi's sister or not, she is still my sister. Anyway, she has to be a younger sister. If she's my sister, then she's one of us. At least her life is saved. After all, the 2 of them had become friends in the past 2 days, so Shinyu definitely had to help her out. In addition, he really doesn't want to cause any further trouble. He just wanted to get back to Yunzhou as soon as possible, wait until the new year, and then get Hangul, becoming the most awesome man in the world. Please, please, please don't let anything else happen. I'm scared. Even the slow-witted Hamasaki understood immediately upon hearing this, and quickly replied, Brother, I do. Wu Debiao immediately understood, Brother, you didn't want any unnecessary trouble. He nodded to Bin and I. Whether you are my sister or not, you are my sister. Li Fian rolled her eyes at them. Anyway, you 2 are definitely going to protect this girl, right? Shinyu quickly pulled her aside, his face full of flattery, and said, Master, who is the man in the world who understands you the most? Li Fian thought for a moment. My dad. Shinyu frowned. Look at what you're saying. That's our dad. Master, I'm the one who understands you best among our peers, okay? I know you can't stand a speck of dust, but I'm really anxious to go back to Yunzhou. I'm really anxious to go home for the new year. You know, we've been busy with assassinations and bank robberies for so long. Shouldn't we all get a break? It's best if things go smoothly, don't you think? He frowned and pondered for a while. Li Fian finally waved her hand, no longer insisting. All right. Even if the test results show they aren't siblings, I'll try my best to make this a small matter for you, okay? Shinyu immediately breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ba. It's finally settled. He quickly clasped his hands together in thanks to Li Fian, saying, Thank you, Master. She glared at him, and Li Fian's expression suddenly turned serious. Looking into Shinyu's eyes, she lowered her voice and said, Shinyu, you must treat the boss well. I grew up with the eldest sister, and I have never seen her treat someone this well. She now completely treats you like her own world, indulging you without any reservations. Shinyu, I know you're popular with girls, but you should be aware of your own limitations. Li Fian, will absolutely not allow you to let Luo Qinghan down, understand? Xinyu immediately became solemn. Li Fian rarely spoke to him like this. The two of them were always joking and laughing together. But Xinyu knew that the murderous god in front of her, whose eyes were full of fierceness, was the real her. He raised his hand. I swear on my parents' health, I will never let Brother Han down. That's more like it. Li Fian nodded in satisfaction. Let me tell you, stay away from those vixens like Bin Ni and Chung Lin, and don't mess around with these ambiguous relationships. Even if you go crazy with desire in the future, you can only sleep with people like me and Sun Se, understand? Xinyu. What the heck? He was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat. Master, listen to what you're saying. Is this even human language? I already said I wouldn't let you down, so why do you still say I could make a move on Wan Xiao and you? I can understand what's wrong with you, late summer. How could we possibly be having an affair? Don't scare me. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, Li Fian rolled her eyes. Oh dear, there are old rules of the vermilion bird here that you wouldn't understand. I'll talk to you about it when I have time later. Look how scared you are. How can I not be scared? Xinyu innocently spread her hands and lowered her voice. Master, you've included yourself in this. You don't know. You can't just say things like that. There's actually someone who has a crush on you, okay? Li Fian frowned. Who's so stupid? His eyes glanced suspiciously at Wu Debiao not far away, and he said with displeasure, no matter who it is, tell them to give up on this idea as soon as possible. I am the boss's thumb ring. Do you know what that means? Xinyu's eyes widened. What do you mean? It means, Xinyu, you can use me, or you can not use me. But regardless of whether you use me or not, Li Fian looked coldly at Xinyu. I'm right there, always ready. When Xinyu saw that beautiful figure in a trench coat in front of the hotel square, her chaotic mood finally improved completely. He gazed at Luo Qinghan from afar, under the orange streetlights. In the cool night breeze, she stood there gracefully, her features delicate and beautiful, her skin fair and flawless, like a dream that never ends. Strangely, even though she had just seen her yesterday, Xinyu felt as if it had been far too long since she had witnessed her beauty. He couldn't even wait and walked over. He ran over in a few steps, scooped up Luo Qinghan in his arms, and gave her a princess carry. Luo Qinghan immediately giggled, touching Xinyu's stubble that hadn't been shaved for 2 days with her fingers, and said with a coquettish smile, Mr. Robber, you're pretty fierce. More than just fierce, it's downright savage. Xinyu put her down, then squatted down and suddenly hugged her legs. He simply hoisted Luo Qinghan onto his shoulders. Luo Qinghan cried out and told him to put her down, but Xinyu didn't care. He casually hoisted Luo Qinghan onto his back, past the dumbfounded receptionist, leaving behind the embarrassed Li Fian and the others, and rushed into the elevator with a strange cry. Only after the elevator doors closed did he chuckle mischievously as he put Luo Qinghan down. It was already late at night, and the elevator was naturally empty. Luo Qinghan's face turned bright red, whether from embarrassment or from shaking her head downwards. It was hard to tell. She playfully punched Xinyu in the chest. Honey, you're getting naughtier and naughtier. So many people are watching. The more people watching, the better I perform. I'm a big game performer. Xinyu gently lifted her chin. Did you miss me? Luo Qinghan snorted and angrily turned her head away. I didn't think about it at all. Because you're bad. You dare to force a kiss on me? I will fight back. The two embraced and kissed tightly. The two of them are no longer as awkward as they were at the beginning. Having just returned from Gaul, they were masters of French kissing, their tongues incredibly agile. While kissing Xinyu, Luo Qinghan held her very tightly. At first, she was holding on to Xinyu's back. Next, it descended to Xinyu's waist. Then, the hand had its own ideas and went to a more fulfilling place. The two kissed more and more passionately. At this moment, whoosh, the sound of the elevator doors opening. Have we reached the floor? The two opened their eyes. Then, they were both frozen in place. Outside the elevator, Li Fian, Wu Debiao, Bin Ni, and a large group of others were staring blankly at Luo Qinghan's hand, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Xinyu panicked immediately. He turned around and stammered. You? How did you get up here so quickly? We didn't come up, brother. This is the first floor. You didn't even press the up button. Li Fian said speechlessly. No. We can't wait even a second longer, right? Chapter 282 Weeding and Cleaning. Amidst Li Fian's merciless mockery, Shun Yuluo, Qinghan fled back to her room in a disheveled state. The door slammed shut with a bang. Then the two people, who had lost all will to live, leaned against the door, staring blankly at each other. Uffed. They looked at each other and laughed together. Xinyu discovered that happiness is really simple for her now. All she needs is Han Ge by her side. Looking at her makes me feel inexplicably good. So good it's explosive. His mouth was agape. We're so embarrassing, Luo Qinghan said, her face flushed. But sometimes I really can't help it. Xiaoyu, sometimes I even suspect you're a succubus. The moment I see you, I forget all about saving face. Tell me, what kind of sorcery do you possess? Xinyu immediately burst into laughter. How did you manage to see through me? Yes, this prince does indeed possess some magical abilities. But how can I compare to you, a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox demon? They come and go without a trace, stealing the heart of an innocent young man like me, and never returning it. You wicked beast, I will act on behalf of heaven to uphold justice. He pulled Luo Qinghan over and planted a hickey on her neck. Lord Luo, you've fallen under my love spell. From now on, you'll only be devoted to me and will never escape my clutches. You devil. Luo Qinghan pouted and angrily wrapped her arms around Xinyu's neck. I swear by the blood of the Fox clan, I will never yield to you, and I will be entangled with you for the rest of my life. Succubus, I will never let you go out and wreak havoc on the world. If you're going to ruin something, just ruin me. Immediately, she raised her hand and unleashed a powerful move of French kiss. This move was extremely powerful, and Xinyu's cultivation was insufficient, so he was immediately overwhelmed by it. He savored it with gusto. I felt as if every cell in my body was immersed in a comfortable yet stimulating electric current, a blissful shiver. This vixen, she's so awesome. When watching movies and TV series, Xinyu used to think that the most carefree people in the world must be the rich kids. Driving a sports car, accompanied by one or even several stunningly beautiful women, he simply waves his arm at any foolish person, and his henchmen swarm forward. Beat them. Wow, that's absolutely amazing. Now he truly has become that kind of person, rich and powerful, surrounded by beautiful women, with ruthless henchmen, and then he discovers. He didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to stay quietly with Han Ge. Just like right now, smelling her, kissing her. We don't need anything dramatic, just staying together peacefully. Being together is enough to overcome everything. After a long while, their lips parted. Luo Qinghan cupped his face in her hands, scrutinizing him intently. After a long while, she commented, I haven't lost weight, but his beard has grown long. As she spoke, she reached out to touch Xinyu's beard, her eyes full of curiosity. As she touched it, she asked in surprise, Strangeness. Why is it that when your beard is short it's prickly, but when it's long it's not? It feels soft. Are all boys like this? Xinyu was completely taken aback by her question. Yes, it should be, right? Shouldn't you think they should all be like that, right? If you don't believe me, look at Guan Yu. Isn't he long and flexible, and Zhang Fei, isn't he short and stiff? It should be. Xinyu scratched his head awkwardly. Honey, maybe I should shave first. I look particularly sleazy when I have a long beard. Xinyu knows himself quite well, because he used to grow a beard, and after growing it, he felt like he wouldn't even need makeup to play a traitor. Guys all know a common sense. Whether a beard looks good or not depends not only on your face shape, but more importantly on how thick and bushy your beard is. You need to have it first before you can trim it, right? Xinyu actually really admires LeBron James's big beard in the NBA. He thinks that when he gets older, he would look so cool with a big, imposing beard. He looks like a super manly guy. The problem is that he is a person with sparse hair, with hardly any beard hairs, and the hairs are sparse and shapeless. Growing them would only make him look particularly sleazy. After leaving the bank, Xinyu hadn't had a chance to look in the mirror, but he could imagine what he looked like, so he quickly went to find his Phillips shaver. Wait a minute, honey. Luo Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. Let me shave you. Oh. Xinyu was taken aback. What's so great about scraping this? However, Luo Qinghan, with the expression of a curious child, turned around and excitedly went to get the electric shaver. How strange, little Yu, let me shave you. She straddled Xinyu's lap, happily lifted Xinyu's chin with her hand, and excitedly pressed a button. Wah! The razor made a sound. Luo Qinghan picked it up and placed it on Xinyu's chin, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with joy. Xinyu was both amused and exasperated. Wait, what's so fun about this? Look how happy you are. Sai, whose girlfriend is this? How childish. Yours. Luo Qinghan pouted happily as she scraped, blinked, and asked curiously, why do some men use electric razors while others use manual razor handles? Isn't it inconvenient to do it manually? Xinyu thought to herself that this was a blind spot in girls' knowledge. Just as men assumed that women were the same type of stockings all year round, women also assumed that these two types of razors are the same. Electric ones are indeed convenient, but they're only suitable for people like me with sparse body hair and a thin beard. When you encounter someone with a thick beard, an electric shave won't get him a clean shave, so he has to use one with a razor handle. For example, Hu Dachuan in our dormitory. As she spoke, Xinyu's expression suddenly turned strange. Dachun's body hair. Well, it's hard to describe. This guy not only has chest hair, but his two big hairy legs are. Well, let's just say they're hairy too. It looks just like a pair of woolen trousers. On dry nights, Hu Dachuan's hairy legs could spark when they rubbed together. This wasn't something he made up. Xinyu, Jiang Chao, and the others all saw it with their own eyes. At that moment, Xinyu thought to himself, did this guy not complete the entire evolutionary process? It seems like he hesitated for quite a while between being a monkey and being a human. By this time, Luo Qinghan had finished shaving Xinyu's beard, but he was clearly still not satisfied, so he began to look for other hairy places on Xinyu's body. Her gaze immediately fell on Xinyu's legs. No. Xinyu quickly stopped her. This is a razor. You can't use this on your legs. You need a razor. But why did you shave my leg hair? I just want to shave it. It's fun. Please. Luo Qinghan actually showed a pitiful expression. She is a person with zero body hair, not even a single armpit hair, but she suddenly discovered this today. This thing is so much fun to use. Is it not allowed? It's not that it's impossible. When Xinyu saw the expectant look in her eyes, her tone softened immediately. She thought to herself, my leg hair is sparse, just a few strands. It doesn't make much difference whether I have it or not. I might as well shave it. Just think of it as comforting a child. Go to the restroom. Oh, because you can't dry shave your body, you have to wet it with water and shower gel. Also, you have to use one of those disposable hotel razors, not an electric razor. Good. 10 minutes later. Is that all? Luo Qinghan looked at Xinyu, who was only wearing shorts, with a disappointed expression. Is that all the fur you have? She got hooked on shaving, but Xinyu's shaving service was already sold out. He already had sparse body hair, and now he's even donating his armpit hair. There's only one left. Where? Where did you say? Luo Qinghan blinked. 1 second later. She looked suddenly enlightened, and then her face turned red instantly. Brother Han, you wouldn't be putting on an act for me, subtly targeting that area, would you? Xinyu looked at her suspiciously. Do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder? No. Luo Qinghan's face burned, and she awkwardly avoided his gaze. I don't. Her heart pounded violently, and her usually cool and beautiful face was now as red as a ripe peach. She didn't. No, there isn't. Just because she doesn't have it herself doesn't mean she expects Xiaoyu to not have it either. She really doesn't have that thought. I'm not shaving anymore. Xiaoyu, let's go back to the bedroom. Wait a moment. Xinyu turned on the shower in the bathroom and snatched the razor from her hand. Since we're already here, let's just leave it barren. It'll be convenient for Brother Han later. Go back and light some aromatherapy. Leaning close to Luo Qinghan's ear, Xinyu whispered, Baby, you know what we should do next, right? Luo Qinghan nodded, her face flushed red. If something wasn't finished at the bank, of course it needs to be continued. Whoosh. The water from the shower head splashed onto the bathroom tiles, creating a misty spray. Xinyu opened the glass door to the bathroom and tested the water temperature. It's almost done. He wrapped his arms around Luo Qinghan's waist and kissed her delicate face hard. I'll be right there. I'll definitely cure your OCD later. Chapter 283, I wasn't that nervous. Honey, did you enjoy it this time? Holding Xinyu's cheeks, Luo Qinghan asked, her face flushed. I can't describe it. Comfortably closing his eyes, Xinyu gently embraced her slender waist, feeling that her skin was as smooth as solidified cream. Is it comfortable? It feels so good. It feels so good that there's no interruption. He feels like he's floating on clouds. Luo Qinghan pressed herself against him, her soft body close to his, letting his hands roam freely. Honey, you always spoil me like this. You're my husband. Aren't husbands meant to be pampered? Holding Xinyu in her arms, Luo Qinghan gently patted his back, as if soothing a baby about to fall asleep. Seeing Xinyu with his eyes closed, his eyelashes trembling slightly in comfort, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but gently kiss his forehead. Honey, what are you thinking about? There are so many, honey. Do you know how many days are left until our ceiling removal day? A few days. Luo Qinghan quickly shook her head, looking completely bewildered. I can't know that. If I had known there were still 4 days and 18 hours left, then, wouldn't that make me seem too impatient? Although I have indeed. I can't take it anymore. Luo Qinghan gently bit her lower lip. Do you know, Xiaoyu? Every time I help you, I wish I could execute you on the spot, every single time. Certainly. It's highly likely I'll be routed, but I want it too. Actually, there are only 4 days left. It will be almost over when we get back to Yunzhou. And Xinyu suddenly gave him a look that said, you definitely didn't expect this. That day happened to be New Year's Eve. Really? Luo Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed red, and she uttered a sentence she had been thinking about for a long time. Then haven't we become each other's New Year's gifts? Xinyu was taken aback, and then realized that it was true. He planted a firm kiss on Luo Qinghan's delicate face, and suddenly an image flashed in his mind of a red ribbon tied around her snow-white neck. He had just calmed down, but he couldn't help but swallow hard again. Good heavens, I can't wait. Xinyu's heart immediately flew to New Year's Eve. He wished he could fly back right now. To be honest, although they have escaped from the bank, their situation is far from safe. Danger still exists. Moreover, another sword hangs over everyone's heads. Bin Ni's true identity. Everyone, including Xinyu herself, was eager to know whether she was Biaozi's sister or not. This result directly determined many subsequent events, including Luo Qinghan's subsequent personnel arrangements. Should Xinyu save Bin Ni's life? Also, how many people are going back to Yunzhou, and should they take Bin and I on the plane? Everything depends on the results Iverson brings back tomorrow. But Xinyu suddenly felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He sat up, put his arm around Luo Qinghan's shoulder, and asked, Honey, how are the bank robberies being reported online these days? What's the general situation? What kind of enforcement measures are at the airport? If we leave the country tomorrow, will we be stopped? Luo Qinghan picked up her phone, opened a news live stream, and translated as she watched. All the hostages who survived were rescued. Since they were wearing earpieces, I don't think any of them will be disabled. What the media is reporting on now is that the robbers managed to blast a passage right under the noses of the police and leave the scene as easily as crossing the street. Many people have already realized that the warehouse explosion was a deceptive tactic to lure people away, because there was no one injured at the scene, and even the security guards had been knocked unconscious and moved away beforehand. The accounts are still being tallied, and they probably won't know until tomorrow that the bank hasn't lost any money. The articles with the highest page views right now are mostly exaggerated ones, such as shocking. The most ruthless robber in history, Mushroom Cloud? That's just my daily life. There are also some articles that incite conflict, such as, who is the angel and who is the devil? Philippine police give hostages sound-emitting bombs, but the kidnappers give them earpieces. Xinyu nodded. This was pretty much what he had imagined. In short, everyone was still basically confused and making a fuss. He immediately relaxed, picked up the water glass on the table, and took a sip. This is the most popular article. Hostage's confession. I'm sorry, Mr. Kidnapper. I think I've fallen in love with you. Puff. Xinyu spat out a mouthful of water. However, he suddenly coughed violently. Luo Qinghan quickly patted his back. Honey, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Xinyu guiltily wiped the water from her lips. Who the hell came up with this soulmate-style title? It's utter nonsense. Isn't this just clickbait? Luo Qinghan nodded in agreement. Let's not worry about how absurd this whole thing is. The hostages are all in the police station right now, so how could reporters possibly get any interviews? The bag is made up. After getting up in the morning, no one dared to go to the restaurant. Instead, they gathered in Shun Yulao's cold presidential suite and ordered room service. The excitement of yesterday had worn off. Everyone ate the meal rather absent-mindedly, especially Bin Ni and Shoho, who found it utterly tasteless, all waiting for Avison's results. Meanwhile, the television was reporting on this globally sensational heist, and the female host spoke rapidly and excitedly. By taking part in the game, you can gain a significant advantage over fate. After completely outmaneuvering the Philippine police, the robbers seemed to have vanished into thin air. But according to well-informed sources, the most shocking thing isn't that, but rather, Philippine banks didn't lose any money. Yes, you heard right. Those robbers didn't take a single penny. They just left with nothing. Do they not care about money at all, and just want to provoke us, to prove to the world that the Philippine police are trash? You have to admit, this is the most humiliating way. They could have easily stolen it, but they disdained to. They didn't take a single penny. Seeing this news made the skinny guys just purse their lips and subconsciously glared resentfully at Bin and I. Who wouldn't want to take it? Only a grandson wouldn't want to take it. But Boss Binny, you won't let me take it. However, they also admitted that since they neither took money nor harmed any hostages, and the Philippine police have not blocked off the city's airports and train stations, it is indeed very easy for them to escape. When those diamonds are sold, they'll easily fetch several million if Luo Qinghan allows them to live and take the money. After the group finished eating, they were preoccupied with their own thoughts as they cleaned up the table when a phone call came from the front desk. A visitor wishes to see Luo Qinghan, and the visitor's identity was also quite unexpected. Ambassador Morisawa of Japan. Why would he come? Li Fian stared wide-eyed in surprise. Shouldn't he be at the police station to see his daughter right now? Could it be that they've already been brought out through connections? Xinyu suddenly had a bad feeling, and he asked quietly by the phone, Brother Han, do you have a connection with him? Luo Qinghan shook her head. She had absolutely no connection with this ambassador. The two had only met once at the vice president's office and hadn't even spoken a word then. So she asked the receptionist on the other end of the phone, did he come alone? No, there was a young girl with them. Young girl? Xinyu's expression changed instantly. Luo Qinghan frowned. She was a little unsure why Ambassador Morisawa had suddenly come to visit, but since he was here, tell him to wait 10 minutes while I get ready. After hanging up the phone, she turned to everyone. Xinyu stood up abruptly, his face covered in cold sweat, and said, we all need to find another room and hide right now. Leave Biaozi here as Han Ji's bodyguard because he looks the most intimidating. Fian, quickly install a camera in this room, and the rest of us, let's leave immediately. Go. So everyone immediately stood up and busied themselves in a flurry of activity. Luo Qinghan looked at Shun Yu suspiciously. Xiao Yu's arrangement was flawless, even quite thorough, but, Xiao Yu, why do you look so nervous? Xun Yu pointed to herself guiltily. Nervous? Do I have one? Chapter 284 Xinyu, you're finished. There was no luck involved, and no surprises whatsoever. The girl next to the Japanese ambassador was, in fact, the very girl who was Sakura Morisawa. In Li Fian's bedroom, Xinyu watched the surveillance video of Sun Xing sitting opposite Luo Qinghan with her father and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Beside her, Bin and I crossed her arms in surprise. Shouldn't Morisawa Sakura be at the police station for questioning right now? Why is she here with her dad? What is her purpose in coming here? Xinyu thought to herself. That's a good question. Binny, those 3 soul-searching questions you asked are exactly what I wanted to ask too. Why the hell did this Stockholm guy come here? Could it be something related to me? No way. Then he saw the Japanese ambassador in the surveillance footage bow to Luo Qinghan and chatter on and on, saying hi and hi for a long time. Then, Morisawa Sakura translated. Miss Qinghan, My father expressed his highest respect to you. He said he was grateful for your elegant and superb mediation, which ultimately ensured that the hostages were unharmed and saved my life. At the same time, I would also like to express my endless gratitude to you. As she spoke, she bowed deeply. Thank you so much. You flatter me. Luo Qinghan on the screen nodded indifferently. Let's get down to business. We Chinese aren't used to empty politeness. Also, you two don't need to keep bowing. After all, we all know that in your countries, bowing represents so many things, such as respect, apology, or I'm not going to deal with this nuclear wastewater. So you don't need to bow to me. I'm not the Pacific Ocean. Ha ha, well said. Everyone in Li Fian's room burst into laughter, and Shinyu also breathed a sigh of relief. So, this Sakura Morisawa was Ambassador Morisawa's translator? Thank goodness. It's safe. In the surveillance footage, Ambassador Morisawa and Sakura Morisawa both looked somewhat embarrassed. The ambassador chuckled awkwardly for a while, then cut to the chase and said directly, Miss Luo, I am about to step down as ambassador and return to Japan with Sakura. The Lunar New Year in China is just around the corner, so I would like to wish you a happy new year in advance. My son, Kazuo Morisawa, will be getting married in Tokyo after the new year. I would like to invite Miss Luo as a guest. Also, I have a valuable potted plant at home, and I would like to ask Miss Luo to help me weed it. If Miss Qinghan can spare the time to come, I will be extremely grateful and will certainly treat her to a feast with all my heart. Shinyu was completely confused. What was that? I'm asking my brother Han to give a gift and also to take care of the flowers for him. He was speaking in the underworld, Li Fian explained. The precious flowers mean the problem is particularly difficult. Weeding means you have to kill. The full sky of clouds refers to the reward of $50 million. In short, this old guy is in trouble and wants to ask the boss to help him out. Shinyu asked, puzzled, shouldn't someone from Japan be looking for the Yamaguchi Gumi? Why is he going all the way to Southeast Asia to find Brother Han? Li Fian pouted. He must have already contacted the Yamaguchi Gumi, but couldn't settle things. Then, during this hostage crisis, he saw his boss help the richest man in the Philippines, Chaiva, resolve such a thorny issue, and he thought his boss was incredibly capable, so he got the idea. Tisk tisk tisk. Even the Yamaguchi Gumi couldn't handle this, and he only gave 50 million? That bastard is really stingy. Ben and I was stunned. She thought 50 million was not enough? If it were me, I would definitely go. The boss definitely won't go. Li Fian shrugged. Even if it were 500 million, the boss wouldn't go. The boss only takes on one kind of job now, jobs that can help sister you become a department head. No matter how much money it costs, the boss will never hesitate for a second when it comes to any other odd jobs. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qinghan on the monitor immediately rejected the ambassador's suggestion. Ambassador Morizawa thought she was complaining about the low price and wanted to change it, but Luo Qinghan simply said she wouldn't go because she was too busy. The ambassador looked regretful, but still asked for Luo Qinghan's contact information, hoping that she would change her mind after the new year. It's clear that after communicating with Kaiwa, he truly believed in Luo Qinghan's abilities. The conversation had almost ended, and Shinyu breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He stretched and waited for Luo Qinghan to say that he should see the guest out. At that moment, Morizawa Sakura in the surveillance footage suddenly bowed and said respectfully, Miss Luo, may I ask you something? Do you know where those bank robbers are? Shinyu's hand, which was stretching, froze in mid-air. Oh, Luo Qinghan looked at her with some surprise. Does Miss Sakura want revenge? Those robbers were to you. No, no, no. Morisawa Sakura waved her hands repeatedly. They were very kind to me. I had no intention of seeking revenge. Actually, I want to meet their leader. Slowly moving closer to Shinyu, Ben and I whispered. Elder brother, I have a bad feeling. You might be crippled. No, stop talking. Shinyu's lips trembled. The leader may not necessarily be me. Ben and I, aren't you the leader too? Is it that female robber? Luo Qinghan asked, turning her head to the side. No. Morisawa Sakura bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and her face turned slightly red. I'm looking for that male robber, Miss Luo, he's like you. He's also from China. Luo Qing's eyes slowly narrowed. Ben and I slowly opened her hands. Li Fian slowly turned her head to look at Xinyu. Xinyu's sweat was silently sliding down her cheeks. Why do you want to see him? Luo Qinghan crossed her arms in front of her, her eyes almost gleaming with icy coldness. Because Sakura Morisawa's cheeks quickly flushed a faint blush. She awkwardly avoided Luo Qinghan's gaze and whispered, "Don't laugh at me. I've fallen in love with him." Thump. Xinyu leaned back in her chair. Spicy. What a terrible thing to do. You just blurt out things like that? Holy crap, Morisawa Sakura. What have I ever done to you? Do you really want me dead? Smack. Li Fian draped one elbow over Xinyu's shoulder. You're pretty good, kid. No, master, let me explain. Shhhhhhh. Li Fian made a shushing gesture. Why don't you just listen to what the boss says? In the surveillance footage, Luo Qinghan's eyes were icy cold, but a meaningful, fake smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She smiled faintly. Miss Sakura, are you saying that you've fallen in love with someone you don't even know? No, I know. When she looked up, Morisawa Sakura's gentle eyes were filled with a dazzling light. I've seen his face. I know who he is. He is very gentle with me. On the other side of the screen, Xinyu was completely petrified. No, don't talk nonsense. Sister, if you keep doing this, believe me or not, I'll sue you for defamation. Who has been kind to you? Which eye of yours saw me being gentle with you? You're finished. Li Fian hugged Xinyu's shoulders tightly and shook him heavily twice. Sister, you're really finished. Brother. Ben and I looked at Xinyu sympathetically. I told you back then, you shouldn't be so gentle with the hostages. Xinyu immediately went berserk. How was I being gentle? How gentle he is. Luo Qinghan's smile became even more vibrant, almost charming and alluring. Tell me more. Sakura Morisawa tucked a lock of her long hair behind her ear, as if lost in memories, her gentle eyes filled with a smile. He made me film that video of him threatening the police. He acted very aggressively and grabbed my hair very hard, but he apologized to me as soon as we finished filming. I will always remember his tone at the time, Ms. Morisawa. I'm sorry. I've wronged you in order to convince the police. Did I hurt you? I laughed and said no, but actually I was lying. I'm in so much pain, but it felt amazing. That feeling of being both gentle and fierce, painful yet pleasurable. I'm completely captivated by him. Xinyu's lips were trembling. Damn it. Can you please stop making things up? When did I become both gentle and fierce, completely winning you over? I don't. Great job, sister you. Li Fian nodded repeatedly, her eyes now filled with undisguised murderous intent. You're amazing. We're out here digging tunnels for you, running around like crazy, and all you do inside is train those Japanese girls, huh? And it felt really good. I didn't. Xinyu almost cried. And Morisawa Sakura added from the surveillance footage. Xinyu was almost scared to death. What? Besides? There are still more? And another thing. Morisawa Sakura took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, You might think I have a one-sided crush, but actually, that's not the case. The robber was different from me. Now that I know his identity, shouldn't he kill me to silence me? But he didn't. Miss Luo, why do you think this is? Yes. Luo Qinghan hugged his arms tightly, crossed his legs, which was very unusual for him, and tapped his fingers repeatedly until they turned white. She gritted her teeth and said, Why? Because... Sakura Morisawa clutched her chest, her cheeks flushed, and exclaimed, Because he couldn't bear to part with it. He didn't say it, but I know. He cares about me. It felt as if I had been struck by lightning. Xinyu was completely numb. All right. There's no need to struggle anymore. I'm doomed. He sat there blankly, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Although his eyes were still fixed on the screen, his mind was completely blank. This is terrible, damn it. Tisk tisk tisk. Li Fian chuckled coldly. You can't bear to part with her. Ben and I kept shaking her head. You care about her. The two said in unison. You're finished. Chapter 285. Should I not kneel down? She has complete Stockholm Syndrome. If you don't believe me, Hanji, just ask Ben and I. This guy has psychological issues. After the ambassador and Morisawa Sakura left, Xinyu, covered in cold sweat, pulled Ben and I aside and explained to Luo Qinghan on the sofa. He really felt more wrong than Do-e. wondering what had happened to him. That's absolutely insane. That Marizawa Sakura, you deserve to die? I was trying to be nice and didn't hurt you, but you kept stabbing me to death. What do we do now? He looked at the person opposite him with trepidation. Luo Qinghan did not speak. She seemed very calm. If you ignore her trembling fingers and the glass that had just been smashed on the floor. This cup was smashed by Luo Qinghan before he entered the room. Crushed. Xinyu stared at the shards of glass on the ground, her face ashen. She thought to herself, will I end up like this glass? The last time he saw Han Gu with this expression was when she smashed that fish to death with a rolling pin. No, it wasn't as serious back then as it is now. Xinyu stole a glance at Luo Qinghan. She didn't say a word, but her chest heaved, and her face was almost bloodless. Her eyes appeared calm, but they were filled with unwavering murderous intent. It's over. Luo Qinghan usually doted on him, but Xinyu wasn't stupid. He knew that Brother Han was intolerant of any wrongdoing. He had no doubt that if he couldn't explain himself clearly today, his life, Xinyu's life, would come to an abrupt end before the Spring Festival. Xinyu suddenly turned her head and glanced at Bin and I. Say something. This woman is definitely sick. Bin and I quickly explained. She said those were all things she made up in her head. Stop. Li Fian interrupted her directly, putting her hands on her hips and saying, Xinyu, you should explain why you let her see your face first. And after seeing her, you still can't bring yourself to kill her? Explain this to the boss first. Xinyu was so anxious she wanted to curse him out. When did I show it to her? I didn't let her see it. She figured it out herself, okay? You can ask Binny for details. The reason I didn't kill Morisawa Sakura is that she is the ambassador's daughter, and if something happens to her, the impact will be huge. Secondly, Han and I discussed it beforehand. The goal of this robbery was to ensure that not a single penny was lost and no one was killed, so that the Philippine police would have no incentive to impose a strong blockade, and it wouldn't affect our journey home. Brother Han, this Marizawa Sakura is really crazy. She even said some outrageous things like, might makes right. At the time, Bin and I both thought she was insane, right? Bin and I nodded in agreement. Luo Qinghan's complexion immediately improved. So it wasn't Xiaoyu who made her see it. As for not killing her, this person really can't be killed. Their identity is too special. So Xiaoyu is all right. Yes. Bin and I nodded vigorously. What my brother said is true. Luo Qinghan's expression had improved after hearing Xinyu's explanation, but now, your brother? Her face was cold and murderous as she stared intently at Bin and I. You call Xinyu brother? Yes, Binny blinked. She recognized me as her younger sister yesterday. Oh, Luo Qinghan turned to look at Xinyu, her eyes once again as cold as ice. Sure, there's a younger sister here. Should we keep it as a reserve? You really enjoy playing simulation games. No, it's not that I want to admit it. Xinyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That's it. I'm completely baffled now. Now, my appearance is practically that of a complete scoundrel. Well, it's not that Sister Yu is a lecher. Li Fian shrugged, because I was there too. Clang, clang, clang. There was a knock on the door, followed by Ivison's voice. Your Highness, Qinghan, the test results are in. Everyone was taken aback. Apart from Luo Qinghan, everyone had been waiting for the report all morning, especially Wu Debiao, who hadn't slept all night. Upon hearing that Ivy-san had returned, Wu Debiao jumped to his feet, and Xinyu quickly followed suit. Come in quickly. Ivy-san walked in, handed over the report, and without further ado, said, I've been watching the whole process this time to ensure the results are accurate. Brother Biao and Bin and I are indeed siblings. Your Highness, rest assured, it is absolutely correct. I even asked the doctor why the two of us looked so different, and the doctor said that we were really making a fuss over nothing. He said that a person's appearance is like randomly drawing cards from the gene pool of their parents. Suppose that the parents have huge differences in appearance. One is a spade and the other is a heart. If the two children draw randomly, and one draws all hearts while the other draws all spades, then it's bound to be that the two children look very different. There's nothing strange about that. There are plenty of siblings in the world who don't look alike. After he finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The reasoning behind this is actually quite obvious. People of this generation have fewer siblings. Having 3 children in a family is considered a lot. But if you think about the generation of your grandparents, you can understand this. Back then, some families had as many as 7 or 8 children, and it was quite common for 2 children to look completely different. Wu Debiao was immediately embarrassed. At this moment, he should have excitedly hugged Binny, but now he was completely embarrassed. When Li Fian raised her doubts yesterday, I remained silent for a long time without saying anything. In the end, it was Shun Yu who broke the silence first. Now that it's been proven that the suspicion was a false alarm, how could he possibly have the nerve to go back and call her sister? However, to his surprise, Bin and I walked over generously and hugged him tightly. Let me tell you, you're not allowed to doubt me anymore. She patted Wu Debiao's broad back. You have to be nicer to me from now on. If you're not good to me, I'll disown you, and you'll still not have a sister, but I'll have other brothers, hee. She stuck out her tongue at Wu Debiao. Shin Yu and the others were amused, and Li Fian also explained the whole story to Luo Qinghan. Wu Debiao blushed and grabbed the back of his head, saying, Bin and I'm sorry. I'll definitely make it up to you. I promise. All right. Luo Qinghan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Now that things are clear, everyone can go out. Xiao Yu and I have something to talk about. So they exchanged glances and got up to say goodbye. Terrified, Shin Yu quickly pretended to see everyone off, then grabbed Li Fian at the door and gave her a look that seemed to say, Do you think I'll see the sun rise tomorrow? Li Fian waved her hand, indicating that he should not worry. After all, being able to speak is a good sign. Try to coax her more. What if we can't coax them? Then try to appease her again if you still want a good new year. Everyone closed the door. Shin Yu glanced back at Luo Qinghan. She was looking down, her face completely expressionless. Shin Yu was shocked. He finally understood how Shen Tingfei felt when facing Su Hongmei. Even if I haven't done anything wrong, my legs still feel weak. Honestly, he wasn't even this nervous during the college entrance exam, because he understood Luo Qinghan's anger perfectly. If you open your heart to someone, only to find they're entangled in ambiguous relationships with other people, Shin Yu knows better than anyone what that kind of pain is like. Because that's how Yu Tian treated her back then. He still vividly remembers the pain of that time. That's why he completely left Yu Tian. Shin Yu wasn't the heartless kind of person like Yu Tian. He knew very well how good Han Gu was to him, so he was extremely worried about her feelings. Will Han Gu leave me in a fit of anger? The thought of all this sent chills down his spine, and large beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. When he walked up to Luo Qinghan, he found that Luo Qinghan had lowered her head and was not looking at him at all. It's over, Shin Yoxin thought to herself. In the end, she was angry with me. What to do? What do I do? Should I kneel down and apologize to her? But a man's knees are worth gold, and On the sofa, Luo Qinghan clenched her hands tightly. She was filled with shame. What was I doing just now? He embarrassed Xiao Yu in front of everyone, making him feel awkward. And have I lost my mind? How could I possibly doubt him? He's Xiao Yu, and if he wants to spend money, he has Wan Xia and Cheng Lin. Which of those two can compare to Bin and Ing? Ing was clearly indulging in self-pity, while Bin and I recognized me as his brother because Xiao Yu knew I had a bad temper and was ruthless. In order not to delay our return to Yunzhou, he deliberately took the blame. But what about me? I know I'll just throw a tantrum. It's over. Xiao Yu is definitely angry with me. Normally, I always say, Husband, you're the best. I give you everything. But then, over the smallest thing, you get so angry at him. Luo Qinghan, is this how you love your husband? You say you regard him as your king? Is this how you serve a king? I'm so ashamed of you. Luo Qinghan glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and saw that Shun Yu was standing in front of her, but refused to sit down no matter what. Well, Xiao Yu is indeed angry. What to do? What do I do? Should I kneel down and apologize to him? But I'm a girl. Isn't that too humiliating? Chapter 286. Husband and wife bowing to each other. The room was quiet, and the two of them remained silent with difficulty. Shin Yu thought to himself, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. But compared to Brother Han, gold is nothing. As long as Brother Han doesn't get angry, I'll do anything, even a handstand, let alone kneel. Forget about dignity. How much is it per pound? Can it buy Brother Han a happy smile? No, that's impossible. What use would you have for it? No, I have to kneel. Being forced to kneel by one's wife is a fine tradition in our Shin family. Traditions are meant to be passed down, aren't they? Luo Qinghan thought to herself. A girl should be presentable. But if Xiaoyu gets angry and ignores me, who will I show my dignity to? Oh, you always call me little you, and say you'd do anything for me. But now that you mention kneeling, you're saying no? You want to be respectable. Okay, I'll take it. When they get hurt and don't want you anymore, and they ignore your New Year's Eve promise, then you'll truly have dignity, Luo Qinghan. And what are you pretending for? Have you never knelt before? When the two of you usually act out a role-playing game, you kneel down so enthusiastically. You were so adept at it back then. Why are you so embarrassed now? Should girls not be too submissive? Bah, hypocrite. No, I have to kneel. The two of them started taking deep breaths at the same time, and their palms began to sweat. The whole room was eerily quiet. Just then, ding, ding. Luo Qinghan and Xinyu's phones both received a message at the same time. It was as if a sprinter had heard a gunshot. Thump, thump. The two of them knelt down in front of each other at the same time. Xinyu. Luo Qinghan. Xinyu. Luo Qinghan. Why are you kneeling down? Luo Qinghan was stunned. Her temples throbbed. No, honey, what are you doing? You didn't do anything wrong. Xinyu scratched her head innocently. I didn't do anything wrong, but you're angry. Isn't it a big enough mistake to not make you happy? Anyway, I feel like a complete failure, so I'm kneeling down. I hope this will calm you down. Baby, please don't be angry anymore, okay? Lowering her head, Luo Qinghan felt incredibly ashamed. Xiaoyu keeps saying that she spoils him, but what has she spoiled him for? Look at how he spoils himself. He was clearly not wrong, but he would kneel down just to appease himself. He's a guy with such a strong sense of self-respect. In comparison, how could I be so awful? Then why did you kneel too, darling? Xinyu looked confused. You didn't do anything wrong. Luo Qinghan's eyes were red. Didn't I do anything wrong? I'll yell at you in public, make you lose face, and make you lose face in front of everyone. I went too far. I'm not a good girlfriend. Honey, I've let you down. This time, it was Xinyu's turn to be completely bewildered. What the hell? You're making me lose face in front of everyone? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Xinyu recalled that Luo Qinghan had indeed been as cold as ice from beginning to end, but she hadn't said a single word in front of everyone. Not a single word. All the questions were asked by Li Fian. So how can this be called making me lose face? To be honest, if it were any other girl, she would have exploded on the spot. But Han Ge was different. He remained silent from beginning to end, and even knelt down to himself in guilt at the end. No, isn't she being too indulgent with herself? Xinyu hugged Luo Qinghan tenderly and kissed her forehead. Baby, you're not allowed to kneel before me anymore. You're the apple of my eye, a goddess on high. How can you kneel before me like that? It's just too embarrassing. Of course, this doesn't apply when playing role-playing games. Luo Qinghan shook her head. She thought to herself, what's so shameful about me kneeling before you? You're my husband, so I'm only going to please you and flatter you. I'll do anything, even kneel down, as long as you're happy. Either is fine. But you, my husband, a man's knees are worth gold. You must never kneel so casually again. Xinyu pouted and said, what gold? My dad has plenty of gold. He even owns a bunch of gold mines. So what? I still kneel down in front of my mom without hesitation. Gold is worthless. What is truly priceless is someone who can set aside their pride for you. To be honest, Xinyu felt really sorry for Luo Qinghan when she knelt down just now. He increasingly felt that his actions had indeed been somewhat ill-considered. What I'm saying is, even if you don't have any problems with Morisawa Sakura, shouldn't you talk to Hanji about it beforehand? Does she really have to hear it from someone else? It would have been so easy to put her at ease, but instead, I deliberately made her angry. Am I a rather inadequate boyfriend? He quickly pulled Luo Qinghan up, and the two sat on the sofa. Only then did they realize that because they had knelt so suddenly, each of their legs had a few pieces of broken glass stuck to them. This is the cup that Luo Qinghan smashed before Xinyu came in. Xinyu was wearing pajama bottoms, which was fine, but Luo Qinghan was wearing black stockings. Although the shards of glass were all flat and not sharp, they still left several red marks on her legs. My God, Han Ji's legs are absolutely gorgeous. Shinyu felt sorry for her and quickly helped her take off her black stockings. She knelt down and kept blowing on them, looking very guilty. As Luo Qinghan stroked his fluffy, smooth hair and looked at his handsome profile, she suddenly felt, I am so happy. This is the good man in my family. He's much richer than me, and girls everywhere like him. But he still cherishes himself like his own eyes. If a conflict arises, he doesn't care about right or wrong. His first thought is to apologize. Luo Qinghan recalled the time when they first met, when Li Fian had installed so many listening devices and tracking devices on Xiaoyu's body at home. Who could stand such treatment? But Xiaoyu forgave her easily. To avoid feeling sad, he practically ran a marathon that day to come and watch that movie with her. This is my boyfriend, he really loves me so much. She couldn't help but hug Shinyu from behind and press her lips to his face. I shouldn't have been jealous. I know him best. That Marizawa Sakura is definitely just deluding herself. Besides, being charming isn't something you can control. Good guys will make girls' hearts flutter. There's no such thing as a perfect product, yet I, Luo Qinghan, am the only one in the world who likes it. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath. She suddenly decided that since she had started today, she might as well be honest and say what was really on her mind. Don't be afraid. Because he is Xiaoyu. Even if I say something wrong, he won't be angry with me. I want to tell him what's on my mind. Honey, I often can't help but get jealous. I don't like you getting too close to other girls, whether it's Chunlin, Bin and I, or that Senzaying. I don't like any of them. Because I'm afraid they'll try to please you better than I can. What if you get charmed by them and stop liking me? Or what if we've been together for a long time and you get tired of me and go looking for something new with them? Actually, I know you've been very careful about your boundaries with them, but maybe I can ask you for something too much. If they do anything to pursue you, like Morisawa Sakura's confession this time, can you tell me immediately? I promise I won't target them, I just want to know the truth and feel more at ease, honey. Is that okay? Luo Qinghan finished speaking in one breath, feeling guilty and not daring to look at Shinyu. Shinyu, however, pulled her close, placing her on his lap, and solemnly said, Honey, I promise you, I will definitely do this. He thought to himself that this was the lowest of the low requirements. If I can't even do this, am I even human? Brother Han, I'd also like to make a request frankly. I know you have your own logic in doing things, and your set of rules is indeed effective. But in the future, if you plan to take action against anyone related to me, you must discuss it with me beforehand, okay? Take Bin and I for example. This time, I'm genuinely afraid that if she weren't Biaozi's sister, you would have taken care of her immediately, so? Luo Qinghan nodded quickly. This is the lowest possible requirement. Xiaoyu is right. I do have a ruthless streak and little patience. When it comes to anyone other than Xiaoyu, if I get angry or suspicious, I always feel it's easier to just do it directly. You can't do that again. We must have a proper discussion with Xiaoyu. We can't keep making him worry. Honey, I promise you, I will definitely do this. The two hugged each other tightly. Luo Qinghan comfortably rested her head on Shinyu's shoulder, while Shinyu gently embraced her slender waist, brought her fair hand to his lips, and kissed it repeatedly. By the way, baby, Shinyu suddenly said, a little puzzled, you just mentioned Chunlin, Bin and I, and Sun Zaying, but why didn't you mention Feng Wanxia? Xiaxia. Luo Qinghan was taken aback, then said matter-of-factly, she's different from others. She's one of our own. Xiaxia and Fian, one is my older sister and the other is my younger sister. Even if they flirt with you, neither of us can get angry. A strange expression immediately appeared on Shinyu's face. He said with a worried look, Brother Han, of course I don't dare to get angry with them. I can't beat Fei Yin either. I wouldn't dare do that in the late summer. How daring would I be? Would I dare to offend the pillar of my family? I wish I could worship her. But, you know, Wanxia is a great person in every way. Except she especially loves to flirt with me, I'm telling you. She's the one who flirts with me the most. Besides, she is also. Shinyu spread his hands somewhat awkwardly. Just like you, she's one of those women with a really hot body, huge breasts, and a curvy figure. I'm genuinely afraid of getting aroused by her. Then you can't complain or get angry with her. Luo Qinghan comforted, gently cupping Shinyu's face in his hands. If she flirts with you, just avoid her and come back to me. You've caused trouble because of her older sister. So come to me, her younger sister, and I'll put it out for you. The younger sister pays for the older sister's debt. How about this? Chapter 287. The day the seal was broken on New Year's Eve. All right then. The younger sister pays for the older sister's debt. She flirted with me, so I'll ravage her. Xinyu, grinning mischievously, hugged Luo Qinghan and leaned against the sofa, about to grope her, when both of their phones suddenly rang at the same time. The two were taken aback, only then realizing that their phones had rang at the same time just now. I quickly picked up my phone to take a look. Well, Feng Wanxiao is tagging them in the Crown Prince's residence group chat, twice already. First time. I've finally finished things here. The mole has been found, it's due XIN. Shall I buy a plane ticket to Cebu and come find you guys? Second time. What? I missed robbing the bank. Xinyu, Luo Qinghan, you two went out and did something big again while I was away. Shit. Fouquet. Xinyu didn't take me to his birthday party. You guys confessed your love to me without me. You robbed a bank without me. You always deliberately leave me behind to go and do your big stunts, right? Okay, if you don't like me, just say so. I can leave. Seda. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan. You two, say something to me. Xinyu Luo Qinghan broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this. Oh no. Morise exploded. Quickly comfort her. Luo Qinghan picked up her phone and typed. Xia, the situation is too sudden. That bank was robbed under duress, and Xiaoyu only managed to escape yesterday by sheer luck. We were all incredibly busy. Fei Yin and Biao Zi were digging tunnels like crazy. I was pretending to be a partner of the Philippine police, and Xinyu was trapped in the bank, unable to even get food. At that moment, we only had one thought in our minds: if only you were here. Xinyu. Yes. Wanxiao, I really didn't mean to leave you behind. Do you know how badly we've fared without you? I almost couldn't get out. I was trapped in the bank, with only one bitter thought in my mind: why didn't I bring Wanxiao? Now there's absolutely no way out. Isn't this fate trying to kill me? Late summer. You have no idea what kind of life I lived while you were gone. Luo Qinghan. Xia. Although the scenery here is picturesque, we don't want to stay here any longer. We've decided to go back to Yinzhou as soon as we're done making arrangements, and leave as quickly as possible. Because we want to see you as soon as possible. We don't feel at ease if we don't see you. Feng Wanxiao, really? Xinyu Luo Qinghan. Really? Feng Wanxiao. I knew it, you guys must really miss me. Xinyu Luo Qinghan. Need you even ask? I'm about to cry. It's settled. The two put down their phones with a clear conscience and breathed a long sigh of relief. Then they quickly began discussing how to clean up the mess. Luo Qinghan felt that Kuan-pei, Ramahin, Kim Minjun, and Ivyson performed quite well this time. It seems that as long as young Master Lu is not around, their strength is still quite remarkable. No wonder Luo Wanqing chose them to compete back then. We should give these people more opportunities and see if we can cultivate them into our potential core team. So, let's send them to the Azure Dragon Society first. Let them work under Yes and Yellow Spider for a while, and see how effective it is. As for the skinny monkey and fat dog, those few of Bin Ni's men, they will also go along to assist Kuan-pei and Avison, and try to gain a foothold in the Green Dragon Society. Bin and I, of course, she'll be coming back to Yunzhou with us for the new year. This is the first new year she and Biaozi will be reunited. Xinyu nodded. Luo Qinghan tapped her chin, tilted her head, and thought for a moment. After the new year, let Wanxiao mentor her and teach her some things. This girl isn't very bright, mainly because she hasn't seen much of the world. But she has a very strong sense of execution and great potential. If Wanxiao mentors her for a while, she might just get the hang of it. Once she's matured a bit, we'll send her directly to the Azure Dragon Society to take down Yes Yellow Spider. Bin and I and the skinny monkeys there can assist her. What do you think, honey? Xinyu gave a thumbs up. I think it's perfect. Okay. Luo Qinghan nodded. Let's arrange it this way. If we can finish today, we'll head to the Azure Dragon Society in Marilla today. Then we'll return to Yunzhou after we've finished setting things up. She looked up at Xinyu, a blush rising on her cheeks. Husband, once we get back to Yunzhou, we'll just do it cleanly and decisively. Let's have a happy Lunar New Year's Eve. Meanwhile, in Wu Debiao's room, Who is this Feng Wanxia? She's so arrogant. Bin and I stared incredulously at the chat history in the group. She dares to yell at Luo Qinghan and Xinyu, and she dares to yell at them both. Wu Debiao gave an awkward smile. Is it crazy? It's all right. That's Sun, the only older sister in the family. To put it another way, if Xinyu is like Liu Bei, then Feng Wanxia is like Zhuge Liang. If Luo Qinghan is like Sun Quan, then Feng Wanxia is like Zhou Yu. If she's not arrogant, who is? A true big shot in the underworld, a pillar of the gang, and the undisputed #1 in his family. Sister Wanxia is incredibly capable. Now, whether it's Sister Qinghan's Southeast Asia or Brother Yu's department, she handles everything inside and out. Wu Debiao thought for a moment, then frowned. She is almost unbeatable in both literary and martial arts, but she has only one weakness, her mindless crush on Brother Yu. Sister Wanxia loves Brother Yu very much, so no matter how angry she is, Brother Yu's words, "You are my pride," will make her incredibly happy again. Every time this moment occurred, Wu Debiao would wonder if Sin's IQ of 150 was fake. She likes Brother Yu too? Bin Ni's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. Wu Debiao shrugged. Besides her, there are many other girls who like her too. But Brother Yu only likes Sister Qinghan. Speaking of which, Brother Yu is a good person in every way, except that he always attracts women. It never ends. Some are as outspoken as Sister Wanxia, and others. It's like the kind of unrequited love you have. Bin and I froze on the spot. She looked awkwardly at her dazed older brother. No way. Even he noticed? I think I was extremely restrained in every move I made. Even my eyes, okay? Because I was afraid Luo Qinghan would kill me. I never looked at Xunyu for more than 3 seconds at a time, and no more than 20 times per minute. You couldn't hide this from my stupid brother? Is it that obvious? Wu Debiao nodded. It's not particularly obvious. If you didn't have eyes, you really wouldn't be able to see it. Wu Debiao scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Sis, I'm a straightforward person. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Feng Wanxia has no chance, so don't get involved. Bin and I was immediately unhappy. Yes, I'm not as good as Luo Qinghan, but who is Feng Wanxia? Does her inability mean I'm inability? What's so great about this person that makes her prettier than me? Besides, Wu Debiao, don't talk about me. Then why don't you give up on Li Fian? Caught off guard, Wu Debiao froze in place. He stared blankly at Bin and I. No way. My sister is clearly quite silly, but she has such a sharp eye for talent. I usually make a conscious effort to keep my distance from non-smokers. Each time, I stand parallel to the non-smoke's right side at a 27-degree angle, 1 meter away, while my gaze is at a 35-degree angle and does not meet its. My disguise was so natural that no one could tell I liked Fei Yin, but my sister, who had only been here for a day, guessed it right away. Difficult? Is it really that obvious? Bin and I nodded. It's all right, but if you didn't have a brain, you really wouldn't be able to figure it out. Brother, I'm a straightforward person. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. I feel that Fei Yin doesn't like you at all. Wu Debiao immediately became displeased. Do you have any evidence? Bin and I pointed to her eyes. I have the instincts of a wild beast. The two exchanged a glance, then turned their heads away. Snort. You don't know anything. I can't be bothered with you. At this moment, Luo Qinghan sent a bunch of notifications in the group, all of which were the upcoming arrangements, such as Kuan Pei becoming the third in command of the Azure Dragon Society, and Avizan becoming his deputy. One after another, they even listed out the exact time to catch their flights. Go to the Green Dragon Society headquarters in Mali this afternoon, and fly from Mali to Yunzhou tomorrow afternoon. Bin and I read the notice with a bit of surprise. You absolutely must be back in Yunzhou on New Year's Eve. Is it that urgent? Logically speaking, with so many things to deal with, it's hard to imagine that Luo Qinghan is already too lazy to handle them. And what about Xinyu? He kept adding his own comments from the side, seemingly even more impatient than Luo Qinghan. Bin and I looked at her older brother with a puzzled expression. Are they in a hurry to go back to Yunzhou for the new year? Wu Debiao frowned. It should be. Bin and I couldn't help but exclaim, you Chinese really do value tradition. They are people from our dragon kingdom. So what is the most important thing for us Chinese people to do during the Spring Festival? The main reason is to reunite with my parents and family. Wu Debiao thought about it for a moment, and suddenly felt a little confused. If the main purpose of the Lunar New Year is to reunite with one's parents, then among these people, Xinyu's parents and his adoptive parents are all in Africa. Luo Qinghan's mother has passed away, her father is in prison, Li Fian's father is in Myanmar, and Feng Wanxia. She's American and doesn't celebrate Chinese New Year. So, it doesn't really matter where these people spend the Spring Festival, right? Why rush back to Yinzhou? Wu Debiao frowned suspiciously. That's strange. Yu Ji and Qinghan Jia are in such a hurry. Are they really in a rush to get back? What are you doing? Chapter 288 New Year's Eve 1. Xinyu hadn't expected that the reorganization of the Azure Dragon Society would cause them to be delayed in Manila for an extra 2 days. When everyone finally arrived in Yunzhou, it was already the morning of New Year's Eve. Feng Wanxia, who returned to Yunzhou first, was so busy dealing with matters that had accumulated there that she didn't even have time to pick him up at the airport. When Xinyu and the others walked out of the airport, they were surprised to find that Wei Yuanhui, the deputy of the Western European branch, was leading everyone in his department waiting for them. Luo Qinghan and Xinyu exchanged a glance. Wei Yuanhui's actions are quite unusual. She could have done it herself and still managed to please Xinyu, but she insisted on bringing the whole department along. Was she planning to show her hand to the entire department? It seems these two sisters are no longer going to sit on the fence. They're making it clear to everyone in the External Expansion Department. The Western European region is now under the Crown Prince's control. We'll be going to be at odds with the Xia Tribody from now on. It seems that Wanxia has put the situation in France in a very favorable position, and they are completely convinced. Xinyu whispered to Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan nodded in agreement. Wei Yuanli had definitely swallowed a large chunk of the Luman's party and the Sicilian Brotherhood, who were both suffering heavy losses under Wanxia's guidance. She truly benefited from this and was completely convinced, which is why she sent her sister over to pledge allegiance. Your Highness, it's Qinghan, the eldest son. Wei Yuanhui walked over with a beaming smile, immediately showering the two of them with flattery, her attitude as obsequious as a servant welcoming its master. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, she lowered her voice mysteriously and said, Your Highness, Boss Qinghan, a major incident has occurred in our department. Boss Lu Feiming of the East Asia region has been killed. This is the first time in all these years that a high-ranking official of our External Expansion Department has been killed. Luo Qinghan and Xinyu were both stunned. This was indeed quite shocking. Although the East Asia region only includes Japan and South Korea, it is considered a relatively underdeveloped area within the Department of External Expansion, similar to the Western Europe region. But Lu Feiming, the boss, is ultimately just a glove. The death of someone of this caliber is truly unprecedented, like a transvestite being carried on a bridal sedan chair. However, this matter has little to do with them. Xinyu had no connection with this Boss Lu, except for meeting Boss Lu's deputy when the 760 priority purchase rights were sold last time. As for Boss Lu, he seemed to be busy working as a gigolo at the time. In short, the one with a headache right now is Xia Sandy. What does it have to do with Xinyu? Xinyu couldn't help but touch her chin. Wei Yuanli's behavior was more symbolic than practical. She was simply trying to show that they would tell her everything as soon as possible. The group got into several of Wei Yuanhui's Maybachs, and Wei Yuanhui was beaming and constantly trying to please them. It feels like if Luo Qinghan weren't here, she might have given Xinyu a pole dance right then and there. It wasn't until they arrived at Dongli No. 1 that her true feelings were revealed in the last sentence she uttered before getting off the bus. Speaking of our Western European region, we are your Highness's direct subordinates, quite different from those opportunists in the Oceania region. Xinyu was completely confused. After asking, she learned that after Feng Wanxiao returned yesterday, she not only dealt with the pile of miscellaneous matters, but also received the deputy from the Oceania region who wanted to join her. After a series of persuasive words and empty promises, the other party immediately bowed down and acknowledged Xinyu as their boss. In other words, while Xinyu, Luo, and Qinghan were still on the plane, Feng Wanxiao had already secured another underling for them. That's amazing. Xinyu could only silently kneel before Sen's abilities. He felt that Feng Wanxiao was very much like an idle game. You just leave her there, don't move her, and then open her up to check after a while. Goodness. The main city, the recruitment system, the mining facilities, everything's been built for you. Wei Yuanhui wanted to invite them to spend the new year at a hot spring resort, but Xinyu flatly refused. Are you kidding me? Who will you spend Chinese New Year with? I have something really big to do today. Keep working hard. This is the most important year of my life. I'm going to have a blast. After saying goodbye to both sides, Xinyu returned to 1902 and opened the door. On the circular sofa in the living room, the glamorous blonde woman was busy typing on her laptop and making phone calls at the same time. Today she wore a white shirt and a black long skirt, with a long coat over it. Her slightly wavy long hair draped over her shoulders. Her mature and sexy charm was like a rose in full bloom, captivating at first glance. Seeing Xun Yuluo Qinghan walk in, Feng Wanxiao wrinkled her beautiful, three-dimensional nose, revealing an expression that said, "You two absentee managers are finally back." Xin Yu and Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance, both feeling touched and embarrassed. The reason why these two leaders don't feel tired is mainly because Feng Wanxiao takes care of all the administrative tasks. At this moment, the two quickly put the box down at the door and sat down next to Feng Wanxiao, one on each side. While Feng Wanxiao was still on the phone, Xinyu took out a jewelry box from her backpack and gently opened it. Inside is an elegantly designed necklace. This necklace is adorned with diamonds and features a fine emerald at its center. This was something he and Luo Qinghan specially picked out for Feng Wanxiao in Manila. The item wasn't exactly priceless, but the two of them liked it at first sight and felt it was perfect for Feng Wanxiao. The look of surprise in Feng Wanxiao's eyes when she looked at the necklace proved that their feeling was correct. I think you've already heard how much of a bargain the Western European region got. They only spent tens of millions to gain the friendship of the Crown Prince and boss Qinghan, and wiped out their archenemy in Western Europe in one fell swoop. As Feng Wanxiao continued talking on the phone, she happily picked up the necklace, her joy barely concealed. Luo Qinghan took it from her and gently put it around her neck. She leaned close to Feng Wanxiao's ear and whispered, "Xiao Yu picked it out for you. The reason she chose emerald is because she felt that it matches the color of your eyes, making it particularly gorgeous, and you would look absolutely stunning wearing it." A blush immediately rose on Feng Wanxiao's cheeks. She looked at Xinyu, who nodded shyly. "How do you like it?" Feng Wanxiao nodded vigorously. "I like it. How could I not like it? Although I know you two rascals are just trying to fool me, and this necklace is just a carrot to tease the cows and horses, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm totally sold on your act. I just love being fooled by you two. I'm addicted to it. Sometimes I complain, but most of the time I pray. I pray I can be fooled like this for the rest of my life. Of course you can make your own judgment, but the window isn't always open." While on the phone, Feng Wanxiao blew a kiss to Xinyu, then pointed to her cheek at Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan smiled, put his arm around her shoulder, and kissed her hard. Upon seeing this scene, Ben and I, who had just entered through the door, stood there dumbfounded. When she first met Feng Wanxiao, she was completely stunned. Ben and I never expected that Feng Wanxiao, who was rumored to be so intelligent, would look like this. She had thought Feng Wanxiao was a bookish older sister with severe myopia. The result was that she was just as beautiful as Luo Qinghan. That's outrageous. There are two such beautiful and intelligent girls in this family. Do they all like Xinyu? I like Xinyu's track, but isn't it too crowded? Is it a pure red ocean? At this moment, the two girls sat close together, one as aloof and beautiful as an elegant white rose, and the other as sexy and alluring as a passionate red rose. One on the left and one on the right, complementing each other, is simply breathtakingly beautiful. Ben and I was immediately frustrated. She realized Wu Debiao was right. If Feng Wanxiao, whose stats are all maxed out, can't snatch Xinyu away from Luo Qinghan, then she really shouldn't try anymore. But she couldn't help but turn around and whisper to Li Fian, who had just entered the room. "Sister Yin, what happened to Sister Qinghan and Sister Wanxiao? How come you get along so well? Doesn't Sister Qinghan know that Sister Wanxiao likes Brother Yu?" "The eldest sister knows." Li Fian pouted. "But she can tolerate it. That's just how it is in our family. It's super popular to like Xinyu, and everyone just follows the trend." As she spoke, she tossed the box aside, smiled wickedly, walked up to Feng Wanxia and began to roll up her sleeves. Feng Wanxia, who had been making a serious phone call, suddenly turned pale and hurriedly said, "Okay, that's all for today." He hung up the phone immediately, pointed at Li Fian, and shouted, "Stop! Don't grab things randomly. Li Fian, you pervert, stop right now." Li Fian wasn't about to stop, and the two of them instantly started bickering. Ben and I, standing at the door, watched the two of them, but Li Fian's words kept replaying in her mind. "That's just how it is in our family. It's especially popular to like Xinyu, and everyone follows suit." She probably didn't finish what she was saying, right? This sentence should clearly be followed by "except for me, Li Fian." Right? Right? Were we siblings not completely wiped out? Just then, Xinyu's phone rang. After listening for a while, his expression changed drastically. "Now, are you sure? Today is Lunar New Year's Eve." Chapter 289 New Year's Eve 2. Xinyu never expected that Xia Senti would be so abnormal as to hold an emergency meeting on New Year's Eve. But upon closer reflection, it must be something that Boss Lu was done to. After all, it was a glove. This was an absolutely unprecedented case. That old guy must be going crazy. "You can frantically deal with the problem yourself. Why are you contacting me? I always just play on my phone during meetings. The only thing I do is boost Mihoyo's revenue. What good would it do me?" Reluctantly, Xinyu called Wu Debiao along, and also brought Bin and I, whom he wanted to broaden her horizons. He grumbled as he left, giving Luo Qinghan a look before he went. "I will definitely come back before the Spring Festival Gala starts. Not a single program will be missed." After the door closed, only Feng Wanxia, Li Fian, and Luo Qinghan remained in the room. "Sister, you really loves watching the Spring Festival Gala?" Li Fian asked Luo Qinghan with some surprise. "You're still worried about missing a program?" "To be honest, I can't even watch that stuff anymore." Luo Qinghan's face immediately turned red. The program Xiaoyu mentioned wasn't the Spring Festival Gala. It was a different program. "It's me." In truth, she had been waiting for this day for a long time, longing for it day and night. She longed to give herself to him so much. She wanted to be his true, unreserved girlfriend. But today, everything is about to come true. But then she suddenly realized that she seemed to be a little scared. It was a subtle fear, one she rarely thought about. But as this crucial moment approached, that fear began to spread uncontrollably through her heart. She kept replaying the unspeakable scene she had experienced, and then the fear grew stronger and stronger. "Shall you scale? Am I capable?" Meanwhile, Li Fian was chatting with Feng Wanxiao about the Spring Festival Gala she had watched while turning on the TV in the living room. Luo Qinghan saw an old man in a sheepskin coat clasping his hands in front of his body and shouting loudly during a local TV gala. "Happy Chinese New Year." Luo Qinghan shuddered instantly. She's now terrified of hearing the word big. "Non-smoking, change the channel," she said, her face deathly pale. Feng Wanxiao and Li Fian looked at her in surprise. "What's wrong? What happened to the old man in the sheepskin coat? Which whip was cracking crack crack crack?" "They're quite simple and honest." Li Fian pressed a button on the remote control, and the TV switched to the documentary channel, where a documentary about marine animals was playing. The commentator spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. "It is the most awe-inspiring animal in the ocean. Incredibly ferocious. Great white shark." Luo Qinghan's lips twitched instantly. "Again, it's big again? And incredibly ferocious?" She broke out in a cold sweat immediately. "Change the channel." Li Fian blinked. "What happened to the boss? Doesn't she usually love watching documentaries? Do you always watch videos about great white sharks, pythons, crocodiles, and elephants? What's going on today?" Li Fian pressed the remote control again, and the TV switched to the defense channel, which was showing a news report about a certain domestically produced giant missile. "Wow." Li Fian clicked her tongue in surprise. Could this be a new member of the Dongfeng Express series? So big. Look at the size of that warhead. It's absolutely awesome. Feng Wanxiao nodded. Actually, the models shown at the press conference are all quite outdated. The latest models are probably even bigger, super big, incredibly big. This thing is absolutely a one-shot kill. Once this model enters service, it will absolutely fill the gap in the country's medium and long-range missile capabilities. It's completely filled, there's not a single gap left. This is a deadly weapon. No one can stand it. Thud. Luo Qinghan sat blankly on the sofa, her face covered in cold sweat. Incredibly powerful, one shot to the soul, filling the void. No one can withstand it. The TV is off. Stop looking. Luo Qinghan grabbed her long, flowing hair in a panic. Let's stop watching TV. Let's go to the supermarket. Yes, I went to the supermarket. We haven't bought groceries for dinner yet, nor have we bought Spring Festival couplets or firecrackers. Upon hearing this, Li Fian immediately remembered it as well and clapped her hands, saying, Yes, let's go buy some fireworks. I'm going to set them off tonight. Yeah, buy the biggest cannon ever, the kind that can knock someone down with one shot and make them scream in agony. After a few shots, the deafening noise left everyone numb. Let's buy some cannons, let's go big. Luo Qinghan. 1 hour later. In a large Wumei supermarket near Dongli No. 1. Luo Qinghan pushed the cart, following behind Feng Wanxia and Li Fian, looking extremely worried. There were so many big things along the way. Beverages contained De Yao, a brand name. Puffed snacks contain Wang Wang Big Gift Pack, a brand name. Vegetables contain De Bai Kai, a brand name. And fruits contain De Xiang Jiao, a brand name. The key point is that no matter where you are in this supermarket, as soon as you look up, you can see rows of blood-red slogans. Huge promotion, huge discounts, amazing deals. Luo Qinghan felt like she was developing megalophobia. She hadn't really thought too much about it initially, just figuring things would take their course, but now, after a flurry of random thoughts, only one idea remained in her mind. Can I handle it? Will I die on the spot? Henin, what's wrong with you? Feng Wanxiao looked at you suspiciously. You've been distracted ever since. Yes, really? Luo Qinghan chuckled awkwardly. I think it's very natural. What do you mean naturally? Li Fian poked her arm with her finger. Boss, when you saw that big white radish just now, you were walking with your arms and legs moving in unison. Feng Wanxiao nodded and slapped her on the shoulder. Tell me, what are you really thinking? Don't try to hide it from us. Seeing the two people's wide eyes, Luo Qinghan lowered her head guiltily. She clutched the hem of her clothes for a long time, then took a deep breath and awkwardly looked up. Then you promise you won't laugh at me? Li Fian and Feng Wanxiao exchanged a glance, then raised 8 fingers in total and said in unison, I'll give a 4. Luo Qinghan was originally embarrassed about this kind of thing, having been thoroughly frightened along the way and really wanting to confide in someone. I gritted my teeth and called out to the two of them. Let's find a quiet place, I'm telling you. Where are you going to find a quiet place during the Spring Festival? Li Fian picked up a large eggplant from the vegetable stall and shook it. Let's talk right here. I said, but put that thing down. 10 minutes later, at the cucumber stall. What the heck? You two have booked, you know what to do tonight. Feng Wanxiao's eyes widened. Wait, you two have been confessing your feelings for so long, but you haven't done that yet. No, Luo Qinghan stammered, lowering his head. Xiaoyu said that moving too fast was disrespectful to me, so he decided to set the date for a month later. Are you out of your mind? Li Fian rolled her eyes. People wait 1 or 2 months because they don't live together. You two sleep in the same bed every day, and you still want to wait a month. What is sister you thinking? Did he develop prostatitis from holding it in? No, I didn't keep it to myself. Luo Qinghan's face was as red as a boiled crab. I've also used very effective alternatives to help him solve the problem. Feng Wanxia and Li Fian. That's awesome. What order is this? I am not sisterly. So what are you worried about now? Feng Wanxia spread her hands. Don't you already know everything you should know, and have seen everyone you should see? Oh, I get it. This is the first time you've ever been afraid of pain. I'm not afraid of pain. Luo Qinghan swallowed fearfully. I'm afraid of dying. You don't know, Xiaoyu is a little different from ordinary people. Li Fian immediately rubbed her hands together and chuckled mischievously. How are they different? Is it a sparrow, a pheasant, or an eagle? Neither. Luo Qinghan shook her head vigorously. She said, looking aggrieved. Xiaoyu? He's an ostrich. Chapter 290 New Year's Eve, 3. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and Li Fian's wicked smile came to an abrupt halt. Looking at Luo Qinghan, Feng Wanxia hissed, and asked with surprise and uncertainty. Could it be that you're just inexperienced and haven't seen much of the world? I don't believe it. Find me a cucumber from this pile, that's about the same diameter. Luo Qinghan lowered her head and looked at it again and again. No, she said. We'll probably have to go back to that eggplant stand. Feng Wanxiao and Li Fian were struck dumb, and they froze on the spot. Holy crap. Really? Li Fian glanced at the eggplant stall over there, her scalp tingling with shock. Now that you mention it, even I'm nervous. Huh. Feng Wanxiao looked at her, completely bewildered. Why are you so nervous? You don't understand. Li Fian waved her hand. We, the Vermilion Bird clan, have our own rules. The Zhuke gang is indeed different from all other underworld groups. They are organized as a special forces unit, but the recruits for this special forces unit actually all come from a certain region in Yunnan province. In other words, they are actually a clan with a very complete lineage. This ensured their absolute fighting strength, sense of honor, and brotherhood, but it also created a lot of messy clan rules out of nowhere. Many of these seem outrageous in this day and age. For example, tattoos, Li Fian explained. The eldest sister is now the 17th generation Vermilion Bird mistress, and this is her first year in charge. And in the third year, she will have to get the 10 Kings of Hell tattooed, just like Madame Xiao back then. I won't get a tattoo, Luo Qinghan said decisively. Xiaoyu especially likes that I'm fair-skinned, so starting from the 17th generation, this rule was abolished. Ah! Li Fian stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. What? It's ruined? So all that Yiksha tattooing was for nothing? No. Why didn't you say so earlier if I was going to fire you? Don't change the subject, Feng Wanxiao urged. Let's talk about Shunyu. Shunyu? Li Fian thought for a moment. As long as Shunyu marries the eldest brother, according to the rules of Zhuke, he will automatically become the master I have to serve. Do you understand? He doesn't treat me like a wife, but I treat him like a husband. When he's unavailable, I'm the one who has to take over. That's all feudal dross. Luo Qinghan exclaimed urgently from the side. Cancel this too. So Fei Yin doesn't have to fill in Xiaoyu, is mine alone. This is also cancelled? Li Fian opened her mouth wide in disappointment. So, I can't ride the ostrich anymore? No. Originally, Li Fian's feelings for Shun Yu were just those of a brother. As for the matter at the top, she understood it as simply helping a brother out, something that was dispensable and she didn't care about at all. But when Luo Qinghan said it today, she realized, wait a minute. This is a perk I'm entitled to. Why did you cancel it for me? Boss, you can't just dismiss tradition outright. Rules must be passed down. As the left protector of the clan, I disagree. What's wrong with you? Stop thinking nonsense. Luo Qinghan tapped Li Fian's forehead hard. You said those stupid rules were abolished in my mother's generation. Fian, you better keep your mind straight and stop thinking about those feudal dregs, understand? Cut. Li Fian lowered her head and remained silent. Actually, she doesn't usually think about these things at all. But you mentioned the eggplant first, so now you're blaming me? Who hasn't dreamed of riding an ostrich at full speed? No wonder so many of you vixens lined up to like Xinyu. You're all playing a big game, aren't you? Who doesn't have a big dream? Henin is right. Feng Wanxiao said with maturity and composure. These rules are indeed feudal dross and should be discarded. Henin, even if you can't hold on any longer, you can't let Fian come. Luo Qinghan nodded. Xia Xia's words did make sense. It should be my turn. Feng Wanxiao pointed to herself with a serious expression. Fian is all talk and no action, and she has no experience. It's me, the older sister, who has to suffer this kind of hardship. Don't worry, Henin. I'll risk my life to scout ahead for you today. You can go after me if I survive. Aren't you loyal enough? No way. Li Fian protested. Why should I? I'm always the one who has to do the dirty work at home, okay? Besides, I'm young and strong. You've all heard of Kong Rong sharing pairs, right? Pa. Feng Wanxiao put her hands on her hips. What did Kong Rong say when he shared pairs? The small ones eat the small ones, and the big ones eat the big ones. This one is big, so it should belong to me. It's mine. It's mine. Bang. Bang. Luo Qinghan smacked them on the forehead twice. You two even started fighting over it. So you think I'm dead? One by one. Save your breath. In the bustling supermarket, a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool and aloof demeanor stood with her hands on her hips and shouted, "Stop having wishful thinking. That's my ostrich all to myself. None of you are allowed to ride it." Meanwhile, in the executive meeting room of Black Cliff. "Therefore, we will definitely send a special envoy to investigate this matter thoroughly. The revenge for Boss Liu must be taken." Xia Santi slammed his fist on the table in a menacing manner. Meeting adjourned. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and walked out of the conference room with a sullen expression. Xinyu stared at his back and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Are you sick in the head?" During the Lunar New Year, everyone was gathered here and given a long, rambling speech, but the information gained was practically zero. After all that talk, it all boils down to this. Liu Feiming, that loser, got killed. Who did it? Have no idea. But the ministry plans to send someone to investigate. Who should they send? I haven't decided yet. If you haven't thought this through, what's the point of inviting everyone here to chat? Click, the door closed. Thump. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Xiong Zhuwei, the deputy for the East Asia region, knelt before Xinyu, weeping heart-wrenchingly. "Your Highness, you must stand up for me in this matter. Our boss Liu died such a tragic death, wah. Your Highness, you can't just ignore this." As he spoke, Xiong Zhiwei grabbed Xinyu's leg. Xinyu was completely stunned. "No, bro, what are you talking to me about? I'm just a green card holder, and you're a purple card holder. Why are you asking me for help? Besides, we're not even that close." The only connection Xinyu had with Xiong Zhiwei was at the last auction. So why was he still crying while hugging his own leg after his boss died? At this moment, all the cadres in the room exchanged glances, and all showed expressions of shock. Is the East Asian region going all in on the Tungfei group? It seems they have given up all hope of Xia Tribody. That's true. Everyone thought to themselves, the East Asian region is quite good at keeping accounts. When the Western European region spent millions on a piece of junk drone, everyone said Wei Yuanli was a fool, but they were quickly proven wrong. Xinyu directly led Luo Qinghan and his underlings to Western Europe and wiped out Wei Yuanli's rival. Now Wei Yuanli has acquired land, made money, and transformed into Xunyu's protege, all for a mere tens of millions. Even Pinduoduo doesn't have this price. They're practically making a killing. What about the East Asia region, which also had the opportunity to curry favor with Xinyu at that time? The eldest brother has been dead for 2 days, and Xia Santi hasn't even decided who to send to take revenge. The contrast is stark. This forced Xiong Zhiwei to go all in on the Tungfei group, didn't it? Brother Xiong, get up first." Xinyu quickly pulled Xiong Zhiwei up. "Oh dear, I'm just a green card holder. What ability do I have to avenge Boss Liu?" Xiong Zhiwei wiped his nose. "Prince Yu, you're too modest. Who doesn't know you're the Ice Queen's boyfriend? And you have 3 great generals under your command, Death God, Silver Rakshasa, and Iron Arhut. We will definitely avenge our boss." Xinyu was confused. What? What is that? What are these things?" Seeing his eyes widen, Wei Yuanhui quickly came over to explain. "Your Highness, the Ice Queen is Luo Qinghan." Xin Yoshin thought to herself, I understand this, but what about the rest? Golden Death is Feng Wanxia, the blonde death god wielding a sniper rifle. The silver Rakshasa is Li Fian. Isn't she silver-haired and has a Rakshasa tattoo on her body? Iron Arhut is Wu Debiao, isn't he? Doesn't he always have a super short buzz cut, like a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple? Xinyu's lips twitched suddenly. Goodness, you guys came up with a pretty apt little word. Who came up with all these corny nicknames? Wei Yuanhui gave an awkward smile. She's my sister. She's practically a fanatic of you guys now. She says your group is absolutely invincible. Your Highness, you are Liu Bei, Luo Qinghan is Zhuge Liang, Feng Wanxia is Guan Yu, Li Fian is Zhang Fei, Wu Debiao is Zhao Yun. Xinyu so? So she specially gave you these impressive nicknames, and now they've spread throughout the department. Xinyu. Wei Yuanli, thank you so much. You're not so good at gangster work, but you're a master at coming up with nicknames. You've got a whole repertoire of slang and catchphrases. Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Brother Xiong, get up first. Xinyu quickly helped Xiongjiwei up. Lu Xuanda. Xinyu, really don't have the great abilities you imagine. Let's wait until after the new year and let Leader Xia make the arrangements for this matter. Of course, I'll definitely help you to the best of my ability. All right, the meeting's over. It's the Lunar New Year, let's all go home. With that, Xinyu stood up, waved to everyone, and walked out of the conference room in a few quick steps. As he walked, he thought to himself, forget it, who's going to avenge your boss? When have I, Xinyu, ever done anything that doesn't benefit me? Besides, today is Lunar New Year's Eve. I'm going home. Get down to business. The more he thought about that important matter, the more anxious he became. As soon as the elevator reached the first floor, he quickly waved to Wu Debiao, Ben and I, and Clara who were waiting in the lobby. Let's go, hurry up and drive home. Don't waste a single second. By the way, Biaozi, have you bought the oysters, kidneys, chives, goji berries, and sea cucumbers I asked you to buy at the market? Chapter 291 New Year's Eve 4. When making dumplings, the most important thing is to get the amount of filling just right. Too many bags will leak, while too few bags. You will receive a miniature version of a chive box. When Xinyu arrived home, Feng Wanxia, the foreigner, was teaching Luo Qinghan and Li Fian, both Chinese, how to make dumplings. Upon seeing him enter with Wu Debiao and the other two, all three men's eyelids twitched simultaneously. Xinyu was startled, thinking they were wondering why Clara was there, and quickly explained the reason to everyone. It turned out that Clara had been renting an apartment since arriving in China, but Xinyu felt it was unnecessary to spend the money. Biaozi's house is so big, and he lives alone. Isn't that a waste? So now Benny and Clara are both living at Biaozi's house next door. And since it's New Year's Eve, he naturally invited Clara over to celebrate the new year. But after he finished rambling on, the three people in the room didn't react at all. Only Luo Qinghan nodded guiltily, while Feng Wanxia and Li Fian. Was she staring at his lower body? What's wrong with you three? Xinyu looked at the three of them blankly. Nothing's wrong, Li Fian said, licking her lips. She patted the seat next to her and said softly in a tone she had never used before. Sister Yu, come and sit down. Xinyu shivered instantly. Damn, Li Fian, what do you mean by speaking so cryptically? He quickly pulled Luo Qinghan aside and whispered. Why is Master talking to me in that tone? Besides, why are Sen's eyes so unusually green today? Good heavens, the way she looked at me was greener than the gemstone necklace we gave her. It was practically glowing green. I don't know either, Luo Qinghan stammered. She felt 1,000 regrets in her heart. I shouldn't have told them about what happened today. I was hoping to get some comfort from the two of them since we're good friends. But those two jerks didn't offer a single word of comfort, and their minds were completely on Xiaoyu. The two of them now look at Xinyu like a female demon looks at Tang Sanzang. And I kept scaring her just now. On the way back from the supermarket, Feng Wanxia kept shaking her head and sighing. The first time was so painful, so terrible, there was blood everywhere. The most outrageous one was Li Fian, who kept yelling the whole way. My lord, this humble general is willing to serve as the vanguard and investigate the truth for you. If she weren't outmatched, Luo Qinghan would have loved to kick her away. What a load of rubbish, fake friendships. They're all lustful devils, each one of them lusting after Xiaoyu's body. Shameless. Luo Qinghan thought to herself. Even if I die today, I won't let you touch a single hair on Xiaoyu's head. Get out, all of you. She pulled Xinyu to sit behind her, bared her teeth at the two of them, then forced a smile and invited everyone to sit down and make dumplings together. Everyone washed their hands and sat down around the table. Wu Debiao was the best at placing the coins. His technique was both fast and skillful, so everyone unanimously decided that he would be in charge of placing the coins. Clara, who was next to him, had absolutely no idea how to wrap a bag, and would often lean over and ask him for help. Wu Debiao's shyness kicked in again. He stammered and his face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Ben and I, standing nearby, smiled like an ant, thinking to herself, this foreign girl is great. She's obviously more suitable for my brother than Li Fian. The key is that she's not so fierce, so I'm not afraid of her. How about I play matchmaker for them? Oh, I'm so sorry. Feng Wanxia, who was originally quite skilled at wrapping dumplings, somehow suddenly tossed the dumpling wrapper into Shun Yu's hand. Seeing that Shun Yu's hand was covered in noodles, she apologized while grabbing his hand tightly and touching it repeatedly. "I'm so sorry, It doesn't matter." Luo Qinghan fiercely shoved her hand away and picked up the knife with a menacing look. "Be more careful next time. What if I don't cut it properly and accidentally chop off someone's outstretched dog paw?" Feng Wanxiao rolled her eyes. Eating alone, stingy, and disloyal. After making dumplings, the group started preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Wu Debiao and Xinyu were in charge of cooking. Both of them came from poor backgrounds and were skilled in all kinds of cooking. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan and Clara, who insisted on seeing the culinary skills of the Dragon Kingdom, helped out from the side. Bin Ni and Feng Wanxiao, led by Li Fian, went downstairs to set off firecrackers. When they returned, the New Year's Eve dinner was already prepared, and Yu Yunpeng had already started performing crosstalk on the Spring Festival Gala. After Shen Yu led everyone in sending New Year's greetings to Shen Tingfei and Su Hongmei via video, she came to the dining table and raised her glass. "Last year was truly an amazing year. My life was completely turned upside down. Come on, let's drink to our meeting. Cheers. Cheers." Everyone clinked glasses, and Luo Qinghan quickly whispered in Shen Yu's ear, "There's no need to really drink it all the way through. Just one lick is enough." Li Fian and Feng Wanxiao exchanged a glance and rolled their eyes in unison. Yo. Some people are afraid that drinking will cause them trouble and affect their performance. Goodness, you can only lick it once. What are you going to do with that drooling? Feng Wanxiao immediately placed a piece of blood sausage into Luo Qinghan's bowl with her chopsticks and said with concern, "Henin, eat more to replenish your blood." He then placed a garlic oyster on Xinyu's plate. "Come on, eat more, you'll feel nauseous later." Luo Qinghan glared at her, his teeth itching with hatred. Xinyu ate the most at this meal, while Wu Debiao, who usually has the biggest appetite, barely ate anything, mainly because Clara kept asking him questions and he didn't have time to eat. After finishing their meal, everyone gathered the leftovers in the kitchen, watched the Spring Festival Gala for a while, and then, feeling bored, started playing cards. During Chinese New Year, it is customary to stay up all night, which means not being allowed to sleep before midnight. But this requirement is practically no requirement for today's young people. Nobody's asleep by midnight anyway, right? 12 o'clock, the day has just begun, right? Everyone was having a great time playing cards and was thinking about playing all night when Xinyu stood up. "Oh dear, it's 12 o'clock. I've heard that staying up late is really bad for your health. One day of staying up late can cause the effects of half a year's sleep deprivation. We're all energetic young gangsters. We can't do something as immoral as staying up all night. Let's disperse. Yes. Luo Qinghan stood up and said righteously, "Go home, everyone. In the new year, go to sleep early and greet the year of the snake with a fresh start." Li Fian and Feng Wanxia exchanged another glance. Li Fian's eyes darted around. "What kind of snake do you think will be associated with the year of the snake? A giant python?" Luo Qinghan's face immediately turned pale. "A huge python?" She panicked again. She glared at Li Fian, then walked towards the kitchen, her expression fierce but her heart pounding. "I'll go wash the dishes." They didn't even use the dishwasher. They just poured a bunch of dish soap into the dish and started scrubbing like they were burying their heads in the sand. While scrolling through her feed, I cheered myself up. It's okay. So what if I'm a big star? I can do it. Luo Qinghan, you can do it. You can definitely satisfy Xiaoyu, and at the same time, you can survive. You can do it. Yes. Give me 5. She gave herself a high five. After scrubbing for a while, watching the white bubbles fill the entire pool, Luo Qinghan's heart finally calmed down. The noise outside has subsided. The TV in the living room was turned off. Wu Debiao, Bin Ni, and Clara have returned to the next room. Li Fian and Feng Wanxiao also returned to their rooms. Luo Qinghan was gently playing with the soft, white foam in her hands, listening to the soft, bubbling sounds it made. Sudden, she was hugged from behind. It's Xinyu. He wrapped his arms around Luo Qinghan's slender waist and held her tightly in his arms. The alluring and intoxicating fragrance emanating from him irresistibly entered Luo Qinghan's nose. Ah! Luo Qinghan sighed deeply and closed her eyes in a state of blissful intoxication. She always felt that Xiaoyou's flavor seemed to be evolving. When I first met him, he smelled very fresh, like the damp white mist in the early morning, faint and elusive. But now, he is like a glass of red wine swaying under the warm light of midnight. Rock me. Shake it into her heart. Ripples spread out, then clung to the glass, slowly sliding down. Luo Qinghan was originally someone who could not get drunk. Pity. She encountered Shun Yu's destined drink. Honey, stop swiping. Shin Yu quietly leaned close to her ear, his breath coming in short gasps. Go take a shower first. I'll take care of these dishes. Okay, Luo Qinghan replied softly. Her body was limp, and her voice trembled slightly. I'll go wash right now. I will definitely wash it very clean. Chapter 292 New Year's Eve, 5. In the kitchen, Xinyu felt her heart pounding like a bunch of elementary school kids randomly banging on a drum set, without even a conductor. Bang, 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 bang. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After all, he had waited for this moment for so long. A month felt like an eternity of waiting. As he absent-mindedly washed the dishes, listening to the rushing water from the bathroom, the image of Luo Qinghan taking a shower involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Han Ge must be standing under the shower head, his long, elegant neck raised, letting the water cascade over his flawless skin. Then, those two long, straight, jade-like legs appeared and disappeared in the rising warm mist, infinitely beautiful. She should hurry up and wash. I'm in a hurry. After hastily washing the dishes, Xinyu stood by the kitchen window gazing at the stars for 10 minutes, then recited the 9 by 9 multiplication tables 6 times. Finally, the sound of the bathroom door opening could be heard. Luo Qinghan's footsteps could be heard. Xinyu dashed out of the kitchen in one stride. As if he had activated an acceleration scroll, he dashed into the second bedroom like lightning. Then, he saw Luo Qinghan wrapped in a bath towel. Her wet hair was casually draped over her rounded shoulders, with a few strands playfully clinging to her snow-white neck. A bath towel clung tightly to her graceful figure, outlining her alluring curves. The long, slender legs revealed beneath the bath towel were as delicate as mutton-fat jade. A drop of water was slowly sliding down her incredibly fair calf. Husband. Luo Qinghan lowered her head in a bit of a panic. Her cheeks seemed to be flushed from the steam of the hot water, like a ripe peach. I'm done washing, you can wash now. Okay, I'll be right there. Xinyu changed her clothes in the blink of an eye. He rushed into the bathroom at the speed of light. The washing begins at the speed of light. 1 minute and 50 seconds later, he rushed into the bedroom in a frantic rush. At this moment, only a dim night light remained in the bedroom, its light both dim and alluring. Luo Qinghan lay on the bed wearing a pure white bathrobe, the ribbon tied into a pretty bow at her waist, like a gift waiting to be unwrapped. Seeing Shun Yu's burning gaze, she instinctively looked away shyly. Finally, the moment has come. Her heart was pounding wildly. She was excited, shy, and terrified all at once, and she could hardly breathe. When Xinyu hugged her tightly with his warm, hot body, Luo Qinghan's first reaction was to push him away. Baby, I love you so much. Xinyu's kiss landed involuntarily. I've been waiting for this day for so long. It's like finding an oasis in the desert, you know? Luo Qinghan thought to herself. I know, I'm the same way. But her body began to tremble uncontrollably, but I was truly terrified. Don't want. She blurted out that sentence without thinking. Xinyu froze for a moment. Don't want. He stared blankly at Luo Qinghan and found genuine hesitation in her eyes. She was unwilling? Xinyu was stunned for a moment, and her eyes suddenly dimmed. Luo Qinghan immediately noticed that look. A chill ran down her spine, and she suddenly felt guilty. Luo Qinghan, look what you've said to Xiaoyu. If you're scared, just say so. Don't say it out loud. It's spoiling Xiaoyu's fun and making him feel bad. She felt a pang of guilt, quickly cupped Xinyu's face, and gently kissed him. Honey, I meant. Don't stop. Don't stop. Come on, let's continue. As she spoke, she suppressed the trembling in her body and resignedly closed her eyes. Baby. Xinyu looked at her, somewhat bewildered. Are you a little scared? Luo Qinghan snuggled closer to Xinyu, hugging his back tightly. She really wanted to say yes, and also wanted to say, Honey, you have to be gentle. You have to stop when I tell you to. Because I'm really scared. But the words were already on the tip of my tongue. No, I didn't. I'm not scared. Luo Qinghan clenched her fists stubbornly. If I have to say what I'm afraid of, there's only one thing. I'm afraid you won't have enough fun. Then, Xinyu closed his eyes and kissed her deeply. Then I'll begin. Okay, come on over. In Feng Wanxia's room next door. With her ear pressed against the wall, Li Fian listened to Luo Qinghan's cries from next door and swallowed hard. Feng Wanxia, standing next to her, irritably tugged at her collar and vigorously fanned her already flushed face with her palm. It's so hot. She glanced at her watch. Was he born in the year of the donkey? It's been so long. There's absolutely no sign of it stopping. What kind of constitution is this? After finishing their meal, the two of them naturally took their positions early and began eavesdropping. But none of them expected that this eavesdropping would last longer than an episode of a TV series. It seems they're heading straight for a movie. At first, the two of them kept grinning mischievously, but now they can't laugh at all. His face was covered in sweat, his mouth was dry, and he kept drinking water. I'm really worried the boss will die. Li Fian clicked her tongue in surprise. Son, listen to this. Should we go over and forcibly pull Xinyu away? Feng Wanxiao wanted to say, Are you sick? But upon hearing Luo Qinghan's seemingly desperate cry for help, and considering the length of time, she dared not say that Li Fian's worries were unnecessary. The current situation is really awkward. Xinyu's ferocity is certainly one aspect, but Luo Qinghan herself happens to be a quick-witted person, making it a perfect match between the top-ranked letter A and the letter Z. Let's give them another 10 minutes. Feng Wanxiao wiped her sweat in frustration. If it's not over in 10 minutes, we'll go bang on the door. That'll be considered saving a life. Li Fian took a big gulp of the canned beer in her hand. So what do we do now? Let's chat for a while. What should we talk about? Let's talk about relationships, Feng Wanxiao said hastily. Fian, have you ever been in a relationship? Li Fian shook her head dejectedly. No. Really? Feng Wanxia asked curiously. There are so many boys in Zhuke, and you don't like any of them? Those are just my underlings. Li Fian frowned and thought for a moment. Besides, I've never been able to find something about a guy that I particularly admire. Without that thing, I just can't get excited. Sensei, I don't know if you understand, it's just that when I look at a guy, I always think, what's better about you than me? If you're not better than anyone else in any way, why would I like you? Anyway, how should I put it? It's like the firewood is all piled up, but it's always just missing a spark. The two chatted casually. They chatted for another 15 minutes. The creaking of the bed under the strain and the agonizing screams finally came to an abrupt end. The two people, who actually had no idea what they were talking about, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. No one was killed. Actually, the soundproofing in Dongli No. 1 is very good. As soon as it ended and the volume dropped, the two of them could no longer hear the sounds from next door. Feng Wanxiao frowned with a gossipy expression. What do you think they'll say afterward? I should have installed a bugging device, Li Fian muttered. But the boss would have killed me if I had. Feng Wanxiao's eyes darted around. We can't hear through the wall. We can go to the door. The door isn't very soundproof. That makes sense. So the two of them tiptoed to the door of the second bedroom and sneakily pressed their ears against the door. Honey, should I change these sheets? They're all red. This was Xunyu's panicked voice. Don't rush to do those things, Luo Qinghan said weakly. Honey, come and hug me, okay? Then came the rustling of the blanket. Honey, did you feel good just now? It feels so good. I feel like the happiest man in the world, baby. Why are you still shivering? I can't stop. Luo Qinghan said somewhat ashamedly. I'm so useless. Actually, I didn't want to be so loud just now, but I couldn't control myself. Honey, do you think Wanxia Fian next door will hear us? It's okay, Xinyu said casually. Even if they heard it, as long as we're not embarrassed, they're the ones who will be embarrassed. And actually, I think what you just said. It sounds amazing. I was completely mesmerized by it. Slap. Luo Qinghan slapped him, panting as she said, "You naughty husband. I thought I was going to die just now. I'm not kidding. I probably won't be able to walk tomorrow." "Huh? Then it means I can't." "Of course not." Luo Qinghan pleaded. "Xiaoyu, I beg you. Can you let me rest and recover for a week?" "Yes, yes, yes." Xin Yu's embarrassed voice came through. "I was really a bit too carried away at the time. I'm sorry." Luo Qinghan's voice became even softer. "So, during that first part, did you think I was having an epileptic seizure?" Xin Yu replied awkwardly. "I did think so at the time, but after it happened a few times, I realized it wasn't." Outside the door, Feng Wanxia and Li Fian exchanged a glance, both revealing an awesome expression. "Did you hear that? Too many times. I'm so envious I could cry, but I just won't say it." The two pressed themselves against the door, swallowing as they imagined the two people inside embracing and whispering sweet nothings. But then, something unexpected happened. "Honey, I'm so thirsty." "Honey, wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen and get you a glass of water." A series of incredibly fast footsteps sounded, and in the blink of an eye, they were at the door. "Holy crap." Li Fian and Feng Wanxiao stumbled and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "No. Is Xin Yu really going to just come out like this? Wait a minute. Damn it, we're still here." Chapter 293 New Year's Eve, 6. Squeak. Xin Yu opened the door and ran out naked. It's not that he's a pervert. The key is that he has blood on his body and is afraid of getting his clothes dirty. Besides, it's just a matter of getting water. How many seconds could that take? Besides, it's already 2 a.m., everyone's asleep. Xin Yu thought to herself that no one had seen the bag. Really? When he opened the door, the living room was empty. I said, "You don't need to wear it, right?" Xin Yu jogged to the bar in the living room. They usually get their water here. Besides having a wine cabinet, more importantly, they have a special ice machine for making ice. Xin Yu turned on the wall lamp at the bar, took a water glass from the cup holder, and filled it with water while fanning herself. He was so hot, but he didn't know that she wasn't the only one feeling hot. In the space below the control panel, Li Fian and Feng Wanxia stared at his back, and suddenly felt really hot too. "We should add a lemon slice for Brother Han." Xin Yu turned around. Li Fian, Feng Wanxia. Xin Yu walked a few steps to the counter, washed a lemon, picked up a knife, and started cutting it. Clang, clang, clang. The cutting board, and some other things, swayed to the rhythm. Under the control panel, Li Fian and Feng Wanxiao are numb. As if they were staring at by Medusa, the two froze instantly, and even after being healed, they were still drooling. "All right." Xin Yu put down the knife and happily put lemon slices into the cup. Brother Han will definitely like it." He turned around, humming a little tune, and walked away. Under the control panel, Feng Wanxiao forcefully wiped the cold sweat from her face. "OMG. That's too brutal. It wasn't easy for Luo Qinghan to survive. He's really a..." Feng Wanxiao organized her thoughts. "What a sexy bombshell." Li Fian remained silent, and when Feng Wanxiao turned her head, she found that Li Fian seemed to be completely stunned. "Fian, are you all right?" Feng Wanxiao patted her worriedly. "Fine." Li Fian shook her head, finally slowly coming back to her senses. Phew, she wiped her face hard. "Morise, do you remember what I just said? I can never find anything to admire about guys." Feng Wanxiao nodded. "I remember." Li Fian took a deep breath. "I've realized that I seem to be. We've found the spot." Feng Wanxia. The next morning, golden morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, and the humidifier by the bedside emitted wisps of white mist. Luo Qinghan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. "Good morning, darling." Xin Yu's voice rang out. A kiss gently landed on Luo Qinghan's smooth forehead. "Husband." Luo Qinghan opened her arms to him in a slightly coquettish manner. "Hug me." Xin Yu held her tightly, his fingertips lingering greedily on Luo Qinghan's waist, his movements like a pianist caressing a cherished piano key. "You worked so hard last night. Are you feeling any better now?" "Much better." Luo Qinghan nodded. "It's not better at all. She feels a lot of muscle soreness all over her body, but she is filled with a sense of accomplishment. I succeeded. I took good care of Xiaoyu, and he enjoyed it very much last night. I'm a good girlfriend." She recalled the events of last night. The process was indeed brutal and arduous, but she had also gained so many experiences she had never had before. For example, this was the first time I had ever known what ecstasy meant. That was a strange feeling, a constant back and forth between happiness and death. What are you thinking about? Shinyu grabbed her hand and gently scratched her palm with his fingertips. I miss how bad you were last night. That's terrible. They don't care whether I live or die. I'm going to get my revenge on you. Luo Qinghan dodged Shinyu's minty breath and gently bit the back of his neck. Shinyu let out an exaggerated scream. Brother Han, are you a dog? Luo Qinghan raised both hands, wrinkled her nose, and said, Woof. How could Shinyu possibly stand this? He's a huge pet lover. His eyes changed instantly. Luo Qinghan smiled and tried to run away wrapped in the blanket, but Shinyu picked her up and carried her away. He nibbled at her earlobe and chuckled mischievously. Today's the first day of the new year. How about we start it off on a good note? Luo Qinghan's face paled instantly, and she widened her beautiful eyes, saying, No, I'm still injured. You said you'd wait a week. I'm still recovering. Xiaoyu, you bad guy. You have no humanity. MMM. Her lips were mercilessly sealed shut. The temperature gradually rose, and Luo Qinghan felt a sense of absurdity. Seriously? More? Do you think I'm made of iron? You promised me you'd wait a week. However, she didn't want to push Shinyu away. How could she bear to? It smells so good. Just holding her made her feel that the world was so beautiful that she was captivated. The two of them closed their eyes and kissed incessantly. Shinyu slowly pressed down on Luo Qinghan's wrist. Just then, ring ring. A video call rang. Which bastard is it? Shinyu pounded the bed and cursed. Are you out of your mind? It's the first day of the Lunar New Year, and you're calling so early? Are you an idiot? He grabbed his phone and looked at it. Shin Tingfei. From Africa. Wow. Brother Han, get dressed, get dressed. 5 minutes of frantic activity followed. Happy Chinese New Year, Dad and Mom. Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan wiped the sweat from their brows, their faces beaming with obedient smiles. All right, Shin Tengfei said, his words coming out a little hurriedly. Son, you know what happened to Boss Lu, right? Shin Yu nodded. Why is it this gang leader again? He thought to himself that although this guy was a nobody, he was just a small fry, no match for big shots like his father or brother Han. Old Shin actually made a special phone call because of him. Dad, do you have a relationship with him? A little, Shin Tingfei said with a reminiscing expression. Sigh, I just think his death was too. Very good. Shin Yu, huh? Shin Tingfei slapped his thigh. Such great news right after the new year. Son, it's like heaven is helping our family. Shin Yu looked completely bewildered. Wait, Dad, do you have a grudge against him? Was he the one who pursued Mom back then? Bullshit. Su Hongmei rolled her eyes. He's Bei Mingjun's nephew. Bei Mingjun is furious. Shin Yu was completely confused. He didn't understand what this meant. But Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up. Mom, are you saying that Xiao Yu's chances come? That's right. Shin Tengfei exclaimed excitedly. Son, weren't you aiming to become a minister? Someone's brought you a ladder. Shin Yu was still confused until Luo Qinghan explained it to him with a smile, and then he understood the key point. Bei Mingjun is his father's backer. Xia San Ti's backer was his third uncle, Xia Taiqing. These two individuals are, in fact, among the highest-ranking people in the country, and are among those who can determine the direction of the nation. Although Bei Mingjun disliked Xia Santi, he didn't necessarily want to cripple him, because it would lead to a falling out with Xia Taiqing, which was not worth it. Unfortunately, his nephew was killed, which completely enraged him, and he immediately decided to destroy the Xia tri-body. As for Shin Yu, he was originally sent by Bei Mingjun to annoy Xia Santi. As a sophomore, Bei Mingjun didn't expect him to be able to do anything. Unexpectedly, Xia San made a foolish move by making him sell weapons. Through selling weapons, Shin Yu met Wei Yuanli, and with one move, he swiftly dealt with the enemies in the Western European region. This incident not only caused a sensation at the grassroots level, but also impressed Bei Mingjun at the top. He felt that Shin Yu, this college student, was extraordinary and was preparing to cultivate him. As a result, his nephew Lu Feiming was suddenly murdered, and now no one knows who the murderer is. Therefore, if you can find the murderer and avenge Boss Lu, Bei Mingjun will definitely approve of you. Then he will truly include you in his training program. In other words, once Xia Senti steps down, the first person he might consider is you, Xiaoyu. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but clap her hands excitedly. The political world is not the business world. The business world has many stories of people rising to great heights, such as Bill Gates, who became the richest man in the world before he even went to college. In politics, one mainly climbs the ranks step by step based on seniority. There are very few opportunities to rise to the top overnight. But now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity seems to have fallen into Shen Yu's hands. Son, if you become a minister, our family will have a major problem solved, Su Hongmei said excitedly, gesturing with her hand. Your father and I have discussed it, and we'll hold a wedding for you and Henin right away. Once you become ministers, you two will get married. Huh? Shen Yu and Luo Qinghan both opened their mouths wide. We're getting married? Mom, we're only sophomores in college. That's right, sophomores get married. Juniors have their first child. Seniors have their second, and after a year of work, they have their third. Su Hongmei counted on her fingers. With 3 children, one will be in charge of Southeast Asia, one of Africa, and one will inherit the ministerial position. Isn't that perfect? Anyway, you don't need to worry about it. We've made up our minds if you become ministers, you'll get married right here. Shun Yuluo Qinghan. Are you crazy? They got married in their sophomore year, and already had 2 children before graduation? Good grief, so what? The eldest brother is led by Li Fian, and the second brother is led by Feng Wanxia. He learned boxing from Biaozi at age 7, and Binny took him to rob a bank at age 16. Stop messing around. We're still kids. Let's get down to business. Shen Tengfei waved his hand. It's about Boss Lu. The group's minds immediately returned to normal. Then, Shin Yu frowned and thought for a moment. Should I go find Xia Santi and apply to go to Tokyo? No. Shin Tengfei quickly said, don't go. Xia Santi is the kind of person who won't follow you if you try to lead him, and will only push you further away if you try to push him. If you just tell him directly that you want to go, he will definitely sideline you. But if you act like you really don't want to go, he'll definitely force you to go. The best way is for him to offer you the opportunity, but you absolutely refuse to go. In the end, he sets a trap and tricks you into going. After he finished speaking, Su Hongmei shook her head. This is too difficult. Xias and Ti's core subordinates are practically an impenetrable wall, and we don't have any inside help. No. Shin Yu suddenly chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Qinghan. Mom, you're really wrong. We have inside agents, that's for sure. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and found the number of Li Pan, the lead actor in the adult film series. Chapter 294. You don't want to get married? Then do you want to die? After changing into a matcha-colored silk nightgown, Luo Qinghan sat blankly on the beanbag chair in the bedroom, watching Shin Yu's back as she busily made the bed. Her lower body was still throbbing, but her mind was filled with Su Hongmei's words from the video earlier. Mary? Is Xiaoyu and I getting married soon? Luo Qinghan suddenly felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. I don't want to get married. It's not that I think it's too early, nor is it that I don't like Shen Yu enough. That's definitely impossible. Luo Qinghan had a deep-seated aversion to marriage. From childhood to adulthood, every marriage she witnessed ended in failure. Li Fian only has a father because her mother ran away with another man after she was 2 years old. Uncle Li raised her from childhood, treating her like a boy, and eventually turned her into a top soldier. When she was very young, Ho Li Finjian believed that only fools got married. At the time, I comforted her, saying that not all marriages are like your parents. As a result, indeed, not all marriages are like Li Fian's parents. There are also marriages like mine. It ended in murder. This is the kind of marriage she has seen. Luo Qinghan had absolutely no liking for marriage. She liked Su Hongmei very much, but she still felt that anyone urging her to get married had to answer one question. What's the point of getting married? If they truly love each other, why must the law force them together? Ultimately, it's because we lack confidence in each other, isn't it? Luo Qinghan doesn't want to get married. She would love Shun Yu for the rest of her life, and stay with him for the rest of her life, but she doesn't want to get married. She didn't want that kind of self-deceptive sense of security. Moreover, She hadn't decided whether or not to have children. Honey, what are you thinking about? He threw the blood-stained sheets on the ground, then plopped down next to her and put his arm around her shoulder. No, it's nothing. Luo Qinghan turned her head somewhat awkwardly. Honey, Mom and Dad just said that we'll get married once you become a minister about this. What's your opinion? That's ridiculous. Xinyu put her hand on Luo Qinghan's leg and said casually, We're only sophomores. Getting married in your sophomore year? Don't be ridiculous. And have kids? Please, I'm a kid myself. I haven't had enough fun yet. I don't feel the rush to get married, nor the rush to become a minister. Anyway, we're not getting married. Huh? Not getting married? Luo Qinghan's eyes widened instantly. Xiaoyu, what do you mean? You dare not get married? You don't listen to your parents, and you still want to keep playing? All you know is playing games. What do you want to play? Didn't you have enough fun last night? What? You've gotten addicted to soiling the sheets. I haven't had enough fun yet. Do you want me to get you someone else to play with? Dare not to get married? You've gone too far. Completely unaware of the impending disaster, Xinyu continued her reckless rambling. Honey, we're only in our early 20s, the perfect time to have fun. Why get married so early? Shouldn't you be in your early 30s before thinking about marriage? That's how everyone does it now, don't you think? He chuckled, completely oblivious to the danger, and his hand began to wander. Call. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath. Right? What a load of rubbish. Everyone else does it this way. Why do you? Other people, like Zhou Yu, died in their 30s. Why don't you go and die too? When people were your age in ancient times, they weren't even married yet. They were already taking concubines. You're already a sophomore in college, and you still don't want to get married or have children. What exactly are you trying to do? Take your hand away. Luo Qinghan pouted and angrily pried his hands off her legs. Didn't I tell you not to touch me for a week? She stood up angrily and limped towards the bathroom. I don't want to get married. That's my objective reason. You naughty Xiaoyu, if you don't want to get married, then you have a really bad conscience. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Don't even think about touching me this week. Wrong. Don't touch me again until we find the killer of Boss Lu in Japan. Come touch my leg when you're ready to get married. Humph. In the second bedroom, Xinyu sat there dumbfounded, staring blankly at Luo Qinghan's back. What happened? Before I help Boss Lu get revenge, I can't touch Brother Han anymore? No. What's the difference between that and killing me outright? I was sitting at home when disaster struck from the sky. How did this happen? About Boss Lu? Xinyu, covered in cold sweat, grabbed her phone Li Pan. What the hell are you doing? I'm in a real crisis. You'd better go and whisper sweet nothings in my ear about Xia Sani. Yunzhou, the Xishan district, is known for its numerous villas. A pink villa called Summer Residence, with a Pokemon-themed room. Smack! Xia Santi slammed a crocodile-shaped cushion onto the sofa. This is blatant provocation. He slammed his fist on the table in anger. The East Asia region is blatantly provoking us. He never expected that after he convened the mobilization meeting to decide to avenge Boss Lu, things would turn out differently. Xiong Zhuwei, the deputy in the East Asia region, that guy who looks like a Psyduck, actually revealed his allegiance to Xinyu in public after the meeting. Xia Santi was absolutely furious. Who the hell was Xinyu anyway? If you, Xiong Zhuwei, want revenge, why don't you come to me, Lord Xia, instead of this green card cadre? He was just lucky. He killed Matthew of the Sicilian Brotherhood by sheer chance. I, Xia Santi, am the youngest minister in the mighty Dragon Kingdom. How can a second-generation heir who climbed up the ranks through connections compare to me? I've always relied on myself. I despise Xinyu, the most trash who lives off women. Xia, what's wrong with you? Li Pan, dressed in a Pikachu-themed bodysuit, swayed her hips, pouted, and said in a coquettish voice. As soon as he finished filming in South Korea, he didn't even go back to the capital. He came straight back to Yunzhou to find you. You got angry as soon as I arrived. What's wrong? Don't you like me? As she spoke, she lowered her head, looking aggrieved. No, it's just that there are some backstabbers in the workplace. Xia Sani quickly put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her with a mix of kneading and rubbing. Sigh. Everyone thinks Li Pan is a decisive and charismatic female lead, but that's just marketing. Only Xia Sani knew that in private, Li Pan was just a simple, kind, and sensitive young girl. She was only infatuated with the mature masculine charm she possessed. As for those young actresses in the film and television industry, she didn't even glance at it. Xia Xia, tell me about it, Li Pan said, leaning close to him, her almond-shaped eyes wide and her face full of innocence. I find it quite mysterious that high-ranking people like you deal with those kinds of secrets every day, especially the violent things your gang does. It's so cool. You think this is some kind of movie you're making? Xia Sandy affectionately pinched her newly done nose. Those movies are all about killing people. So, holding Li Pan, who was covering her nose and frowning, Xia Santi recounted the story of Boss Lu's murder, and then recounted how Xiong Zhui publicly licked Shen Yu's boots. I hate young, pretty boys like Shen Yu who have resources but no real talent. Li Pan angrily put her hands on her hips. No ability, just connections. You climb the ladder by serving women like Luo Qinghan. Xia Xia, let me tell you, our film and television industry is full of this kind of useless trash. I really don't understand. What kind of shameless person would secretly fawn over such a despicable person? Pooh, Li Pan spat fiercely. Secretly fawning over Xinyu. They're definitely all shameless sluts. Chapter 295. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. Xia Xia, do you think it's easy for Boss Lu to get revenge? Li Pan innocently linked arms with Xia Santi. Xia Santi shook his head helplessly. If Boss Lu really wanted to get revenge, he wouldn't have spent half a day in a meeting unable to choose a candidate. Actually, what everyone doesn't know is that Boss Lu's death was just one of a series of assassinations in Tokyo recently. Those affected this time are all members of the underworld, not only the Dong Hongmen in China, but also bigwigs from local Japanese gangs like the Sujiguchi Gumi. Now, from the police to the underworld, nobody knows who did it. The whole of Tokyo is in complete chaos, like a bunch of headless flies. Moreover, judging from the manner of death of those victims, people in the underworld vaguely felt that this was likely done by the Styx jellyfish. That would be troublesome as the world's top knife. The Styx jellyfish is very principled in its actions. He either doesn't do it at all, or he does it thoroughly. This man not only meticulously killed everyone his clients provided, but he also escalated the process by killing even those who investigated him. It's fair to say that the more thoroughly you investigate a case involving him, the faster you'll die. That makes things simple. Li Pan clapped her hands lightly. Xia Xia, isn't this a golden opportunity? These serial killers are usually psychopaths. Why don't you just send that disgusting Shen Yu? He definitely won't be able to solve the case, and he'll just have to slink back home. Then everyone will know that his time in Western Europe was just a fluke, right? If he can actually find some clues, that would be even better. That Styx jellyfish will definitely target him first. Then you can rest easy? Xia Santi's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Why don't I shift the blame to Shinyu? If he goes to Tokyo, at the very least he'll lose face, and at worst he might even lose his life. Wow, Xiaopan, you're amazing. Xia Santi slapped Li Pan's thigh. You're a real female strategist. Li Pan proudly wiggled the lightning bolt tail on the back of her yellow bodysuit. She pouted and hummed cutely. Pikachu, Pikachu, Pikachu equals. But inwardly, he couldn't help but sneer. It's perfect. Shinyu, I've taken care of arranging for you to go to Japan. But I won't tell you a single word about this Styx jellyfish. You can go to Japan without worry and die there. Once you're dead, you won't be able to control me anymore, and I'll be free. On the afternoon of the first day of the Lunar New Year, in Xia Santi's office at Black Cliff, the headquarters of the External Expansion Department. I'm not going. Shinyu angrily spread her hands. Why should I go? I just got back from Europe. It was a near-death experience. I almost got killed by that Mafia. It's Chinese New Year. I haven't even had a chance to sit down properly, and you want me to go to Japan again? On what grounds? His expression of frustration and confusion was incredibly realistic. It's not that Shuningdi's acting skills are outstanding. He's genuinely annoying this time. Because Han Gu got angry. After discussing marriage in the morning, Han Gu started ignoring him. Shinyu later realized, you just had sex and you're saying you're not in a hurry to get married? Han Ji can say that, but I can't. Won't this make Han Gu misunderstand that I don't like her enough? He was filled with remorse and frantically tried to make amends, immediately expressing his strong desire to get married. But this sudden change of heart seems very fake. Luo Qinghan listened with a calm expression and only said one sentence. Forget about these unimportant things. Let's get down to business. First find the murderer who killed Boss Lu. Shin Yoshin has finished speaking, and I've narrowed the path. He understood that Han Ge wasn't really angry, but she was definitely a little annoyed. He figured they could talk things out once she calmed down. But judging from the current situation, she seems a bit difficult to appease. She's using this road boss as a shield. He felt as if this had become a stepping stone between the two of them, as if he had to get this matter done first before Han Ge would take the opportunity to talk to him. Well, in short, for the first time, Shin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of justice. He desperately wanted to go to Japan to avenge his brother Lu, and he desperately wanted to improve himself. However, we must do the opposite. I'm not going. Shin Yu waved her hand without any room for discussion. In short, I'm not going. You can't say that. Sitting in the mahogany chair, Xia Santi picked up the blue and white porcelain cup in front of him, took a sip, and gave a sarcastic laugh. Shin Yu, don't many people in the department have high expectations for you? Shin Yu rolled her eyes. What do I care what they're looking forward to? I'm just a green card holder. Why should I get involved in such a serious case as the glove being used to kill someone? Besides, my dad doesn't have any connections in Japan, so I'm not going. After saying that, he immediately covered his mouth, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Xia Santi almost burst out laughing. My dad doesn't have any relatives in Japan? Just as I expected. That vote in Western Europe was done for him by his father. He simply didn't have that ability. I told you so. He's a sophomore in college. What does he know? How could he become a cunning and experienced gangster like Matthew? But this silly kid is too easy to fool. I hadn't even asked him yet, and he already told me. Xia Santi nodded to himself. Yes, he must go. It's either losing face or losing your life. You absolutely can't let him get away. A green card is just a formality. Xia Santi waved his hand casually. Didn't you take down that Matthew and clear the way for the Western European region? That's a huge achievement. I'll promote you to blue card cadre right now. If you can resolve Boss Lu's issue again, I'll promote you to a purple card. What takes others 10 years to travel you can do in one vacation. Isn't that awesome? Imagine, once school starts, you'll be the youngest department-level official in the Dragon Kingdom. Shin Yu's face immediately showed a look of attraction. However, he hesitated for a moment, then feigned indifference and said with a smirk. So what? Anyway, we can't reveal our identities in our department. I'm a department-level official, and I can't show off to my classmates. This purple card is useless. Xia Santi thought to himself. Is the purple card useless? You big idiot. Do you even know what the subtext of a purple card is? Minister of Reserves. Not only can you build your own team without approval, but once a position becomes vacant, you have to select someone from the purple card level or above to fill it. Xia Santi himself was promoted to purple card, then selected narrator Yu Wu Chun and others to form his core team, and then promoted to orange card vice minister, and began to compete with the previous minister Sun Jomo. Then, he seized the opportunity and kicked the old man over, successfully taking over the position himself. Xia Santi couldn't help but glance at Shin Yu. If you really become a purple card, you'll be able to rival me. What a pity. Hee hee. You can't do it. You absolutely cannot handle this Tokyo serial murder case, because the Styx jellyfish will teach you a lesson. Shin Yu, the benefits of the purple card are numerous. Xia Santi feigned sincerity. Let me tell you just one. Aren't people in the department always saying that you're clinging to Luo Qinghan's coattails? Aren't people always saying that you're a gigolo? If you become a purple card, you'll be on par with Luo Qinghan. Wouldn't all those gossips just fall apart on their own? He glanced at her sideways and saw that Shin Yu indeed had a completely captivated expression. A look of struggle immediately appeared on his face. After thinking it over, he said uncertainly, Boss, I need to ask my dad about this too. Don't ask. Xia Santi thought to himself. If you ask, he'll never let you go. He quickly took out a piece of paper, pulled out a pen, and wrote a long passage in a flourish. See that? A gentleman's agreement, written in black and white. If you can avenge Boss Lu, I'll promote you to a purple card. Shin Yu, if you're a real man, sign this. If you're a little kid, go back and ask your dad. This is clearly a provocation tactic. But Shinyu just couldn't resist eating. Xia Santi sneered as he looked over and saw Shinyu's face turn bright red. He angrily picked up a pen and signed his name. Sign it. I'm not a little kid. Xia Santi almost burst out laughing. You big idiot. You think you can be fooled like that? Oh dear, Shen Tingfei. Your son didn't inherit any of your cunning and shrewd mind. He fell for my tricks so easily, haha. Alright, go to Japan and die. You bunch of clowns from the Tungfei department are about to be exposed for who you really are. As expected, everything is under my control, Xia Santi. Chapter 296. The promised communication has arrived. On the evening of the first day of the Lunar New Year, on a plane bound for Tokyo. When you're angry, the emotion can get very intense, but once it subsides, you'll feel like you were being silly. Luo Qinghan now felt very stupid. When she boarded the plane to Japan, Xiaoyu tried to please her by helping her with her luggage, but she didn't dare to talk to her. Her appearance made her feel sorry for her. In fact, Luo Qinghan knew that Xiaoyu didn't mean that at all that morning. Of course he was willing to marry me, but he felt there was no rush since I was only a sophomore. He didn't mean anything by it, but I knew it in my heart. But I was in a bad mood at the time, and I was a bit stubborn, so I just didn't want to talk to him. But things are different now, Luo Qinghan thought, looking at Shun Yu standing timidly to the side. Xiaoyu is feeling a bit wrong now, this won't do. She suddenly realized that when Xiaoyu was upset, she was upset too. What happened to the communication she was supposed to have. Yes, that can't be done. I'm going to flirt with him right now. I'm going to communicate with him. She slowly leaned her shoulder towards Shinyu. Shinyu secretly glanced at Luo Qinghan beside him. His face was expressionless, but he was sighing inwardly. It's been almost a whole day since this morning. It's not exactly a cold war now. Hanga talks to him, but his attitude is indifferent. Ugh, this feeling is awful. Shinyu felt she really needed to talk to her, but how should she bring it up? Actually, if it were just the two of them alone, this would be fine. The key issue is that today is extremely rushed. We just signed the bet with Xia Santi this morning, and the Suzaka squad set off this afternoon. Because people in Tokyo said that Boss Liu has been dead for a few days, and they're in a hurry to bury him, so they hope they can come over as soon as possible. So everyone rushed along the way, and a bunch of people arrived at the airport as if they were riding on wheels of fire. This time, in addition to myself, Brother Han, Feng Wanxiao, Li Fian, and Wu Dubiao, there was also Hu Tu. It's not that I thought bringing him along would be useful. The key is that this otaku really wants to go to Akihabara to see those Japanese cosplay girls, and he insisted on coming along no matter what. So they brought him over and arranged for Binny, Huang Daodu, and Clara to familiarize themselves with the work of the External Expansion Department. Having finally boarded the plane, Shinyu was able to sit down next to Luo Qinghan, giving her a chance to speak alone. Looking at her stunningly beautiful profile, Shinyu thought to herself, how should I begin this conversation? When there's nothing to talk about, people usually start by talking about the weather. Okay, let's do it that way. Shinyu slowly turned her body to the side. Luo Qinghan suddenly turned her head. Are you cold? Shinyu, huh? Luo Qinghan forced herself to remain calm, her beautiful eyes looking at him with a hint of evasion. Honey, if you're cold, I'll ask them to turn the air conditioning up a bit. She called me husband. Shinyu looked at her expectantly, thinking, there's a chance. Actually, it's all right, it's just. He moved a little closer. My hands are a little cold. Honey, could you warm them for me? Luo Qinghan nodded. Suppressing a smile, she took Shinyu's hand and placed it on her lap, covering it tightly with both hands, and began to rub it incessantly. The temperature is slowly rising. Her fingertips, again and again, slipped through his fingers. It glided gently. Is it any better? Much better. Shinyu leaned close to her ear and whispered, I'm sorry, baby. That's really not what I meant this morning. I know. Luo Qinghan lowered her head somewhat embarrassed. The problem isn't with you. It's with me. She thought somewhat awkwardly. Because I'm the one who's afraid of marriage. I was clearly scared, but I took it out on you, Xiaoyu, as an excuse. It's my fault. I want to make it up to you. If you want a deeper understanding, let's have a proper discussion. She slowly and gently brought her lips close to Shun Yu's earlobe. She opened her pink little mouth, about to take a bite. Let me give you a brief overview of the East Asia branch. Feng Wanxia's voice came through their earphones. She left in such a hurry and had just finished collecting information about the area. Fearing that everyone would be completely lost when they arrived, she quickly started explaining things to everyone on the plane. Shin Yuluo and Qinghan froze on the spot. They had no interest in listening to this right now. They want to have a proper conversation. Moreover, both of their hands have begun to have their own ideas. But you can't ignore it. After all, it's important. So Shun Yu listened anxiously as Feng Wanxia described Boss Lu's situation. The East Asian branch is known as the East Hongmen, and it mainly operates in Japan and South Korea. Its headquarters are in Tokyo, and in terms of strength, it is the third largest gang in the area. The leader of the East Hongmen gang was a kind and honest man, a typical good man, and he and his wife, Ihueli, were very loving. And this sister-in-law, Ihueli, has always been the true second-in-command of the Donghong men. She is now in control of all affairs of the Donghong men in Tokyo, but it is said that she is on the verge of collapse due to excessive grief. Feng Wanxia went on to describe many more details, but Xinyu wouldn't listen to a word she said. Because Luo Qinghan's hands were roaming over his legs, his mind was filled with those heart-stopping images from New Year's Eve. Honey, Tokyo is in the north. Can you really manage without long johns? Luo Qinghan whispered in his ear, her voice clearly a little breathless. My legs are a bit cold, Xinyu said, covering her knees with her coat, which also covered Luo Qinghan's hands. Brother Han, my legs are cold right now. Okay, Luo Qinghan closed her eyes, swallowed, and said softly, I'll help you cover it up properly right away. If I cover it up well, you're not allowed to be angry with me. How could that be? I never gave birth to you, ah. Xinyu hissed. Right, he said, panting. That's it, it's really cold there. You need to keep warm. One day later, in Tokyo, Lu Feiming's Memorial Hall, a white curtain fluttered gently in the wind, and a portrait of the deceased was placed on the table in the center. The person in the portrait had a refined appearance and a faint smile on his lips. On the candlesticks on either side, candles burned silently. The candlelight flickered, casting dappled shadows on the wall, like dancing ghosts. Xinyu placed a bunch of white chrysanthemums on the table, stepped back, and led Luo Qinghan and the other four in bowing deeply 3 times. Turning around, he walked up to Ihueli, who was dressed in white mourning clothes, and said in a deep voice, Sister-in-law, please take heart. After a good conversation with Luo Qinghan, they arrived in Tokyo this morning and rushed here as soon as they got off the plane, not daring to waste a second. It wasn't that everyone was particularly dedicated. The main problem was that Lu Feiming was a corpse and would start to rot if they didn't check on him soon. After they first came to the mourning hall to offer flowers, Luo Qinghan, on behalf of everyone, began to offer ceremonial condolences to Lu Feiming's widow, Ihueli. This woman is 35 years old and has a rather heroic air about her, but she has been crying too much lately, and her face looks particularly haggard. Luo Qinghan took her arm and comforted her repeatedly, but as they talked, a completely out-of-place idea suddenly arose in her mind. You should still get married. There is indeed a completely different feeling between a wife and a girlfriend. Luo Qinghan couldn't quite put her finger on what exactly was different, but she sensed it. For example, right now, if Ihueli were just Boss Lu's girlfriend, Luo Qinghan wouldn't really be in the mood to comfort her. He would just say a few words, and that would be enough. But since she was Boss Lu's wife, Luo Qinghan felt she needed to treat her well and be more cautious. Because this is a woman who has lost her husband, she is his wife and a wife. He and his girlfriend are definitely completely different. Luo Qinghan wavered. Sister-in-law, does my brother Lu have any enemies? As the group walked toward the room containing Ting Lufei's body, Xinyu finally got to the point. No, Ihueli sobbed. Old Lu is such a good man. He has a good temper, a generous heart, and upright character. He always feeds stray cats before leaving. Most importantly, he is self-disciplined. We've been in Japan for so many years, and he hasn't picked up any of the bad habits of the men here. Old Lu is an absolutely upright man. Real. Ihui wiped away her tears heavily. I've never met anyone more honest than my husband. Every day is just going to work. Working, Working overtime, you tell me. Who could such a diligent and honest person like him possibly offend? Shin Yu and Luo Qinghan couldn't help but exchange a glance, their lips twitching slightly. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Is every day just about going to work, working, and working overtime? He looks like he works 996, 9 a.m., 9 p.m., 6 days a week. Sister-in-law, are you calling him a gang leader or a programmer? At this time, Feng Wanxia glanced to the side and noticed that the two followers behind, Ihueli, both had somewhat embarrassed expressions on their faces. Little Shun, who the hell is it that ruined Lao Lu's life? Overwhelmed with grief, Ihueli was speaking when she suddenly stumbled. At this moment, Luo Qinghan was supporting Ihueli's left arm. Fearing that she might lose her grip, Xinyu quickly stepped forward and supported Ihueli's right arm. Thanks. Ihueli regained her footing, grasped Xinyu's hand, and thanked her with tears in her eyes. However, suddenly, her hand gently pinched Xinyu's arm. Xinyu looked at Ihueli in surprise, only to find her with an innocent expression. Is it just my imagination? He thought blankly. Xinyu didn't notice that at this moment, the red-haired henchman behind Ihueli's back was turning increasingly gloomy. At the same time, his fists clenched involuntarily. Chapter 297. This place is indeed very neon-lit. As they were talking, sister-in-law Ihui led everyone into the morgue. Two henchmen behind him opened the freezer, pulled out a body bag, and revealed a corpse with a bluish-purple face. It was originally kept in the coffin, but after a while, it started to smell. Ihueli said sadly, wiping away a tear. So this morning, I had them install a refrigerator. Feng Wanxia glanced at it, and couldn't help but frown. Judging from his complexion, did Boss Lu die from poisoning? Ihueli nodded and instructed her two lackeys. Turn the old road over. One of the two younger brothers was very tall, with dyed red hair. At first glance, he looked just like Sakuraji Hanamichi before he cut his hair short. The other one was shorter and bald, wearing sunglasses. The red-haired man turned Lu Feiming's body over and pointed at it impatiently, saying, "The boss's fatal wound is here." Xinyu and the others stared in astonishment. But it was poisoned with a syringe, Ihueli said, pointing to the tiny needle mark, overcome with grief and weeping. Old Lu, who the hell killed you? You're such a decent person. What did you do to deserve this? As she spoke, her body swayed again, and her two henchmen quickly stepped forward, with the bald man supporting Ihueli's hand. The red-haired woman then supported Ihueli's waist. Xinyu frowned and couldn't help but ask, was this injection given at the hospital? The red-haired man nodded and waved his hand, saying, bring him in. Several henchmen pushed in a doctor who was bound hand and foot and covered in blood, and kicked him to the ground. This is the doctor who injected Lu Feiming on the day of the incident. Lu Feiming recently developed allergic purpura and needs to get an injection in his buttock every other day. After his death, his underlings immediately arrested the doctor who gave the injection and subjected him to 3 days of beatings, intimidation, and education. But so far, they have gotten nothing out of him. Judging from the doctor's description, he truly knew nothing about it. The injection he gave Lu Feiming that day was just a perfectly normal prednisolone acetate injection. At this moment, the doctor, whose face was bruised and swollen, thought he was about to be beaten again, so he immediately knelt down and cowed out, begging for mercy incessantly. Xinyu and others looked at Feng Wanxia together. I don't speak Japanese. Feng Wanxia shook her head somewhat awkwardly. Oh. Everyone looked surprised. Morisei doesn't know Japanese? People have always thought that there is no word in this world that Feng Wanxia cannot speak. But who would have thought that she didn't even know Japanese? Xinyu thought to herself, even I know a few words of Japanese. For example, Yamiti, Kamoki, Iku. I'm learning on my own. Feng Wanxia said, a little embarrassed. I should be able to master it soon. You don't need to listen to what this doctor says. The red-haired man said impatiently, his hand on Ihueli's waist. He didn't say anything. He just kept begging for mercy. It was the same old story of having elderly parents and young children, and having a mistress in the middle. It didn't contain any information, and we were all tired of hearing it. We're the ones in charge. Have you finished looking at our boss's body? If you have, then we're taking him in. Don't rush. Shinyu glanced at him, then turned to Ihueli and asked, Sister-in-law, can you tell me about Boss Lu's itinerary for the day that happened? Ihueli thought for a moment, then said sadly, nothing special about it. He went to the doctor for an injection in the morning, then worked all day. When he came home in the evening, I found him staggering and looking unwell. I thought he had drunk too much, so I let him sit on the sofa and waited for me to make him some hangover soup. But when I came out of the kitchen, I found Lao Lu sitting motionless on the sofa, not responding when I spoke to him. I pushed him, and he swayed and died. Wah! Recalling the scene from that day, Ihueli burst into tears again. Who the hell killed Lao Lu? He's such an upright person. We've been in Japan for so long, and he hasn't picked up any of the bad habits of those men here. He's very chaste. He's so disciplined. Wah, Lao Lu, you died such a terrible death. Shinyu found it increasingly absurd as he listened. He thought to himself, Boss Lu went to work for a day and came back to die of poisoning. There was only one needle mark on his body, but the poison wasn't administered by a doctor. This doesn't make sense, does it? He was definitely hiding something. He turned and glanced at his two henchmen. Sister-in-law, did Boss Lu really only work one day? The red-haired man next to him immediately grabbed a handful of hair and said uneasily, My sister-in-law already said. Shut up. Luo Qinghan narrowed her cold eyes as she looked at him, then pointed at the bald man who had remained silent. You say? The bald man panicked and looked questioningly at the red-haired man. Ihueli immediately stopped crying. She looked at the two of them suspiciously, her eyes wide. What happened? Are you hiding something from me? So you really killed Lao Lu? No sooner said than done. Ihueli lifted her white mourning dress, pulled a submachine gun from its holster on her thigh, and hissed. You two insatiable bastards, I'll kill you. The red-haired and bald men were so frightened that they both backed away. Li Fian quickly grabbed Ihueli and put the safety lock on. Shinyu, watching from the side, broke out in a sweat hidden beneath the morning clothes was a Minab M9. His sister-in-law was truly, well, he's a man of strong emotions. You can jump directly from the crying widow mode to black widow mode. No. The bald man panicked, waving his hands and explaining, Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. This has nothing to do with us. The red-haired man was still desperately trying to wink at him, but Shinyu's expression had turned cold. He said to the two of them in a chilling voice, You told the truth. The one with the problem is Boss Lu. If you don't tell the truth, the two of you will be the ones in trouble. Explain. What exactly did Boss Lu do that day? With a thud, the bald man knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he said, Crown Prince. That day, Boss Lu was doing very ordinary things from beginning to end. He went to the hospital for an injection this morning. In the morning, he went to the police station and met two freshman girls for escort services and drinks. At noon, he went to Kabukicho to take care of the business of that 36D shop owner. In the afternoon, he went to Tokyo's largest host club and worked for 3 hours. That evening, he went to a famous brothel in Yoshiwara and took a bubble bath. Nothing else is particularly strange. These are just his ordinary daily routines. Instantly, the morgue became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Shinyu's lips twitched involuntarily. Okay. What an exciting day for Boss Lu. He is very upright and self-disciplined. Having lived in Japan for so long, he hasn't picked up a single one of the bad habits of the men here. He took it all. Given his daily routine, even if someone doesn't assassinate him, he probably won't live much longer. Everyone instinctively looked at the woman standing to the side. Ihueli's expression was blank, as if she was completely stunned. Staring blankly at Lu Feiming's corpse, she began to take deep breaths. A long time. She put down the submachine gun in her hand. He walked to the wall and lowered his head helplessly. She took down the samurai sword hanging on the wall. Lu Feiming, I'm going to chop you up. Baka, I'll kill you. The red-haired man and the bald man rushed over and hugged her tightly. Sister-in-law, stop. Sister-in-law. My brother is already dead. You can't kill him again, sister-in-law. Besides, haven't the three of us also wronged him? Shinyu Luo, Qinghan, and the other four froze. What is that? You. 3. Chapter 298. This is like finding a louse on a bald man's head. After leaving the morning hall, Xinyu felt her head buzzing. He kept shaking his head. What kind of mess is this? That's absolutely amazing. What's the point of investigating? It's most likely those two guys who did it. He couldn't help but look at the bald man wearing sunglasses who was following behind his group. This man's name is Tianai, and his Japanese name is Takahashi Kazuma. Ihueli sent him to be Shunyu and the other's translator and assistant, saying it would help them solve the case. Will it help solve the case? Xinyu sneered inwardly, thinking, they're probably here mainly to spy on us, aren't they? After saying that she had been exposed, Ihueli gave a long speech to prove her innocence. This woman said she and Lao Lu had genuine feelings for each other, and that no matter what, she would definitely avenge Lu Faming. She claimed that as long as the murderer was found, the entire East Asian region would obey the Crown Prince's orders from now on. To be honest, Xinyu didn't believe a single word of it. That's too obvious. Given that the murderer appeared out of nowhere, anyone would think that the entire East Hongmen is the more suspicious place, right? No wonder you couldn't find the murderer after so long, because you did it yourselves. Xinyu is increasingly realizing that the quality of a region largely depends on the quality of the gloves. In good regions, such as his father's Africa region or Luo Qinghan's Southeast Asia region, the glove dealers are either focused on making money or fighting wars. Everyone racked their brains, thinking only of making their district bigger and stronger, soaring to new heights. In contrast, what about garbage places like Wei Yuanli's Western Europe area and Lu Faming's East Asia area? The guys in the glove business are all messing around. One's keeping a young lover, another's always hanging out in brothels, and his wife's having an affair with one of his men at home. It would be a miracle if this kind of district could be managed well. Brother Han, what do you think we should do now? Xinyu pulled Luo Qinghan aside and asked softly. Luo Qinghan shook her head blankly. Her mind is completely blank right now, because her budding hope for marriage had just crumbled completely. Is this what marriage is? This is just too pathetic, isn't it? Luo Qinghan thought her parents' marriage was already terrible enough, until she saw the even more dramatic version of Lu Faming and Yi Hui's divorce. Besides the murder theme, the two even added more disgusting elements such as infidelity and betrayal. Everyone says that marriage protects love, so can someone tell me, in their case, what exactly did marriage protect? Even if we take a step back and assume that the two of them don't get married and each go their own way, would Boss Lu still be alive? Luo Qinghan suddenly felt lost again. Is marriage really necessary? She didn't know. She really didn't know. Your Highness, this is Elder Qinghan. The bald man Tianai approached and asked with particular politeness. So, you two mean that our investigation should start by investigating which store Boss Lu visited on the day of the incident? Xinyu and Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance. Okay, so you're forcing us to leave Dong Hongmen quickly, right? The two instinctively looked at Feng Wanxia, who immediately gave them a look that said, just pretend you don't suspect their investigation at all. Xinyu instantly realized what was happening. Whether or not we can find out the cause of Lu Faming's death is secondary now. Our primary task as a group of 6 is save your life. We're on their turf now, and we've learned so much about their dirty dealings, and none of them even speak Japanese. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. If the other party really decides to strike in secret, then those few could very well not even know how they died. Let's start by checking the one closest to the time of the incident. Xinyu pretended to think for a moment. Tianai, what was the last place Boss Lu went before he died? Recently, bald Tianai glanced at the morning hall subconsciously and asked. That's the bubble bath in Yoshiwara's red light district. 2 p.m., Yoshiwara, near Senso-ji Temple in Tokyo. The streets are lined with quaint wooden buildings, and women dressed in brightly colored and revealing clothes stroll among them with light, quick steps. This is one of the most famous red light districts in Tokyo, known as the birthplace of bubble baths, and it's incredibly popular at night. Your Highness, this place used to not accept foreigners, but now, even the Japanese think that money from China is really tempting. But then, Tianai looked at Luo Qinghan and the others with some difficulty. None of the shops in this area serve female customers, so you and your friends probably can't come in with us. Okay, then we'll wait outside. Luo Qinghan nodded. They couldn't be happier to get away from this field. Let Xiaoyu keep him in check. However, we still need to give Xiaoyu some more equipment. Honey, don't rush inside. This is our first time in Japan. There are so many unique shops here. Why don't we browse around first and I can buy you some clothes? Luo Qinghan secretly gave Xinyu a look. Xinyu immediately understood. Yes, I should get myself ready. When you're taking a shower, you should be dressed neatly. Let's browse around first. As they spoke, the group turned around and headed to the mall to try on clothes. However, the bald man, Tian Yi, stepped in front of them, his face showing a solemn expression. He glanced at Luo Qinghan and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, if you are thinking of installing cameras or listening devices on yourselves, I advise you to abandon this idea as soon as possible. This is Yoshiwara. If you do this kind of thing here, you'll get your fingers chopped off if you get caught. Xinyu shook her head indifferently. How could that be? Every local underworld has its own rules. You have to follow the rules of the place you're in. How could I not understand this principle? 30 minutes later, in a dressing room in a shopping mall. If you get caught taking photos without permission, your fingers will be cut off. The problem is, they absolutely cannot catch them. Luo Qinghan smiled and took out a large gold chain from her bag, secretly putting it on Xunyu's wrist. Xinyu looked at it again and again in surprise. The gold chain was ordinary, nothing special about it, just the kind of chain gangsters often wore, nothing particularly remarkable about it. This is actually a camera? Right. But I can't see the camera at all. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. That's right, you couldn't tell. This is cutting-edge technology from Shun Tingfei's No. 3 Military Industrial Factory. It uses the principle of diffused imaging, aiming to make it so that even if it's right in front of your face, you won't realize you're being filmed. Even with a magnifying glass, you might not be able to find the camera. The key is that it's high definition. It can even capture your pores. But Xiaoyu, your clothing style clashes with this gold chain. Wearing it directly will easily give you away. So what? Luo Qinghan smiled and held up a perfectly draped Prada suit. You need to put on a smart suit and comb your hair like an adult. Half an hour later, wearing a thick gold chain, a navy blue pinstripe suit, and shiny leather shoes, Xinyu slowly smoothed her retro, slicked back hair. How about it? Feng Wanxia. Master, you seem to have aged 10 years all of a sudden. Luo Qinghan. But at least he finally looks like Biaozi's older brother, not his little brother, right? Li Fian. Yeah, I love this style. It would be even better with a tattoo. He'd look like a real macho man. I think it's super cool too. That's what gangsters should look like. T and I gave a thumbs up, stepped forward, and whispered, Prince, Brother Biao, who too, the owner of the shop we're going to later is a member of parliament with a very powerful background, so we have to be very polite when we speak to him. In addition, this shop has a very strong lineup of service staff, among whom Ms. Kazama is known as Japan's #1 Casanova. By the way, Your Highness, how much do you know about bubble baths? You know what a bubble bath is for, right? Xinyu was taken aback. What is a bubble bath? Isn't that obvious? He asked in surprise. Isn't that just a place for taking a bath? Chapter 299, A Pyrrhic Selling of Dog Meat. In front of a bubble bath shop called Pao no Tamashi, Xinyu stared in astonishment at the #1 Japanese Casanova before her. Goodness, that's something. Isn't this Mikami-sensei? Holy crap, they look so alike. Could this be, 4th grade? Meanwhile, Hu Tu, the nerdy guy next to Xinyu, had the same reaction. He almost blurted out, Hello, teacher. T and I quickly explained to them that Kazama-sensei does indeed look about 80–90% like Mikami-sensei, but her disadvantage is her height. She's a full 167 centimeters tall, unlike Ms. Mikami, who is a perfectly tall 158 centimeters. Xinyu was completely bewildered. What? 158 is better than 167? Is the heavenly stems reversed, meaning the shorter ones are more powerful? So, Hangu is 174 centimeters, and Feng Wanxia is 180 centimeters. They look quite tall in Japan. Well, how should I put it? T and I smiled awkwardly. They're all a bit of a flaw. Of the 3 girls you brought, The most beautiful is Miss Li Fian. Wu Debiao nodded in deep agreement. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Yoshiwara. Did you hear me? Li Fian pointed at the laptop screen and gloated wildly. When it comes to aesthetics, neon lights are the way to go. She glanced triumphantly at Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxia. Are you stupid? You two have such long, nine-headed figures and legs. You never thought you'd be disliked one day, did you? Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxia rolled their eyes in unison. To be honest, the current situation is a bit strange. After Tian Yi led Shen Yu, Wu Debiao, and Hu Tu to that shop, Luo Qinghan and the other two arrived at this hotel. The first thing Li Fian did was to retrieve the recording from the bug she had just installed in the morning hall. Yes, she is Li Fian. How could she possibly not install a bugging device? However, what they overheard in the morning hall left the three of them full of doubt. Ihueli was pounding her chest and cursing Boss Lu for being heartless, while the red-haired man comforted her, saying, "Your sister-in-law is dead, so don't be angry. Your brother was good to everyone. We must avenge him." His tone was surprisingly sincere, and he even cried as he spoke. Then Ihueli also cried, declaring that she would definitely avenge this grudge. So the two of them began to investigate at which stage Lu Laodao was attacked, and in the end, they suspected the bubble bath the most. The recording left the three of them completely bewildered. Could it be that the three of them didn't do it? Anyway, there are only two possibilities. Feng Wanxia analyzed, arms crossed. The first possibility is that all three of them are truly innocent. They only had an affair, but didn't actually do anything. Judging from Ihueli's reaction when she learned of Lu Feiming's true actions, this isn't impossible. Thinking back carefully, my sister-in-law's emotions at the time clearly jumped from, "I'm sorry" to Lao Lu to "So Lao Deng also wronged me." And Tianai and that redhead seem to have been helping Boss Lu cover up the truth all along. Luo Qinghan nodded. Indeed, if it were Tian Yi and his companion who made the move, they would have informed Ihueli about Boss Lu's matter much earlier. Then it would be reasonable to encourage and incite her to take action, rather than to cover up for Boss Lu. But this doesn't make sense logically. They wronged their elder brother, yet they remained loyal to him? That's absolutely amazing. Or it could be the second possibility, that Ihueli and the others discovered that Fei Yin had planted a listening device, and that part just now was deliberately staged for us to hear. In short, regardless of whether these three people were responsible, one thing is certain. Feng Wanxia pointed to the monitor screen. This bubble bath shop is very likely the location of the crime. Boss Lu was probably poisoned here, and then died at home. As the three were talking, they saw on the monitor that Ms. Kazama invited Shen Yu, Wu Debiao, and Tian Yi into a luxuriously decorated reception room. Then she brought 3 cups of water, knelt down, held up a tray, and presented them to the 3 people. Wait, what does she mean by that? Shen Yu on the screen immediately tensed up. Why did she kneel down? It's the new year. Is she asking for New Year's money? Tianai quickly explained that this was the kneeling service in Japan, and that people would get used to it. In this place, as long as you have money, you can get any service you want, not just kneeling. Ha ha ha. Shen Yu's panicked. Li Fian slapped her thigh and burst into laughter. He must have never had a woman kneel before him. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Qinghan, who was drinking water, was suddenly choked. Feng Wanxia quickly patted her back. After coughing for a while, Luo Qinghan finally calmed down and glared fiercely at Li Fian. What do you know? Xiaoyu doesn't like other women kneeling before him. Cut. At this moment, in the meeting room of the bubble bath shop, Ms. Kazama took out a stack of photos, about a dozen, and spread them out on the coffee table. Then, she began to explain to the 3 of them, bowing and scraping. These people are over 30 years old. These are all under 30 years old. These staff members have excellent service skills. These 3 are particularly well endowed, especially this one, who could reach G-cup size, but she's a bit tall, at 168 centimeters. Stop, stop, stop. Tian Yi quickly interrupted her, translating Shen Yu's words exactly as she had said. The 3 of us were introduced by Boss Lu. This Mr. Shun wants to choose the girl who served Boss Lu last time. After he finished speaking, Shen Yu immediately stared into Kazama-san's eyes. He noticed that there was no trace of panic in the other person's eyes, but rather a natural smile and nod. It seems this woman knows nothing about Boss Lu's death. Shinyu thought that made sense. When gangsters get into trouble, they usually don't report it to the police. Therefore, information is often strictly controlled, and it is common for people to die a long time ago, but no one knows about it. Was it the one Lu Sen chose last time? Miss Kazama recalled. I remember now, he chose the 2D self-esteem package last time. Then this Ms. Shikami pulled out a stack of photos, all of which were girls cosplaying anime characters, and who Two's eyes lit up instantly. It's her. Ms. Kazama pointed to Saber, who was wearing armor, in the middle of the pile of photos. Okay. Shinyu slapped her thigh. Then I'll choose her too. I also like Fate Stay Night. Ms. Kazama clapped her hands happily. You have excellent taste. And what about these three? Shinyu said matter-of-factly. We all choose her to serve us. Ms. Kazama was immediately stunned and opened her mouth wide. All four people choose Saber, so all five of them together? The field was covered in sweat, so they quickly pulled Shinyu aside. Your Highness, you don't actually think that a bubble bath is like a hot spring, where everyone soaks in one pool, and this Saber is in charge of serving everyone drinks and stuff, do you? Isn't that so? No. Ha ha ha. On the other side of the screen, Li Fian clutched her stomach, almost bursting into laughter. Feng Wanxia shook her head speechlessly, feeling awkward. Did Shinyu really think that Japanese people would spend tens of thousands of dollars to take a bath? My master is so innocent. There's a reason why bubble baths are called the king of Japanese entertainment. Fun fact, Japan actually prohibits the sale of pornography, but you can pretend to be a sheep but sell dog meat. For example, bubble bath. The bath itself isn't the point is the romance that blossomed between the man and woman after the bath. Here's another little known fact. Gambling is actually prohibited in Japan, but you can still pretend to be a sheep and sell dog meat. For example, pachinko machines. This thing generates more revenue in a year than Japan's military spending, but they don't count it as gambling. They count it as the video game industry. For example, some things are unhealthy, so they are censored. That would be healthy. In short, the Japanese are a nation that mainly engages in self-deception. Everyone knows their ways, but if you ask them whether they have actually done it, that's a different story. He will definitely say that nothing happened. Absolutely not. We Japanese are incredibly clean. How could we do something so shameless? At this moment, Shinyu blushed deeply and explained that it was a slip of the tongue. So Wu Debiao chose Rem, Tian Yi chose Hatsune Miku, and Hu Tu chose his favorite Tifa. Then Ms. Kazama said again. Because these girls all operate in their own themed rooms, their fees are relatively high. Here you go. Money is no problem. Shinyu said awkwardly, urging Biaozi to give her the money quickly. He genuinely thought it was just a shower, maybe a scrub at most, but little did he know. People take showers in private booths. And it's a themed room. But that's good. The location is confirmed. Boss Lu was definitely in Saber's themed room last time too. Shinyu then had Wu Debiao give Miss Si Shang a large tip. He then suggested that, for safety reasons, Wu Debiao, Hu Tu, and Tian Yi must accompany him to check out Saber's themed room first. The lady in charge agreed to everything and began to remind them of the precautions, such as not patting the staff, not having long fingernails, and if they did, she would personally trim them with nail clippers. After listening, Shinyu pondered the matter more and felt that there were many details involved. Is it forbidden to pat or hit staff members? How exactly do you pat? Because each room required preparation time, they watched an entire episode of Jujutsu Kaisen in the VIP room before finally arriving at Saber's room, led by Ms. Yashikami. This room is in a typical European castle style, complete with candlesticks, oil paintings, and chandeliers. But the main amenities include a bathtub and a European-style king-size bed. The girl cosplaying as Saber wore an armor with intricate patterns, paired with a knight's long dress. Her golden hair fell smoothly to her shoulders. Her face was delicate, and she was wearing blue contact lenses. At first glance, it does seem quite plausible. If she doesn't nod and bow, saying hi, then she won't say anything. In particular, after Shinyu got used to Feng Wanxia's blonde hair and sculpted features, seeing this woman felt even more incongruous. Honestly, people of Asian descent are not really suited to very yellow hair colors, unless you are really fair-skinned. Now it's time to serve you. After testing the water temperature, Saber deliberately splashed water onto her knight's long skirt with a coquettish laugh. She turned around and gave Shinyu a charming smile. Squirreling, she took out a bag of pink bubble bath salts from the cabinet. Amidst the clanging of armor, Saber bent over, revealing an alluring curve, just as she was about to soak the bag of bath salts into the bathtub printed with the image of Venus emerging from the bath. Wait a moment. Chapter 300 The Styx Jellyfish, a powerful move. Wait a moment. Shinyu stopped Saber. He picked up the bag of pink bath salts, squinted at the fluorescent light above his head. There are clearly two different types of crystals here. One color is lighter, with larger particles, while the other color is darker, somewhat dark red, with much smaller particles. Brother Yu, is there a problem? Wu Debiao asked in a deep voice. Shinyu nodded. Have them bring out all the bath salts. Saber, standing nearby, immediately became somewhat alarmed, while Miss Yashikami quickly explained that these bath salts were high-end and of excellent quality. Wu Debiao shoved her aside and opened the cabinet containing the bath salts. Upon closer inspection, everyone discovered that the bath salts on the top layer were all mixed in two colors, while the bottom layer consisted entirely of light-colored granules. As expected, I knew it was this thing. On the other side of the screen, Feng Wanxiao nodded. It's probably high-purity benzocaine or something like that. Throw this thing into the water, and when someone lies down, they'll be instantly anesthetized. Awesome. Li Fian stared at the bewildered expressions of Saber and Miss Yashikami on the screen. But they must have been switched. The two of them looked completely bewildered. Luo Qinghan pondered for a moment. It should be, and the murderer was a bit short on time. So they only switched the top layer because Saber would definitely take the salt from the top. But he didn't have time to deal with the parts below. At this point, Saber and Yashikami realized that the bath salts were not right, and their expressions became somewhat dishonest. Shinyu told Hu-Tu to close the door to the room, then walked up to Saber and began questioning her in a deep voice. As expected, in the past few days, every customer who came to this room and received her deep massage fell asleep immediately afterward, to varying degrees. Even after the service, she felt drowsy. It's obvious that Boss Lu was the one who made the move in this room. As she paced back and forth, Shinyu looked around. Then, he stopped in front of Ms. Kazama and said coldly, I want to access the security camera footage from this room. Ms. Kazama was shocked and exclaimed in astonishment. What are you saying? Why would we install cameras inside the house? That involves the guest's privacy. Please go and inquire around. Our shop has a long-standing reputation in Tokyo's sex industry and would never do something so blatantly disrespectful to the industry. Shinyu looked at her coldly. No cameras? Ms. Kazama's face already showed anger, as if she had been insulted, and she retorted sharply. No. With a wave of his hand, Shinyu signaled Wu Debiao to block the doorway, then pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Ms. Kazama's head. No cameras. Some. Ms. Kazama quickly raised her hands. There are 9 cameras like these in this room. So much. Shinyu's lips twitched. Ms. Kazama gave an awkward laugh. We need different shooting angles. The more angles we have, the better the editing effect, and the higher the selling price. Actually, bubble baths are just a small part of the store's revenue. Selling these videos is our main source of income. Ms. Kazama rubbed her hands shyly. Oh, as you know, it's not easy to do business in traditional industries these days. The internet is a vast blue ocean. 30 minutes later, on the basement floor, in a secluded video editing room. Was that a recording from the Saber-themed room 3 days ago, between 8 and 9 p.m.? A chubby man wearing a fisherman's hat looked troubled. I haven't gotten to that part of the editing yet. I didn't finish it last month. Shinyu nodded. In other words, no one has actually watched this surveillance footage yet. Wu Debiao raised his gun slightly. Pull it out. So the group stared wide-eyed as they began to observe Boss Lu's spending process. Everything was normal up to that point. Everything that should be there was there. Strange phenomena occurred only after Saber left the room, leaving Boss Lu alone to sleep. A person dressed as a delivery man and wearing a mask quickly approached Boss Lu's bedside and gently pressed on his body. Then he quickly left the room. The person kept their head down the whole time, with the brim of their hat pulled very low. Upon seeing this, Ms. Yashikami and Saber turned deathly pale. Si Shang's voice trembled. Lu sang, he's here now. He's dead. Shinyu pointed calmly at the screen. Let's change the angle and get a close-up. The editor adjusted the angles several times and finally found a close-up of the deliverman's hand as he pressed the boss's waist. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that what he was holding in his hand was the needle of a syringe. That's the real reason for the needle hole in his butt. Shinyu squinted at the dumbfounded Tianyi and began to have some doubts in her heart. This kid's shock doesn't seem faked. Moreover, logically speaking, if he really did it, wouldn't it be too foolish of him not to destroy the video if he knew he would come today? It seems this assassin wasn't sent by the three women, including the eldest sister-in-law. Release that doctor. You've arrested the wrong person. Shinyu sighed. He did give Boss Lu an injection, but it has nothing to do with him. It was just that the man in black shared a pinhole with him to cover it up. In front of the laptop monitor. Turning to look at Feng Wanxia, Li Fian rarely showed an anxious expression. Morise, who does this method of using poison remind you of? Just as you thought. Feng Wanxia shook her head and sighed. Styx jellyfish. It seems he's come to Japan from North America. We're in big trouble now. Luo Qinghan wasn't very familiar with people in the knife world, so she asked the two of them with some surprise. Is this Styx jellyfish very strong? Strong, and very abnormal. Feng Wanxia frowned, looking somewhat troubled. Because he has such a positive work attitude. He not only enjoys killing people his employers ask him to kill, but he also likes to escalate the situation himself by killing investigators who are investigating his cases. The better you investigate his case, the sooner you die. In other words, we're probably being watched now. Night falls in Akihabara. Shinyu and Luo Qinghan strolled along the bustling street. Do you know where in Tokyo I can buy a good knife? Li Fian asked again. She started asking this question as soon as she got off the plane. She'd heard that Japanese knives were good, and Li Fian had always wanted to come here to find a top-quality knife. However, everyone was preoccupied with the case and showed little interest in buying the knife. After finding the video, T and I took the initiative to handle the remaining trivial matters such as digging for clues, conducting investigations, and negotiating with the store, leading the Donghongman underlings in a lot of fuss. Actually, Shin Yu and the others didn't completely trust him, but the problem was that none of them spoke Japanese and they couldn't communicate effectively, so they had no choice but to leave it to Tianyi to handle. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that the murderer came in disguised as a food delivery worker and was not one of the people in the store. As for who orchestrated it, have no idea. It might be the trio of the eldest sister-in-law, but that's unlikely. The situation has reached a stalemate. At this point, Hutu suggested that they go to Akihabara, which he had been longing to visit. Akihabara has always been a must-visit destination for anime fans coming to Tokyo, and is known as the holy land of Japanese anime and manga culture. Everywhere you look, there are cosplayers and ACG girls everywhere. Take 3 steps, and you'll see Mai Shiranui. Take 3 more steps, and you'll see Jinx. Take 3 more steps, and you'll see Yumiya. Take 5 more steps, and you'll be amazing. AO run wearing sky claw manicure. They even have the Dragon King of the West Sea. Iwu's distribution speed is impressive. Shinyu was stunned. He didn't really care about any of that. His only thought was how resistant these girls were to the cold. Wearing so little in the dead of winter, weren't they cold? But Hutu on the side was completely excited. As a model otaku, this feeling of being surrounded by so many female cosplayers was a first for him. People swarmed around him all at once, saying things he couldn't understand, and then quickly pulled him into the store. When he got to the store, the omelet rice with cola cost him 4,800 yen. Before he could even take 2 bites of the omelet rice, Kurumi Tokisaki came over and wanted to dance for him, which cost another 2,000 yen. After he finished his omelet rice, Shinobu Kocho wanted to take a picture with him again. When they went to the front desk to pay the bill, they found that there was an extra 1,800 yen. At this point, the saleswoman, Kuriyama Mirai, took out several souvenirs and said, "Sir, you must buy them." Then we went to the next store. Huh, another omelet rice? After going through it several times, Hutu was completely shattered. Fairy tales are all lies, sob sob sob. So it turns out that these cosplayers are just doing their job by smiling at you. Their mission is to rip you off. who too never wants to eat omelet rice again in his life, and he will never love cosplay again. However, of course, there are also free options. When Shun Yu and Luo Qinghan walked hand in hand to the center of the small square, they saw a complete one-piece cosplay group. From Luffy and Nami to Zoro and Sanji, the main characters are all present and resemble the original characters remarkably well. The costumes are also meticulously crafted. Most importantly, it's free. Feel free to go up and take a photo. It's purely out of love. Just as Shun Yu was thinking about whether to take Luo Qinghan to find that chopper doll to take a picture together, the Empress, with the princess-cut hairstyle, suddenly walked straight towards him. Everyone was taken aback. Li Fian stepped forward and blocked Shun Yu's path. Am I dreaming? Staring blankly at Shun Yu, the Empress's eyes immediately reddened. It must be Amaterasu who heard my prayers. The Empress covered her mouth and choked up. The fate between us is absolutely preordained from 3 lifetimes ago. Long time no see, Mr. Robber. Chapter 3:01 If we meet again, we can't have tears in our eyes. Staring wide-eyed at the choked-up Empress across from him for a long time, Shun Yu finally exclaimed in astonishment. Sakura Morisawa? He thought to himself, what a coincidence that we met from afar. Bah, it's true that enemies are destined to meet. In this vast sea of people, separated by oceans, is it impossible to escape this ill-fated relationship? Mr. Robber, how have you been lately? Morisawa Sakura asked in a trembling voice. I'm alright. Your Empress cosplay is really good. Shun Yu was still giving perfunctory answers when she suddenly felt a chill down the back of her neck. He was jolted awake. Under Luo Qinghan's murderous gaze, Shun Yu quickly took a step back and gestured to the side. This is my girlfriend, Luo Qinghan. After saying that, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, he thought to himself, thank goodness my survival instincts are at their peak. But Morisawa Sakura on the other side was stunned. Girlfriend? Her gaze fell on Luo Qinghan's delicate and beautiful face, yet her eyes held a chill, and the corners of her eyes slowly lifted. No wonder I couldn't get any news about the robber from Miss Luo. It turns out Miss Luo and I have such similar tastes. Morisawa Sakura sneered. They all like robbers too. Sakura Morisawa was originally a gentle person, but now, because she was cosplaying the Empress, her makeup inevitably had to take a sharper turn. When she frowned, she even had a bit of a murderous aura. Taking a step forward, Morisawa Sakura narrowed her eyes. Miss Luo, can you give me an explanation for this? The two stood facing each other, locked in a fierce battle. Luo Qinghan has a typical tall, slender figure with a 9 head-to-body ratio. At 174 centimeters tall, she is already quite eye-catching in China, and in Tokyo, she stands out even more. Today, she was wearing a fitted long dress and a pair of plain colored leather shoes. Her waist-length hair was half down and half up, making her look even taller and more graceful. She glanced down at the 158 centimeters tall Morisawa Sakura and asked, somewhat puzzled, who are you? Sakura Morisawa almost choked on her breath. She looked at Luo Qinghan with the same frustration a hobbit feels towards an elf, but then the other person gave her an attitude of, I'm too busy to remember someone as insignificant as you. Sakura Morisawa gritted her teeth and said, Miss Luo is so forgetful. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Morisawa Sakura, and like you, I am an admirer of this robber. Oh, Luo Qinghan chuckled softly. Excuse me, aren't you overestimating yourself? I am not an admirer of Shun Yu, Miss Sens. Shun Yu is my husband. Husband? Morisawa Sakura giggled. Haha, Miss Luo, aren't you overestimating yourself? If I'm not mistaken, you mean you're just his girlfriend, right? Your girlfriend isn't working? It's not working. Their eyes clashed fiercely, almost electrifying the air. Just then, a startled cry rang out from behind Sakura Morisawa. Miss Luo, are you in Tokyo? Great. My son is saved. Everyone turned around in astonishment. Then the ambassador Morisawa waved and ran over excitedly, followed by a group of bodyguards shouting, Lord Foreign Minister, please slow down. It's 10 p.m. The residence of Masao Morisawa, who has been promoted from ambassador to Japanese foreign minister. The courtyard was covered with carefully trimmed moss, as soft and orderly as a green velvet carpet, and stone lanterns were scattered along the path, their light dim and ambiguous. The roof tiles of the main house are neatly arranged, and the eaves are slightly upturned, like the wings of a bird about to take flight. In the pond next to it, koi carp swim freely. Several tall cherry trees stretched out their branches, and although they were not in bloom, they still exuded a simple and tranquil beauty. Wow, isn't that amazing? Why does Morisawa Masao's house look like a tourist attraction? Looking at the mansion before her, Li Fian couldn't help but secretly marvel. How could it not be awesome? Feng Wanxiao whispered. He's been promoted from ambassador to foreign minister. He's clearly aiming to become the prime minister of Japan. The foreign minister, or minister of state for foreign affairs, is one of the most prestigious and powerful positions in Japan and a necessary step for many to become prime minister. Many people go from foreign minister to prime minister and then to assassination. The Morisawa family is one of the most prominent political families in Japan, and Masao Morisawa is not even 50 years old this year, so his future is obviously limitless. At that moment, upon hearing the whispers between Li Fian and the other person behind her, Luo Qinghan's eyelids twitched involuntarily. To be honest, just now, her thoughts on the question of whether or not to get married have changed again. Luo Qinghan suddenly realized that compared to the illustrious Sen Ziying, the title of Shen Yu's girlfriend seemed a bit not enough. I'm not quite able to intimidate this vixen. Just now, when she sarcastically remarked that Shen Yu was her boyfriend instead of her husband, Luo Qinghan couldn't even retort. She also felt that the two titles were indeed somewhat different, seemingly with a significant difference in rank. It seems like one is a permanent employee and the other is a temporary worker. Miss Qinghan, Mr. Shen Yu, your presence truly honors my humble abode. Morisawa Masao slowly picked up the small, exquisite teacup, gently turned it twice, and then presented it to Shen Yu with both hands. People from the Dragon Kingdom believe in fate, in everything. I have a deep connection with both of you. With you two here today, my son's marriage is finally saved. After Sakura Morisawa finished translating, the handsome young man next to Masao Morisawa immediately bowed deeply and said loudly, "Please, this is Kazuo Morisawa, the eldest son of Masao Morisawa. He bears a striking resemblance to his younger sister, Sakura Morisawa, with about 70% similarity in appearance. Although his features are more angular, he still looks gentle, refined, and handsome." Morisawa Kazuo bowed and gave a brief account of what had happened to him. He's getting married soon. The wedding date was set last year, it's next week. However, before the Lunar New Year, Morisawa's family received a series of threats, some of which involved his wedding. At the time, Masao Morisawa was serving as the ambassador to the Philippines. Morisawa Kazuo reported the incident to the police and contacted the Sujiguchi Gumi, but to this day, they still haven't been able to find out anything. I see. Shen Yu and Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance. This is a bit troublesome. It's not about the amount of money. Given Morisawa Masao's current status, they should help him even for the sake of future international cooperation. The problem is, they're currently investigating Boss Lu's case and have just made a small breakthrough. But Morisawa Kazuo's matter can't wait, because his older brother's wedding is next week. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but frown. Does Mr. Ifu have any idea who might threaten you? No. Kazuo Morisawa looked bewildered. I'm a good-tempered person, and I've always been very careful in officialdom, walking on thin ice. I really can't imagine who I could have offended. I guess. He's probably still my dad's political enemy. You bastard. Morisawa Masao's expression immediately changed. You're just a good-for-nothing, why blame me? Morisawa Kazuo quickly lowered his head, not daring to say anything more, but his face clearly showed his resentment. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little awkward. Seeing the tension between the father and son, Shinyu suggested that Morisawa Kazuo take them to see the scene first. So, led by Kazuo Morisawa, the group crossed the courtyard and arrived at Kazuo's and his fiancée Lu Mengmeng's room. That's right, his fiancée's name is Lu Mengmeng. This guy married a Chinese woman. He met this Chinese girl, who was also studying at Princeton University in the United States, while skiing in Switzerland. The two fell in love at first sight, So they flew to the Great Barrier Reef in Australia to go diving, then went to Antarctica to see penguins, and after watching the wildebeest migration in Africa, they went straight back to Tokyo to get engaged. Girl, how romantic was the way you two met. Shin Yu teased Lu Mingming. That's for sure. So romantic. Lu Mingming is a lively girl from northeast China with a striking appearance. She has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and has the innate straightforwardness of Northeasterners. She is very outgoing and makes people like her as soon as they start talking to her. Luo Qinghan was unusually sensitive to the topic of marriage, and she asked Lu Mingming with some curiosity. Why did you decide to marry Kazuo Morisawa? Was it because of romance? No. Lu Mingming lowered her voice and whispered to Shun Yu Luo Qinghan. People from China don't lie to people from China actually. I didn't want to marry a Japanese person at first. I thought the whole country was full of perverts. But his family is too rich. Look at this house. Even if I get married and then divorced, I'll still make a profit, right? She made exaggerated facial expressions, causing Luo Qinghan and the others to burst into laughter. Showing off the large ruby ring on her right ring finger, Lu Mingming said proudly, "Family members, look at this treasure he gave me. Good heavens, it's worth over 700,000 Chinese yuan. At the time, I thought, this kid is stupid. Rather than leaving him to be slaughtered by someone else, I might as well do it myself." Everyone burst into laughter again, and Shun Yu quickly gestured for her to keep her voice down. "Sis, why are you talking nonsense? Your husband is right here." "It's all right, I don't understand Chinese." Lu Mingming waved her hand casually and glanced at Morisawa Kazuo, who was grinning foolishly. Seeing so many Chinese people coming, she had the illusion that my family has come, and she was so excited that she couldn't control her mouth. He doesn't understand the language of China, but his sister does. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but remind her. Holy crap, really? Lu Mingming was startled and quickly said to Luo Qinghan. Xiao Luo quickly asked that question again. What's the problem? Regarding why I decided to marry him. Oh, so Luo Qinghan asked again. Then why did you marry him? After glancing at Morisawa Sakura, Lu Mingming shouted. It's because of love. Absolutely pure love. Shin Yu and the others couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs. People from northeast China are always so infectious. People in most high-latitude, cold regions of the world have a kind of cold and aloof demeanor, such as Scandinavians and Russians, who are all very quiet. But the people from northeast China are an exception. Everyone here is a comedian, with humor as their life's motto. It's said that if you're alone in northeast China, you practically have no chance of survival. Lu Mingming is a typical funny person from northeast China. Although she speaks in a humorous way, everyone can actually tell from the way she looks at Morisawa Kazuo that she truly loves this man. Luo Qinghan suddenly couldn't sit still. Lately, the question of whether or not to get married has been swirling in her mind. Seeing Shun Yu and the others chatting happily, she quietly pulled Lu Mingming aside and whispered, Mingming, can you answer one question for me seriously? Do you think that loving someone necessarily means getting married? Chapter 302 Married women are the only one. Is that even a question? Lu Mingming's eyes widened in surprise. Of course we'll get married. Isn't it a huge loss for someone not to get married? Luo Qinghan hadn't expected her to be so resolute, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Why? If a person is financially. It has nothing to do with money. Lu Mingming grabbed her hand and said in a low voice. Xiao Luo, let me tell you, marriage is one of the few unique things in this world. Do you understand? Uniqueness. Yes, think about it carefully. You can own countless clothes, countless bags, and countless lipsticks at the same time, but you can only have one husband. Luo Qinghan was taken aback. It seemed to make sense. Of course, Lu Mingming shrugged matter-of-factly. Your husband is the same. He can watch 5 TV shows, play 6 games, and buy 7 pairs of basketball shoes at the same time, but he can only marry one wife. That's called uniqueness. Think about it. How many things are truly unique? Very few. There were only a few husband and wife, parents, the motherland. That's all. If you can't meet someone you like, that's one thing. But you do meet them, the only one offered to you, and you actually don't want them? Are you stupid? You're not going to get married, You're just a girlfriend? Goodness, do you even know how many girlfriends he has? When you live together, you're all lovey-dovey when things are good. But if you have a fight, she just packs her bags and leaves. What can you do? Go to the law. The law only protects the wife's rights. She won't even listen to you. Because girlfriends are not the only ones. The only one can be your spouse, and that has always been the case. Xiao Luo, remember this. If you're just a girlfriend, then you're nothing at all. You're a nobody, you know that? Luo Qinghan was completely stunned. Lu Mingming's tirade completely stunned her. So, my girlfriend was nothing to me. Nobody? Luo Qinghan swayed, completely stunned. After all that fuss, it turns out I'm nobody. I am not unique. Luo Qinghan became more and more frightened the more she thought about it. Yes, indeed, only husband and wife possess uniqueness and exclusivity. Think about it carefully. People always say that you are my only one. But if you really want to be the only one, there is only one way, isn't it, to get married? Only husband and wife are truly unique. Even if he's not doing well, he's still the only one. The two were speaking quite loudly, and since the topic was something that girls were interested in, it immediately attracted the attention of Feng Wanxiao and Li Fian over there. Upon hearing Lu Mingming say, from ancient times to the present, marriage can only be one-on-one, Li Fian pouted and retorted unconvinced. You're wrong. Who said marriage is the only option? Wasn't polygamy a common practice in ancient times? The emperor had 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. Wrong. Lu Mingming held up one finger, looking smug. My master's degree was in East Asian marriage history, and let me tell you, there has never been polygamy in the history of China. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Never had one. In ancient China, there was a system called one husband, one wife, and multiple concubines. You must understand that the wife and the concubine had completely different statuses. After glancing at the 3 of them, Lu Mingming spoke eloquently. In ancient China, a wife was the husband's legal spouse and possessed all rights, while a concubine? The essence of a concubine is nothing more than a household servant. She's not even on the official payroll. Li Fian and Feng Wanxiao froze on the spot. I don't know why. They felt offended. No. Service personnel? Girl, who are you picking? Who is no longer on the payroll? You need to explain yourself clearly. Luo Qinghan, standing to the side, was now completely shaken. She heard a voice within her own heart, as if it were shouting loudly. I still need to get married. No, that's what we're saying. We need to be on the payroll. Even if you're not on the official payroll, you still dare to bare your teeth at Marizawa Sakura. If I married Xiaoyu, would she dare to act so recklessly today? That's it. Xiaoyu is my real husband now. Every inch of him, from top to bottom. No, even every single hair on his head is mine, his own. The law stipulates that only I can touch this fur. No one else is allowed to touch it because I am the only one. It's time to settle. Luo Qinghan clapped her hands, declaring, this marriage must go ahead. Just as she was lost in thought, Kazuo Morisawa walked in with a pink envelope. He glanced at Luo Qinghan and the others from afar, then looked at Lu Mingming, his expression immediately becoming tense. He clearly wanted them to come over and talk privately, afraid of scaring his fiancée. Oh, it's nothing. Lu Mingming waved her hand dismissively. I'm not afraid. It's just a threatening letter, isn't it? It must have been your dad's political enemies who planted it. Isn't that obvious? Then, Lu Mingming explained the whole story to everyone. She found the letter in her bedroom when she woke up that day. Because it was pink, she thought it was a love letter from some girl to Kazuo Morisawa, so she took it and went to confront him. Her husband was horrified when he saw it. When he opened the pink envelope and read the contents, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Mingming then realized that this was a threatening letter. It seemed to say something like, those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. He wouldn't let me see it. But even if he did, I couldn't understand the Japanese characters. Feng Wanxiao opened the pink envelope, pulled out a card, and her expression immediately changed upon seeing it. She's been practicing Japanese even while walking lately, so of course she recognizes these characters. This is not at all a case of those who do many unrighteous deeds will surely perish. Instead, the dark moon shines brightly. The wedding turns into a funeral. Morisawa Kazuo lowered his head guiltily. It was obvious that he was afraid of scaring Lu Mingming away, so he lied to her and didn't tell her the truth about the letter. We checked the surveillance footage and found that there was a power outage the night before, but nothing was recorded. We immediately increased security at the house, doubling the level of security. But it didn't work at all. It happened twice more. Both times the power went out suddenly at night, and then when it got light, there were extra things in the house. Once it was by the pond in the courtyard, and once it was under the steps of the gate. Morisawa Kazuo's face was filled with fear, and his voice trembled slightly. Luo Qinghan frowned. Are they all threatening letters? No. The next two are items. Once it was a lock of gray hair. The other time was this. With that, Kazuo Morisawa put on gloves and opened a box. Under the harsh white light of the fluorescent lamps, a needle lay horizontally in the box, its tip gleaming with a pale red light. Xinyu and Luo Qinghan's gazes froze for a moment. Another needle? Brother Han, I think we should take on this job. Touching her chin, Xinyu whispered to Luo Qinghan. Why do I feel like this is the same case as Boss Lu's case? After everyone returned to the living room, Xinyu took a picture of the pink envelope and sent it directly to her sister-in-law Ihueli and Tianyi, asking them to quickly search the house to see if Boss Lu had received a similar letter before his death. While they waited, they chatted with Kazuo Morisawa about the details of the case. At that moment, Lu Mingming's ragdoll cat jumped onto the sofa, ran to Xinyu's legs, and started rubbing against him incessantly. Ragdoll cats, often called the fairy cats of the cat world, have always been known for their beauty. The plush toy Lu Mingming is even more stunning. Its eyes seem to hold the stars and the sea, and every time it gazes at you, it's as if it's trying to draw you in. What's even more adorable is its fur, fluffy and luxurious, just like a soft cloud. It stared at Xinyu with a coquettish expression, occasionally twitching its nose and gently licking Xinyu's hand with its tongue. Good lad, even the female cat likes you, Lu Mingming said, spreading her hands. Look at my Tangxiu. She's absolutely gorgeous and loves Xinyu. She's practically the Luo Qinghan of the cat world. Everyone burst into laughter. Actually, the atmosphere in the room was quite tense when we were talking about the threatening letter, but Lu Mingming's words dispelled it. To be honest, Lu Mingming is pretty, but she's nowhere near the level of top beauties like Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxia. But now everyone understands a little why she was so infatuated with Kazuo Morisawa. Interesting souls are 1 in a million. It's like marrying a wife and getting a stand-up comedian as a bonus. This buy one get one free deal is really hard for a guy like Kazuo Morisawa, who grew up in a conservative environment, to refuse. So Xinyu picked up Tangxiu and started petting the cat. The little thing's fur was so nice. The more he touched it, the more he liked it, and soon he was addicted. Seeing the look of delight on his face, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but pout. Her thoughts now are completely different from what they were just an hour ago. She felt so insecure. She felt she wasn't unique. She's incredibly jealous. She watched Xinyu happily touching the candy ball, her face beaming with joy. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Xiaoyu, is this cat nice to pet? Is it even better to touch than me? Snort. Chapter 303, I'm the slipperiest. Luo Qinghan found it a little funny herself. Why was she jealous of a cat? But seeing Xinyu's blissful expression, she was still very unhappy. Lu Mingming's words just now suddenly made her feel a great sense of crisis, as if she wasn't much ahead of Marizawa Sakura. Is it just that he has that extra layer of relationship with Xiaoyu? Thinking of that incident, she immediately recalled New Year's Eve. That night, Xiaoyu was really reckless. To be honest, Luo Qinghan was walking with a limp the next day. All she could think about was that she needed to rest for a week and recover before doing anything else, but only a few days have passed. She suddenly couldn't help but reach out and grab her leg tightly. How could I? Why are you craving it again? Especially today. When she watched Xiaoyu go to the bubble bath on the monitor, her mind was filled with the image of what would happen if I took a bath with Xiaoyu, and she suddenly felt thirsty. Even when shopping, it was really difficult for her to control herself and not pinch Xiaoyu's breasts. But she became unhappy later because she met Marizawa Sakura, and Xiaoyu even praised her for her good Empress cosplay. And then this cat. It also became Xiaoyu's pet. Cut. Is it slipperier than me? Impossible. Xiaoyu even praised me, saying I'm as smooth as silk. Luo Qinghan was wrinkling her nose when her sister-in-law, Ihueli, rang on the phone. Found an identical letter. There's only one sentence inside. The dark moon shines brightly. Humans and ghosts are on different paths. Everyone's expression immediately froze. Damn, it really is the same thing. What exactly does black moon shines brightly mean? The older sister-in-law's voice suddenly rose on the other end of the phone. Could it be the name of some Japanese woman that Lao Lu knows? It shouldn't be. Luo Qinghan pointed to Lu Feiming's photo on her phone and turned to ask Morisawa Kazuo. Mr. Morisawa, do you know this person? Kazuo Morisawa nodded. I saw him at a party once. This gentleman seems to be involved in the underworld. Lu Mingming chimed in. I remember it too. The old man was lecherous and kept staring at my chest. Feng Wanxia, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly asked, What did you guys talk about at your gathering? It's nothing much. Morisawa Kazuo's expression became unnatural. Just some business matters. I went mainly on behalf of my dad, and they felt I wasn't important enough, so they didn't say much to me. Luo Qinghan's expression suddenly turned scrutinizing. Where did you meet back then? Kazuo Morisawa thought for a moment. Kuroima Town. Moonflower Resort. Showa Onsen. Night falls in a Japanese-style guest room at Morisawa Mansion. The sliding door was tightly closed, covered with translucent washi paper, giving it a hazy, ethereal beauty. The walls are a light beige, and a traditional Japanese ukiyo-e print hangs on the wall. The geisha in the print has her eyes lowered, as if telling a story from the past. Tatami mats occupy most of the room, with several plain-colored quilts neatly stacked on them. The quilts are embroidered with simple cherry blossom patterns, and the light pink color complements the surrounding environment. That's interesting. Wearing a Japanese-style bathrobe, Shinyu looked around the guest room with a sense of novelty. Today, they were warmly invited to stay at Morisawa Kazuo's home. Of course, the more important reason was that Lu Mingming said they were her family and refused to let them leave, insisting on talking with Luo Qinghan all night long. Luo Qinghan is not a talkative person. She doesn't usually talk much. But Lu Mingming is a chatterbox who can't stop telling jokes, and she needs a friend like Luo Qinghan who is a good listener and rarely responds. The two chatted enthusiastically, while Li Fian and Feng Wanxiao went to the room for practicing kendo, and Hu Tu was eager to teach Wu Debiao how to play Go. Shinyu first took a bath in one of those wooden tubs, then returned to her room to start thinking about the case. Morisawa Kazuo has just recounted his entire experience at the Moonflower Resort in detail. What particularly caught Shinyu and the others' attention was a dinner party at the Showa Onsen. This was a high-profile gathering, but even more alarming was the high mortality rate among the attendees. There were a total of these people at the dinner party. Kazuo Morisawa Mengming Lu, second-generation politicians, threatened with a threatening letter that says they will kill them on their wedding day. Lu Feiming, a member of the Chinese underworld. He was stabbed in a bubble bath after being drugged with anesthetic and was unconscious. He died of the poisoning after returning home. Kazuo Koike, a member of the Yamaguchi Gumi, a Japanese Yakuza group, who was found dead in the gang's toilet, having died of poisoning, even before Lu Feiming. Matsumoto Chao, the owner of Uezahua, who was originally a wealthy man, recently faced a bankruptcy crisis and disappeared without a trace. No one can contact him. Maeda Oga, a politician who was recently arrested for corruption and is currently in prison. Clearly, Black Moon Shines Brightly is an abbreviation for the location of their banquet. The motive for the murder must be known to one of these people. Shinyu really wanted to gather all these people together, make them stand in a circle, then adjust his non-existent glasses and shout, "That cunning frog keeps touching your belly." That would be incredibly cool. But the problem now is, the prime suspects, Matsumoto Chao and Maeda Oga, cannot be found. One of them is hiding from debt collectors, and no one knows where he went, while the other got into trouble and is being held in jail. Da-da-da. A series of footsteps approached, and the sliding door was pulled open with a whoosh. Shinyu looked up and was immediately stunned. The room was dimly lit. The visitor had long hair styled in a princess cut and wore the Empress's signature red cheongsam. looking as if she had stepped out of One Piece. At first glance, Shinyu mistook it for Marizawa Sakura and instinctively shrank back. However, he immediately realized something was wrong. How could Marizawa Sakura be that tall? Where can you find someone with such a curvy figure? He gazed at the Empress's long, straight, beautiful legs revealed by the high slit in her dress, her ample bosom, and her aloof, stunningly beautiful, arrogant yet irresistibly alluring face. Brother Han. Shinyu stared in astonishment. Mouth agape, why was Luo Qinghan dressed like this? However, I must say, she really suits this cosplay perfectly. Shinyu was increasingly amazed by it. Originally, Luo Qinghan, like the Empress, had an explosive figure with incredibly long legs, and her aloof temperament was really suitable for cosplaying such a domineering female lead. Wow, this is so similar. Looking at the person in front of him, Shinyu felt as if the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds had merged instantly. So, for such a long time just now, she and Lu Mingming were fiddling with cosplaying the Empress, right? How beautiful, Your Majesty. Shinyu walked up to her, both amused and impressed. Did you even cut your hair right away? Luo Qinghan nodded proudly and said in the tone of an empress, I definitely didn't ask my husband's opinion before getting my hair cut, but I'm not worried. I will be forgiven for whatever I do, because I am too beautiful. As she spoke, she strode forward with her long, straight legs, her clothes fluttering as she walked up to Shinyu and gently lifted Shinyu's chin. Then, her fingers moved downwards. It slashed across my chest, sweep across the abdominal muscles. Ultimately, it ended up on Shinyu's belt. Chapter 304. Luo Qinghan's fingers traced along Shinyu's belt again and again, her heart fluttering. As she swayed, she also felt ashamed. Don't even think about that stuff until Boss Lu's case is finished, who said that again. But you can't blame me entirely. She couldn't help but pout. I was chatting with Lu Mingming in the living room just now, and the conversation drifted to cosplay. That's when Luo Qinghan realized that Lu Mingming was actually an expert in it. She now runs a cosplay clothing store in Japan, and Morisawa Sakura's outfit today is from her store. Actually, my sister-in-law's height is a disadvantage. She's not really suited to cosplaying a character with long legs like the Empress. But speaking of which, Xiaohan, with your stunning looks, you could cosplay anyone with ease. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Lu Mingming stared at Shinyu's departing figure, then nudged Luo Qinghan with a mischievous grin. Hey, you have such a stunning figure. How about you cosplay as my Shiranui tonight, and help Shinyu fulfill every man's dream? Luo Qinghan's face flushed instantly, and her earlobes felt burning hot. What kind of nonsense is this? If she really wore a revealing outfit like my Shiranui's, wouldn't it be so obvious that she was going to invite you? Just 2 days ago, she was crying and begging him to be merciful for the next couple of days, saying she absolutely had to rest for a week because she really couldn't take it anymore after that incident. So you went and flirted with him, only to embarrass yourself? Would I, Luo Qinghan, do something so shameful? Meeting. Luo Qinghan thought to herself, I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I don't want to cosplay my Shiranui. She pouted, somewhat stubbornly. I want to cosplay Empress Boa Hancock. She was still jealous of Morisawa Sakura. To be honest, she wasn't this jealous before. She never even looked at Xiaoyu's phone. But ever since she gave herself to Xiaoyu, she has been unable to control her jealousy. Luo Qinghan now realizes that whether or not there is that kind of relationship between the two people makes a world of difference in their mindset. She's extremely concerned about how Shinyu treats the other girls, afraid that she might be outshone by them in some way. Especially after meeting Morisawa Sakura today, Luo Qinghan didn't say it, but she felt in her heart, how could it be such a coincidence? How annoying. Moreover, Marizawa Sakura's appearance at the time was really stunning. Even Xiaoyu praised her. Although Luo Qinghan pretended not to know her, she was actually quite bothered by it. However, she also felt somewhat embarrassed to express this to Xiaoyu. So she decided, let's just crush Morisawa Sakura. Having made up her mind, Luo Qinghan asked Lu Mingming to help her cosplay the Empress, and Lu Mingming lived up to her reputation as a professional. From makeup to clothing to hairstyle, after all that work, the final result was absolutely stunning, like breaking down the barriers between dimensions. They left Morisawa Sakura far behind. Her taillights were completely out of sight. Looking at Luo Qinghan, Lu Mingming shook her head repeatedly with a sigh. No wonder all the boys want to be Luffy. Back in Shen Yu's bedroom, Luo Qinghan, with a straight face, uttered the line, "Because I am too beautiful," and then began to feel restless all over, her hands starting to have their own ideas. She licked her pink tongue, about to speak, when Shen Yu suddenly and unexpectedly hugged her, asking in a pleading tone, "Baby, can I kiss you? I know it's a lot of work for you girls to do this kind of makeup. It'll all smudge after a kiss, but I really can't hold back anymore. I love how you look in this outfit." Luo Qinghan smiled. She was overjoyed. It was worth all that effort. Xiao Yu really loves her outfit. "You can kiss as much as you want. But honey, before we kiss, you have to answer one question for me. We're both empresses, but who's prettier, me or Morisawa Sakura?" "Who? Morisawa Sakura?" Shen Yu was completely bewildered. Then it dawned on him. I thought Luo Qinghan wanted to try it because she thought Mori Sakura's cosplay was beautiful. After all that fuss, it turns out Han Ge was just being stubborn. Is this a deliberate attempt to eliminate Morisawa Sakura? I'm dizzy. Shen Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He suddenly felt that Luo Qinghan was so childish. "No, brother Han. How can her short legs compare to yours? Stop joking. You're not jealous of her, are you? Hanji, if you're going to be jealous, at least be jealous of someone equally matched. Why don't you just be jealous of Sen-sensei?" Luo Qinghan was also a little embarrassed. It's not just Morisawa Sakura. She's even jealous of cats. She had Shen Yu sit down on the tatami mat, and Luo Qinghan lay on his lap like a kitten, hugging him. Then, she let him gently stroke her long hair. Meow. She let out a sweet cry, closed her eyes happily, and rubbed against Shen Yu's leg affectionately. "Humph, Candy Ball. What are you so proud of? In the end, I won. Whether it's comparing cosplay or petting, my husband still likes me the most." "Yes. Honey, I know. I'm really jealous right now." Luo Qinghan said somewhat apologetically. "That's not right, but there's nothing wrong with this." Shen Yu interrupted her, somewhat embarrassed. "Because I'm the same way." Luo Qinghan was taken aback. "You do this too?" Shen Yu nodded shyly. "Brother Han, actually, a lot of guys were staring at you the whole way here today, you know? I was extremely annoyed at the time. There was this idiot who turned around 3 times. I just don't understand Japanese. If I did, I would have just cursed him out. What are you looking at? Watch out, or your car will run you over." As he spoke, he snorted resentfully. Seeing Shen Yu's indignant expression, Luo Qinghan was stunned. Is that true? To be honest, she hadn't paid much attention to passers-by. But now that Shen Yu said that many people had been staring at her along the way, she was a little incredulous. Are people watching me? She didn't notice at all. She kept looking at Shen Yu the whole time. "Honey, if this happens again, you can." After thinking for a long time, Luo Qinghan finally managed to utter a sentence. "You can hold me tighter. It seems there's no other way, is there?" Just like when other girls looked at Shen Yu, she could only hug Shen Yu tightly to assert her ownership, but she couldn't jump out and point her finger at him and say, "Hey you stop looking." After all, Shen Yu isn't a fan of riding the horse movies. You can only watch them if you have a membership. They want to see it. Can you stop them? "I really wanted to hug you then," Shen Yu said with a bitter face, "but I didn't dare." Luo Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise. "You dare not?" Shen Yu was also a little embarrassed. "I wouldn't dare. Because there's a fire burning inside me. Brother Han, you have no idea. These past few days I've been thinking about the two of us on New Year's Eve. I'm even afraid that if I hug you, something might happen in the street. That would be terrible." Uffed. Luo Qinghan imagined the scene and couldn't hold back her emotions. "You're still laughing?" Shen Yu was furious and embarrassed. He immediately left Luo Qinghan's hair and went to where he could run wild. Luo Qinghan's laughter stopped abruptly. She exclaimed, "Ah," and her face flushed red. It was winter, and the temperature in Neon was very low, but she suddenly felt, "Is this room a bit hot?" "It's so hot." The room was bathed in the warm orange light of the lamp, and a gentle north wind blew outside, along with that restless hand. Luo Qinghan closed her eyes, feeling both weak and somewhat content. She now truly feels hopeless. She had insisted on waiting a week to recover. But what about now? My legs are so sore I can't even close them. As Shun Yu slowly hugged her from behind, Luo Qinghan felt his cheek gently stroking her forehead. The two of them unconsciously and slowly lay down on the tatami mat. Ah, that intoxicating fragrance slowly entered his nostrils. Luo Qinghan heard Xiao Yu breathing heavily in his ear, saying in a slightly hoarse voice, "Brother Han, I think I might not be able to hold out for another week." Turning her head away, Luo Qinghan gently stroked Shun Yu's chin behind her, closed her eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "Yeah, would you like to taste the Empress?" Shun Yu swallowed hard. "I want to. I want to defile you right now." Her chest heaving, Luo Qinghan said softly, "Then what are you waiting for? Come up." Chapter 305 Unable to Walk Again. The next morning, in Li Fian and Feng Wanxia's room, Luo Qinghan sat listlessly at the dining table, looking utterly exhausted. It's not her fault. She really did expend a lot of energy last night. Practice makes perfect. It may be familiar, but the pain is still real. Luo Qinghan glared at Shun Yu, who was beaming with pride, with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. It's rotten. They show absolutely no mercy to women. But how come he's so healthy? He doesn't seem to have any problems at all. Unlike me, I almost went into shock last night, and when I woke up this morning I couldn't even walk. My inner thigh muscles hurt so much when I moved. No, I need to take a week off this time. Xiao Yu, nothing you say will make a difference. A full week, strictly controlled, not a single day less. No changes to the contract. So, Henin, what do you think? Feng Wanxia turned her gaze to her, and everyone else looked over as well. The Crown Prince's residence has gradually developed its own fixed procedures for deliberation. Usually, everyone speaks freely first, and when they have talked enough, Feng Wanxia will give a preliminary plan. Next, it depends on Luo Qinghan's opinion on the plan whether she agrees or disagrees. If she agrees, then Xinyu will make the final decision. Upon hearing Feng Wanxia's question, Luo Qinghan was suddenly taken aback. Is it my turn to speak? But I didn't hear a word she said. My mind is filled with Xiaoyo's many misdeeds last night. All sorts of methods, countless positions. Boss, Li Fian rolled her eyes. Did your IQ drop to 0 from chatting with Lu Mengmeng last night? Or did you have a blast playing with Xinyu? Are you even thinking straight? Luo Qinghan's ears immediately turned bright red. No, there isn't. Fian, don't blame Xiaoyu for nothing. She protested weakly, her voice so soft it could melt your heart, clearly a coquettish plea. Call. Feng Wanxia helplessly covered her forehead. Okay. While the cattle and horses are working hard, the bosses are indulging in debauchery and revelry every night. I'm tired. Destroy it. Xinyu, who was standing nearby, quickly came to the rescue. Brother Han, Wanxia just said that we should split into 2 groups, one to go to the prison to find that politician Maeda Ogo on the list, and the other to find that businessman Matsumoto Chao. What do you think? Luo Qinghan quickly tried to recall her completely erratic thoughts and put some effort into thinking. That's definitely how it should be. When asked yesterday what Morisawa Kazuo and the others discussed at their gathering, his answer was extremely vague, and Luo Qinghan already had a hunch at the time. Judging from the identities of these individuals, it's nothing more than a collusion between the political, business, and criminal elements. Without a doubt, these people must have known some unspeakable secret, but then something happened that someone wanted to kill them all. Kazuo Morisawa didn't know much, since he was going in place of his father. So to learn more, he had to find the political and business figures. One of them went missing and the other was arrested, but they both have money and can't afford to hire a top-tier assassin like Styx Jellyfish, making them the most suspicious. She nodded. We should definitely start with these 2. Then Xiaoyu and I will each lead a team and go separately to find this political figure and this business figure. Which of the 2 will have to travel the least distance? Of course it's the politician in that prison, Feng Wanxia said. So, you and Fei Yin Hu too go to find this politician, Maeda Oga, and I, along with Master De Biao, go to find this businessman, Matsumoto Chao? Everyone nodded. Generally speaking, when they divide into teams, they separate Luo Qinghan and Feng Wanxia, who are the 2 smartest. Then separate Wu De Biao and Li Fian, who are the strongest in terms of martial arts, to ensure that both teams are skilled in both martial arts and academics, and to maximize their minimum capabilities. Then it settled. Just as Shunyu was about to announce the start of the operation, Luo Qinghan suddenly blushed and said, Wait a minute. Let Wanxia join my group, and Hu Tu and Xiaoyu. Seeing the surprised looks on everyone's faces, Luo Qinghan lowered her head and whispered guiltily, My mind isn't quite right today. I can't think about much. We need Wanxia's help to make a decision. Instantly, Feng Wanxia and Li Fian both looked at Shunyu. They all made an international friendship gesture. You despicable person. It was bad enough that they ruined her body, but they also ruined her mind. By the way, do you know where to buy good knives in Tokyo? Li Fian couldn't help but ask again. We can check it out while we're on our way to investigate. Feng Wanxia rolled her eyes at her. Please, we're going to a prison. How is it on the way? Standing on the top floor of a villa, Shunyu used binoculars to look at the worried creditors huddled in front of the government building. They arrived at the Moonlight Blossom resort early yesterday morning and stayed for the day, only to find it packed with people like them, all looking for Matsumoto Chow. However, this once grand and luxurious resort is now completely abandoned and closed. Like Huang He of the Jiangnan leather factory, Matsumoto Chow, whose capital chain has broken down, has already absconded with the money with his sister-in-law. The three-story administration building is now filled with creditors who owe Matsumoto Chow money. When Shunyu asked them if they knew where Matsumoto Chow was, their answers were all the same. I don't know, but I will definitely be here every day to wait for him. It has a tragic grandeur, like Jingwei filling the sea. Looks like our lead has been cut off. Hu Tu looked dejected. We waited all day yesterday, from morning till night, asking everyone we met, but we haven't heard a thing. Your Highness, shall we continue to wait today? How about we try a different method? Indeed. T and I nodded. Your Highness, waiting here is a waste of time. These people have been waiting for almost a month. If they could get clues here, they would have found Matsumoto Chow long ago. Shunyu frowned. Indeed. He didn't think he could wait for Matsumoto Chow here either. I don't think I can get anything out of talking to those creditors downstairs. However, he believes that these people still possess information. Lots of information. Look there. Shunyu pointed to the entrance of the administration building, a smile curving her lips. That security guard is here again. Don't you guys think he's weird? Everyone looked downstairs and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing an old uniform and carrying a boxed lunch, staggering into the administration building. Tian Yuan blinked. What was strange? These people are all like this. They're afraid they won't be able to catch Matsumoto Chow, so they just find any place in this administration building to eat. This security guard isn't anything special. Take a close look at the clothes these debt collectors are wearing. Most of them are wearing suits, or at least they are very presentable, Shunyu said with a smile, pointing to the people below. Take another look at him. Wu Debiao and the other two were a little confused. The security guard was indeed dressed in shabby clothes, but so what? Shunyu raised an eyebrow. Everyone who comes here to stake out is either a creditor, a shareholder, or a senior executive. Isn't it strange that he's the only security guard? This resort just went bankrupt, and it only owed him less than a month's wages. How much can a security guard earn that makes him come every day? Logically speaking, he's not a creditor. If he cornered Matsumoto Chow, he could only get back a month's salary. He should obviously spend that time looking for a new job, right? Shunyu glanced at the three people who were slowly beginning to understand, and then explained. But he came, very frequently, and in a very strange way. Everyone else just waits here, goes to buy food at mealtimes, and comes back to eat. But he's come 3 times from morning till night, and every time it's mealtime. As soon as he finished eating, he left. He practically treated this place like a cafeteria. Is this reasonable? Wu Debiao and his 2 companions were taken aback upon hearing this. Now that he said that, the security guard did indeed seem a bit strange. This behavior is indeed quite unreasonable. You might say he doesn't care, but he comes every day. You think he cares? He cares that you leave right after you finish your takeout? Crossing his arms, Shunyu shook his head. This security guard isn't here to eat. He came to deliver food. Matsumoto Chow is in this building. Chapter 306, Playing the Dark Side. Having figured this out, Shunyu was eager to get started. If Matsumoto Chow were just a businessman who had absconded, he might not be so suspicious. But if you're acting so strangely, owing money but refusing to run away, and secretly hiding in this building, then there's a high probability that something's wrong. Shinyu thought to herself, it seems I'll have to rely on this guy to help me upgrade to a purple card. Brother Yu, should I arrest that security guard? Wu Debiao asked. Shinyu thought for a moment, then shook her head. If I'm not mistaken, this building is definitely full of security cameras. If we follow this security guard and try to catch him, Matsumoto Chow will definitely see it on the security camera, and that kid will definitely turn around and run away. Everyone frowned. If the other party ran away as soon as they showed their face, it would indeed be a difficult situation. Do you recognize which takeout delivery bag this is? Shinyu pointed to the food delivery bag in the security guard's hand and asked Tianyi. He had already noticed that from yesterday until noon today, the security guard had been ordering takeout from the same restaurant. I recognize it. It's a bag from a Japanese fast food chain. Tianyi pointed across the street. He must have bought it from the one that turns the corner. That makes things easier. Shinyu chuckled. Since we can't avoid the surveillance cameras, let's not hide from them, let's just walk in openly. Biaozi, let's go install some tracking gadgets on the security guard first. Tano Hu too. You two go to that fast food restaurant and add some special seasoning to their pre-made meals. The dosage should be controlled so that Matsumoto finishes a box of rice before he goes to sleep. 5 hours later, inside a small cleaning tool room in the building, the four looked at the broken mop and tattered broom on the ground, their faces full of confusion. The room was pitifully small, and there was no secret passage. Matsumoto Chow wasn't a rat. He definitely couldn't hide here. But judging from the movement of that security guard, this place is indeed very suspicious. It must be here. Shinyu pointed to the camera above his head. Even if this resort is high-end, would someone really install cameras in the cleaning staff's tool room? And it's a new high-definition model. Everyone nodded. Indeed, who would install a high-definition camera in the cleaning tool room? Anti-theft cleaning tools? Is the mop inside LV? It's shiny with gold when it's mopping the floor. There must be something strange about this. Walking up to the light switch, Hu Tu clicked his tongue in surprise. Everyone crowded around, staring intently at the switch. The switch itself is quite common, but there is a noticeable wear and tear on the wall above it, with an area about the same size as the switch itself. Actually, the scratch is quite obvious, but the cleaning tool room is so dilapidated that scratches are everywhere, so no one notices such a small spot. After frowning and staring at it for a while, Shinyu suddenly realized something. He pressed the switch and pushed it upwards. Boom! The floor of the entire cleaning room began to slowly descend. Holy crap! Everyone quickly helped each other up, looking at each other in bewilderment. What cleaning tool room? This is just an elevator, okay? Everyone drew their guns and waited anxiously. Half a minute later, with a ding, the elevator reached the bottom. A spacious, open area appeared before everyone's eyes. Then, a sweet snore reached everyone's ears. At a luxurious European-style dining table, a thin, middle-aged man with a small mustache was snoring loudly. In front of him were unfinished pre-cooked dishes, and a little further away on the table was a laptop playing loudly an early work by Hitano-sensei. Cut! What kind of old movies are these? Shinyu pressed pause in disgust, and the scene stopped on a three-person H-shaped composition. Wake up! Shinyu pressed the gun against the thin, middle-aged man's forehead and patted him on the back. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, glanced groggily at everyone, smacked his lips, then closed his eyes again and mumbled. Miyoko. This time, I want to be down here. Everyone. Shinyu glanced at Hu Tu, who awkwardly scratched his head. Your Highness, it's my fault I gave you too much medicine. The main problem was that we misjudged his weight and miscalculated the dosage. I thought a man should weigh at least 110 pounds. Shin agreed. Not to mention men. Even women can easily reach this weight. This Matsumoto Chow eats these high-oil pre-cooked takeout meals every day, yet he still manages to get as thin as a washboard. He must be incredibly gifted. He pointed to the pool in the distance. Bring a bucket of water. 1 minute later. Yamit yamit. Matsumoto Chow cried and screamed, struggling violently. Shinyu covered her ears and shouted loudly to Tianyi. Can you tell him not to use that word? Is this even his act? Over there, Tianyi slapped Matsumoto Chow several times, then yelled wildly. Finally, the other man stopped his swearing and began to nod and bow. Hi. Hi. Shinyu felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no, I was hoping this was a boss, but with such a low-class demeanor, he's definitely just a loser. After being hit, Matsumoto Chow finally calmed down, and Shinyu, with Tianye's translation, began the interrogation. Shinyu, why are you hiding here? Matsumoto Chow, I need to avoid assassination. I received a pink threatening letter that clearly states they want to kill me. Shinyu, Black Moon Zhao Zhao. Matsumoto Chow, you know? Shinyu, of course, I am the detective hired by Boss Lu's family. Matsumoto Chow, Lu Sin died so tragically. Is his wife lonely now? Tianai, Baka, what's it to you? Shinyu. He increasingly felt that the murderer was not Matsumoto Chow. Matsumoto Taka. Hey handsome, you shouldn't have agreed to Lu Sang's family's request. I heard that Lu Faming and Koike Kazuo both died from poisoning, right? Let me tell you, it was done by the assassin hired by Maeda Oga, the infamous Styx jellyfish. This guy is extremely vicious. He even kills investigators. You know that, right? Shinyu. You think all of this was done by that politician Maeda Oga? Matsumoto Chow. Is that even a question? It's obvious. We had just finished talking about that matter the other day. When Maeda Oga was arrested, one of us must have betrayed him. Otherwise, wouldn't he have killed us all one by one? Shinyu. What did you two talk about? Matsumoto Chow. I can't say. Shinyu gave her a look. Wu Debiao pulled out a dagger, grabbed Matsumoto Chow's finger, and was about to chop it down. I'll talk. Yamit. Matsumoto screamed, Chow's voice trembling with tears. The person behind Maeda Oga wants to install a new foreign minister and needs our help, but the price he offered is very low. This is clearly ripping people off. Of course none of us want to. Maeda Oga threatened us. He also talked to us about the real cause of death of the prime minister who was assassinated a couple of years ago, and made it clear that if we didn't want to repeat the same mistake, we had better cooperate. But he didn't expect that young and hot-blooded Morisawa Kazuo would not give him any face at all. He slammed his fist on the table and left with his fiancée. The next day, Maeda Oga was taken away for questioning by the Special Investigation Department. So, Shinyu nodded. He understood almost everything. This gathering was actually Maeda Oga's way of getting everyone to risk their lives to help him pull off a big heist, but he was unwilling to pay them. Of course, everyone refused, and with the hot-headed Kazuo Morisawa leading the way, the meeting fell apart. The next day, someone tipped him off, and Maeda Oga was immediately locked up by the Special Investigation Department. So the person behind him went berserk and, instead of investigating who had tipped them off, simply hired Styx jellyfish to kill everyone at the gathering. First to die was Koike Kazuo of the Yamaguchi Gumi, then Lu Faming of the Donghongmen, and this Matsumoto Sao in front of us is very cunning. Knowing his turn was coming soon, he immediately staged a fake company bankruptcy. This kid was putting on an act, pretending to have already fled Tokyo to impress the assassin, but he was actually hiding in this resort, playing the victim. I must say, their technique was quite skillful. Shinyu frowned and glanced at him. Besides us, who else knows you're here? Matsumoto thought about it seriously. Besides you guys, only Yasuda, who brings me food every day, and Miyoko know I'm here. Who is Miyoko? Matsumoto Chow blushed. She is my sister-in-law. It's the eldest sister-in-law again. Shinyu shook his head and sighed. Your nickname Chow is truly well-deserved. His actions are reminiscent of Chow Chow's style. Matsumoto Chow helplessly shrugged. Is this my fault? As the saying goes, don't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Although I feel bad for my brother, at least it didn't benefit anyone outside the Matsumoto family, right? Besides, a 36D married woman walking around in front of you every day wearing an apron. Wouldn't you be tempted too? The group was taken aback, thinking to themselves, bullshit, we wouldn't do that. However, a long sigh came from behind. Everyone turned their heads in confusion. Then, Tianai, with an expression of deep empathy, nodded solemnly to Matsumoto Chow. Don't say anything, Matsumoto-san. I understand you. It's in a man's nature. In this respect, China and Japan are the same. Shinyu was taken aback. The same? Tianai nodded. Same. As the saying goes, nothing tastes better than dumplings. Chapter 307 You don't understand? You can't possibly not understand. When Shinyu returned to the Morisawa family home, Luo Qinghan and the others who had seen Maeda Oga in the interrogation room had also returned. When both sides compare the information, they basically match up. The whole thing is essentially a case of political coercion. As for Matsumoto Chao, Shinyu originally wanted to bring him back, but the guy refused, saying that he had made an appointment with his sister-in-law and couldn't leave, and begged for mercy after kowtowing. In the end, Shinyu thought about it and decided not to force him. She simply installed a locator and a pinhole camera on him. Now I can see him 24/7 just by turning on my phone. It feels like having an electronic pet. In addition, Lao Chao said that he and Boss Lu are old friends who have been shopping in Kabukicho together, so he will definitely cooperate with us fully. But he hopes that when sister-in-law Miyoko comes, he can turn off the surveillance for 10 minutes. Shinyu helplessly spread her hands. It will only take 10 minutes out of sympathy, I agreed. In short, the case is very clear. The mastermind behind Maeda Oga is that political bigwig. Luo Qinghan nodded as well. Today they had pulled through all the strings and finally met Maeda Oga in the interrogation room. Surprisingly, this guy was incredibly arrogant even though he was in prison. He showed absolutely no sign of weakness despite being arrested and directly pointed at the group, saying, "You're all dead. You will definitely not see the wedding the day after tomorrow. I'm telling you, you can't afford to get involved in this mess." He was extremely arrogant, making no attempt to hide the fact that he had sent the assassin and was absolutely certain that the Styx jellyfish could take out his group. He's that confident? Just what is the origin of this Styx jellyfish? Shinyu frowned and turned to ask Feng Wanxia, who was standing to the side. This person is extremely difficult to deal with. A rare look of worry appeared on Feng Wanxia's beautiful face. Styx jellyfish is a rising star in recent years. Although it debuted late, its battle record is incredibly impressive. He achieved a miracle never before seen in the world of knives, completing all the commissions without a single mistake, and at the same time, never revealing his identity. It's important to understand that assassination is actually an extremely difficult task. It's nothing like in the movies, where you can just put on a mask and start shooting. The reality is that once you wear a mask, it's virtually impossible to get close to those important figures. The moment the bodyguard sees your pose, he'll pull out his gun. But this Styx jellyfish did just that. He killed so many people, but all the information people in the circle had about him was just this one photo of his back. As she spoke, Feng Wanxia raised her phone. Everyone craned their necks to look, and above them was the back view of a person wearing a motorcycle helmet. The man was running wildly when he was shot in the left shoulder blade area, and blood was gushing out. But the photo is also very blurry. You can't even tell if the person is a tall woman or a short man. He has many ways of killing people, the most famous of which is poisoning, especially the kind of silent and subtle poisoning that he used to kill Boss Lu. Often, you would be poisoned without even realizing it. Feng Wanxiao thought for a moment and then added, in addition, this person's most notorious habit is that he likes to kill law enforcement officers. Whether it's the police, private investigators, or gangsters like us who are hired, his principle is that as long as you have enough information, he will definitely kill you. After Feng Wanxiao finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but exchange glances, their brows furrowing. Well, with all the information we have, it's definitely already on their menu. Perhaps they're already lying in ambush right next to us? Everyone suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Luo Qinghan solemnly said, "From today onwards, everything we eat and drink must be inspected first. We must be extremely careful." Everyone nodded in agreement. This was truly terrifying. Other people might just gain weight from eating whatever they want, but for us, one meal could send us straight to the underworld. It was too damn exciting. Luo Qinghan brought up another matter. Kazuo Morisawa is a very dishonest person. This kid says he doesn't know who threatened him, which is clearly bullshit. Logically, he should have known long ago that Maeda Oga was responsible, but he didn't say anything. Not only did he not tell them, but he even kept it from his father. Why? How about I ask him frankly tomorrow? Shinyu raised her hand and said, "Anyway, we already know the truth, so he shouldn't hide it anymore, right?" "No, don't ask yet. This kid can lie once, and he can lie again." Feng Wanxiao raised an eyebrow and looked at Luo Qinghan. Let's have Han Nin ask Lu Mingming first. She's naive and innocent, so starting with her will definitely be the fastest. Isn't tomorrow their wedding rehearsal? Since you'll be with her the whole time, Han Nin, you might as well take this opportunity to ask. Once you've finished asking, you'll definitely have some new information, which will allow us to get more information out of Kazuo Morisawa. After Feng Wanxia finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, when it comes to being ruthless, Americans are the best. No wonder they're a country that can sell off Ukrainians so easily. Only Li Fian asked in surprise. Boss, are you going to spend the whole day rehearsing with Lu Mingming tomorrow? What? Luo Qinghan's face flushed instantly. She glanced at Xinyu, then lowered her head somewhat awkwardly and whispered, I agree to be Mengming's bridesmaid. Since she knew she'd have to go through this sooner or later, she thought, why not familiarize herself with the process first? Everyone suddenly realized what was going on, and Xinyu quickly waved his hand. Does anyone have any other questions? Yes. Li Fian raised her hand and asked, do you know where in Tokyo I can buy good knives? I'm thinking of buying two, boss. How about we each take one? Luo Qinghan stared at him in confusion. What would I need that for? It's always better to be prepared. Li Fian casually put her hands on her hips. What if Xinyu wrongs you in the future? Think about it, isn't beheading more ceremonial than an explosion of the head? Xinyu. Li Fian, what did I do to offend you? The next day, at the wedding rehearsal, in front of a full-length mirror surrounded by flowers. I don't want to wear those backless dresses, they're too indecent. These puff sleeves suit me perfectly. Lu Mingming, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, turned around and excitedly asked Luo Qinghan, Xiaoan, do I look pretty in this? Luo Qinghan smiled and nodded. Absolutely gorgeous. Haha, you're so good with words. Lu Mingming happily put her arm around Luo Qinghan's shoulder. Xiaohan, do you know that ever since you came to my house, my status has skyrocketed? Even my father-in-law is more polite to me than before. I bet it's because we became friends. Xiaohan, I'm guessing your family background is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Luo Qinghan's lips curled into a somewhat awkward smile. Well, it depends on who you're comparing it to. Actually, my family's financial situation is quite ordinary, but Xiaoyu's family is quite wealthy. Your father-in-law must value Xiaoyu. Yo. You call me little you so affectionately. Lu Mingming gave a mischievous smile. They're definitely in love. No wonder they're so energetic. It took all night to get going. Oh. Luo Qinghan, who was trying to figure out how to steer the conversation toward Kazuo Morisawa, froze instantly. What? Mingming, what are you saying? I don't understand. You don't understand? Lu Mingming chuckled and covered her mouth. You were limping the next day, didn't you understand? Didn't you understand how loudly you screamed all night? Again, I can do it. Who said that? Don't you understand? Yo. You don't understand? Xiaohan, you really don't understand. Chapter 3, Oh wait, you heard everything? You heard everything? Luo Qinghan's facial muscles twitched violently. Aren't you in a room away from us? Lu Mingming shrugged. What's wrong with being in a room apart? Your moans are so seductive. I could hear you even from 2 rooms away. Let me tell you, Morisawa's old neon-lit house has terrible soundproofing. It's hard for anyone not to hear it. Luo Qinghan felt like she was about to shatter. Besides Lu Mingming, who is not yet married, who has a private room on their side, there are also Feng Wanxia and Li Fian in the guest rooms. Even Lu Mingming, who is furthest away from them, heard it, which means, everyone, did you all hear that? Then what's the difference between us and a radio station? Wow, that's impressive. Lu Mingming clicked her tongue in envy. What I'm saying is Xinyu is really something. Xiaoan, you've been having trouble walking these past 2 days. Is it a muscle strain or some other kind of injury? Luo Qinghan suddenly covered her face. She felt like committing suicide on the spot. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the rock, but there were no cracks in the ground. She desperately wanted to shoot herself, but she didn't have a gun. Heavens above, earth below. How am I supposed to face people after this? Am I not supposed to be aloof and indifferent? Luo Qinghan was on the verge of tears. Mom, I want to jump into the river again. It's okay. We're all adults. What's there to be ashamed of? Lu Mingming gave her a mischievous smile and hugged her. Having such a vigorous and energetic boyfriend, so many people would envy that. Wow, college students are so healthy. I really miss college. Why didn't I have a relationship back then? Lu Mingming kept rambling on and on, while Luo Qinghan's mind went completely blank. She has completely forgotten her mission. What's the point of discussing the mission? Fei Yin and the others listened to me for ages, from beginning to end. No wonder they've been looking at me strangely these past few days, like they're both envious and disdainful. That look in his eyes seemed to say, "You're really having a good time? How many times is this?" A moment later, she's saying, "You're really useless, you can't even do this?" Ah! Luo Qinghan felt as if the sky had fallen. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Society is dead, utterly dead, so dead it's shameful, so lifeless. Let's not talk about this. Lu Mingming patted her back and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Xiaohan. I won't throw the bouquet to Marizawa Sakura. I'll definitely throw it to you. After I marry Yifu, it'll be your turn to marry Shenyu." Luo Qinghan was taken aback. The two of us? Shenyu and I aren't getting married anytime soon, are we? No. I'm not in a hurry. Her face turned red instantly. We're only sophomores. It's a long way from us to get married. Lu Mingming nodded thoughtfully. In terms of age, that's true. Who gets married this early these days? But in terms of the severity, I feel you should get married. Luo Qinghan was taken aback. Degree? Lu Mingming nodded. In terms of degree, you have already done enough. Let me tell you, you can't hide your love for someone in your eyes. Sister Mingming, although I haven't been in many relationships myself, I've been a relationship strategist for many years, so I understand your current situation all too well. When people get together, there's actually a layer of testing and adjustment involved. They want to see if the other person is suitable, if they get along well, and if they're right to spend their lives together. But neither of you are. Luo Qinghan suddenly felt a little nervous after hearing what she said. Looking at the composed Lu Mingming, she couldn't help but ask, "So what's the situation between us?" Lu Mingming sighed. "You two can't live without each other. Then what's the point of even trying? No matter what happens, you'll die without him. So why not just get married right now? Who cares if it's sophomore or senior year?" As she spoke, she shook the ruby ring on her hand, worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. "Once we're married, Xiaohan, you can put this big ring on Xinyu's ring finger. If you use this kind of thing, you'll completely extinguish any hope my sister-in-law might have. You need to tell those scheming, seductive little bitches. Shenyu belongs to Luo Qinghan." Luo Qinghan was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she was completely captivated by Lu Mingming's words. Right. She's right. I need to put a wedding ring on Xiaoyou's finger as soon as possible. The wedding ring should be made quite large and have a few very polite words engraved on it. Luo Qinghan's husband, whoever touches him will have their hand chopped off. How wonderful. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that Mingming was right. Anyway, I don't think I can't keep an eye on Xiaoyu, so why shouldn't I keep an eye on him? What's wrong with being a sophomore? This is the perfect age to get married. Thinking about it carefully, we don't have any of the obstacles that others face on their path to marriage. If we get married, isn't that pure profit? She grabbed Lu Mingming's hand and said, "Mingming, tell me in detail." Lu Mingming chuckled. "Are you tempted? Xiaoan, let me tell you, even if we don't get married, Shenyu is just your boyfriend, but legally he is free. If he changes his mind, there's nothing you can do about it, right? At most, you can just post on Weibo and scold him, right? You can't exactly take a katana and kill him, can you? But things are different after marriage. The law protects this man for you. The law stipulates that he must treat you well, otherwise the law will punish him. His reputation, his money, his social image, all of that will be damaged, right? In the future, if any young girl tries to flirt with Shenyu, you can confidently go over and slap her across the face because the law is on your side." Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up. "That's right. The law supports my right to protect my husband, and the law will protect me. If anyone dares to flirt with Shenyu again, I'll tie her to a rock and sink her to the bottom of the sea, or push her off the rooftop, or run her over with a car. These are all legal, right?" She became increasingly excited, determined to befriend the law, completely forgetting that she was a gang leader who did illegal things every day. Luo Qinghan sighed. If Lu Mingming viewed marriage this way, then her previous talk about marrying into a wealthy family to scam money was just a joke. Mingming, you really love Morisawa Kazuo, don't you? Lu Mingming nodded a little shyly, gently stroking the ruby ring on her ring finger. Yes, I really love him. To put it cheesily, if my world were a complete darkness, he would be the only ray of light. Lu Mingming looked up at Luo Qinghan with sparkling eyes. Actually, Xiaohan, I know that letter was aimed at our wedding, and I also know that marrying him would be life-threatening. But I'm not afraid. Ichifa thought that if I knew all this, I would back down and leave him. But he didn't know that I had been hesitant before, but after I learned that he was in danger, I made up my mind immediately and accepted his proposal. Luo Qinghan was stunned. She always thought Lu Mingming was a simple-minded girl, but she never expected that Lu Mingming knew everything. But why? Aren't you afraid of being implicated? I'm not afraid. Lu Mingming shook her head. What does it mean to be husband and wife? Isn't it about sharing happiness and hardship together? When I married him before, it was only to share the good times together. Now that God has given me the opportunity to share the bad times together, what am I hesitating for? I'll marry him. We girls from Northeast China have one thing in mind when it comes to doing things. Loyal and righteous. Lu Mingming swung her fist hard. Fuck you. Who are you trying to scare with a little note? I, Lu Mingming, am going to stand up to these idiots. Chapter 309 True Love is Fearless. Suddenly, Luo Qinghan thought Lu Mingming was such a nice girl. She was just an ordinary girl, unlike me, who had guns and money, and could have henchmen come out to help me kill people with a snap of my fingers. But she dared to challenge the assassin. Previously, Luo Qinghan was simply willing to spend time with her and enjoyed being amused by her. But at this moment, Luo Qinghan suddenly felt a deep respect for her. You are really brave. That's right. I've been brave since I was a child. Lu Mingming rubbed her nose triumphantly. Perhaps caught up in the conversation, she couldn't help but start to pour her heart out. Qinghan, I know that a young lady like you has never experienced bullying. But when I was a child, there were many girls in my school who liked to do such despicable things. They specifically bully poor students like us who transferred schools and come from disadvantaged families. One day, a few girls in my class called me out and grabbed my hair to take pictures of me. Do you know what I did? Luo Qinghan's heart clenched suddenly. What did you do? I focused on hitting the girl who was leading the group, and I scratched her face all over. Recalling that time, Lu Mingming couldn't help but clench her fist. I was beaten up all over by the others, but I didn't care. I just grabbed her, scratched her, and slapped her. After that incident, I was hospitalized for half a month, but after I returned to school, they never dared to contact me again. Many years later, when I went back to my hometown last year for a class reunion, I saw these people again. I told them right away that I was going to report them to their workplaces. I was going to expose all those things that happened back then and make them lose their secure civil servant jobs. They were all terrified and cried as they apologized to me. In front of their classmates, each of them slapped themselves several times. After many years, I've finally gotten my revenge. Xiaohan, how am I handsome? So cool. Luo Qinghan clapped her hands sincerely. She was truly convinced. Even though Luo Qinghan had power and influence since childhood, she was still verbally bullied by everyone, and years later, she never received an apology. Lu Mingming had nothing, but through her indomitable spirit and integrity, she completely regained fairness and dignity. She admired her. She made a decision. She would make Lu Mingming her true friend. Mingming, actually I lied just now. My wealth is not ordinary. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath. I am very strong. In the Southeast Asian underworld, I have absolute power. Killing is as simple to me as breathing. Lu Mingming stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. No, really? Stop messing around. You look like a beauty pageant winner, but you're actually a gangster? Are you kidding me? Luo Qinghan smiled. I'm not saying this to show off, but to tell you. If anyone bullies you again in the future, you won't have to face it alone, nor will you have to wait many years to regain your dignity. You just need to tell me. I will clean this up for you because you are my friend, Luo Qinghan, and no one can bully my friend. Lu Mingming still refused to believe it. She tried hard to force a smile, but her expression was a little stiff. After looking Luo Qinghan, who was as beautiful as an angel, up and down for a while, she couldn't help but say, "The underworld? Aren't all gangsters like Li Fian? Ugh, I mean like her." At this moment, the MC came over and called the two of them to go over for rehearsal, so the two of them went downstairs together and saw Shinyu chatting with Morisawa Kazuo. The two of them, neither of whom spoke Mandarin or Japanese, relied entirely on English and gestures, yet they still managed to have a great time talking. It seems like they're talking about Zelda. Shinyu was never pretentious, and Morisawa Kazuo wasn't the type of young master who liked to put on airs, so they inexplicably found themselves getting along quite well. At this moment, Luo Qinghan and Lu Mingming walked over, and the four of them gathered together. Luo Qinghan suddenly decided to just get straight to the point. She asked Morisawa Kazuo directly in English, "Why didn't you tell your father when you knew that Maeda Oga was threatening you?" Kazuo Morisawa was taken aback. Little did he know that Lu Mingming already knew about this. When Luo Qinghan asked him directly, he panicked instantly and blurted out a string of Japanese. Not to mention Shun Yu Luo Qinghan. Even Lu Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief. She usually communicates with Kazuo in English. Her Japanese is at a beginner level. She can understand it, but only if he doesn't speak too fast. At this moment, Ifu spoke too fast, and she couldn't keep up at all. Just as she was feeling confused, Feng Wanxiao walked over from the side. She spoke to Kazuo Morisawa in a very authentic Tokyo accent. The two talked for a while, and Ifu's expression became increasingly ashamed. He began to bow and apologize to Shunyu and the others as he spoke. At this moment, Feng Wanxia turned her head and translated. He said his father looked down on him and especially liked to interfere with his friendships. This time, because of his marriage to Ming Ming, the two of them have completely fallen out. Although his father didn't say it, he privately believed that the threatening letter was sent by his own political enemies. If this old man finds out that Ifu caused this big trouble by secretly attending this kind of gathering, it's hard to say whether Ifu will even be able to go through with the marriage. So, Ifu really doesn't dare to tell the truth. Luo Qinghan and Shinyu were dumbfounded. They weren't surprised by the result. They had roughly guessed it yesterday. They were surprised why was Morisei's Japanese suddenly so fluent? She hadn't learned it a few days ago. It's been a week already. Feng Wanxia shrugged. It took a whole week to master the spoken conversation of a foreign language. Is that really surprising? I think it's a bit slow. Shinyu, who had been studying since elementary school and still hadn't passed the CET-4 college English test band 4, in her second year of university, twitched at the corner of her mouth. A week? Master the spoken language of a foreign language in a week. Listen to yourself. Is that even human language you're speaking? Lu Mingming, who was standing next to her, was about to go crazy. I've been in Japan for half a year, and I still have to check my phone to hear the pronunciation just to go out for a meal. Luo Qinghan quickly comforted her. Don't compare yourself to her. She studied Chinese for a year and is already good enough to swear in a Beijing accent. Can someone with an IQ of 150 even be considered human? Don't compare yourself to her. Lu Mingming was devastated. And what about you, Shaon? You're normal, right? You don't have any special abilities, do you? Luo Qinghan waved her hand. I'm normal. I just react quickly. At this point, the MC called them over and asked the bride and groom to rehearse a segment of their vows. Lu Mingming looked at Feng Wanxiao in shock and was about to walk over to start the rehearsal when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked at it, then immediately looked embarrassed. Can you wait a minute? My classmate is coming to give me a gift. She sent me a navigation link and told me to go pick it up. Wait a minute, I'll go change my clothes first. As she spoke, she turned to the side, handed her bouquet to Luo Qinghan on her left with her right hand, and was about to go out to change her clothes. Luo Qinghan quickly stopped her. Lu Mingming was wearing a wedding dress, and it's too much trouble to put on and take off something like that. Send the location to Shunyu, and let him and Wanxia go pick it up together, right? Lu Mingming suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but Shunyu didn't mind at all. He was just thinking of going out for a walk to get some fresh air. So they came over to get navigation and location information. Feng Wanxia slung her gun close to her body, put on her coat, and the two of them went downstairs side by side. I walked to the building entrance. They saw Li Fian, carrying a samurai sword, swaggering towards them with an air of smugness. Well, they finally bought the knife. The knife was entirely silver white, with a hilt wrapped in pure white sharkskin and a guard made of silver metal, shaped like two intersecting snowflakes, clearly no ordinary item. Master, you finally bought a good knife? Xin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. The knife that Li Fian had taken a liking to was definitely not an ordinary thing. That's right. Li Fian shook her head. But this one is mine. The boss's one hasn't arrived yet. That one was custom made to suit her features. The design is a bit unique and needs some adjustments. The package won't arrive until tomorrow. Hey, where are you guys going? Come on, let's go together. Li Fian raised her hand. I and my treasured sword will protect you. So the three of them followed the navigation and walked for a while, eventually arriving at a very dilapidated old building. The building wasn't tall, but it was quite old, and half of the residents had left, making it seem like it was going to be demolished. Her friend is waiting for her here. Xin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the navigation wrong? Li Fian glanced at her phone and squinted. Unit 1, Room 302. The arrow is definitely pointing here. Something's not right. Xin Yu frowned. When arranging a meeting, people usually choose an easy-to-find shopping mall or coffee shop. Who would deliberately choose a demolished building? Xin Yu, holding phone Wanxia's hand, pointed to the newsstand in the distance. Sensei, let's go ask over their master. You wait for us here. So the two of them turned and walked toward the newsstand. Looking up at the building, Li Fian pursed her lips. What's so strange about meeting here? I even arranged to meet at the cemetery. Cut. These two are really making a fuss over nothing. Unit 1, 302, right? He shouldered the samurai sword. She stepped into the dilapidated building.